Liang, though still young and unmarried, has already acquired 2 daughters in a most unconventional manner. The good news is that upon reaching a certain level of familiarity, Liang will gain extraordinary abilities from these daughters. The first daughter hails from another world, arriving in a vessel adorned with a symbol of S. She is perpetually driven by the quest to locate her cousin, only to discover that he is inexplicably transformed into an elder brother. The second daughter, with her silvery tresses and grandmother's emerald eyes, is fervently searching for a mythical figure, the white wolf Geralt, claiming to be the destined child of fate and a true princess from a parallel universe. For Liang, the most pressing concern is how to successfully raise these 2 girls, particularly in the notorious city of Gotham. Chapter 1. Supergirl. In an apartment located in Gotham's Diamond District, Liang gently tapped the shoulder of a nearby Latina beauty. Liz. Or was it Sally? My name is Maggie, darling, she replied, her lustrous black hair cascading as she lazily turned towards him, flashing a radiant smile. Still interested, darling? She seemed unconcerned that Liang had misnamed her after all. They were merely getting acquainted. Initially, everything appeared satisfactory. The Oriental man was not as dull as rumors suggested, rather. He possessed a playful spirit. In the indifferent city of Gotham, such warmth was a rare find. As she playfully squirmed beneath the covers, her alluring figure radiated an intense heat. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Liang quickly suppressed his thoughts. As much as I would like to continue, I must remind you that it's time for you to leave. Why? Maggie paused, her brilliant smile faltering into an awkward expression. She had thought she had captivated this young Oriental man, but it appeared he remained composed. Liang swiftly rose, donning his attire to conceal his well-built physique. My daughter is returning. What? Startled, Maggie scrambled to her feet, her sudden movement causing her to bounce in front of Liang. She had only intended to indulge in some playful fun, never anticipated taking on any responsibilities. Disregarding her thoughts, she hastily donned her undergarments and slipped into her dress, clearly anxious to exit. Watching her flee, Liang chuckled to himself. Actually, it's my daughter. He intentionally withheld details to gauge her reaction, and as expected, she fled in distress. No one wishes to take on such a burden. Before long, a knock echoed at the apartment door. Liang, having tidied the room, hurried to open the window wide before answering the door. Standing at the threshold was a girl of approximately 1.6 meters, her golden hair framing a youthful face. At just 13, she surveyed Liang with a smirk. Godfather, was that fierce woman your new girlfriend? Your taste seems increasingly one-dimensional, only favoring those with striking figures. Though still a child, her maturity belied her age, her visage bearing an air of determination, though it could not mask her underlying sorrow. Caught off guard by his daughter's observation, Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Kara, did you see all that? I possess supervision, so next time you invite a woman over, at least ensure she tidies up. Kara rolled her eyes. In her perception, the world was vividly detailed. She could discern the dust in the room, the creases on the bed, and other subtle traces with remarkable clarity. Even the lingering scent that wafted in as she entered was apparent, and despite Liang's efforts to air out the space, her newly acquired super breathing endowed her with heightened senses. Liang paused, realizing he must exercise greater caution moving forward, for the child's development depended upon it. Kara, listen, you must learn to control your abilities. I know. Kara stepped into the modest apartment, which comprised a small living area and 2 cramped rooms, totaling just over 60 square meters. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa before plopping down onto the worn-out cushions, which sagged under her petite frame. I don't want to see only a mass of bones and flesh when I look at you, nor do I desire the stench of sewage lingering everywhere. The air in Gotham is truly dreadful. Listening to her grievances, Liang could only manage a resigned smile. He sat beside Kara, gently stroking her golden locks. Just endure a bit longer. Perhaps after some time, you will gain full control over your powers. Gotham is a city from which one cannot easily escape. It is a hub of crime, where even a mere bridge separates it from metropolis, yet it feels worlds apart, akin to heaven and hell. Kara remained silent, still grappling with the inexplicable changes within her. Could it be merely because she is Kryptonian? Liang was aware of the truth, but could not articulate it without proper research. Those words would yield no conclusions. Kara had only arrived on Earth 6 months prior. At that time, Liang had arranged a date with a local white girl, only for her to stand him up, after which he witnessed a meteor streak across the sky. Before he could make a wish, the meteor plummeted directly towards him, nearly sending him into a panic. However, upon its landing, he realized it was no meteor but a small spacecraft. Upon seeing the iconic S emblem, he immediately understood. After all, this world indeed contained Gotham. At that moment, he was not in Gotham, he had traversed from a remote town in Ohio. Travelers tend to be audacious, especially when they are aware of what awaits them, prepared to welcome a small superhero. To his astonishment, he found a wary, golden-haired girl staring at him from within the craft. This was not Kal-El, but rather Kara Zor-El. In that instant, Leon recognized he had a system at his disposal. The Godfather system. With great effort, he managed to coax Kara into his home, convincing her that he was the first human she encountered on Earth. However, their bliss was short-lived as a mysterious agency soon came knocking. Fortunately, Leon was cautious enough to whisk Kara away before they could capture her, embarking on a journey of survival together, naturally assuming the role of her protector. If it were not for that damned system, Leon, not yet 30, would surely have found himself being addressed as Anakin. They roamed together until they arrived in Gotham. The city was a melting pot of various individuals, teeming with smugglers, illegal residents, and violent offenders, boasting the highest crime rates in the nation and an alarming prevalence of mental instability. Moreover, the city was dominated by a plethora of criminal organizations. Figures such as the Penguin, Scarecrow, Joker, and Bane had divided Gotham's territory among themselves. The Diamond District, where they currently resided, belonged to the Penguin. Though there were many downsides, one silver lining was that in the midst of Gotham's lawlessness, Leon and Kara found a sense of security. While the gangs may be predatory, they also served as a form of protection. Having spent 2 months in Gotham, Leon and Kara had acclimated quickly. He found employment, and Kara was enrolled in Gotham City High School, thereby receiving an earthly education. Returning to the present, Leon inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some noodles for you?" "Noodles again? At this point, I feel like my classmates and teachers are just giant noodles." Kara grimaced. Leon smirked slightly, but don't they resemble bones and flesh? After basking in the sunlight for a brief period, Kara began to display astonishing potential. First came her strength. She could effortlessly lift a car and toss it aside, as if it were a mere shot put. Remarkably, this was merely a few days after she had begun absorbing sunlight. Then there was her physique, which started to resemble that of steel and iron. This prompted Leon to think of a phrase, iron body. Chapter 2, Intimacy. Shortly after arriving in Gotham, Kara's other abilities began to manifest. For instance, she developed super breath and, more recently, supervision. Initially, the sight of anyone made her feel nauseous, as all she could perceive were bones, muscles, blood vessels, and tissues. Just hearing Kara describe it made Leon uncomfortable. The precious human exterior, which everyone relied upon, held no significance in her eyes. Everyone appeared so naked. Such an experience would be enough to break anyone, yet it was endured by a 13-year-old girl. She locked herself in her room, which, while offering little practical benefit, provided her with some psychological comfort. Kara managed to cope, and she was now just about able to control it. Perhaps due to her youth, these powers emerged gradually rather than all at once. Otherwise, she would surely have gone mad. "Godfather," Kara exclaimed, shaking Leon's arm in a playful manner, though her words were unyielding. "According to what I learned at school, you are committing child abuse. You can't make a child eat noodles for every meal. In Krypton, you would be thrown into the Phantom Zone." As an outsider with childhood memories, Kara undoubtedly longed for her time on Krypton. Therefore, she shared numerous amusing anecdotes about her home planet with Leon, enriching his understanding of Krypton. Of course, her final remark was certainly an exaggeration. Nonetheless, Leon conceded, "All right, let's order a pizza." The blonde girl cheered and embraced Leon tightly. "Ouch, dear, you're going to break me," Leon groaned. Kara released him, sticking out her tongue and saying, "Godfather, I didn't mean to. Humans are indeed fragile, and so are the things they create." When she first acquired her powers, she would inadvertently break anything she grasped with even the slightest pressure. "All right, go to your homework." Leon patted her head, knocking on it as if she were a metal head. Gotham City High School, though named after the city, was far from an esteemed institution, especially when compared to elite schools like Lewis Memorial School. However, the latter was an exclusive institution, and Leon lacked the means to enroll Kara there. Thus, she received a form of education based on enjoyment, relying on her initiative to learn. But for a Kryptonian girl with a super brain, was learning truly difficult? Thus, Leon made a phone call to a nearby Indian restaurant to order a pizza, only to find Kara lost in thought. He refrained from intervening, as he had gained insights from his experiences with raising a child. The more he forced Kara, the more resistant she became. Therefore, it was better to let things unfold naturally. Seated on the sofa, Leon found the television content uninteresting and opened his system panel. Name Leon. Adopted daughter, Kara Zor-El Intimacy, 49. Ability. None intimacy reaching 50 allows for the extraction of the adopted daughter's abilities reaching 80 allows for a second extraction and a third at 100. It was quite rudimentary, yet immensely powerful. Powerful because his adopted daughter was Kara, Supergirl. After nearly half a year together, the journey from her initial distrust to their intimacy nearing 50 had not been easy. Perhaps due to her home being destroyed, Kara was more vigilant, somber, and melancholic than the average child. Gaining access to her inner world was tremendously challenging. Leon's motivation for guiding her was not solely for rewards. He recognized a sense of responsibility within Kara. This was Supergirl if she were raised by malevolent individuals and indoctrinated with their chaotic values. What would become of the world? Thus, from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, Leon felt an obligation to ensure she developed a healthy perspective and grew up happily. At the very least, he wanted her to avoid becoming a nefarious miscreant. He was acutely aware of how terrifying his homeland could be. Kara represented a true Kryptonian, potentially the ancestor of humanity. About half an hour later, the pizza finally arrived. This was merely from a nearby street. If it had been farther, Leon doubted it would have made it at all. The delivery was handled by a straightforward Indian man, whose darker complexion suggested he had walked over. Leon tipped around 15% and called out, "Kara, dinner is served." Coming. Kara, who had been listlessly listening, immediately set down her pen and relaxed her furrowed brow at Leon's summons. Leon had little interest in pizza. His culinary skills were abysmal. No, he had no skills at all before meeting Kara. Back in his previous life in China, where food delivery was so advanced, he firmly believed that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Thus, the best he could manage was instant noodles. He couldn't even boil water. It was only during this time that he had learned to cook noodles, and Kara had teased him about it. Without the child, Leon would never have engaged in activities he once deemed impossible. To him, cooking felt like a waste of life. "Go wash your hands." Leon patted Kara's small hand. Kara instinctively recoiled. Although it wasn't painful, it seemed to have become a habit. She hurried to rinse her hands under cold water, gave them a quick scrub, and then took a deep breath before blowing on her small hands. Whoosh! Kara! Leon's voice boomed in response. The window rattled violently from the gust, swaying wildly due to her hurricane. Kara instinctively shrank back and admitted, "I didn't expect such a strong wind. I just wanted to dry them. Godfather, can you be gentler?" Although Kara's tone lacked sincerity, Leon's irritation subsided upon seeing her reaction. He sighed and reiterated, "Do not use your abilities until you can control them. And besides, I can't even hurt you." Leon had grown weary of swatting her hand, for it was he who felt the pain. Only if he held kryptonite could he possibly inflict any discomfort on Kara. Despite her maturity, Kara was still a teenage girl, her emotions shifting as swiftly as turning pages in a book. She sat at the dining table, her dried hands eagerly reaching for a slice of pizza. Leon had no desire for pizza, especially during the early days after his arrival, when he had consumed an excessive amount of Western cuisine. He felt as though his health was deteriorating from that period. Thus, he preferred to learn cooking rather than continue eating bland meals. Unfortunately, he possessed no talent, having only mastered boiling noodles. Chapter 3. Criminal License. I'm stepping out. Remember, do not open the door for anyone, and do not reveal your abilities. It is advisable to retire early. It is beneficial for your health. As the night descended, Leon imparted his instructions to Carla, who would remain at home. "I understand," Carla replied with a pout. "But how long must I endure? Should I merely watch as others encounter misfortune without intervening?" This is a question worthy of contemplation. Yet Leon, preoccupied with his departure, lacked the time for profound reflection. "Perhaps," he replied casually before closing the door. Gazing at the firmly shut door, Carla recalled the inspirational literature she had encountered in her textbook earlier that day. "If you do not extend a helping hand today, tomorrow others will observe your indifference." At times, she found herself torn between believing the wisdom of the Godfather or the sentiments expressed in the literature. Gotham is an island that stands in stark contrast to Metropolis, adorned with Gothic architecture. Similar to Metropolis, Gotham is interconnected by numerous bridges and tunnels that link its various administrative districts. The Diamond District lies to the south of Gotham, with Miller Harbor and the river traversing Gotham just a bit further north. Below lies the territory of the Street Demons Gang and the Scum Society, and further down is the infamous Gotham Harbor. Leon was acutely aware of this layout, as he had been advised on his first day of employment to avoid venturing into the territories of rival gangs. The nights in Gotham are perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, as if thunderheads are poised to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. The disparity between wealth and poverty is particularly pronounced in this city, where myriad social issues have become entrenched. Those who cannot survive emerge as specters of the city, haunting the streets by night. Leon refrained from wandering into poorly lit or sparsely populated areas. Even if he found himself in Penguin's territory, there were always those who lacked prudence. After all, even the illustrious Wayne couple, who nearly dominate this city, have faced the audacity of gunmen. While walking beneath the glow of streetlights, Leon garnered many curious glances, yet felt utterly secure as he was recognized by some. However, just as he approached his workplace, two robbers suddenly burst forth from an alleyway. Their faces adorned with clown masks, they appear to be fervent enthusiasts of the macabre. Asian, hand over everything valuable, one commanded, brandishing a switchblade, while the other kept his hand concealed in his pocket, clearly gripping something. Upon seeing the clown masks, Leon's heart raced, yet he managed to speak. "Do you possess a criminal license?" "A criminal license? Since when must one have a license to commit a crime?" The two robbers paused, exchanging incredulous glances, finding the situation somewhat absurd. At that moment, Leon noticed someone approaching from the side, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. The quaint and unpretentious Gotham City would never succumb to chaos merely due to a robbery. Disorder was its quotidian reality. "Well, that is non-existent," Leon replied coolly. "And what of it? Do you wish to die?" "Hand over everything valuable." Two figures adorned in clown masks advanced menacingly towards Leon, their knives slicing through the air to intimidate him, yet he stood resolutely in place. This was the Diamond District, the domain of the notorious Cobblepot, where no crime could be committed without his sanction license. Suddenly, a burly man clad in a black suit approached from behind the two assailants, uttering words that felt uncomfortably taut, yet undeniably true. This imposing figure was none other than Cobblepot himself, widely known as the Penguin. In his territory, engaging in criminal activities necessitated a license bestowed by him. "Who goes there?" The two masked criminals immediately turned. However, in that fleeting moment, the burly man struck. He delivered a knee to the abdomen of the assailant on the left, incapacitating him instantly before swiftly seizing the knife from the hand of the one on the right. With a swift reversal, he plunged the blade into the shoulder of the latter. Thud! Ah! The masked criminal cried out in agony. "Frank, be careful!" Leon shouted in haste. The fallen assailant on the left retrieved a handgun from his coat. In the next instant, Frank's colossal foot came crashing down. Crack! The two fools were no match for his mercilessness, as he smashed their heads together, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Bloodshed was merely par for the course. Even Leon did not flinch. Let them fend for themselves. Gasping for breath due to his size, Frank asked, "Leon, need a ride?" "Of course," Leon replied, delighted to hop into Frank's car. After all, in a sense, they were allies, though Leon would never concede to such a label, adamantly insisting they were merely colleagues. Once inside Frank's sleek black vehicle, their speed surpassed that of Leon on foot. Before long, they arrived at their workplace, the Iceberg Lounge. Leon cast a glance at the massive nightclub, his heart unperturbed. This establishment had existed for quite some time. Initially, it was Cobblepot's attempt to distance himself from the underworld. Now, it had evolved into a hub of vice, combining the functions of a bar and a casino, quickly becoming a breeding ground for criminals and a site for Cobblepot's money laundering. One must never forget their roots. At the entrance stood two imposing figures in black suits. Akin to Frank, Cobblepot mandated that his underlings must be impeccably dressed, even if they were merely visiting an internet safe. These men were the suited thugs. The bouncers greeted Leon and Frank. "The boss is already here. You should head inside." Upon entering the Iceberg Lounge, it exuded the ambience of a bygone ballroom from the last century. The Penguin was a nostalgic soul, and the classical music and decor evoked memories of yesteryears. However, as one delves deeper, the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively. Within lies a colossal ice mountain, bestowing the establishment with its name. On stage, a captivating woman performs, singing and dancing, while beneath her, an array of gambling tables are set, offering an extensive variety of games. Adjacent to the walls, slot machines and horse racing broadcasts vie for attention. A multitude of affluent gamblers traverse the space, brandishing their cash and exuberantly shouting. Elegantly dressed socialites donning exquisite gowns and high heels cheer on their companions. Beside them, bodyguards in tailored suits stand vigilantly, while waitresses clad in bunny costumes flit about, provoking the hormones of their patrons. Leon bids farewell to Frank and strides towards the bar on the opposite side. Frank, a burly and well-meaning man, possesses a violent streak and remains fiercely loyal to the Penguin. As for Leon, he serves as a bartender at the Iceberg Club. Coincidentally, he had previously held this occupation in his past life, and as a clandestine individual unable to find other means of livelihood, he took refuge in the Iceberg Club. Most job opportunities in Gotham are intricately linked to the renowned Wayne Enterprises, which exerts control over every facet of the city, from public welfare to healthcare, from municipal projects to real estate, and from pharmaceuticals to armaments. In essence, Wayne Enterprises in Gotham is akin to the Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City. Chapter 4. I favor obedient children. Upon his initial arrival in Gotham, Leon first ventured into Chinatown. In America, nearly every sizable city boasts a Chinatown, and Gotham is no exception, as Leon dared not reveal his true identity. Considered an undocumented individual by his employer, he was relegated to washing dishes at an exceedingly meager wage. To secure his stay in Gotham, he acquiesced. However, it soon became evident that 3 months of dishwashing would not suffice to afford a villa in America. It was only when his employer discovered that he was caring for a teenage girl named Carla that he narrowly escaped incarceration by the Gotham Police Department. The restaurant owner, also of Chinese descent, unhesitatingly reported him, branding Leon as a child predator, arguing that Carla, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, could not possibly be related to him. In this distorted nation, the less one possesses, the more one emphasizes certain issues. They stress the protection of children precisely because such children are subject to egregious persecution, and any such occurrences are met with utmost seriousness. Since then, Leon has ceased to trust those he once considered kin. Departing from Chinatown, he brought Carla to the Diamond District, where he ultimately found his footing at the Iceberg Club. After changing into a servant's attire, the head bartender promptly approached Leon. "Leon, Mr. Victor was here earlier and requested some drinks be sent over," the head bartender informed him. Leon, understanding the unspoken implications, replied, "I'll take care of it. No problem. I know you appreciate my mixology skills." While Leon's bartending was merely average, his knowledge of numerous recipes was commendable. This singular detail was sufficient to afford him preferential treatment at the Iceberg Club. After rummaging through the wine cabinet for a while, he discovered a bottle of Bordeaux from France and meticulously prepared a glass. Subsequently, he concocted several other drinks before hastily carrying them down the corridor of the Iceberg Club. The exterior bar and casino merely served as a facade for the establishments within. Leon approached the depths of the corridor, where 2 men in suits stood guard at the entrance. The Penguin considered himself a gentleman, and, consequently, his subordinates embodied the same criminal elegance. "I have brought wine for Mr. Cobblepot," Leon informed the 2 men. Recognizing him immediately, they promptly opened the door. As the door swung open, the chatter inside abruptly ceased. A long table occupied the room, at which several individuals were seated. Leon cast a fleeting glance at the array of images and information laid out on the table, but it held no relevance for him. He hurried to the head of the table, where a middle-aged man, short and exceedingly rotund, sat. His nose resembled that of Pinocchio, yet he was impeccably attired in a tailored black suit, savoring a cigar, with a sharp black umbrella resting beside him. This was the Penguin, Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. "Mr. Cobblepot, here is the newly prepared wine," Leon announced, presenting his glass in a more exquisite goblet to signify its distinction. The Penguin first brought the glass to his nose, a look of satisfaction emerging on his face. "My favorite Bordeaux. Leon, you are from the East, aren't you?" "Indeed, Mr. Cobblepot," Leon nodded, maintaining his composure even in the presence of Gotham's notorious supervillain. "I appreciate the meticulousness of your Eastern culture, much like you, who never refer to me as Mr. Penguin." The Penguin, Cobblepot, displayed a friendly smile. "Because you detest that title, and I find it disrespectful," Leon replied directly. To dare to address Cobblepot as the Penguin in his presence was a bold move, even for one unaware of the implications. "Yes, respect," the Penguin exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Even you understand the essence of respect, yet some remain oblivious." His gaze suddenly fixed upon a young man in a black suit. "Tommy, what bribe has the foolish son of the Falcone family offered you to provoke your betrayal?" A bald man, impeccably dressed, had stealthily positioned himself behind Tommy. Seizing his hair and forcefully propelling him, towards the table. Bang! In an instant, Tommy's front teeth were knocked out, leaving him with a mouthful of blood. The bald man wore a sinister grin. If he had hair, he would certainly be a handsome Caucasian. He was Victor Zash, the most trusted lieutenant of Penguin Cobblepot. This is a tale of a murderer, rumored to tally his victims upon completion of his grim deeds. Boss Cobblepot. Tommy, paralyzed by fear, stammered with trembling teeth. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. His feeble protests tested the patience of the Penguin, who, with an air of elegance, savored a sip of exquisite Bordeaux before delicately wiping his lips with a napkin. Tommy, he remarked, I abhor those who act yet refuse to acknowledge their deeds. I have heard you have always been a dutiful child. Please, Boss Cobblepot, it was because he threatened my mother that I felt coerced into this, Tommy pleaded, tears and saliva mingling as he spoke. My mother cannot lose me. She is already partially paralyzed. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, the Penguin's demeanor shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. You betray me for the sake of an old woman? Tommy could only weep, hesitant to counter his boss's double standards. Rest assured, I will ensure your mother remains unharmed, the Penguin assured him. Victor, who had been firmly grasping Tommy's head, understood the unspoken command and dragged him away as the unfortunate Tommy continued to beg for mercy. A loud bang echoed from behind, and silence ensued. Leon, with his head bowed, had gained a profound understanding of Gotham's darkness during his tenure at the Iceberg Lounge, though days like today were rare. The Penguin was often described as cruel, cunning, and self-serving, yet he treated his subordinates with a certain degree of respect. Those who frequented the Iceberg Lounge often reaped considerable rewards. Do you know what the most detested thing in this world is? Betrayal. It seeps like poison into your vibrant heart, withering it away. After delivering his speech, the Penguin waved at Leon, prompting a sigh of relief as Leon hastened to present drinks to all present. Just as he was about to exit, the Penguin recalled him, inquiring, Leon, I hear you have a daughter? With an inward sigh, Leon halted and replied, Mr. Cobblepot, she is my adopted daughter. And her parents? They reside in heaven. Such a pity for the child. Is she dutiful? Leon responded, I believe so. She is very devoted. This delighted the Penguin, who chuckled, You see, I have a fondness for dutiful children. Chapter 5, Godfather. Do you also read comic books? In the corridor, Leon disregarded the young couple fervently indulging in their reckless appetites in the corner, pushing open the door to return to the club. The deafening music pulsated with fervor. As frenzied, patrons reveled in the games of fortune. Leon returned to his bar, and it was not long before the hulking Frank approached him. What would you like to drink? Leon inquired. Wow, this might be the last time I enjoy one of your concoctions, Frank remarked with a grin, causing Liang's hand to falter. What do you mean? Upon seeing Leon, a sudden alertness washed over him, prompting Frank to chuckle. Don't overthink it. Capote has declared that you shall henceforth be the bar manager of the club. Leon relaxed, knowing there was no turning back. This was the territory of the Penguin, who believed that a dutiful protege was indeed Leon's Achilles heel. The Penguin thrived on exploiting those with vulnerabilities. Why the long face? Frank queried as he observed Leon deftly mixing drinks. With Capote at your side, you need not worry about the company of women. Leon refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead responding with a hint of resignation. Being a manager means being the first to arrive and the last to leave, enduring nights that stretch into dawn. Furthermore, there is the possibility of encountering the Penguin's illicit dealings. Of course, it was merely a possibility, for the Iceberg Club prided itself on being a legitimate establishment. Look on the bright side. At least your salary has increased. A manager earns $4,000 a month. Well, that is the sole silver lining. Leon acknowledged as he handed a drink to Frank. Before long, all the staff at the bar were privy to this news, and soon, even the previous bartender came by to extend his congratulations to Leon. After all, they were colleagues, and Leon merely reciprocated the gestures. Leon, are you free tomorrow morning? Let us share a drink. A waitress clad in a bunny costume approached, teasingly leaning beside him. With her golden locks and azure eyes, she epitomized the archetype of a beautiful Caucasian woman. However, upon witnessing a patron slip a tip into her decolletage, Leon's interest waned. Such occurrences were commonplace at the Iceberg Club. A brief exchange sufficed. There was no merit in pursuing anything deeper. Thus, Leon replied with a smile. I must return home in the morning. I have someone waiting for me. As the night wore on, the clientele of the Iceberg Club dwindled. By dawn, the establishment fell into a serene stillness, with all gamblers and inebriates having departed. After a night of labor, everyone felt the weariness settle in, yearning for a restful reprieve. Leon was no exception. Though the all-nighter did not constitute a late night, he felt utterly exhausted. As for the Penguin, Capote had eluded his sight the entire evening, and Leon harbored no desire to inquire about his activities. This was the realm of true organized crime, and the undertakings of such individuals were of no concern to him. Eventually, as the staff began to disperse, Leon decided it was time to leave. Gotham by day felt significantly safer than by night, although the sky remained overcast. With sunlight struggling to break through the clouds, fewer dared to commit crimes during daylight hours. "Kara, rise and shine." Upon returning to his apartment, Leon called out as he opened the door. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was still no response from Kara. He took a sip of water before ambulating leisurely to Kara's room. The door was firmly shut, suggesting she was indulging in slumber once more. Knocking gently on the door produced no reply, causing a shift in Leon's demeanor. Kara's door was firmly locked, yet this posed no challenge for Leon. He retreated to his own room and deftly climbed out through the window. Their residence was an antiquated building, featuring an iron staircase serving as a safety passageway. In America, this was referred to as a ladder of life. Leon cautiously approached the ladder outside, peering through the window into the room, and as expected, found no one inside. With a sigh, he felt a sense of resignation akin to that of an exasperated father dealing with a mischievous child. However, given that this was not the first occurrence, Leon remained unflustered and ascended the staircase. The old building they rented lacked an elevator and stood only 5 stories tall. It wasn't long before he reached the rooftop. The rooftop was expansive, allowing for a clear view of Kara. There she stood, clad in her pajamas adorned with a Spider-Man mask. Positioned at the edge of the roof with her head slightly tilted back and her eyes half closed. Her golden hair danced in the gentle breeze, creating an untamed appearance. Spider-Man was Kara's favorite superhero. In the comics, he was the friendly neighborhood hero, inspiring Kara's desire to embody such a figure of heroism. Leon had been somewhat taken aback upon discovering the popularity of Marvel comics in this world, likely due to the existence of superheroes whose tales were widely recognized. Kara, what are you doing?" Leon called out several times until he finally captured her attention. She turned her head, appearing dazed, as if awakening from stupor. "Godfather!" Kara exclaimed with delight, though her expression bore a hint of distress. "What's wrong?" Leon hurried over and embraced her, pulling her away from the precipice. Kara buried her head in his chest, her voice tinged with a change. "This world is so noisy." Just the night before, after Leon had departed, Kara, feeling aimless, had decided to retire early. Suddenly, she was inundated with sounds from the neighboring apartment. Initially, there were the sharp sounds of collisions, which crescendoed in her ears. It was as if countless voices surged into her consciousness all at once. Even through the walls, and from several streets away, she could still discern conversations. The cacophony only intensified, including even the thoughts of others. Telepathy. Leon immediately thought upon hearing Kara's words. Yet in truth, this phenomenon was merely a manifestation of her superhuman hearing as a Kryptonian. When her super hearing reached its zenith, she could pick up on any sound from any place and any event. "Godfather, do you also read Marvel comics? Are you aware of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters?" she exclaimed, causing Leon's expression to darken. Firstly, the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters does not exist in this world. It is merely a fleeting thought of mine. Moreover, Kara, could you refrain from listening to others' innermost thoughts? That was merely a passing thought. If only there were professors in this world, I would send you straight to them, allowing the esteemed educators to assist you in mastering your extraordinary abilities. In an instant, Kara became acutely aware of this sensation. The feeling of having one's innermost thoughts exposed was utterly dreadful, akin to being completely unclothed and defenseless. "If I disregard your words, an incessant cacophony of voices floods my ears," Kara lamented. "I am striving to control my powers. Please don't send me away, Godfather." Witnessing her distress, Leon felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. "I promise, Kara, regardless of what transpires, I shall remain by your side." Leon's earnest demeanor deeply moved young Kara. Chapter 6. Extracting Kara's abilities. Kara had only been enrolled for 2 months, yet nearly half of that time was spent absent from class. "Should this continue, I will have no choice but to expel her," despite the teachers claiming she is exceptionally intelligent. A stern voice from the phone reprimanded him. Leon could only respond with a smile. Principal Juliet, this is absolutely the last time. Kara suddenly fell ill. Mr. Leon, can you not provide a different excuse? You have used illness several times already. At school, Kara had already garnered a reputation for being frail. Yet the reality was that during class, she appeared quite healthy, albeit somewhat melancholic and quiet. After much negotiation, Leon finally managed to secure Kara's leave. After hanging up, he entered Kara's room, finding her lying in bed with a pillow covering her ears. Evidently, this was of little use, as her eyes were wide with distress. Leon, feeling somewhat weary himself, gently suggested, Kara, if you cannot sleep, why not rise and have something to eat? At this moment, all he could offer was his companionship. Perhaps the most crucial aspect was to take her to a secluded place, minimizing distractions and allowing her to acclimate to her abilities. However, unless Leon were to assume the identity of Bruce Wayne, he lacked the financial means to do so. I'm not hungry, Kara replied, visibly growing increasingly agitated. The cacophony surrounding her was so overwhelming that it felt as if her head might explode. With no other option, Leon called for a nearby restaurant to deliver a few tacos. Upon their arrival, the sight of tacos instead of noodles finally brought a smile to Kara's serious face. Thank you, Godfather. Leon also indulged in a taco. After she finished her meal, he gently stroked her soft golden hair and said, rest well for a few days. Kara nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his room, Leon quietly closed the door, careful not to create too much noise, and swiftly lay down to sleep. Having not closed his eyes for an entire night, he was far from invincible. Fatigue had long since set in. Yet just at that moment, a vivid image appeared before him, revitalizing his spirit. Name, Leon. Doctor, Karazordel, Affinity Illi. Ability, one-time extraction available. Instantly, Leon's Bearinas Banisha. Having possessed this extraordinary ability for several months, he finally felt a sense of reward for his efforts. Without further hesitation, he made the decision to extract. In his experience, anything associated with luck was merely a matter of chance. Poor fortune rendered even the most mystical endeavors futile. Extraction target, super goal. Abilities flight, super hearing, accelerated healing. Heat vision, super breath. The multitude of Kara's abilities overwhelmed him momentarily. The sun imparted comprehensive enhancements to Kryptonians, endowing them with nearly every conceivable superpower. Leon, however, could only extract one. An overwhelming desire to possess them all surged within him. Extraction successful, ability gained, super physique. Super physique, fundamental enhancements in various aspects, including super strength and accelerated healing. Limits will continue to strengthen with absorption of solar energy. The essence of physique encompassed numerous attributes, such as strength, speed, and endurance. Suddenly, Leon felt a wave of energy wash over him. He was no longer fatigued, almost feeling capable of breaking the bed beneath him. His previously weary body now felt as resilient as iron. As he opened his eyes, he perceived the world magnified before him, able to discern the minute specks on the ceiling. His other senses were heightened as well. Regrettably, the super physique did not include heat vision or super hearing. However, considering that Kara lacked heat vision at present, Leon felt a sense of relief. As a father figure, it was only right to preserve a semblance of dignity for his daughter. Moreover, in Gotham, possessing a robust physique was paramount. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim to the likes of Bane, known for his lethal prowess, or Batman, who claimed to never kill, instead leaving his foes crippled. One could not afford to be physically inadequate. Yet, upon further reflection, with the presence of the Joker and the Riddler in Gotham, intellect was equally crucial. It could only be said that Gotham was merciless, compelling individuals to develop holistically. Nonetheless, having any advantage was better than none. Excitedly rolling about in bed for a time, Leon decided against testing his newfound abilities at home, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. In the adjacent room, Kara could hear everything distinctly. As Leon was closest to her, she forced herself to refrain from probing into her father's thoughts, yet the sounds of his restless movements were unmistakable. She couldn't comprehend what could possibly excite him so. It wasn't until some time had passed that she finally discerned his rhythmic breathing, and her mind wandered to the myriad moments shared with Leon. As she arrived on Earth in her teenage years, she possessed a certain understanding of the world and had already developed her own perspectives, coupled with the traumatic memory of Krypton's destruction and the habits from her life there. Her initial integration into Earth was far from successful. It was only through Leon's remarkable patience that he aided Kara in acclimating to her new life. He taught her the languages of the Earth, including not only English but also the Mandarin of his homeland. Leon would personally prepare meals for her, despite Kara's growing weariness of noodles. He also engaged her in games, creating a familial bond that made her feel at home. Consequently, she gradually accepted Leon, perceiving him as her sole relative on Earth. Nevertheless, she often reflected on her life on Krypton, for it was her true homeland. Kara and her cousin Superman, Clark, cannot be more different. When Clark arrived on Earth, he bore no memories of Krypton and had always identified as an Earthling. In contrast, Kara found it exceedingly difficult to embrace such a reality. Childhood memories often leave an indelible mark on one's life, and upon discovering her uniqueness, she increasingly felt alienated from the inhabitants of Earth, struggling to assimilate. Under Leon's guidance, she learned to cautiously conceal her abilities, masquerading as an ordinary individual. The fear of being perceived as a monster if her powers were exposed weighed heavily on her. For Kara, this was an exhausting existence. It seemed she was destined to be different. As these thoughts lingered, Kara began to feel drowsy, and the cacophony around her gradually diminished, no longer disturbing her. She recognized this as a sign of her growing control over her abilities, akin to her mastery of X-ray vision and super breath. Initially, her eyes could penetrate any substance, revealing the bones and organs of those around her. Yet, over time, she had learned to manage this power. Thus, she paid little heed to the fading sounds and succumbed to sleep, aware that ultimately she would gain mastery over these abilities, though she remained uncertain about the reasons behind their emergence. Was it merely because she was a Kryptonian? Chapter 7. The Demonstration of Falcone in Truth. Leon had not slept for long before awakening from slumber. Thanks to his enhanced physique, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. In the past, he would have needed to sleep until 4 or 5 in the afternoon to awaken, relying on an alarm clock, and even then, he would experience a period of lethargy. However, if he had prior engagements, the circumstances would differ significantly. The disparity in energy levels was considerable for a man, depending on whether he had a partner. Regardless, being full of vitality was crucial for accomplishing great endeavors. Much like Bruce Wayne, who juggles his life as a playboy by day and transforms into the Dark Knight by night, Leon often finds himself questioning whether he is indeed human and whether he requires rest. He made little noise as he entered the living room, his gaze falling upon Kara's door, which remained firmly shut. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to see through the door or possess superhuman hearing, leaving him uncertain as to whether Kara had succumbed to slumber. The enhancements to his physique primarily manifested in his overall physical capabilities. His eyesight had certainly improved considerably. Previously, he had experienced slight nearsightedness, struggling to see clearly at a distance. Now, it was as if he were peering through a magnifying glass, capable of discerning even the slightest flutter of a mosquito. However, he did not possess the extraordinary ability to penetrate all barriers. His hearing had similarly transformed. Every whisper of the wind felt as if it could be detected, though he lacked the mind-reading prowess that Kara seemed to wield, which likely belonged to a different realm of abilities altogether. After all, Kara had activated her powers gradually. Soon after, Leon ventured out to procure dinner. Gotham, a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 3 million, was nearly the same size as its neighboring metropolis, offering a culinary landscape rich with global flavors. He chose not to drive, but opted instead for a brisk run, feeling as if the very ground trembled beneath his feet with each stride. With a light leap down an empty alley, it felt as though he might defy gravity itself. His superhuman physique endowed him with a sensation akin to that of Superman, as if he had inherited a fragment of Kryptonian heritage, still capable of absorbing solar energy. This was the true marvel of Kryptonians, their relentless potential for growth and the unfathomable biological field they possessed. Were it not for his responsibilities as a guardian, Leon would have relished the opportunity to revel in the exhilarating sensation brought forth by his extraordinary strength and solitude. Before long, Leon traversed the Diamond District and arrived at Chinatown. The distance he covered felt remarkably effortless. Kara had a notable affinity for Chinese cuisine, and children often favored bold flavors, with their tolerance for spice surpassing even his own. Thus, Leon selected a traditional Chinese restaurant that had retained much of its original character and ordered several dishes. The establishment was staffed predominantly by individuals of Chinese descent, and Leon could not help but see reflections of his past self. Had he not been reported, he might still have been washing dishes in a restaurant rather than working at the Iceberg Lounge. After enjoying his meal, Leon carefully packed the leftovers for Kara and made his way home, placing the takeout on the dining table in the living room. Noticing that the door remained tightly closed, he surmised that Kara must have drifted off to sleep. Although she was indeed a Kryptonian child, he thought it best not to disturb her after a day without rest. And so he proceeded to work. After all, he had just been appointed the bar manager the day before, and he felt compelled to approach the day with enthusiasm. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of any incidents reminiscent of the robbery he had faced the previous day. In the Diamond District, the Penguin's influence ensured that such violent crimes were not permitted. He arrived at the Iceberg Lounge. Before Leon's arrival, the club had already opened its doors, albeit not permitting patrons to enter just yet. Although it was still early, a few guests were already queuing outside. The Iceberg Lounge, renowned throughout Gotham, held an esteemed reputation. Upon his arrival, Leon immediately noticed an unusual number of Penguin's henchmen guarding the premises. Clad in tailored suits and ties, each one bore weapons, possibly firearms concealed beneath their attire. What transpired here? Despite his role as the bar manager, many of the henchmen disregarded Leon, with only those who had previously savored his cocktails informing him of a provocation. Maintain discretion upon entering, they advised. With curiosity piqued, Leon was allowed inside. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, and as he entered the main hall, he was confronted by a gruesome sight. The floor was stained with blood, darkened with time. Raising his gaze, he beheld a corpse suspended before the iceberg, a white elderly woman, her neck and arms draped in white cloth, bearing evident wounds inflicted by a sharp instrument. The blood had long been drained, rendering her a macabre sight akin to a desiccated corpse. No one dared to approach the body. All the staff had retreated to the periphery, their faces reflecting fear and shock, devoid of any inclination to work. Leon felt similarly unsettled. Such a horrific scene was a rarity even in Gotham and was likely to induce physical discomfort. Several waitresses were seen retching or hiding away, unable to bear the sight. Leon hastily made his way to the bar area, urging, "You all should head to the back. Do not linger here." Strangely, Penguin's men had permitted ordinary employees to enter as well. Upon hearing Leon's command, the employees, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, scurried to the back room. The burly Frank approached, exclaiming, "These fools will surely earn the wrath of Boss Cobblepot." Leon, his expression grave, inquired, "What is going on?" Frank replied succinctly, "She is Tommy's mother." Instantly, Leon understood. Tommy had betrayed Penguin and was decisively dealt with by Victor. Yet Cobblepot had assured he would look after Tommy's mother. Clearly, this was not the manner of care intended. It was evident that someone had exploited the time when the Iceberg Lounge was closed to commit this act, thus rendering it a provocation, a demonstration, and a significant affront to Penguin. Such was the nature of the mob. Not only were they prone to calamity, but their families were also ensnared in the chaos. Leon chose not to inquire further. He harbored no interest in such matters, provided they did not threaten himself or Carla. Indeed, Carla was the sole concern that tethered Leon to this world. He remained indifferent to everything else, even if it were the apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, Penguin arrived, descending from his limousine, his umbrella serving as a makeshift cane. Accompanied by his loyal confidants, including the bald Victor, he bore an air of authority. In his youth, Penguin Cobblepot had suffered the loss of his father to pneumonia, a consequence of a torrential downpour. His mother insisted that he never part with his umbrella. The dutiful Penguin man adhered to this request, enduring ridicule with unwavering resolve. Yet now, no one dared to mock him lightly. The thud of the umbrella striking the ground resonated like a foreboding tolling bell. The young men in the Iceberg Club sprang to attention. Almost everyone present donned black suits, resembling a cadre of Wall Street elites rather than street thugs. Gotham's criminal underbelly has a peculiar characteristic, with many factions operating as family units, such as the formidable Falcone clan, the adversary at hand. Upon glimpsing the scene, the Penguin's countenance turned as frosty as the icy landscape, and he spoke. In Gotham, the mere mention of the Falcone surname demands utmost caution. Once upon a time, the Falcone family wielded immense power over the city. with both legitimate and illicit enterprises bowing to their dominion. Chapter 8, of course. Call the police. There was a time when the Falcone family loomed like a mountain over Gotham City. The mayor and the police chief were inextricably linked to Carmine Falcone, the family's patriarch. Even the mayor and police chief were compelled to heed Carmine's commands. Renowned for his ruthlessness and expansionist tendencies, he earned the moniker the Roman, and the Falcone family was once likened to the Roman Empire. However, glory is but a relic of the past. Just as Gotham's 4 prominent families have seen better days, so too has the Falcone legacy diminished. Though Carmine Falcone has retired, his children remain active in the underworld. The Penguin, Cobblepot, harbors countless grievances against the Falcone family. Grievances that persist to this day. The Falcone heir, a foolish son, has lured traitors into his midst and slapped the Penguin's face, igniting his ire. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, adopting a waddle that increasingly resembled that of a penguin. This matter would not be settled lightly. With his umbrella as a prop, Cobblepot strode into the center, standing amidst a pool of blood, indifferent to the crimson splatters staining his polished shoes. His feet splayed outward, presenting a comically absurd appearance. Yet none dared to laugh. Tommy was a good lad, devoted to his mother, a steadfast companion, and sincere toward his friends. I believe he would also make a good husband and father. However, adorned with a top hat and a tailcoat, the Penguin commenced his impassioned speech. The accursed Falcone family had wronged him, robbing him of his youthful vitality, and now, cruelly, had taken his mother's life. His malevolent gaze swept over his loyal followers. Some appeared anxious, others haunted by fear, yet a greater number burned with indignation. To ensure the cohesion of his ranks, Cobblepot declared with fury, "We must exact a blood debt from the Falcone family. I shall retaliate without fail." "Indeed, boss." A chorus of voices erupted from the gathered subordinates. Subsequently, the Penguin raised his arm and called out, "For Tommy! For Tommy!" Almost everyone joined in the chant, as if they were the champions of justice. In a bid for camaraderie, Leon also raised his arm. The Penguin, Cobblepot, nodded in approval. The greatest dread of a crime family is the absence of cohesion. Once the hearts of the people scatter, collapse is imminent. "You may disperse," he commanded, waving his hand, and the minions scattered. Then, surveying the room, the Penguin turned to Leon and said, "You are the bar manager. It is now your responsibility to address this matter." Leon felt a sense of helplessness but nodded in acquiescence. To avoid further conflict, he inquired, "Mr. Cobblepot, what should be done?" The Penguin replied coolly, "Our Iceberg Lounge is a legitimate and law-abiding establishment. In the face of such criminal activities, we must naturally alert the authorities. Although we maintain order in Diamond District, it is essential to involve the police when necessary. Otherwise, what purpose do they serve?" Before long, several police cars arrived outside the Iceberg Lounge. Until that moment, the patrons waiting outside remained oblivious to the unfolding events, knowing only that the club had yet to open its doors that day. With the arrival of the officers, a cordon was swiftly established around the establishment. A seasoned and handsome sheriff exited his vehicle, flashed his badge, and inquired of the staff, Gotham Police Department, who called in the report. The Penguin's well-dressed subordinates had already departed, leaving only the waitstaff and the manager behind. As he had stated, the Iceberg Lounge was a legitimate venue, at least in a legal sense. "Commissioner Gordon, I made the call." Leon stepped forward from the crowd, having just consoled a few timid waitresses. "It was you." Upon recognizing Leon, James Gordon immediately asked, "How is Kara?" "She is well, thank you, Commissioner Gordon," Leon replied with a smile. Although they were not particularly close acquaintances, they had crossed paths before. On that occasion, Leon had been accused of smelting copper and nearly found himself in jail until Kara, leveraging her youth, had cried and pleaded at the precinct, catching Commissioner Gordon's attention. Consequently, after assessing the situation, James Gordon had assisted them in registering their information and even helped Kara find a school. His actions had left both Leon and Kara deeply moved. At this moment, James Gordon patted Leon on the shoulder and remarked, "As a father myself, it is my duty to assist." The endearing Kara reminded him of his daughter, Barbara, which motivated him to help Leon and Kara. Although Kara lacked proper identification and was undocumented, for James Gordon, now a commissioner, it was merely a minor issue. "You are currently employed at the Iceberg Lounge?" Upon hearing Commissioner Gordon's words, Leon affirmed, "Indeed." He spoke little, for James Gordon's demeanor was peculiar. Long before James Gordon ascended to the position of commissioner, he had already made the acquaintance of the Penguin. Thus, he was acutely aware of the Penguin's machinations and the vast underground empire he controlled. Leon's association with the Penguin inevitably raised suspicions within him. What was the situation? At that moment, officers had already arrived on the scene, and Commissioner Gordon promptly inquired. "We were unaware. We only discovered it upon arriving for duty," Leon replied. Naturally, James Gordon was incredulous. "You have compromised the crime scene. There are shoe prints amidst the bloodstains. Perhaps they were unaccustomed to such scenes, initially attempting to wipe away the blood. But I intervened, and they did not disturb the body." Leon could hardly disclose that the Penguin had delivered a speech not long ago. James Gordon scoffed at this revelation. Soon, the Gotham Police Department identified the victim. The deceased was identified as Maria Saxon, aged 58, and she had a son, Tom Saxon, who could not be reached. Upon hearing this news, James Gordon had a clear understanding of the situation and directly asked, "Where is Tom?" Leon, however, evaded the question. "Tommy is a good boy." He merely reiterated the Penguin's words, albeit only the first two sentences. This undoubtedly implied to James Gordon that Tommy had once worked for the Penguin. Consequently, James Gordon snorted in disdain, expressing his contempt. A good boy? At least he is not scum. Yet, he had acted in a manner befitting scum, implicating his mother in the process. "You will accompany us to the precinct to provide a statement." The officers photographed the scene and proceeded to remove the body, while the staff of the Iceberg Lounge were questioned. As the one who had reported the incident, Leon was naturally required to give a statement. Chapter 9. A good man. The Penguin had once remarked that James Gordon might be Gotham's only good man. Regrettably, Gotham is a place that can scarcely accommodate even a single virtuous soul. From detective to commissioner, no one truly comprehends the numerous assassination attempts and assaults James Gordon has endured. Although the current commissioner remains a good man, he has undoubtedly become more astute, no longer recklessly defiant as in his youth. However, his aversion to evil has not waned. In the interrogation room of the Gotham Police Department, he sat alone before Leon, taking his statement. Once the statement was complete, James Gordon immediately queried, "Leon, you must reveal the truth to me." In his previous account, Leon had feigned ignorance. "I am aware that the Iceberg Lounge is a hub of the Penguin's criminal activities, and this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with his illicit endeavors. As long as you agree to become my informant." Before James Gordon could finish, Leon interrupted, "Commissioner Gordon, you are a good man." Over the years, countless individuals have uttered these words to James Gordon, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. "When Kara and I first arrived in this city, your assistance was invaluable. Through perseverance, we have managed to survive in Gotham, a feat not easily accomplished. She is diligently pursuing her studies, while I am laboring tirelessly, all for the sake of ensuring her healthy and joyful upbringing." In his youth, James Gordon would have resorted to any means, even coercion, to solicit Leon's help. However, the current Commissioner Gordon has grasped the essence of Leon's words. He cannot jeopardize the well-being of Leon and Kara. This represents the shrewdness he has acquired over the years. Observing the softening of James Gordon's demeanor, Leon chuckled. "Of course, I too am a law-abiding citizen. Should any incident arise, I will not hesitate to notify the authorities." With this concession, Commissioner Gordon nodded, saying, "You may leave now." Leon rose and extended his hand. "Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." Gordon remained silent, merely gazing, until he ultimately reached out to shake Leon's hand. Upon exiting the precinct, the night had fully enveloped the city. Leon glanced at the Iceberg Lounge. Noting it was closed for the evening, swiftly cleaned out. With no work to attend to, he headed home. The Diamond District was rife with trepidation, and even at this late hour, the streets were devoid of any criminals. Under normal circumstances, Leon would have encountered several blockades. Certainly, a man of his acumen would avoid venturing out. After all, a certain group possesses remarkable talents in the shadows, capable of achieving invisibility as long as they do not reveal their teeth, a source of great distress for anyone who encounters them. Bang! Bang! With his enhanced physique and acute senses, Leon suddenly detected the sound of a cloak rustling in the night. Looking up, he spotted a dark figure traversing the rooftop. Batman. Leon felt indifferent towards him, yet perhaps due to his employment at the Iceberg Lounge, he hastily returned home. Gotham's night belonged to those clad in tight suits. Without such attire, he was no anomaly. "Father." As the door swung open, Kara emerged from her room. Though children often succumb to sleep, Kara, being exceptionally gifted, Required only a brief slumber to feel invigorated. It appears you are well again. Witnessing Kara's return to her lively self filled Leon with immense joy. She cupped her hands over her ears and declared, with a pop, "It vanished. Yet I can still attempt to listen." Clearing his throat, Leon quickly embraced Kara and guided her to the sofa. "Kara, have you forgotten our agreement?" Noticing Leon's anxiousness, Kara chuckled softly. "Of course not. I will not casually employ my superpowers." Kara had resolved to refrain from using her telepathic abilities lightly, for after listening for so long, she discovered the world to be not only tumultuous, but also filled with darkness in the hearts of many. In Gotham, the atmosphere had nearly plunged Kara into a state of melancholy during her time there. It seemed as though everyone was preoccupied with schemes against one another or plotting criminal endeavors. Consequently, upon acquiring her abilities, Kara promptly shielded herself from this cacophony. Under Leon's gentle persuasion, she confided her thoughts to him. Leon felt a sense of relief that he had not succumbed to frivolous musings. Otherwise, his persona would have crumbled in Kara's presence. The darkness that resides within the hearts of humanity conceals the corruption of the entire world. Thus, it is prudent not to delve into the inner thoughts of others, Leon advised Kara. The ancients spoke wisely when they said to inquire about actions rather than the heart. Every human harbors a shadowy aspect within. However, Leon refrained from elaborating further, opting instead to lead by example. His bad habits had diminished significantly, save for certain unavoidable indulgences, for after all, the desires of the flesh are inherent. The following day, Kara hastened to attend school at Gotham High. The principal's threats were no laughing matter. Had Leon possessed wealth, he might have used it to exempt Kara from attending classes punctually. Yet he did not. Leon remained at home, taking a respite. By afternoon, Kara returned from school, and Leon prepared dinner for her. Tossing her backpack onto a chair, she remarked, "Godfather, there's an outdoor activity this weekend, and the teacher asked if I would participate. Why not join in?" Leon queried, while skillfully following a video tutorial to make fried rice. Though he was not adept at cooking, he could manage boiling rice, and thus he had taken the initiative to learn how to prepare fried rice. Mastering the art of ing would come later. Kara seemed enveloped by the old sofa, playfully engaging with it, as she said, "They're all so immature." "Do you have no friends?" Leon inquired. "No, we lack even common topics of conversation," she replied without hesitation. In comparison to Kara, who had endured the destruction of Krypton and a harrowing escape, even her peers in Gotham appeared remarkably juvenile. "Well, the outdoor activity is designed for you to make friends. Perhaps you will discover shared interests," Leon suggested, scooping the fried rice from the pan. He perceived a resemblance between himself and Kara. In his past life, he too had harbored disdain for summer camps and excursions during his school years. However, as he matured, he recognized the importance of participating in communal activities. "Godfather, why do I get the impression that you're trying to send me away?" "Kada market." Her expression tinged with skepticism. Leon coughed, suspecting that Kara might have read his thoughts. Yet, he could not reveal such a sentiment. He recalled a charming French girl he had met while studying in China, whose Mandarin was impeccable. She possessed a delightful appearance, with lustrous black hair that evoked a sense of familiarity, and her long legs were an added allure. Naturally, Leon wished to arrange a meeting with her in Kara's absence. Unbeknownst to Kara, Leon regarded her as a mere encumbrance, yet she was already quite accustomed to such expressions. Carla, petite yet formidable, earnestly declared, "Indeed, it is time for me to find a godmother, lest others truly believe you are melting copper." Leon promptly presented a plate of fried rice, effectively silencing her. Chapter 10. Sophia Falcone, is it delicious? In the apartment, Leon observed Carla's solemn demeanor as she regarded the bowl of fried rice before her. Quite tasty. Had Carla not been frowning, Leon might have believed her. How does it compare to the Chinese restaurant we visited previously? About the same. In a whirlwind of appetite, Carla swiftly consumed the entirety of the dish. It wasn't that the food was inedible. Rather, it lacked a certain richness in flavor. A novice cook either hesitates to use spices or overdoes it. Leon belonged to the former category. After sampling a bit himself, Leon deemed it acceptable. "All right, I'm off to work. Take care at home." Understood. Despite possessing superhuman strength, Leon's life had not undergone significant transformation. It has been said that the ability to wield monetary power surpasses that of superpowers. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, struggles to repay Aunt May's loan, while Superman, Clark Kent, lost a farm left by his adoptive parents to the bank. Moreover, many superheroes lead lives of financial hardship. Leon harbored no aspirations of abstaining from beef or becoming a national or ancestral figure. Particularly in Gotham, he had no desire to attract the attention of any costumed fiend. In his past life, Leon embraced a minimalist lifestyle, and he continued to do so. He simply wished for a stable existence, to improve his quality of life, and to raise Carla in good health. He was accustomed to being an ordinary individual, not a savior. For an ordinary person, having a job, especially one as a manager, was quite satisfactory. The nefarious dealings of the Penguin were of no concern to him. He refused to be morally shackled by the notion that greater power equates to greater responsibility. As he walked along the street, Leon felt a warmth enveloping his body, a burgeoning sense of strength. Although Gotham seldom enjoyed direct sunlight, the energy of the sun was omnipresent, and Leon slowly absorbed it. The Iceberg Lounge operated as usual, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Now, the bar manager, Leon was relieved from the burden of laboring himself. Unless a patron specifically requested his bartending skills or called for service from the Penguin and his associates. However, the Penguin had yet to make an appearance that day, and his minions were scarcely seen. With the absence of the Penguin, the two managers were the highest authority present, yet Leon found little respite. In fact, his responsibilities multiplied. Nevertheless, out of respect for Franklin, he remained diligent. Before long, the night deepened. The crowd in the casino had dwindled, converging instead at the bar, increasing the workload for Leon and his team. The waitresses adorned in bunny costumes were reaping their rewards, with the seams of their outfits stuffed with tips. Bang! Amidst the intoxicating revelry, a group of individuals suddenly entered through the door. This assembly was impeccably organized, adorned in identical attire. Though not as formal as the Penguin's minions in their suits and ties, they were far from ordinary. Upon their entrance, they immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the air. Chaos engulfed the crowd. Instinctively, no one lingered to observe the spectacle, but instead sought to escape, clutching their heads in desperation. Only a handful of individuals, seemingly seasoned in such turmoil, swiftly sought refuge, either in the corners of the room or beneath the gambling tables. What ensued was the most extensive gunfight that Leon had ever witnessed. Numerous innocent socialites and debutantes fell, their pristine garments rapidly soaked in crimson. The scant few of the Penguin's subordinates did not succumb quietly. They retaliated with their own weapons. As for the intruders, they unleashed a relentless hail of bullets as if they were costless. Leon, quick to react, pulled down a nearby woman who had been engaged in conversation, urging her to take cover. This white woman claimed to hail from South Africa and was unfamiliar with Gotham, having intended to invite him to explore the city together. Before Leon could contemplate his response, calamity struck. "Call the police," he shouted at her, who appeared frozen in fear. If she truly were from South Africa, she was certainly witnessing an American spectacle, perhaps more accurately, a Gotham spectacle. Trembling, the woman fumbled for her phone and dialed 911, only to find a line busy. At that moment, Leon felt a sharp pain in his arm. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a bullet wound that had not penetrated the skin, and, astonishingly, this mark healed at an astonishing rate. Superhuman resilience. It seemed he had inherited the current abilities of Carla. Otherwise, a bullet would have left a more lasting trace. Reassured by this revelation, Leon realized the significance of possessing a robust physique in Gotham. In a mere span of time, the Penguin subordinates had been completely neutralized. The initial number of individuals present had already been sparse, and facing a superior force, they had not lasted long. The Iceberg Club was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths and the woman's muffled sobs. "Gather close, do not move recklessly, or the bullets shall not discriminate." One voice commanded, "We are not here to slaughter indiscriminately. Let's be wise." These individuals swiftly took control of the scene. With the Penguin's men eliminated, the remaining patrons complied, huddling together in submission. "Miss Sophia, you are safe now," another voice spoke. Suddenly, the soft click of high heels echoed through the quiet club. Though faint, Leon's enhanced hearing captured the sound distinctly, allowing him to mentally construct a three-dimensional image of her presence, pinpointing her location within his mind. The sound of high heels ceased as the woman arrived at the center. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed the flustered socialites, prompting her to chuckle. "Rest assured, Although we are part of the underworld, we are not mindless murderers. As long as you comply, I guarantee your survival. Of course, do not expect the police to rescue you. They are as obedient as dogs before me." She paused, recalling her manners. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sophia Falcone." Among the crowd, it was evident that some recognized the illustrious name of Sophia, while even those unfamiliar trembled at the mention of the Falcone surname. Sophia Falcone, daughter of Carmine Falcone, the legitimate heir of the Falcone family. Known for her violent temperament and filled with rage, she had earned the moniker of the executioner. Satisfied with the silence that enveloped the crowd, she inquired now, "Tell me, with the Penguin absent, who holds sway here?" One of her henchmen seized a bartender, who, terrified, immediately exclaimed, "Not me." "Then who?" The bartender quickly pointed towards Leon, who was comforting a South African woman. Sophia had obtained the answer she sought and promptly drew her pistol, shooting the bartender dead. "I detest traitors," she remarked, blowing on the barrel of her gun and directing a calm smile towards Leon. Chapter 11. Abundant cash power. Sophia Falcone appeared to be in her 30s. The age of Caucasian women is often elusive. Some you might assume to be adults are merely 14 or 15, while others, whom you might think youthful, are already in their 30s or 40s. As an Italian, Sophia's prominent nose caught attention, complemented by her striking large eyes, which burned with fury. Her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a sleek black evening gown, casually draped in a coat. She resembled a noblewoman rather than a crime lord. The muzzle of her gun seemed to aim indiscriminately at Leon, causing his body to tense. Though reluctant to engage, he realized that if pushed to extremes, he could no longer conceal his abilities. In the absence of other witnesses, he would have acted long ago. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of many, revealing his strength would invite innumerable troubles. Even Superman, Clark, refrained from exposing his true identity. How could he? Moreover, Leon had his family to consider. "Do not be anxious." Sophia's voice took on a magnetic, husky tone. "As long as you behave, I shall spare your life." Who would believe you? Leon could only release the South African woman and approach her. "What is your name?" "Leon." "Leon? Excellent, call your boss." Sophia extended her phone towards Leon. Naturally, he was unaware of the Penguin's number, yet he knew Frank's, a trusted confidant of the Penguin. Before long, the call connected. "Who is this?" Frank swiftly passed the phone to Boss Cobblepot. "There's been an incident." Without further inquiry, Frank merely replied, "Just a moment." Before long, the somber voice of the Penguin resonated through the line. "I detest bad news, Leon." Upon hearing the Penguin's voice, Sophia snatched the phone with urgency. "Regrettably, Penguin, you must be informed of this news," she declared. Sophia, the Penguin, evidently recognizing her, expressed surprise. "You wretched creature. You have slain members of the Falcone family and abducted my brother. In return, how about I obliterate your iceberg lounge?" Sophia retorted with palpable fury. The iceberg lounge was the Penguin's pride and joy, a place he cherished dearly. This struck at the very heart of his vulnerabilities. The Penguin remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "It's merely an iceberg lounge. Do you truly believe I would care?" However, it was clear to all that his emotions were stirred. Cobblepot continued, "Moreover, Sophia, you should be grateful. I have eliminated your rivals, thus securing the Falcone family for you." "Indeed," Sophia replied with a chilling smile. "I ought to express my gratitude to you, you scoundrel, but I must also provide an explanation to my family. I shall ensure your subordinates accompany you to the grave, along with your esteemed club." "Wait," the Penguin interjected hastily, "if that is the case, I find myself reluctant to eliminate Alberto, that foolish lad. He knows his sister cares not for him. Is this not a splendid performance?" Upon hearing this, Leon astutely observed the flicker of joy in Sophia's demeanor. Clearly, she held her brother in high regard, contrary to her earlier assertions. "What do you intend?" the Penguin pressed. Sophia fell silent, reluctant to reveal her intentions, yet it seemed the Penguin had already surmised her thoughts. If she were unconcerned about her brother, how could her actions have been so immediate? The Penguin had just abducted him, and she retaliated against the iceberg lounge without delay, leaving him momentarily disconcerted. Nevertheless, the Penguin had the upper hand. "Time is slipping away. Sophia." "What do you mean, Penguin?" Sophia inquired, a hint of panic in her voice. Cobblepot then suggested, "If you fail to comprehend, perhaps you should step outside and take a look." Sophia promptly pushed through the crowd, gesturing for Leon to follow, her gun still aimed at him. Upon stepping outside, she trembled at the sight before her. In the darkened skies of Gotham, a colossal light had appeared, casting a shadow over the clouds and revealing the emblem of a bat. The bat signal. Ha 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 ha. The Penguin erupted in laughter over the phone. We must leave at once. Sophia abruptly severed the call, acutely aware that her time was limited. Gripping Leon tightly, she advanced further inside. However, upon entering the club, chaos reigned. Bang! With a series of muffled explosions, the entire Iceberg Club instantaneously filled with smoke. Crack! The air was soon filled with anguished screams and the sound of bones fracturing. Clearly, Batman had already taken action. Damned! Instead of fleeing, Sophia charged in without hesitation. Enveloped in the haze, her vision was severely impaired, and she could merely discern a shadow flitting through the smoke. Only Leon remained unaffected. His enhanced vision allowed him to clearly perceive Batman's agile form. Clad in high-tech armor, Batman was equipped with grappling hooks, a bat cape, a projector, and an array of gadgets that no mere air could afford. It epitomized one phrase: financial prowess. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment's pause, Sophia fired at the elusive shadow. Retreat, she shouted, her voice slicing through the tumult. Her subordinates quickly responded, hastily withdrawing while simultaneously returning fire at Batman. The Dark Knight deftly maneuvered, evading bullets with remarkable agility, and when cornered, he turned his back, using his cape to deflect the incoming rounds. Clang! The bullets ricocheted off harmlessly, and soon, Batman's gaze was fixed upon Sophia. Like a humanoid bat, he lunged toward her. Unceremoniously, Sophia fled, calling out, Leon, block him. Leon, not foolish, quickly sidestepped. Yet, Batman had set his sights on him. Noticing Leon's uniform, and suspecting him to be affiliated with the underworld, he showed no mercy, intent on swiftly incapacitating Leon before resuming his pursuit. Faced with the onslaught, Leon instinctively braced himself. Batman's strikes were relentless, targeting his joints with precision. It is said that Batman never kills, but for an ordinary person enduring his training, life would be but a torment. Bang! Leon managed to thwart Batman's assault, surprising the caped crusader momentarily, before Batman resumed his barrage. A master of martial arts. Well-versed in nearly every fighting style known to man, Batman's attacks were sharp and fluid, a testament to his prowess. No matter the move, his offense was unyielding and continuous. Leon could only react instinctively, relying on his speed. In the realm of combat, swiftness reigned supreme. Yet even so, he endured several strikes from Batman, each landing with little more than a sting. Chapter 12. An alien maiden. This revelation took Batman by surprise. In Gotham, few could withstand his relentless approach. After all, many of Gotham's supercriminals do not excel in strength. Even the Penguin cannot withstand a few strikes from Batman. With such capabilities, why would one choose to align with the mob? Batman paused, refraining from further aggression. He analyzed the situation. Although Leon possessed no combat skills, his sheer physical prowess rendered him a formidable opponent. Leon's attributes were defined by his remarkable speed, immense strength, and an apparent insensitivity to pain, almost as if he were not of human origin. Noticing Batman's cold gaze fixed upon him, Leon swiftly declared, "Damn it, I am not her man." "Yet you're affiliated with the Iceberg Club," Batman replied, well aware that Leon was not part of the Falcone family. "It is merely a matter of survival." "Not everyone is born in a luxury," Leon responded with a detached tone. Having been inexplicably assaulted, even by Batman, Leon wore a grim expression. At that moment, the sound of police sirens finally echoed from outside. Gotham's officers were slower to arrive than Batman, which was to be expected. When Leon turned around, he discovered that Batman had vanished without a trace. The officers opened all the passageways to ventilate the area, finally revealing the scene within. The Iceberg Club had been left in tatters, riddled with bullet holes and bloodstains, and many lives had been lost. Commissioner James Gordon grimaced as he remarked, "These damn gangsters are the cancer of Gotham." They immediately began to secure the scene. With so many casualties, accountability was imperative. Before long, the Penguin arrived on the scene. "Jim," he exclaimed, extending his arms toward Commissioner Gordon in a warm greeting. However, Gordon did not acknowledge him, merely scoffing, "Oz, was this your doing? How can you falsely accuse the innocent?" The Penguin, Cobblepot, feigned indignation, stating, "The Iceberg Club has always been a legitimate and lawful establishment. Who could have foreseen such envy? If you are a good man, Then Gotham must be devoid of villains, Gordon scoffed in response. The Penguin remained unfazed, turning his attention to Leon and the others, suddenly displaying a congenial smile. You all did splendidly. Bonuses will be distributed shortly, and everyone can take 2 days off. He then proceeded to deal with the Gotham Police Department. Everyone provided their statements. Even the Penguin was not exempt, as the Iceberg Club was his domain. By the time all of this was concluded, dawn was approaching. At that moment, the bald victor approached the Penguin and whispered, "Should we retaliate?" "Retaliate for what?" The Penguin responded expressionlessly. "What benefit would such revenge bring? We are the mob, not mindless fools. Never engage in actions without gain." Naturally, he added, "We must reassure our brethren." Wayne Manor, a Batmobile, akin to a bumper car, surged through the tunnel and into the concealed Batcave, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. As the hatch opened, Bruce Wayne leaped out, removing his helmet. "Master Wayne, judging by your stern countenance, it appears the evening has not been favorable." An elderly voice resonated. Alfred, bearing a tray adorned with steaming coffee and a warm, damp towel, approached. Bruce's thoughts were consumed by Leon, a stranger he had never encountered before. The notion of not uncovering Leon's background plagued his mind, leaving him restless. For Bruce, it was imperative to be acquainted with everyone in Gotham. He grasped the coffee, disregarding the towel, and addressed Alfred. "I need to investigate someone." "I have already commenced the inquiry," Alfred replied, ever the dutiful steward. Having served Bruce for so long, he understood his character well. Approaching the supercomputer, Bruce discovered information about Leon. He had assumed a new identity in Gotham, accompanied by a daughter, who, evidently, was adopted. However, details regarding his past remained classified and shrouded in secrecy. Placing the tray aside, Alfred cautioned, "Master, you must contemplate this carefully. It may pertain to a clandestine organization." Yet, before Alfred could finish his thought, Bruce had already begun to decrypt the confidential information. "Well, you have always been this way," Alfred remarked, resigned to Bruce's nature. Soon, the file was deciphered, and as Bruce accessed the classified data, it revealed Leon's personal information along with his previous life in Ohio. The details appeared mundane, depicting an ordinary American youth's existence, filled with either courting or idleness. However, Bruce soon clicked on a satellite footage video. Though the image was unclear, it hinted at a significant occurrence. The footage depicted a spacecraft landing on Earth, with Leon approaching and opening the vessel. Subsequently, a young girl emerged. "Oh dear," Alfred remarked in his quintessential British accent. "It seems this girl is an extraterrestrial." Bruce nodded in agreement. More concerning was the implication that someone had concealed their traces. Otherwise, they would have been discovered even in Gotham. "Shall we consider the possibility of extraterrestrial beings threatening Earth?" Alfred jested, but Bruce furrowed his brow in earnest contemplation. Observing this, Alfred advised, "Do not take it too seriously. Perhaps she is merely a survivor." As Bruce Wayne's loyal butler, he maintained a hopeful disposition, serving as a ray of sunshine in Bruce's life. "I wonder if there are other extraterrestrials on Earth?" Leon had been granted a few days of leave. The Iceberg Club has suffered damage and will evidently require several days for renovations, particularly to mend the bullet holes. Additionally, it remains uncertain whether the club's reputation will be adversely affected by this incident. However, that is a concern for the Penguin. Before departing, the Penguin offered a few encouraging words to Leon, seemingly optimistic about his prospects. With a freshly acquired bonus of $1,000 nestled in his pocket, Leon intended to purchase something for Kara. Yet, even as dawn approached, most establishments remained shuttered. Thus, Leon made his way to the nearby Chinatown. As anticipated, although it was barely past 5, a breakfast shop had opened its doors. After procuring a few steaming meat buns, along with 2 cups of soy milk and several fried dough sticks, Leon hurried back. Fortunately, the Diamond District is adjacent to Chinatown, and given Leon's current physical condition, he managed to jog back at a controlled pace without breaking a sweat. Chapter 13. Grasping the vital vein. Godfather, are you unemployed? Kara inuited. Munching on her bun, while watching the news report about the Iceberg Club, she was aware of Leon's employment there. "No, just taking a few days off," Leon replied, enjoying his fried dough. "Godfather, I heard that the Iceberg Club is the Penguin's lair," Kara remarked, her knowledge of the infamous Penguin even extending to her. This insight had come from her acute hearing. Thus, she felt a twinge of concern for her godfather. Leon settled beside Kara. "Gotham is riddled with gangs. Even Chinatown, where we frequently visit, is under someone's control." This statement rendered Kara momentarily silent. She then expressed her confusion. Isn't there Batman in Gotham? Why is it still like this? Because he's also a stakeholder, Leon scoffed lightly. Unfortunately, Kara was still too naive to grasp this notion. However, she did not dwell on it, content as long as Leon remained unharmed. On Earth, her concerns were limited to two individuals, Leon and her cousin. She had come to Earth in pursuit of her cousin, Kalalisa Spassakraft. Now that she had arrived safely, she pondered how her cousin was faring. During her days of rest, Leon had stayed indoors for the first couple of days. It wasn't until Friday, when Kara went to school, that he ventured out in the afternoon to meet with a French girl. This girl had also come to Gotham for work, employed at a subsidiary of Wayne Enterprises. She possessed elegantly tousled curls, large, bright eyes, and a sweet visage. Hello. Upon spotting Leon, she greeted him directly in Chinese, albeit somewhat rusty since arriving in America. Is it difficult to get into Wayne Enterprises? Leon inquired, glancing at the conspicuous Wayne Pharmaceutical sign behind her. Well, I aim to join the main company, but I was unexpectedly assigned to a subsidiary, she replied. Lian responded, yet her expression betrayed a sense of pride. The Wayne Group's influence permeated every sector in Gotham. To work for Wayne Group was akin to being among the elite of Gotham. And you? What do you do in Gotham? Leon, having been asked this question numerous times, smiled and replied, I'm a manager now. Oh, where? Faced with a relentless inquiry, Leon answered, at the Iceberg Club. Lian recalled a recent news article and, after a brief silence, remarked, perhaps I could visit when I have some free time. You're welcome, Leon replied, only to notice that Lian had suddenly grown somewhat aloof. Consequently, he refrained from suggesting dinner and instead ordered coffee. Lian began discussing topics that Leon found incomprehensible, seemingly highlighting their lack of common ground. Given the circumstances, Leon glanced at the time and remarked, it's getting late. I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to head back to rest. Sensing that Leon might wish to prolong their interaction, especially as it was dinner time, Lian quickly interjected. Leon chuckled, so am I. My daughter has just finished school. Lian's demeanor shifted instantly. She hadn't anticipated that Leon had a daughter, which made her more distant. However, Leon, oblivious to her thoughts, bid her a casual farewell. For such a trivial matter, he had ventured to Gotham's financial district, situated at the southernmost point near Blackgate Island. Remembering that Kara hadn't eaten, he called home to inform her that he would bring food. He chose not to walk back and instead took a cab. Traveling back to the Diamond District required crossing two areas, the Municipal District and Gotham's Old Town, making a cab the faster option. Approximately half an hour later, Leon returned to his apartment in the Diamond District, dinner in hand. However, he sensed something was amiss. An inexplicable silence enveloped the space. Kara, Leon called out as he opened the door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Seated on the sofa was not Kara, but another woman, Sophia Falcone, whom he had seen just a few days prior. Although he knew Kara was unlikely to be in any trouble, Leon's anger flared. This is not your place. Where's Kara? He despised interruptions to their tranquil existence. Noticing Leon's agitation, Sophia smiled, relishing the control she wielded over others through their concerns. Yet, Leon's fury took her aback. Calm down. I was merely having a chat with her, Sophia said, her smile unwavering as she clapped her hands. Come out, dear. Kara emerged from her room, hands clasped behind her back, her large eyes gazing at Leon. Godfather. Upon seeing that Kara was unharmed, Leon finally felt at ease. He turned to Sophia and said, We share no connection. What is it that you desire? Sophia rose from the sofa, finding her seated position increasingly uncomfortable. I witnessed your predicament the other day, she remarked with an intriguing tone. When she departed that day, she had cast a glance back and was astonished to see Leon actually intercepting Batman, which sparked her immense curiosity about him. Otherwise, he would merely be a bartender, hardly worthy of her consideration. Her words held Leon's unwavering gaze, instilling a sense of trepidation within Sophia, as if she were being scrutinized by a predator rather than a man. Consequently, she refrained from completing her previous statement and instead said, Do not be alarmed. I am alone, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Kara glanced towards the adjacent room, casting a significant look at Leon. In her eyes, the wall could not hinder their line of sight. One could easily discern many people. Thus, she eagerly regarded the Godfather, as if to convey, Allow me to take action. I can vanquish them all. Leon subtly shook his head in response. Kara's expression fell slightly, yet she remained obediently by his side. What do you seek? Sophia inquired. It is quite simple. Perform tasks for me. A smile graced Sophia's face, her beauty now exuding an alluring charm. The penguin is oblivious to people's worth. What he can offer you, I'll provide tenfold. If you prefer not to engage in those activities, you may simply protect me, and I will secure you a splendid residence, far superior to this dilapidated apartment building. As for Kara, I hold great affection for her, and I believe you do as well, do you not, my dear? Kara, upon meeting her gaze, curled her lips in disdain. Unperturbed, Sophia turned her large eyes back to Leon. I will arrange for Kara to attend Lewis Memorial School, and, as she matures, regardless of which university she chooses or whether she studies abroad, I will support her entirely. Her words seemed to strike at the very heart of a concerned father. Hearing this, Leon felt a flicker of longing. These were the very things he wished to provide for Kara, a nurturing environment and superior education. Chapter 14. Kara, transformed into a monster, when does a man truly mature? For Leon, it may have been the moment he assumed the role of godfather. In his earlier years, he harbored no grand aspirations, believing life to be fleeting and only desiring to indulge in immediate pleasures. However, after welcoming Kara into his life, he felt a profound sense of growth. He was determined to provide Kara with the best surroundings, to ensure her healthy development, to instill in her sound values, and to shape her into a superwoman. Thus, each day, his greatest anticipation revolved around returning home to see Kara, for her happiness was paramount. Before Kara's arrival, Leon believed he could foresee the trajectory of his life, akin to countless partygoers in America, immersed in hedonism, recklessly pursuing fleeting and intense pleasures. Yet now everything had changed. Leon was indeed tempted, yet he refrained from agreeing to Sophia's proposition, stating that he needed time to ponder. Sophia was not surprised. She had never anticipated Leon would acquiesce so readily. Were he to capitulate so easily, she would find it hard to trust him. If betrayal came so effortlessly against the penguin, it would certainly come just as easily against her in the future. With an air of nonchalance, Sophia bid farewell, clad in a cream-colored women's suit, concealing her true nature as an assassin. What did she say to you? Leon inquired of Carla as soon as Sophia had departed. Carla approached and replied, she inquired about your situation. I did not like her godfather. Leon concurred, neither do I. Why didn't you let me handle it? Carla questioned. To this, Leon patiently elucidated, explaining that it was not sufficient to simply prevent her from acting. She needed to comprehend the rationale behind it. She is the leader of the Falcons, and if you expose your capabilities, we will no longer be able to remain in Gotham. Do you wish to flee as we did before? Carla pursed her lips, understanding the gravity of the situation. So if I don a mask like Spider-Man, could I then become a superhero? She suggested. Kryptonians can manipulate minds and even use glasses to deceive others. Therefore, Superman's family has never required masks. After a moment of contemplation, Leon responded, you are not like Spider-Man. Then who am I like? She asked. You are simply you, one of a kind, he affirmed, playfully pinching her cheek. Carla, charmingly youthful with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, was only in her early teens, yet she possessed an undeniable allure. Godfather, let us not acquiesce to her. I find it quite agreeable here, and which school I attend matters not to me. With her prodigious intellect, Carla could memorize texts with a mere glance, rendering elite schools insignificant in her eyes. However, Leon understood that the environment of a school was paramount. Let's dine first, he suggested, offering no further comment. On the weekend, Carla ventured out early, participating in a 2-day outdoor event organized by her school, granting Leon a rare moment of respite. Though he was accustomed to her company, he cherished this opportunity. He had prepared himself for a night away from home, grooming meticulously and donning an elegant suit. They say a person is defined by their attire, and as Leon gazed into the mirror, he found himself quite handsome. He had a light meal at noon to adjust his state of mind, but before he could step outside, the phone rang. Hello, am I speaking to Carla's family? Yes, Leon replied, recognizing the voice as that of Carla's teacher. A sudden wave of concern washed over him. Could something have happened to Carla? Please come to the scene immediately. The voice instructed. What has happened? Leon urgently inquired. The teacher did not respond but remarked, you will understand once you arrive. I am truly sorry. What is there to apologize for? The call had already ended, and Leon instantly lost his desire to enjoy the outing. He hurriedly exited, descended the stairs, and hailed a taxi, providing the driver with the address. The driver, an older Caucasian man, noticing Liang's anxious demeanor, inquired, "Is this a matter of great importance?" "Indeed. My student seems to be in distress. Please, expedite our journey," Liang replied. "No problem. Hold on tight," the elderly driver responded, promptly shifting gears and accelerating. Consequently, the distance that was quite manageable was covered in merely 20 minutes. Coventry, situated to the north of Robinson Park, lies at the heart of Gotham, a rare area devoid of gang presence. The activities at Gotham High were initially planned to be accessed via the subway bridge leading to the metropolis. Yet unforeseen events transpired before they even departed Gotham. "We have arrived," announced the driver. "That'll be $34. Liang readily handed over two $20 bills, effectively tipping the driver for his swift driving. "Thank you. Have a wonderful day," the driver smiled in response. However, it was evident that this day would be far from wonderful. Upon exiting the vehicle, Liang raised his gaze to behold the infamous Arkham Asylum across the river. Arkham Asylum, located on the outskirts of the city, resembled a small island, constructed akin to a prison, surrounded by the Gotham River. Access was only granted through the 3 bridges that connected to it. Liang did not linger on the prestigious institution, but instead focused on the scene by the riverbank. Several police cars were stationed there, alongside a school bus, where numerous students were huddled together, weeping profusely, while teachers attempted to console them. "She is truly a monster. I refuse to be classmates with a monster. It is too terrifying. I want to transfer schools. Oh my God." The discussions reached Liang's ears, prompting him to stride over. "Ms. Emma," Liang called out, quickly locating Carla's teacher. "Mr. Liang? Carla is over there." Ms. Emma immediately pointed to the side, where Carla sat alone on a bench, other students wary of approaching her. Witnessing this scene inflicted an inexplicable pang in Liang's heart, and he promptly approached her. Carla was drenched, yet with her constitution, she would not catch a cold. Nevertheless, she clung tightly to herself. Seeing her in such a vulnerable and injured state, Liang swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, his suit becoming soaked in the process, yet he paid it no mind. "What has happened? Carla?" "Godfather." Carla sobbed in his arms. "I am so sorry." In that moment, Liang had never witnessed her so heartbroken. Even when reminiscing about Krypton, she merely exhibited a melancholic demeanor. "It is all right now. I am here," he reassured, gently stroking her golden hair to help stabilize her emotions. Only then did he begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was by the riverbank when the school bus suddenly lost control. In the driver's frantic attempt to evade oncoming traffic, it plunged directly into the water. At that moment, Kara, forgetting Leon's admonitions, revealed her abilities and extended her hand to those in peril. She single-handedly pushed the submerged bus back to the surface, an act witnessed by all her classmates and teachers. Thus unfolded the present scene. Kara became a monster. Chapter 15. Be yourself. As these students continued to discuss Kara, an indescribable fury welled up within Leon. He even harbored an extreme thought that perhaps these people deserved to perish. Startled by this notion, he recognized the peril of possessing such power, awakening a murderous intent within him. Leon had never entertained such drastic ideas before. Yet, it infuriated him that Kara, who had saved them, was now met with ingratitude. Even Kara was bewildered, softly murmuring, "Godfather, I will never disregard your words again. I was wrong. I should not have revealed my powers." Clearly, she felt she should not have intervened. Even if one person had floated to safety while the others perished, no one could blame a mere child. They would simply deem her fortunate. Upon hearing this, Leon immediately regained his composure. Though he too contemplated extreme retribution, he recognized that such thoughts were misguided, and that Kara should not harbor them. No one wishes for their children to become cold-blooded killers, even if she thought of being selfish. Outwardly, she must strive to be a good person. Thus, he spoke to Kara with conviction. "No, Kara, you did nothing wrong." He cupped her face in his hands, compelling her to meet his gaze. "The fault lies with them, not you." "But they all see me as a monster," Kara replied, her voice laden with grievance. Even without her super hearing, she could perceive their unreserved conversations, burdening her heart with distress. In that moment, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to vanish, leaving behind a shadow of the vibrant girl she once was. Leon felt an inexplicable ache and solemnly stated, "Kara, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. In my eyes, you have always been extraordinary, So never cease to fight. Never cease to be yourself. Gradually, light returned to Kara's eyes. At that moment, Leon seemed to understand why people wished for superheroes to embody the qualities of a cheerful and charming boy rather than a deity among mortals. Countless times, Leon had pondered what kind of person he wanted Kara to become and how best to guide her character. He had once advised her to learn restraint, to conceal her abilities, and to strive for integration into this world. Yet now, he recognized his error. Kara should embrace her true self, whether that meant being sunny and cheerful or embodying the divine. As long as that was her desire, it was enough. Leon should not impose his expectations upon Kara, for doing so would hinder her from becoming who she truly is. Mr. Leon, could you come here for a moment? At that moment, Ms. Emma approached. Ms. Emma, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, was said to teach mathematics. Leon gently patted Kara and addressed Ms. Emma. Could you please quiet them down? Leon's demeanor was quite serious, which unnerved Ms. Emma, prompting her to swiftly hush the unruly children. Afterward, they moved aside. I am truly sorry, Mr. Leon, Ms. Emma expressed, her countenance filled with regret. You ought to be grateful, Leon replied in a somber tone, sensing the gravity of the situation. We would all be grateful. Without Kara, However, she interjected, I regret to inform you that this is Principal Juliet's decision. We can no longer instruct Kara. Ms. Emma's face was etched with sorrow. Leon felt a surge of anger. Yet he recognized that venting his frustration on a teacher would be futile, for this was the principal's directive. They were ignorant, fearful, and apprehensive of the unknown. They even hesitated to allow Kara to continue her education. I understand, Leon said coldly. In truth, your school is inadequate and offers little benefit to Kara. I apologize, Mr. Leon, Ms. Emma replied before departing. Upon returning to Kara, Leon found solace in his thoughts. Continuing her studies here would not be beneficial for Kara, as her uniqueness was widely known, and she would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. When Leon returned, Kara looked up at him, her ears perked up, having overheard the conversation. It's all right, Leon reassured her with a gentle pat. At that moment, another familiar figure approached. Kara, how are you? I heard you accomplished something remarkable. You truly are a good girl, Commissioner James Gordon said as he crouched down before Kara, affectionately ruffling her hair. Is that true? Kara held a fondness for Commissioner Gordon, as he had previously assisted both of them. Of course, you've saved so many lives. You are a hero, Commissioner Gordon encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Kara replied. Commissioner Gordon then chuckled. I must borrow your godfather for a moment. I'll have Officer Judy look after you. He nodded at a female officer who had accompanied him. Consequently, Leon followed him to a quieter area. Commissioner Gordon regarded Leon with a complex expression. I had no idea she possessed such abilities. I previously only thought of Kara as sweet, obedient, and sensible. I never anticipated this would lead to complications. Leon responded, Indeed, this could create issues. Commissioner Gordon understood this well and remarked, I will strive to ensure they remain discreet about it, but how effective that will be is uncertain. Too many have witnessed it. Kara may need to transfer to another school. I am aware, Leon nodded. I will see if I can leverage some connections to secure her a place at Lewis Memorial High School. It is the finest institution in Gotham, but it would be best if she refrained from exhibiting any further peculiarities. James Gordon continued, By the way, you don't lack for identity, do you? I suspect not. You're unlike those who cross the borders clandestinely. Gotham is a port city with a steady influx of individuals arriving by ship each year. Indeed, Leon nodded, having burned his documents to prevent any trace. He was uncertain of the efficacy at the time, but it now appeared to have been effective. At least in Gotham, no one was pursuing him. James Gordon remarked, I shall do my utmost to assist you in obtaining an identity and to safeguard Kara, ensuring she remains untainted by the corruption of Gotham. This city is steeped in vice. Even as the commissioner here, I find it arduous to instigate change. However, I believe Gotham can improve. When I first arrived, the situation was far worse than it is now. Commissioner Gordon spoke, instilling confidence in Leon. At that time, the entire precinct was infiltrated by the Falcone family and other gangs, with the city itself complicit in their crimes. At least now, many officers are free from corruption, no longer cowering before the criminal underworld, but rather bravely engaging in the fight. Leon was well aware of this, yet they had little choice. They had fled from Ohio, finding a modicum of safety here. The chaos of Gotham afforded them some convenience. Moreover, They had grown accustomed to the city's peculiarities. Despite the perpetual overcast skies, severe air pollution, and the omnipresent threat of crime, Leon and Kara had no desire to leave. They were weary of a life on the run. "Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." "Jim." James Gordon immediately extended his hand, saying, "Call me Jim." Chapter 16. Everyone wants to be Bruce Wayne. How is Kara? She is quite the angel. The young officer Judy remarked cheerily. Leon and Commissioner Gordon had returned, and she naturally resumed her duties. Subsequently, the precinct would request that all teachers and students refrain from disseminating information about the incident. However, the effect of such measures would be minimal, as the events had transpired some time ago. With so many voices, it was impossible to silence them all. The only course of action was to keep Kara out of sight, allowing time to heal the wounds of memory. Fortunately, Gotham is a vast city covering 469 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 3 million. If luck were to favor them, they might never encounter Kara again. In comparison to cities in China, Gotham's expanse may not surpass that of a third-tier city, but in America, it is undoubtedly a major metropolis. After all, Chicago spans merely over 600 square kilometers, and the metropolitan area covers just over 1,000 square kilometers. So, when will Batman make his appearance? "Let us depart," Leon said, observing that Kara's clothes were nearly dry. "I shall have Officer Judy escort you," Commissioner Gordon arranged. Subsequently, Leon and Carla returned to their apartment in the Diamond District, riding in Officer Judy's patrol car. "Thank you. Goodbye, Sister Judy," they waved as they exited the vehicle. Officer Judy smiled back, remarking, "Carla, remember to behave." As her car drove away, Carla suddenly inquired, "Godfather, what do you think of her?" "Well, she's quite beautiful, though her mouth is a tad large," Leon candidly replied. Officer Judy possessed striking red hair and an elegant stature, though her prominent mouth was notable. Carla rolled her eyes, choosing to remain silent. Her godfather was too particular, seeking an impeccably flawless woman. Had Leon been privy to her thoughts, he would have felt deeply misunderstood, as he merely perceived himself as having elevated standards. After all, he was no longer an ordinary individual. Desiring a superheroine as a girlfriend did not seem unreasonable, considering his current physical prowess would likely overwhelm any average person. Upon returning to the apartment, the two swiftly changed their attire. Leon reflected on how his prior plans had unraveled, yet he did not dwell on the disappointment. An idea struck him, and he turned to Carla, saying, "Come, let's go out and have some fun." "Really?" Carla exclaimed, leaping off the sofa. Leon's work was often demanding, especially after his shifts at the Iceberg Club, which had him working late hours. Their encounters were limited to once or twice a day, which hardly fostered intimacy. Now, Leon felt that taking Carla out would be a splendid idea, a chance to strengthen their bond. The distractions of the outside world were not worth his emotional investment. They descended once more and took a car directly to the adjacent municipal district. Gotham's southern island was rather straightforward in its divisions: Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and Municipal District. The Municipal District lay to the south of the Fashion District, with a bustling commercial street marking their intersection. Naturally, Leon and Carla ventured out to dine, revel, and indulge in some shopping. It had been quite some time since Leon had bought clothes for Carla, who, at her teenage age, was in a growth spurt, nearing 5'6". Thus, he first purchased her a dress and some clothing. Given Gotham's high cost of living, they spent several $100s on these items. Later, Carla noticed a comic book store nearby and asked, "Godfather, may I buy a comic?" "Of course, one is not enough. Get a few more," Leon chuckled, ruffling her hair. Despite the day's earlier events weighing heavily on her, Carla's spirits lifted immediately. She promptly entered the comic book store and, displaying commendable restraint, purchased only 2 comics. One was a Spider-Man edition, while the other, Leon observed with mild surprise, was Captain Marvel. In the absence of cinematic adaptations, lesser-known superheroes like Iron Man had fallen to a third-tier popularity, with many unaware of the comic's existence. The 2 comics were reasonably priced, costing just over $10 combined. Upon payment, the clerk suddenly smiled and asked, "Little girl, would you like to purchase the Ghost Spider-Man collection? It's only $200, and you'll receive a Spider-Man suit as a gift." Although tempted, Carla shook her head upon hearing the price, replying, "No, I've seen it all." Upon hearing this, Leon embraced her, knowing full well that Carla had never actually watched Ghost Spider-Man. This made Leon yearn to transform into Bruce Wayne. for then he could unleash his financial prowess and simply acquire the entire comic store for Carla. She was truly perceptive. The clerk smiled at Leon, who returned the smile and later inquired, "Don't you want the Spider-Man suit?" "No, I don't need a mask," Carla stated resolutely. It seemed as if a seed was sprouting within her heart. Leon was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, marveling at Carla's exceptional maturity and understanding. Curiously, Carla then asked, "Godfather, can an ordinary person become a superhero without superpowers or extraordinary abilities? Why is Spider-Man so beloved by the public?" "It is precisely because his character is so relatable. Peter Parker is quite ordinary, making him feel real and close to our reality. It gives the impression that an average person can indeed become a superhero." Carla pondered whether a truly ordinary person could become a superhero. Of course, Leon nodded. "Which one?" Carla asked, intrigued. "The pancake hero?" "Huh, that sounds a bit odd," Carla replied, looking bewildered. Upon returning home, Leon received a notification indicating that his intimacy level with Carla had reached 60. He felt affirmed in his decision to spend more time with her. Of course, this intimacy level was trivial. What truly mattered was Carla's happiness. After setting everything down and enjoying the McDonald's he had just purchased, Leon realized that even the newfound $1,000 bonus was quickly dwindling. This is why financial prowess often surpasses superhuman abilities. "Remember to rest early after reading comics," Leon advised Carla. She nodded eagerly and dashed into her room, closing the door to immerse herself in her comics. Meanwhile, Leon tidied up and lay on his bed, contemplating life. Though Carla's emotions were fleeting, he knew he had to deliver it carefully. Money was a given. Even superheroes find it challenging to earn a living, as not everyone in reality is a Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. Leon was now contemplating Carla's education. She could no longer attend Gotham High and would need assistance to enroll in another school. As for the notion that America lacks personal connections, only a fool would believe that. James Gordon and Sophia Falcone, one the police chief and the other the head of the Falcone family, had both offered to help Carla with her enrollment, and James Gordon was actively seeking ways to assist her. Sophia Falcone exuded an air of unwavering confidence, as if the school were an extension of her own home. In stark contrast, Leon found himself engulfed in anguish, even entertaining the notion of mingling with Sophia. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. He must set an example for Carla. If her godfather were to descend into the underworld, could she still aspire to be a heroine? The Iceberg Club, at the very least, operated within the bounds of legality. Leon had no intention of associating with the Penguin. However, the situation changed drastically when it came to Sophia. If she summoned him to undertake a task, could he possibly refuse? At that moment, Leon heard a noise near the window, something falling to the ground. Chapter 17, God Among Men. Leon, now acutely perceptive, rose in response to the sound. Approaching the window, he immediately spotted a bat-shaped throwing star lodged there. Batman. A tightness gripped Leon's chest, though he was not entirely taken aback. Ever since his confrontation with Batman, he had anticipated being targeted by the vigilante. As someone prone to paranoia, it would indeed be peculiar if Batman did not investigate him. Yet, he had not expected Batman to arrive so swiftly. Had the events of the day reached him already? The pressing question remained. How much did Batman truly know? Leon listened intently and discerned that Carla in the adjacent room had fallen silent, likely asleep. He then opened the window and made his way to the rooftop via a fire escape. The Gotham night air was still somewhat brisk, the cold wind cutting through him as though it sought to penetrate his very bones. However, upon reaching the rooftop, he found no one in sight. Just then, he heard the rustle of a cape behind him. Turning around, he was met with the imposing figure of Batman, cloaked in an aura of undeniable authority. "What is it?" Leon inquired, sensing that Batman had not come for a confrontation. Soon, Batman's deep, calm voice, tinged with an undeniable command, echoed, "Take her away from Gotham. I will provide you with new identities, ensuring you will never be traced again." His tone resembled that of a decree, which irked Leon. After all, they were both born of mothers and fathers. Why should he be commanded? Leon couldn't help but chuckle. Leave Gotham? To where? How do we survive? To Metropolis. With your capabilities, finding a job superior to that at the Iceberg Club will not pose a challenge. There, she will receive a better education, Batman replied solemnly, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Leon's very soul. Reflecting on his past experiences washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant and serving as a bartender at the Iceberg Club for over a month, Earning a meager $1,000 or $2,000 each month, Leon felt a surge of indignation. Did he truly believe that the bar manager's position was inconsequential for both himself and Carla? In America, individuals without identity or residence could easily descend into the depths of homelessness with no chance of rising again. At long last, having secured a respectable position, Leon is on the verge of acquiring a new identity. How could he possibly abandon his aspirations simply due to Batman's counsel? Is it conceivable that moving to Metropolis would guarantee a superior job? A pertinent observation: Metropolis and Los Angeles are the two cities in America with the highest population of vagrants. Not everyone is born into wealth. Leon gazed at Batman and declared, "We will not leave. I only desire a stable life for her." In Gotham, stability is a mere illusion. Batman, upon hearing this, replied gravely, "It seems you are aware that your presence alone offers the greatest semblance of security." Liang's words elicited a non-committal response from Batman. Given her uniqueness, once discovered, she would face ostracism, branded as a monster. Some might even wish to take her life. While Batman's low voice was somewhat menacing, it ignited a sense of indignation within Leon. Clearly, Batman possessed knowledge far beyond the ordinary, perhaps even aware of Kara's extraterrestrial origins. Yet what of it? Today, it appeared that everyone was rejecting Kara. More than one had suggested she did not belong in Gotham. But truly, where would she find her place? As a devoted guardian, Leon brimmed with resentment. Anyone who dared to speak thus of his ward would be deemed his adversary. "Is this the reason you wish for her to leave Gotham?" Leon exclaimed with fervor. "If that is indeed the case, then there is no distinction between any other place in Gotham. Humanity's ignorance and folly prevail. Even if what you claim comes to pass, people rejecting her, perceiving her as a monster, it would stem from their fear of her power. However, she cannot be extinguished." With this proclamation, Leon found a semblance of calm. He regarded Batman with an impassive expression and stated, "She shall not be a monster. She will become their deity." "Thank you, Batman." Upon hearing this, Batman momentarily faltered, recognizing the resoluteness in Liang's gaze. Without lingering further, Leon descended the stairs. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Batman had vanished. "Mr. Leon, Kara does not meet our school's admission standards. We hope you find a more suitable institution." Leon hung up the phone before the caller could finish. It seemed the day bore no good tidings. Naturally, he would not resign himself to inaction. He took the initiative to contact various schools. Alas, lacking an identity and connections, these institutions were unlikely to acquiesce to Kara's enrollment. In America, gaining admission to a university necessitates recommendation letters. Connections are paramount. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Leon understood that unless he wielded financial power to forge a path, pleading for assistance would yield naught. Seated upon the couch, he held his phone, contemplating the numbers displayed upon the screen. He had yet to call James Gordon. If there were news, Gordon would surely reach out to him. Clearly, fortune was not favoring him. Although James Gordon serves as the chief of the Gotham Police Department, he is far more transparent than his predecessor, never succumbing to corruption. Yet, certain matters remain difficult to resolve. Should we truly reach out to Sophia Falcone? But how does that differ from contacting the Penguin? Both of these Gotham luminaries could undoubtedly handle the situation with ease, given their influence and authority. However, turning to them would complicate matters for Leon in the future. "Godfather, perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, these books are quite straightforward, and I can teach myself," Kara remarked as she embraced her godfather. "This isn't merely a matter of self-study," Leon replied with a strained smile. "In the environment of American schools, relationships and connections are paramount. Rest assured, I will manage it." Upon hearing Leon's words, Kara held him tightly, engulfed in guilt. Had she not been so reckless, she would not have been expelled for exposing her abilities. Nonetheless, she felt no regret, only a desire to exercise greater caution, and she relished the thrill of saving others. Just then, Leon's phone rang. It was an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, deciding he would hang up if it turned out to be a scam. "Mr. Leon?" A middle-aged woman's voice came through. "Hello, this is Principal Connie from Lewis Memorial School. May I ask if you have a daughter?" "Yes," Leon replied, somewhat puzzled. "This isn't a scam, is it?" Then he heard the voice continue, "Well, you are quite fortunate. Wayne Enterprises is currently hosting a charitable initiative aimed at assisting academically gifted children who, for various reasons, are unable to attend school. I checked, and your daughter has excellent grades. Would you be interested in enrolling her in our Lewis Memorial School? Leon felt an urge to firmly decline. Yet upon glancing at the pleasantly surprised Kara beside him, he smiled and said, "Of course, we would be delighted." Chapter 18. Can you fly? After hanging up, Leon mused about the power of wealth. The principal of Lewis Memorial School not only personally called to invite Kara, but also did so with utmost respect. Clearly anxious about her potential refusal, this prestigious institution in Gotham is typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Yet now, they were not only seeking Kara's enrollment, but also offering a full scholarship, waiving all tuition fees, an arrangement undoubtedly funded by Wayne Enterprises. It was evident that all of this stemmed from one name, Bruce Wayne. If he were not privy to Batman's true identity, Leon would likely feel, much like Kara, that fortune had knocked at their door. Such serendipitous events landing in their laps was almost unbelievable. However, Leon kept his thoughts to himself. At that moment, Kara smiled and said, "Godfather, you need not worry about me. This time, I will be exceedingly careful." Leon nodded in agreement. Even though Kara's abilities were exposed this time, it is unlikely that the principal would dismiss her. Instead, he might simply assign her to her own class. The Wayne Group truly contributes to society. At this moment, Kara's admiration for the Wayne Group soared. They promptly searched online and discovered news about this charitable event. Besides Kara, many others had also received assistance. The Gotham Daily was fervently praising the Wayne Group's decision. Leon, upon seeing this, was struck by Bruce Wayne's grand gesture. He even went so far as to prepare dumplings out of spite. Yet, such is the nature of human sentiment. For Leon, this was certainly preferable to seeking out the Penguin or Sophia Falcone. At least the Wayne Group was a legitimate, lawful entity, not a criminal gang. No longer burdened by worries, Leon declared, "Let us venture out today." "What shall we do?" Kara asked, her spirits lifted. After all, she was still a young girl in her teens, and the desire for playfulness was innate. "Let us test your abilities," Leon said, ruffling her hair. "Wait, Godfather, didn't you always tell me to conceal my powers?" "Indeed, but you must first understand your limits so that when the time comes to use them, you can do so with ease." Kara sensed a change in her godfather. He seemed less insistent on her self-preservation. For Kara, who dreamed of being a superhero, this was undoubtedly a positive development. Even ordinary children harbor dreams of becoming heroes, let alone someone as extraordinary as Kara. Leon believed that if he did not allow Kara to master her abilities, she would inevitably revert to Kryptonian shame. After all, he had just spoken to Batman about making Kara their goddess of humanity. Thus, the two departed Gotham and ventured into the more remote regions of New Jersey. In truth, Gotham belonged to New Jersey and was among its few major cities. Much of America is sparsely populated. As long as Kara did not cause too much commotion, there should be no issues. "Godfather, what should I do?" Kara eagerly inquired in the uninhabited area. To this, Leon simply replied, "Can you fly?" Kara's eyes widened in surprise. She had not considered this possibility, which only heightened her excitement. For them at this moment, without any instruments, it was impossible to measure her limits of strength or speed. Leon recalled a saying, "The sky is the ultimate frontier for humanity." Of course, that was certainly not true for Kara. Inspired by Leon, Kara crouched down. As her body tensed, an invisible force field seemed to envelop her, with sand and dust swirling around her. This biological force field could aid Kara in flight and could also be extended to cover objects she wished to protect, such as catching someone or something falling at great speed. Certainly, the foremost aspect is that it protects Kara's attire from being damaged by the high velocity. With a resounding thud, Kara released her top body and soared into the sky like a cannonball. The ground was instantly marked by a deep crater. Even with Leon's keen eyesight, he could only watch as Kara vanished into the horizon. Her inaugural flight was merely an instinctive leap, yet it reached heights of several hundred, if not 1,000 meters. For Kara, it felt as though the force of gravity was gradually dissipating, the world shrinking beneath her gaze, while every corner remained vividly discernible. In that moment, she experienced a sensation of transcending limitations, soaring freely, akin to a fledgling eagle eager to discover the true expanse of the heavens. However, it was not long before Kara sensed gravity's return. She plummeted swiftly, creating a resounding impact that left another deep crater on the ground. Observing the startled onlookers, she playfully stuck out her tongue before leaping once more. With a spirited heart, Kara did not return immediately. On her second ascent, she soared even higher than before. It still had not mastered the art of flight. The biological force field enveloped her, ensuring her safety. During her third leap, she pierced through the clouds and spotted a passenger plane cruising through the sky. "Mom, there is someone on the clouds," exclaimed a child aboard the aircraft, who had been idly gazing out the window. Upon noticing the extraordinary sight, he called out to his mother. She turned to look, only to see nothing but a vast expanse of white cloud. "You must be mistaken. How could there be someone up this high?" She responded with a smile, gently ruffling his hair and proceeding to educate him on the matter. "It's impossible. I saw a person, a beautiful girl, about my age," the child insisted. "Oh, perhaps you're entering your teenage years. Do you have a crush on someone?" The mother teased, causing the child to blush instantly. Her guess was remarkably accurate. Indeed, he harbored a secret infatuation. Was it truly his imagination at play? Soon, doubt crept in. Was it a bird or a plane? The child found himself engulfed in deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to Kara, who was oblivious to being observed, she was already plummeting at an astonishing speed once more. Unfortunately for her, New Jersey is situated on the East Coast, with the ocean stretching along the eastern front. Thus, without the support of the biological force field to lift her, her leap culminated in a direct plunge into the ocean. With a tremendous splash, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated in the sea. Should there have been professional judges present, they would undoubtedly award her a score of 0 for this dive. Surging up from the water, Kara emerged with her head above the surface, surrounded by fish that, startled by her presence, darted away in all directions. Ha! Ha ha ha! Kara laughed heartily, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Having been on Earth for such a duration, she had never felt this joyous before. Freedom is inherent to our nature. The exhilarating sensation of wielding extraordinary powers without restraint is truly delightful. Yet, it is regrettable that she has yet to master the art of flight. At that moment, Kara spotted a fishing boat approaching from the distance, which snapped her back to reality, prompting her to hastily swim towards the shore. After all, she must endure the trials of school once more tomorrow. Chapter 19. My love for Gotham. There is good news regarding Leon. The Iceberg Club has completed its renovations, and he is set to return to work. The notion of returning to work is, surprisingly, a positive development, yet it reflects the current state of Gotham's populace. Having a job signifies the possibility of survival. Upon returning home, Leon discovered that Kara had already been patiently waiting for him. She had arrived even faster than he did. "Godfather, may I attempt to harness my abilities on my own from now on?" Kara eagerly inquired of Leon, although Leon initially intended to refuse. The fervor in her gaze compelled him to acquiesce with a nod. Her happiness was paramount. "Certainly, but you must exercise caution. Ensure that no one sees you and do not disclose your abilities to anyone." Listening to Leon's admonitions, Kara assured him, "Rest assured, Godfather, no one will see me." She had completely forgotten about the airplane she had previously spotted. "So, have you learned to fly?" Leon asked after a prolonged wait for Kara's return. But she did not come back. Not daring to linger in that vast pit, he decided to leave. "Not yet," Kara admitted with some embarrassment. "I feel like I'm almost there." However, she was uncertain about what precisely was lacking. Leon understood. It was the energy from the sun. After all, Kara was still young, and the Kryptonian physiology possesses protective mechanisms, meaning that her powers would not manifest all at once, but rather gradually. Moreover, the scarcity of sunlight in Gotham was a significant factor. Although she could still absorb solar radiation, it was at a slower rate compared to cities abundant in sunshine. In Los Angeles, for instance, Kara would likely be soaring through the skies by now. "Oh no, I hope I won't become a disgrace to Krypton," she pondered anxiously. Thus, Leon advised, "Kara, remember to soak up the sun more often." "I understand," Kara replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. After all, she was aware that basking in sunlight would grant her energy. Subsequently, Leon began preparing dinner. He experimented with some simple dishes, and the results were quite commendable. After dinner, he said, "Tomorrow, I will take you to your new school when I return. Make sure to get some rest." Listening to Leon's usual words of caution, Kara felt no irritation. Instead, she nodded obediently. As Leon walked through the streets, he observed a decline in security within the Diamond District. Particularly at night, certain exceptionally gifted individuals would emerge, leading to a surge in robberies under the cover of darkness. Not long after, Leon encountered an attempted robbery. He remained unfazed. quickly discerning that these individuals were not affiliated with Penguin, as they were not clad in suits and ties. "Do you possess a license for your criminal activities?" he inquired. "Huh?" The bewildered robbers exchanged glances. This time, Leon found no need for Frank to intervene. Engaging in criminality without comprehension, they dared to attempt robbery. Upon finishing his words, Leon unleashed a lightning-fast punch. One assailant fell to the ground, while the other hastily drew a gun from his pocket, only to have it seized by Leon. With a mere flick of his wrist, the firearm crumpled as if it were a mere plastic toy. A good night's sleep awaited this individual, as Leon swiftly rendered him unconscious. Recognizing Leon as a formidable adversary, the other lurking criminals hastily shifted their focus elsewhere. A glance down the street revealed an absence of ordinary citizens. In Gotham, common folk scarcely dared to venture out after dark. The Iceberg Club, having reopened its doors, buzzed with activity despite the previous incident. However, it was evident that security measures had intensified outside the establishment. Dapperly attired henchmen stood at the entrance, with some positioned above to keep watch. Ever since the last burglary, the Penguin, Cobblepot, had become exceedingly protective of his lair. The prior incident had largely resulted from Sofia Falcone's swift response, and he had ultimately refrained from eliminating Alberto Falcone, opting instead to impart a stern lesson. "Leon, I've been waiting for you," Frank remarked upon spotting him. "What's the matter?" "The boss, Cobblepot, has called a meeting." With that, it was clear that the matter pertained to the Iceberg Club. Inside the club, the other staff members had also gathered, most wearing expressions of anxiety. "That damned thief robbed me of $20. One lamented. "These scoundrels have no code. I was just robbed and not far along before another came to steal from me." In America, gangs typically adhered to a set of rules. Within their territories, a robbery was usually a singular occurrence, as long as one complied with the payment. Subsequent criminals would not pose a threat. Thus, most individuals carried a few dozen dollars in cash as a form of protection when venturing out at night. In Cobblepot's domain, employees merely needed to declare their affiliation with the Iceberg Club, and those with criminal licenses would refrain from robbing them. "All right, prepare for work," Leon instructed the bartender and waitstaff before following Frank inside. As they traversed the corridor, Frank spoke. "Do you remember what I told you the first time we met?" Of course, Leon nodded. At that time, he had just become acquainted with Frank, inquiring about the workings of the Iceberg Club. Frank had offered simple advice. To work there, one must consider oneself as severely disabled, blind, deaf, and mute. Only by adopting such a perspective could one ensure their safety. Leon had adhered to this counsel. Although the Penguin's operation differed from the Mafia and the Falcone family, a code of silence still prevailed. The code of silence dictates that no individual shall betray confidences to the police. It is a sacred and inviolable principle. Within this framework, gang members refrain from targeting the families of their adversaries, choosing instead to pursue only the individual in question. For the Penguin, Alberto Falcone has undoubtedly transgressed this cardinal rule, inciting his ire and prompting him to mobilize his men for retribution. Consequently, Leon would not dare to inform James Gordon of these developments. At this moment, Frank serves as a reminder to Leon to remain oblivious, to see nothing, hear nothing, and most importantly, to speak not a word. It suffices to heed the Penguin's words. A knock on the door heralded its opening, revealing a gathering of sharply dressed magnates within. Even victors as had grown accustomed to such attire. Were it not for the dim lighting and the clandestine nature of the room, one might mistake this assembly for a celebration within the financial sector. Leon and Frank took their seats. After a brief interlude, the Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot, emerged from within, clad in a black tailcoat and a matching top hat, his umbrella resembling a cane as he waddled forth like a penguin. He swiftly set the tone for the meeting. "I love Gotham. It is my home," Cobblepot declared, his voice deliberate. "My forebears, my grandfather and his grandfather, have always dwelled here. My ancestors established this city, and I shall not permit anyone to destroy it." Chapter 20. The old city of Gotham legend has it that Gotham was expanded through the consensus of four prominent families. The Wayne family, to which Bruce Wayne belongs, alongside his mother Martha Wayne's family, the Kane family. The other two are the illustrious Elliot family and the Cobblepot family of the Penguin. Although this tale may seem exaggerated, these families undeniably played a crucial role in the establishment and evolution of Gotham, holding significant sway in its economic, political, and criminal spheres. Once, the Cobblepot family was not the notorious crime syndicate it has become. Its members even campaigned for the mayorship of Gotham and oversaw the city's steel industry. The Wayne family managed construction and transportation, while the Elliott family controlled the media and newspapers, and the Kane family operated in the northern Kane County. It is evident that these families were true paragons of wealth, their fortunes seemingly boundless. Thus, one can comprehend the incredulity surrounding the street execution of Thomas Wayne and his wife, Martha Wayne, in Gotham. Of course, by today's standards, the four families have significantly declined. Otherwise, figures like Falcone would not have risen to prominence. I have long asserted that we have brought order to Gotham. Even the worst order is preferable to chaos. Cobblepot continued, his umbrella striking the ground with indignation. Look at Gotham now. Without our oversight, criminals run rampant, looting without restraint, and chaos reigns. As if it were a grand celebration, I am oblivious to your recent endeavors. However, at this very moment, I command you to restore order. Anyone lacking a criminal license must be expelled immediately. The individuals within fell silent, particularly Victor Zsasz, who lurked behind the crowd, exuding an air of treachery. Leon found this rather comical. The Penguin had evidently taken it upon himself to act as Gotham's envoy. Nonetheless, the notion of order he espoused was rather absurd. His so-called order merely permitted his own ilk to commit crimes, while others were accused of encroaching upon his business. Consequently, a significant portion of those present chose to depart. Leon, I hear the club supply of liquor is dwindling? The Penguin, Cobblepot, inquired, sporting a self-satisfied grin. Leon was unfamiliar with this situation and immediately recognized his negligence, for he was now the bar manager. Previously, such matters were not his concern, but with his current salary, he was obliged to fulfill his duties. I shall rectify it, he resolutely replied. Excellent, for I wish not to witness a dry club, the Penguin stated, offering no further commentary. If Leon failed in his task, he would be replaced. Thus, he departed with Victor Zsasz. Leon then turned to Frank, asking, what is the status of the liquor? Frank glanced at Leon with mild confusion. You're the bar manager, not I, he chuckled. I merely partake in the drinking. With no other recourse, Leon returned to the bar to consult the professional bartender. The bartender was well aware of the circumstances. The club procured liquor weekly from the Mexicans, and the rationale was simple. It was illicit and inexpensive. Do not be deceived into perceiving the Penguin as a benevolent figure. The wares at the Iceberg Lounge were indeed affordable, yet of commendable quality. The Penguin sought high standards, but was loath to expend substantial sums. Engaging in smuggling and criminal enterprises was as commonplace for him as sipping water. Thus he was disinclined to pay a premium. Therefore, the Iceberg Lounge could never source its stock from legitimate chain liquor stores. In fact, the business of smuggling liquor in Gotham was predominantly under the purview of gangs, though the Penguin had refrained from involvement. In this current climate, we are not in a prohibition era, and the profit margins for liquor are not as lucrative as those in other high-yield industries. Why has the supply ceased? Leon inquired. The bartender responded, our channels have been severed. Those Mexicans operate in the old district, which is under the dominion of the Demons gang. Our relations have soured, and they refuse to sell to our club. Upon hearing this, Leon grasped the situation. Hence, they either needed to persuade them to resume sales or seek new avenues. Moreover, these new channels must be cost-effective. The Penguin would certainly reject anything from reputable chain stores, for the prices would be exorbitant. High prices equate to diminished profits, and diminished profits signify the Penguin's displeasure, an outcome he would not welcome. The Iceberg Club consumes an enormous quantity of alcoholic beverages daily. Any increase in cost translates to a significant reduction in profits. A diminished profit equates to a loss. However, in Leon's understanding of Gotham, he has yet to grasp the situation fully. Seeking new channels will be less effective than directly confronting Batman. At least he could locate Batman's lair. Thus, although it appears to be a choice between two options, it is, in fact, a singular decision. They must resume selling alcohol. Yet this territory belongs to another gang. Rivalries among gangs are fierce, making it unwise for Leon to encroach upon their domain. Therefore, he once more sought the assistance of Frank. Frank, may I borrow your car? Here you go, Frank replied without hesitation, producing the keys. I mean, you'll be the driver. Leon felt a twinge of embarrassment. Frank's straightforwardness was rather overwhelming. As expected, Frank, despite his lack of understanding, agreed. Sure, but you owe me a drink. Frank chuckled. His sole amusement lay in indulging in alcohol. Women held no interest for him. Of course, Frank was also a devoted son, obedient to his mother's wishes, which endeared him to the Penguin. The Penguin's criminal organization was characterized by a singular virtue, filial piety. As the two exited the club, the atmosphere had transformed into a lively celebration. The events of a few days prior seemed but a distant memory as the partygoers once again succumbed to their intoxicated revelry. Outside, the Diamond District appeared to have settled into a semblance of calm. The Penguin's enforcers were indeed effective. At least not everyone was engaging in criminal activities. As the car cruised along, the number of criminals loitering by the roadside had significantly diminished, especially those clad in hats, who now seemed to have vanished entirely. They were the ones targeted by the Penguin's stringent enforcement, individuals who clearly lacked a license to commit crimes. Leon found himself in agreement with one of the Penguin's maxims: better a flawed order than none at all. Indeed, the familiar Gotham was back. Passers-by, dressed in suits, whistled at Frank's vehicle, to which Frank responded with an irreverent gesture. Though adorned in formal attire, his spirit remained untamed. The old district of Gotham lay adjacent to the Diamond District, situated to the south. Upon entering the old district, one could readily observe the dilapidated buildings, exuding a far more pronounced dark Gothic aesthetic than the newer constructions. This area had once been designated for expansion before Gotham's authorities made their decision. To put it diplomatically, it was steeped in historical ambience. Otherwise, it would not have fallen under the control of the notorious Devil's Gang, of which Leon had never even heard. Chapter 21. He Doesn't He Love You? The old Mexicans referred to by the bartender are a group of Mexicans engaged in the sale of alcoholic beverages in the old district. Many public intellectuals claim that the hardworking Chinese can earn substantial sums in America. In reality, those who can endure hardship are plentiful. For instance, the Mexicans. Most of them are similarly undocumented individuals, arriving through clandestine means, and they demand lower prices, causing quite a stir. The most significant aspect is their proficiency in English, which surpasses that of many language-challenged individuals. Furthermore, these bold Mexicans are audacious, willing to undertake any task. For instance, the illicit distillery before them operates solely at night, relentlessly supplying countless clubs and bars with its wares. A steady stream of American dollars flows into this establishment, and without protection, it would have been robbed countless times by now. Wait a moment. Where are the Mexicans and the promised work? Leon and Frank observed from a black sedan parked in the alley for quite some time. The shuttered door of the factory ahead stood ajar, light spilling out. Yet no one was in sight. Have the industrious Mexicans taken a break? Upon hearing Liang's remark, Frank scoffed, "These Mexicans are utterly blind and lazy." In the eyes of many, outsiders are quite loathsome, as they have seized numerous job opportunities. Let's go take a look. Leon unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and prepared to exit the vehicle. "Wait," Frank exclaimed, "this is the territory of the Devil's Gang. Take this." He skillfully opened the glove compartment and retrieved a Glock, handing it to Leon. "Am I not a good person? Shouldn't I be armed?" Leon silently accepted the weapon, concealing it within his waistband to keep it hidden from view. Then, Frank also exited the vehicle, and the two walked side by side. With Frank, a formidable figure, beside him, Leon felt an inexplicable sense of security. Being on another gang's turf, they approached with utmost caution, remaining silent. Exchanging glances, they made their way to the shutter door. As they drew near, they discovered a Mexican sprawled on the ground, appearing to be peacefully asleep. However, it was evident that he had not merely dozed off, as several others lay around in various states of disarray, all of them seemingly knocked out cold. Their appearances were quite disheveled, some with swollen heads or bruised faces. What transpired here? Frank swiftly drew his handgun. Despite his imposing physique, he understood that in Gotham, one must rely on firearms rather than sheer strength. "Be cautious." Leon signaled for him to remain still, listening intently. He could hear faint snoring followed by a gurgling sound. Were they drinking? Such a scene occurring at a liquor dealer's premises suggested that someone had come to indulge but was unwilling to pay. The simplest solution, it appeared, was to incapacitate these individuals to avoid payment altogether. One could not deny this was quintessential Gotham. With a shared glance, he and Frank ventured inside. The occupants seemed oblivious to their presence until they approached and continued their drunken revelry. "Is that Harley Quinn?" Frank instantly recognized her. Leon stared for quite a while, as the jester before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a circus performer, clad in a black and red bodysuit, complete with a headpiece. "Who are you, dressed so ridiculously?" You can't possibly be one of Pudding's subordinates. The jester finally glanced at them. Frank surveyed his own well-tailored suit, exuding maturity and composure. A quick look at Liang's casual attire confirmed that he must have been the target of the jibe. Liang smirked slightly and remarked, "I thought you were someone significant. That jester costume you wear has been out of fashion since the 90s. It's rather pitiful that you still don it. This era as a circus wouldn't hire you, madam." With a sudden crash, the jester hurled a bottle to the ground and sprang to her feet, fixing her gaze on Liang for what felt like an eternity. Just as Frank braced himself for an impending confrontation, he witnessed her belch and then, in a frenzy, begin to dance wildly. "You're right. Are you a trendsetter?" The jester twirled around Liang, poking his arm with her delicate finger. "Hey, will you help me revamp my look so I can win back, Pudding?" He has lost interest in me. This unexpected shift left Frank somewhat bewildered. He had prepared himself to intervene. Though he was certain he was no match for the jester, he resolved not to appear overly relaxed. Upon hearing the jester's plight, Liang recognized her predicament. She was merely a lovesick fool who had been cast aside. It made sense why she was drowning her sorrows alone. Thus, he replied, "That's not possible." "Not possible? What do you mean?" The jester's expression shifted to one of irritation, causing Frank to grow increasingly anxious, casting furtive glances at Liang. Liang continued, "You cannot win back the jester. He simply does not love you." "How can that be?" The jester screamed in disbelief. "You have no idea what he promised me. He said he would love me forever, until the seas dried up and the stones crumbled." She paused, shaking her head. "He said many things, countless things. If he doesn't love me, who does he love?" Her face was contorted with anger, seemingly ready to confront the other woman. Liang replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's Batman. The jester has spent his entire life in a tumultuous relationship with Batman. How could he possibly turn his back on you?" The jester, brimming with rage, paused momentarily upon hearing this revelation. Doubt crept into her mind as she pondered the implications, recalling the many instances where the jester's actions were driven solely by a desire to oppose Batman. Each time Batman appeared, the jester was filled with joy. "I shall no longer love you. Never again," the jester declared, spiraling out in a fit of madness. Thud! She collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the sound of her deep slumber echoed through the air. Had she overindulged in drink? Frank inquired, "Is it so?" Leon surveyed the scene, noting the Harlequin's astonishing capacity for alcohol. "What shall we do now?" Frank asked Leon. "First, we must carry her to the car. Leaving her here would be akin to inviting death," Leon replied. Frank, though compliant, hesitated. "You carry her." "I dare not." He feared that the Harlequin might merely be feigning slumber, and if he were to touch her, he imagined his fingers might be crushed. Yet, it was not the Harlequin he feared, but rather the Joker, a figure even the notorious Penguin found vexing. Such a madcap beauty would surely overwhelm an ordinary person. To save time, Leon lifted the Harlequin. Surprisingly, despite her slender appearance, she was well-proportioned. His keen eye estimated her weight to be considerable, though her circus-like attire concealed it. Upon returning to the distillery, Leon and Frank conferred, eventually rousing an elderly Mexican. "Do not harm me," the old man exclaimed upon seeing Frank in his tailored suit. "We are good people," Leon quickly asserted. "Have you ever seen a villain in a suit?" "Of course," the old man retorted. "The Penguin's henchmen do." "Good. It seems you have deduced our origins," Leon remarked, unfazed. "If we cannot be seen as good, we shall embrace villainy." At this, the old man's expression soured. With one Harlequin already present, and now a minion of the Penguin, he feared Gotham was no place for him to thrive. "I represent Mr. Cobblepot. Why have you ceased the supply of beverages to the Iceberg Lounge?" If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, Leon's demeanor darkened, and he felt a burgeoning potential for villainy within himself. Frank, understanding the gravity of the situation, revealed his handgun. The old man trembled. After all, he was dealing with a thug from the Penguin's ranks, accustomed to navigating a world rife with violence. He quickly divulged all he knew. "Please, relay my respects to Mr. Cobblepot." The tone of his address shifted to one of reverence. The reason they were able to conduct business with the Iceberg Lounge was due to their competitive prices and willingness to fight. However, challenging the Penguin would be tantamount to courting disaster. "We merely wish to conduct business in Gotham, harboring no grudges against the Iceberg Lounge. It is primarily the Demons gang that prevents us from supplying them, as this is their territory," the old man confessed. Although many from his homeland had come, they were but a minor force in Gotham, preferring to avoid conflict with such gangs. Leon, now understanding, replied with a stern countenance, regardless of the circumstances. I must have this shipment. As for what follows, Mr. Cobblepot will provide guidance. No problem. Allow me to rouse my companions. Old M.O. promptly agreed. Certainly. Deliver the goods directly. If they do not arrive before dawn, then they shall face the Atlantic. Leon issued one last threat before departing with Frank. He was no fool. The opposition was numerous, and should they awaken and turn hostile, what then? Although he harbored no fear, Frank was merely flesh and blood. Should he be slain, it will be fatal. Bah! Parading around with that white-skinned brute. Once the two had left, Old Mo's demeanor shifted instantly, yet he dared not act. He could only summon his compatriots and hurriedly stow away the remaining liquor. Swiftly, he dispatched the delivery to the Iceberg Club. What are you doing with your phone? Frank inquired as they sat in the vehicle, while Harley Quinn continued to sleep soundly in the back seat. If we do not deliver the goods, I shall call the police, Leon retorted, reclaiming his phone and returning the Glock to Frank. You should hold on to it, Frank kindly suggested. You've offended them. It's wise to have some means of defense. No wonder the big guy was so quiet. However, Leon declined, adhering firmly to his principles. I do not possess a firearm permit. Since when do gangs require permits? Frank scoffed, placing the Glock back in the armrest. Forget it. I'm not involved with you lot. Leon immediately interjected. I am merely fulfilling my duties. I am here to deliver the liquor. All right. You're right, Frank conceded, glancing in the rearview mirror. What about the one in the back seat? Do you have space at home? Leon questioned. Frank shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. My mother said, I cannot bring women home indiscriminately. What? Why are you so obedient? She is quite a beauty, Leon exclaimed, astonished that someone could remain unmoved by such a lure. What? Do you not have a mother? Leon, why have you fallen silent? You best not say that to Batman, or I fear you may be beaten to a pulp. Why? Leon took the opportunity to make an early exit. Frank was adamant about not taking Harley Quinn with him, instead opting to return Leon home. Fortunately, as the bar manager, Leon was not troubled by tardiness or early departures as long as the Penguin did not complain. And now that Leon had temporarily resolved the issue with the drinks, the Penguin would not reprimand him over such trivial matters. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Leon surveyed his surroundings, wary of any gifted miscreants emerging from the shadows. Clutching Harley Quinn in his arms, he pondered that this was not a sustainable solution, thus deciding to carry her upstairs. Thankfully, he possessed considerable strength. With one arm embracing Harley Quinn, he retrieved his keys to unlock the door. It was already past midnight, and naturally, Carla was long asleep. Leon endeavored to minimize noise, feeling somewhat troubled as he cradled Harley Quinn. Ultimately, he resolved to place her on the sofa and let her make do for the night. With this thought in mind, she unceremoniously tossed the Harlequin onto the sofa. To her surprise, the Harlequin suddenly opened her eyes, sprang up from the sofa, and wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing near. Leon dared not make a sound. Thus he acquiesced somewhat reluctantly. A good man, he believed, should neither advance nor refuse. This was his experience. Only when he could scarcely breathe did the Harlequin release him. What are you doing? Leon inquired, his tone brimming with righteous indignation. I have made a decision. It was not he who abandoned me, but rather I who no longer love him, the Harlequin replied. In that instant, Leon understood that this was an opportune moment to seize. Darling, transform me, the Harlequin exclaimed, as her outfit, reminiscent of a jester's garb, was suddenly torn asunder, symbolizing her complete farewell to her past self. It was akin to her renaming from Harleen Frances Quinzel to Harley Quinn. She yearned to scream, as if to celebrate her rebirth, but Leon hastily covered her mouth. Previously, she would only dare to act out when Kara was away. Now that Kara was asleep, waking her would surely lead to dire consequences. If she wished to avoid facing the sun the next day, she needed to keep her voice down. For Harley, this was quite the romantic notion. She had not misjudged. Leon was indeed a man akin to a playful pudding. She had no fondness for the overly earnest. She preferred those who were spirited and fun-loving. Men are not wicked. Women do not love, she mused. Leon lifted her in his arms and quietly made his way to the bedroom. Yet even in the bedroom, they dared not raise their voices. After all, the quality of the houses in Gotham was such that soundproofing was virtually non-existent, and Kara possessed extraordinary hearing. Their only hope was that Kara was in a deep slumber. Moonlight streamed in, illuminating Harley's fair form, which was indeed, as Leon had surmised, delicate yet voluptuous, delectable and pleasing. In this moment, Leon felt that what he had gained from Kara was not the strength of Superman, but rather the prowess of a werewolf. Hurry! The Harlequin signaled with her gaze. Chapter 23. The Harlequin's attachment Kara had risen early. The creaking of the bed from the previous night had undoubtedly disturbed her. And taking advantage of the fact that the room next door had yet to stir, she sat in the living room with an unsightly expression. The scattered remnants of clothing seemed to narrate a tale of what had transpired, further fueling her ire. Although she understood that the godfather should find her a godmother, she was reluctant to accept such a notion. Would this not dilute the godfather's affection for her? While Kara pondered these thoughts, Leon's door swung open. Out stepped a stunning blonde beauty, tall with long legs and an enviable figure, casually clad in one of Leon's white shirts, her long legs swinging nonchalantly. Harley Quinn was taken aback, not expecting to find a sulky girl staring back at her upon opening the door. Yet she remained utterly unconcerned, wearing a playful smile as if she were oblivious to Kara's presence. With practiced ease, she closed the door and proceeded to brush her teeth and wash her face. Kara, witnessing this scene, was taken aback by the audacity of the woman, her indignation reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn continued her routine, humming a tune as if she were the lady of the house. This provoked the young Kara, who could no longer contain her frustration. "Who are you?" she demanded, her expression frosty. "Who am I? That is a question I should pose to you, little girl, considering you have appeared in my home at such an early hour," Harley Quinn retorted. This only further incensed Kara, who clenched her fists, wishing she could send this woman flying into the cosmos. However, recalling her godfather's wish for her to be a lady, she took a deep breath. "This is my house. I do not care who you think you are. Leave this place. No woman has ever stayed here past on," Kara declared vehemently. "Oh," Harley Quinn's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Then you are indeed witnessing the first woman to stay until morning, and I intend to remain here indefinitely." Blast it! Kara could no longer restrain herself and uttered a curse. Her disdain for this woman was palpable. At that moment, Leon, who had been listening intently, feared a confrontation might ensue and promptly opened the door. "Godfather!" Kara, filled with grievances, rushed toward Leon, who, with his good physique, managed to catch her like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn mirrored the action, exclaiming, "Daddy!" Leon was nearly overwhelmed by the two women, the impact of Harley's affectionate term being quite formidable. Indeed, Harley Quinn was a wild card. "Enough," Leon said, trying to defuse the situation. "This is my goddaughter, Kara. I thought you had a daughter at such a young age." "It turns out she is merely your goddaughter," Harley Quinn said, embracing Leon. She seemed unfazed by the distinction, unlike previous women who had feared the implications. Instead, she found Kara's spirited nature quite intriguing. "If only we could wreak havoc together," she mused, ignoring Kara's murderous glare. "This is Harley," Leon introduced, coming back to her senses. The jester added, "Harley Quinn, but others call me the Queen." "The Joker." Kara looked surprised, glancing at her godfather, as if to say, "How did you end up with such a wicked woman?" "Ah, little girl, you know of me. It seems we shall get along splendidly," Harley Quinn exclaimed with delight. Leon, however, remained skeptical. Kara's expression was darker than he had ever seen, prompting him to hastily retreat from the battlefield. "I will prepare breakfast. I need to take Kara to school soon." "Is that so? I shall accompany you." In response to such a delightful proposition, Harley Quinn promptly raised her hand to volunteer. However, dissent was futile. "I would not permit it." Kara, in stark contrast, disagreed vehemently. "How could this be allowed? You have only just enrolled, and naturally, your parents must accompany you." Harley immediately immersed herself in the role, and Kara stood no chance against her, erupting into shrieks. In the open kitchen, Leon felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that Kara might unleash her fury and send Harley flying. Consequently, he hastened his pace in preparing the noodles and quickly served breakfast. Harley, the Joker's girlfriend, glanced around and remarked, "Where's the Kung Pao chicken and the mouth-watering chicken you mentioned last night?" Upon witnessing Harley's half-smiling expression, Leon shot her a warning glare. "Do not bring this up in front of Kara." Confused, Kara looked between the two, sensing an urge to cry. "Oh no, there's a little secret." How could she be unaware that her father could prepare these two dishes? Harley took a bite of the noodles and said, "This tastes delightful. I'm growing fonder of you, honey." After breakfast, Harley unleashed her whimsical antics, compelling Leon and Kara to take her along. However, it was evident that she lacked appropriate attire. Standing slightly taller than Kara at 5 feet 7 inches, she found Kara unwilling to share her clothes. Yet, this posed no challenge for Harley, who simply donned Leon's garments, a white shirt and jeans, complemented by her own long boots, which sufficed. At that moment, without her Joker makeup, she appeared less chaotic and possessed a serene beauty. However, knowing her true identity as the Joker's girlfriend, Kara regarded her with disdain, her singular thought being for this troublesome woman to vacate her father's presence. Why was Kara only now beginning her school year? As they stepped out, Harley curiously inquired. Leon explained, due to certain circumstances, Kara could not continue at her previous school and had to transfer. Oh, poor child, Harley exclaimed dramatically, her maternal instincts surging forth. Ever the empathetic soul, she leaned closer to Kara and said, "If you were bullied at school, you must tell me. I promise to blow the school up." She presumed that sweet Kara must have faced bullying, a common plight in America, especially in Gotham. Naturally, Kara dismissed the notion, even if that were the case. "I would handle it myself." "Don't be like that, Kara. I simply wish to be a good mommy," Harley said, her voice laced with feigned innocence. "I have always dreamt of having such an adorable daughter." However, her words nearly provoked Kara's wrath, struggling to restrain herself from delivering a punch that would send Harley flying. She quickly shifted to Leon's other side. Harley, undeterred, chased after her. Initially, she had intended to leave once she grew bored, but now her thoughts had shifted. For the sake of such a charming daughter, she resolved to cling to Leon. Through the discerning gaze of Harley Quinn, she perceived that Kara was far from ordinary and possessed an intriguing potential for madness akin to her own. After all, when Kara had merely suggested blowing up a school, she had not dismissed the idea. Chapter 24. The collapse of Bruce Wayne located in the Upper East Side of Gotham. Lewis Grieve Memorial High School was considerably farther than Kara's previous school. Fortunately, Gotham is relatively small, and the trio arrived swiftly by car. However, the attention they garnered along the way made Leon feel somewhat ill at ease. Harley Quinn, clad in his attire, yet radiantly beautiful, naturally attracted stares. Harley, unfazed, seemed to have an epiphany. As Leon had aptly pointed out, the Joker's costume was decidedly outdated. Upon their arrival at the school, they discovered a stage had been erected, seemingly to welcome the new students. Surrounding them were numerous journalists armed with cameras, though their enthusiasm for snapping photos was rather lackluster. After all, who among these ordinary students was noteworthy? "Let us proceed," Leon suggested. Yet Harley Quinn, brimming with excitement, eagerly linked arms with Leon and dashed forward. At that moment, she and Kara each grasped one of Leon's arms, as if vying for his attention. "Hey, hurry and take my picture," Harley commanded a nearby journalist with a boldness that left little room for refusal. "Why?" the reporter inquired, momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing her beauty, he decided to indulge her request and captured a family portrait. Before Harley could utter another word, Leon swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her away. "We must hurry inside. If anyone discovers she is Harley Quinn, Kara's enrollment may face complications." Although Leon's strength had already astonished her the previous night, Harley was still taken aback. "Darling, you are remarkably strong. No wonder you could defeat me." Kara's expression darkened at the remark. At that moment, a middle-aged Caucasian woman appeared before them, dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of authority. Behind her, a dedicated journalist captured the moment as she greeted the new students. Leon immediately understood. "Greetings. I am Principal Connie of the Memorial High School," she announced, striving to maintain a friendly demeanor. Yet, upon observing the attire of Leon and his companions, particularly Harley's boisterous appearance, she found it difficult to reconcile their image with that of aristocracy or elitism. Unsure if retaining these students was advantageous, she felt conflicted. Recognizing her voice, Leon responded amiably, "Hello, Principal. I am the guardian of Kara Zor-El." "So this is Kara?" Principal Connie's demeanor shifted immediately. Her gaze fell upon the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kara as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. "How exquisite! Like a doll. Indeed an exceptional student. I am confident Kara will thrive in our school." She then proceeded to deliver a speech extolling Kara's virtues. This was a designation bestowed by Wayne Enterprises, placing Kara at the forefront of her praise. With Principal Connie's extensive experience, she could discern the difference, perhaps even sensing a connection to Bruce Wayne himself. This left Kara somewhat bewildered. What was happening? After a lengthy discourse, Principal Connie politely stated, "Please wait for the other newcomers, and then we shall take a group photo." Leon and the others could only bide their time, which soon caused Harley Quinn to lose interest. "This is dull, utterly tedious," she incessantly whispered in Leon's ear. "Darling, shall we go introduce ourselves to that girl? Why is her hair purple?" Leon held her back. Clearly, Kara had no interest in making friends. It all seemed too childish to her. The others, accompanied by their parents, quickly congregated. At that moment, however, the reporters outside the school erupted in cheers, their cameras flashing. This instantly irked Harley Quinn. "What's going on? No one is photographing me, despite my beauty. I must see who it is." In a fit of anger, she stormed outside, and Leon felt that bringing her along had been a mistake, hastily following her. There, a car resembling a concept vehicle came to a halt, and the reporters fervently clicked their shutters, seemingly aware of who was inside. As the door opened, the reporters surged forward. "Bruce Wayne, may I ask why Wayne Enterprises is hosting this event? Will Wayne Enterprises continue to support this project? What is Wayne Enterprises' stance on climate issues?" Descending from the car was none other than Gotham's renowned playboy, Bruce Wayne, dressed in a tailored, high-end suit, his hair impeccably styled and his posture tall. He exuded confidence and a sense of world-weariness. He appeared quite pleased, even answering a few questions from the reporters. Meanwhile, Kara urged Harley Quinn, "This is Bruce Wayne. If he were to spend money on you, you would never run out." However, for reasons unknown, Harley Quinn regarded Bruce Wayne with disdain. "Young lady, wealthy men are all bad, especially your godfather. He must not be wealthy." Harley Quinn promptly redirected her ire towards Leon. Reflecting on Leon's actions, Karen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If Leon is like this without money, what would happen if he were wealthy? Those desperate women would surely swarm him. Therefore, men cannot be trusted. The more you love them, the more they will hurt you, Harley. Leon quickly pulled her aside, fearing she would lead Kara astray. Kara, having never encountered such reasoning, merely absorbed this knowledge from Earth, finding it to be logical. At that moment, having finished addressing the reporters, Bruce Wayne was approached by Principal Connie. "Mr. Wayne, I never expected you to attend in person. Our school is truly honored." Principal Connie was utterly thrilled. Even Harley Quinn remarked, "He looks like a unicorn draped in $50 million worth of gold. Quite a rarity, indeed." Bruce Wayne exchanged pleasantries with the principal before stating, "I merely came to take a look. Let the children resume their classes promptly." Following this, he was introduced to everyone under the principal's guidance. Wayne Enterprises had generously sponsored numerous children this time. Soon, he encountered Leon and the others. "Thank you, Mr. Wayne," Leon said with a smile. Grateful for Bruce Wayne's resolution of Kara's educational issues and the waiver of tuition fees, there was no reason for him not to be pleased. Although he was aware of Bruce's ulterior motives, what did that matter? "No need for thanks. I hope Kara studies diligently." Bruce Wayne's primary concern was Kara, as this marked his first encounter with Kara Zor-El, the extraterrestrial maiden. She appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet possessed a beauty that was exquisitely refined, akin to a Barbie doll. "Is this your wife?" he inquired, soon recognizing Harley Quinn, even without her Joker makeup. "What's going on?" Leon was at a loss for an explanation when he heard Harley, beaming with a radiant smile, say, "We're still in conversation. But it's highly probable that I shall be Kara's godmother." Both Kara and Bruce were taken aback, while Leon covered his face, realizing he could not clarify the situation and was in danger of being labeled a villain by Batman. Chapter 25. This is the Joker's girl. After the photographs concluded, Bruce Wayne departed with remarkable swiftness. Seated in his car, he hastily retrieved his phone. "Alfred, how is the Joker's girl among them?" "It is quite natural for young men and women to spark a connection, Master Wayne," Alfred replied with unwavering calmness. The Joker had publicly severed ties with Harley Quinn, and his subordinates no longer heeded her commands, thus allowing for a free romance. "That is not my concern," Bruce Wayne responded helplessly. "Who cares whether this pair of miscreants is in a free relationship? This presents a significant issue for Kara. Harley Quinn suffers from mental illness and exhibits violent, unpredictable behavior." Upon hearing Bruce's words, Alfred chuckled. "Master Wayne, I had thought you would spend a day embodying Bruce Wayne rather than fixating on Batman's affairs. People can change. Perhaps she has turned over a new leaf? I would rather believe she will drive that father-daughter duo mad. She committed a crime just last week." The purple-haired girl, whom Harley Quinn had taken an interest in, stood by during the photo session. Afterward, she inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" The purple-haired girl, seemingly shy, glanced at her and replied, Rachel Roth. Rachel, splendid. This is Kara. She will be your superior from now on. If anyone bullies you, just let her know. Harley Quinn pulled Kara over, who glared at her in anger. Rachel Roth, intimidated by the seemingly fierce woman, nodded in agreement. See, your godmother is quite benevolent. She has already helped you gather your entourage as school begins. Harley Quinn is far from being a burden, much to the discomfort of Rachel Rose's mother, who appears to be raising her child alone. The awkwardness escalates as Carla, feeling the pressure, breaks free from Harley's grasp, insisting, once again, you are not my godmother. I must attend class. Yet, Harley remains unfazed, dismissing the child's opinion on the matter. Her sole aim is to win over Leon. As Carla accompanies Rachel to class, it seems Harley's words have indeed borne fruit, uniting the two girls in shared disdain. Has she always been this way? Don't mind her. She's simply a lunatic. Keep your distance. Meanwhile, Harley pulls Leon aside, asking, do you know what we ought to do now? What? He replies, head home, and then let's indulge in some fun. Harley whispers in his ear, planting a playful kiss on his earlobe. You minx. Yet, Leon's current fascination lies in transforming Harley. The outdated clown costume from yesterday lingers in his memory, far too antiquated to showcase her beauty properly. Thus, they venture to the commercial district to embark on a shopping spree. Leon's most vivid recollection of the Joker's girlfriend is from the film's Suicide Squad, and he shares this vision with Harley, whose eyes light up with excitement. This is the quintessential Harley Quinn, she exclaims, darting off in search of the perfect attire. Fortunately, Gotham, being a sprawling metropolis, offers ample options, and they find what they need at reasonable prices. Aware of Leon's financial situation, Harley understands why he shares such a modest apartment with Carla. However, her priorities lie elsewhere. She values experiences over wealth. Harley leads Leon to purchase affordable items. Initially tempted to snatch them without payment, but Leon insists otherwise. It is known that items inside stores are overpriced while bargains await outside. It merely depends on the means of acquisition. And in America, there exists a wondrous place, the mysterious shop of Cassante, where goods are not only inexpensive but also guaranteed to be authentic, often acquired at no cost at all. After completing their shopping, an impatient Harley pulls Leon into a secluded alley. Darling, keep an eye out for me. Ensure no one is watching. Her sultry voice echoes from within, igniting a fire within Leon. He discovers that frolicking with Harley Quinn is quite entertaining. Perhaps it is human nature to harbor a restless, fervent spirit. Yet, he still has Carla to consider. The thought of Carla brings a sense of calm, and he refrains from piquing at Harley's transformation, patiently awaiting her reveal. Suddenly, a cry of help pierces the air from within. Instantly alert, Leon rushes inside. Upon entering, he beheld Harley Quinn grinning cheerfully at him. My dear, you still care for me. She leapt directly into Leon's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist. Leon gazed at Harley in his arms. She had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her familiar twin ponytails framed her face, while the upper half of her attire consisted of a white bodice that exposed ample skin, revealing much of her northern hemisphere. Yet, she donned a red and blue jacket over it, and her lower half was clad in tantalizing shorts of the same colors, complemented by new fishnet stockings and ankle boots. She was utterly transformed from the circus clown she once was. Even standing before someone familiar, one might scarcely recognize her. What do you think? The clown girl, Harley, inquired with a smile. She detected satisfaction in Leon's gaze but longed for his praise. Every woman delights in flattery. You look lovely, though there's room for improvement, Leon replied. What could be improved? She asked. Your makeup, but it mustn't be as pale as before. That was more ghastly than a corpse, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Harley's eyes sparkled with inspiration. I know just how to apply it. She immediately began her makeup routine, this time opting for a foundation that was less stark than before, granting her a beauty that was alluring rather than frightening. Then, she adorned her lips with red lipstick and applied eyeliner, eschewing the toxic black lips of her past. Mischievously, she drew a heart on her cheek. What do you think? Perfect, she exclaimed. This was the new Harley Quinn, bidding farewell to her past. With that, she leapt back into Leon's arms, exclaiming, Darling, let us go home, but before she could finish, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. Fortunately, the aim was woefully poor. Nevertheless, the sudden noise startled both of them. Turning to see, they spotted several gang members lurking outside. It's her, the clown girl. Now that the Joker has abandoned her, let's kill her. One shouted. No. First, let us capture her and have some fun. The gang erupted into laughter. Harley instantly grasped the situation. Darling, our enemies have come for us. The clown girl had made many foes in Gotham, emboldened by the Joker's protection. However, circumstances had shifted. To these adversaries, she now appeared as an easy target, ripe for revenge. Chapter 26. Do not kiss her. The enemies of the clown girl were all part of the underworld. Leon was unaware of how many had criminal records in Gotham. At that moment, Leon and the clown girl exchanged a glance. The enemies seemed few in number. Darling, let me take flight, the clown girl declared decisively. Her ability to roam freely in Gotham was not solely reliant on the Joker's shield. Without hesitation, Leon lifted her and, akin to hurling a human cannonball, he launched Harley into the fray. Waha! Harley Quinn exclaimed with excitement, reveling in an experience unlike any she had encountered before. A few gangsters, startled, frantically opened fire towards her soaring figure in the sky. Yet, like a mad acrobat from the Grayson family, Harley gracefully twisted and turned in midair, miraculously evading the bullets. Whether it was sheer luck or genuine skill that allowed her to dodge the projectiles remained uncertain. Of course, it was far more likely that the gangsters were simply inept marksmen. After all, even the officers representing America in the international police competition were not renowned for their shooting accuracy, let alone these criminals. In an elegant landing, Harley positioned herself directly in front of the gang members. Crouching slightly, she was immediately seized by one of the gangsters nearby. In a swift motion, Harley grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and rose to deliver a forceful strike to his face. Bam! Home run, she exclaimed, voicing her own triumph. With her combat prowess, she effortlessly handled the remaining henchmen. Her agility was remarkable, far surpassing that of an average person, complemented by commendable fighting skills. While she may not have matched the caliber of opponents like Batman, dealing with these thugs was a trivial task. After dispatching a couple more adversaries, Harley Quinn appeared somewhat disheveled, her newly purchased attire now marred with dirt. Huffing, she pouted and blew a few strands of her bangs upward, the wooden stick resting nonchalantly on her shoulder. Fear not, honey. I shall protect you, she declared. Are you certain? Leon approached her, casting a peculiar glance over her shoulder. Harley turned to see yet another group of individuals rushing toward them, their faces smeared with a layer of white makeup, now darkening in the chaos. Run, she shouted, discarding the stick, seizing a revolver from the ground, and sprinting away. After all, she was merely Harley Quinn, not Batgirl. There was no way she could take on so many foes. Don't run. Harley, stop. Our boss wants to see you, the pursuing crowd shouted as they chased her down. However, Harley was no fool. She merely replied, Who is your boss? You'll know when you see him. Scram, she retorted, quickening her pace. Leon, experiencing his first street chase, observed as a throng pursued them, while bystanders merely cowered aside, with no one daring to call the police. Such scenes appeared routine in Gotham. Is this common in Gotham? He inquired of Harley Quinn. I have no idea. They never dared to show themselves before, she replied, feeling aggrieved. Previously, when Harley had dominated the Gotham underworld, these individuals had only dared to seethe in silence. Who would have thought they would now not only voice their defiance, but also take action? This infuriated Harley, igniting within her a fierce resolve. These people are taking things too far. I must teach them a lesson. Perhaps we should first consider how to escape, Leon suggested. Drive, she commanded. Harley boldly intercepted a vehicle, startling the driver who immediately slammed on the brakes, the tires nearly smoking from the sudden halt. Without a shred of hesitation, Harley yanked the driver out, declaring, I shall borrow your car. The victim of this audacious theft stood aside, exuding a remarkably amiable demeanor, embodying the quintessential Gotham citizen. Undoubtedly not due to the ominous gun pointed at him, Leon was struck by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his own days in Los Santos, where he had similarly commandeered vehicles with such flair. Yet now, the game had morphed into stark reality. With no time to ponder, Leon swiftly jumped into the passenger seat. Harley Quinn shouted, Hold on tight. She pressed the accelerator with fervor, and the car surged forward, leaving behind a flurry of gangsters hurling curses and firing wildly at them. Ha ha ha! Harley's laughter rang out, immersing Leon in a unique experience of America. Noticing the distance from their erstwhile captors, he remarked, Slow down, lest we provoke the Gotham police. Darling, is this not thrilling? Harley replied, obediently reducing their speed, her arm draped over Leon's shoulder. How could he refuse? Indeed, it was exhilarating. Reminiscent of the time he spent fleeing alongside Kara, the adrenaline coursing through him, the nights restless with anxiety. Yet, he relished that thrill. Let us handle the car and head home. However, after the fervor, mundanity awaited. Leon had finally found solace in a stable life. And the mere thought of Kara kept him in check. We must first meet someone, a friend of mine, Harley proposed. No, Leon shook his head. What friends does Harley Quinn have? Are they even ordinary people? I wish to remain uninvolved. Yet, Harley unveiled her trump card. Daddy. Who could resist the charms of the pouting jester? The vehicle soon arrived at London's West End. Harley found a place to abandon the car, knowing the police would return it to its rightful owner. Thus, they were merely borrowing it. We need to hurry, or we'll miss half the day, Harley urged as she pulled Leon towards a grand building. Navigating the familiar path, they entered the elevator and selected their floor. What friend are we meeting? Leon inquired. You'll know upon meeting her. She is a stunning beauty, and you mustn't stray your affections, Harley whimpered, her captivating gaze fixed on Leon. Undeniably, she possessed the allure of a Hollywood star, even more striking. Leon felt a surge of affection and vowed, I shall not cease to cherish you. At most, I shall be a tad more affectionate. Harley Quinn, unable to perceive the underlying tension, chuckled reassuringly. That's good. Just don't kiss her later. Why would I kiss her? Leon queried, perplexed. However, as the elevator doors slid open, understanding dawned upon him. The corridor was adorned with a profusion of verdant flora, a wild and untamed manifestation of nature amidst the concrete and steel. Vines sprawled across the walls, pulsating with life, guiding their path along the hall. Be cautious and don't disturb these little creatures, or Ivy will be displeased, Harley cautioned. The name Ivy, synonymous with the evergreen vine, was commonly associated with the notorious poison ivy. Chapter 27. Are you taking over? The surrounding plants swayed as if animated, encircling the two of them. Ivy knows we have arrived, Harley Quinn beamed. True to her intuition, the greenery parted, creating a passage for Harley. Yet when Leon attempted to follow, the plants obstructed his way. Ivy, he is mine. Allow him to pass, Harley called out, observing the standoff. The plants hesitated momentarily before relenting. As Leon and Harley stepped into the room, it resembled an exhibition hall, devoid of anything but an array of diverse plants. With his limited knowledge of botany, Leon could scarcely identify any of them. My dear Harley, I presumed you had come to your senses and realized that men are unreliable. It seems you remain obstinately enchanted. A melodious voice, rich and seductive, floated towards them. Huh, Ivy, Leon is different. In what way? He gives me butterflies, Harley Quinn exclaimed, her infatuation palpable, eliciting a bemused reaction even from the yet-to-appear poison ivy, Pamela. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to Harley's antics, ever the archetype of selfless devotion to those she loved. Poison Ivy, who fancied herself an independent, eco-conscious woman, held her friend's whims in disdain. Harley continued, moreover, Leon has an adorable daughter. You cannot fathom how delightful that is. What? The usually languid Poison Ivy could no longer contain her surprise and promptly emerged. To her astonishment, she had been nestled within the petals of a colossal carnivorous flower. At that moment, the massive bloom unfurled, revealing an extraordinarily stunning woman reclining within. Her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed at Harley. You're taking over? Poison Ivy questioned, astonished. With her enchanting visage and graceful form, she donned a strapless, high-slit bodysuit crafted from vibrant green ivy leaves, complemented by long gloves, thigh-high boots, and striking green tights. Cascading red waves framed her face, accentuated by crimson lips, radiating a dangerous yet irresistible allure. In terms of beauty, she and Harley Quinn were undeniably equals. Have you lost your mind? Harley, has he cast a spell over you? Observing the composed demeanor of Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn felt an unexpected sense of pride as she exclaimed, You simply don't understand, my dear. You just don't. Of course I don't. Poison Ivy, Pamela, gazed incredulously at Leon, exclaiming, He is nothing but handsome. Ivy, Harley Quinn interjected, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. He is not only handsome, but also quite endowed. Moreover, he possesses considerable skills. Though this may have been intended as a compliment, Leon found himself discontented. Was he not charming, witty, and sophisticated? Surely that could not be dismissed. In that moment, Poison Ivy gracefully glided towards Leon, seizing his shoulders with the intent of a bold kiss. Yet, Harley Quinn swiftly intervened. "Hey," she protested, her annoyance palpable. "I am here for my own matters." "Your matters?" Poison Ivy scrutinized Harley Quinn closely, then exclaimed, "Wow, Harley, you look stunning now. You are no longer in your circus attire." The Joker, filled with excitement, chimed in, "I am even better now, thanks to Leon." She linked her arm with his, exuding a sense of affection that left Poison Ivy feeling somewhat unsettled. Leon found himself bemused by the perplexing nature of women's thought processes. Was this truly of paramount importance? Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as he sensed Poison Ivy's underlying hostility towards him. After a brief moment of revelry, Poison Ivy, Pamela, regained her composure and inquired, "Well, Harley, what else do you wish to discuss?" Her appearance, adorned with green makeup, evoked the essence of a deadly vine. She turned her attention away from the affair between Harley Quinn and Leon, as she simply could not fathom how a man who was merely handsome and possibly a divorced father could captivate Harley Quinn. Was it truly just his endowment? Harley Quinn, now composed and shedding her previous erratic demeanor, linked her arm with Leon and declared, "Ivy, Leon and I are embarking on our own venture." "What?" Before Poison Ivy could respond, Leon interjected hastily, "Harley, that is impossible. I'm a good man." "Oh, darling, do you expect me to struggle on my own? Those ruthless men are not as gentle as you." Harley Quinn lamented, painting a vivid picture of her potential fate if captured. Her imagination ran wild. "A woman as beautiful as I would surely endure a fate worse than death in their hands." Leon, exasperated, cut her off. "For the sake of Kara, she requires a stable life." Poison Ivy grasped the implication. Kara was his daughter. She had anticipated a furious outburst from Harley Quinn, as she was known to be quite possessive, even towards her own daughter. To her surprise, Harley responded with an outpouring of maternal affection. "You are absolutely right." Harley Quinn nibbled on her finger, deep in thought. "However, if we do not make a name for ourselves, we will inevitably be pursued as we were earlier. Must we remain in hiding indefinitely?" Upon hearing this, Leon responded, "Then we must instill fear in others, making them hesitant to chase you." "Precisely," Harley exclaimed, snapping her fingers with a beaming smile. "Ivy has a way to assist us." Leon was well aware that he was being ensnared by Harley's charm. Yet, Poison Ivy, Pamela, interjected, "I never agreed to help you." "Ivy, do you wish to see me captured?" Harley inquired, unperturbed as she circled around Poison Ivy. As expected, Pamela's resolve softened at her words. "Do you remember the potion I gave you last time?" Poison Ivy began. "Of course. Is there a new concoction this time?" Harley replied, her smile radiant. "The last potion enhanced your strength and speed and granted you a certain resistance to toxins, enabling immunity to most poisons," Pamela explained, casting a glance at Leon as if to convey that he was not one of them. Leon realized then why the jester's constitution seemed extraordinary. She had been augmented. Indeed, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. "What effect does this potion have?" Harley inquired eagerly. "Control. Anyone who ingests the potion will fall under your influence, compelled to act on your behalf, albeit for a limited duration." "Wow, that could offer a different kind of amusement with Leon." Harley's eyes sparkled. Chapter 28. "I want to help your godfather. Why do I sense that Ivy dislikes you?" Indeed, on the streets of Upper West Side, Harley was hardly surprised by Leon's observation. "It's because Ivy and I are dear friends, and we have shared a romantic past," she candidly revealed. Leon found this somewhat hard to digest, yet it felt rather normal. Such as America, a land where, beyond male and female, one finds over 100 genders. No wonder Poison Ivy, Pamela, was so invested in Harley's well-being, not only enhancing her physique, but also granting her nearly unfettered desires. Harley quickly reassured Leon, "That was all in the past. My heart belongs solely to you now, darling. Let's hurry home. We have but half a day left." The Joker and Harley Quinn shared a twisted bond, devoid of any genuine emotion, characterized solely by the Joker's exploitation of Harley. He had contemplated her demise countless times. Yet Harley's tenacity proved formidable. Now, she had resolved to sever all ties with the Joker completely. To achieve this, all it required was a shift in affection. With just half a day remaining, the two returned home, barely emerging from their room, as if the dilapidated old building itself trembled with their presence. Due to their superhuman physical prowess, The two were oblivious to fatigue and hunger. It was only when school hours concluded that Leon remembered the necessity of preparing dinner. Kara was returning, and thus he resolved to cook. Struggling to rise, he noted that upon hearing Kara's name, Harley Quinn ceased to impede him, for otherwise, she would inevitably drag him back. Like an unceasing machine, her relentless energy instilled a certain trepidation in Leon. This felt akin to laboring in a factory. In the kitchen, Leon endeavored to prepare a stir-fry. With Chinatown nearby, procuring green chili peppers was a trivial task. However, this was a formidable challenge for Leon, as it marked his inaugural attempt at cooking, further complicated by Harley's incessant distractions. At that moment, she donned his white shirt, whimsically neglecting the lower half of her attire. Her long, flawless legs on display, her stockings long gone. Occasionally, she would embrace Leon from behind, exclaiming, "Wow, darling, you truly excel at Chinese cuisine." She often offered to fetch seasonings, yet her inability to discern them resulted in more hindrance than help. When Kara returned, she was greeted by the sight of a charred, unappetizing mass of chili stir-fried meat. Fortunately, the rice remained unscathed. Kara surveyed the scene and inquired, "Godfather, what is this?" To which Leon promptly replied, feeling the need to maintain his image before Kara. Harley echoed his sentiment, stating, "I merely assisted your godfather. Trust me, I possess a wealth of culinary skills. Next time, I shall prepare you a steak." Kara understood the implications of their unreliable nature, especially with Harley currently garbed in Leon's clothing, which further displeased her. Nevertheless, the amiable Kara partook in a meal. Indeed, aside from its lackluster appearance, the flavor was commendable. Such is the nature of Chinese cuisine. As long as one follows the steps diligently, it seldom disappoints. Provided the seasonings are neither excessive nor overly robust, it generally yields a palatable dish. Furthermore, at Kara's age, she naturally favored bolder flavors. "Patience, there's more from the oven," Leon announced, presenting roasted pork chops. Thankfully, they had turned out well, as it merely required an even application of sauce before being placed in the oven. Thus, the three of them commenced their meal. This was not Harley's first encounter with Chinese food. After all, every city with a Chinatown offered it, rendering it unremarkable. However, for her, this was an authentic experience of traditional Chinese cuisine, devoid of any modifications. Initially, she had anticipated it would be unpalatable, yet upon tasting, she discovered the delightful richness of pork. In her previous experiences, pork had been far from appetizing. This misconception had contributed to the rise of many vegetarians. Was it a disdain for meat? No, rather it was the belief that meat lacked flavor. However, Chinese cuisine presented none of these issues. Leon disregarded her and instead inquired of Carla, "How are you feeling today?" "Quite well," Carla replied. "And what about that girl, Rachel? How do you get along with her?" Upon hearing the question, Carla pondered for a moment. Rachel was exceedingly quiet, even somewhat reclusive. It seemed she had only spoken to Carla throughout the entire day. Reflecting on this, Carla replied, "It's all right." Leon felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. "You are friends. Remember to look out for her." While savoring her pork chop, Carla nodded and said, "I will." Harley Quinn listened intently to the father-daughter exchange, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. After dinner, Leon prepared to leave. Yet unease gnawed at him. Would Harley Quinn remain here without leading Carla astray? Thus, he cautioned, "I am heading out. Do not wander around the house." "Rest assured, my dear, you know how honest I am," Harley Quinn immediately assured him, aware the words were directed at her. The sincerity of her promise was somewhat ambiguous, even to Leon himself. However, he had no choice but to trust her. Leon secured the door and made his way to the Iceberg Lounge. Though he did not vocalize it, Harley Quinn could undoubtedly deduce his destination. Frank's imposing figure clad in a suit was a glaring indication. In Gotham, aside from the Penguin, no one would demand their underlings to dress in such a manner. Upon arriving at the Iceberg Lounge, Leon directly approached the Penguin and conveyed the matter regarding the liquor. "The street demons gang?" The Penguin squinted, inquiring, "What do you think we should do?" Leon refrained from voicing any opinion, deferring entirely to Mr. Cobblepot's judgment. This elicited a smirk from the Penguin, who recognized that Leon was a good man reluctant to become embroiled in such affairs. Yet in Gotham, one was often ensnared against their will. Leon would come to understand this in due time. "Then you may proceed," the Penguin concluded. Leon nodded and returned to the lounge, where he found himself devoid of interest in the alluring figures brimming with youthful exuberance. He realized that, in comparison to Harley Quinn, ordinary women appeared rather mundane. He had no affinity for mere ornaments. He was drawn to a unique woman like Harley Quinn. The Joker's girlfriend brought him danger and excitement, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. Meanwhile, at home, Harley Quinn was engaged in an activity that would undoubtedly send his adrenaline soaring. She had already donned the attire she had purchased earlier, having taken care to protect it from the whims of the unpredictable Leon. With a playful glance in the mirror, she approached Carla's door and chose to knock. "Carla, my dear, the night is long. How about I take you out for some fun?" She coaxed from the threshold. "No," Carla quickly retorted. She remained obedient. When the Godfather instructed her not to go out, she refrained from wandering, even though she was eager to experiment with her abilities. "Really? I genuinely wish to assist your Godfather." Chapter 29. She is my daughter. I wish to assist your Godfather. Upon overhearing the woman's words outside, Kara felt a flicker of emotion. She emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Kara's room was sparsely adorned, with little more than a collection of comic books and scarcely any feminine touches. In the past, Leon had attempted to buy her dolls, but she had deemed them childish. The outside jester seemed to sense Kara's intrigue and continued, "Your Godfather has it tough. He bears the sole responsibility of providing for the family. And now with me added to the mix, the pressure has intensified. You understand, don't you?" Kara could not help but interject. For reasons unknown to her, she felt compelled to rid herself of the jester's presence. Remarkably, the jester took no offense and instead chuckled. "Why don't we assist him together? 3 of us striving is certainly more reliable than his solitary efforts." Fully aware that the jester harbored ulterior motives, Kara still found herself unable to refuse. She yearned to aid her Godfather. More mature than her peers, she had witnessed Leon's struggles firsthand. Initially, he had no experience in parenting a daughter, leading to numerous blunders and exerting considerable effort. Recalling these moments filled Kara with warmth. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Kara in her pajamas. Her expression notably neutral. "How should we proceed?" she inquired, her height already quite striking, only slightly shorter than the jester. "Follow me," the jester instructed. Turning to lead the way, Kara hesitated for a moment, then changed her clothes and followed. Once outside, she took a moment to observe the jester's attire, which differed greatly from what she had seen on television. Previously, the jester donned the cliché D garb of a clown, reminiscent of a circus performer. Yet now, though still eccentric, she appeared surprisingly captivating. Perhaps sensing Kara's gaze, the jester twirled her pigtails and remarked, "What do you think? Your Godfather assisted in this makeover." Upon hearing this, a pang of jealousy stirred within Kara as she queried, "What exactly are we to do?" "You'll find out shortly," the jester teased, evading a direct answer. In the presence of the cunning and deceptive jester, Kara, the innocent young girl, resembled a mere lamb. Had the jester intended to cause her harm, a few words would suffice. Fortunately, at that moment, the jester was overwhelmed by maternal affection and harbored no malicious intent towards Kara. She simply believed that including Kara would enhance the experience. As for any potential danger, she dismissed the notion entirely, for she had brought bodyguards. "Harley, you're late." A sultry, commanding voice resonated. Then, Kara felt something coil around her ankle. Upon inspection, she discovered a vine ensnaring her. "What is this?" Kara gasped in shock. "Fear not, my dear," the jester reassured her. "Ivy, release her. She is my daughter." "What? Are you out of your mind? Does she truly regard her as her own daughter?" Poison Ivy, Pamela, remains perplexed, for she is inherently unable to fathom Harley Quinn's thought processes. "Isn't it amusing?" Harley quipped, "I never envisioned myself as a mother. But now that the opportunity presents itself, I simply must give it a try." Such is the essence of Harley's sentiments. Yet Kara would never concede to such a notion. "Who is your daughter?" she retorted, glaring in indignation, her eyes suddenly feeling a twinge of irritation, though she dismissed it. Harley, however, was unconcerned with her acknowledgement. "Just behave and refrain from causing any trouble," Poison Ivy commanded, releasing her hold on Kara with her botanical control. She observed Kara, golden-haired and azure-eyed, despite her youth. Her statuesque form suggested she would blossom into a stunning beauty. It was no wonder Harley was so invested. Yet, a thought struck Poison Ivy. As an individual of Eastern descent, how could she have produced a Caucasian girl? Kara's lineage was remarkably pure, devoid of any mixed traits. Upon hearing this, Harley erupted into laughter, "Because she's my ward. Surely, You don't believe she was born of me, do you? By the way, Kara, where are your parents? Kara, upon hearing this, felt no inclination to speak. She would disclose her identity to no one, save for her godfather. Fortunately, Harley and Poison Ivy were not overly concerned with her reticence. The two finally delved into serious matters. Harley, do you know who is orchestrating those individuals? Poison Ivy inquired. Harley had sought her out today specifically to address this issue. After all, living in constant fear of being hunted was not in Harley's nature. She had always been the pursuer, never the prey. I'm not sure, Harley replied, flicking her bangs dismissively. However, I do recognize one of them. That simplifies matters. We can confront them, Poison Ivy stated, extending her finger as a vine swiftly coiled around it. Wait, confront whom? Kara interjected, increasingly uneasy. After all, she aspired to be a beacon of justice, a paragon of law enforcement, a good neighbor to the people of Gotham. How could she possibly engage in criminality? Darling, we are after money, of course. We need funds. If we had money, Leon wouldn't have to work at the Iceberg Lounge every day. Do you have any idea how perilous the place is? It's the territory of the Penguin, a supervillain, Harley explained, attempting to persuade Kara. Yet, despite her youth, Kara was not naive. So what does that have to do with me? She inquired. Everything, Harley replied, crossing her arms and leaning in. Do you know who is the wealthiest in Gotham? At this, Kara naturally thought of the person she had seen earlier that day. Bruce Wayne. Exactly. But he is a good man. We do not rob good people. Perhaps it is the overwhelming nature of maternal love that transforms Harley Quinn into a champion of justice in front of Kara, as she wishes to avoid being perceived as a villain. Aside from Bruce Wayne, the wealthiest individuals in Gotham are those nefarious characters who engage in various misdeeds to amass their fortunes, which we naturally aim to reclaim. In a fit of righteous indignation, Harley exclaimed, "Why should your godfather toil so diligently, yet struggle to earn a living while residing in an old house with us? Is that fair?" At her tender age, Kara lacked the capacity to discern right from wrong. She was easily swayed. Merely by listening to Harley's words, she felt a sense of injustice. Criminality appeared to yield vast wealth, while her godfather, who worked tirelessly, possessed so little. Harley shot a glance at Poison Ivy, who shook her head, lamenting Kara's naivety. Poison Ivy then stated plainly, "We found him. Let us proceed." This time, Kara did not question further. Her mind was muddled, and she desperately needed Leon's guidance. Unfortunately, her godfather was not present. Thus, she followed the two shadowy women of Gotham, her dear friends leading the way as they climbed into Poison Ivy's vehicle. Chapter 30. Black Mass. Gotham's nights are precisely when the underworld thrives. Poison Ivy's car sped through Gotham, swiftly pinpointing their target thanks to the insights from her connection to the green. Poison Ivy's powers derive from a fragment of the elemental force known as the green, which is paralleled by the red of all life and the black of decay. It is akin to the Phoenix Force or the power of the elves in the Marvel Universe. In essence, the green relates to all forms of plant life, imbuing them with vitality. Poison Ivy's ability to command plants stems from this power, bestowing upon her a degree of immortality. Beyond that, she can exert control over nearly all of Gotham's flora, making it remarkably easy for her to locate someone in the city. "Where are you headed, Jimmy?" Harley Quinn, seeking to spare Kara from the more gruesome aspects, instructed Poison Ivy merely to ensnare the target and swiftly render him unconscious. They dragged him to a warehouse before awakening him. Jimmy, a tall and robust white man, now appeared trembling as he found himself bound by Poison Ivy. "Harley Quinn," he stammered, as she brandished a baseball bat, ominously gesturing above his head. Yet, it was merely a ruse to intimidate him, for Kara was present, and Harley was striving to suppress her sadistic impulses. "What do you want?" Jimmy quaked, his bravado faltering. Yet, it was evident to all that he was paralyzed by fear, drenched in cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably. "Speak. Who sent you to capture me? Or I shall shatter your brother." Harley Quinn directly pressed the baseball bat downwards. With just a slight exertion, one could hear the sound of chaos ensuing. This struck at Jimmy's Achilles heel, causing him to hastily exclaim, "I can't say, or he will kill me." "So will I." Harley Quinn finally erupted, unable to contain her frustration any longer. "You fear him, but not me?" She was incensed that someone dared to disregard her. No, Jimmy stammered, utterly terrified and devoid of any resolve. For the Gotham underworld, loyalty was a rare commodity. And here, treachery reigned supreme. It was precisely why the Penguin emphasized loyalty, despite his own disbelief in such a concept. A group devoid of loyalty was a frightening prospect indeed. Satisfied, Harley nodded and, with an air of superiority, demanded, "Speak. Who is behind this?" "It's Black Mask, Roman Siones." Roman Siones, born into the affluent Siones family, had a tumultuous past. In his youth, he was a classmate of Bruce Wayne, but as he matured, he murdered his parents and inherited their vast fortune. From that moment, his life spiraled into chaos. His volatile temper led him to conduct business like a gangster. He was far more suited to the underworld than corporate affairs. Consequently, his inherited company faced imminent collapse. It was then that Wayne Enterprises intervened, acquiring his company and leaving Roman with nothing. This misfortune prompted Roman to blame Bruce Wayne for his plight. He subsequently returned to his true calling, the criminal underworld. He exhumed his parents' coffins from the cemetery, crafting an ebony skull mask symbolizing his rage. Thus, the Black Mask was born. Harley Quinn recalled his past, aware of their previous conflicts. Back then, the Joker had been her protector, and Roman had dared not confront her. However, circumstances had shifted. He now believed Harley had gone solo and sought vengeance. With a glint in her eye, Harley suggested, "Why not take a little nap, Jimmy?" Before he could utter another word, he was swiftly knocked unconscious. In truth, had it not been for Kara's presence, Harley would have executed him without hesitation. "Let us go find Roman," she declared, her face set with determination. "Wait, are we just leaving him here?" Kara, confronted with such a situation for the first time, felt a pang of compassion. "Fear not, he won't perish," Harley assured her, pulling her away. The three of them piled into the car. Yet Kara felt a gnawing unease within her. This could not continue. "I want to go home and sleep. I have school tomorrow," she finally spoke up, presenting a reasonable excuse. "Oh, Kara, the show has only just begun," Harley Quinn replied, her expression turning sour. "Do you wish for me to be killed by them?" She immediately began to impose moral pressure on Kara, reflecting on the matter and concluding that Kara's lack of involvement was the source of her boredom. "Well, when we interrogate Black Mask, let's bring Kara along." However, Kara retorted, "Aren't we here to make money? How can we earn if we don't find them?" The Joker's daughter interjected, "They have amassed a fortune that does not belong to them. We're doing this for Gotham." Kara was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, it is all for Gotham." Poison Ivy, Pamela, added, "They show no regard for the environment or for plants. They must be taught a lesson." Hearing both adults speak in this manner, young Kara had no choice but to acquiesce. She absorbed the knowledge of this world like a sponge. Yet she would ultimately have to discern for herself what is good and what is bad. They drove toward the Upper East Side. With the rise of Black Mask, the entire Upper East Side had become his territory. Locating Black Mask was quite simple. All they needed was to make him aware of their presence. Thus, they ventured onto the streets, disembarking the vehicle to seek out those loitering about. In America, aside from the city center, one would rarely encounter anyone at night. If one did happen upon someone late at night, vigilance was paramount, for danger lurked at every corner. In blunt terms, the entirety of America resembled a grand game of werewolf. When darkness fell, one must close their eyes. This held true even in places like Los Angeles and Metropolis, let alone Gotham. In Gotham, the prevalence of gangsters rendered it perilous for ordinary citizens to walk the streets alone after dusk. The fate of the Waynes serves as a grim reminder. The wealthiest individuals in Gotham are often gunned down, let alone the common folk. It was only with the emergence of Batman as a vigilante that conditions improved slightly. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, Pamela, roamed the streets, randomly assaulting individuals and instructing them. "Go tell Black Mask that his queen has arrived." This tactic proved effective. Before long, Black Mask appeared with his gang, a group known as the False Face Society. All of them wore various masks, though none dared to don black, as only their leader, Black Mask, was permitted to do so. The visage of Black Mask was grotesque and terrifying, exuding an aura of fear. "Harley Quinn, you've come right to my door." Chapter 31. The Penalty of Defeat. "Harley Quinn, you've come right to my door." Black Mask's men quickly surrounded the trio, a development that filled Kara with trepidation. Yet, the expressions of the Joker's daughter and Poison Ivy remained remarkably nonchalant. Harley Quinn weighed the baseball bat in her hands and declared, "Black Mask, you initiated this. We harbor no grudges." "No grudges?" Black Mask scoffed coldly, Have you forgotten the incident when the Joker protected you and you blew up my warehouse? I did not forget. Upon hearing these words, Harley Quinn's eyes gleamed with mischief. She certainly would not forget. Oh, really? You are rather stingy. She burst into laughter, as if mocking Black Mask. This only amused Black Mask further. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall relish in tormenting you and discover what skills you, the madwoman, possess. Uft. My skills are exceptional, but they are not for you, Harley retorted. At that moment, only Leon could enjoy the spectacle. You don't think these two women can save you, do you? Black Mask observed Poison Ivy and Kara. While he recognized Poison Ivy, he held no fear of her. Women are merely playthings. Capture them. With the numbers on his side, Black Mask remained unfazed, ordering his henchmen to attack. There was little to discuss. Their task was to seize the women, and he had already devised a plan. He intended to transform them into his own and thereby expand his territory. He was well aware of the formidable powers possessed by both Poison Ivy and Harley. Harley regarded Poison Ivy merely as a muscle, which was precisely why Harley had achieved such remarkable feats. As for Poison Ivy, she commanded her own followers. If he could assimilate them, he would instantly become Gotham's most powerful mob boss. In that eventuality, the likes of Falcone and the Penguin would be beneath his heel. Hence, his henchmen approached armed with melee weapons rather than firearms. This was precisely what emboldened Harley Quinn. She exchanged a glance with Poison Ivy and then advised Kara, "Stay close behind me and be cautious." With that, she brandished a baseball bat and rolled forward. Home run! She soared through the air, her bat sending one henchman crashing to the ground. However, the remaining henchmen surged toward them. Poison Ivy, Pamela, shielded Kara, her surroundings teeming with plants that ensnared the henchmen. Then, with a playful gesture, Poison Ivy blew a kiss. Her lips exuded a hallucinogenic gas infused with mental toxins, capable of controlling others through the kiss and the gas. Only those with formidable willpower could resist its effects. This was why Harley had warned Leon against kissing her. She feared Poison Ivy would steal him away. After all, they were dear friends with shared interests. Harley was confident that Leon could enchant Poison Ivy, Pamela. Many of Black Mask's henchmen were instantly subdued, turning to join forces with Harley Quinn as they pushed back against Black Mask. This was why they were unafraid of him. They could control his minions at any moment. How can you hope to contend with me? At that moment, Kara furrowed her brow, feeling an unsettling turmoil within. This was her first time confronting such matters up close. Yet, she felt no fear. Rather, she pondered, if it were Spider-Man, he would single-handedly vanquish them all. At that moment, Harley Quinn had succumbed to madness. The baseball bat in her hand was wielded with an impressive ferocity, despite its apparent disproportion to her figure. However, this incongruity did not deter her in the slightest. Ordinary individuals were no match for the Joker's girlfriend, and she swiftly dispatched them until she stood before Black Mask. Enraged, Black Mask spat, "You wretched harlot. I will ruin you." He took matters into his own hands, and his mask possessed a degree of mental control, causing the others to scatter in disarray. His minions, now dazed, ceased their participation in the fray, leaving only a duel between two. Poison Ivy, Pamela, remarked, "Something is amiss. I can no longer exert control. We must leave. Kada intergestit. No, we must defeat him." Poison Ivy remained resolute. Trust in Harley. In her eyes, Harley Quinn had been enhanced, thus transcending the realm of ordinary mortals. Unfortunately, Black Mask was no ordinary opponent. Suddenly, he brandished a firearm. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Fortunately, the Joker's girlfriend reacted swiftly, raising her bat just in time. Though she managed to deflect the shot, the bat shattered upon impact. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Black Mask lunged forward. Despite not being enhanced, he had maintained his physical training and combat skills in his quest for vengeance against Bruce Wayne. Conversely, Harley had never undergone systematic training. She relied solely on her superhuman physique. While she could easily handle ordinary henchmen, facing a skilled adversary posed a significant threat. Now, she found herself fighting barehanded against Black Mask, quickly falling to the disadvantage. With no mercy shown, Black Mask delivered a knee strike to her abdomen, nearly toppling her before seizing her by the throat. "I shall relish tormenting you," he declared. Spitting blood onto his mask, Harley defiantly retorted, "Pah!" Yet, she was unceremoniously tossed aside by Black Mask. In an instant, the Joker's girlfriend, whom Poison Ivy had placed her faith in, was defeated. leaving Ivy in a state of panic. If this continued, a punishment for defeat would surely follow. Unfortunately, Poison Ivy was not adept in hand-to-hand combat. She relied on her plants. Swiftly, she commanded the vines at her disposal. The vines expanded instantaneously, but Black Mask was prepared, severing them with a single shot. Damn it! How dare you harm my precious creations? Poison Ivy, a fervent lover of Flora, was immediately consumed by rage. Then, the threat from Black Mask emerged. If you dare to resist, I shall incinerate all the Flora in Gotham. Do you dare? This statement struck at the very heart of Poison Ivy, rendering her motionless. In all of Gotham, Poison Ivy was the most formidable threat, for her deepest concern lay with the plants. Everything else mattered little in comparison. Thus, any threat to her precious greenery was nearly guaranteed to compel her compliance. This vulnerability was precisely why Poison Ivy was frequently subjected to intimidation. According to Penguin, her weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Kara could scarcely believe that the two formidable henchmen were so easily vanquished. Was this truly the caliber of Gotham's villains? They paled in comparison to those found in Spider-Man comics. Chapter 32. Heat Vision, and then there was you, such an adorable little doll. Black Mask finally turned his gaze upon Kara. Her charming appearance ignited a sense of savagery within him. I detest dolls. I shall rend your face to shreds. He advanced toward her. Stay back, Kara exclaimed, torn with conflict. The Godfather had instructed her to conceal her abilities to remain undetected. Yet, to refrain from using her powers now would be disastrous. However, the presence of so many witnesses posed a greater risk should she reveal her abilities. Unless everyone could maintain absolute secrecy, which seemed implausible. Unbeknownst to Black Mask, he perceived this golden-haired doll as utterly defenseless. Harley Quinn, I appreciate your gift. His coppery wrath was about to unleash. In that moment, Harley Quinn's maternal instincts erupted with fury. Though she had felt excruciating pain, a surge of strength coursed through her, propelling her to her feet as she charged at Black Mask. You scoundrel, keep your distance from my daughter, she bellowed, lunging at Black Mask's back, her hands clawing at his neck. Yet, her strength was no match for his. The inherent physical disparity between their bodies was evident. Black Mask's combat prowess rivaled that of Nightwing, far beyond what Harley could withstand. He effortlessly broke free from her grasp and pinned her to the ground, his hand clamping around her throat. You vile witch. Black Mask felt numerous scratches marring his skin, blood streaming from his neck. In a fit of rage, he tightened his grip on Harley. His volatile nature could no longer contain the desire to eliminate her. You shall all perish. Harley, unable to utter a word as he choked her, struggled to breathe. She turned her head, striving to catch Kara's gaze, urging her to flee. Yet, Kara seemed frozen in place. In that moment, as Harley charged recklessly to protect her, Kara felt a stirring within her. Despite her long-standing disdain for Harley, her perspective began to shift. Witnessing Harley Quinn's dire predicament, Kara could no longer remain a passive observer. She resolved to breach her pact with the Godfather. Release her. Depart, you wretched child. Naturally, Black Mask paid no heed to her entreaties. I command you to let her go. Kara strode purposefully towards him. However, Black Mask, equally resolute, fired a shot without hesitation. He had long since succumbed to rage, no longer wishing to torment these women. Bang! No! Harley Quinn cried out with her last ounce of strength, tears welling in her eyes. She truly regarded Kara as her own daughter. Otherwise, her maternal instincts would not have been so abundantly evident. Poison Ivy, witnessing this scene, quickly summoned her plants to intervene. Yet, to their astonishment, the bullet that struck Kara merely ricocheted away in an instant. What? Poison Ivy was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Kara sensed something was amiss. Her eyes were unbearably itchy, excruciating. In an instant, Kara's eyes began to glow crimson, and with her scream, a tremendous surge of energy burst forth from her gaze. In a heartbeat, Black Mask was pierced by this energy, meeting his demise on the spot. However, the energy did not cease. It obliterated the entire building ahead. Kara could no longer contain herself, yet she forced her head upward, gazing at the sky. Boom! Gotham trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Batman, patrolling the streets in the Batmobile, immediately inquired, What is happening? Ifrit. I'm uncertain, sir. It appears to be in the Upper East Side. Ifrit, who had been somewhat drowsy, was instantly alert. Batman swiftly turned the Batmobile towards the Upper East Side. Upon arriving at the outskirts, he was left astounded. A towering crimson beam shot through Gotham's clouds and darkness, illuminating the city as if it were day. What on earth is this? Even the seasoned Batman was taken aback. A powerful energy wave, sir. This energy is extremely high in temperature and possesses immense force, capable of penetrating anything. Alfred felt cold sweat trickling down his back. While Gotham was home to numerous supervillains, such an occurrence was unprecedented. It was as though a bronze-level confrontation had suddenly been interrupted by a formidable king, a sheer dimensional assault. This event had opened the eyes of the entire Gotham populace. Batman, refusing to be remiss, sped towards the source of the commotion. Although perilous, he was Batman, the guardian of Gotham. Almost every citizen of Gotham was stirred by the event. Even the Iceberg Lounge hastily closed its doors, for the Upper East Side was not far away. Leon was among the first to rush out to witness the unfolding spectacle. Then, he beheld the soaring crimson beam of light. Unlike the panicked onlookers, Leon instinctively sensed something amiss. Why did this phenomenon evoke such a sense of familiarity? It swiftly dawned on him that it might be a particular ability, heat vision. Kara had yet to activate this power, thus he had not given it much thought. However, it now appeared highly probable that Kara was the source of this spectacle. This was akin to witnessing the chaos unfold in one's own backyard. Leon's heart raced with trepidation. He feared for Kara's safety. In his anxiety, he sought out Frank. "Lend me your car. You aren't planning to head to the East End, are you?" Frank, observing Leon's anxious demeanor, quickly surmised the situation. Though he possessed the strength of a bull, he was also quite perceptive. "I have pressing matters to attend to," Leon stated. "I will accompany you," Frank replied without hesitation. "No need for that," Leon insisted. "You can't. You don't have a driver's license." Frank declined him on that basis. Subsequently, the two hopped into the vehicle, heading towards the East End. In truth, the disturbance had only been a fleeting moment by the time they set off. The brilliant beam had long since vanished. Yet, the shock it instilled in the citizens of Gotham lingered. Under that beam of light, everyone felt insignificantly small, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. Most alarmingly, they seemed to hear an explosion reverberating in the distance. One could easily surmise that if the intent were to annihilate Gotham, that beam could accomplish it. Thus, confusion reigned among the populace regarding the nature of this event. As Leon and Frank navigated the streets, despite the night's cloak, traffic was unusually heavy, and the Gotham police responded with remarkable alacrity. In times past, the Gotham police would have hesitated to engage in such matters. However, under the diligent leadership of Commissioner Gordon, even the most reluctant officers were compelled to act. Consequently, Leon and Frank found themselves trailing a police vehicle. "What is going on?" Frank inquired of Leon. Yet, Leon merely shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. I just want to see for myself." Chapter 33. Batman Has His Ways. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, the heat vision had dissipated, and Kara struggled to regain her composure. However, due to her inability to fully control her energy, her eyes bore the sensation of being scorched, exuding faint wisps of heat. Harley Quinn inhaled the air greedily, while Poison Ivy, Pamela, stood frozen in shock, instinctively distancing herself from Kara. Had that beam of light struck her plants, they would have been incinerated in an instant. Even those familiar with Kara were taken aback, let alone Black Mask's minions, who were utterly terrified and fled in panic. Some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders. Was this still humanity? Recovering from her stupor, Harley Quinn gazed at the dazed Kara and promptly shoved aside Black Mask, who stood before her. The Black Mask had transformed into carbon, disintegrating into ash at the slightest touch, utterly desiccated by the intense solar energy. The heat vision of the Kryptonians absorbed solar power, reaching temperatures that can surpass even the core of the sun. At this moment, although Kara had merely begun to exhibit her abilities, her lack of control resulted in an overwhelming intensity. The building before her was cleaved in two by her heat vision, rendering any thoughts of human presence irrelevant. However, Harley Quinn, unfazed by Kara's display, rushed to her side. "Kara, are you all right?" she exclaimed, enveloping Kara in a tight embrace. Her unconventional mindset sparked excitement as she inquired, "What has happened? Can you do it again?" To Harley, Kara's actions were a testament to her desire to protect her. It was a treasure beyond measure. With such power, who would dare bully her again? They would simply be scorched by her gaze. Yet, Kara offered no response, as she was engulfed in profound fear. The last time she had merely hinted at her strength, her classmates had labeled her a monster. Now, she had revealed even more. She understood all too well why her mentor had cautioned her against displaying her powers so freely. This was beyond her capacity to manage at her age. Fortunately, 2 adults were present. Recognizing Kara's descent into self-reproach, Harley quickly reassured her. Kara, listen, this is not your fault, all right? It was he who meant to harm you. You were merely defending yourself. There is no need for guilt. This is self-defense. As she spoke, Harley cast frantic glances at Poison Ivy, who was visibly apprehensive of Kara, fearing she might unleash her wrath upon her as well. Nevertheless, Ivy took a deep breath and added, Indeed, Kara, you are right. What we must do now is leave swiftly, or we may have unwanted company. Yes, we need to hurry, Harley asserted, immediately taking Kara by the hand. Understanding the urgency, Kara finally nodded and followed the two as they departed, her expression stoic, straining to maintain her composure. Harley, sensing the need for silence, leaned toward Ivy and whispered, Ivy, did you see that? As long as we have Kara with us, who would dare bully us in Gotham? Are you mad? She's still a child, and it is evident she cannot control her abilities, Ivy retorted. I don't care. She is a superhuman. I have never witnessed such formidable strength before. Gotham combined is no match for her. On the rooftop, Batman observed the trio as they made their exit. He had only just arrived and initially doubted that Harley and Ivy could achieve such a feat until he witnessed Kara's power firsthand. Master Wayne, are you suggesting that it was that alien girl who accomplished this? It appears so, Batman responded. He descended to the ground, employing advanced technology to reconstruct the scene. This remarkable technology not only identified the individuals involved, but also meticulously recreated all the actions that transpired. At that moment, Black Mask had captured Harley Quinn and seemed intent on strangling her when Kara erupted. A fierce energy emanated from her eyes. Why the eyes? Alfred pondered. Because just moments ago, her eyes were tinged with red and radiating heat, Batman surmised. This indicates that her physical strength is extraordinary, surpassing that of anyone we have encountered. Only such resilience could withstand such intense energy without her eyes being affected. If everyone from her planet possesses such strength, the entire universe would be their dominion. Alfred interjected, but Earth is intact, and she is the only one. There is no need for undue concern, Master. Batman refrained from elaborating further, stating, I suspect this is not her full capacity. What other abilities might she possess? At that moment, Batman recalled his conversation with Leon on the rooftop. She will become their deity. Previously, he had misunderstood, thinking Kara merely possessed greater strength. However, he now grasped the deeper implications. But does humanity truly require a lofty deity? Master, the police will arrive shortly. I know. I will ensure they remain silent. Batman surveyed his surroundings. Numerous henchmen of Black Mask were scattered, yet the traces were unmistakable to his keen eye. He promptly followed the signs to engage with those henchmen, instructing them to keep this incident under wraps. They had seen nothing and knew nothing. As for how to ensure this, Batman had his methods. Just as he departed, Gotham PD finally arrived. Commissioner Gordon surveyed the scene, momentarily numbed by the sight. He had never witnessed anything like this. An unknown force had cleaved buildings in half, and not just one. Had he not looked up towards the sky, it seemed as though all of Gotham might have been bisected. Clearly, the assailant had exercised restraint over their power. What transpired here? He immediately inquired of his officers, who merely shook their heads. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, only on another street, which had captured images of Black Mask's men. Locate them, Gordon ordered without hesitation. At that moment, he noticed a throng of civilians approaching. The American public was ever curious, eager to learn what had unfolded, accompanied by a cadre of reporters. With no alternative, he found himself obliged to address their inquiries. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Leon, stirring a sense of unease within him. Could he be involved? Just then, an officer approached. Commissioner, we have located Black Mask's henchmen. Where are they? They are unconscious and what? They seem to be suffering from some form of mental disturbance. I suspect they have inhaled the fear toxin of a scarecrow. They are merely ordinary individuals, and I fear it may be quite challenging for them to regain their senses. Upon hearing these words, James Gordon was engulfed in a multitude of thoughts. The fear toxin of the Scarecrow is not solely the domain of the Scarecrow himself. What, then, is his true intention? What secrets lie hidden from our knowledge? Chapter 34. I wish not to see you again for the wayward. Home serves as a sanctuary from the storm. This holds true for the three who have committed grave misdeeds as well. Harley Quinn hastily returned with Kara, while Poison Ivy, Pamela, attempted to leave but was compelled to stay. Little did she know, remaining was far more daunting for her. After all, Poison Ivy had previously expressed disdain towards Kara, fearing retribution. Upon returning home, they found the place deserted. What shall we do now? Poison Ivy felt a sense of restlessness. We shall wait for Leon to return. Harley Quinn surveyed their surroundings, ensuring all was well before she could finally relax. What use is it for an ordinary person to return? Poison Ivy questioned, perplexed. With a subtle gesture, Harley indicated to Poison Ivy, revealing Kara sitting alone on the sofa, cocooned within her own thoughts. During their journey home, communication with Kara had proven impossible. They were all apprehensive about this situation, which is why Poison Ivy dared not remain. After all, Kara was so young. What if she could not withstand the emotional turmoil and succumb to a complete psychological breakdown? For Kara, she had taken a life, though it was not intentional. The weight of such an act was overwhelming for someone barely in their teens. The impact could easily leave her with lasting psychological scars. Frank was somewhat bewildered. Leon had merely glanced at the scene before he intended to return home. He yearned to understand the situation, yet the dark cloud looming over Leon's face deterred him from speaking. At that moment, Leon was intimidating, exuding a sense of dread that surpassed even that of Penguin's boss. Cobblepot. It felt as though the calm before a storm had settled, and a single misstep could unleash thunder and fury upon them. With this foreboding sense, Frank dared not slow down, hastily steering towards Leon's residence. However, suddenly, a shadow appeared on the road ahead. Startled, Frank's heart raced, and he slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, nearly igniting, but he managed to halt the vehicle in time. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Frank exclaimed in a fit of anger, reaching for his handgun. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, for the figure before him was no stranger to Gotham citizens. Batman. What was happening? Frank swallowed hard, instantly recalling Leon's earlier warning. There were certain things one must never say to Batman. He felt a sense of impending doom. Yet before he could articulate this thought, darkness enveloped him as his head struck the steering wheel. What? This was Frank's final thought before losing consciousness. What transpired? The moment he laid eyes on Batman, Leon surmised that Batman was already aware of the culprit's identity. Otherwise, Batman would not have intervened in such a manner. Leon exited the vehicle, and the two stood in a tense standoff illuminated by the headlights, their shadows stretching infinitely across the ground. You profess to provide her with a suitable environment, yet she is allied with Harley Quinn and sought vengeance against the mob. Are you cultivating heroes or villains? Batman intoned gravely, his eyes reflecting disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a protege's failure. He had consented to their stay in Gotham and endeavored to offer Kara the finest surroundings. Yet such events transpired. This will not happen again, Leon replied with a stern expression. After Batman's admonition, Leon finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, it was Harley Quinn. Upon seeing Leon's expression, Batman, who had initially intended to speak further, relinquished his thoughts. He recognized that expression well. It mirrored the one he had seen on his father, Thomas Wayne's face, when he had erred in his youth. Of course, Thomas Wayne had never struck him. He merely guided him, imparting lessons on what was right and wrong. It was his hope that Leon would similarly learn. What further abilities does she possess? Thus, Batman shifted the topic. This newfound capability of hers should have been tested in an uninhabited area before being gradually mastered. Leon sighed, realizing the futility of the situation. Batman understood the underlying reason as well. In the densely populated Gotham, finding a private space was exceedingly challenging. I understand. I hope you can assist her in gaining control swiftly, lest she cause further calamity. Leon returned to the vehicle, shaking Frank, who was in a deep slumber. He then lightly tapped Frank's head. What's wrong? Frank finally stirred awake, seemingly oblivious to the previous events, remembering only that he had seen Batman before losing consciousness. Leon emerged unscathed. It's nothing. Batman mistook you for Boss Cobblepot. Frank was somewhat incredulous. Was Batman truly so careless? Hurry and drive, Leon urged. Oh. Upon reaching the apartment building, Leon glanced up. The lights were off. However, He knew a few individuals were home, so he ascended directly. Creak. Upon opening the door, he beheld several figures in the living room. Kara sat on the sofa, while Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy appeared utterly flummoxed. Darling. Upon seeing Leon, Harley Quinn exhaled in relief and rushed toward him. Yet, Leon did not embrace her. He merely cast her a cold glance. He believed that Harley Quinn, having turned over a new leaf, would be compliant. However, little did she realize, Harley Quinn was no longer the ordinary person she once was. At Carla's age, being influenced by someone unstable would undoubtedly lead to grave consequences. You should leave, Leon stated resolutely. In comparison to his own happiness, he deemed Carla's growth to be of greater significance. While he had previously failed to comprehend this, he now understood that he would forsake everything for Carla. What? The Joker's laughter left Harley stunned. In an instant, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, smudging her makeup. Please, darling, don't abandon me. She approached to embrace Leon, only to be pushed away. Enough, Leon declared. I no longer wish to see you. Harley Quinn stared at the callous Leon, her mouth agape, glancing at Poison Ivy and the seated Carla. I love you. Please don't cast me aside. I promise I won't take Carla out to play again. I will do anything you ask. Harley pleaded with heartfelt desperation. Her words, uttered from the depths of her soul, resonated with Leon, who sensed her sincerity. It is said that the path to a woman's heart is not easily traversed. Undoubtedly, Leon had captivated her, which stirred a pang of reluctance within him. Yet, for Carla's sake, he had to remain resolute. At that moment, Carla interjected, Godfather, please don't blame her. Finally finding her voice, Carla sighed with relief, casting a fierce glare at Harley before rushing to Leon's side. He enveloped her in his arms, and Carla, feeling a sense of security, could no longer hold back her emotions. She wept heartily in his embrace. Chapter 35. Leon's method of education. Women are as fluid as water, and young Carla was no exception. Although she was a Kryptonian, having experienced more than her peers, she remained a child at heart. The events of the evening had pushed her psychological limits. On Krypton, she had received an aristocratic education, belonging to the esteemed L family, which differed from the Zod family, as their lineage was inherently scientific. It is well known that Krypton eliminated natural reproduction, opting instead for the life codex, cultivating Kryptonians from their genetic material. This resulted in predetermined professions and talent from the moment of conception. Had Carla belonged to the Zod family, taking a life would have posed no discomfort. However, being of the L lineage and arriving on Earth, Leon had always shielded Carla from the darker aspects of life. Unfortunately, this was Gotham. Godfather. I killed him. I pierced him through. Carla confessed in Leon's embrace. I didn't mean to. It was beyond my control. She expressed her guilt, fear evident in her voice. Taking a life is a crime. Yet, upon hearing her words, Leon felt a sense of relief. Her fear of the law would keep her from recklessness. Certainly, Superman is regarded as a superhero rather than a villain primarily due to his unwavering moral compass. After all, should he choose to disregard the law, it would be an effortless endeavor. Thus, Leon pondered for a moment, waiting for Kara's tears to subside. It is a human necessity to release one's emotions. And after her bout of weeping, Kara felt significantly better. However, the gazes of Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy beside her made her feel somewhat embarrassed. The astonishment etched on their faces made Kara wish she could vanish into the ground. Particularly, Harley's expression of sudden realization was striking. No wonder they were father and daughter. Leon gently adjusted Kara's small face to meet his gaze. Under the dim lighting, her tear-streaked visage tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to wipe away her tears, which incited a twinge of jealousy from Harley. She had also cried, her face a mess, yet Leon had not even spared her a glance. It was evident that his daughter was of utmost importance to him. Could you explain what transpired? Leon inquired. I felt a bit of an itch in my eyes tonight, Kara replied, attempting to lower her gaze, but Leon held her chin. He clearly noticed that Kara's eyes appeared somewhat dry, likely a consequence of her first experience using heat vision, which her eyes were not yet accustomed to. When extracting Kara's powers earlier, he had contemplated the heat vision. In hindsight, it was indeed a cause for concern. The noticeable aftereffects of her initial use underscored the importance of physical resilience. Had an ordinary person acquired such a power, they might have lost their vision after just one use. Truly, physical prowess is the foundation of all abilities. Why didn't you inform me? Leon asked, his tone turning serious. Upon hearing this, Kara pouted in a slightly aggrieved manner. You went to work. All right, what happened next? Leon asked, affectionately ruffling her hair. In China, such an action might be deemed disrespectful, but in America, it signifies endearment, reserved for those closest to one. Kara, like a docile little kitten, quickly found her calm. She then recounted the events that had transpired. Leon responded, well, you were ridding the world of harm. What is there to worry about? But Spider-Man never kills. Kara murmured softly. Leon immediately grasped the crux of her concern. The reactions of Harley and Poison Ivy were laced with curiosity. However, seeing Kara relax brought them a sense of relief as well. Ivy, you should take your leave, Harley addressed Poison Ivy, who had already realized what was about to unfold. Given that it was late at night and they were a family of 3, it felt inappropriate for her to remain as an outsider. Yet, Poison Ivy felt a tinge of reluctance. She finally understood why Harley was so invested. It was evident that being Leon's woman came with significant advantages. If she were to become Leon's partner, wouldn't that make her Kara's godmother? In Gotham, one must tread carefully, yet alas, the advantage has been seized by Harley Quinn. Currently, she enjoys a close camaraderie with the Joker. But who knows when their friendship might turn sour? Poison Ivy, Pamela, pondered this matter while contemplating her escape from Leon's abode. Given Harley's nature, she was bound to cause a ruckus. Leon would surely not tolerate her presence. He nearly expelled her today. There remains an opportunity for me. Poison Ivy felt a wave of relief wash over her. Leon, unfazed by Poison Ivy's absence, continued his conversation with Kara. Spider-Man refrains from taking lives. Yet observe how the villains are repeatedly captured and then escape, only to commit further crimes. This is merely a narrative necessity. As a representative of the new generation, Leon's educational philosophy is refreshingly progressive. In his previous life, he had encountered the story of Brother Pancake, who engaged his son in gaming while imposing immense pressure on him, ultimately leading the young boy to develop a greater passion for academics than for play. His face would be clouded with worry while gaming, yet he would beam with joy when studying. In the home, achievements are discussed, while in school, grades take precedence. How could one aspire to enter prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University without first excelling? Such wisdom is indeed profound. In Leon's view, this represents the essence of proper education. Now that a rare opportunity has presented itself, he would not stifle Kara's passions and is eager to engage in heartfelt communication with her. Narrative necessity? Kara blinked in contemplation. Indeed, consider Gotham's current state. Batman never kills. Yet these supervillains are incarcerated in Arkham Asylum only to be released again. Has Gotham truly improved? This only emboldens the supercriminals, knowing Batman will not take their lives. What do they have to fear? Upon hearing Leon's words, Kara seemed deep in thought. For instance, if Harley knew Batman would kill, would she dare act so brazenly? She likely would have abandoned her identity as Harley Quinn for that of a more conventional individual. Noticing the father and daughter gazing at her, Harley instinctively straightened her posture. Hey! Upon hearing Leon's statement, Harley Quinn felt a surge of defiance. Tell me, if Batman were to eliminate other villains, such as the Joker, the Penguin, or the Scarecrow, would you still dare to be Harley Quinn? Leon inquired directly. Upon hearing of the Joker's demise, Harley's face lit up with delight. Yes, yes. Let us rid the world of that wretched Joker. This left Leon exasperated, as it highlighted her unstable mind. I'm discussing serious matters. I shall always be Harley Quinn, she retorted. However, I might leave Gotham. One must follow their heart. With Batman being so terrifying, why remain in Gotham? Is there not another place where I could be Harley Quinn? Leon turned to Kara and said, Thus, Kara, you need not entirely emulate Spider-Man. That is merely the writer's ploy for the sake of an appealing comic. You must observe reality. I understand, Kara replied, her expression indicating a newfound inspiration. Chapter 36. Past life lover Leon never merely instructed Kara on what she could or could not do. Instead, he engaged her in reasoned discourse, elucidating the rationale behind his guidance. It was through this approach that Kara would come to comprehend and embrace his words. Naturally, Kara's inherently obedient nature was a quality that Leon cherished. Daughters, after all, possess a certain charm that sons often lack. Is it any wonder that daughters are likened to lovers from a previous life? Although he was raising a daughter, for Leon, this felt like a divine decree. After all, What were the chances that he would adopt Kara? He firmly believed that all of this was preordained. At this moment, Kara no longer felt guilt over her actions. Rather, she experienced a mild sense of discomfort. Enough of this. It is time to rest. Take the day off tomorrow. I will assist you in honing your abilities, Liang stated. Really? Kara exclaimed with delight, and upon receiving Liang's nod, she hurried to her room to rest. Now that Kara had just activated her heat vision, it was imperative for her to master it swiftly. Otherwise, during a lesson at school, should her eyes suddenly itch and she accidentally unleashed her power, the school could be left in ruins, which would certainly be undesirable. Liang had never anticipated the perilous nature of Kryptonians. It was no wonder that highly intelligent individuals like Batman and Lex Luthor were so wary of them. This was merely a young Kara's careless mistake, yet it nearly resulted in the devastation of Gotham. If she were to act with intent, demolishing a city would take her little time. Obliterating a planet could even be within her grasp. How could humanity not harbor fear towards such uncontrollable power? They could only hope that Superman remained a paragon of virtue, a cheerful and benevolent figure for the safety of Earth. However, should Superman ever choose to assert dominance over humanity, they would be powerless to resist. Fortunately, Liang had no cause for concern in this regard. Kara was his daughter. Did that not mean something? Seeing Kara's door firmly shut, Liang finally exhaled in relief. What about Poison Ivy? He inquired, directing a serious gaze at Harley Quinn. It was imperative that she understood the gravity of the situation. A submissive expression crossed Harley's face, as she displayed a demeanor of compliance akin to that of a loyal puppy before Liang. This was partly due to her genuine admiration for him, and partly because she wished to cultivate a positive rapport with Kara. Ivy has already left, Harley replied obediently. However, Liang was not so easily appeased. Since she has departed, you shall bear the consequences in her stead, he declared. Should I call her back? Harley asked, her garments slipping from her form. Well, that might not be out of the question, he mused, lifting Harley into his arms as if she were a prized trophy, and carried her towards his room. It was essential for Harley to understand the rules of the household. The following day, Liang promptly called the school to request a leave of absence. Unlike before, the teachers at Lewis Memorial High School immediately approved the request without any mockery, showcasing the privileges that wealth brings. The institution recognized Kara's uniqueness, as her sponsorship came from the Wayne Group, rendering the school powerless to intervene. They would dare not dismiss her outright, as that would betray the trust of Wayne Group's funding. After all, once the funds were secured, who truly cared about the students' well-being? With the day off granted, Leon proceeded to prepare breakfast. Harley Quinn, once again donning Leon's attire, found herself no longer met with Kara's hostility. Last night, in a fit of concern for Kara's safety, Harley had fiercely confronted the masked figure, nearly falling victim to a counterattack, an event Kara had witnessed keenly. Though Kara did not openly accept the notion of Harley becoming her mentor, she also did not entirely dismiss it, harboring a flicker of confusion within her young heart. Wasn't Harley a villain in Gotham? Why did she not seem so malevolent? Unlike the despicable antagonists in Spider-Man, who were undeniably wicked, Kara found it challenging to maintain composure in their presence. Yet, Gotham's villains were different. Harley Quinn, for instance, exuded not sheer malice, but a peculiar madness. Seemingly motivated by mere amusement, the young Kara, clearly unable to comprehend this complexity, sat in the living room, pondering as she observed Harley, under the pretense of assistance, getting cozy with her godfather. Jealousy welled up within Kara. Her godfather truly lacked resolve. How could he share laughter with the Joker's daughter? Kara, breakfast is ready, Leon called, entering with Harley. They settled across from her, with Harley playfully leaning against Leon. Darling, I'll join you soon, she chimed. No way, Leon replied, clearly apprehensive. After last night's lessons, he had established boundaries with Harley, allowing her to stay, yet he sensed her unpredictable nature. In truth, Harley was merely curious about the extent of Kara's extraordinary abilities. She and Poison Ivy, Pamela, had affectionately dubbed Kara the Wonder Girl, and for good reason. The ability to emit laser beams from her eyes? How astonishing. I'm just curious, Harley pleaded with Leon, deploying her ace, playing the damsel in distress. Should he refuse her again, she would resort to her final tactic, one that had never failed her before. Particularly last night, the mere utterance of that title rendered Leon powerless. Fine, he relented, wary of leaving her unsupervised. He had realized that Harley was inherently restless. "Yay!" she exclaimed, leaving a kiss mark on Leon's cheek, which prompted Kara to interject. "Hey, can you two refrain from being so disgusting?" There's a minor present. Kara protested. Since the arrival of Harley Quinn, the Godfather's demeanor has shifted. Previously, although he dabbled in affairs, he was discreet enough not to flaunt them in her presence. Before she returned from school, the women would vanish, with perhaps only a fleeting glance exchanged. Now, however, Harley Quinn seems to parade before him daily, which is quite irksome. Leon and Harley have managed to temper their antics somewhat. He doesn't mind too much. After all, he is still young, unmarried, and without children. Harley is merely a teaching assistant. Everyone is entitled to pursue their own happiness. After breakfast, Harley eagerly volunteered to tidy up. If one were to overlook her eccentric makeup and somewhat scatterbrained demeanor, she appeared quite normal when focused on her tasks, exuding a hint of the ideal wife and mother. Yet, she is undeniably Harley Quinn, and it won't be long before her quirks resurface. She is like a wild cat. While you may nurture her, taming her wild spirit is a formidable challenge. Moreover, should her wildness be truly subdued, would she still be the same Harley Quinn? Leon is drawn to her precisely because of her whimsical nature, her boundless creativity, and her fearless approach to life, always brimming with energy and daring antics. The wonders of this situation are not for outsiders to grasp. Chapter 37. The Silver-Haired Girl, New Jersey. This time, Leon and his companions ventured to the seaside. The American coastline is vast, encompassing both the east and west coasts, though not every stretch is suitable for beachgoers. Consequently, much of the area remains uninhabited. They sought out a particularly rugged spot, arriving to find it devoid of even a single passerby. In truth, the coastal regions of America are relatively populated. The central areas, however, tell a different story. Many so-called towns boast only a few hundred to 1,000 residents, far fewer than a village in an eastern superpower. Vast expanses of land remain unoccupied. "Go, Kara!" Leon cheered, while Harley Quinn radiated excitement beside him, with a broad grin and her fiery red lips. She was eager to witness Kara's extraordinary abilities. Kara nodded, then closed her eyes. Standing atop a massive rock by the sea, she seemed to be conjuring something. Leon observed closely. Even with her eyes shut, he could see her eye sockets begin to redden and heat up. It was alarming. Suddenly, Kara opened her eyes. Now glowing a deep crimson, and powerful heat vision erupted from her gaze, striking the surface of the sea. Boom! The water instantaneously boiled. In an instant, vast quantities of seawater evaporated, sending clouds of steam wafting along the coastline, as if the ocean itself had been cleaved in two by her fiery gaze. Superman's heat vision can reach temperatures akin to that of the sun's core. At this moment, although Kara's abilities were not yet fully developed, she was still capable of generating temperatures in the thousands of degrees, capable of incinerating nearly anything. This spectacle left Leon envious. He pondered when he too might wield such heat vision. Imagine the possibilities, like warming milk as his forebears did. "All right, let's practice controlling the temperature," Leon declared. This statement caused Kara's heat vision to flicker momentarily, akin to a flashlight running out of batteries. Subsequently, the intensity of her heat vision visibly softened, indicating that she was genuinely attempting to regulate it. What followed was a series of persistent trials. After several attempts, Kara gleaned some insights. However, she soon remarked, "Father, my eyes feel a bit dry. I don't wish to continue." Leon turned her face toward him, noticing the slight redness and swelling around her eyes, a clear sign of fatigue. While others were engrossed in their screens, his pupil was honing her heat vision. Amused, he wished to join in the fun. "Do as you desire," Leon encouraged, fully aware that Kara was eager to explore. Throughout history, humanity has harbored dreams of flight. While tools now facilitate this aspiration, the yearning to soar freely like birds remains intrinsic. Given the opportunity, Kara was determined to try her wings. She could hardly contain her excitement. Crouching slightly, she formed a fist with one hand, mimicking a launching posture. "What are you doing?" Leon inquired, pulling the Joker's daughter aside, who had grown bored of watching. Despite Kara's impressive heat vision, the novelty had waned. "You'll see," Leon replied. Kara, now familiar with her abilities, sprang into the air with ease. This time, without leaving a crater behind, signifying her improved control over her strength. The innate talent of Kryptonians was indeed remarkable. Whoosh! Like a missile, Kara shot skyward, vanishing into the clouds. When she reappeared, she was hovering over the ocean. Yet this time, she did not plummet back down. Instead, she endeavored to stabilize her body. Kara swayed momentarily, but ultimately found her balance. Wow! The Joker's daughter gasped in astonishment at the sight. Kara was flying. A girl barely in her teens soared right before her eyes. Even the Joker's daughter, well-versed in the eccentricities of Gotham, was left in awe. Was this still humanity? One could only surmise that Gotham, being Batman's birthplace, had a plethora of supervillains who did not primarily rely on brute force. This spoke volumes about Gotham's exceptional matching mechanism. With Kara now in Gotham, it truly was a game-changer. The Joker's daughter was elated, envisioning a future where, with Kara as her protege, she could reign supreme in Gotham. Who needed the Joker or Batman when Kara could easily subdue them all? Dear, shall we return home and indulge ourselves? The Joker's daughter has become utterly addictive. Indeed, Kara shows no signs of halting. She feels as though the gravitational pull of the earth has completely vanished, liberating her flight and allowing her to traverse wherever her desires lead. In an instant, she ascends above the clouds or schemes just above the ocean's surface. Moreover, her speed continues to escalate. The scenery rushes past her at lightning speed, yet she remains capable of perceiving every minute detail. On her inaugural attempt at flight, she found herself orbiting the Earth. Boom! Her velocity intensified, and the sounds of her flight began to shift. Initially akin to the roar of a fighter jet, it soon morphed, as if the very fabric of space were trembling. Kara sensed her speed surging, having long surpassed the speed of sound. However, she remained unsatisfied, fervently yearning to transcend her limits. Should anyone have been monitoring, they would have discovered her velocity exceeding 5 Mach in no time. At that moment, Kara felt as though space itself were being rent asunder. Then, a silver-haired maiden materialized before her. Kara abruptly halted her flight, regarding the newcomer with vigilance. Aside from her striking silver locks, the girl appeared disheveled, resembling a refugee, her garments tattered and dark. Nevertheless, she appeared to be of similar height to Kara, albeit somewhat more slender, suggesting a degree of malnutrition by contemporary standards. "Who are you?" Kara inquired as she descended from the sky. Upon surveying her surroundings, she realized she had landed in a forest, oblivious to her current location. The silver-haired girl gazed up at her in astonishment, but soon adjusted, presuming Kara to be a sorceress. However, she quickly became bewildered by Kara's speech, having never encountered such a language. "I am Soraya Fiona Alenrian, Princess of Cintra. Are you a sorceress?" The silver-haired maiden articulated in a lengthy string of words, causing Kara to widen her eyes in disbelief. What language is this? Yet, Kara was no ordinary individual. She was a Kryptonian girl endowed with a super intellect. Merely hearing the phrase, she comprehended the silver-haired maiden's language within seconds. "Soraya? Cintra. I have not heard of them, nor am I a sorceress," Kara replied directly in her own tongue. "I am Kara Zor-El. I do not know where you speak of, but must not be on Earth." "Earth?" Soraya appeared bewildered, her eyes widening in confusion. "Indeed, you are not of Earth. It seems you have traversed through time and space." Kara recalled the rift she had encountered earlier, which had now vanished, leaving her in a predicament. Chapter 38. A genuine Princess Soraya was, in fact, the princess of the northern kingdom of Cintra. Her grandmother is the Queen of Cintra, known as the Lioness of Cintra, Queen Calanthe. Her biological father is the Emperor of Nilfgaard, Imhir var Emrius. Thus, Ciri is, in truth, a legitimate princess, referred to as the Lion Cub of Cintra, having lived a life of comfort and privilege. The only predicament is that she bears the Witcher's law of surprise, which mandates that she must be taken away by the Witcher Geralt once she turns 6. However, Geralt evidently harbors no intention of adhering to this law. He arrived at the palace of Cintra, encountered Queen Calanthe, yet did not take Ciri with him, nor did he inquire about her name or gender. Consequently, Ciri grew up, now in her teenage years. She was destined to enjoy a carefree upbringing, perhaps even to ascend to the throne of Queen Calanthe as the next ruler of Cintra. However, at this juncture, the southern empire of Nilfgaard launched the Northern War. The Emperor of Nilfgaard is Ciri's biological father, who, in his ambition to annex the north, seeks to marry his own daughter to legitimize his claim. Thus, he was the first to invade Cintra, not only conquering it but also instigating the horrific Cintran massacre. Ciri's grandmother, the Lioness of Cintra, Queen Calanthe, chose to end her life in despair. In pursuit of Ciri, the Nilfgaardian Emperor dispatched an elite team to capture her, intending to bring her back for marriage. Ciri fought with all her might and managed to escape from this squad. She ran tirelessly through the forest, and just as exhaustion began to take its toll, she felt her blood surging with an inexplicable fervor. The surroundings became surreal, enveloped in dense fog, and a portal materialized before her. With no time for contemplation and fearing discovery by her pursuers, she stepped through. Upon emerging from the rift, she beheld a figure descending from the heavens. With golden hair and azure eyes, Kara left Ciri utterly mesmerized. She was exquisite, flawless, radiant. Ciri felt entranced. Kara listened intently to Ciri's account and ultimately confirmed that Ciri was not of Earth. This revelation did not particularly concern her, as she herself was not an Earthling. She hailed from Krypton. Are you saying there was a door before you? Yes, Ciri nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Kara, causing the latter to feel a tad bashful. Ciri's eyes were filled with an earnest longing. Can you still sense it? Or how did you create it? Is there a way to return? Being still quite young, Kara found herself at a loss, merely wishing to send Ciri back. After all, Ciri was from another world, and Kara felt unqualified to harbor her. Surely, her guardian must be consulted first. Are you trying to send me away? Please don't do that. Ciri immediately grasped Kara's arm, who was tempted to withdraw her hand, as Ciri appeared exceedingly unkempt. The condition of a refugee might not even compare to hers. However, for the sake of Ciri's dignity, Kara suppressed her emotions. Isn't it true that you miss home? Kara inquired. My home has been destroyed. I cannot return, Ciri replied, a flicker of hatred igniting in her eyes as she recalled the iron cavalry of Nilfgaard. Hearing Ciri's words, Kara felt an immediate sense of empathy. She developed a fondness for Ciri. Were it not for her mentor, she too might have become a refugee like Ciri. Contemplating this, Kara proposed. Then come with me to my home. Thank you, Ciri responded, feeling no reluctance. She perceived Kara as a good and formidable person. Most importantly, Kara had mentioned that this was no longer a world she was familiar with, making Kara her only means of connection. Naturally, she felt compelled to stay close to the one person with whom she could communicate. Hold on to me, Kara said, and, after coming to this realization, she embraced Ciri without hesitation. The fragrance enveloping Kara was comforting, causing Ciri to feel a bit bashful about her own unkempt appearance, fearing she might soil Kara. Now, Kara was not in the mood for games. With Ciri, this visitor from another realm, her anchor was absent, leaving her mind in a bit of disarray. In times of trouble, a daughter instinctively thinks of her father. Therefore, she enveloped Ciri in a biotic field and ascended into the air. Ah! Ciri exclaimed in surprise. Abruptly lifted from the ground, an experience unattainable in their world, even for sorceresses. Kara was far more powerful than any sorceress. Stop screaming, Kara urged, unable to endure the noise, pausing momentarily for Ciri to acclimate before continuing their flight. Fortunately, Ciri was quite brave and adapted quickly. She relished the thrill. During her childhood, she often traversed between Cintra and Skellige. Skellige, an island nation, had seen her sailing across oceans, where she even learned to skate. Moreover, Ciri once accidentally wandered into the forbidden sanctuary of the Treants, the Brokilon Forest. She was not one to conform easily. By nature, she cherished freedom and was unafraid of adventure. Thus, she gazed in astonishment at the world below, her eyes wide with wonder. As Kara carried her, she was cautious not to fly too high or too fast, allowing Ciri to see the world as it truly was. Upon her first glance at the towering buildings, Ciri recognized that this was neither Cintra nor Redania, and certainly not Nilfgaard. The architectural style was entirely foreign to her. In that moment, Ciri was certain that she had indeed traversed worlds. The reason for the multitude of grand structures was that they had arrived in the metropolis. Yet they did not pause. Ciri observed as Kara embraced her and crossed the ocean, arriving directly on another landmass. The architecture here lacks the towering grandeur of a metropolis, and its style is rather peculiar, bearing an almost cult-like aesthetic. Yet, Ciri finds this Gothic architecture quite captivating. Her eyes widen until Kara guides her into a narrow alleyway. Where her feet touch solid ground, dispelling the dreamlike sensation that enveloped her. Indeed, Ciri feels as though she has entered an entirely different realm. At least Nilfgaard will no longer pursue her. The thought brings a rush of tears to her eyes. "Come, let's go to my home," Kara says to Ciri. Nodding in agreement, Ciri hurries to follow her. Gotham City is not the safest of places, rife with idle individuals, addicts, and the homeless. However, upon seeing Ciri, they all instinctively retreat. What a wretched beggar, coming to Gotham to claim territory. Ciri, with her filthy appearance and silver hair nearly turned black, feels the sting of disdainful gazes, her young heart suffering a blow. As she follows Kara upstairs, she watches as Kara knocks on the door and quickly asks, "Kara, your family won't despise me, will they?" Seeing the fear in Ciri's eyes, Kara feels a surge of sisterly affection. "They won't." When the door opens, Harley Quinn steps aside and, upon noticing Ciri beside Kara, can hardly contain herself. Where did this ugly girl come from? At this moment, Ciri does not present a pretty sight. She is dirty, with a furrowed brow and a face covered in soot, which certainly does not enhance her beauty. Harley Quinn, who has a penchant for the aesthetically pleasing, nearly swings a baseball bat at her. Ahem. Kara reflects on this with a sigh, having just reassured Ciri that no one would reject her, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Fortunately, in a twist of fate, Ciri does not understand the language of this world. Yet, the expressions of people are universal, and she perceives the disdain on Harley's face. Kara quickly intervenes and shoots a glare at Harley. Do not mind her. She is a wicked woman. Upon hearing wicked woman, Ciri nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth of it. Where is the Godfather? Kara asks sternly. He is resting. He is utterly exhausted. Harley appears vibrant in contrast to the Godfather's fatigue, which only serves to frustrate Kara further. These two have taken liberties in her absence. Leon, too, finds himself in a predicament, as he inadvertently agreed to indulge Harley in some high-stakes antics. Who would have thought that Harley was an athlete of such caliber, capable of competing at the Olympic level? Ciri, come inside, Kara urges, and Ciri cautiously steps in, standing at the threshold, hesitant to move. After all, this household, in her eyes, appeared remarkably opulent. Aside from the table and a few items, almost everything was unfamiliar to her and impeccably clean. Suddenly, Ciri felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. Kara, what is this? At that moment, Leon emerged from the room. Godfather, this is Ciri. She is a princess from Sintra, which belongs to another world. Kara promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Huh. Leon, sipping water, nearly choked. He immediately turned to Ciri, who seemed oddly familiar. In his youth, he had played The Witcher 3, where Ciri was portrayed as a young and stunning figure, leaving a lasting impression. Yet, the girl standing before him, seemingly unattractive, was Ciri. However, as they say, a woman transforms significantly over the years, and Leon soon accepted this reality. His thoughts immediately drifted to Ciri's uniqueness. The world Ciri hailed from was not particularly extraordinary, merely sprinkled with a touch of magic. Indeed, the female sorceress left an indelible mark. Employing the leaves of lilac and currant, the red-haired enchantress Triss was noteworthy. Most importantly, there was Ciri. Her lineage was exceptional. She was a sorceress, an heir to ancient blood. How remarkable is this ancient blood? It grants Ciri the ability to manipulate time and space. This means that Ciri can effortlessly traverse from Sintra to here, simply due to the ancient blood coursing through her veins. Though it remained dormant at that moment, no one could fathom how she would wield it. Yet, as Ciri matured, she would easily traverse worlds. In the game, Geralt inquired about the world Ciri had visited. She recounted a realm where humans possessed metallic fragments in their brains, enabling them to launch wars from afar using devices akin to telescopes. Speculations arose that this world might be that of Cyberpunk 2077. It was precisely because of such wondrous abilities that Ciri was referred to as the Daughter of Time and Space. And now, this Daughter of Time and Space stood before Leon. He too yearned to harness such power. Godfather? Kara gazed at Leon quizzically, interrupting his reverie. I understand, Leon nodded. Kara, please take Ciri to freshen up and lend her some of your clothes, if you would. Although reluctant, Kara empathized with Ciri's plight and naturally consented. Both young women had lost their homes and were displaced. Ciri, this is my godfather. Godfather, Ciri approached politely, displaying her understanding. However, Leon appeared bewildered. unable to comprehend her words. Fortunately, endowed with a remarkable intellect, having inherited Kara's traits, he quickly began to learn Ciri's language. Well, since you are here all alone and in need of companionship, why not stay? You can join Kara as my goddaughter. What do you think? Seeing her aptly address him as godfather, Leon responded in kind. Kara and Ciri appeared somewhat bewildered. However, Kara quickly expressed her delight. Ciri agreed to it. The godfather is quite amiable. Moreover, we shall be able to live together from now on. Kara had previously harbored concerns that Leon might not accept Ciri, but it seemed those fears were unfounded. Indeed, the godfather was a good man. All right, thank you. Ciri still felt a hint of shyness. All right, Kara will take you to bathe. Kara led Ciri to the bathroom. Inside, Ciri gazed at the array of items in a daze. I shall teach you. However, Kara, having anticipated this, kindly assisted Ciri. This is the shower head. We do not have a bathtub. Just turn it this way to access hot water. Kara demonstrated. Wow, is it truly this easy to get water? Ciri exclaimed in astonishment. It was worth noting that back in Sintra, one had to fetch water manually. Yet, as a princess, she had servants to attend to her needs. After Kara instructed her on how to use it, she added, You can wash up by yourself. I shall fetch your clothes. All right, thank you, Kara. Ciri hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Once Kara stepped out, she felt as if she had entered a dream. Though she was still being pursued, she had suddenly arrived at this place. It truly was a remarkable journey. With this thought, Ciri glanced at her reflection in the mirror, somewhat disdainfully tearing off the tattered cloth that adorned her, before proceeding to rinse herself off. How delightful! Are you truly going to take her in? In the living room, Harley Quinn inquired of Leon, having not comprehended the earlier conversation, yet grasping his intent clearly. For Kara's sake, Leon replied. Kara has finally found a friend. Whether Harley believed this or not remained uncertain, as her eyes darted about, evidently scheming. In truth, she had noticed Ciri's astonishment. However, she was unaware of Ciri's ancient bloodline and her potential to control her travels. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been intrigued. It is no easy task for one person's salary to support four, Harley Quinn remarked, feigning concern for Leon. And so, Leon, in a moment of wisdom, was not easily deceived. He remained indifferent to her allure. Harley Quinn leaned in closer. We need to earn money. How do we earn it? Leon queried. With Black Mass deceased, his territory is leaderless. It is indeed the Upper East Side. No, Leon swiftly rejected Harley's suggestion before she could finish. We are good people, not a gang. Having never engaged in such activities throughout his 2 lifetimes, he would naturally not consent. Yet, Harley Quinn chuckled, You may be good, but I am not. Allow me to manage. Chapter 40. Call me Godfather in an old Gotham apartment. Leon and Harley Quinn exchanged intense gazes. The Joker's girl was quite forthright, candidly admitting her lack of virtue. Yet, Leon found wisdom in her words. Nevertheless, he still held onto a semblance of moral integrity. My dear, do not hesitate. Harley could sense his wavering resolve. Consider the cost of the children's formula. Both are daughters, and one must provide them with dolls and lovely dresses. How can one manage without funds? Although the notion of raising boys in poverty while indulging girls is not a tenet in America, it is universally understood. Moreover, would one truly allow such beautiful daughters to endure hardship? Leon found her reasoning compelling. You need not take the stage. Allow me to go. Harley continued to entice him. If we do not seize the Upper East Side, others will. Gotham has always operated this way. If you refrain, others will step in. The mob will never vanish. Her words illuminated a realization within Leon, who smiled knowingly. You intended this from the very beginning, did you not? When did you commence your plotting? Was it the moment we met, or even earlier? At his words, Harley Quinn felt a flush of embarrassment, having been seen through. But what of it? My dear, she cooed, adopting a playful tone. Very well, Leon replied. Only you shall proceed. Do not lead Kara and Ciri astray. His icy gaze fixed on Harley. Kara was his Achilles' heel. Had it not been for her intercession, Harley would have long been dismissed. Understood, Harley was taken aback by his cold stare and then sheepishly inquired, But what if someone bullies me, and I cannot defend myself? Harley was accustomed to having backup. She sought Kara's assistance. Yet Leon would never acquiesce. With a firm tone, he replied, Will you not call the police? Commissioner Gordon is a fine man, intolerant of wrongdoing, much like myself. That sounds rather dull, Harley commented, though the look in Leon's eyes silenced her. Thus, the matter was settled. She was not one to remain idle. It was inconceivable to expect Harley Quinn to confine herself to domestic duties. Furthermore, Leon was indeed in dire financial straits. The meager salary from the Penguin barely sufficed to support Kara alone. With the sudden doubling of household members, their family had expanded from 2 to 4. Under normal circumstances, to sustain this family of 4, Leon would need to work 2 jobs daily, and even then, they would merely scrape by with enough to eat. It was impossible to expect Harley Quinn to take up employment. Her notoriety in Gotham rendered that unfeasible. Thus, it was far more prudent to allow her to engage in what she knew best, to provide for her family. This was a reluctant necessity. "Siri, are you done?" At that moment, Kara, having noticed the silence from the bathroom, stepped out with her clothes. Neither Leon nor Harley Quinn spoke, although they were aware that Kara had overheard. She remained respectful, understanding that this was a matter for adults. "I'm finished," came Siri's voice from the bathroom. Despite its dilapidated state, the bathroom appeared as a marvel of technology to Siri, who had never encountered anything like it before. Enveloped in her fascination, she lingered longer than anticipated. "I'll hand your clothes to you," Kara said, cautiously opening the door and passing the garments inside. Fortunately, the clothing was quite similar, and after a quick glance, Siri figured out how to dress. After some time, the bathroom door swung open, and a freshly cleaned Siri emerged before everyone. She no longer resembled the disheveled figure from before. Clad in Kara's new dress, one that had never been worn, her once-soiled skin now gleamed like freshly fallen snow, her delicate complexion evoking thoughts of a fairy tale in Leon's mind. Snow White. This was true skin as pure as snow, not the Disney version that merely portrayed a heart of innocence. Siri's striking silver hair and emerald green eyes sparkled like precious gems. At that moment, Harley Quinn could no longer refer to her as the ugly duckling. Although Siri hailed from a world reminiscent of the Middle Ages, she was, after all, a princess. "Wow, you look stunning," Kara exclaimed, gazing at Siri, who resembled a living doll. No mere toy could compare to Siri's beauty. "You are beautiful too," Siri replied, shyly lowering her gaze. Alone in this unfamiliar world, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. "Come here," Leon beckoned the 2 women over and offered them water and bread. "This is a staple in our home." Kara had grown weary of it, but Siri swallowed hard at the sight. Leon handed her the food. "For me?" Siri asked cautiously. Leon reached out to stroke her head, but she flinched away. Observing this, he withdrew his hand and said, "At least you called me godfather. It's certainly yours. Take your time eating, don't choke." Siri could no longer hold back. Those wretched individuals had provided her with scant sustenance, merely enough to stave off starvation, and her throat was parched. "Delicious," she exclaimed as she took a bite of the ordinary toast, her eyes lighting up in surprise. In Sintra, most people subsisted on dark bread. However, she soon choked due to her dry throat. "Cough, cough. Drink some water." Kara felt a pang of sympathy and quickly patted her back. Harley Quinn smirked, muttering that she looked like a refugee. As Siri took a moment to eat, Leon finally inquired, "Siri, how old are you?" Siri pondered for a moment before confidently responding, "Almost 12. Almost 12, which means she is technically just a little over 11. Leon understood that she did not wish to appear a burden. Thus, he smiled and said, "Kara is a few years older than you. Would it be acceptable for her to be your older sister?" Upon hearing this, Siri glanced at Kara, who returned her gaze, and both nodded in agreement. Good. Kara was delighted to have a sister and felt a deep sympathy for Siri. To ascertain the current situation, Leon continued to question Siri. "Siri, could you share your experiences?" Siri appeared reluctant, as the mere thought of her past instilled fear within her, like a nightmare that haunted her. However, encouraged by the supportive gazes around her, she gradually began to speak. "All right, Godfather." Unsure of how to address him, she referred to Leon in the same manner as Kara. Leon chuckled. "Since you call me Godfather, that makes you my goddaughter from now on." Although Siri did not grasp the full significance of this, Leon's willingness to accept her brought her comfort, and she nodded in agreement. She longed for a sanctuary, and it seemed that Leon, her godfather, was kind, while Kara, her sister, was friendly. Only Harley Quinn appeared somewhat peculiar, resembling a jester from circus. In the apartment, Siri slowly recounted her tragic experiences. Her childhood had been relatively pleasant. Disregarding the sudden loss of both parents, it had been quite good. After all, her grandmother was the queen of Sintra, and she herself was the young lion of Sintra. Unfortunately, Sintra was far too weak, and the northern kingdoms combined could not rival Nilfgaard. Upon hearing of such dire circumstances faced by the young Ciri, who had endured so much while fleeing, Harley Quinn's maternal instinct flared. Though she had Kara serve as a translator, she immediately embraced Ciri, saying, "Little Ciri, do not be afraid. Mommy will protect you." Ciri, clearly unaccustomed to such affection, wriggled free from her embrace. "Now that you are here, you are safe. We shall protect you," Leon gently assured her. His words evidently brought Ciri a sense of relief. The reason for encouraging Ciri to speak was that communication is an effortless means to bridge distances, especially when shared experiences are involved. Kara shared her own story with Ciri. When Ciri learned that Kara's home planet had been destroyed and that she had traveled alone to Earth in a spaceship, her eyes widened in astonishment. Every word was understood, yet the entire narrative eluded her comprehension. Nonetheless, it made her realize that Kara shared her plight. Both of their homelands had been ravaged, forcing them to leave their homes behind. In this shared context, the bond between the two girls deepened. Leon nodded in satisfaction, reassured that Ciri would not attempt to run away. "Cirilla, what were you planning to do?" Leon inquired. "I do not know," Cirilla replied, her expression fraught with confusion. With her homeland in ruins, what could a young girl of merely a dozen years accomplish? In the face of such historical tides, any individual is but a mere insect attempting to halt a chariot. My grandmother instructed me to seek out Geralt of Rivia. It was then that Leon comprehended Cirilla's predicament. She had yet to encounter Geralt. According to the trajectory of Cirilla's life, following the fall of Cintra, she would fortuitously cross paths with Geralt, subsequently joining him in the Witcher's domain for training. However, given her elder blood, it was evident that she was ill-suited to become a Witcher, as this would stifle her innate gifts. In truth, Cirilla possessed the most formidable potential in the Witcher world. Given this, it would be prudent for her to remain and embark on a new chapter. "Cirilla, you must learn our language swiftly. Kara, please teach Cirilla." Leon assigned the task to his two prot-GS. Kara was more than willing to oblige, and Cirilla nodded obediently. The sight of the two youthful daughters brought a sense of joy. "Very well, Godfather." "Excellent." Leon beamed with delight, allowing them to become acquainted. After all, the two girls were of a similar age and would have much to discuss. "Kara, do not bully Cirilla." "I would never," Kara retorted, indignant at the implication. The two girls then closed the door, engaging in hushed conversation. "She's quite special," the jester discerned. "Indeed, she is quite charming," Leon replied, wishing to deter the jester's interest. "You are not suggesting anything untoward, are you?" the jester asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What are you thinking?" Leon exclaimed, momentarily exasperated, as he seized the jester, intending to administer appropriate discipline. He was no mere savage. It is worth noting that the phenomenon of early maturation among American girls has its reasons. Primarily, it concerns the growth patterns of Caucasian girls, whose prime years span from 15 to 25. Beyond this age, aging sets in more readily. Coupled with their naturally accelerated development, many girls appear quite statuesque by age 15, leading to potential misunderstandings if their ages are not carefully inquired. Thus, it has led to numerous instances of misjudgment. "Cirilla, this is my comic book." Kara eagerly shared her treasures with Cirilla in the room. She too yearned for companionship. Yet, her unique status endowed her with a maturity that surpassed her peers, often finding them juvenile. However, now, with Cirilla sharing a semblance of experience, she appeared more composed and taciturn than her contemporaries, evoking a sense of empathy in Kara. Their shared tribulations fostered a budding friendship. "I cannot comprehend this." Ciri gazed at the comic, unable to decipher a single word. However, it mattered not. The illustration sufficed. "Look, it's Spider-Man," Kara exclaimed with excitement. "He is a superhero who combats villains and champions justice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." "Are you as formidable as he is?" Ciri inquired, blinking her eyes. This question filled Kara with pride. "I'm just slightly less impressive." "Oh." Ciri's response gratified Kara's vanity. It turned out she was indeed remarkable. After all, it was only natural. Ciri had never witnessed anyone soar through the skies with the freedom that Kara possessed. Even the royal druids of Cintra wielded merely a few enchanting spells. For various reasons, Cintra opposed magic and sorcery, which ultimately led to their lack of reinforcements when Nilfgaard invaded. While kings of other realms revered sorceresses, Cintra did not. How could they expect aid under such circumstances? Why did figures like Yennefer of Vengerberg and Tris Marigold bear prefixes before their names. It was simply to signify which kingdom protected them. Although sorceresses were not overwhelmingly powerful, they had an organization that excluded Sintra from their ranks. Thus, Ciri had encountered very few sorceresses throughout her life and naturally did not regard them as formidable as Kara. Come and see this. It's a mobile phone. Kara boasted about her device, teaching Ciri how to use it. A mobile phone? What can it do? Ciri asked, intrigued by the palm-sized gadget in Kara's hand. It has countless functions. You can learn about world events without stepping outside. Most importantly, you can use it for your studies. I wish I could take you to school, but you don't speak our language yet. It could easily expose you. Upon hearing this, Ciri began to envision her new life. If I study hard, can I join you? She asked eagerly. Absolutely. There is no doubt. The Godfather will approve, Kara assured her. It seemed she had forgotten that her enrollment had been facilitated by the philanthropic efforts of the Wayne Group. In Kara's subconscious, her Godfather was omnipotent. After all, everything Leon promised, he endeavored to fulfill for Kara. To her, Leon was the towering, magnificent Godfather. Sensing Kara's admiration, Ciri became inspired as well, developing a sense of affinity for this Godfather. Let's begin learning quickly. Once I master the language, we will go speak with the Godfather, Ciri declared with fervor. This world was extraordinarily beautiful, and she was determined to remain. Such splendid houses, such comfortable beds, and such fascinating technology. This world was simply marvelous. Chapter 42. Ciri, the daughter of time and space. Name, Leon. Ability, superhuman physique. In a modest system of Leon, Ciri has already been recognized as his goddaughter. This signifies that in her heart, she has accepted Leon as her guardian. Perhaps due to her origins in a medieval world, Ciri is considerably more innocent than Kara, though other reasons may also contribute. It is worth noting that it took Kara a full month of fleeing before she acknowledged Leon as her godfather, whereas for Ciri, it has been scarcely a day. Naturally, Leon is overjoyed. Kara's Supergirl, Intimacy, 66. 80 allows for additional draws, abilities, flight, heat vision. Super Breath Ciri Yafiona, Elenrian, Daughter of Time and Space, Intimacy, 10. 50 allows for draws, abilities, time travel, future sight, magical affinity. Extraordinary physique. As Leon gazes upon his two goddaughters, a mischievous smile spreads across his face. How he desires them. As an adult, his wishes are unmistakable. The Joker, noticing his grin, is tempted to speak but is silenced by Leon's gesture. After a prolonged period of activity, Leon and the Joker finally emerge from their quarters in the afternoon. With the presence of two little ones, life seems destined to change significantly. Greater effort is required. For instance, in the past, with only Leon and Kara, a simple bowl of noodles sufficed for a meal if they were feeling lazy. However, with a family of 4 now, Leon cannot merely prepare a bowl of noodles. Moreover, considering that it is Ciri's first visit, he must ensure she enjoys something delectable. Thus, Leon glances at his savings. In America, he appears to have assimilated into the local culture, living paycheck to paycheck with no surplus. He must toil relentlessly to ensure that he and Kara do not find themselves homeless and that they have food to eat. Is this a lack of effort on Leon's part? No, it is simply the cruel reality of a capitalist society. Leon is still relatively fortunate. Many ordinary people in America struggle to survive, often resorting to selling their blood for sustenance. The impoverished serve as the lifeblood for the wealthy. Fortunately, Leon currently manages a bar, and the Penguin treats his subordinates fairly well. After a moment of consideration, Leon calls out, Kara, I'm going out to buy groceries. What would you like to eat? I want chicken legs and sweet and sour ribs. Kara immediately responds. After all, their family is anything but ordinary. Taking the Joker out to dine could very well lead to being turned away from restaurants, or worse, causing the owner to flee in fright. Thus, Leon must procure the food himself. Understanding this, he heads out to Chinatown alone, as the Joker cannot accompany him during the day without drawing unwanted attention. Leon chooses a Chinese restaurant owned by a Chinese proprietor, a favorite of both him and Kara, and places a takeout order. 4 dishes amount to nearly $200. Liang's expression was one of bitterness. It seemed he truly had to learn how to cook, or else he would be unable to support his 2 daughters. With a meager salary from the Iceberg Club, it was a blessing if he could afford to dine out once a month. Kara, Ciri, it's time for dinner. He called out towards Kara's room upon returning home. The inseparable duo of young girls eventually emerged from their chamber, their cheerful smiles revealing a newfound camaraderie developed over the afternoon. Kara, taking the initiative, washed her hands with Ciri, embracing the responsibility of an elder sister. It was noteworthy that she had previously hesitated when asked to wash her hands before meals. "Ciri, this is my favorite chicken leg," Kara unhesitatingly offered. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Kara was mature and understanding, bringing him peace of mind. "Hey, why are you crying?" Kara suddenly paused, observing Ciri, whose eyes glistened with tears, resembling emeralds filled with water. "I've never eaten this well before," Ciri murmured, her lips pressed together, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Leon. "Hurry up and eat. This is to welcome you. If your godfather makes it himself in the future, it won't taste as good," Leon quipped self-deprecatingly. However, Kara defended, "Don't worry. Godfather's noodles are delicious." The family enjoyed a warm and cheerful meal together, yet the Joker, Harley Quinn, felt like an outsider. The primary reason was her unfamiliarity with Chinese cuisine and her inability to comprehend their conversation. How did Leon and Kara understand Ciri's language? Was the gap between people so vast? Nevertheless, she was making an effort to adapt. How could such a lively household be complete without her? Thus, Harley Quinn enthusiastically assisted her two daughters in serving dishes. If she couldn't enjoy the food, she would let the children partake. It was as if she was on a diet. Even the Joker was not immune to concerns about her figure. She felt she had gained weight. But it seemed Leon appreciated her fuller form. "Godfather," Ciri learns quickly. She has already mastered the 26 letters and can even say simple words, Kara informed Leon. He was not surprised by this. After all, Ciri was still young, at the peak of her learning ability, and naturally intelligent, quickly embracing new concepts. "Keep it up," Leon encouraged Ciri, who beamed in response. "Thank you, Godfather." The way she addressed him brought Leon immense comfort. Kara immediately chimed in, "Godfather, once Ciri learns the language, can she accompany me to school?" "Of course," Leon replied promptly, though a tinge of worry crept in. He had many responsibilities ahead of him, the most pressing being to secure an identity for Ciri. How would he explain to Commissioner Gordon that he had acquired yet another daughter? As night descended, the sorrowful father cautioned his daughter against venturing outside before departing with Harley Quinn. His apprehension regarding Harley's unpredictable nature compelled him to take her along. As dusk had not yet fully descended, he feared being apprehended by Batman. Harley Quinn, filled with reluctance, expressed her disdain. "You know I fear Batman?" she exclaimed. Leon shot her a disapproving glance. "I do not fear him. I simply cannot best him," she retorted defiantly. "Darling, if I were to be confined in Arkham Asylum, would you come to visit me?" "No, you are truly heartless," she wailed. As they departed, Leon dragged along this dramatist, only to witness Harley produce her signature weapon, a baseball bat, from seemingly nowhere. "I shall go claim my territory," she declared, parting ways with Leon shortly thereafter. Leon then arrived at the Iceberg Lounge, his sole means of livelihood. Yet, upon his arrival, he was summoned by the Penguin. The Penguin was well informed about the events transpiring in the Diamond District, possessing a keen sense of the happenings within Gotham. "Leon, I hear you found yourself a girlfriend. Why not bring her by for an introduction?" he remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery within the meeting room. In the Iceberg Lounge's conference room, the Penguin, donned in a tailcoat, scrutinized Leon with his beady eyes. Rarely was there anything occurring in the Diamond District that eluded him. Naturally, Leon's association with Harley had not gone unnoticed by the Penguin, sparking his curiosity. This young man, while rather ordinary, has a childlike charm. What could Harley possibly see in him? Could it solely be his looks? The Penguin, having never experienced the allure of physical attractiveness, was oblivious to the extent of a woman's initiative. "She has her own affairs to attend to," Leon replied nonchalantly. The Penguin tapped his fingers together, stating, "I have treated you well, have I not?" "Indeed, without Mr. Cobblepot, I would have long since perished in Gotham," Leon smiled in response. The competitive pressure in Gotham was immense. With a burgeoning population and scarce job opportunities, the strain on ordinary citizens was palpable. "If there's a need, we could collaborate," the Penguin suggested, his smile widening. Money is an endless pursuit, especially in Gotham, particularly with Batman lurking about. Leon chuckled softly. He was not an adversary of Batman. However, in this context, the Penguin's word held sway. After exiting the Penguin's conference room, Leon returned to the bar, seeking refuge from the cacophony within. After a considerable time, Frank approached him. "Someone is looking for you." "Who?" Leon inquired casually. "A beautiful woman," Frank replied, a smile gracing his face. He held a profound admiration for Leon's charm. Not only had he captivated Harley Quinn, but now another had emerged. Initially, he was in awe of Leon's prowess with women. Back then, Leon was merely a bartender. Yet countless socialites had fallen under his spell. Frank, on the other hand, was the type to harbor thieving intentions without the audacity to act on them. He was enamored with beautiful women, yet when faced with the opportunity, his cheeks would flush crimson. Clearly, he was the quintessential good boy, albeit with a hint of aggression. But in Gotham, such traits were commonplace. As Leon entered the club, he spotted the enchanting woman Frank had mentioned beside an ice sculpture, clad in a resplendent emerald dress. Adorned with green lace gloves and emerald heels, she emanated the aura of a noblewoman. Dressed entirely in green, she was none other than Poison Ivy, Pamela. Leon had never encountered anyone who could master such an ensemble. Only Poison Ivy had succeeded. Her fiery red hair lent her an air of wildness, seemingly untamable. Poison Ivy held 2 glasses of wine, one of which she directly offered to Leon. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the glass but refraining from drinking. He merely sat beside her, enveloped by a fragrant essence that transported him to the heart of nature itself. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired. "Indeed, there is something quite significant," Poison Ivy replied with a smile, taking a sip of her wine. Leon looked at her quizzically, but she was in no hurry to divulge, merely stating, "Share a drink with me, and I shall reveal it. Should you choose not to speak, that is your prerogative," Leon retorted, unwilling to dance to her tune. "It pertains to Harley," she interjected as Leon began to rise, piquing his interest. He clinked his glass against hers. In the distance, Frank observed the scene, wagering with a friend. "I bet Leon will have her in half an hour," he asserted confidently. His companion, skeptical, replied, "I feel like I've seen that woman before." Can Leon truly win her over? Regardless of who she is, as long as she is a woman, she cannot resist, Frank thought, recalling how even Harley Quinn had been swept away by Leon. Just then, they witnessed the two by the ice sculpture sharing a passionate kiss. "No way, that was fast," Frank exclaimed, his eyes widening. Leon hadn't intended for this to happen, but Poison Ivy had launched a surprise attack. They had merely agreed to share a drink. Yet she swiftly entwined her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. As someone who neither initiated nor rejected advances, Leon simply allowed the moment to unfold without pulling away. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming mental force attempting to assert control over him. While Poison Ivy lacked physical combat prowess, her mental domination was formidable. "Come, take me to see Carla," she instructed as she released Leon, revealing her true intentions at last. Unexpectedly, Leon grasped her wrist and inquired, "Why are you seeking Kara?" She gazed at Leon in astonishment, realizing that he exhibited no signs of being controlled. Only those with formidable willpower can remain immune. Having lived 2 lives and experienced death once, Leon's was undeniably remarkable. The reluctant Poison Ivy leaned in for another kiss, yet Leon remained unmoved, allowing her to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, to ensure her point was made, Poison Ivy continued to kiss him for several minutes without relenting. Goodness! From a distance, Frank could no longer bear to watch and averted his gaze. He had previously felt a twinge of hunger, but now he was utterly sated. Was it not said that women are typically reserved? Why then, before Leon, was each one more forward than the last? Poison Ivy finally released him, gasping for breath. Yet she still met the icy glare of Leon. He would not permit anyone to lay a hand on Kara. This left Poison Ivy feeling somewhat defeated. She could not comprehend how such a warm man could possess such a frigid gaze. She could not control Leon. His resolve was steadfast. His daughter was far more significant than any woman. "Speak. Do not grip me so tightly. It hurts," Poison Ivy uttered, but to no avail. She had no choice but to explain, "It is Harley. She is in trouble and needs Kara's assistance." Upon hearing Harley Quinn's name, Leon's expression softened slightly. "What is the situation?" Poison Ivy proceeded to elaborate. Harley Quinn certainly could not reclaim the territory on her own. She required support. After all, relying solely on the reputation of a jester was not particularly effective. Naturally, Harley sought out her dear friend. Together, they ventured to reclaim the territory. Furthermore, to amplify their presence, Poison Ivy brought along her own subordinates. This escalated matters significantly. Due to the preceding heated attention, the Upper East Side was already in a precarious state, with various vigilantes frequenting the area. Their gathering drew attention, resulting in conflict. Harley Quinn was promptly apprehended, while Poison Ivy rushed to seek assistance. Instead of directly approaching Kara, she plotted to control Leon. Poison Ivy harbored her own ulterior motives. With her beauty, she was confident that she could win Leon over, thereby rightfully becoming his girlfriend and subsequently Kara's godmother. What a delightful prospect. As for Harley Quinn, her dear friend had little concern for her fate. At worst, she would let her join in. Unbeknownst to her, Kara's godmother had transformed into a coveted role. Leon, however, remained oblivious to her scheming, yet he regarded Poison Ivy with great caution. Who captured Harley? The Bat. Chapter 44. Batwoman Batman? Upon hearing Poison Ivy's words, Leon thought, could it be that unfortunate? Had Harley Quinn just mentioned her predicament, and now it had come to pass so swiftly? It was nothing short of jinx. Poison Ivy spoke, her gaze momentarily fixed on Leon, perplexed by his seemingly relaxed demeanor. Was there truly anyone in Gotham unafraid of Batman? Batwoman. Upon hearing this title, Leon furrowed his brow. Batman was manageable. At least he was open to communication. However, Batwoman was an entirely different matter. He had never encountered her before. If Poison Ivy were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. It was the first time someone suggested that Batman could engage in dialogue. If that were the case, the supervillains would not fear him. Let us proceed, Leon said, grasping Poison Ivy's wrist to ensure she remained close. She found herself at a loss, realizing the man possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength, instilling a sense of security. No wonder Harley Quinn was so infatuated. It was reminiscent of her past with the Joker. Leon did not abandon his post, opting instead to inform Frank. To his surprise, Frank, with a look of despondency, replied, I'll keep an eye on things, but if Cobblepot inquires, you must speak the truth. Leon responded, Upper East Side. Leon rode in Poison Ivy Pamela's luxurious vehicle. Arriving at their destination, he was struck by a startling reality. In Gotham, whether heroes or villains, most were quite affluent, particularly the Bat family, who could be described as fabulously wealthy. It was only those with such financial means who had the luxury to engage in acts of heroism. If it were someone like Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who could barely manage his mortgage, he would need to toil honestly in Gotham. The same held true for the villains. For instance, Poison Ivy's motivations for her actions were driven by financial gain. The Penguin was even more blatant. The Iceberg Lounge served as a front for money laundering. The Falcone family adeptly navigated both the legal and illicit realms, amassing considerable wealth. The only exception Leon encountered was Harley Quinn, the sole impoverished individual who had become fond of him. Poison Ivy halted the vehicle, leading Leon to an abandoned house. We intended to conduct business here, but our plans were disrupted, she explained. They had identified the current power player in Upper East Side, preparing to take control of the territory. However, Batwoman had intervened, thwarting their discussions. Of course, what was framed as business negotiations had devolved into a brawl instigated by Harley Quinn. Ascending to dominance in Gotham was straightforward. One must either possess sufficient ruthlessness or fighting prowess. Harley Quinn embodied both qualities, making her well-suited to entrepreneurship, although previously, she had not valued such pursuits. Harley, Poison Ivy called as they entered. You're here. Harley Quinn responded immediately. Hurry and save me. Leon and Poison Ivy rushed toward the sound, only to find Harley Quinn suspended upside down, her pigtails swinging. Where's Batwoman? Leon instructed Poison Ivy to lower Harley Quinn and inquired. However, Poison Ivy approached on her own, inadvertently stepping into a trap. Whoosh! The ropes on the ground were immediately triggered, ensnaring her feet without a moment's notice, and both she and Harley Quinn were hoisted into the air. The Joker's daughter. The two close friends exchanged glances, and Harley Quinn exclaimed, Ivy, how could you be so foolish? Silence. Poison Ivy retorted, her anger ignited. She was not particularly skilled in combat, leaving her unprepared for such a trap. Ignoring her, Harley Quinn turned her attention to Leon and said, Darling, what brings you here? Wasn't Ivy supposed to fetch Kara? Of course, I have come to rescue you, Leon replied, dismissing her. He then turned around, revealing a figure standing behind him. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit devoid of Batman's technological flair, she was instead elegantly tailored, with cascading crimson locks that exuded allure. draped in a magnificent black and red cape. Upon noticing Leon's gaze, she swiftly hurled a bat-shaped shuriken. The projectile flew with remarkable speed, yet not aimed at Leon's vital points. For a moment, the world around Leon slowed. He extended his hand and effortlessly pinched the shuriken between his fingers, examining it closely. It was quite similar to those used by Batman. This spectacle astounded the three women, prompting the struggling Harley Quinn to shout, "Darling, I didn't realize you were so formidable. Go and teach that harlot a lesson." Her words made Batwoman tense, preparing for combat. Leon turned and flung the shuriken toward Harley Quinn. It severed the ropes, sending her crashing to the ground, dazed and speechless. Finally quieted down. "Don't make a move," Leon then addressed Batwoman. "I know your employer. We are allies." Batwoman relaxed slightly at his words, but countered, "He is not my employer. Look at that. I didn't even mention who it was, and you assumed it was him." Leon chuckled. This remark stirred a mix of embarrassment and irritation in Batwoman, nearly provoking her to act. At this point, he could ascertain that she was the second generation of Batwoman, as the first, being Bruce Wayne's elder, would never concede to such a claim. However, the second generation, Kate Kane, was Bruce Wayne's cousin, altering the nature of their relationship. Batwoman was not to be confused with Batgirl. The most renowned Batgirl was Barbara Gordon, though she now finds herself in a wheelchair. "How can I trust you?" Batwoman sought to avoid further entanglement with Leon on this matter. "You can inquire with him. Just mention my name. I am Leon, and you?" Leon prompted. Kate Batwoman. She nearly divulged her true name, an endearing slip. Upon regaining her composure, she shot a glare at Leon before stepping aside to contact Alfred. "Alfred, are you familiar with Leon?" "Of course, we have been monitoring him. Is there something amiss?" "Miss Kate, nothing of concern. I shall handle it." Batgirl, unwilling to elaborate further, hung up abruptly. She returned to say, "Even if you know him, you are still implicated in criminal activities." "Hey, I merely came to rescue someone. I am not involved, so refrain from making baseless accusations," Leon interjected. "One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not utter reckless words. Moreover, your interference is futile. Without Harley Quinn, others would still seize control here. Trust me, I will ensure her compliance." What choice did Batgirl have? Unless she wished to engage Leon in combat, she had to acquiesce. Furthermore, she found merit in his reasoning. Gotham's underworld is rife with gangs. It is wiser to ally with someone familiar than to allow others to grow stronger. "I will keep a watchful eye on you," Batgirl stated to Leon. "I am honored," Leon replied nonchalantly. Chapter 45. Why are you still up there? Boom! The roar of the bat cycle echoed from outside, and Batgirl departed immediately. Harley Quinn touched her head. "Darling, you are truly heartless. Are you not afraid I might fall and become foolish?" "You are foolish already," Leon retorted. "Be cautious henceforth. Do not engage in wrongdoing." "But how can one earn a living without mischief?" Harley Quinn argued passionately. "The Penguin and the Riddler are at it. If we do not participate, we shall earn nothing." "Rest assured, my dear, I shall not be apprehended." "I do not believe that," Leon replied with a sidelong glance. "Who was just suspended earlier? You could not even best Batgirl. How embarrassing." "That was due to her ambush." Harley Quinn's face flushed with indignation. "Next time I encounter that wretched girl, I shall capture her and expose her to you." Leon found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Batgirl, clad in her suit, possessed an alluring figure. Her height exceeded 6 feet in her high-heeled boots, undeniably a sight to behold. Recognizing his interest, Harley Quinn playfully suggested, "Shall we return home? I desire her. Next time, let's catch her together for some fun," they said as they exited. "Hey, let me down." Poison Ivy, who had been silent until now, called out, "Did you forget something?" "Oh, Ivy, why are you still up there?" Harley Quinn turned back. Poison Ivy, exasperated, replied, "I should not be up there. I should be beneath the vehicle." Kane Manor in Gotham is not smaller than Wayne Manor. In fact, it boasts even greater splendor. When Martha Kane wed Thomas Wayne, the outcome was the merging of two prominent families into a corporate entity, united in pursuit of the city's interests, becoming a collective of mutual benefit. In those days, Kane Industries and Wayne Enterprises were colossal entities in Gotham, and their merger gave rise to the formidable Wayne Group. Thus, the Wayne Group does not entirely belong to Bruce Wayne, as it also encompasses a share of the Kane family. Nevertheless, Bruce Wayne's leadership of the Wayne Group is indisputable. The Kane family, however, is equally affluent. Kate Kane represents the younger generation of the Kane family. Due to their familial ties, Bruce Wayne must refer to her as cousin, despite her being younger than him. Inspired by Batman, Kate Kane once donned stolen military-grade body armor and weaponry to combat crime. Subsequently, she underwent 2 years of extensive training across the globe. Upon her return to Gotham, she encountered the first Batwoman and thus assumed the mantle of Batwoman. At that time, she was unaware that Batwoman was her aunt, and naturally, she did not know that Batman was Bruce Wayne. Currently, she had changed out of her Batsuit, taken a hot shower, and was seated on the sofa wrapped in a towel, operating her computer. She began to scour for information on Leon. This was not due to any romantic interest, as Leon's handsomeness was merely average in her eyes. Her affections lay with women. Soon, she uncovered relevant details about Leon. Upon discovering that Leon had a mentee, her expression became somewhat peculiar. The Joker's daughter was surprisingly tolerant, accepting even a stepmother. Did she not realize the futility of such an endeavor? She then noted that Kara had entered Lewis Memorial High School with the assistance of Wayne Enterprises. What made her so special? Kate opened a photo of Kara, who was indeed quite beautiful, resembling a Barbie doll. However, she was far too young, and even with her attraction to women, Kate felt no interest. Had Kara been a bit older, she might have been her type. Intrigued, Kate closed her laptop, deciding to keep an eye on the situation. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Diamond District, Leon and Harley Quinn had been engaged in revelry until dawn. Exhausted, Harley eventually succumbed to sleep, while Leon remained invigorated. A healthy body benefits both him and her. He quickly emerged to prepare some noodles, calling the two men to rise. The two girls had not emerged all night. Last night, Kara and Siri had engaged in deep conversation, sharing their past to strengthen their current bond. For them, each other's experiences were filled with novelty, as they were things they had never encountered. Siri could hardly fathom Krypton's advanced technology, while Kara could not imagine Siri's life as a princess. Despite being a princess, how could she be living a life less fulfilling than her own? Thus, Siri yearned for Kara's lifestyle, while Kara found no appeal in Siri's previous existence. Had their identities been swapped, Kara would have undoubtedly rejected the notion. Fortunately, they were both on Earth now. As the two emerged, Kara appeared largely unaffected, while Siri bore the telltale signs of fatigue, her eyes resembling those of a raccoon. Unlike the Kryptonians, who can thrive without sustenance or rest, Siri remained an ordinary human, her ancient blood yet to fully awaken. Hurry and freshen up after breakfast. Kara needs to head to school, Leon urged his two wards. Kara remained nonchalant at this, but Siri wilted like a withered eggplant. Godfather, I want to go with Kara, she declared immediately. Have you forgotten our agreement? You must master your language skills first. I can already say my name and a few simple phrases, Siri retorted, demonstrating her halting pronunciation. Leon chuckled, offering encouragement. Not bad, keep it up. Siri's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Leon had yet to encounter such a reaction. Kara, being relatively mature, seldom cried and was mindful of her dignity. Thus, he was unprepared for Siri's sensitivity. Though she did not sob openly, he felt a surge of compassion. He quickly reassured her. All right, once you have improved your language skills, I will allow you to accompany Kara. Siri ceased her sniffling and looked at him earnestly. In Sintra, deceit is punished. This elicited a laugh from Leon as he gently ruffled her hair. Your godfather never lies. He glanced at Kara, noting her resigned expression. Last night, Siri had clung to her sister like a living pillow. After finishing their noodles, Leon spoke up. Let us go. I'll take Siri to get her identification. Kara, will you make your way to school on your own? Of course. Yay. Siri cheered at the prospect of leaving with Kara. Thus, Leon escorted his two wards out into the world. The two girls walked hand in hand, with Kara introducing Siri to the wonders of Gotham. Having just arrived in the city, Siri had returned home the previous day, possessing scant knowledge of her surroundings. As they strolled through the streets, she quickly realized how radically different Gotham was from Sintra. In essence, Gotham was a realm of advancement, surpassing Sintra by at least 10,000-fold. This revelation filled Siri with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She wondered if she could truly assimilate into this vibrant city. Consequently, her demeanor resembled that of a child exploring a grand garden for the first time, wide-eyed and observant. Chapter 46. The clingy Siri in the heart of Gotham. Leon held Siri's hand as they walked along the bustling streets. After a short distance, Kara excused herself to continue on to school. With Kara no longer by her side, Siri instinctively grasped Leon's hand. Having spent 2 days together, he had come to understand her character. Deprived of parental affection during her childhood and raised by her grandmother, Ciri exhibited a touch of volatility, yet her inherent honesty and forthrightness shone through. It was precisely this upbringing that rendered her somewhat clingy and prone to tears. Yet she possessed a pride that other children lacked. She was a young lion of Sintra. Ciri was far more affectionate as she grew older. Kara never held Leon's hand in public, yet Ciri was indifferent to such conventions. Moreover, she feared being abandoned by Leon, thus clinging tightly to him. What was that? At that moment, Kara spotted a towering edifice, so tall that its pinnacle was obscured from view. Adorning the top was a symbol, the headquarters of Wayne Enterprises. Leon enriched her understanding of Gotham. Was this the Wayne Enterprises that Kara had just mentioned? Indeed. Wow, Ciri exclaimed. The Wayne family must be the aristocrats of this world. The nobility of Sintra pales in comparison. Quite so, Leon chuckled. In the 21st century, it is truly ironic that distinctions of wealth and status persist. Little one, the Wayne family is not composed of benevolent individuals. At that moment, a voice slightly magnetic resonated nearby. Leon and Ciri turned to see a red-haired woman on an upscale motorcycle gazing at them. Kate Kane regarded Leon with a hint of amusement before her gaze shifted to Ciri, her brow furrowing slightly. How is she so different from the photo? Golden hair transformed into silver? Moreover, her accent was peculiar. While she could utter simple words, it lacked authenticity. Leon, how should I address you? Leon inquired. Kate Kane, is this your daughter? Kate asked, looking at Ciri. My goddaughter, Ciri, Leon nodded. Ciri, undaunted, regarded her with a touch of defiance. Leon could hardly critique Kate's attire. Although she was clad in motorcycle gear, a stark contrast to last night, her vibrant red hair was undeniably striking. Even with a mask, such a prominent feature could not be concealed. However, Kate's physique was indeed impressive. One could not be mistaken. Red waves of hair. Those who understood would comprehend. Kate wished to inquire further, but hesitated, simply smiling and saying, Little one, would you like to go inside and take a look? Is that permissible, godfather? Ciri, understanding her words, was instantly excited, yet she looked at Leon with obedience. Fortunately, the child was not rebellious. Leon nodded, stating, as I have not seen it either. Since Miss Kane has extended an invitation, let's go and have a look. In truth, there was little to behold. The Wayne family had appropriated their family estate. Kate Kane appeared quite dissatisfied with the Wayne family. This was understandable. After all, the two families had merged their enterprises, yet they continued to operate under the Wayne name, leaving the Kane family without even a name to claim. As she spoke, Kate halted her motorcycle and led the two of them inside. She glanced at Ciri and teased. At your age, still clinging to your godfather? Upon hearing this, Ciri did not loosen her grip. Instead, she tightened it. Kara instructed me to stay close to the godfather, and I shall heed her words. Kara? That was indeed correct. Kate inquired nonchalantly, Who is she? My sister, Ciri replied, tilting her head back with evident pride. With such formidable strength as Kara possesses, having such a remarkable sister would undoubtedly crush the enemy forces upon their return to Sintra. Just the night before, Ciri had dreamt a haunting dream about Sintra, yearning to return and seek vengeance. Her temperament was fiery, driven solely by the desire for retribution. And your sister? Kate led the two through the Wayne Enterprises, where many departments were spacious yet lacked visual appeal. However, Ciri was captivated by the novelty of it all. There were no buildings of such grandeur in Sintra. Merely standing by the window after ascending in the elevator made her legs feel weak. She's gone to school. Then why are you not attending? I wish to, but the godfather will not allow it. Ciri's eyes began to glisten with tears once more. Leon felt overwhelmed. Yet, he could only acquiesce, for the reasons behind this circumstance could not be disclosed to Kate. Moreover, he had observed that Ciri's talent was indeed remarkable. She was already capable of simple communication, perhaps a testament to her ancient bloodline. Kara's identity could be uncovered by anyone with a modicum of influence. So Leon refrained from intervening, as Kate likely had already conducted her inquiries. However, he would not divulge more. Kate did not anticipate Ciri's imminent tears and shot Leon a stern look. Leon, caught in an undeserved predicament, hastily sought to console her. Do we not agree that I would soon send you to school? He said, gently patting Ciri's head. Kate then directly interjected, Ciri, if your godfather does not arrange it, your sister will ensure you study alongside Kara. Upon hearing this, Ciri's joy was palpable. "Thank you, sister." Her voice was sweet, and she cast a triumphant glance at Leon. Naturally, Leon would not refuse. Having assistance was a welcome relief. Kate promptly prepared to make a phone call, but Leon stopped her. "I still need to take Ciri to the police station to help her obtain her identity documents. She lost her previous identity card." Upon hearing this, Kate immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Goodness, such a young child is without status. "Do you need my assistance? Why are you so eager to help?" Leon, not wishing to owe anyone favors, shook his head. "No need. I know Chief Gordon." "All right then. Just leave me your number and let me know once it's sorted." Kate promptly requested Leon's contact information. Leon's remarkable abilities were worth her investment, especially considering Bruce Wayne's keen interest in Kara. What was her true identity? Leon took Ciri to Gotham Police Department. Along the way, Ciri held onto Leon's hand, allowing him to experience the joys of fatherhood. No wonder modern individuals often desire a charming daughter. Gender preference? It should be the elevation of women over men. The police station was bustling with activity, but fortunately, Leon spotted a familiar face, Officer Judy. "Hello, Leon," she greeted, her sultry lips unmistakably recognizing him. After all, the events of their last encounter had left quite an impression on her. The petite Carla exhibited remarkable strength, a fact that had taken Judy by surprise. "Who is this?" she inquired, noticing the girl beside Leon. "Carla has gone to study. This is Ciri, my other mentee," Leon promptly replied, while Ciri flashed a sweet smile in agreement. Despite her occasional frown, Ciri possessed an undeniable charm. Perhaps it was the royal lineage she inherited, but there was an air of gallantry about her. She was not a delicate flower. Rather, she embodied the spirit of a warrior destined to hunt demons. However, Leon was certainly not inclined to let her embark on such a perilous path just yet. It would be far better to find a skilled mentor to guide her than to thrust her into the role of a demon hunter. "We need to see Chief Gordon," he stated. "The chief is inside. Let me call for you." Chapter 47. The Wayne Group Gala upon meeting James Gordon. Leon still addressed him as Chief Gordon rather than Jim. While the latter would have been more affectionate, professionalism was paramount in the workplace. "Leon, who is this?" Chief Gordon asked, shaking Leon's hand before casting an inquisitive glance at Ciri. "This is my mentee," Leon signaled to Gordon with a subtle nod. Consequently, Chief Gordon said, "Judy, please take care of her." "Ciri, come with me," he continued. Upon hearing this, Ciri immediately tightened her grip on Leon's hand, exclaiming, "No, I want to stay with my godfather." The urgency in her voice and the tears welling in her eyes suggested she feared being abandoned. All right, let her stay here," Leon replied with a wry smile, surprised by Ciri's clinginess. Chief Gordon chuckled and motioned for Officer Judy to step outside. Leon took a seat opposite Gordon while Ciri leapt onto his lap, refusing to let go. "I had no idea you had another mentee," James Gordon remarked, eyeing Leon. If it weren't for Ciri's affectionate demeanor, he might have suspected something unusual about Leon. After all, in the fantastical realm of America, normalcy was a rarity. Leon, mentally prepared for the inquiry, affectionately ruffled Ciri's hair and began, "She is a distant cousin of Carla, who lived in the countryside. Recently, some unfortunate events occurred in her family, prompting her to seek refuge here in Gotham." James Gordon listened intently, finding nothing amiss with the tale. It was common for many in America to migrate from rural areas to bustling cities in pursuit of the so-called American dream. However, he inquired, "What of her identity?" Similar to Carla, Leon coughed lightly, preparing to elaborate further. Director Gordon smiled and shook his head, saying, "At this rate, I might as well become your identity provider." He then added, "By the way, your identity has been prepared. Are you sure you don't want a surname?" "No need," Leon replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had previously informed James Gordon that he preferred to use the name Leon Skywalker, to which Gordon had promptly refused, remarking, "Have you watched too much Star Wars?" After all, no one genuinely adopts such names. Consequently, Leon decided to forego an American name altogether and opted for his true name instead. What is Ciri's real name? Director Gordon chose to assist Leon, for there was no denying the charm of his goddaughter. Having an adorable daughter undoubtedly opens many doors. Cirilla Fiona Elin Rhiannon. Although this world might be inspired by the Witcher novels and games, it was merely a name. As long as Ciri obtained a legitimate identity, she would be able to pursue her education. If the people of the underworld were aware of Leon's connections, they would likely be envious. Countless individuals yearn for a green card, while Leon could effortlessly secure one for those close to him. It sounded rather aristocratic. After registering the name, James Gordon chuckled. Her family was once part of the nobility in Europe. Leon smiled slightly. The continent in the Witcher universe is modeled after Europe, and if one were to invert it, they would find an exact replica. Thus, it was not far-fetched to consider Ciri as a member of an ancient noble lineage. Fortunately, Director Gordon did not press further. After jotting down the details, he assured, "I will resolve this for you as swiftly as possible. Do you have any leads regarding her schooling?" He broached the subject with a hint of embarrassment, recalling his earlier intention to assist Kara in contacting a school, hindered only by his lack of financial means. With a valid identity, enrollment would be feasible. That's good to hear. Time swiftly passed. Director Gordon acted promptly, and within a few days, Ciri's identity was finalized. Her aptitude for learning was remarkable, and she quickly grasped the language. Under the constant, affectionate insistence of his goddaughter, Leon naturally reached out to Kate Kane, seeking her assistance in securing Ciri's enrollment in the same class as Kara. For the Kane family, it was merely a matter of a few words. Many matters are insurmountable for ordinary individuals, yet for the affluent, they can be resolved with ease. Nonetheless, Leon harbored some concerns, uncertain of what Ciri would learn upon her enrollment. Nevertheless, it was a step forward. Apart from the affairs concerning his two goddaughters, Leon's own situation with Harley Quinn remained. The Iceberg Lounge was uneventful, with daily tasks resembling a typical job. The Penguin had not integrated him into the criminal organization, for Oswald Cobblepot was well aware of his association with Harley Quinn. No matter how lenient he might be, he could hardly place much trust in Leon. Leon was content with this arrangement, for he had no desire to delve into such matters. He was, after all, a good man. As long as he has a steady source of income, that is sufficient. Indeed, their lives have been improving remarkably. There's a saying that resonates well. Financial matters often tread the line of legality. Once Harley Quinn seized control of the Upper East Side, the Leon family found themselves devoid of worries regarding sustenance. They even contemplated relocating to a larger residence, as their current apartment feels rather cramped. Originally, it was meant for just Leon and Kara, but now it accommodates 4 individuals. Overall, life has become vibrant and increasingly aspirational. "Darling, you have an invitation." Harley Quinn donned his shirt, while the rest of her attire seemed to vanish. Fortunately, both of their daughters were at school, absent from home. Perhaps it is true love. Although they occasionally quarrel, rather than leading to separation, it has deepened Harley's reliance on him. He possesses an uncanny ability to penetrate the depths of her soul. After each argument, a stern lesson suffices to resolve their issues. Harley senses his sincerity, unlike the Joker, who merely sought to exploit her. Consequently, she has become indifferent to the mention of the Joker's name, completely estranged from him. She is undoubtedly Leon's now. Whose? Leon was preparing dinner, pondering the matter at hand. Harley Quinn erupted in laughter, and Leon immediately understood. Kate Kane. Initially, Kate Kane approached them, only to face Harley's hostility, as she believed Kate was vying for her man. Upon realizing this, Kate promptly disclosed her orientation to Harley, which led to Harley mockingly suggesting that she ought to normalize herself. Naturally, Kate's intentions were not for Leon. Rather, she was interested in his daughters. Leon had long recognized that Kara had become quite the catch, which made him cherish her even more. "Let me see." Leon took a glance at the invitation. To his surprise, it bore the emblem of Wayne Enterprises. "What kind of invitation is this? Are they inviting you to a gala?" Harley Quinn inquired with enthusiasm, retaining her signature eccentricity. Leon presented it to her. "A charity gala hosted by Wayne Enterprises, inviting me to attend." "That sounds dull," Harley remarked. "You should go alone." At this moment, her interests were solely aligned with financial pursuits. Chapter 48. The Planet Daily, Clark, Kara, and Shirley have now formed a trio, including their acquaintance Rachel Roth, as they band together at school. They walk home together after classes, as Rachel's residence is conveniently nearby. "Godfather, Rachel's mother isn't returning today, so she's coming over to our house," Kara announced upon entering. Shirley has fully integrated into their lives, regaining her feisty nature and exhibiting a carefree attitude towards any challenges that arise. Apart from her tendency to cry and cling to others, she has changed entirely from the shy girl she once was. To be honest, Leon still has a preference for demure women. Kara has become somewhat boisterous under the influence of Shiri. "No problem," Leon remarked. "I've just prepared the dishes you love." During this time, Leon has fervently honed his culinary skills and has made notable progress. He is now capable of preparing dishes such as cola chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, and scrambled eggs with green peppers and ham, all of which are favored by children. The results are quite remarkable. In particular, the cola chicken wings have the three girls nearly gnawing the bones clean. Soon, Leon emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, finding four women seated in the living room, none possessing a natural hair color. Kara sported golden locks, Shiri had silver hair, and Rachel flaunted a striking shade of purple. In this context, even Harley Quinn's hair seemed relatively normal. One could easily mistake Leon's home for a veritable zoo. Rachel, come and taste the dishes made by my godfather. This is genuine Chinese cuisine. Rachel, the most bashful of the trio, only reached for a chicken wing after hearing those words. Leon merely instructed them to wash their hands rather than insisting they use chopsticks. After all, they were still children and could learn gradually. Delicious, Rachel exclaimed, her eyes lighting up after her first bite. Cola chicken wings are indeed a dish designed for children, yet even adults find them delightful. Moreover, the cola in America is sweeter, resulting in an even more sugary dish that children adore. If it's tasty, feel free to eat more, Leon encouraged. Shortly thereafter, they began to compete for the food, with Harley Quinn joining in the fray, refusing to let the others have all the fun. Leon, however, chose not to partake in their revelry, leading to a swift and satisfying meal for the three little ones. Enjoy yourselves at home, but don't stay up too late. Remember to go to bed early, Leon advised them. Understood, they replied, hurrying off to their rooms. As for Leon, he had preparations to make. Darling, I've never seen you in a suit before. You look so handsome, exclaimed Harley Quinn upon seeing him dressed sharply. She was, after all, quite infatuated. For the one she loves, she would disregard everything, even if it meant being used, even if Leon were to harm her. As long as he did not take her life, she would remain by his side. Who could rival Harley Quinn in the realm of infatuation? Leon was pleased with her enthusiasm, which filled him with emotional value. Are you really not going? No, Harley Quinn shook her head, yet to compliment Leon's attire. She donned a red dress. The two then departed from their home, parting ways as they headed towards Wayne Hotel. The Wayne Group's presence permeates all aspects of Gotham City, spanning various industries. The Wayne Hotel, the largest establishment in Gotham, boasts a 5-star rating and is situated in the heart of the city, making it utterly unaffordable for the average individual. This evening, the Wayne Corporation's Charity Gala is a grand affair, drawing the affluent elite from Metropolis. In a bid to ensure public safety, the Gotham Police Department has deployed its full force, rendering the city remarkably secure for this rare occasion. A red carpet is unfurled at the entrance, reminiscent of Hollywood glamour, flanked by journalists fervently capturing images of the luminaries gracing the event. Those in attendance are either Gotham's wealthy denizens or the affluent from Metropolis. Leon feels somewhat out of place, but harbors no feelings of inferiority. Previously, Kara had inquired whether this world is just. Of course, it is not. Yet what does it matter? Who is he? As Leon strides along the red carpet, he remains unrecognized, though his dapper suit garners the attention of a few photographers. He has no intention of lingering, hastening towards the interior. His presence elicits little commotion, but soon the sound of camera shutters fills the air. How exquisite! Such beauty, such poise. Who wouldn't be entranced? Leon pauses, glancing back, and observes a tall woman with striking short black hair walking the red carpet, seemingly relishing the moment. She is undeniably stunning, exuding a wild allure that ignites a desire for conquest in men. Who is she? Intrigued, Leon ponders. Even Harley Quinn's charm can grow tiresome. Leon, who inherently craves novelty, finds it impossible to settle for the mundane. This is simply part of his nature. It must be Selina Kyle, a voice whispers in his ear. Selina Kyle, the renowned Catwoman. Having spent some time in Gotham, Leon had not heard of any recent exploits by her and presumed she had departed the city. It appears, however, that this little feline has merely withdrawn from the scene. Thank you, he thinks to himself, expressing gratitude to the speaker. Yet, upon casting a glance, he halts. Before him stand a robust middle-aged man, possessing a unique aura. Most notably, the press badge hanging around his neck identifies him as Clark Kent from the Daily Planet. Upon seeing this name, Leon feels a jolt of recognition. This is Kara's dearly beloved cousin. Yet, judging by his appearance, he seems older than Kara. After all, Kara has been in stasis for an extended period, unaware of the passage of time. What a delightful surprise. Unsure how to convey this news to Kara, Leon resolves to wait. Clark? Yes, sir. Clark Kent responds, somewhat taken aback by Leon's presence. I am Leon, a fervent admirer of friendship. Leon extended his hand, and Clark Kent shook it, the two exchanging phone numbers. However, their acquaintance would remain fleeting for the time being. At this stage, Clark had yet to ascend to the status of Superman. He was merely a man to know for now. Once Clark embraced his heroic destiny, Leon could shamelessly approach him to procure a suit for Kara. For the sake of his beloved daughter, a father's pride held little significance. Leon did not linger at the entrance. He presented the invitation and prepared to step inside. During this time, Selina Kyle had also approached Leon, and their eyes met. Although they had not previously interacted, Leon offered a smile. Selina, adorned in an elegant gown, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the atmosphere at the entrance erupted in celebration. For Bruce Wayne had made a rare appearance. Chapter 49. The convergence of the triumvirate. It is well known that Bruce Wayne seldom graces the night with his presence. Unlike other affluent individuals who lead extravagant lives by day and vanish by night, Bruce is a rarity. Consequently, his attendance at such soirees is an uncommon occurrence. While others awaited Bruce's arrival, Leon chose to enter directly. This was a charity gala, an event where the wealthy were expected to contribute. To enhance the affair, Wayne Enterprises had displayed numerous antique artifacts. For Leon, this gathering was merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons and meet new people. Should he come across something of interest, he would not be averse to acquiring it. Thus, Leon wandered aimlessly through the hotel, captivated by the antique pieces, many of which hailed from his homeland. Regrettably, had he possessed wealth, he would have certainly bought them to return to a museum in China. How could treasures of China be left to languish overseas? Among the artifacts was the Ming Dynasty Yongless sword, its blade forged from various steels, with a spine enhancing its strength. The hilt was gilded iron, adorned with exquisite Ming style and Buddhist motifs. It is lauded as the pinnacle of Chinese swords from the early 15th century, regrettably seized by foreign marauders. Leon approached a strikingly tall figure, clad in a white backless gown, her flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure perfectly proportioned, an embodiment of allure. Some might be entranced merely by her form, yet Leon had matured beyond such superficiality. He sought both elegance and poise. This piece resides in the Royal Arsenal Museum of the Sun Never Sets Empire, though what is a mere replica, the woman remarked, turning to meet Leon's gaze. Her features bore a captivating charm, radiating both strength and exquisite beauty, surpassing even that of the previous Selina Kyle. In a world teeming with beautiful women, those endowed with true grace are few and far between. The painted facades he had encountered previously paled in comparison to the woman before him, who exuded intellect and wisdom, akin to a goddess from myth. Leon extended his hand for a self-introduction. The woman smiled faintly, seemingly intrigued by this approach. Diana Prince. As they shook hands, Leon felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman. Goodness, at a charity gala hosted by Wayne Enterprises, the three titans of the Justice League had gathered. Yet, they all appeared rather youthful. It had been ages since Wonder Woman had graced the world, and Clark had not yet donned the mantle of Superman. Do you know me? Diana inquired keenly, noticing his reaction as Leon still held onto her hand. Realizing himself, Leon gentlemanly released her grip. Miss Diana, you are quite the celebrity in the antiquities realm. Thank you, though I've merely seen a great deal. Diana gracefully accepted the compliment. This exemplified cultural differences. Had it been a fellow countryman, modesty would have prevailed. However, in America, humility could easily be misconstrued as ineptitude. I possess a keen interest in antiques. Shall we share a drink? Certainly. I could use a respite, Diana replied with a smile. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall in her heels, she commanded attention beside Leon. No one could fathom how this fortunate young man had forged a connection with such a beauty. To win her favor, Leon personally crafted a cocktail, leaving the hotel staff in awe. Thank you. You have quite the skill. This is delightful, Diana remarked with a smile after taking a sip. They then delved into discussions about antiques. Having lived so long, Diana's expertise stemmed from her extensive experience, allowing her to discern authenticity with ease. In essence, it was simply a matter of experience. Thus, when Leon posed questions, she had answers, and their conversation flourished. Reading the room was one of Leon's core competencies. He adeptly identified her interests and aligned them with his own. Diana's passion was her work. Otherwise, she would not have dedicated so much time to it. After a while, the charity gala was set to commence. "Are you from Gotham?" Diana glanced at the clock and asked. Leon, sensing the moment, replied, "Indeed, Miss Diana. Where do you usually reside?" "My work takes me across the globe." Recognizing the opportunity, Leon boldly suggested, "You must wait for me after the gala." Diana Prince hesitated. Leon certainly appealed to her, and as an Amazon, her nature was one of warmth and enthusiasm, prompting her desire to know him better. "Let us see how you perform." Diana replied ambiguously, downing her drink in one swift motion. She then rose to join the festivities. She was affluent, unlike Leon, who was merely an observer. However, no sooner had Diana departed than someone took her previous seat. "How about you let me have a turn with such a stellar lady?" The word from the newcomer left Leon feeling resigned. Kate Kane approached, her vibrant red hair cascading in luxurious waves, clad in an eye-catching gown that accentuated her statuesque figure. Leaving no heart untouched, she gazed at Diana's silhouette with evident intrigue. Had it been anyone else daring to vie for Leo's affection, a swift punch would have ensued. Yet, Kate was different. She was a woman. Hence, Leo merely retorted with a fierce glare, "You may come, but I shall make you straight." Kate was not swayed. Instead, she shot him a provocative glance. "If you can accomplish that, the Kane family will be yours." The Kane family was a formidable fortune in Gotham. Second only to the Wayne family, their fates intertwined. Surprisingly, Leo felt a flicker of temptation. The saying goes that even the mightiest hero fears poverty. Securing the Kane family would ensure a life of comfort and luxury for Leo and his companions. However, he recognized the jest in her words, merely responding with a dismissive gesture. Kate's personality was unabashed and carefree, unrestrained in her actions. "Fine, I shall not compete for your affections," she proclaimed grandly. "But are you not concerned about Harley Quinn discovering this?" In response, Leo chuckled. "Have you forgotten? She has repeatedly insisted I bring you along." "Leave," Kate exclaimed, exasperated. The manic Harley Quinn had a firm grasp on her, and only in her guise as Batwoman could she hope to teach the jester a lesson. Yet, if she couldn't manage Harley, could she not handle Leo? In a playful display, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "Are you out of your mind?" Leo swiftly grasped her hand to evade her antics. Their playful exchange bore a semblance of intimacy. "All right, enough of this. Why did you summon me to the gala?" Leo inquired candidly. "As a pauper, should I not be the one receiving donations?" Kate, vexed but amused, playfully struck him, releasing her frustration. After sipping her red wine, she remarked, "I introduced you to some influential people. Should you not express gratitude? What is this? Are you truly entrusting the Kane family to me?" This provoked Kate into a determined stance. "If you can make me straight, everything shall be yours." Chapter 50. Leo's Gotham Chronicles. The charity gala held little significance for Leo. He and Kate were mere observers. Nevertheless, Kate represented the Kane family with a generous donation, only to return swiftly. She was attentive to Leo, understanding his unfamiliarity with the guests, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. Were it not for her known preferences, he might have mistaken her kindness for romantic interest. What did Kate truly desire? As the gala concluded, she escorted Leo to meet numerous affluent individuals. With Kate Kane by his side, no one dared belittle Leo. He even made the acquaintance of Lex Luthor. After mingling with several notable figures, Leo finally found a moment to speak privately with Kate. "Hello, Kate, it's been a while." At that moment, a bold voice resonated nearby. Kate Kane turned around, somewhat astonished. "Thomas, you're back in Gotham?" "Just returned. Is this your boyfriend?" The man named Thomas glanced at Leon. "Don't be ridiculous. I only have girlfriends." Kate Kane, unconcerned about her reputation, introduced, "This is Leon, a good friend." "Leon, this is Thomas Elliot." Leon shook hands with Thomas Elliot. "Thomas has been my close friend since childhood. We attended the same elementary school." Naturally, he later became an esteemed surgeon, renowned worldwide. At that moment, Bruce Wayne approached with a glass in hand. "Haha, I am indeed good friends with Bruce. Though not globally recognized, just a bit of fame here in America," Thomas Elliot chuckled. The two embraced briefly. Kate then whispered into Leon's ear. "Thomas is from the Elliot family. His parents were in a car accident, and he now oversees the entire Elliot estate." Leon was well aware of the Elliot lineage, the four prominent families of Gotham. No wonder he was a childhood companion of Bruce Wayne. both belonging to the billionaire echelon. Bruce Wayne conversed with his friend for a moment before turning to Leon and Kate. What is going on here? Bruce Wayne was utterly perplexed. How did his cousin end up with Leon? He held a certain concern for this younger relative. However, Kate Kane had her own opinions. Leon is my good friend, she stated, directly linking her arm with his. Bruce Wayne was left in confusion. Aren't you into women? Yet he did not linger, as Alfred's voice crackled through his earpiece. Clearly, the night belonged to Batman. In that case, enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With that, he hastily departed. Kate Kane understood his intentions and offered an excuse. Don't mind him. That's just how he is. So, how long are you planning to catch me? Leon asked, gazing down at Kate. Aren't we good buddies? Good buddies wouldn't try to make me straight. Kate promptly released him with a look of disdain. I was merely joking. I would never do such a thing, Leon replied earnestly. However, women can often be unreasonable, and Kate interpreted Leon's reaction as disdain towards her. What do you mean? She shot him a glare before departing the gathering. Well, if I weren't waiting for someone, I would leave as well, Leon thought. Yet, he had a purpose. The party was now reaching its essence. The affluent attending such events undoubtedly had their own agendas, networking and conducting business, making it an excellent venue for such endeavors. Diana Prince's beauty is unparalleled, resembling that of a warrior goddess, with a physique akin to an Olympic athlete, particularly highlighted by her seemingly interminable legs. Many yearn to make her acquaintance. Yet, she navigates these encounters with the finesse of a socialite, exuding elegance and propriety without appearing overly casual. Countless individuals view her as prey, oblivious to the fact that she is, in truth, a sophisticated huntress, an Amazonian princess, a demigod. As a high-caliber hunter, she is discerning in her choices of prey, and soon, she found herself surrounded by no one, having declined all advances. Diana's gaze fell upon Leon, who raised his glass in acknowledgement. In unison, they departed, demonstrating an unspoken understanding. With Bruce Wayne having long since made his exit, the gathering lacked any formalities regarding departure. Observers of Diana were taken aback by the revelation that this exquisite flower was already claimed. You handle such encounters with remarkable ease? Outside the hotel, many reporters had already dispersed, leaving only a few paparazzi who paid no heed to Leon and Diana. After all, they were not of the caliber of a celebrity like Bruce Wayne. Diana glanced at Leon and smiled, her face perpetually adorned with a confident grin. Those as beautiful as you invariably become the center of attention. Leon responded, unabashedly offering his compliments. Women relish flattery, and Wonder Woman is no exception. She cast a sultry glance at Leon, her smile broadening. I must admit, Diana is indeed flawless. Her beauty speaks for itself. Her physique is exquisite, with curves in all the right places, complemented by her long legs. She surpasses the perfection seen in any film from Leon's past life by 100-fold. After all, how could Wonder Woman be anything less than extraordinary? Such eloquence. How many women have you enchanted? Diana inquired with a laugh. It's my fault for being too honest. I truly dislike telling falsehoods. Had I known, I would have. Leon interrupted, hailing a taxi, and without hesitation, Diana entered. What do you mean? He teased. I simply won't flatter you anymore. Diana rolled her eyes playfully. Seated beside her, Leon instructed the driver to the Starry Night bar. He refrained from taking Diana to the Iceberg Club, as Wonder Woman, known for her aversion to malevolence, would not take kindly to any suspicions. As they conversed during the ride, their bond deepened, and Leon filled the air with laughter and joy. Having immersed herself in human society for so long, Diana Prince had adapted to its quirks and routines, finding her own pleasures therein. Leon, with his wit and humor, shared many Gotham tidbits, though their veracity was uncertain. They were undoubtedly intriguing. As the saying goes, if a wild tale is wild enough, there will always be those who believe it. Moreover, Leon possesses an intriguing charm. Pondering the notion of whether the Joker and Batman epitomize true love, a tale of mutual affection and conflict, he muses that the Riddler is the most despised figure in Gotham, insisting that he must vacate the city, much to Diana's amusement as she stifles her laughter. By the time they reach the bar, their rapport has blossomed into a harmonious camaraderie. Leon is the first to push the door open, placing his hand on the threshold with utmost care to shield her, extending his other hand towards her. Beautiful Princess Diana, may I invite you for a drink? Upon hearing the title Princess, Diana glances at him. placing her hand in his palm. "Why do you call me princess?" she inquires, her curiosity piqued. "As an Amazonian princess, it is not common knowledge." Leon responds with a smile. "Your beauty rivals that of a runaway Disney princess. No one shines brighter than you." He cannot help but lightly kiss the back of her hand, causing Diana's heart to flutter. It had been years since she felt such a spark. She prided herself on having encountered many suitors, believing few could stir her emotions anew. Yet at this moment, she recalls the perception that individuals from Huaxia are typically reserved. With a smile adorning her face, she allows the gallant Leon to guide her outside, taking care to shield her head from any potential harm. Leon casually tosses some money to the driver, signaling him to keep the change. Financially, he is in a comfortable position. After all, does it matter if he woos women with Harley Quinn's money? She would surely be angered if she knew. However, Leon contemplates for just a moment. Given her affection for him, she would likely not mind. Otherwise, she would not consistently mention wanting to recruit Kate. This is what it means to be favored. One can act without fear. Having not indulged sufficiently at the previous banquet, they find themselves in the bar, where no one recognizes them. Naturally, Leon and Diana indulge in drink after drink. Yet, a predicament arises. Neither Leon nor Diana is ordinary. While Leon may not possess a complete Kryptonian physique, aside from his extraordinary abilities, he is indistinguishable from one of their kind. He cannot become intoxicated. As for Diana, being the daughter of the god king Zeus and the Amazonian queen Hippolyta, she is, in truth, a demigoddess. Consequently, as they continue to drink, they become increasingly spirited, treating alcohol as if it were mere water. Just as Leon senses trouble brewing, Diana appears to be well prepared. She is aware of her condition. In the past, men have attempted to intoxicate her, but she would simply remain unaffected, leaving those insipid men with no opportunity to advance. This marks the first instance of her feigning inebriation, knowing that without it, Leon would never have a chance. Upon witnessing her slightly dazed expression, Leon immediately grasps the unspoken hint. How could a demigoddess possibly become drunk? This is what they call intoxication without the influence of alcohol. Without hesitation, he encircles her waist, feeling the softness of her form, igniting a fervent desire within him. Subsequently, Leon leaned in and kissed Diana. Caught off guard, she found herself reciprocating, and they became engrossed in each other, oblivious to their surroundings. Such behavior was not uncommon in a bar, where intoxicated patrons often sought solace in fervent embraces. After a considerable time, they finally parted. "Shall we leave?" he inquired. Diana murmured, appearing genuinely inebriated, nestled in his embrace. Given the opportunity, Leon naturally seized the moment. He wrapped his arms around Diana and guided her outside the bar, inquiring, "Where do you reside? Let South go to your place." Diana was taken aback by his suggestion. Shouldn't they go to his home instead? Leon clarified, "I have 2 wards at my place, making it inconvenient." If this were anyone else, such a declaration would likely shatter the illusion, prompting immediate sobriety. Yet, Diana's curiosity only deepened. Leon appeared youthful. How could he possibly have 2 wards? Had she not been under the influence, she would have posed her questions. For now, she simply whispered the name of her hotel. Leon hailed a cab, and they soon arrived at her hotel, the bustling city center providing a semblance of safety, particularly with police patrolling the area at night. Gotham operated on the principle that the more vibrant the locale, the safer it was, thanks to the vigilant officers on duty. Conversely, those desolate streets devoid of streetlights were best avoided after dark, as they lacked even the presence of patrolling officers. However, this was not an absolute. Navigating Gotham felt akin to a survival game, where caution was paramount. "Shall I escort you upstairs?" he offered. She replied, and Leon guided her into the hotel. The unspoken understanding between them palpable. Women in this realm often viewed their homes as the final bastion of safety, and an invitation inside typically signaled a significant level of trust. Upon entering Diana's room, she appeared considerably more lucid, at least capable of steadying herself. Yet, this newfound clarity ignited a passionate spark between them. Diana leaned in, capturing his lips with her own, and Leon reciprocated without hesitation. Bang! The door was slammed shut with force, and soon the room echoed with sounds reminiscent of a fierce struggle, as if 2 forces of nature were colliding. It was as though celestial beings were at odds, transcending the frailty of mere mortals. For Amazons, mere humans were often deemed too weak. They refrained from exerting their full strength for fear of causing harm. As for Wonder Woman, being half divine, no one could withstand her might. Consequently, she often dismissed ordinary men, preferring solitude over compromise, as none had ever met her standards. However, Leon intrigued her in a way that was undeniable, and after such a prolonged period of restraint, she felt compelled to unleash her desires. Yet, she soon realized that Leon was no ordinary man. Two individuals lay nestled beneath the covers, as Princess Diana traced circles upon Leon's body with her finger. In this simple exchange, she quickly discerned Leon's extraordinary nature. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "What brings you to Gotham?" Once this matter was broached, their relationship would require reevaluation. Wonder Woman had initially intended this encounter to be but a fleeting dalliance. Yet her perspective had shifted. Who would not yearn for a long-lasting and stable friendship? "Do you remember? I have two goddaughters," Leon remarked, revealing his desire for permanence. He proceeded to discuss Kara's situation, emphasizing his intention to find an instructor for his two charges. Why had Supergirl Kara become a disgrace to Krypton? It was due to her lack of combat skills. She was too straightforward, relying solely on her innate strength, which often led her to perilous situations. As for Siri, her life had already undergone a transformation. According to the storyline, she was meant to venture into the realm of the Wolf School, where witchers would instruct her on the art of combat. Yet now, the little princess seemed increasingly comfortable in the modern world, and her talents might eventually wither away. Thus, Leon, in pursuit of a well-rounded development for his goddaughters, had set his sights on Diana. The combat prowess of Wonder Woman was indisputable, and after years of rigorous training, she had become the finest of mentors. However, to avoid revealing his prior knowledge of her identity, Leon refrained from elaborating, merely mentioning Kara and Siri possess unique qualities, which compel me to keep them hidden in Gotham. He casually remarked, "Initially, I sought an instructor for them, and I considered who in Gotham might be suitable. Batwoman would be an excellent choice." Diana, surprised by the depth of Leon's words, stole a glance at him and saw a concerned father, deeply invested in the future of his charges. Chapter 52, Godfather, I Desire Strength. Strangely, witnessing Leon's earnestness did not displease Diana. Rather, it provided her with a sense of reassurance. The Amazonian culture places great importance on familial bonds, and Leon's devotion to his family endeared him to her. As for his goddaughters, Diana was unfazed, harboring no thoughts of assuming responsibility for them. She committed Leon's search for a teacher to memory, intending to address it at the appropriate moment, but not now. For the present, their priority was to continue reveling in each other's company. "Are you ready?" Diana inquired. Glancing up at him, "All set," Leon replied, having regained his composure. Thus, they embarked on their second round of passion, and the night unfolded in wild abandon, with the room's lights remaining aglow until dawn. Diana Prince surveyed the dim sky outside. "I do not favor Gotham's heavens. They are perpetually overcast." As she spoke, she rummaged through her luggage for a dress to adorn herself. Leon reclined against the pillows, savoring the sight before him. "Haven't you had your fill? A lifetime is never enough." Upon hearing Leon's words, Diana cast him a satisfied glance, her allure unmistakable. The two were thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Alas, she had to depart from Gotham. Were it not for her obligations, she would have preferred to linger in Gotham a while longer. However, Diana had seamlessly integrated into human life, and her work held great significance. "I must take my leave," she announced, preparing herself for departure. Leon felt a pang of reluctance, grappling with an almost surreal sensation. He had truly won the heart of Wonder Woman, a dream cherished by countless souls. Regrettably, this dream was fleeting. "When will you return?" Leon could only inquire before her departure. Diana turned back with a smile. "We shall meet again soon." The two prodigies had thoroughly piqued Diana's interest. She pondered the uniqueness of the two girls that compelled such a formidable figure as Leon to adopt a low profile, remaining unnoticed. Had it not been for this, she might have regarded Leon merely as a transient presence, a momentary indulgence. On his way home, Leon purchased breakfast, considering that he had 3 little ones to care for. Rachel had indeed not returned the previous night, opting to rest at home instead. Fortunately, they were not overweight. They could squeeze in together comfortably. Yet, this realization further underscored Leon's need for a larger abode. This old apartment barely measured 60 or 70 square meters, while spacious for two. It felt quite cramped with the increased number of inhabitants. Returning so late? Harley Quinn inquired, regarding Leon with an air of perplexity, instinctively sensing something amiss. His suit appeared disheveled, lacking the neatness of the previous day. I was held up by a minor issue, Leon replied, maintaining his composure. Harley circled him, catching a peculiar scent in the air. Not from Kate. I thought you might have cough cough. The children are present. Leon shot her a warning glare. Although the Joker's daughter seemed slightly aggrieved, she refrained from further comment. Godfather, since it's the weekend, shall we go out? Kara asked after finishing her breakfast. Of course. Where would you like to go? Leon responded, pleased to spend more time with his two prot-gs. He had discovered that such interactions rapidly fostered intimacy. For instance, Kara's intimacy level had reached 71, nearing 80. Shiri, being more clingy, had surpassed 40, approaching the halfway mark. The increase in intimacy was also influenced by their personalities. Shiri's affection for him accelerated at a pace much swifter than Kara's at that time. Perhaps her youth played a part in this. Let us visit the amusement park. Shiri has yet to experience it, Kara suggested quietly. Godfather, Shiri had another nightmare last night, Kara added, her voice low. Leon's heart tightened upon hearing this. Glancing at the somewhat weary Shiri, he nodded. Very well, then we shall go to the amusement park. Yay! The three little ones rejoiced, visibly bonding with each other. After the meal, Harley Quinn decided to take a nap, so it fell upon Leon to escort them to the amusement park. Although Harley had been enhanced by poison ivy, she remained human and was unable to withstand the excitement of the night. In contrast, Leon, having engaged in a fierce battle, was invigorated by the challenge. He hailed a taxi, taking the front seat while the three girls settled in the back. Upon arriving at the amusement park, their excitement was palpable. Regardless of their maturity, they were still children at heart, and Ciri's mood visibly brightened. Leon said little, simply guiding them through the various attractions. It must be noted that the amusement park in Gotham was quite expensive, with admission costing nearly $100 per person. Although children received a discount, it came with height restrictions, and all three girls had outgrown those limits. In the past, such an outing would have been beyond their means. But now their circumstances had improved, and the Iceberg Lounge had begun to pay its staff. They spent a delightful afternoon queuing for rides. Among them, Kara displayed the most courage, eagerly embracing every thrill, as nothing frightened her. She even feigned screams for the sake of enjoyment. Surprisingly, the most timid was not Ciri, but rather Rachel. Rachel was as quiet and timid as she appeared, having seldom initiated conversation with Leon. Ciri, on the other hand, was not lacking in courage, though her enthusiasm was somewhat subdued. They played at the park for half the day, with Kara and Rachel off enjoying bumper cars while Leon stayed nearby with Ciri. In that moment, Leon gently stroked Ciri's head, murmuring, Ciri, I'm sorry the Godfather was tea there last night. Her eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. But thanks to Kara's teasing about her tendency to cry, she was not as fragile as before. Godfather, I'm so scared, she admitted. Upon hearing her words, Leon enveloped her in his embrace. When I close my eyes, I see the flames of Sintra, and everything I cherish turns to ash. Ciri possessed an extraordinary maturity, shaped by her harrowing experiences that rendered her resilient. She had been on the run for weeks, once hiding among the dead to escape the chaos of war. And when captured, she had been paralyzed with fear, nearly facing unspeakable horrors. Thus, she cherished every person who loved her. With Leon and Kara, she felt the warmth of a home. Leon struggled to comprehend this emotion, and even Kara found it difficult to grasp. When Krypton was destroyed, Kara was sent away on a ship to Earth, and unlike Ciri, she had never had to do anything desperate to survive. You're a good child. You're very strong. Leon acknowledged her clinginess. Godfather, you won't leave me, will you? Ciri suddenly looked up at Leon. Of course not. I don't believe in fate. My grandmother sent me to find Geralt of Rivia. No, I want to allow you to leave me, Godfather. Leon is not her destiny, which leaves Ciri feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, she feels an urgent need for Liang's promise. I will not leave you, Ciri, Liang assured her, holding her tightly. Seizing the moment, Ciri made her request. Godfather, I want to become stronger. Chapter 53. The love-stricken mind with unwavering determination in her eyes, Ciri gazed at Liang. Though she was merely in her teens, she exhibited a maturity that surpassed many. Hatred fueled her growth. Observing the young Ciri consumed by such animosity, Liang felt a sense of unease. Yet, he understood that this was Ciri's reality. While he could advise her to remain calm and to let go of her hatred in order to live well, what reason did he have to do so? The vivid memories of the past were indelible. Events that had transpired could never be erased. The cycle of vengeance seemed endless. However, the notion of leaving a grudge unaddressed was equally unacceptable to Leon. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Very well, I will find you a teacher." Humanity is inherently selfish. With Ciri as his goddaughter, a bond formed. Leon cared only for those close to him, indifferent to the fates of others. He hoped merely that she would not allow hatred to cloud her vision, urging her to control her hatred rather than be controlled by it. "Yes," Ciri responded with a resolute nod. "It is only those filled with rage who can achieve the extraordinary." After their conversation, the obedient and understanding Kara and Rachel approached. "Godfather, shall we continue playing?" "Why not?" Leon was more than willing to let them enjoy themselves. With her thoughts finally expressed, Ciri felt unburdened and began to play joyfully. Goddaughter, Ciri Yafiona Allen Lienluen, daughter of time and space. Affection level, 50. Ability can be drawn once. Ability, time travel, foresight of the future. Indeed, spending time with his daughter required open communication. Leon had mastered the method and thus joined in the merriment. They played together until evening, at which point the three little ones reluctantly prepared to leave. "We have to close now," was the unavoidable reality. "It's a pity Gotham doesn't have a Disneyland," Kara lamented. Upon hearing this, Leon chuckled. "In the future, I will take you to Disneyland." "Yay!" Kara exclaimed with delight. Ciri was already aware of what Disneyland was and felt a sense of longing. In the hearts of children, especially girls, Disneyland is undoubtedly a perpetual wonder. Not even Barbie can compare. The family-friendly atmosphere and animated films of Disney hold an unparalleled appeal in America, particularly the Disney princesses. What girl does not dream of being a Disney princess? However, for Leon, he has a true princess at home. However, within the vast expanse of America, there exist merely 2 Disney theme parks. The first, Disneyland, is nestled in Anaheim, California, and holds the distinction of being the world's inaugural Disney park, established in 1955. Given its early inception, it is naturally modest in scale and somewhat antiquated. Yet, one could eloquently assert that it preserves the original features from 1955, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. For Leon, however, nostalgia holds little significance. Thus, their only alternative is the Disneyland in Orlando, the largest Disney park in the world. Encompassing 4 theme parks, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom, along with 2 water parks. It is especially noteworthy for the iconic Cinderella Castle, a sight sure to delight young girls. Furthermore, Orlando is situated in Florida, and although it lies to the south of New Jersey, both are at least on the East Coast. If the opportunity arises, Leon intends to take them there. Leon notices a hint of disappointment in Rachel Ross. People often fear comparisons. With Leon's kindness towards the sisters, it is only natural for Rachel to feel a twinge of envy. In response, Leon reassures her, "Rachel, I will take you along." "Absolutely, let us go together." Carla promptly interjects with a sisterly authority. Under Leon's guidance, her confidence has blossomed, particularly as she discovers her own formidable strength, especially since Leon does not stifle her spirit. It would be peculiar not to feel self-assured. She is destined to be unlike the shame of Krypton. Leon and the others first escort Rachel Ross back home before returning to their own abode. Rachel has only her mother, yet to Leon, they bear little resemblance. However, he refrains from commenting, as Carla bears even less resemblance to him. Adoption is quite commonplace in this region, and many children adopted subsequently vanish, forming an invisible industry. This underscores the necessity for child protection. At the very least, Rachel has not faced persecution, especially in a place like Gotham. They have learned that Rachel and her mother previously resided in the automotive city of Detroit, relocating to Gotham due to the Wayne Group's philanthropic endeavors, which piques Leon's curiosity. Yet, there is little to explore regarding a young girl. Upon returning home, they find Harley Quinn preening in front of a mirror, adorned in her transformed attire courtesy of Leon. While her makeup remains unchanged, her fashion has undergone a delightful metamorphosis. She now sports a pink tank top paired with yellow bell-bottoms, relishing a lollipop. "You're back. Come see how I look. Isn't it fabulous?" Upon hearing the door open, the already bored Harley rushes over. With her newfound experience, Carla and Shiri chime in unison. You look great. Previously indifferent to Harley's fashion choices, they found themselves at the mercy of her pranks. When it comes to mischief, none can rival Harley Quinn, and the two girls have suffered greatly at her hands. Thus, the two were directly captivated, instinctively exclaiming their admiration upon seeing Harley Quinn. Leon, however, did not need to utter such phrases. He remarked, "You are becoming increasingly intriguing. Life, after all, craves novelty, and so does one's attire. What if one day you grow weary of me and cast me aside?" Harley Quinn gazed at Leon with a pitiful expression. Having been abandoned once, she naturally feared the prospect of a second occurrence. Meanwhile, Kara and Ciri simultaneously thought, what a sycophant. In the eyes of the two GS, the Joker was merely a lunatic. Yet, her sole purpose seemed to be to please the Godfather, which prevented Kara from banishing Harley Quinn. However, Kara's mind was now diverted. Though she still held disdain for the Joker, Ciri's presence had shifted her focus. That will not happen. Leon's heart softened, and the Joker seized the opportunity to embrace him, her expression transforming from one of sorrow to sheer delight. You said it yourself. If you abandon me, I shall not permit any other woman to approach you. This is why women are often deemed dramatic, especially someone like the Joker. Her expressions, oscillating between laughter and tears, were a refined art form for her, an essential skill. Leon had no doubt that she would follow through on her words. Today, the Joker had been despondent all day, yet she quickly accepted the reality of Leon's flirtations, provided he did not forsake her. This was the quintessential love-struck Joker, willing to indulge Leon in every way, as long as she could remain by his side. Chapter 54. Ciri's magical talent Leon did not rush to the Iceberg Club. He took a moment to cleanse himself at home, appearing rather devout. After all, the opportunities to extract abilities were few, and it warranted careful consideration. Thus, after indulging in a bath and burning incense, primarily to alleviate the discomfort from a day spent outdoors, he recalled that he still had the capacity to extract. Previously surrounded by crowds, he now felt at ease at home, ready to confront whatever he might draw, extracting Ciri's energy. In reaching this juncture, Leon felt a twinge of anxiety. The primary concern was the multitude of Ciri's abilities, which were far more diverse than Kara's, all seemingly effective. What if he were to extract a useless learning talent? Would that not render his efforts futile? With such thoughts swirling, everything transpired rather swiftly. Extraction target: the Lady of Time and Space. Abilities: time travel, foresight, magical affinity, hunter adaptation, accelerated learning. Similar to Kara's initial extraction, Ciri, as the Lady of Time and Space, possessed a plethora of eclectic abilities. However, she required a mentor for guidance, unlike Kara, who merely needed to bask in sunlight to activate her gifts. This, in fact, was the norm. Many individuals harbor talents unbeknownst to them, which require exposure to be awakened. Just as one must play various genres of games to discover which ones suit them best, the true nature of one's abilities often reveals itself only through experience. Characters like Ciri embody true talent. The inhabitants of Krypton exist as extraordinary beings throughout the cosmos. Ability acquired: magical affinity. Magical affinity. The princess of ancient blood, Ciri possesses an extraordinary magical aptitude. She is a legendary sorceress, endowed from birth with wild and uncontrollable magical power, capable of casting spells without any prior learning. For those unfamiliar with the lore of the wizarding world, the prowess of a sorceress may be difficult to comprehend. The ability to wield magic solely through one's innate power is exceedingly rare across any narrative universe. In the realm of The Witcher, female sorceresses typically undergo extensive training to harness formidable magical abilities. For instance, Yennefer and Triss have spent countless years mastering their craft. In contrast, Ciri possesses her gifts innately. A more evident example can be drawn from the Marvel Universe's Camartage, where even the Sorcerer Supreme must borrow power from dimensional deities to perform magic, rather than relying solely on their own abilities. Borrowing power comes at a cost. While utilizing one's own is a testament to innate talent, it can be asserted that, when juxtaposed with the path of becoming a Witcher, Ciri's greatest asset lies in her magical heritage. In the original narrative, Ciri's apparent lack of potent magical expression is attributed to the suppression of her gifts. During her harrowing escape, overwhelming fear caused her magic to spiral out of control, leading to a significant self-imposed restriction on her powers. potentially rendering them irretrievable. Her arrival in this realm signifies the manifestation of her uncontrolled magic. However, upon encountering Kara, she experiences a diminished sense of terror, allowing her magical affinity to remain intact. A child who has never learned magic, yet can unleash formidable spells merely due to fear, exemplifies true talent. Especially evident is her power when pursued by the Wild Hunt. In a fit of uncontrolled emotion, her magic surged, frightening both the Wild Hunt and Kalanshil into retreat, showcasing her innate potential. Thus, what Ciri requires is a proficient magical mentor to ensure her talents are not squandered. Had circumstances unfolded differently, had the Witchers not intervened, she might have joined the Sorceress's congregation, becoming a member of their ranks. Should she have graduated from the Aretuza Academy, it is conceivable that Ciri would possess unparalleled abilities. Presently, however, Leon has drawn upon her gifts. According to the Witcher lore, ancient bloodlines are traditionally passed from mother to daughter, but the system has its own whims. Leon, too, has developed holistically, acquiring both physical prowess and magical aptitude. Is he not a dual practitioner of martial and magical arts? Alas, where in Gotham can one procure a magical instructor? In modern times, magicians must conceal their identities and are often transient, making them nearly impossible to locate. For the sake of two students, he indeed bears a heavy burden. Reflecting on this, Leon endeavored to practice, recognizing that the strength of a sorceress lies in her ability to conjure magic independently. Leon focused his energy, causing the water cup on the table to tremble. With a bit of practice, he could easily manipulate objects from a distance. This innate magical talent allowed him to effortlessly cast simple spells, even controlling elements such as fire, water, and air. He reveled in his abilities, while Shili still needed to hone his skills to fully master his own gifts. Leon surpassed him in this regard. However, Leon could only perform the most basic spells, like conjuring a fireball with his hands, as these elements were within his clear perception. To wield more powerful magic, he needed to learn incantations and their release. After indulging in his abilities, Leon glanced at the time. It was time to head out. Kara, Shili, behave yourselves at home, he instructed. Understood, came the responses from the two disciples in the room. In Upper East City, chaos had erupted following the demise of the Black Mask. Fortunately, a fierce woman was about to arrive to claim his territory. However, Upper East City was vast, almost the largest district in Gotham. Moreover, the number of fierce women arriving was increasing. Harley Quinn, during this time, had gathered some followers and was currently receiving reports. Who dares to steal my money? Do they wish to lose their lives? She fumed upon hearing of her funds being pilfered. After taking over the territory, the status quo remained unchanged. After all, how else would the gang generate income? Harley Quinn shifted from her previous playful demeanor to a more focused approach on making money. Boss, they're deliberately provoking us. Their leader is Dinah Laurel Lance, one of her subordinates quickly reported. They were familiar with this name, having previously been associated with the Black Mask. With his death, it was not surprising that they would switch allegiances. Naturally, Harley Quinn had not heard of this individual. Who is she? She inquired. She was a trusted subordinate of Black Mask, and now she seeks to inherit his territory, calling herself the Black Canary. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn let out a cold laugh. Canaries belong in cages, not roaming free. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Is she beautiful? Feeling a sense of urgency, Harley Quinn thought she should help Leon find a beautiful woman. Otherwise, what if some wild woman outside lured him away? One could say that her thought process diverged from that of an average person. Her subordinate hesitated briefly before responding. She is quite beautiful, with golden hair. She appeared suddenly, and it was her beauty that caught Black Mask's attention. Golden hair? Harley Quinn pondered. Is it long? Reflecting on this, she recalled that Leon seemed to prefer women with good figures. Chapter 55. The disciples have been kidnapped? A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and today was once again Friday. For Leon, life had not undergone significant changes aside from Harley Quinn becoming increasingly occupied. She had cryptically mentioned that she intended to present him with a gift. Although Leon was quite curious, his attempts to elicit further details were in vain, and he eventually ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, they were earnestly contemplating the necessity of relocating to a new residence. The four of them residing in their current abode had indeed become excessively cramped. The situation was particularly challenging when it came to sharing the bathroom, as they had to take turns. Women, in general, tend to complicate matters, and the younger ones were no exception. Leon was baffled as to how it took them over an hour to shower. If it were him, he would be swift, finishing in mere moments. Hence, he resolved to take the family house hunting over the weekend. The mere thought of this brought him immense joy. The rationale behind human endeavor is the pursuit of a more splendid existence. He yearned for his goddaughter to live a life free from want and full of freedom. That was his greatest aspiration. As for himself, a few more beautiful women would suffice. He desired nothing more. As the clock approached 6, he wondered why they had not yet returned. Leon had prepared dinner and, upon checking the time, felt a twinge of surprise. Kara and her friends were essentially in middle school rather than high school, thus their dismissal was early. Given Gotham's circumstances, they would not linger outside for long, returning home promptly. Additionally, with the school bus service provided by Lewis Memorial Middle School, their absence at this hour struck Leon as peculiar. While he did not mind their playful antics, he held no concerns regarding their safety. Although Shiri had yet to learn combat, Kara was more than capable. It was high time to equip them with mobile phones. The selection of phones in this area was limited. Most individuals opted for brands like Apple or Samsung. Even the more affordable Apple models retailed for around $600, with the better ones nearing $1,000. In his previous life as a spendthrift, Leon had been unable to provide them with phones, but now he could entertain the idea. Buzz. Suddenly, Leon's phone rang, drawing his attention. This world offered a plethora of entertainment options, yet he seldom indulged, primarily due to the exorbitant data costs and the poor network quality. In the past, there had been much ado in Huaxiao regarding the notion that people on subways refrained from using phones, opting instead to read, supposedly demonstrating a refined culture. However, upon arrival, one quickly realized the scarcity of signal on the subway. It was hardly feasible to simply stare at one's phone in silence. What was commonplace in Huaxia appeared almost miraculous here. Without comparison, one cannot feel the sting of disparity. A new home was certainly in order. Commissioner Gordon? Leon furrowed his brow at the sight of the caller. Although his rapport with James Gordon seemed amicable, no one relished the idea of receiving frequent calls from the commissioner. Leon, report to Bellrive immediately. James Gordon stated with utmost seriousness. What has transpired? Leon inquired without delay. Prepare yourself mentally. There is no need for excessive worry. Chief Gordon did not respond immediately, but instead began to offer psychological reassurance. What on earth is happening? Leo's voice rose a notch. After a brief pause, Chief Gordon spoke. Kara, Shiri, and a classmate of theirs have been kidnapped. The captors are demanding $10 million. Leo, rather than succumbing to panic, found himself engulfed in confusion. 10 million? 1,000 would be more reasonable. Is it truly so casual for people to engage in abduction these days? Have they not even bothered to ascertain the family's financial situation? Nonetheless, Leo dared not take this matter lightly. While he was confident in the safety of his goddaughter, this was an unprecedented occurrence. Someone had dared to kidnap her. I'm on my way, Leo declared, ending the call and covering the warm dishes before departing. Even as he settled into the taxi, a sense of perplexity lingered. How had the Gotham Police Department learned of Kara's abduction before he did? When a child is taken, should not the first step be to extort money from the parents? Unless the kidnappers were aware that he was financially destitute. But from whom would they be demanding the ransom? Suddenly, the situation felt exceedingly convoluted. Yet, he remained composed, for he had long prepared for any eventuality. From the moment he had fled with Kara, he had steeled himself for this possibility. He had always envisioned himself as the one in danger, akin to Superman's girlfriend and mother, perpetually in peril. For whenever a supervillain could not locate Superman, they would resort to threatening his loved ones. However, now the roles seemed reversed. Which fool of a kidnapper had made such a grave error? Located in the northern part of Gotham, Belle was perilously close to Crime Alley, a name that alone spoke volumes about its terrifying reputation. A plethora of mercenaries and active criminals roamed this area. Upon arriving at the address provided by Chief Gordon, Leo found an abandoned warehouse surrounded by police tape, preventing any unauthorized approach. Yet, reporters had still gathered. With a helicopter from the Gotham Daily hovering above, not one belonging to the Gotham Police Department. As Leo arrived, Chief Gordon swiftly approached him. What is happening? Leo inquired in a low voice. Given the current uproar, Kara would struggle to escape even if she wished to. Earlier today, during an after-school activity at Lewis Memorial Middle School, mercenaries had stormed in and abducted Kara, Shiri, and a girl named Rachel Ross. They were close friends. Leo was not surprised. He merely lamented Rachel's unfortunate fate, hoping the children had not been too frightened. He felt assured about Kara and Shiri. Shiri had experienced far more perilous situations during their recent escape, and Kara was bold and resourceful. Who was the one who kidnapped them? A rather troublesome individual, Bane. Commissioner Gordon's expression was grave. That brute, Bane. Of course, it was a euphemism. Primarily, Bane's most notorious achievement was breaking Batman's spine. He could overpower Batman in a direct confrontation. Even Batman himself would hesitate to challenge him head-on. Hence, Commissioner Gordon deemed him a formidable adversary. Bane, why did he capture Kara and the others? I have no money, Leon remarked, perplexed. He's not asking you for money. He's making demands of James Gordon. Came the reply. Just then, a voice resonated behind Leon. I have the money ready. Leon turned to see the poised Kate came dismounting from her motorcycle, nonchalantly declaring her intent. She removed her helmet, shaking out her cascading red waves. Why are you here? Leon inquired, bewildered. Who else besides me would have the funds relevant to you? Bane had made ample preparations. Kate casually dropped 2 metallic suitcases, the weight of which indicated they were filled with Franklin bills. Leon's thoughts drifted to the kidnapping of Kara. This is a conspiracy, he asserted, pulling Kate Kane aside. I know, she replied, being Batwoman and astute. With so many affluent students at school, it was no coincidence that they targeted Kara. The fact that they immediately called for ransom after the abduction, knowing few were privy to their connection, was even more bizarre. Observing her with arms crossed, articulating her thoughts confidently, she exuded the essence of a heroine. So, you still brought the money? Leon frowned. Money is necessary to placate Bane. She responded dismissively. It's merely a trifling amount, and he cannot take it away. I have other matters to attend to. I must leave, she stated, unwilling to squander time. However, Leon grasped her arm and cautioned, be careful. This caused Kate to shudder slightly, casting a deep glance at him. The only thing I can do is bring money. I cannot do anything else. With that, she rode off on her motorcycle. What Kate Kane could not accomplish, Batwoman certainly could. The night deepened. Money. Why hasn't the money arrived yet? Bane's furious roar echoed within the abandoned warehouse. The timid Rachel had already recoiled in fear. The 3 of them were bound and seated on chairs, surrounded by armed mercenaries. Bane was not a Gothamite. He was merely a mercenary driven by monetary incentive. Aside from Rachel, Kara and Shiri remained remarkably composed, even exchanging glances. Shiri asked, when do we make our move? Kara replied, no rush. Indeed, Kara was not in haste. She even dared to inquire, you've got the wrong person. My family has no money. To engage in conversation with one's captors after being abducted is a folly that a rational individual would scarcely entertain. Yet at this moment, Bane was engulfed in profound anguish. He was far from foolish. Rather, he possessed remarkable intelligence and an indomitable spirit. Born within the confines of a prison in a small Caribbean nation, he was deprived of conventional education, and the prison environment twisted his very soul, transforming him into a figure of extreme brutality. Accompanied only by rats, he resorted to merciless means to end countless lives. The confines of his cage did not extinguish his spirit. Instead, they fortified his mental resilience, marking him as a person destined for greatness. Gradually, he ascended within the prison hierarchy, acquiring knowledge and fortifying his intellect. Logically, one would expect him to be extraordinarily astute. However, after claiming the title of king of the prison, he became the subject of sinister experiments, subjected to the injection of poisons. Rather than perishing, the toxins augmented his physical density, endowing him with immense strength, ultimately facilitating his escape from captivity. Yet, poison, by its very nature, harbors side effects. Those who engage in prolonged physical training understand that excessive substance use leads to an elongated head. Bane, who frequently injected these toxins, found that they adversely affected his temperament and judgment. In the absence of the drugs, or upon cessation, he endured excruciating torment. In essence, he had become a human vessel of pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing Kara's words, Bane erupted with fury. Impossible. He said that once he captured you, someone would come with money. With money, I can procure even more potent substances, greater strength. His rage manifested in erratic pacing, hinting at a loss of control, which caught Kara's attention. Who is he? Fortunately, Bane had not completely succumbed to madness. He quickly regained his composure. You, little wretch, dare to speak. He advanced towards Kara, gripping her throat, causing Rachel to scream in terror. "Release her." Silence. Bane forcefully kicked over Rachel's chair, rendering her unconscious. "Rachel." Kara's eyes brimmed with tears, her desire to pierce Bane with gunfire intensifying. Just then, the voice of Director Gordon echoed from outside. "The money is prepared. We hope you will release the hostages upon receipt." At this proclamation, Bane relinquished his grip on Kara's neck. "Bring in the money and prepare 2 vehicles for us," he shouted, suppressing his madness. Kara was set free, and she surveyed her surroundings. Fear did not grip her. However, Shiri and Rachel were in peril. The warehouse was rife with mercenaries wielding rifles, far more terrifying than ordinary gangsters. Even in Gotham, conflicts among gangs typically involve handguns or shotguns at most. The likes of the semi-automatic rifles, such as the AR-15, are governed by stringent protocols, typically wielded only by law enforcement officers. Yet this band of kidnappers was armed with fully automatic weapons. Thus, in her quest to unveil the puppet master behind Bane, Kara refrained from taking rash actions for the sake of safety. Outside, a heated argument ensued. "Let me go, Jim," Leon insisted with unwavering resolve, addressing him for the first time in such a manner. "No, that is far too perilous," James Gordon replied without hesitation. "My daughter is inside. You speak of danger?" Leon seethed with fury. Though he believed Kara and Ciri would remain unharmed, he yearned for first-hand assurance. This was the first instance that Chief Gordon witnessed Leon's wrath, acutely feeling the weight of paternal love. In this circumstance, any further refusal would place him in an uncomfortable position with Leon. He understood that had it been his own daughter, he would act similarly. Thus, Chief Gordon nodded and instructed Officer Judy, prepare him a bulletproof vest. Although the vest might prove futile in such dire conditions, it would at least serve as a psychological comfort. Officer Judy promptly fetched a vest, her gaze towards Leon tinged with a hint of admiration. She never anticipated Leon to embody such a sense of responsibility, willing to shoulder everything. "Be careful," Officer Judy cautioned, her lips parting as if to voice a thought about whether they might have a date upon Leon's safe return, but she quickly deemed such words perilous. In narratives, such sentiments often lead to tragic outcomes. "Thank you," Leon acknowledged with a nod. He remained oblivious to Judy's internal musings, merely observing her momentary hesitation. Even if he were aware, he would not consent. He had completely lost interest in ordinary individuals. In his current predicament, associating with the mundane could only bring them harm. Much like Louise Lane, had she not possessed a grand heart, she would have long parted ways with Superman. Ordinary people ought not to interfere in the extraordinary realm. Donning the bulletproof vest, Leon hoisted a box. "Wow, this is rather heavy," he mused, envisioning the authenticity of the 10 million within. 10 million. The thought crossed his mind of potentially kidnapping Kara. Chief Gordon called into the interior, receiving confirmation before allowing Leon entry. As Leon approached the warehouse, he noticed 2 shadows darting across the sky. "Raise your hands." Upon nearing the warehouse, mercenaries shouted at him. Their accents revealed they were not locals. "Discrimination. Are you an imbecile? How can I raise my hands while carrying 2 boxes?" Leon retorted with unrestrained ire. Chapter 57. Possession by a demon? For the sake of money, he endured. The mercenaries dared not waste words, for Bane within could no longer contain himself. "Hurry, let him in," Bane bellowed from inside, and Leon could hear the booming voice even at the warehouse entrance. With such a loud voice, he could likely earn more from vocal training than from mercenary work. Subsequently, under the ominous gaze of countless darkened gun muzzles, Leon stepped into the warehouse. Inside, he found several silo-like structures, which appeared to have once been used for storing grains and other provisions. "Bane, where's my daughter?" Leon inquired as he entered, the dim lighting revealing only the imposing figure of Bane. Upon hearing Leon's voice, the 2 young girls immediately exclaimed, "Father, you shouldn't be here." Kara's anxiety surged. It was already a challenge to safeguard her 2 companions, and the arrival of their father only compounded the predicament. Leon exhaled a sigh of relief. "As long as you are unharmed, we will be safe. Open the boxes." Bane abruptly interrupted their conversation, his colossal form advancing towards Leon. Due to the effects of the injected toxins, Bane's physique was extraordinarily massive, towering over 2 meters, with muscles that defied the limits of typical human development. Such a physique could only be achieved through unnatural means. Leon could clearly discern Bane's vulnerability. Severing the tubes connected to his body would suffice. Yet, Bane was no fool and lacked any form of protection. Leon promptly opened the two boxes. With a resounding clang, bundles of Franklin bills dazzled the mercenaries. Each one visibly stirred. What was the purpose of being a mercenary, if not for monetary gain? The wealth lay before them. Even if Bane claimed the lion's share, each would still receive tens of thousands, if not more. Not only the ordinary mercenaries, but even Bane himself was breathless, hastily seizing a box. He casually rummaged through it, revealing stacks of genuine $100 bills, not counterfeit. Just as Bane became engrossed in the discovery, two shadows entered the warehouse and initiated their actions. Bane had stationed guards above. Yet the mercenaries were drawn to the boxes, eager to ascertain the extent of the $10 million. Having never encountered such a sum, they lacked any frame of reference. They observed that the two large boxes were filled to the brim, nearly impossible to lift. At that moment, their attention was diverted, and they were swiftly incapacitated from behind. Batman and Batgirl acted in unison, executing their maneuvers with precision and efficiency. "What are you doing here?" Batman inquired, somewhat astonished. "They came looking for money." Kate replied in a low voice, "I suspect it was directed at me." "No," Batman countered, holding a different perspective. He understood just how unique Kara was. Moreover, the two individuals accompanying Kara are equally formidable. Shiri, much like Kara, seems to have materialized from thin air, eluding any trace even under Batman's scrutiny. More enigmatic than Kara herself, he at least acknowledges her extraterrestrial origins, while Shiri appears to have sprung forth from the very stones. First, they must deal with Bane. Batman refrains from elaborating further. The two engage with remarkable swiftness, dispatching the ordinary mercenaries with ease, leaving Bane entirely unaware. "Money in hand, release my daughter," Leon implored, his voice steady. "Patience," Bane sneered. "What? Do you intend to renege on the deal?" Leon had already sensed the stirrings of conflict, restraining Bane. "We must vacate this place. With this money, I can procure additional new drugs, and Gotham will be mine." Bane lunged toward Leon, but at that moment, a scream pierced the air. Batgirl descended from above, swiftly incapacitating the two mercenaries guarding Kara and her companions. Only then did Bane realize that his henchmen had been silently dealt with. "Useless fools!" Bane roared in fury, slamming the box shut and casting it aside. "What brings you here, little bat? Where is your master?" Bane glared at Batman with palpable animosity. In truth, every villain in Gotham harbors a grudge against Batman. Without him, they would revel in unimpeded profits. With his presence, there looms the perpetual threat of being imprisoned in Arkham Asylum. It is rumored that Arkham itself teeters on the brink of closure without Batman. For a staggering 90% of its inmates owe their incarceration to him. Batgirl, incensed by Bane's words, chose to ignore him. "Are you both unharmed?" She hurriedly began to free Kara and Shiri from their bindings. "We're fine. Check on Rachel," Kara urged, not forgetting their dear companion. However, upon lifting Rachel, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Rachel's face was marred by dark markings, her eyes resembling those painted in smoky hues, tightly shut in apparent agony. Panic surged through Kara and Shiri. "Godfather, something has happened to Rachel." Leon, disregarding everything else, strode purposefully towards them. Bane sought to obstruct him, but the person he had been searching for now stood before him, Batman. In a frenzy, Bane charged at Batman, his fury palpable. Even Batman, aware of Bane's formidable strength, refrained from a direct confrontation. He deftly evaded the assault, exchanging a series of perilous blows with Bane. Both combatants were masters of martial arts, each move fraught with danger. "You've grown stronger," Batman remarked, astonished. He recognized Bane's prowess. The Bane of yore could not compare to the strength he now exhibited. "Ha! I possess a new drug that will bring about your demise." Bane exuded an air of arrogance. Were it not for the formidable potency of this new concoction, he would not be so infatuated. Realizing that Batman stood alone as an adversary, Batgirl had come to assist him. However, midway through the confrontation, she exchanged a glance with Leon, both harboring unspoken thoughts. Yet Leon's primary concern lay with his protege. "Godfather, what has happened to Rachel?" The two proteges were in a state of panic. Leon had never encountered such a situation. Rachel appeared as if she were poisoned. "I do not know. We must take her outside," Leon declared, attempting to lift Rachel. But unexpectedly, at that moment, Rachel abruptly opened her eyes. "Freak!" Rachel's voice had completely transformed, akin to the whispers of a demon. In this enigmatic world, Leon harbored deep suspicions that she had become possessed. After all, this is a realm where the supreme god, Satan, and the king of hell exist. Demons are not as rare a phenomenon as one might think. It was merely unforeseen that they would confront one. In the next instant, Rachel forcefully pushed the others aside. Chapter 58. Where is the missing box? This was entirely beyond Rachel's usual strength. To avoid harming her, Leon had no choice but to let go. Rachel then began to levitate, gliding through the air as if in low flight. Rachel. Kara stood in stunned silence, while Shiri wisely hid behind Kara. In Shiri's eyes, Kara's power was immensely formidable, capable of withstanding any calamity. As for the Godfather, Shiri tugged at him, urging him to take refuge behind Kara as well. I'm not a freak. Rachel could not heed their pleas. A look of anguish crossed her face as her voice shifted again, reverting to her own. She was indeed possessed, now engaged in a struggle for control. Leon, filled with apprehension, inquired, Godfather, what shall we do? What can be done? We must seek out Constantine. However, this individual was rather sinister. He might very well take Rachel with him. Hence, Leon refrained from voicing this concern. Constantine was a man despised by both people and dogs alike. No one wished to cross paths with him. Yet, there were no exorcists present. Even Batman would likely find himself at a loss. We could only observe Rachel. Leon spoke. Suddenly, a thick black mist began to emanate from Rachel Ross, swirling menacingly in the warehouse, as if imbued with destructive power. Leon distinctly sensed the presence of magic. This entire warehouse was devoid of any normal individuals. Rachel's eyes had transformed entirely to black, resembling the gaze of a devil. Bang, bang, bang. The entire warehouse reverberated with the sounds produced by the black mist. The commotion drew the attention of the three combatants engaged in battle. Bane's new drug is extraordinarily potent. Even when Batman and Batgirl join forces, they find themselves unable to subdue him momentarily. However, both are acutely aware of Bane's vulnerability, his drug supply. To sever this connection, they must provoke Bane into revealing his weakness. Yet, Bane is no fool, leaving the duo with no choice but to evade and seek an opportunity. What is happening? Batgirl inquired, noticing Rachel's presence. She knew that this girl was specifically chosen by Bruce Wayne for admission. As anticipated, Batman remained composed, declaring, she possesses something unique. I understand what must be done. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a testament to their familial bond, and Batman advanced towards Rachel like a tank drawing fire. Bane, observing this scene, dismissed it as mere trickery on Rachel's part and charged toward her. The black mist obstructed his path, causing even Batman to be thrown back. However, Bane barreled through the fog, determined to reach Rachel. Get away, Rachel shouted, her dark eyes locking onto him. The mist converged upon Bane, ensnaring him in a magical grip that rendered him immobile. With a flourish of her hands, Rachel manipulated Bane as if he were a mere puppet, sending him crashing about wildly. With a decisive downward motion, she slammed him to the ground, akin to a black monkey subdued beneath a mountain. Such is the might of magic. Yet, upon completing this feat, Rachel herself succumbed to weakness. The dark markings on her face faded, and she plummeted from the sky. Rachel, Kara, quick to react, rushed beneath her to catch her. Meanwhile, Batgirl remained oblivious, having approached Bane from behind to sever his tubes with a batarang. With the cessation of the drug's infusion, Bane's physique deflated, losing its formidable edge. In an instant, he became considerably weaker, though he still retained strength beyond that of an ordinary man. Thus, Batgirl acted swiftly, administering tranquilizers into his system. After several injections, Bane finally succumbed to exhaustion. Rachel, are you all right? Leon and the others gathered around Rachel as she opened her eyes, signaling the return to normalcy. I'm fine, Rachel replied, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion, clearly aware of the events that had transpired. Leon turned to Batman, asking what is going on. I do not know, Batman replied, shaking his head. I can only conjecture that something resides within her. Seemingly reluctant to divulge the nature of their connection, Batman promptly set off to summon Commissioner Gordon. Nearby, the three young women engaged in conversation. Kara and Shiri did not reject Rachel. In fact, Shiri whispered cool. They found Rachel rather impressive. Then Batwoman approached them. Thank you for our second meeting, she said. Leon chose to feign ignorance regarding her true identity, as unmasking someone was inherently awkward. It is my duty, Batwoman declared. Her striking red waves were quite conspicuous, leaving Leon at a loss for words. Although her hair differed slightly from Kate Kane's, Leon's prior knowledge of her identity made it seem all too evident. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Gotham would have long since uncovered her secret. Conversely, you are quite brave, Batwoman remarked, her gaze lingering on him with an inexplicable intensity, which piqued Leon's awareness. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed him. Leon felt an urge to push her away. My mentee is still here, he thought. Moreover, aren't you supposed to be straight? However, in mere moments, Batwoman withdrew, having only sampled his lips. Don't overthink it, she murmured before departing from the warehouse rooftop. After all, Kate Kane's orientation had no bearing on her identity as Batwoman, and the kiss felt surprisingly indistinguishable. Watching her retreat, Leon felt an odd sense of accomplishment. Could it be that I've truly changed her? He pondered. Are you all right? The Gotham officers finally entered, ushering away the mercenary criminals. Someone like Bane, whose mental state was relatively stable, would typically be confined to Blackgate Penitentiary. The distinction between Blackgate and Arkham Asylum was essentially that one housed the sane while the other contained the insane. Yet, Batman, in a fit of anger, instructed Commissioner Gordon to incarcerate Bane in Arkham. Naturally, the commissioner complied, as it was far safer to confine such dangerous criminals in Arkham. Everything is fine, Leon reassured as he returned to his mentee. Kara brushed her fingers against his lips, seemingly puzzled by Batwoman's vivid lipstick. Wait a moment, Officer Judy suddenly exclaimed. Why is one of the boxes missing? Everyone turned to the two money-filled crates, only to discover that a massive box was indeed absent. Batman quickly looked up and spotted a familiar figure. Catwoman. Only this master thief could stealthily steal away with such valuables, igniting Batman's frustration. Just prior, he had informed Alfred that Catwoman had gone legitimate. I will pursue her. Without hesitation, Batman took off after her. Chapter 59. What does Bruce Wayne have to do with Batman? Despite their myriad thoughts, there was much left unsaid. However, despite everything that has transpired, Leon and his companions still had to take statements. This is the procedure of law enforcement. By the time they completed the documentation, it was already quite late. Rachel's mother had not appeared that evening, seemingly indifferent to her whereabouts. Nevertheless, Rachel was aware of the truth and spoke up. That is my adoptive mother. It turned out she was not her biological mother. Leon and the others were not particularly surprised. They had already suspected as much. Then let's south head to our place. It's quite late, Leon proposed, clearly concerned about Rachel returning alone. Rachel did not decline, merely lowering her gaze in silence. Leon affectionately patted her head and turned to Commissioner Gordon, saying, Commissioner Gordon, please return the money to Kate. Although he had a desire for the money, he certainly would not take Kate Kane's funds. No matter how close their relationship, that was not acceptable. I'll have Officer Judy accompany you, Commissioner Gordon said, giving Leon a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a knowing glance. Clearly, James Gordon hoped to see Leon and Officer Judy together. Officer Judy harbored feelings for Leon, which was evident to him. Thus, he chose to play matchmaker. Leon did not object, for Officer Judy did not mind his role as a guardian. In fact, they got along quite well. She engaged in lively conversation with the young girls, as if they were good friends. Consequently, the atmosphere lightened on their journey home. However, once they returned, the scene shifted dramatically. As Leon closed the door, he noticed the cold dishes awaiting them on the table. You must be hungry. Let me heat up the food. He suddenly remembered that they had yet to eat. After all, people are made of iron, and food is as vital as steel. You cannot catch me, Batman. In the night sky of Gotham, Catwoman deftly navigated the towering buildings with her whip and claws. Her attire resembled that of a niche subculture, clad in tight leather, armed with a whip and a mask. How could one not be captivated? Catwoman possessed the agility, reflexes, balance, and flexibility of a cat, complemented by her gear, allowing her to traverse the heights like Spider-Man. Batman was equally adept, skillfully employing his grappling hook akin to Spider-Man's webbing. Yet, he could not swing about as freely. Nonetheless, catching up to Catwoman was relatively effortless. Drop the money, and I'll let you go, Batman shouted as he pursued her. He recognized Catwoman as Selina Kyle, though she remained unaware that he was Bruce Wayne. Therefore, Catwoman had no intention of halting her escape. You'll have to catch me first, she taunted, deliberately pausing atop a building. Batman quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, the sound of a speeding train echoed from below. Catwoman glanced back at him and remarked, You're still the same, Batman. Why do you want that money? Batman inquired. The thief steals, but must one question the motive? Yet, you only pilfer jewels. Batman furrowed his brow, noting that Catwoman, the notorious thief, had previously only targeted priceless paintings, jewelry, and antiques, rather than directly stealing money. After all, such a large sum of cash presents an overwhelming target. It is far wiser to take those valuable items. If you wish to know, then capture me. Catwoman gracefully twisted her body, her exquisite form illuminated by the moonlight. Subsequently, she leaped downwards, embracing the faith of a leap. Batman was taken aback. This was a building soaring dozens of stories high. He rushed to the edge and beheld Catwoman expertly utilizing her whip to land on a passing train. Farewell, Batman, she declared with a triumphant smile. However, surrendering was not in Batman's nature. Without hesitation, he leapt down as well, deploying his grappling hook to soar into the night. Upon witnessing this, Catwoman swiftly turned to flee. Yet at that moment, a gunshot echoed behind her. Boom! It was the unmistakable sound of a high-caliber sniper rifle. But the shot was not aimed at Batman. Rather, it targeted his grappling hook. Unlike Spider-Man's web, Batman's grappling hook could not be fired indefinitely. Although crafted from special materials, it was still severed by the powerful sniper round. Consequently, Batman plummeted to the ground as if his wings had been clipped. Thud! A muted crash resonated as he struck the earth. Catwoman felt a pang in her chest. Having tangled with Batman for so long, she had developed a certain admiration for him. Thus, instead of fleeing, she found herself drawn to the spot where he had landed. She glanced towards the direction of the gunfire, but of course, could not discern the identity of the shooter. Who could it be? It was difficult to speculate, for there were countless who wished for Batman's demise. Clearly, this was a trap laid for him. Upon reaching the ground, Catwoman spotted Batman's silhouette and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had not been reduced to a mere pulp. A few thugs had already encircled him, attempting to remove his mask. ZZZZ. Little did they know, Batman's mask was electrified, incapacitating the thugs instantaneously. Catwoman hurriedly descended, placing her box aside. Step aside, she commanded. It's Miss Cat. Why not let us have a little fun? The thug showed no fear of her, prompting a cold smile from Catwoman. With her combat skills, it would take but a few moments to dispatch them. Just then, a motorcycle sped into view. Batgirl came soaring in, joining forces with Catwoman to take down all the assailants. Following this, Batgirl tossed a batarang towards Catwoman, who quickly evaded the projectile. Your boss is in your hands now. Catwoman glanced at Batman and chose not to linger any longer. Batgirl, indifferent to wealth, was merely irked by the situation. Why do they all say Batman is her superior? Kate said little, for her primary concern was to save Bruce. Once Catwoman departed, she immediately conducted a check. Fortunately, he was still alive. The voice of Alfred resonated through Batwoman's earpiece. Thankfully, the armor had been upgraded. The exterior was composed of movable titanium alloy, while the interior featured intelligent magnetological liquid armor. Crafted from aerospace materials capable of withstanding 6 times the force of gravity, significantly cushioning the impact of the fall. Alfred breathed a sigh of relief, clearly impressed by Batman's advanced technology. In comparison, it was certainly on par with Iron Man's suit. We must hasten to bring him back. We need to devise a plan to treat him. Though Batwoman felt a tinge of annoyance, he was, after all, her relative, and she had no choice but to place him in the vehicle. Thus, the speeding motorcycle raced toward Wayne Manor. Luckily, Wayne Manor was situated in the suburban north of Gotham City, not far from their current location. Along the way, Batwoman pondered her options. He must be taken to the hospital. This would undoubtedly stir chaos. Alfred appeared perplexed. Batman cannot go to the hospital, but Bruce Wayne can. Kate Kane was adept at navigating this identity shift. Chapter 60. The girl nearly sacrificed in the apartment. The trio was ravenously devouring the reheated meal. Although it was not as delectable as when it was freshly cooked, their hunger rendered them oblivious to such details. It was a feast to them. Leon observed them, wishing they could consume even the bones, his face beaming with joy. The satisfaction of cooking lies in watching others finish their meal, does it not? Once satiated, the 3 young women felt no fatigue. Instead, they settled on the sofa, awaiting the interrogation. They recounted the day's events in meticulous detail. Leon inquired, and Kara began recounting from the moment she left school. Was there anything unusual? No, they unanimously responded after a moment's reflection. However, the Godfather, Bane claimed someone informed him that capturing them would bring wealth, indicating the presence of someone behind him. Kara interjected, furthermore, it is highly probable that Bane acquired the new drug from that individual, rendering him addicted. So, Godfather, from where does the money originate? Observing the gleam of determination in Kara's eyes, Leon felt a sense of pride. The superbrain was at work. It was Kate who provided the information, Leon stated. But who knows of our connection to Kate? Moreover, who possesses the capability to develop such a potion? Kara asked who is targeting us. After Kara's analysis, it became evident to all that this was a grand conspiracy directed against them. Their relationship with Kate was quite apparent. Previously, Kate had ushered them into Wayne Tower and had invited Leon to a dinner, fostering frequent interactions. Kate's justification was that she had recommended Shiri for her studies. Thus, it was only natural to extend her care. Moreover, she was feeling rather bored. As the current matriarch of the Kane family, Kate merely had to recline and await the dividends from Wayne Enterprises. She resembled a street urchin, albeit one of considerable wealth, and with so many aware of their connections. It was challenging to discern the identity behind the conspiracy. Henceforth, you all must exercise caution, Leon advised the trio, particularly you, Kara. Do not wait until peril strikes before you take action. Kara recognized that Leon was addressing her, although she had her reasons, namely, to uncover the so-called mastermind. She should not place Shiri and Rachel in jeopardy. I understand, Kara replied, pursing her lips. They struggled to find a motive for this incident. Primarily, their family had not offended anyone in Gotham and had consistently maintained a low profile. Leon harbored a lingering suspicion that the matter was more intricate than it appeared, so he decided to dismiss the thought. Rachel, could you elucidate what transpired earlier? As the only adult present, Leon felt compelled to address the situation and turned his gaze towards Rachel. If you cannot speak of it, there is no obligation to do so. His demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Rachel. Glancing at her two close friends, she worried that silence might create distance between them. Children, after all, delight in sharing secrets. Thus, Rachel began to recount. This situation has been ongoing for some time. It first occurred while we were residing in Detroit. Occasionally, when I gazed into the mirror, I could perceive my transformation as if another being resided within me. Rachel's voice quivered with fear as she spoke. As the eldest, Kara instinctively comforted her, embracing her gently. No wonder Rachel avoided the window during her studies. This was the reason. Subsequently, a cultist approached me, claiming I had forgotten my true identity, and attempted to bind and sacrifice me in a ritual. Then, much like today, when I regained consciousness, that cultist had turned to ash. Afterward, I experienced nightmares, dreaming that we had come to Gotham, and thus it began. The ensuing events, of course, were sponsored by Wayne Enterprises. Even Kara found it peculiar. Why were the individuals associated with Wayne Enterprises so extraordinary? However, considering that other classmates were merely ordinary, she did not dwell on it further. After Rachel finished speaking, she looked towards Kara and Shiri, fearing they might disdain her. Yet, it was evident that both Kara and Shiri remained composed, with Shiri even remarking, "Cool. Rachel, the power you possess is magic." At that moment, Leon interjected, "There should be no demon within you. Such a notion is unfounded." "Godfather?" Kara exclaimed, taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Godfather would make such a judgment. She had always assumed Leon was an ordinary person. Kara then employed her supervision to scrutinize Rachel, observing that she appeared no different from an average individual, devoid of any peculiarities within. Meanwhile, Shiri appeared to be deep in thought. Although I have never encountered a sorceress, I have met a druid, and Rachel's power seems to possess an enchanting quality. Godfather, I recalled hearing a name that evoked unease, symbolizing some form of sinister secret, suggesting that sorceresses likely wield similar powers. Shiri spoke with a hint of excitement. Although Rachel did not fully comprehend, she felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing Shiri's description. Was it implying that her powers were malevolent? It indeed appeared so. "What name?" Leon inquired with natural curiosity. "Yennefer," Shiri replied enthusiastically. Leon raised an eyebrow, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Yennefer, renowned for her aroma of currants and lilacs, was a name that carried a certain distinction, much like how they referred to Rachel as Rachel. However, Leon did not anticipate that Yennefer's reputation would be so tarnished. Even Shiri, who had never met her, had heard of her illustrious name. "All right, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night," Leon said, gently patting their heads. "We must visit the house tomorrow." "Hooray!" Kara exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of a change in environment. Ciri, on the other hand, felt indifferent, believing that even the palace of Sintra could not surpass the comfort of their current abode. It was all about perspective. Compared to Krypton, Earth's offerings seemed rather antiquated, leaving Kara with a sense of disillusionment. Yet for Ciri, who had transitioned from a backward realm to the advanced Earth, it was a beacon of civilization compared to Sintra. She embraced this civilization wholeheartedly and held no disdain for it. Kara's joy brought her happiness as well. After Rachel divulged her secret, she appeared less withdrawn than before. She was perceptive enough to notice the peculiarities of Kara and Ciri, particularly Ciri's recent mention of sorceresses and magic, which felt all too real. Moreover, Ciri had encountered a druid. Wasn't he that a character from a game? This revelation imbued Rachel with a sense of difference, akin to discovering kindred spirits. This was significant. In a world where everyone seeks like-minded companions, it was exceedingly difficult for Rachel, who often considered herself an outcast. Thus, it was only natural for her to seek out those who were also peculiar. It seemed that Kara and Ciri were indeed kindred spirits. In an instant, Rachel felt a surge of joy. Leon observed as the three women successively commandeered the bathroom, reinforcing his belief that a larger house was essential. After all, what is life if not about spacious homes, luxurious cars, and ample provisions? Chapter 61. Bruce Wayne's accident. Darling, wake up. Leon, still lost in slumber, was abruptly roused by a peculiar calling. Upon opening his eyes, he found Harley Quinn gazing up at him with an alluring gaze. Naturally, Leon was irked. In his morning grumpiness, he delivered a stern reprimand to Harley Quinn, nearly drawing the attention of the other girls. Half an hour had passed by the time they emerged from the room. "Harley, please refrain from waking me like that next time." Leon glanced at the clock and cleared his throat a couple of times. Fortunately, today's lesson with the girls did not involve reading. "When would I ever have the time to wake you?" Harley Quinn replied nonchalantly as she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her exit, she exclaimed, "Something has happened. Quickly, turn to Gotham News." "What is it?" Leon raised an eyebrow. He then switched on the television. The antiquated device offered little in terms of entertainment, primarily appealing to Ciri, while Kara deemed it utterly outdated. The incident Harley spoke of had already stirred the entire city of Gotham into a frenzy. The news broadcast seemed set to cover the event around the clock. Last night, billionaire Bruce Wayne was involved in a car accident in the eastern suburbs. The luxury vehicle was totaled, and Bruce Wayne himself sustained severe injuries. He is currently undergoing emergency treatment. We will keep you updated on the significant developments concerning Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, a prominent entrepreneur, billionaire, and philanthropist, was depicted on screen as the West Charity Hospital was besieged by reporters and their vehicles. The footage was captured from a helicopter hovering above. Gotham truly was the domain of the Wayne family. The mere hospitalization of Bruce Wayne had caused quite a stir. It was rumored that Bruce Wayne had been driving under the influence. After all, one cannot drive after drinking, and being a billionaire did not exempt him from hospitalization. Harley Quinn wore a triumphant expression, oblivious to the fact that Batman was Bruce Wayne. However, Leon held a different perspective. Batman in a car accident? That is akin to saying a super scion died of a heart attack. This realization dawned upon him. Yesterday's events were not aimed at Kara or himself, but rather at Batman. As long as he was not the target, Leon felt a sense of relief. Batman's fate was of no concern to him. But Bruce Wayne was another matter entirely. Leon retrieved his phone and dialed Kate Kane. "I hear Bruce Wayne is in hospital?" Upon hearing this, Kate promptly replied, "He is not in serious trouble. It was just a car accident. He has already consulted the best doctor you know, Thomas Elliot." "That is good to hear. By the way, what about that sum of money?" "Not an issue. Didn't we recover half of it?" Kate Kane was unfazed. With the Kane family's wealth, that amount was but a trifling concern. Such is the nature of the world. What one strives to obtain may be deemed insignificant by others. This thought filled Leon with envy. He often dreamed of being wealthy. The lifestyle of Bruce Wayne was beyond the imagination of most. The two fell silent for a moment before Kate took the initiative to end the call. Although masked, the events of last night left them feeling somewhat awkward. After all, Kate Kane had always proclaimed her preference for women. How, then, could one explain the occurrences of that evening? What transpired? As Leon hung up the phone, Harley Quinn inquired with curiosity. Kidnappings and shootouts were commonplace in Gotham, and Harley, not particularly attentive, remained oblivious to the details. In other cities, such incidents might be rare, but in Gotham, they were as routine as the rising sun. Even if they made the news, it was hardly a matter of great concern. Leon recounted the events of the previous day to her. Harley's expression shifted to one of shock. What? Her reaction brought Leon a sense of relief. She still cared for the girl. Why didn't you tell me about such an entertaining affair? The Joker's girl retorted immediately. Leon was at a loss for words as he observed Harley's fierce demeanor. Bane, is it? I shall have his head. With a glance at her petite frame, Leon wondered how she could possibly contend with someone like Bane, whose mere punch could send her sprawling. Their conversation finally roused the three young women in the room. They emerged in sequence. First one, then the second, and finally the third. Seeing this, Leon greeted them with a smile before heading to prepare breakfast. After sharing the meal, the entire family made their way out. Even Harley insisted on accompanying them. However, to mitigate her intimidating presence, Leon insisted she change into a different outfit. Although her new attire was vibrant and stylish, those familiar with her would still recognize her. Leon pondered for a moment and decided that it would suffice. At least it was not the typical clownish costume she used to wear. It seemed as if Leon had awakened Harley's fashion sense, as her outfits grew increasingly chic, placing her at the forefront of trends. The five of them ventured out together, and Leon felt his entourage expanding. Nonetheless, Rachel had a home, albeit one with her foster mother. As for her true identity, the cultist who had captured her claimed she was the daughter of a demon king destined to bring about the world's destruction, a notion Leon found somewhat credible. After all, in this world, one could easily encounter someone extraordinary on the streets. However, if that were the case, seeking Constantine for an exorcism for Rachel would be ill-advised. Their meeting might very well result in Rachel's demise. Standing downstairs, Leon and his companions attracted many dubious gazes. After all, he was the sole male among a woman and three girls, a sight that, in Gotham, seemed to invite trouble. Nonetheless, Harley Quinn was not one to tolerate such scrutiny. She deliberately displayed her ever-present revolver and provocatively regarded those who dared to stare. Soon, their ride arrived. Frank, I appreciate your assistance, Leon said with a smile. My mother sent me to help you, not because I wish to. Frank leaned out of the car, observing the slight smirk on the lips of the individual beside Leon. Did Leon not have only one adopted daughter? How did his family suddenly expand so significantly? Very well, I shall heed my mother's advice. Leon settled into the passenger seat, while Harley Quinn and the three young women squeezed into the back. Though the space was somewhat cramped, their petite frames alleviated the discomfort. Let us first take a look at the nearby apartment, Leon suggested. In truth, Diamond District was the most affluent area in Gotham. It was merely that Leon could not afford to reside in a prime location previously. The Diamond District was bustling, with numerous towering skyscrapers visible as one approached the central area. Were it not so, Penguin would not have established the Iceberg Lounge here. Previously, they had resided in an antiquated building from the last century, but now they were visiting a newly constructed upscale apartment. Chapter 62. Aspirations for greater heights. Leon was reluctant to leave the Diamond District. The southern part of Gotham was evidently more developed than the central and northern regions, boasting essential areas such as the Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and City Center. Moreover, the Gotham Police Department was situated in the southwest corner, in the vicinity of the Tri-Corner. In the event of an incident in the south, the police could respond with utmost swiftness. A notable observation about America is that areas with a higher concentration of police officers tend to be safer. Wealthy individuals are inclined to pay more taxes, while the impoverished contribute nothing, prompting law enforcement to prioritize the protection of affluent neighborhoods. Thus, areas with good security are generally more prosperous. Naturally, Leon had no desire to reside in a slum, as it was perilously reminiscent of hell. Although he did not truly believe danger loomed, no one wished to be surrounded by the incessant sounds of gunfire. The apartment they were inspecting was exquisitely decorated, leaving Shiri momentarily dazzled upon entry. However, the sole drawback was its diminutive size. Most apartments were rather compact, making it challenging to accommodate an entire family. Consequently, Leon inquired, "Are there any larger residences available?" The realtor, whom he had found rather casually, was nonetheless aware that Gotham South real estate was largely controlled by Wayne Enterprises. Regardless, one could not escape the influence of Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. Yes, but the price is somewhat steep, the male realtor replied with a smile. Gotham was unlike other places that boasted vast, sparsely populated lands. It was an island far removed from the mainland, lacking any concept of suburbs. With millions of inhabitants crammed into this city, the housing situation was predictably congested. Yet, there was little recourse, after all. Gotham was a city from which one could not easily depart. In many respects, it was even more unforgiving than metropolises like Los Angeles or New York. To secure a spacious home, one must possess considerable wealth. How much? Leon asked, furrowing his brow. The apartment they were currently viewing was priced at $2,500 per month. For a space exceeding 100 square meters, the rent would be at least $4,000 monthly, the male realtor informed him with a grin. Upon hearing this price, Leon immediately questioned, is this Long Island or Manhattan? How can it be so exorbitant? The Diamond District of Gotham is akin to Manhattan, the real estate agent confidently proclaimed. There is no place in Gotham more prosperous than the southern region, where properties in the Diamond District are inherently expensive. Indeed, Leon mused upon his current apartment, which was not inexpensive at all. Presently, this apartment costs $2,500 a month, and if he were to rely solely on his earnings from the Iceberg Club, half of his salary would be devoted to rent. Larger accommodations would demand even more. At this moment, Harley Quinn tugged at Leon. What is the matter? Shall we take a look? Do you have the funds? Leon stared at Harley in surprise. After all, it was Harley who had earned the money that brought them to view properties, yet he was uncertain of her financial standing. Nonetheless, working with Gotham's underworld was reputedly lucrative. Even if I don't, Ivy certainly does, and I heard she made quite a fortune last night, at least several million. Harley Quinn divulged without hesitation. Despite her close bond with Poison Ivy, it was only when she could benefit that Harley considered her. Several million? Leon's curiosity was piqued. What had Poison Ivy done to amass such wealth? Rest assured, I will at least bring home half of it, the Joker's girlfriend assured him confidently. In the past, Poison Ivy had nearly been tricked into a marriage proposal by her, proving Harley's capability to handle her. When it came to choosing between her friend and her man, she unhesitatingly opted for her own partner. Such disregard for loyalty is rather commonplace, is it not? Very well, Leon conceded, encouraged by her confidence. Let's first inspect the larger houses. Excellent, Harley responded, her enthusiasm mirrored by Kara and the others. Who would desire a more expansive living space? The current cramped quarters hardly allowed them to stretch their wings, and Kara and Shiri were sharing a room. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this, as they grew older, they would undoubtedly yearn for their own personal space. Soon, they arrived at another residential area. Unlike the rental apartments, these homes were indeed much larger, and there were even small villas. After viewing the properties, Leon swiftly decided to rent one. With 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, it was certainly adequate. As for the villas, they were easily found elsewhere. Previously, in Ohio, Leon had rented a standalone house, a style favored by Westerners, resembling a farmhouse. However, in a land of exorbitant prices that is Gotham, residing in a villa was a far more challenging endeavor. After a long day filled with activity, all the paperwork was finally completed, and they prepared for the move. Frank busied himself with the details, and Leon felt genuinely touched. At last, he would no longer reside in this place. Gazing at the dilapidated apartment, he felt no pangs of nostalgia. Although he and Kara had spent several months here, he had constantly yearned for a better living arrangement. One should always strive for improvement, and life, too, should reflect this pursuit. They took quite a few items, prompting Frank to make several trips in his vehicle before finally completing the move. It was already deep into the night. Harley Quinn was utterly exhausted and decided against returning to her territory, opting instead to sleep soundly at home. Kara and the others were also allowed by Leon to rest in the new abode. I'm heading out. You all take care, Leon instructed, glancing at Rachel, who he momentarily forgot about, deciding to return her home the following day. Observing Leon and Frank depart, Sahiri couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The Godfather was nothing short of superhuman. He appeared completely unfazed by fatigue. Kara and Rachel had long recognized this as well. After an entire day of busyness, Leon remained vibrant and full of energy, and they had just discovered that his strength surpassed even that of the hefty Frank. This only deepened their admiration for the Godfather. To the 2 goddaughters, Leon was akin to a father figure, shielding them from life's tempests. How could they not feel a profound sense of reverence? At the Iceberg Club, the manager was summoned by a maid. Upon Leon and Frank's arrival, a maid approached to call for him. The Penguin had intriguing ideas. The maid's attire frequently changed. For instance, at that moment, the maid donned an alluring formal uniform, yet the openings were notably generous, designed for patrons to discreetly slip in tips. Consequently, the maids would employ various methods to enhance their appearance, making themselves appear more voluptuous. The Iceberg Club continued to thrive, evident from the elite clientele frequenting it, a testament to the opulence of the Diamond District, which aptly bore its name. Leon and Frank parted ways, with Leon providing Frank with fuel money, which he accepted without hesitation, as he too was not affluent. In truth, the mob was not unlike other professions. It was merely a means to earn a living. Following the maid's directions, Leon made his way to a secluded corner. "Leon, it's been a while. I've missed you dearly," a woman exclaimed upon his arrival, raising her wine glass while fixating her gaze upon him. Chapter 63. Who will be the godfather of Gotham? "Leon, it's been a while. I've missed you dearly." Upon seeing the woman seated there, Leon was taken aback. It had indeed been some time since their last encounter, though he wasn't particularly eager for it. However, he couldn't voice such thoughts. "Miss Sophia, I didn't expect to see you here at the Iceberg Club," Leon replied, taking a seat opposite her and signaling for the maid to bring some wine. The person waiting for him was none other than Sophia Falcone. Since their last encounter at his home, where she had issued a veiled threat, Leon hadn't seen her for quite some time. Yet, he never anticipated encountering her here, especially considering it was the Penguin's domain. Not long ago, she had been at odds with the Penguin, Cobblepot. Sophia Falcone cast a wistful glance at Leon. Humans often find themselves yearning for what is unattainable. To her, Leon epitomizes an exceptional talent. How many in Gotham can truly stand against Batman? Those with such capabilities would eagerly seize the opportunity to claim dominion. Yet, Leon remains an enigma, inexplicably employed at the Iceberg Lounge. She has kept a keen eye on Leon's affairs, even learning of his association with Harley Quinn, which took her by surprise. Had she known earlier, she would have employed her charms to win him over. Now, she finds herself allied with the Penguin. Sophia Falcone raised her glass, and Leon met her gesture. "Collaborating with him is akin to working alongside me. What do you say? Just step over, and I shall provide you with everything you desire." Her gaze was intense, revealing her unwavering determination. Leon, too, felt a twinge of astonishment. It is undeniable that both the Penguin and Sophia are formidable figures. Not long ago, they were embroiled in fierce conflict, yet now they seem to have forged an alliance. However, even with this collaboration, it is implausible for Sophia to assume they could recruit openly. Leon politely declined, stating, "Miss Sophia, I am rather accustomed to a life of ease and truly cannot engage in anything else. My position at the Iceberg Lounge suits me perfectly." In reality, Leon was contemplating the prospect of living off Harley Quinn's resources. With her domain expanding, how could he possibly worry about finances? Of course, there would be the looming concern of being apprehended by Batman and confined to Arkham Asylum. In Gotham, risks are inherently intertwined with rewards. To earn a fortune, one must confront the iron fist of Batman. As for legitimate earnings, the capitalists are often more detestable than the crime lords. Sophia, undoubtedly disheartened, took her leave after sharing a drink with Leon. Soon after, the Penguin, Cobblepot, arrived, and the two seemed to be engaged in serious discussions. "How did Mr. Cobblepot come to ally with the Falcone family?" Leon inquired of Frank. "We are preparing to dominate Gotham's underworld together," Frank exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Gotham's crime syndicate requires a godfather." The term godfather conjures images of the renowned film by the illustrious Italian director, whose homeland is famously the cradle of the mafia. Indeed, the Falcone family possesses certain mafia characteristics. Otherwise, Carmine Falcone would not have been dubbed the Roman. At the peak of Carmine Falcone's power, he wielded influence over both the criminal and legitimate realms of Gotham, his reach extending from the highest echelons to the most nefarious depths. However, with the rise of Commissioner Gordon and the emergence of Batman, the Falcone family's fortunes swiftly waned. For Batman, defeating this colossal family was the ideal initiation, akin to a novice's reward. Now, the Penguin, Cobblepot, and Sophia Falcone undoubtedly aspire to reclaim the glory of yesteryears. Yet, Gotham has irrevocably transformed since those days. At that time, Gotham was devoid of formidable figures. There were no Penguin, no Joker, and no Riddler. Thus, Both Penguin Cobblepot and Sophia Falcone were acutely aware that it was impossible to dominate the entire Gotham underworld alone. A powerful alliance was imperative. Upon hearing this, Leon had no particular thoughts. He merely speculated that the Penguin duo might be courting imprisonment. Although Batman was temporarily absent, Gotham still boasted numerous vigilantes: Batgirl, Nightwing, and Robin. This was advantageous, as it meant Harley would not attract unwanted attention. Leon pondered, considering his connections to Gotham. At the very least, both Batman and Batgirl would extend him a semblance of goodwill, refraining from any aggression towards Harley Quinn. The only uncertainty was when Bruce Wayne would finally be discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Leon returned to his new abode. Despite having gone an entire day and night without rest, he felt invigorated. His superhuman physique was not to be trifled with. The new home consisted of 3 rooms. And naturally, Leon and Harley Quinn chose the master bedroom. The other 2 rooms, while not as spacious, still offered ample sleeping arrangements. Moreover, last night, Kara, Hillary, and Rachel had not separated into different rooms, as the 3 girls had grown accustomed to sharing space. However, today, Leon needed to escort Rachel back home. "Godfather, perhaps you should take a moment to rest," Kara and Hillary suggested, reluctant to part ways. The trio had engaged in numerous conversations, especially after discovering Rachel's unique situation, which had further solidified their bond. After all, both Kara and Hillary hailed from distant realms, one from Krypton, the other from another universe. It was unlikely for an ordinary person to forge a friendship with them. Rachel had even begun to sense their extraordinary identities, which had become their little secret. "Classes commence tomorrow. Are you worried about not having time to meet?" Leon chuckled in response. The recent kidnapping incident had left the principal of Lewis Memorial High School thoroughly shaken. However, she dared not take any action, as the 3 girls had been enrolled through Wayne Enterprises. Having accepted the benefits of Wayne Enterprises, could she truly expect to avoid fulfilling her obligations? Reluctantly, Kara and Hillary bid farewell to Rachel. In truth, Rachel felt a twinge of sadness as she gazed at Leon, wishing he could be considered her godfather as well. Yet, she had a foster mother, albeit one who treated her poorly, unlike Kara and Hillary, who were ostensibly chosen by Leon. After a night of rest, Harley Quinn had also regained her energy and insisted on accompanying Leon on an outing. "We're going to find Ivy for some funds." Harley Quinn was solely focused on acquiring money. Poison Ivy had earned a considerable sum, and Harley was determined to claim her share. They were not only close friends, but had also nearly ventured into the realm of matrimony. Thus, the trio set out, leaving Kara and Hillary to entertain themselves at home. However, after their departure, Kara was far from idle. Now they reside at a considerable height. Although Gotham is renowned for its Gothic architecture, it is not devoid of towering skyscrapers. Furthermore, the newly rented apartment comes complete with a balcony, where Kara took Shiri to enjoy the view. "Shiri, let us venture outside." "Absolutely. It has been ages since I last soared," Shiri exclaimed with immense excitement, having developed an affinity for the sensation of flight. In her world, it was unheard of for anyone to take to the skies. Even the sorceresses could merely teleport for a brief moment. Chapter 64. Your eyes might fall out, ding ding ding. "Darling, behold my new car." The Joker's girlfriend, Harley Quinn, joyfully whisked Leon and Rachel down to the underground parking garage via the elevator. Life was indeed improving. In the parking space sat a vibrantly colored vintage car, and upon closer inspection, it was a Ford. Harley Quinn adored its flair. "This is my first car purchase. I've always relied on others before," she declared proudly, showcasing her growing independence. "How much did it cost?" Leon inquired with a smile. $1, Harley Quinn replied with a cheeky grin. Rachel was taken aback. Having only known of $1 fried chicken, she had no idea one could acquire a luxury vehicle for the same price. "All right, let us board," Harley Quinn urged, cautious not to provoke Leon's ire. Though he was typically calm, his anger was formidable, and she had been frightened by it once before. This is a 1974 Ford. There was also a 1968 Alfa Romeo available, but alas, that was a supercar, one of the first recognized supercars in the world, and there were too many of us. Harley Quinn lamented as she settled into the car. She felt a twinge of regret. Had it just been she and Leon, a sport car would have been ideal for their romantic escapades. However, with 2 daughters in tow, that dream had to be relinquished. Rachel was astonished upon hearing the car's vintage. Harley Quinn must not have even been born then. "This is truly an antique." Harley Quinn drove with reckless abandon, zooming past other vehicles, first delivering Rachel home. "Be careful. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call us, Leon advised as he escorted Rachel to her door. With a dutiful nod, Rachel obediently entered her home. Finally, no more third wheel. Harley Quinn sighed in relief, leaping onto Leon's back. Darling, I wish to share a moment with you. Leon had grown accustomed to Harley Quinn's forthrightness. Indeed, it was an efficient approach. If something could be done, it was done. If not, one moved on without wasting time or being led astray. Of course, their dynamic resembled that of an old married couple. We have just stepped out. Let us attend to our business first, he replied firmly. Though tempted, he resolutely declined her advances. This prompted Harley Quinn to bite his neck before she jumped down to drive. They headed towards Robinson Park. Poison Ivy had relocated, believing that nature suited her best, thus moving her home to Robinson Park. Robinson Park, the largest park in Gotham, lies just west of the Upper East Side, sprawling over a vast area that includes the Goddaughters and the statue of Caesar 13. At the center of the park is a reservoir, where Leon and Harley Quinn parked their car and ventured inside. Upon inspecting the reservoir, they noticed numerous coins, likely tossed in by hopeful visitors. Yet, perhaps the wishes were too far-fetched, for not even a turtle resided within the waters. Unable to contain herself any longer, Harley Quinn seized Leon and dashed into a thicket, only emerging an hour later. This scenario proved too tempting for Poison Ivy, as it was akin to watching a live performance. The entire park was teeming with plants, and Harley Quinn had deliberately ventured into the thicket. Was it not intentional on her part? As they sought her out, she remained elusive. Ivy, where are you? Harley Quinn called playfully, yet there was no response. Ivy, we have serious matters to attend to. Surely you wouldn't be so heartless? Ivy, if you don't come out, we shall set this park ablaze. Ultimately, Harley Quinn could no longer restrain herself and resorted to threats. The effect was immediate and profound, provoking a chuckle from her. No one knew Poison Ivy's vulnerabilities better than she did. The plant enthusiast held her green companions in higher regard than her own life. With this knowledge, she could easily tame Poison Ivy, who, despite her formidable nature, did not wish to harm her. Nearby branches began to stir, pointing them in a particular direction. Let us go. Harley Quinn flicked her bangs. Leon followed her as they made their way towards the Goddaughters, arriving amidst a stunning sea of flowers. The blossoms flourished, bursting forth with vibrant life, competing for beauty. Leon was certain it had never looked so exquisite before. He had previously brought Kara here, for Robinson Park was just north of the Diamond District, a short walk away. However, Kara found it unamusing on her first visit, as parks were typically places for leisure. At that moment, Poison Ivy resembled a flower fairy, emerging from the floral expanse, barefoot, as if to avoid harming the delicate plants. She wore no clothing, with only strategically placed leaves shielding her modesty, a crown woven from greenery adorning her fiery red hair, and her alabaster skin exposed to the elements. Even in his most composed state, Leon could not help but steal a few glances. Truly a sight to behold. Subsequently, Leon felt a sharp pain in his waist. Your eyes are about to pop out, exclaimed Harley Quinn with a fierce tone. Not at all. Leon naturally denied it. Harley Quinn, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, seemed lost in thought for a moment. Then, she swiftly changed her expression, donning a smile as she ran towards Poison Ivy. Ivy. Although Poison Ivy felt a pang of concern for her plants, she enthusiastically embraced Harley Quinn. Harley, what brings you here? Pamela was somewhat surprised. Typically, Harley Quinn did not seek her out without reason. According to traditional Chinese saying, this is akin to visiting a temple without cause. Harley Quinn, however, was not so direct. She chuckled, Leon and I have missed you, so we thought we'd pay you a visit. Is that the sole reason for your appearance before me? Poison Ivy recalled what she had just witnessed, her expression darkening. Harley Quinn scrutinized her and asked, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. Oh, but you are. Harley Quinn exclaimed with excitement. Are you jealous of me? Or jealous of Leon? Or perhaps you wish to join us? The presence of Leon made Poison Ivy feel somewhat bashful, prompting her to hastily interrupt Harley. All right, what do you need? If it were merely a matter of being alone with either of you, I wouldn't be so shy. Yet, Harley Quinn's words struck a chord in her heart. It could only be said that Harley Quinn truly understood her. Noticing her embarrassment, Harley Quinn immediately smiled. I heard you've made quite a sum of money. It's nearly enough. I can be frank about it. Poison Ivy's expression abruptly stiffened. Chapter 65. Poison Ivy, you wouldn't want to hear this. Although Poison Ivy knew that Harley Quinn had a specific purpose for visiting her, she did not expect it to be so straightforward. For her, a few million was indeed a substantial amount, considering that no one's wealth simply falls from the sky, except Bruce Wayne's. Yet, how many Bruce Waynes are there in Gotham? It is worth noting that Black Mask once possessed a billion-dollar fortune, but it was swiftly squandered, and his company was acquired by Wayne Enterprises. Thus, even a supervillain like Poison Ivy had a significant need for money. Her reason for remaining in Gotham was to accumulate wealth. Poison Ivy's greatest aspiration was to earn enough to purchase a private island where she could lead a life akin to paradise. Her motives differed from others. She stayed in Gotham solely because she lacked sufficient funds, not out of a desire for destruction. However, to earn money, she had to engage in certain actions, for it was exceedingly challenging for a botanist to profit solely through knowledge. I haven tea. I don't know. Stop talking nonsense. Poison Ivy firmly denied the insinuation. After all the effort put into earning money, how could one dare to part with it? Not even the Joker's accomplice would entertain such a notion. Indeed, Harley Quinn remained unfazed, a smile gracing her lips. However, I possess reliable sources. She threw a glance at Leon. Earlier, she had informed him that Poison Ivy's Achilles heel lay in her connection to plants. It took considerable persuasion for Leon to agree to assist her. In Harley's eyes, robbing Poison Ivy of her riches bore no moral weight. After all, the money belonged to her, and what was hers remained hers. It seemed that Poison Ivy relished this sentiment as well. Leon conjured a flame in his hand, causing the surrounding flora to retreat as if animated. How splendid! Harley chuckled, for this was a deliberate revelation from Leon. After all, if he were merely an ordinary man, there was no telling when Harley might lose interest. In matters of affection, whether male or female, novelty holds sway. Once the allure fades, one becomes numb, a phenomenon often referred to as the 7-year itch. To avoid such pitfalls, one must maintain an air of freshness and mystery, the latter being of utmost importance. Attraction often begins with this enigma. Men allure women, and vice versa, through a shroud of mystery. During this phase, women fervently seek to uncover every detail about a man, and the reverse holds true as well. Once familiarity sets in, that enticing thrill dissipates. Leon adeptly maintained his mystique, revealing just enough to incite Harley's curiosity about his secrets. This is precisely why Harley, who initially sought only a frivolous escapade, found herself reluctant to depart. Had Leon not possessed such strength, nor the charming Kara as his disciple, she would have long since vanished. Don't be like that. Predictably, Poison Ivy was taken aback. She immediately shrieked, "This is serious, all right? Quickly extinguish the fire, lest it harm my treasures." Upon hearing this, Leon gestured, extinguishing the magically conjured flames. With no formal guidance, he had only grasped the fundamentals of elemental magic through self-exploration. However, following a newfound affinity for magic, he could sense the active magical energies and elements in the world around him, gradually mastering them. Pamela, Poison Ivy, gazed at him in astonishment, relief washing over her. She too recognized Leon's increasing enigma, akin to a vortex drawing her ever closer. "Harley, how much do you desire?" Poison Ivy, unable to contend with this duo of nefarious partners, prepared to appease them with money. In Harley's view, they were merely redistributing wealth. After all, how could Poison Ivy, who amassed such riches, possibly earn as much controlling the Upper East Side? Thus, Harley raised 2 fingers. 200,000? Pamela let out a sigh of disbelief. Dream on, 2 million. Harley shot her an exaggerated eye roll. The lion's mouth gaped wide, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Leon's lips. Harley Quinn truly seemed unafraid of Poison Ivy's wrath. "This is outrageous. You are robbing me." "Poison Ivy," Pamela exclaimed, her voice piercing the air, "and I simply do not possess that much. Father once said that only magic could defeat magic." If Leon faced this shrill outburst alone, he would undoubtedly be at a loss. Yet Harley Quinn, with an expression devoid of emotion, retorted, "Don't play coy. I've heard you acquired 5 million. Leon was acutely sensitive to this figure. 5 million? Wasn't that precisely half of 10 million? Upon hearing Harley's accurately alarming news, Poison Ivy's expression shifted dramatically. "That wretched harlot told you, didn't she?" After uttering those words, Poison Ivy's demeanor darkened. "I truly do not have that much. As soon as the money arrived, half of it was taken away." "Damn it. Who?" The Joker's anger flared immediately. Leon regarded Poison Ivy with a grave seriousness. However, unlike Leon's earnest demeanor, Harley Quinn merely felt aggrieved over the loss of funds. Which scoundrel pilfered half of our share? So, you only have $250,000 left, and you still have taxes to pay. Harley Quinn was distraught. Initially, her plan was to secure half of the sum. Now, with someone else having claimed half, her frustration was palpable. I don't know, Poison Ivy instinctively attempted to retort, but Leon's palm ignited with flames, requiring no prompting from Harley Quinn. Faced with this threat, Poison Ivy made a decisive choice to speak from the heart. Don't do this. I don't know him. Leon seized the opportunity to assert his authority, promptly demanding, "Explain everything from the beginning." Harley Quinn stood firmly by his side, expressing her disdain vehemently. "We must reclaim our money from that despicable fiend." Seeing no alternative, Poison Ivy recounted the events. That individual wrapped his face in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed, and he possessed a thorough knowledge of Gotham. It was he who instructed me to control Catwoman and retrieve a suitcase full of cash. Poison Ivy detailed the incident. Leon's eyes widened in realization. It was indeed connected to Batman. Not only had they taken the money, but they also had designs against Batman. A twofold gain, indeed. Then why did you so obediently hand over the money to him? Harley Quinn, disinterested in the intricacies, lamented. Poison Ivy, Pamela, felt her anger rise. She shot them a reproachful glare and stated, "He threatened me, just like you two. Otherwise, how could I have assisted him?" Such a glaring weakness, susceptible to intimidation, indicated that Poison Ivy's allegiance was not unwavering. Her primary concern lay solely with her plants. Certainly, if anyone sought to annihilate Gotham, they would be her enemy, for the plants would not escape destruction. Yet at that moment, Leon's interest was solely in that individual. Did he mention his name? Indeed, she replied. He is called Silence. Chapter 66. What does it feel like this time? Harley Quinn ultimately secured $1 million from Poison Ivy. Allegedly, this was to alleviate her concerns, as there was a piece of information regarding $5 million that someone would undoubtedly be eager to obtain. Nevertheless, Poison Ivy was left in despair, originally possessing $5 million. She now found herself with a mere $100,000, not to mention the taxes she had to pay. There's a well-known adage in America: only death and taxes are certain. Even supervillains are not exempt from this reality. They possess their own independent military personnel, often more formidable than conventional armies. The infamous mob bosses in Chicago were eradicated for failing to pay taxes, and Poison Ivy knew better than to provoke such individuals. Thus, she did not extend a warm welcome to Leon and Harley, promptly ushering them out. While she was indeed curious about Leon, her resentment took precedence. Her island acquisition plans were once again delayed. Upon leaving the park, Leon and Harley hopped into the car. "We still have the entire afternoon ahead of us," Harley cheerfully remarked. "So let us go buy some phones." Upon hearing this, Leon felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, he possessed a superhuman constitution. Could an ordinary person withstand such an ordeal? Without delay, she drove straight to the shopping district. Harley's actions warmed Leon's heart. At least she thought of purchasing gifts for her two GS right away. She promptly acquired 2 of the latest iPhones and then set out to buy a cake. The exact birthdays of her GS were unknown. One hailed from Krypton, while the other was from Sinestro, with different calendars. Yet, regardless, a cake was a necessity. Subsequently, Harley exhibited what one might call the behavior of a newly affluent individual, splurging on an array of clothing for her GS and herself as though money were of no consequence. Leon firmly declined. Yet Harley insisted on purchasing an outfit for him. For him, as long as the clothing was not tattered and could be worn, it sufficed. The brand was irrelevant. Comfort was paramount. However, the Joker's daughter held a different perspective. When out in public, one's identity is self-created. Dressing well signals to others that one is not to be trifled with. Of course, in Gotham, the opposite could also ring true. Upon returning home, the two were laden with numerous bags, resembling not shoppers, but rather suppliers. Yet the results were evident. Kara and Siri were overjoyed. They had just flown around the earth a few times, indulging in their whims before returning. Now, seeing that they each had phones, they excitedly embraced Leon. After all, at Lewis Memorial High School, a prestigious institution, all their classmates had phones, leaving them feeling somewhat left out. But now, that concern was no more. The Joker's daughter exclaimed. I bought them, after all. Let us eat the cake first. It will melt otherwise. Leon called the two prot-gs over, and they were all fond of sweet treats. The family shared a moment of joy and harmony. However, after finishing the meal, Leon was dragged into a room by Harley Quinn. Kara and Siri exchanged a glance and quickly retreated to their own rooms. As night fell, Leon first wandered around the Iceberg Club. Seeing that there was nothing concerning him, he decided to leave for a while. After all, no one dared to cause a commotion at the Iceberg Club. If trouble were to arise, it would hardly involve him. Everyone knew this was the territory of the Penguin. Only those with a sense of recklessness would dare to stir trouble here. Most likely, it would be something akin to the last incident with Sophia, where a family came to wage war. Leon arrived at the rooftop of a tall building. There, he found a large object concealed by cloth. He swiftly pulled the cloth away, revealing the bat signal hidden beneath. Subsequently, he activated it. With a crackle, the bat signal shot into the overcast sky, standing out starkly against the darkness. Passers-by, upon seeing the bat signal, hastened their steps. Those with criminal intentions were particularly startled and hurried home. What does the bat symbolize? Fear. Upon seeing the bat signal, criminals would be filled with dread. This was precisely the effect Batman desired. Before long, the sound of a cape fluttering reached Leon from behind. However, it was evidently not Batman. Even though Bruce Wayne was superhuman, it was implausible for him to be out of the hospital at this time. Batwoman stood behind him, her surprise evident upon seeing Leon. When their eyes met, she immediately flustered and said, "Last time was merely an accident," referring to the impulsive kiss she had shared with him, and not the incident itself. Leon raised an eyebrow, sensing her emotional instability. What was wrong with this woman? Hadn't she been composed before him? Hearing her words, Batwoman quickly steadied herself. "What do you want from me?" The incident we discussed was orchestrated by someone. Leon gestured for her not to overthink it. Batwoman shot him a glare, but understood his intent. "Who?" she inquired in a low voice. Catwoman had been manipulated by someone, who had since repented and revealed the mastermind behind it. "Silence. Do you know who?" Leon defended Poison Ivy. "I do not." Batwoman shook her head honestly. That must be the newcomer. She had grown accustomed to the frequent emergence of new faces in Gotham. Renowned criminals from around the world sought to challenge Batman, as if such acts could validate their prowess. The result was an ever-increasing chaos in Gotham. As far as I know, he possesses extensive knowledge about Batman, so exercise caution. Moreover, he has taken all the money. Leon unhesitatingly placed the blame on Silence. Although he doubted that Kate would care about that $5 million, debts have their owners. And Silence indeed took half. Let him supplement it himself. Just ensure he relinquishes the money. Batwoman, unfazed by such trivialities, gazed deeply at him and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Of course," Leon replied with a smile. "How did it feel last time?" With only half a mask adorning her face, which concealed merely one side of her visage, Leon could still discern the noticeable flush on her cheek. "It felt nothing," she retorted with a hint of bitterness before becoming more assertive. Leon, ever the willing participant, did not refuse her advances. After several minutes, Batwoman finally gasped and withdrew, hastily retreating. What was that experience like? Leon mused, brushing his fingers against the corner of his mouth as he returned to work. Unbeknownst to him, Batwoman had not fled far. She merely sought refuge on a nearby balcony. Once Leon departed, she exhaled in relief, her face ablaze with embarrassment. "Alfred, investigate Silence." She relayed the information she had just acquired to Alfred. Alfred quickly began his analysis. If Silence knows Batman intimately, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario, that Silence is aware Bruce Wayne is Batman. But does Leon know as well? That seems implausible. Batwoman dismissed the notion. If Leon were cognizant of Batman's true identity, would he not also likely deduce that she is Kate Kane? Chapter 67. The rivalry among daughters to win a woman's heart. One must first conquer her stomach. The same holds true for daughters. Having moved into their new abode a few days prior, Leon felt his culinary skills improving, a testament to his enhanced learning capacity. Primarily, he no longer feared the splattering oil as he once did. The current Leon could be likened to a bastion of strength, impervious to harm even when immersed in a frying pan. "Kara, little princess, dinner is ready," he called out to the two daughters who habitually retreated into their rooms upon returning home. His repertoire of dishes was expanding, contingent upon his willingness to embrace complexity. "Godfather, why do you refer to Siri as the little princess and not me?" Kara, the first to emerge, queried with a tinge of jealousy. As life settled into a routine, Leon observed an emerging rivalry between the two. Whatever Kara possessed, Ciri desired. Conversely, whatever Ciri had, Kara sought. This competitive spirit had even extended to their terms of endearment. Fortunately, Leon treated them equally, as both were cherished daughters. He admitted, however, to a slight favoritism toward the younger one, a subconscious inclination to believe that the elder should exhibit greater maturity. "My dear, Ciri truly is a princess," Leon remarked, pulling Kara closer. Poted. Although the Elle family was noble, such antiquated customs had long since fallen out of fashion on Krypton. Ciri, emboldened, gravitated closer to their godfather, and within Leon's visible affection. Ciri was rapidly eclipsing Kara. As time passes, the increase in intimacy becomes increasingly gradual. Initially, Ciri's affection could surge by several points at once. This phenomenon resembles academic performance. Those with poorer grades possess greater potential for improvement. With a mere period of diligent study, one might elevate their scores significantly. Conversely, those who already excel find it challenging to secure even a few additional points. Leon must invest even more effort in nurturing their bond to enhance intimacy. Though the two prodigies are occasionally compared, their relationship remains amicable. After washing their hands, they sat at the dining table, exchanging glances, which quickly turned into playful antics. Leon roused Harley Quinn from her slumber. She had fully embraced the persona of a night owl, exhibiting a rather disheveled appearance. "Why are you wearing my shirt?" Leon inquired. Harley yawned and replied, "I can't sleep without wearing yours." This caused Leon to shake his head, recalling that she had worn her own shirt earlier that morning, leaving him puzzled about when she had changed into his. Her dependency seemed to grow stronger. "Get up for breakfast. By the way, dear, come with me tonight. The gift I promised you has arrived," Harley remarked, suddenly remembering something. Initially, she intended to call for Poison Ivy, but it seemed Ivy was in a mood, possibly due to a financial disagreement, and was temporarily unwilling to assist her. Harley was unconcerned. She could always give Leon the gift ahead of time. However, she worried that her lack of training might not meet Leon's expectations. "Oh," Leon, curious yet nonchalant, wondered what the gift could be, especially since Harley had been alluding to it for some time. He also contemplated whether he should present Harley with a gift in return, as reciprocity is a cherished custom. "Father, the food today is exquisite," Kara exclaimed at the table, having fully adapted to the Eastern palate. Now, she found pizza somewhat unappealing. Ciri, too, had no comparison to the culinary delights of Sintra, as children naturally gravitate towards bold flavors. Today, Leon had prepared Sichuan cuisine, spicy boiled meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, and mapo tofu, which thoroughly enchanted them. Kara felt a sense of satisfaction. Her father's culinary skills had markedly improved, liberating them from the monotony of meals consisting solely of noodles. After finishing their meal, the girls returned to their rooms to complete their homework. They had begun to sleep in separate rooms, no longer crowded together. Leon and Harley Quinn waited until darkness enveloped the sky before stepping outside. He called Frank, requesting assistance in overseeing the club, and then followed Harley Quinn to her territory. "Big Sister," a young henchman approached as their vintage Ford came to a halt. In his hand, the young man brandished a baseball bat reminiscent of Harley Quinn, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon catching sight of Leon seated in the car, he momentarily froze. Subsequently, Harley Quinn playfully tapped his head. "What are you staring at?" "Call me boss." "Boss." The subordinate obediently complied, addressing Leon directly. Leon noted with relief that the Joker's accomplice did not linger for long, promptly waving for his underling to step outside for surveillance before ushering Leon into an aged building that had long been abandoned. "Where's the gift?" Leon inquired with curiosity. "Still on its way. It will arrive shortly," Harley Quinn replied, wrapping her arms around him. "Darling, let's play a game first." "Sure." Leon thought it a pleasant diversion and agreed to the Joker's proposal. With a clap of her hands, a henchman entered, dragging a man whose limbs were shackled to a cross. The man, disheveled and battered, appeared to have endured a severe beating. "Is this Jesus?" Leon remarked, observing the figure. Caught off guard, Harley Quinn retorted, "This is not Jesus. He's an Albanian. These rascals have dared to extend their reach into Gotham." She continued with a fierce tone, "We must teach them a lesson and send them back." Albania, a peculiar little nation, was notorious not only for its oddities, but also for its infamous mafia, known as the Flower of Evil, which had been quite audacious in Europe. Naturally, Gothamites were unwelcoming to such elements. Leon remained indifferent. The conflict between Gotham's citizens and the Albanians did not concern him. So what now? He asked. We'll play darts and accumulate points until he breathes his last. Hitting the head counts for 10 points, with fewer points awarded for strikes lower down, and critical areas also score 10, Harley Quinn explained, her laughter ringing out as she brandished a specially crafted dart that gleamed menacingly. Raising an eyebrow at her enthusiasm, Leon queried, "What's the significance of high scores?" "Why, it means you get the good stuff," she replied, aiming the dart. "Darling, let me go first. I'm sure I'll pop his head." The Albanian, bound and gagged, began to scream. I said, don't let the darts hit me." "Huh, aren't you the tough one?" Harley Quinn exchanged a knowing glance with Leon, secretly affirming her affection for him. Chapter 68. Will Batman intervene? "Darling, my love for you grows ever stronger," Harley Quinn declared, embracing Leon while her subordinate remained steadfastly averted. Their synergy was impeccable. A mere glance conveyed their unspoken understanding. Undoubtedly, Leon had no doubt that she was genuinely invested in this game. Before herself, she restrained her violence. Restraint is the foundation of affection. The Albanians evidently recognized her madness, thus surrendering without hesitation. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Harley Quinn ordered for the individual to be taken away, leaving Leon to disregard the matter entirely. The two were enveloped in their own world. Harley Quinn frequently glanced at the time. It was nearing 11 o'clock at night. The Gotham sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression. The gift was imminent. Harley Quinn instructed her subordinates to leave, gazing dreamily at Leon. He speculated, could the gift be herself? How exhilarating. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the window. A dark figure leaped through the opening, surveying the area for traps before approaching the pair with ease. Leon and Harley Quinn watched intently. Wasn't she carrying a gift? Leon noticed the woman, with her flowing golden hair, donned an eye-covering mask and a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her curves, wielding a weapon resembling a steel pipe. Her appearance reminded Leon of a particular profession, a secret investigator. Harley Quinn erupted in laughter. "Darling, she is the gift I have bestowed upon you." Leon regarded this madwoman. Although somewhat taken aback by the outcome, he was not overly surprised. What could she possibly refrain from doing? "What are you talking about?" The Black Canary furrowed her brow, looking at Harley Quinn. "Is it not clear enough? A canary belongs in a cage, and I have found you a master." Harley Quinn approached her without a hint of fear, seizing the weapon from Black Canary's grasp and using it as a prop to leap into the air. Black Canary, bewildered, found herself disarmed. Yet, she grasped the Joker's intent, realizing she was being presented as a gift to the man before her. Everyone possesses a temperament, and being treated as a mere gift was no exception. She spoke in a low tone. "I am here to negotiate a partnership. However, it appears you lack sincerity." Harley Quinn, twirling the weapon, burst into laughter. "Huh, a partnership? We are rivals, darling. I heard you were called Black Canary. Is it not preferable that I have provided you with a cage?" Black Canary instantly seethed. "Enough. I'm not a pet in a cage." At this point, Leon fell silent, for he too could not decipher the Joker's thoughts. It was impossible for a rational person to follow her train of thought. Even Poison Ivy had been ensnared by her antics. Consequently, Black Canary redirected her ire towards Leon. "And who are you? Do you wish to confine me as well?" "I do not. Do not speak nonsense." Leon promptly refuted, as he was not a peculiar enthusiast. "Ah!" Harley Quinn clapped her hands, fanning the flames as she exclaimed, "Darling, swiftly bring her down, and then we shall teach her a lesson, turning her into your canary. Get lost." The Black Canary felt deceived and immediately kicked Harley Quinn aside. While Harley could handle ordinary foes, she appeared utterly unprepared against the Black Canary and was sent flying. Upon witnessing Harley being bullied, Leon, despite his reluctance to intervene, could not remain passive. "Enough," he declared in a deep voice. However, the Black Canary, having reclaimed her weapon, lunged at Leon with a steel rod. Her speed was remarkable. She was a master of martial arts, having undergone meticulous training under the Wildcat, excelling in various combat techniques. Fueled by a fierce sense of justice, and having inherited her mother's legacy, she had become a fighter against crime. Thus, she arrived in Gotham, intent on combating wrongdoers. even drawing close to the Black Mask. Unexpectedly, the Black Mask met his demise, and she unwittingly inherited a portion of his underlings, preparing to assert control over the East End. In this tumultuous scenario, Harley Quinn made her entrance, leading to a clash between them. The Black Canary had initially aimed to combat crime, only to find herself entangled in the role of a criminal overlord. Yet, she did not forget her true intentions and sought collaboration with Harley Quinn. Little did she know, Harley had no such inclination and merely wished to present her as a gift to that contemptible man. In the Black Canary's eyes, Leon was the puppet master behind it all. In a swift moment, the Black Canary thrust her weapon directly into Leon. To her astonishment, Leon appeared momentarily stunned, but he did not react in time, allowing her attack to connect. A smile crept onto her lips, but confusion soon followed. Why did Leon seem unaffected? What was that sound? Was she striking iron? Leon lowered his head to glance at the rod embedded in him. He was not caught off guard, rather, he had no intention of evading. He finally understood why Superman exhibited such audacity. Whether it was Superman or Supergirl, they never shied away from a fight. They welcomed the blows, for these adversaries could not inflict harm upon them. The Black Canary realized her attack barely scratched the surface, leaving her hand shaken from the impact. Was this the essence of a steel physique? Leon pondered. During this time, he had been absorbing solar energy daily. Although Gotham rarely saw direct sunlight, the energy filtering through was considerable. He was unaware of the extent of his newfound strength. Now, he attempted to gauge his abilities, confident that traversing Gotham with ease was within his grasp. He reached out to seize the Black Canary's weapon, but she reacted swiftly, attempting to withdraw it. However, she soon discovered that he was as immovable as a mountain. Leon's strength was overwhelming, far beyond her capacity to resist. She decisively approached Leon with her weapon, swiftly flipping onto him. Subsequently, she squeezed his neck with her legs, attempting to bring him down. This was judo. The outcome was that Leon patted her ample thigh and inquired, "Could you possibly dismount for me?" She obstructed his line of sight entirely. Had he possessed the extraordinary vision of Cal, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. The Black Canary, realizing her inability to contend with Leon, who refrained from striking her, understood the stark disparity between them. It was akin to the gulf between an ordinary individual and a superhero. Before Leon, she truly resembled a canary in a gilded cage. Thus, she leapt off him. "Who exactly are you?" she asked, astonished by Leon's prowess. Why would someone so formidable choose to engage in criminal activities alongside Harley Quinn? Wouldn't Batman intervene? Chapter 69, Black Canary and Huntress, this is your master. Harley Quinn exclaimed as she hurried back once the skirmish concluded. Leon cast her a bewildered glance, now acutely aware of this woman's combat capabilities. In the realm of Dragon Ball, her power level would likely be a mere 5. Whenever a fight ensued, she would simply become invisible, more absurd than others. Harley Quinn gazed at Leon with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had long recognized that Leon was extraordinary, given their daily, close interactions, particularly during certain moments, when she would fervently scratch him with her nails, leaving no trace. Were he an ordinary person, he would have been covered in scratches, bleeding profusely. Black Canary shot her a disdainful glance, choosing to disregard her. Leon, he extended his hand towards her. After a moment's hesitation, she shook his hand, introducing herself. "Dinah Laurel Lance, but you may call me Dinah." "Dinah, what is your intention?" Leon signaled for a thorough discussion. Consequently, Black Canary recounted recent events. Leon learned of her turf war with Harley Quinn. No wonder Harley sought to claim her for herself, aiming to seize Upper East Side in the process. Her intentions were indeed nefarious. Harley Quinn, with a pained expression, remarked, "If you take her in, I shall acquire her territory. Isn't that a win-win situation?" This left Dinah feeling rather awkward, relieved that Leon was a good person. Had Leon harbored ulterior motives, she might have found herself caged, transformed into a genuine canary. Alternatively, the narrative of the secret squirrel could unfold seamlessly, as defeat in this realm inevitably incurs penalties. Thus, Black Canary resolved to ignore Harley Quinn, treating her as mere air, and continued, "I am here to collaborate with her. Upper East Side is soon to become unsafe. I have heard the news that the Penguin and the Falcone family have joined forces to consolidate Gotham's underworld, and I must thwart their plans." Black Canary, with an air of righteousness, expressed her determination. It was rather peculiar to hear her speak so justly about her identity. Sensing Leon's astonishment, she elucidated. My initial intention was to get close to Black Mask and eliminate him. However, for reasons unknown, he met his demise. Leon and Harley Quinn finally understood. This was a tale of an undercover agent. Who would have thought she would ascend to the role of a leader, then hand over the territory to me? Harley Quinn promptly asserted. Absolutely not, Black Canary replied firmly. Giving it to you would be no different than handing it to Black Mask. You both belong to the criminal underworld. Please, even without me, the Penguin and the others remain. Harley Quinn believed herself to be different from them. She merely wished for her family to live a prosperous life. Yet, the steadfast Black Canary would surely not acquiesce to her request. Furthermore, a collaboration between them seemed implausible. Harley Quinn had lost interest in violence. She preferred merriment, fun, and amusement. Her previous cruelty had been a consequence of manipulation. Now, with Leon no longer exploiting her, she gradually began to exhibit a semblance of normalcy. After some discussion, the two parties remained unable to reach an agreement. Black Canary focused her attention on Leon. Leon, with your abilities, it would be easy for you to stop them. You should fight for Gotham. Why does this keep escalating? Leon retorted. He had little regard for Gotham's plight. Could it truly be worse than it already was? His sole concern lay with his two adopted daughters. Gotham was far too vast for him, and his heart could only accommodate those closest to him. Thus, Leon adamantly rejected any moral coercion. You should direct that sentiment towards Batman. This is his city. Black Canary, unaware of the implication behind his words, felt a twinge of disappointment. Consequently, she departed. With that, there was nothing more to discuss. Leon had no aspirations of becoming a nemesis to criminals. His nature was far from noble. Nevertheless, he desired his two daughters to embody virtue. This was not contradictory. Even the most wretched individuals hope for their offspring to be good. Moreover, Leon regarded himself as a decent man. Dear, do you not like this gift? Harley Quinn asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. She had meticulously prepared for a long time. Originally, she envisioned Black Canary being confined in a cage crafted by poison ivy, presented as a gift to Leon. To bring him joy, she would go to any lengths. Leon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To claim he disliked, it would only provoke her tears. Express your affection, she mused, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted outside. Harley Quinn, on the verge of uttering more words, was drawn to the disturbance. What could it be? She glanced at Leon, who had caught the sound of slicing air. It seemed that firearms were not in use. Rather, more primitive weapons were being wielded. Without hesitation, the two dashed outside. Upon emerging, they beheld Black Canary engaged in a fierce struggle with an assailant clad in dark, stealthy attire, complete with a flowing cloak and cascading black hair. A huntress! Harley Quinn exclaimed, her eyes widening. Leon observed the huntress, who brandished a gleaming silver crossbow alongside a retractable staff. In close combat with Black Canary, their weapons were evenly matched, and the balance of power appeared nearly equal. Harley Quinn regarded the huntress with palpable trepidation. This individual, unrestrained in her pursuits, labeled herself a hunter, mercilessly exterminating unfortunate criminals ensnared by her. For Gotham's wrongdoers, the huntress was far more terrifying than Batman, for the latter adhered to a strict moral code against killing. No matter how severely Batman incapacitated his foes, he never crossed the line into fatality. However, the huntress was a different beast altogether. She not only took lives, but did so with a chilling brutality. She would impale criminals against walls, cruelly severing their organs, or bind them and brutally bludgeon them to death with her staff, to perish at her hands. The most merciful fate a criminal could hope for was to be struck down by her crossbow, swift and devoid of suffering. Despite her victims being criminals, few in Gotham held her in any regard. As for Harley Quinn, she was even less favorably viewed. In the eyes of the huntress, Harley was merely another criminal. Upon spotting the Joker's daughter and Leon, the huntress decisively abandoned her pursuit of Black Canary and opted to flee. Much like Batgirl, she rode a motorcycle. Yet, before her departure, she aimed her crossbow at Black Canary. In a surprising twist, Black Canary did not evade. Instead, she opened her mouth wide. With a resounding ha, she unleashed a sonic wave, sending the arrow hurtling away. Chapter 70, The Joker's Daughter. I genuinely wish to be a force for good. You possess superhuman abilities. Harley Quinn exclaimed in astonishment, as she gazed at Black Canary. The sonic wave released moments ago had left Harley feeling dizzy and her ears ringing, even though it had not been directed at her. Had it been aimed at her, she feared it would have been catastrophic. Black Canary merely cast a glance in her direction, offering no further explanation. This was her innate gift, which she referred to as Canary Cry, endowing her with the powers of hypnosis and the ability to disrupt foes as well as to mimic any sound. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn's mind raced, contemplating possibilities. I believe your earlier suggestion warrants consideration. The Black Canary is, in fact, benevolent towards her, otherwise relying solely on this tactic. The Harley Quinn would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Thus, Harley Quinn promptly changed her tone. Oh, the Black Canary expressed a hint of surprise. Harley Quinn, with a serious demeanor, declared, I have always aspired to be a good person. Otherwise, my dear would disapprove of me. However, I have been unable to find the opportunity, as the other gangs are too formidable. Despite her solemnity, perhaps due to her innate comedic flair, the Black Canary did not perceive her gravity. She merely cast a puzzled glance at the two, remaining noncommittal. Darling, wouldn't you agree? Harley Quinn nudged Leon's arm. Leon nodded affirmatively, of course. I hope you become a good person. You see, Harley Quinn said with great enthusiasm towards the Black Canary, approaching her as if they were close friends. I have an idea. We can confront those rogues together, as one cannot tackle them alone. And regarding that female hunter we encountered earlier, we are both women. She fought against me just now. The Black Canary interjected. That is because she perceives you as a villain. But we must make her aware that we are the good ones. Harley Quinn asserted, firmly believing in her own virtue. It must be said that when it comes to dealing with women, Harley Quinn excels, often winning over a good confidant with just a few words. We could form a team. After all, why is Bruce Wayne considered Superman? With such severe injuries, he was discharged from the hospital in less than 2 weeks, declaring himself healed. Leon suspected that he had recovered long before and was merely waiting for the attention to wane before leaving the hospital. After all, in Gotham, every action he takes is headline news. Bruce Wayne's discharge signifies the return of Batman. For Harley Quinn, it remains uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. Over the past few days, she has indeed managed to deceive the Black Canary while pursuing the matter of the female hunter. The female hunter operates alone, making it quite challenging for the two of them to locate her. It took several days to gather clues. It seems she is originally from Gotham, frequently attending church. Darling, she wouldn't happen to be a Catholic, would she? Harley Quinn inquired from behind Leon, meticulously adjusting the corners of his attire. Is that how you found her? Leon questioned, perplexed. Dinah knows a bit about computers. As long as she operates within Gotham, she leaves traces, Harley Quinn chuckled. Her name is Helena Bertinelli, and she currently works as a teacher. Now, that is intriguing. A Catholic who commits murder, Leon replied, shaking his head. One can only say that Gotham is a twisted place. Catholics are bound by the 10 Commandments, which explicitly prohibit harm and murder. Of course, it would be remarkable if anyone truly adhered to them. Who doesn't know that the church is a sanctuary for hidden sins? I fear that even the malevolence of Gotham would appear inconspicuous within the confines of a church. Harley Quinn, however, is indifferent to such matters. Her only concern lies in her formidable prowess. Our investigations revealed that she has been relentlessly combating criminals, employing methods that resonate with my tastes. Surely, you do not consider yourself a virtuous individual? Leon turned his head. Harley Quinn, hands on her hips, retorted, why can't I be a good person? As long as I eliminate the villains who oppose me, does that not render me virtuous? At her words, Leon smirked slightly. Indeed, she encapsulated the essence of the matter. I would advise you to truly embody the villain if I declare you as such. Furthermore, Harley Quinn's persuasive flair is something that most individuals cannot withstand. I shall take my leave to rest. There are evening activities awaiting. With a yawn, Harley Quinn retired to her slumber, while Leon roused the two drowsy disciples. Another weekend had arrived. Get up. Rachel is about to arrive. Leon called from the doorway, eliciting reluctant sighs from within. I knew you would choose to sleep. At your age, I hardly ever did. Then what did you do? Came Kara's defiant voice from inside. I surfed the internet, Leon asserted confidently. In his youth, he was quite the gaming enthusiast, indulging in every genre imaginable. However, as the years progressed, his interest waned. Even the most captivating games failed to entice him for long, often leaving him disinterested after a mere glimpse. Only games of a more risque nature manage to hold his attention for a brief while. Ultimately, the protagonist must be female, and her design must be visually appealing. An unattractive heroine could indeed sour one's experience for an entire year. In essence, the allure of a game rests upon its aesthetic appeal. Deceit may be spoken, but one cannot deceive the heart. Gaming, after all, should be a source of joy. Yet now, Leon found himself devoid of any desire to engage in gaming. Even the most beautiful character models failed to capture his gaze. What could possibly compare to the thrill of spending time with his disciples? Ding dong. Before long, Rachel indeed arrived. "Uncle," she called out sweetly, clutching several books, their covers bearing a rather dark aesthetic. Upon glancing at them, Leon's expression darkened. What on earth is the Book of the Undead? Is this suitable for children? Besides that tome, there were also books on magic, but Leon deemed them equally dubious. The very concept of magic in this world is unreliable, with power derived from borrowed sources. An imbalance of risk and reward. In this realm, the power structure is akin to nonsense, hardly worth more than a mere hair from a treasure. Take Dr. Fate. For instance, his power stems from the god Nabu, with the Helm of Fate granting him immense strength. Yet without the helm, Dr. Fate's abilities are limited to his own magical prowess. Truly formidable individuals possess not only great strength, but, more crucially, an arsenal of treasures. Consider Wonder Woman, with whom Leon had conversed previously. As a true descendant of the divine, Wonder Woman entered the world adorned with an array of divine artifacts. The silver bracelets, the starry diadem, the lasso of truth, the God-Slayer's sword, the winged sandals of Hermes. All of these treasures possessed immense power, epitomizing the standard of a demigod. Thus, in this realm, reliance on magical artifacts far outweighs that on mere sorcery. "Come on, let me have a look at those books," Leon exclaimed, snatching them away, while Rachel's face displayed a look of grievance. However, Leon paid her no mind and directly instructed, "Go play with Kara and Ciri. I do not indulge in the whims of other children." Chapter 71. Thanos arrives. With Batman standing firm in this world, there exists a myriad of magical types. The first category comprises sorcerers, the most basic and prevalent form of magic, ranging from apprentices who can wield but a single spell to the adept practitioners capable of executing the most intricate and perilous spells. All fall under the title of sorcerers. These individuals must exercise utmost caution when casting spells, for a mere mispronunciation or erroneous intent can unleash devastating backlash. The second category is that of wizards who, in contrast to sorcerers, prefer to enchant objects. These individuals often possess profound expertise in the magical arts, and to avert backlash, they begin to imbue items with enchantments, such as the Helm of Fate. The third type involves those with magical bloodlines, whose veins flow with pure arcane essence from birth. Such individuals wield formidable magic far beyond the capabilities of ordinary sorcerers, though they must also bear the weight of significant costs. Leon sensed that Rachel belonged to this category, as did Ciri. Both were endowed with innate talents, manifesting as their magical lineage. There are a few other categories, but Leon deemed them irrelevant to the essence of magic. Is power acquired directly still considered magic? For instance, what of phantoms? Yet who authored this book? Leon surmised that it could not have been penned by an ordinary individual. This world is indeed a realm of hidden talents. Upon searching, he found the author's name. Lady Magic? Leon shook his head, noting the absence of contact information. He was genuinely troubled by the task of finding a mentor for his goddaughters. Take Ciri, for instance. She appeared unremarkable, yet this was merely due to a lack of guidance. In her original timeline, it was under the tutelage of a witcher that she discovered her ancient bloodline and magical aptitude, after which Geralt and Yennefer came to instruct her. Even a casual lesson would enable Ciri, with her ancient blood, to flicker and strike with lethal precision. Leon feared that without proper guidance, would she remain mediocre for the rest of her life. Unlike the previous generation, who favored paving the way for their offspring, steering them to live out their lives according to their own visions, Leon, while also laying foundations, sought merely to enhance their potential. How they choose to navigate their own lives is ultimately up to them. After all, possessing talent without activating it is a lamentable waste. Godfather, good morning. At this moment, Ciri had already emerged, while Kara remained ensconced in her slumber. Leon gently patted her head, as she appeared to be more obedient and sensible than Kara. Upon hearing that her sister was awake, Kara quickly joined them after freshening up for breakfast. This morning, Leon prepared pan-fried dumplings, having procured frozen ones from the nearby Chinatown. The taste of frozen dumplings is often disappointing, as they typically contain insufficient meat, unlike the ample filling of homemade dumplings. The family has developed an Eastern palate. Even Harley Quinn has grown unaccustomed to Western cuisine, which now fails to whet her appetite. Once they finish their meal, the girls diligently wash the dishes without requiring Leon's assistance. Godfather, she cheated. Shiri emerged with a sorrowful expression, her small hands clad in gloves, making it difficult for her to wipe her tears. Leon gently dabbed at her eyes and inquired, "What happened?" She blew on it directly. Shiri fumed, while Kara, having used her superpowers, continued to observe her from the side after completing her task. "All right, Godfather, please reprimand her." Leon shot a disapproving glance at Kara and tapped her on the head. Instantly, Shiri's frown transformed into a smile as she cheerfully went to wash the dishes, exclaiming, "I learned that from Harley Quinn." Subsequently, the three young ladies retreated to their room to delve into the study of magic. However, despite perusing the books, they struggled to comprehend them, as the texts merely enumerated the types of magic without divulging any substantial information, leaving ordinary individuals to deem them as mere fabrications. As for the Book of the Dead, Leon had outright confiscated it, deeming it unsuitable for children. Leon perused his contacts on his phone, noting that he had recorded only a handful of numbers, most of which were associated with the Bat family. With this thought in mind, he decided to call Kate. After all, she possessed both wealth and influence. In America, affluence equates to the power to act without restraint. "Is there something you need?" Kate Kane answered, deliberately maintaining a cool demeanor, as her persona was of utmost importance. "Could you assist me in locating someone?" Leon replied with a smile. "Surely. There is no one the Kane family cannot find." At his words, Kate let out a satisfied huff. "Who?" "She authored a book titled The Book of Magic under the title of Magic Lady, and I wish to know her identity and whereabouts." Leon's inquiry took Kate by surprise, yet she refrained from probing further, instead recalling the girl she had encountered last. This dual identity posed its challenges. Had she disclosed her identity as Batwoman to Leon, they could have addressed the matter directly, rather than keeping it bottled up. However, she was not foolish enough to divulge that information voluntarily. After all, her previous girlfriend was unaware of this aspect of her life. "Very well, I shall have someone keep an eye out." "Are you still associating with Harley Quinn?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "She has a name, Harley Quinn." "Huh, she's quite mad." "Thank you. Are you suggesting that she is suitable for me?" "Goodness, you are mad too." Kate, somewhat taken aback, ended the call. She simply could not comprehend what was so appealing about the Joker's girlfriend. After hanging up, Leon comfortably settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his phone, perusing recipes. Cooking was a delightful pastime and a wonderful way to pass the time. Life now was considerably better than before, sitting in a living room with a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows, unlike the previous days of only having a precarious fire escape. As for Kate, he had no idea what she meant. It was best not to attempt to decipher a woman's thoughts. By noon, the three young ladies finally emerged from their rooms, their faces alight with excitement, oblivious to what had transpired. "Godfather, shall we go out this afternoon to buy some outfits?" Kara, the eldest, was pushed forward by the other two. "Do you not have enough clothes?" Leon observed his two goddaughters, both adorned in their newly acquired attire, exuding youthful exuberance. Shiri was already looking quite modern. "No, we need to purchase some props as well," Kara timidly replied, her hands clasped behind her back. She was unaware that Leon and Harley had made some money together. She thought the household was rather strapped for cash. Upon hearing this, Leon replied sternly, "You may buy them, but you must tell me what they are for." He would never deny his goddaughters their desires, but there had to be a legitimate reason. Otherwise, he feared they would develop a penchant for extravagance. Even if they simply found something visually appealing, that was preferable to wanting something for its own sake. The three young women exchanged glances, and then Kara spoke up, "Godfather, we want to create our own uniforms." "Uniforms?" Leon's eyes widened. They were merely teenagers, and Shiri was only 11 or 12, already thinking of such things? The girls were unaware that his thoughts had strayed. Kara continued, "Godfather, every superhero must have their own uniform. Otherwise, are we to battle in school uniforms?" Leon snapped back to reality. So that was what they meant by uniforms. "No. Who said you could go into battle?" He sensed something amiss. This is Gotham. Even if Thanos were to arrive, Batman would be there to confront him. There is no need for you. Chapter 72. Why Batman exposes his chin. Since they all read comics, Leon deliberately used Thanos as a reference. If he had mentioned Darkseid, they would not have had a clue who he was. This was the very reason Leon chose to remain in Gotham. Although Gotham was grimy and chaotic, it had Batman. Leaving Gotham could mean being hunted down immediately. There were plenty of mysterious organizations in America, such as the Eye of Heaven Society. Leon and Kara had previously been pursued all the way from Ohio to Gotham. Merely acquiring a new identity would not suffice. Only in Gotham could they find safety, for Batman would not allow anyone to wreak havoc. To a certain extent, Bruce Wayne has long regarded Gotham as his own domain. The Godfather. Even Batman cannot contend with Thanos. A few young ladies immediately began to bicker. Can you do it? Leon chuckled. Indeed, the young ladies, brimming with confidence, asserted, we must at least try. Batman is merely an ordinary man. Subsequently, they engaged in a spirited debate, eager to persuade Leon of their resolve. Observing their determination, Leon deliberately allowed them to speak for a while before gazing at them expectantly. Very well, but you may only purchase a modest amount. You must still dedicate yourselves to your studies. Hooray! The three young ladies joyfully bounced on the sofa. Do not celebrate too soon. There is more. Leon raised his voice. Then, the room resonated with Harley Quinn's roar. Leon, lower your voice. The soundproofing in this room is virtually non-existent. Harley's admonition proved more effective than Leon's words, and the three young ladies fell silent, intimidated. After all, Harley is notorious for her pranks, and they have learned to fear her. Shiri had been frightened to tears by her on numerous occasions. Leon softened his tone slightly and continued. You must show me the uniforms once they are made. And you're strictly prohibited from wearing them out in public. Do you understand? What is the point of making them then? Shiri pouted. You are merely in your teens. What do you wish to do? Leon frowned. You must be at least 18 before you can venture outside in them. He was acutely aware that prohibition often breeds rebellion, especially since he would not be home at night. Gotham's evenings were fraught with uncertainty. If he were to impose strict restrictions, it might incite rebellious sentiments within them. Leon had experienced such phases himself. Whenever parents or teachers instructed him to do something, he felt compelled to do the opposite, believing it a mark of maturity. In retrospect, he found that rather juvenile. Naturally, Leon did not wish for his protégés to rebel, so he imposed only limited constraints. After all, it was impossible to expect these extraordinary young ladies to lead ordinary lives. They would not settle for mediocrity. They yearned to explore the world, to champion justice, to vanquish evil, and earn renown. Indeed, upon hearing Leon's words, the three young ladies felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with impatience. After all, even Kara was only 13 or 14. Waiting until 18 would take several more years. Having read numerous superhero comics, they too desire the admiration that heroes receive. Thus, Kara negotiated. Godfather, 18 is far too long. How about 16? Absolutely not. Leon replied firmly. 18 signifies adulthood, generally accompanied by a degree of independence. This coincides with the high school years. High school students are regarded as the pinnacle of learning ability and vitality, possessing a certain comprehension of the world and a rudimentary understanding of its workings. To become a superhero, one must not only possess skills, but also have insight into the world. It is essential to perceive not only the light, but also to acknowledge the darkness. Gotham's dilemma lies in the scarcity of light and the abundance of darkness. Young dreamers like Kara are particularly susceptible to troubles. Godfather, here he exclaimed, approaching Leon and shaking his arm. Leon smiled warmly, his heart softening as he gently ruffled Hiri's hair. I merely stated that you should not don uniforms to act as superheroes. I did not imply that you cannot perform good deeds. It simply must remain undisclosed. Away from the limelight, Leon asserted with gravity. To make oneself known to the public is inherently perilous. Thus, the three girls grasped the situation. Rachel gazed enviously at Kara and Hiri, wishing she could also be a goddaughter. All right, Kara nodded in agreement, though she could not articulate why she yearned to be a superhero. Perhaps it was the desire to be a friend to the people of Gotham, much like Spider-Man. Let's go. I will take you to purchase uniforms. Have you decided on a design? Leon shifted the topic. Of course. The girls chimed in excitedly. Hiri expressed her wish for a full-body suit like Spider-Man's, but lamented its unappealing nature, declaring, I prefer wearing dresses. Where's the unattractiveness? Masks are so cool. Even Batman wears one. Rachel argued. while she envisioned a dark cloak. I think that's too gloomy. Leon, holding the keys, led the girls outside. He inquired, but why does Batman wear a half mask? Why reveal his chin? The girls, caught off guard by the question, paused in contemplation. After some thought, they too found the reasoning perplexing. With all his high-tech armor, why expose his chin? Cultural reasons? Kara pondered, engaging in a mental brainstorm, but arriving at this solitary conclusion. Rachel quipped, is it so he can kiss? While Hiri simply could not fathom the rationale. Leon chuckled, not at all. It is to signify that he is Caucasian. Otherwise, how would Gotham's officers respond upon seeing him? They would empty their magazines. After a moment of reflection, the girls burst into laughter. Rachel remarked, the white bloodline awakens. Kara began to comprehend, but, as a Kryptonian, was indifferent to Earth's prejudices. Hiri remained utterly bewildered until Rachel elucidated the matter for her. Upon re-evaluating the current situation, Hiri recognized the truth. Whenever officers encountered darker-skinned criminals, they exhibited an unusual excitement, swiftly showcasing their American-style quick draw and emptying their magazines in one fluid motion. If Batman were not Caucasian, it is likely that officers would resort to immediate violence upon sighting him, drawing their weapons without hesitation. Sitting in the old Ford, Leon glanced at the design of the suit. Kara's creation bore a striking resemblance to the Supergirl of his memories, with a short skirt, long boots, and a flowing cape. Shiri merely altered a school uniform, adding a black robe, while Rachel's design appeared to be a bodysuit, which Leon found utterly perplexing, resembling an abstract piece of art. Leon offered his critique. Kara's design is the finest. The other two are, well, rather novel. Kara beamed with delight at the compliment, casting a triumphant glance at her two sisters. Shiri and Rachel, however, pouted, displaying their dissatisfaction. A spirited debate erupted within the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 73. The design of Bruce Wayne's uniform. The intricacies of uniform design are paramount. To Leon, this bore little distinction from the role-playing experiences he had encountered previously. Those who approached it with seriousness prepared their own costumes and props, resulting in a markedly superior appearance compared to those hastily purchased. For instance, renowned figures with millions of followers exhibit remarkable fidelity in both makeup and attire. In essence, it boils down to financial investment. Those willing to spend can procure far superior costumes and props. While Leon's adopted daughters were merely engaging in play, he was unperturbed by the expenses, naturally opting for high-quality materials. He hoped Poison Ivy could secure a significant heist, allowing them to indulge in a life of robbing the affluent to benefit the less fortunate. After procuring an array of props and garments for modification, Leon drove them home and commenced the transformation. It must be noted that girls seem to possess an innate dexterity. Particularly in the realm of garment alteration, Kara learned with astonishing ease from merely watching a video. Not only did she grasp the concepts mentally, but her hands also followed suit. Although Shiri and Rachel lagged slightly behind, they too quickly acquired the necessary skills. If Leon were to undertake such tasks, he would prefer to stir up a few dishes instead. By afternoon, Kara unveiled the first version of her uniform. She donned the suit, striking a pose before the mirror, exuding youthful exuberance. However, Leon, the concerned father, felt a sense of urgency. The skirt was far too short. What purpose could such brevity serve? Kara's long legs were nearly fully exposed. It was no wonder subsequent versions incorporated black stockings. Kara, puzzled, remarked, "Godfather, it's only slightly shorter than the school uniform." Yet Leon firmly asserted, the school uniform is not designed for flight. Upon hearing this, Kara pouted but obediently replied, "All right, this is merely the initial version, after all." Noticing her compliance, Leon then surveyed the overall appearance of the suit. Thanks to the use of superior materials, the uniform exuded comfort, reminiscent of many exquisite garments that, upon inspection, conveyed an aura of distinction. However, the color palette appeared somewhat monotonous. The upper garment is a shade of blue, while the skirt and cloak are adorned in red, a suggestion from Leon that has certainly spared Kara from much unnecessary detour. However, Kara had little imagination, opting solely for these two colors, resulting in a rather mundane appearance. This color scheme pales in comparison to the elegance of pure black, which would pose no issue at all. Consequently, Leon offered another suggestion, a golden yellow belt complemented by the emblem of the EL family. The primary colors of red, yellow, and blue not only enhance the visual depth, but also symbolize profound meanings, epitomizing freedom. Kara pondered this in her mind and nodded enthusiastically. "Let us prepare for the next endeavor," she declared, as it was time to eat. Leon affectionately ruffled her hair before turning his attention to the other two girls. Hiri and Rachel did not progress as swiftly as Kara. It took them half the day merely to make a start. Now, that reflected the typical pace of ordinary girls. Kara was simply extraordinary. With that, Leon clapped his hands, signaling them to cease their activities. He then called upon Harley Quinn. Once everyone gathered around the dining table, the meal commenced. After dining, Leon offered a few words of advice before hastily making his way to the Iceberg Club, where the Penguin and Sophia's operations had already begun. Their first target was the Demon Gang, notorious for loitering in the old streets of Gotham. Squeak! Harley Quinn arrived in her vintage car in the Upper East Side. She had arranged to meet Black Canary, intending to invite her to join her scheme that very evening. Of course, in the spirit of justice, Harley felt the need to concoct an appealing name for their gang. As she walked in, she pondered this. "Do you wish to meet the Joker?" Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. "Not at all," Harley Quinn responded without hesitation. The days spent with Leon were filled with unparalleled joy and satisfaction. Why would she waste her time on something so fleeting? Moreover, she had long given up on the Joker, realizing that individuals like her were either indecisive or resolute in their choices, never to look back again. Thus, since her time with Leon began, she had ceased to seek news about the Joker, even harboring a desire to eliminate him herself. Such is the nature of a woman. When in love, one experiences the heights of ecstasy, and when in hatred, the depths of despair. "Really?" The voice shifted, revealing that the speaker had not anticipated such a deviation in their plan. At this moment, Harley turned her head and quickly revised her statement. "I was just kidding." Hee hee. With Harley Quinn's theatrical prowess, the man could hardly discern the truth. Especially given her notorious reputation, he genuinely believed she had been toying with him. Harley gazed at the figure before her, recalling the individual whom Poison Ivy, Pamela, had mentioned earlier. Silent. Thus, she performed a masterful act of deception. The Joker's daughter, with a swift glance, demanded fiercely, "Where is the Joker? Return my little pudding at once, or I shall smash his head." Her words encapsulated a tumultuous blend of love and hate. For Harley Quinn, the most genuine falsehood is one that intertwines truth with deception. As anticipated, the astute Silence quickly discerned her true feelings. She still harbored affection for the Joker. After all, why else would she refer to him as pudding? Moreover, it is often said that the more one despises someone, the deeper the love hidden beneath. Thus, he replied in a grave tone, "Assist me with one task, and you shall reunite with the Joker." Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn's mind raced with endless thoughts. After her previous encounter with Poison Ivy, she had grasped the entirety of the situation. The abduction of the two apprentices enraged her immensely, and she had long desired to obliterate Silence's head. So, she immediately tested the waters. No, that sounds too troublesome. If I capture you, the Joker will be mine." With the agility of a gymnast, she somersaulted towards him, swinging a baseball bat aimed squarely at Silence's head. However, his combat prowess far surpassed hers. In an instant, he evaded her strike and, seizing the opportunity presented by her vulnerability, delivered a powerful kick that sent Harley sprawling to the ground. "Ah!" she exclaimed in exasperation, casting a resentful glare at Silence. Defeated, she thought, "I cannot prevail." Silence, unfazed, regarded this outcome as expected. Both the Joker and his daughter were capricious. They were not easily controlled, unlike the more predictable Poison Ivy. Consequently, Silence continued without surprise. "In a few days, there will be an opera performance. Your task is to disrupt the event and attempt to eliminate someone." "Eliminate whom?" Harley Quinn squinted, intrigued. With a cold smile, Silence uttered a name: Bruce Wayne. Chapter 74, He is my godfather. Upon hearing this name, Harley Quinn furrowed her brow. After unraveling the complexities of the situation, she had deduced that this individual was motivated by greed. After all, he had claimed half of the spoils, leaving her with only $1 million from Poison Ivy. Thus, the mention of Bruce Wayne did not come as a shock to her. He was indeed the wealthiest in Gotham. Yet, she maintained a smile and remarked, "That lacks excitement." "It's not fun." Silence felt an immediate sense of losing control. He disliked unforeseen complications in his plans. Yet, Harley Quinn's unpredictable nature represented the greatest variable. What is the point of disrupting the opera? Harley Quinn rose defiantly. Moreover, who can say you one tea harm my little pudding? I shall capture Bruce Wayne, and then you will return my pudding, and I shall give you Bruce Wayne. That will not do. Silence was immediately rejected. This completely disrupted his plans. What he desired was Bruce Wayne's suffering, not anything else. Did Harley Quinn truly believe she could kill Bruce Wayne? Yet, this was the disparity in their information. If you do not comply with my instructions, I shall eliminate the Joker, he asserted, convinced he had identified Harley Quinn's vulnerability. To his surprise, Harley Quinn remained unfazed. Oh, then tell Pudding that I will be sure to clear his grave of weeds next year. What on earth? Silence was somewhat bewildered. The Joker was a lost cause? I will capture Bruce Wayne myself, and then strike a deal with you, Harley Quinn declared with unwavering determination. Silence realized he was losing control, but was reluctant to abandon his efforts, and gritted his teeth. Fine. Harley Quinn then extended her hand. Provide me with your contact information. Quickly, I prefer proactive gentlemen. With no other option, Silence reluctantly handed over his number. Watching Silence retreat in defeat, Harley Quinn dusted off her clothes. This was becoming intriguing. A smile crept onto her lips as she hurriedly called Black Canary. Sister, we have work to do. Black Canary soon arrived and inquired, what work? First, we need to locate Huntress. Our initial mission must be executed flawlessly. I was wrong. Please spare me. Daddy. The next day, Harley Quinn repeatedly begged for mercy. And only then did Leon relent. Who could blame her for teasing him? In such a situation, Leon could only resort to his family rules. Speak, what is the matter? Leon questioned fiercely. Just back from the Iceberg Lounge, Harley Quinn claimed to have significant news, but despite his pressing, she remained tight-lipped. It had to be this way. Harley Quinn, with a hint of grievance, timidly gazed at Leon and said, Last night. Leon frowned at her demeanor. Silence came to see me. Harley Quinn dared not tease him further and immediately continued. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow, instantly losing his fatigue. Only Superman's physique could endure days and nights without sleep. Quickly, what happened? Harley Quinn promptly recounted the events, albeit with a dramatic flair. She claimed to have knocked Silence away in one blow and then interrogated him, prompting Leon to suppress a scoff. You could defeat Silence? That braid would surely reach the heavens then. Thus, he disregarded the captivating details of Harley Quinn's supposed battle and asked, what did he want? He wanted me to kill Bruce Wayne, Harley Quinn replied. You could actually do that? Leon was astonished. I'm a good person, and naturally, I would not agree to his demands. I altered the terms. Capture Bruce Wayne and make a deal with him. What sort of deal? The Joker. Harley Quinn revealed everything to Leon without any concealment. Yet she still felt a twinge of fear regarding Leon's potential anger. My dear, I have completely forgotten who the Joker is. I would relish in the opportunity to obliterate his skull, but I wish to seize Silence. I understand, Leon nodded. He was confident that Harley Quinn had succumbed to his influence. After all, how could her intense affection for others ever be truly satisfied? Can you capture Bruce Wayne? No. But isn't there you? Harley Quinn chuckled, embracing Leon tightly. At that moment, they were nestled together under the covers, and she tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Leon's mind began to devise a plan. Harley Quinn was unaware that Silence was targeting Batman. She merely presumed Silence sought monetary gain. However, Leon understood that Silence's focus was indeed on Batman, and was well aware that Bruce Wayne was Batman. What an uncanny coincidence it was. Ultimately, what purpose would be served in eliminating Bruce Wayne? Killing him would not yield access to Wayne Enterprises' fortune. Moreover, knowing that Bruce Wayne was Batman, sending Harley Quinn to eliminate him would be tantamount to an invitation for disaster. Thus, this could not possibly be Silence's true intent. Reflecting on Harley Quinn's assertion that she sensed Silence's distress only solidified Leon's conviction. Though he had not read many comics, most of his knowledge stemmed from cinematic adaptations, particularly Zack Snyder's trilogy. He lamented to himself, wishing he had perused more comics prior to his transmigration. If he had known who Silence was, he would have taken decisive action. His familiarity extended only to more prominent villains such as the Riddler, the Joker, and the Penguin, and he had long forgotten the Riddler's true identity. Such intricacies were beyond the grasp of casual fans. Consequently, Leon sprang to his feet. I must go meet someone. Await my news. Not again, Harley Quinn lamented. Leon was taken aback. Did you not already plead for mercy? I have recovered. With her newfound sincerity, Leon wasted no time diving back in. Over half an hour later, It concluded with Harley Quinn once again begging for mercy. He donned his attire, feeling utterly awake. Today was Sunday, and the three young women remained in the room, crafting their battle outfits. "I shall step out for a moment and return by noon," Leon called out. "Understood." The three young women exchanged puzzled glances, particularly Rachel, who remarked, "The godfather truly is superhuman. He hasn't slept in 2 days." "He is my godfather," Hilly quickly added. Although Rachel Ross was a close friend, such informality was inappropriate. It was akin to treating one's friend as father as one's own. How could that be acceptable? Rachel stuck out her tongue, refraining from contradicting Hilly. Kara, however, dismissed the triviality and remarked, "The godfather has never been this energetic before. He used to return from work utterly exhausted, collapsing into sleep, and would only dare to meet women in the afternoon." The two young women immediately perked up. "A woman? What woman?" "Ahem." Kara coughed a couple of times, as if she had spoken out of turn. Chapter 75. Bruce Wayne has been kidnapped Monday evening. For the shareholders of Wayne Enterprises, this day was fraught with anxiety. Typically absent from the corporate headquarters, Bruce Wayne had surprisingly spent the entire day there and had yet to depart. They were all apprehensive, fearing that their unscrupulous dealings might be uncovered by Bruce Wayne. Thus they treaded carefully. In the office, Bruce Wayne regarded Kate Kane, who sat opposite him. "What could possibly warrant my presence here for an entire day?" As the proprietor of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne led a life of indulgence, flirting by day and donning the cape of Batman by night. The company was managed by others, leaving him to merely make the final decisions, much like Tony Stark would later entrust his company to Pepper Potts. Lucius Fox played a role akin to that of Pepper Potts, serving as both the president and chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises. He not only knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman, but also assisted him with technological equipment. "Do you have any inkling of the clandestine activities these shareholders engage in?" Kate scoffed, disapproving of such matters. "So my mere presence for a day makes a difference?" Bruce Wayne, however, remained indifferent. Wayne Enterprises was not solely his. The Kane family held a stake as well. Therefore, he had been aware of the company's trouble since childhood. But what could he do? After Thomas Wayne was murdered, vast tracts of land were promptly sold to the Falcone family, a testament to the infestation of parasites within Wayne Enterprises. He had eliminated a few, only for new ones to emerge. "I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me," Bruce Wayne remarked, scrutinizing Kate. "What could I possibly conceal? You are Batman." After all, Kate shrugged, then made her exit. Clad in an off-the-shoulder outfit, her shoulders were sharply defined, resembling finely chiseled angles. Watching her retreating figure, Bruce Wayne did not dwell on it. Kate Kane was not only his relative, but also a member of the Bat family. Surely, he wouldn't betray his own kin. Thus, he dismissed the thought, donned his earpiece, and arranged to meet Selina Kyle for dinner. He still had yet to settle the matter from that evening with Selina. Upon reaching the underground garage, he located his sports car. Beep beep. He pressed the key, and the car door rose smoothly. The moment he settled into the seat, a figure suddenly emerged from behind and covered his mouth. Even Bruce Wayne, taken unawares, fell victim to the ambush. "Bruce Wayne, it's time for a good long sleep." Harley Quinn revealed her face, uncertain of how she had administered such a potent dose. This is indeed Bruce Wayne being treated as Batman. At such a dosage, one might speculate that even Batman could succumb. Sure enough, Bruce Wayne soon squinted, his head tilting. Harley Quinn summoned her henchmen to hastily carry Bruce Wayne away. Breaking news. According to informants, Bruce Wayne has been abducted from the parking lot of Wayne Enterprises, a shocking incident that has prompted the Gotham Police Department to launch a full-scale investigation. From this moment forth, Gotham is under complete martial law. Within less than half an hour, the news of Bruce Wayne's kidnapping spread throughout Gotham. Almost everyone was aware of it. On the streets, police cars with flashing lights raced past, transforming Gotham's night into a semblance of day. This raises a question. Can such conspicuous officers truly apprehend the perpetrator behind Bruce Wayne's abduction? Moreover, thus far, the kidnappers have not issued any demands. After all, the abduction of a billionaire typically revolves around financial motives. Bruce Wayne could easily pay for his freedom. Yet, even now, the police have received no calls from the kidnappers, seemingly disinterested in monetary gain. Inside the van, Harley Quinn hesitated, contemplating whether to extort Bruce Wayne while the opportunity presented itself. Just then, the bound Bruce Wayne opened his eyes. "Huh!" Harley Quinn was startled, instinctively leaping backward and striking her head against the ceiling of the vehicle. Boss, what's wrong? Her henchmen queried, turning their heads in unison. Nothing. Harley Quinn waved her hand dismissively. You all turn back. Understood. Although her henchmen were puzzled, they deemed Bruce Wayne a negligible threat and averted their gazes. Harley Quinn. Bruce Wayne fixed his gaze upon her and spoke in a low voice. How much do you want? Harley Quinn had not anticipated his swift awakening, grateful for the high dosage she had administered. Upon hearing Bruce Wayne's words, she felt her dignity was affronted. I don't want money. Do you think I'm a woman who can be bought? Upon uttering this, she regretted her decision, realizing she could have seized the opportunity to extort him. However, in this world, both men and women can be stubborn. Once spoken, her words could not be retracted. What do you wish to accomplish? Bruce Wayne remained unflustered, his mind racing with strategies. Nothing much, merely a transaction. Behave, and it will all be over swiftly. Harley Quinn erupted into manic laughter, prompting Bruce Wayne to furrow his brow. To this moment, he remained unaware of the circumstances. How had Harley Quinn gained access to his vehicle? Coupled with today's peculiar events, could Kate have betrayed him? Impossible. Before Bruce Wayne could ponder further, the van came to a sudden halt. This is an abandoned factory, and as soon as the car door swings open, a briny scent fills the air. This is the seaside. However, the predicament is that Gotham is surrounded by water on all sides. Even with Bruce Wayne's unparalleled intellect, he is unable to swiftly discern his exact location. Calm down, be honest, Harley Quinn remarked. Bruce Wayne remained still, as he too was intrigued by the identity of his captor. Harley Quinn instructed her henchmen to stand guard outside, leaving only herself, armed with a baseball bat, to escort Bruce Wayne inside. The factory was devoid of any light, yet Harley Quinn paid it no mind. She flicked her bangs and exclaimed, I've brought the person. Where's my little pudding? Suddenly, a whimper echoed through the desolate factory. Harley Quinn followed the sound, and two powerful beams of light illuminated her, forcing her to shield her eyes. Damn it, she muttered, realizing this was a retribution from silence. Yet it mattered little to her, for the Joker was bound to a chair, a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Harley Quinn could hardly contain her overwhelming fury, tempted to smash the Joker's head with her bat. However, doing so would expose everything. I can't believe you actually managed to bring Bruce Wayne. Silence's heavy voice resonated. Chapter 76, You See, So Impatient. Oomph. Harley Quinn scoffed, prideful. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. She looked at the pitiful Joker before her and burst into laughter. My poor pudding, you seem like a dog. The Joker, not accustomed to such ridicule from Harley Quinn, attempted to speak but could only emit a whimper. Don't worry. The Master will come to rescue you. Harley Quinn's eyes were filled with indifference, a sentiment that the Joker readily detected. Yet he paid it no heed. He had treated Harley Quinn this way countless times, but as long as she was given a bone, she would always return like a dog. When a dog is hungry, it naturally comes back. But this time, Harley Quinn was no longer the docile pup. She began to approach him. Clack, clack, clack. However, as she drew near, bullets from a machine gun struck the ground in front of her, causing Harley Quinn to retreat in fright. What are you doing? She shouted into the darkness. Yet she had no idea where Silence was, and he did not reveal himself. As for Bruce Wayne, he was contemplating a matter. Harley Quinn's affection for Leon was not feigned. It was unlikely she still harbored feelings for the Joker. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Although you have brought the person, the transaction is not yet complete, Silence's voice echoed. Ha! Harley Quinn felt a surge of anger, but she suppressed it. What do you wish to do, my dear? She spoke with ease, disregarding the silence that lingered in the shadows, and declared directly, break Bruce Wayne's foot. Bruce Wayne, who had remained silent, narrowed his eyes. Yet, he did not appear flustered. Instead, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. If this was merely a straightforward kidnapping for ransom, there would be no need to harm the hostage. Unless, of course, the assailants were not motivated by monetary gain. He had no choice but to brace himself for the worst-case scenario. Harley Quinn approached Bruce Wayne with a mischievous giggle. Brandishing a baseball bat, she took aim at him. After a prolonged moment of consideration, just as she was about to strike, she retracted the bat. She noticed Bruce Wayne's demeanor was remarkably composed, devoid of any fear, which struck her as odd. Hey, which foot should I hit? Harley Quinn inquired loudly. Silence. He was rapidly losing patience with this lunatic and, suppressing his anger, replied. The left foot. Harley Quinn positioned herself beside Bruce Wayne's left side, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, how about the right foot instead? It's harder to hit. Silence opted not to respond, which bored Harley Quinn. After another moment of deliberation, she raised her bat once more. Even Bruce Wayne, without armor, would surely feel the impact of such a blow. Hiss! Harley Quinn concentrated, lifting her bat high, then asked, "Are we hitting the foot or the leg? Be clear." "Shut up." Silence finally erupted in frustration. "See? You're getting impatient." Harley Quinn retorted, unfazed. "Just hurry up and hit me, wherever you want, or the Joker's a goner." Upon hearing Silence's words, Harley Quinn chuckled to herself. This fool still believed the Joker was her Achilles heel? It's the 21st century. Shouldn't T intelligence be updated more swiftly? Thus, Harley Quinn dawdled a bit longer, finally seizing the opportunity to strike. She raised her bat once again, capturing Silence's attention. Undoubtedly, Silence was eager to witness Bruce Wayne's torment. Suddenly, Harley Quinn shouted. In the next instant, two brilliant beams of light shattered. A pair of bat-shaped projectiles, flying from an unknown source, struck the lights with precision. Harley Quinn rushed to untie Bruce Wayne, only to discover that he had already freed himself. A figure descended beside them. Batgirl. Silence was surprised, but not entirely taken aback. He merely thought Batgirl had arrived more swiftly than he had anticipated. "I found you." Just as Silence spoke, a sound wave surged toward him. The invisible sound wave carried immense destructive power, creating a gaping hole in the metal beneath Silence's feet. Silence descended without any forewarning, as if it had fallen directly from the heavens. It turned out that he had been concealed atop the bridge above. Upon witnessing the descent of Lin May, Batwoman acted without hesitation, hurling a bat-shaped projectile towards her. To everyone's astonishment, Silence executed a mid-air somersault, drawing his handgun. Bang! The bullet deflected the spinning bat-shaped weapon, and Silence adjusted his posture gracefully before landing. These individuals possessed iron knees. A normal person would have already crumpled to the ground. Silence then noticed that, aside from Batwoman, there was a woman clad in black leather, Black Canary. Although Silence was not well acquainted with this new character, he was nonetheless aware of her reputation. "Why do you involve yourself in this affair?" After emitting a sonic wave, Black Canary, feeling parched, swallowed hard and replied, "I am the bane of evil, specifically targeting criminals like you." Gazing at his adversaries, Silence coldly declared, "I had intended to engage in a fair contest, but now, all of you shall perish." With that, a barrage of bullets was unleashed. There were no ordinary individuals present. The only one who might have been considered normal, the Joker, was bound and helpless. Instantly, they began to evade. "Ag!" The Joker cried out in pain, having been inadvertently struck by a bullet. "You should have warned me in advance." Bruce Wayne and Batwoman retreated to a corner, murmuring. At that moment, the realization dawned upon Bruce. It was evident that Batwoman had orchestrated this scheme to ensnare him. With Bruce Wayne present, Batman could not escape. "If I had warned you, the surprise would have been lost," Kate Kane remarked with a smirk. Their relationship was not particularly close, and Leon's plan suited her intentions perfectly. This entire affair had been orchestrated by Leon, who had approached her for assistance in abducting Bruce Wayne, catching her off guard. Thankfully, it was all designed to lower Silence's guard. "I need to exit first," Bruce Wayne murmured. Batwoman nodded, recognizing that Batman's presence was indeed necessary in this scenario. She was uncertain whether Leon had further strategies in play. Thus, she provided cover for Bruce Wayne, employing great effort to facilitate his escape. Upon reaching the exterior of the warehouse, Bruce Wayne immediately ascended to higher ground. "Alfred, send over my armor." He swiftly contacted his butler. "Master Wayne, I truly feared you had been abducted." Alfred responded. "Do not worry, everything is under my control." Bruce Wayne retorted stubbornly. His curiosity was now solely directed at Silence, a figure who seemed intimately familiar with him, even knowing his true identity. Shortly thereafter, a bat-shaped aircraft soared from the north. Chapter 77. How could one treat a lady in such a manner? Just as Bruce Wayne managed to flee within the factory, Silence commanded all his subordinates to cease their fire. Bang! Subsequently, nearly a dozen individuals leaped down. These individuals, bearing resemblance to Bane, carried vials of a potent serum. As they pressed the button, the new drug coursed through the tubes into their bodies. Almost immediately, their physiques began to visibly swell. Although ordinary humans could not withstand such concoction, they could unleash formidable strength before succumbing to its lethal effects. A roar escaped their lips, as they seemed to lose all semblance of reason, driven by the overwhelming power that compelled them to wreak havoc. The Silence minions were mere expendables. Go! Tear apart those wretched fools. The silent's ire was palpable. Bruce Wayne had escaped, though he believed the man would return. His desire had shifted from inflicting pain to extinguishing his life. In an instant, over a dozen henchmen charged toward Batwoman, Harley Quinn, and Black Canary. Even these three women, despite any foolishness, recognized the futility of confronting such overwhelming odds. Thus, they relied on their agility to evade capture. Cut their tubes, Batwoman exclaimed, never envisioning that she would ally with former supervillains. Fortunately, these individuals were novices to the drug, lacking the finesse of Bane in safeguarding their tubes. Their ignorance proved their undoing, as Batwoman swiftly severed one of them. A cry of anguish erupted from the man as the cessation of the drug-S infusion felt akin to the abrupt withdrawal of his very life force, leading him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This moment caused Batwoman's breath to momentarily falter, yet she quickly acclimated. Before her affiliation with Batman, she had no qualms about taking lives. Indeed, in her early days, she wielded firearms. This starkly highlighted the gulf between her and Batman. Had she not been related to Bruce Wayne, she might have found herself imprisoned in Arkham Asylum long ago. It was only through Batman's guidance that she learned the distinction between killing and being a criminal, allowing her to gradually relinquish her hatred. Moreover, she did not actively murder. Her actions were merely indirect, leaving her with no psychological burden. Such a skilled Batwoman naturally drew the attention of the Silent. I have no desire to confront you, the Silent declared, standing before Batwoman and preventing her from engaging his subordinates, opting instead to confront her directly. Who are you? Batwoman inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yet the Silent remained reticent. No answers? You shall soon find out. Batwoman, taking the initiative, launched an attack, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the intensity palpable. However, it became evident that Batwoman was rapidly losing ground. Even worse off was Harley Quinn, who had never before been encircled by such a multitude of imposing figures. As she swung her baseball bat, it shattered upon impact. Moreover, she lacked the finesse of Batwoman. Even though she was aware that the weakness lay in the tube behind her foe, she found herself unable to sever it. Thus, Harley Quinn could only cry out, "Helena, if you do not intervene now, I shall not let this rest." No sooner had she spoken than a sharp arrow whizzed through the air. Whoosh! It struck with precision, severing the tube behind her adversary, instantly cutting off the supply of the new drug. A cry of agony escaped the unfortunate soul as his body began to shrink, prompting Harley Quinn to obliterate his head with a decisive blow. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, severing yet another enemy's tube. Harley Quinn coordinated seamlessly with her ally. A figure, standing approximately 6 feet tall, emerged, possessing a graceful silhouette and perfect proportions. It was none other than the huntress, Helena Bertinelli. She had infiltrated alongside Black Canary, but had refrained from engaging until now. Initially intending to ambush Silence, she had not anticipated Harley Quinn's inability to endure the situation. "Huh! I knew my instincts were correct," Harley Quinn exclaimed, enveloping her in an embrace. Having extricated herself from peril, she paid little mind to others, inciting frustration in Black Canary. Though Harley Quinn was tall, she paled in comparison to Helena's towering stature, nearly matching Wonder Woman. After a fierce skirmish, the trio of Harley Quinn, Black Canary, and the Huntress found an unexpected camaraderie, ultimately persuading the solitary Huntress to join their ranks. Harley Quinn elucidated the advantages of companionship, especially in the treacherous confines of Gotham. "Come help me," Black Canary shouted in desperation. Facing a multitude of adversaries alone, she found herself in grave danger, having been sent flying several times. Were it not for her extraordinary resilience, she would have sustained severe injuries by now. At last, the trio united against their foes. Bam! Batwoman could not withstand Silence's relentless onslaught and was sent sprawling. Witnessing the swift downfall of his subordinates ignited a furious wrath within Silence. He disregarded Batwoman entirely, drawing his gun and aiming at her. At that moment, Batwoman had just landed and was unable to evade the bullet. Alarmed, Kate hastily raised her arm in an attempt to shield herself with her armor. Bang! The unmistakable sound of the bullet striking reverberated through the air as though repelled. Yet, Batwoman felt no pain. Even Batman's armor, when struck by a bullet, would still convey some sensation. Indeed, there were times when bullets would penetrate the armor. Otherwise, Batman would not bear so many scars. She lifted her gaze to find a figure standing resolutely before her. There is no need for such brutish treatment toward a lady. Leon lowered his gaze upon Batwoman, a smile gracing his lips. Batwoman could scarcely believe that her savior was Leon. Silence, taken aback, had witnessed firsthand the bullet striking Leon. It merely tore through his attire before being deflected away. Was this truly a human? Hence, he swiftly turned to retreat into the shadows, seeking escape. However, it was too late. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a brilliance that rendered the surroundings as bright as day. Though Leon may not possess complex magic, he wielded simple elemental spells with ease. He resembled a grand sorcerer wielding dual axes, casting a light spell before the battle commenced. Silence found himself with no avenue of escape. To his astonishment, he discovered that Leon had appeared before him without warning. The speed was astounding. Bang, bang, bang. He frantically pulled the trigger, emptying the magazine as if he were a police officer confronting a suspect. Yet, Leon merely extended his hand, catching every bullet as if by magic, then crumpling them into a ball. Not only was Silence taken aback, but even Batwoman was left in utter disbelief. The sensation was akin to expecting to meet Lin Chi-Ling, only to find Jia Ling instead, an entirely different experience. Chapter 78. A reward awaits you upon return. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn and her companions, having dealt with all the henchmen, gazed in astonishment at the scene. Black Canary glanced at Harley Quinn, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Your man is quite formidable. At this, Harley Quinn puffed her chest with pride, declaring, of course, I have no interest in ordinary men. Not only Black Canary, but even Huntress felt a tinge of envy. Women are inherently drawn to strength. It is a fundamental aspect of their nature. Without hesitation, Harley Quinn dashed over, leaping on a Leon. The Joker felt as though something within him had shattered. Alas, Joker's gaze was met with indifference from Harley Quinn. My dear, you are magnificent, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on Leon's cheek. I shall reward you upon our return. Leon patted her affectionately, while Silence resigned himself to his fate. Recognizing the wisdom in submission, he allowed Batwoman to subdue him. It was at this moment that Batman arrived, having finally donned his armor. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Silence being apprehended. He was momentarily perplexed, only to witness Leon instructing Harley Quinn to dismount and remove the bandages from Silence's face. Ah, it's you, Leon remarked, unfazed. He had long surmised that Silence was well acquainted with Batman, undoubtedly a figure from his circle. It seemed that Silence was none other than Thomas Elliot, a man with whom he had previously crossed paths. Thomas Elliot glared fiercely at Harley Quinn, accusing, It's all your fault, you wretched harlot, for disrupting my plans. Rather than feeling shame, Harley Quinn appeared quite delighted. I am so clever. Why should I listen to you? She proclaimed, hands on her hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. What is your plan? Leon inquired with a hint of curiosity. Thomas Elliot has nothing to conceal. His initial intention was to stage his own death. His scheme was intricately devised, utilizing Harley Quinn to wreak havoc at the scene. And then, during his escape, to create the illusion of a suicide, with Harley conveniently slipping away, gun in hand. It was akin to a mishap with mud in 1S trousers. Once Batman witnesses his friend brutally slain by the Joker, he would likely lose his sanity and retaliate by killing the Joker, thereby shattering his vow against taking lives. One could say that Thomas Elliot had calculated every detail to perfection. As a plastic surgeon, he had already prepared a decoy. The individual he had altered bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Upon hearing his words, the women were taken aback by his cunning. Wow, since your machinations run so deep, do tell me, who is Batman's true identity? Harley Quinn suddenly expressed her intrigue. Black Canary and Huntress remained silent, clearly eager to know as well. Just then, Batman finally spoke. Could you refrain from inquiring about others' secrets in such a direct manner? He announced, I must take him away. Batman's voice was low and resolute. Very well. Leon nodded. This is your recompense. Batman cast a penetrating glance at him, unwilling to linger, and promptly seized Thomas before departing. Ha ha ha. Thomas Elliot burst into laughter. Even under Harley Quinn's intense questioning, he would never divulge Batman's identity. It remained a closely guarded secret. Harley and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Who would want to know Batman's true identity? Harley, what shall we do about him? Black Canary summoned Harley Quinn, as the Joker remained pitifully bound before them. He had been shot, blood streaming from his wounds, yet none struck a fatal area. Pudding. Harley Quinn's interest was piqued. Ugh. The Joker looked at Harley, silently imploring her to release him. However, she merely allowed him to speak. Harley, please let me go. What? Harley Quinn furrowed her brow in disdain. What gave you the confidence that I would release you? Ma'am, I simply wish to inform you that we are no longer connected, lest my father become upset. Harley Quinn was entirely unconcerned about her image, which infuriated the Joker. He could discern that Harley had completely moved on, her affections for him extinguished. Meanwhile, Leon gazed at the departing Batwoman and asked, "When can we remove our masks and converse? The person beneath the mask is your true self." Batwoman's body shivered slightly. This confession was already laid bare. As she turned her head, Leon spoke. "I revealed this to Kate, not to Batwoman." Oomph. This explanation seemed to convince Kane somewhat. Fortunately, he had been unaware of her identity as Batwoman until now. Yet, how awkward it felt. Batwoman had fled in disarray. "Hey!" Harley Quinn bounced over, exclaiming, "I was hoping to invite her to join us." Leon observed the trio of women. Aside from Harley's eccentric appearance, the other two bore some resemblance to one another. Black Canary sported golden locks, clad in a black coat and shorts, while her fishnet stockings were tattered, showcasing a battle-worn look. Huntress, too, donned a black leather outfit and cape, her sleek black hair cascading down her tall frame. Only Harley was a riot of colors. "Have you decided on a name yet?" Leon inquired curiously. "Of course. How about the Birds of Prey?" Harley Quinn chuckled. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed outside. Gotham's finest had arrived. "We must depart swiftly," they urged, for amidst the carnage, no one could absolve themselves of the blame. With the drug-induced victims, they were essentially lifeless. As they made their escape, the Joker's frantic voice rang out, "Bitch, set me free." Alas, Harley Quinn did not even spare him a glance. She longed to end the Joker's life right then and there, but hesitated, mindful of how Leon perceived her. It wasn't long before officers burst in, wielding riot shields and rifles. Faced with a scene of devastation, the Joker was undeniably branded a murderer, especially as his maniacal laughter filled the air. It merely deepened Commissioner Gordon's frown. "Joker, you're under arrest," Gordon shouted, seething with anger. "Prepare for Arkham Asylum." "Ha ha ha." The Joker continued his wild laughter, blood staining his attire. "Dear Jim, you always arrive so late, only when the chaos is settled." The Joker chuckled, nearly gasping for breath, then mercilessly taunted him. Gordon was painfully aware of the truth in this, his expression darkening. "I hope you remain this merry inside." "Arkham Asylum?" The Joker laughed again. "I haven't played there in ages, just don't regret it. Regret is yours to bear." Chapter 79. Gotham suffers enough with Batman's madness. On the rooftop of Sheldon Park, Thomas Elliot found himself suspended by Batman, akin to a character for Naruto, head down towards the ground. Why this treatment? Batman had implicitly acknowledged that he knew his identity. And indeed he did. Thomas Elliot did not mind. He gazed down, lost in murmurs. I envy you, Bruce." Upon hearing his words, Batman's imposing figure trembled slightly. Thomas continued, "On what grounds do you possess Wayne Enterprises? Why do they all treat you so well? Why are you favored by the teachers?" Having grown up together, their families were indeed closely intertwined. Yet, at some point, Thomas Elliot began to harbor jealousy towards everything that Bruce Wayne represented. Batman replied in a somber tone, "I always believed we shared a common plight." "Ha ha ha." Thomas burst into laughter. "A common plight? Do you not know that I'm the one who killed those two wretches? I orchestrated the accident that claimed their lives, thus inheriting a vast fortune." Upon hearing this revelation, Batman could no longer contain himself. He removed his mask, revealing his face. It was then that he realized the tragic truth. The accident that befell Thomas Elliot's parents was no mere misfortune, but a deliberate act of malice on Thomas's part. How could he not be astonished? Bruce Wayne felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled. He fixed his gaze intently upon Thomas Elliot, as if he were seeing him for the first time in all these years. "What do you intend to do next?" Bruce Wayne asked in a low voice. "According to my plan, once I have killed you, I shall assume your identity," Thomas replied, looking at Bruce. "I understand you. I know everything about you. You have no chance left." With Bruce Wayne's keen intellect, he had already discerned Thomas's malevolence. First, he had altered another Thomas's appearance to create the illusion of his own death. This not only resulted in his own demise, but also inflicted anguish upon Bruce Wayne. Once Bruce was eliminated, Thomas would then transform himself into Bruce Wayne, executing an audacious deception. From childhood, he had closely monitored Bruce Wayne. Even Bruce believed that Thomas might indeed succeed. Of course, he had deceived everyone, but not Alfred. Yet, as Bruce Wayne had asserted, Thomas had lost his opportunity. Even for a dear friend, Bruce Wayne would show no mercy. "Is there anything else you wish to do?" "I merely wish to kill you," Thomas Elliot replied, somewhat distressed. "Then do it," he added. However, Bruce Wayne seemed to be speaking to him and to himself simultaneously. Batman does not kill. He then produced an object resembling a bomb from his waist, donned his mask, and activated his gas mask, pressing it toward Thomas Elliot. "What is this?" "No." Thomas Elliot inhaled the gas and soon succumbed to terror. Although Batman had donned his mask, Thomas perceived him as Bruce Wayne. In the next moment, it was as if he were transported back to the past. Yet he himself felt utterly detached. He sat in the familiar classroom, every detail meticulously restored, the desks and chairs precisely as he remembered them. Yet, as he glanced at the classmates beside him, he was met with an astonishing sight. The entire class had transformed into Bruce Wayne. The following day, in a chic CAF located in the Fashion District, a striking figure clad in a form-fitting, scaly motorcycle suit with zippers on either side entered. The moment she stepped inside, all eyes were drawn to her. The outfit accentuated her figure impeccably, and coupled with her flowing red hair, she appeared tall and slender. She made her way directly to the window, where she spotted Leon engrossed in a video. As Leon looked up, he immediately noticed the change in her appearance. "Did you cut your hair?" he inquired with a smile. The once cascading red waves of Kate Kane had been transformed into a sleek bob, straightened to perfection. Kate shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "I simply didn't want to be recognized by certain individuals." The certain individuals she referred to was evidently Leon. This was a conversation devoid of masks. Leon understood this unspoken sentiment. In such matters, people tend to be somewhat indirect. Much like a boy who wishes to invite a girl for a deeper conversation, but chooses to be subtle, often hinting at the cat at home that performs backflips. "It's a pity about your red hair. You could have made quite a sum from it." Leon chuckled. Kate found herself somewhat exasperated by his comment. Did she truly care about the money? What mattered more to her was her hair. "What would you like to drink?" Leon asked. "Cappuccino," she replied, as he summoned a waiter. When the waiter arrived, he promptly ordered 2 cappuccinos for them. Kate suspected he had chosen this CAF intentionally, given that the waitstaff were all young, beautiful, blonde temptresses. Before long, their 2 cups of cappuccino were served. Leon added sugar and began to stir. Kate mirrored his actions and remarked, "The information you asked me to investigate about the Enchantress has yielded some leads." "Oh," Leon responded, his interest piqued. After Kate revealed her identity, their dynamic shifted, feeling considerably more relaxed. Yet, a hint of awkwardness lingered for Kate, as she recalled having kissed Leon twice in her Batwoman persona. Now, the memory made her feel somewhat bashful. It was akin to the intimacy shared between Batman and Catwoman, Bruce Wayne and Selina Kyle, before the unveiling of their true selves, which always felt a tad peculiar, as though one were betraying oneself. The situation between Leon and Kate was somewhat different, for Leon had no second identity, whether as Batwoman or Kate Kane. She had genuine affection for him. The Enchantress, whose real name was Zatanna Zatara, was allegedly a direct descendant of Da Vinci and had once been a magician for a considerable period. As Kate recounted the information she had gathered, Leon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even he had heard of Zatanna's name, a formidable sorceress. Naturally, his knowledge of her stemmed from his acquaintance with Constantine. Given Constantine's propensity for deception, the fact that Zatanna could remain unscathed speaks volumes of her prowess. To be an adversary of Constantine is perilous. To be his ally is fatal. He could ensnare even the most naive of girls and lead them into hell. And Leon found it hard to believe that anyone could be sane in such a presence. Thus, Leon wished to maintain his distance from Constantine. Life was splendid enough without engaging with a lunatic. Gotham had Batman, and that was more than sufficient. Chapter 80. The Sorcerer on the Edge, is it possible to contact her? Leon inquired eagerly. Kate glanced at him, realizing that his interest was to teach the girl, Shiri, and a young lady named Rachel. Otherwise, she might have suspected his intentions. It's not feasible. Kate shook her head. She is quite enigmatic. Even the publisher lacks her contact details, and she has long since ceased her career as a magician, or else we could have attended one of her performances. She retrieved her phone and opened her gallery for Leon. Leon took a look and beheld a stunning magician in the photographs. The female magician was tall, adorned in a tailcoat evening gown, crowned with a black magician's hat. Yet, her attire was audacious elsewhere, revealing a daring ensemble of a corset and black stockings. Her long legs on full display. In this day and age, even magicians tread the line. Nevertheless, she was captivating. He could hardly take his eyes off her. Regretting not having known of such a performance sooner, Leon thought he would have spent a fortune for front-row tickets. As he scrolled further, however, he stumbled upon photographs that were not of Zatanna, but rather private images of Kate Kane. "Whoa, don't go flipping through that," Kate exclaimed, startled, as she swiftly reclaimed her phone. Reflecting on the private photos, Leon remarked, "Is there really anything left for us to conceal in our relationship? Who said we have any relationship?" Kate's face flushed instantly, shooting him an incredulous glare. After finishing their coffee, the two prepared to depart. Kate had arrived on her motorcycle, and upon seeing her take the driver's seat, Leon immediately positioned himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Hey, I've never been on a motorcycle before." Leon decided to take the initiative. The sight of Kate's figure in those private photos lingered in his mind. Given their prolonged flirtation and the 2 kisses they had shared, it seemed time for a breakthrough. Perhaps Kate thought the same, for she said little, donned her helmet, and revved the throttle. "Shall I take you home?" Kate asked. With others in her household, Leon knew he couldn't accompany her, so he replied, "I've never been to your house, you know." Kate offered no response, but accelerated her speed. The motorcycle weaved through the streets of Gotham, prompting Leon to hold on a little tighter. The scale-like form-fitting uniform possesses a tactile allure, while the design featuring dual-side zippers is simply exquisite. As I ventured north into Gotham, it was my first revelation that such opulent mansions could exist by the seaside. The Kane residence stands splendidly by the water, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that offer breathtaking views of the ocean. The spaciousness of the home exudes an air of unparalleled luxury, both inside and out, radiating wealth. The family serves as a woman's final bastion. With Leon accompanying her home, Kate shed her previous hesitations. Upon entering, she promptly retrieved a bottle of red wine. Despite it being daylight, the ambience between them was undeniably romantic. They toasted, swirling their glasses of wine before clinking them together. "Is there no one else at home?" Leon inquired. "I usually live here alone. My father seldom visits," Kate Kane replied. How fortunate the affluent must be to inhabit such a grand house alone in Gotham, a city where land is worth its weight in gold. Yet, considering the might of the Kane family, one could understand. The Wayne Manor is even more extravagant, though the Kane family has indeed diminished, with only one heir left in this lineage. Why pursue this path? You could simply enjoy life, Leon gradually asked after a few sips of wine, eager to delve deeper into her psyche. This question rendered Kate momentarily silent. She took a sip of her wine and, with a hoarse voice, began, "On the day of my 12th birthday, my mother, my sister, and I were on our way to a restaurant when we were ambushed by a gang. We were taken hostage." As she recounted her story, lost in memories, tears flowed unbidden. Leon felt a pang of regret for having asked, wishing he had remained silent. He reached out, gently embracing Kate, who did not resist. Undoubtedly, her mother and sister had met tragic fates. I enrolled in military school, and upon my return, inspired by Batman, I became Batgirl. Sharing her story alleviated a weight from her heart. She had never confided her innermost thoughts to anyone, not even her father. Of course, she omitted the detail of her romantic involvement with a female classmate at military school, which had led to her expulsion. It was inconsequential. Leon held her close, setting his glass down. He then lifted Kate's chin with his finger, and in this moment, Kate Kane showed no inclination to resist. Leon seized the opportunity. "I have only kissed Batgirl. I have yet to kiss Kate Kane." His words ignited a fire within her. Without hesitation, she straddled him, grasping his head and pulling him down. The sound of the zippers being undone echoed as the dual-side zippers of her uniform were swiftly lowered. Subsequently, traces of their fervor were left upon the sofa, throughout the room, and before the vast windows. The weekend had arrived. Since her last interaction with Kate, she no longer avoided Leon and frequently visited. Although Harley Quinn found this somewhat peculiar, she relaxed at the thought of Kate's orientation. After all, Kate Kane had always been attracted to women, a notion deeply ingrained in Harley's understanding of her. She did not believe that Leon could truly change her. In fact, Kate had not become normal. After communicating with Leon, she discovered her bisexuality. She informed Leon that he would be the only man in her life, but she preferred not to have too many women involved. Leon agreed, asserting that he would not intrude into her life. Yet, in reality, both had already intertwined their lives. For instance, it was the weekend, and while Harley had spent the night catching up on sleep, Kate came over, ready to assume the role of a godmother. With the holiday upon them, Leon planned to take the girls out for some fun, a perfect way to deepen their relationship, which was quickly growing in intimacy. He believed that it would not be long before both girls reached an intimacy level of 80 points. Siri, what are we planning to do? Kate Kane clearly favored Siri, showing less interest in Kara. Leon, however, pulled Kara aside and said, "We agreed to go watch a movie. What does that sound?" "Sound good. I haven't seen a movie in ages. The last time was with my ex-girlfriend," Kara responded. Kate had no objections. Upon hearing this, Siri chimed in, "Ex-girlfriend? Aunt Kate, do you have many ex-girlfriends?" "Not really," Kate replied, counting thoughtfully, "just two." "Oh, what does it feel like to have a girlfriend?" Siri asked innocently. Cough, cough. Leon quickly intervened, shooting a glare at Kate. What was she saying in front of his pupil? He had to be careful not to lead Siri astray. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his little princess Siri was also bisexual. Chapter 81. Gotham also has Wayne Enterprises. Kate promptly ceased the discussion. The four of them descended the stairs. And this time, Kate had specifically driven a Maybach. Upon seeing the car, Leon felt as if he could hear a song in his ear. "You come from Don Dong, exchanging my life for a snow-white future, craving Cantonese cuisine. Get in. We're going to pick up Rachel," Kate said, taking the driver's seat, while the two girls settled into the back. Having witnessed Rachel's extraordinary nature firsthand, Kate was well aware that this young girl was exceptional. Later, she had inquired with Alfred, who confirmed that Rachel possessed magical abilities. Thus, during their outing, they could not forget about Rachel. It was far better to keep her close than to let her interact with others. After all, Rachel was like a ticking time bomb. Her magic could erupt at any moment. Soon, the Maybach arrived at Rachel's residence, where she was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Kara and Siri, Rachel immediately broke into a smile. Aunt Kate, Uncle Leon, she greeted them sweetly before squeezing into the back seat. The three young ladies immediately began chattering, filling the car with their joyous laughter. Soon after, Kate drove them to the shopping mall. The family enjoyed a delightful shopping spree, especially since Kate, the affluent matriarch, was footing the bill. In all of Gotham, none could rival her wealth. If she so desired, she could even purchase the entire mall. Oh, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate whether this establishment belonged to Wayne Enterprises. The trio of girls frolicked ahead, while Leon and Kate discreetly engaged in a game of hand-holding, careful not to be seen by the young ladies. "I've heard that Wayne Enterprises has started acquiring the Elliott family's businesses," Leon inquired. Kate Kane's expression shifted, and she nodded in acknowledgement. She never would have imagined that Silence was Thomas Elliott. Now Silence had been committed to Arkham Asylum. It was rumored that he had succumbed to madness. Such thoughts were troubling for Kate Kane. With Thomas Elliott out of the picture, the Elliott family's enterprises naturally became highly sought after. Given their numerous holdings in Gotham, it would be wise for Wayne Enterprises to take action. Kate could hardly refuse such an opportunity, as it represented immense profit. Who would begrudge themselves excess wealth? Do not dwell on it. It is all in the past, Leon reassured her. Reflecting on it now, Silence had only taken $5 million from her. Yet now he had lost his entire fortune. What a tragic fate. Indeed, Kate nodded, approaching to inquire, how much for these? She noticed the three girls lingering in a Barbie doll store and decided to ask. The shop assistant, slightly bewildered, responded, "Hello, which ones are you referring to?" "All of them," Kate replied nonchalantly, not even bothering to ask about the price, as she simply swiped her card. "Deliver them to the Diamond District," she instructed, providing her address. Leon immediately interjected, "There's no way we can fit all of this at my house." "There's definitely enough room." The three girls chimed in unison. They had never experienced such a lavish shopping spree before. It was utterly exhilarating. What extravagant generosity. Afterward, they ventured to purchase comic books, with Kate again acquiring the entirety of the selection. She bought 3 copies of each, intending to take them home for reading. Although she had never perused these comics, she had a vague awareness of a character named Spider-Man. After all, she herself was a superhero. Who would have time to indulge in such tales? Once they completed their purchases, the three girls sensibly expressed their desire to refrain from any further shopping. While this expenditure was trivial for Kate, it would astound the girls for an entire year. "All right, Let us head to the movies, Leon suggested. Sounds good, they all agreed, making their way to the cinema, where a Disney animated film was playing. Disney, often referred to as the purveyor of family-friendly entertainment, produced films suitable for audiences of all ages, embodying the essence of wholesome family enjoyment. This is indeed the most suitable choice for family viewing. Moreover, several young girls particularly adore it, especially the Disney princesses. Who would aspire to be a princess? Shiri remarked, being a princess is not as enjoyable as life on Earth. The Hollywood rating system is commendable, categorizing films effectively, like the PG-13 rating, where Disney movies predominantly fall under this classification. Such a rating signifies that the content is appropriate for viewers of all ages, devoid of any vulgarity or violent scenes, and even lacks a single curse word. For a concerned father, this rating provides immense peace of mind. In this era of burgeoning internet connectivity, children can easily be led astray. This was Kate's first time taking this many people to the cinema. Fortunately, the three young girls remained remarkably quiet, unlike other children who often disrupt the theater with noise. Although they're merely in their early teens, they exhibit a maturity that starkly contrasts with their peers. They only share similar interests and hobbies. After the film, Kate treated them to a lavish seafood lunch at an upscale restaurant. The average cost was over $1,000, a luxury that Leon could seldom afford. However, for Kate, this was merely a commonplace affair. In Gotham, one can indulge in culinary delights from around the world. This is one of the advantages of living in a large city. If one were to venture into the neighboring metropolis, the array of gastronomic experiences would be even greater. Regardless of their origins, humanity shares a universal fondness for food, with only minor variations in taste. Thus, even Kara and Shiri have long been captivated by the culinary offerings of Earth. They relished this seafood feast immensely. At the dining table, Kate remarked, "It's a pity that Gotham lacks an aquarium or a zoo. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed an afternoon outing." Gotham's land is limited, being an island, necessitating the optimal use of its resources. The three young girls expressed a hint of disappointment. Kate quickly added, however, "Metropolis has those attractions you can visit during your holidays." Upon hearing this, Leon felt a twinge of hesitation. Venturing out so boldly could easily lead to trouble. Consequently, he voiced his concerns to Kate. "Don't worry, we have Wayne Enterprises," she reassured him with a smile. She understood the situation of the two, but was unaware of their past actions. Ask Batman. He wanted to divulge anything. However, as long as we go out, the reputation of Wayne Enterprises will ensure our safety. Wayne Enterprises has a branch in Metropolis, Kate confidently stated. The company not only holds sway in Gotham, but also possesses numerous ventures elsewhere. Given the proximity of Metropolis to Gotham, many areas are influenced by Wayne Enterprises. Of course, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Metropolis has its own established enterprises. Thus, the influence of Wayne Enterprises may not be as overwhelming as one might assume. At least, not to the extent seen in Gotham. Leon felt considerably reassured by this information. In the realm of capitalism, Wayne Enterprises is capable of achieving remarkable feats. Regardless of one's endeavors, one must consider the wrath of the Wayne Group. As the afternoon unfolded, several individuals continued their outing in Kate's vehicle. Although Kate distinctly circumvented certain districts recognized for their perilous nature, it was evident to many that Gotham was increasingly becoming a treacherous locale. Chapter 82. The 18-inch stiletto tap. Tap tap. As dusk approached, Leon ventured out, intending to visit the Iceberg Lounge. Yet, before nightfall had fully descended, the distant sound reminiscent of a Chicago typewriter echoed through the air. Nevertheless, the denizens of Gotham had grown somewhat accustomed to the encroaching darkness, hastily retreating to their abodes to secure doors and windows while the light lingered. In this realm, Gotham had been consecutively designated as the most dangerous city in the world by the media for several years. Reports indicated that, on average, 150 individuals per 100,000 residents succumbed to homicide, with a dismally low clearance rate. Gotham witnessed an average of 67 gun-related incidents daily, a figure that only accounted for reported cases. This meant that unreported shootings remained uncalculated. Predominantly, the city was plagued by gang-related gunfire, and rival factions seldom reported incidents unless they escalated to a level that garnered the attention of the Gotham Police Department. Thus, Gotham rightfully earned its reputation as the most perilous city globally. Moreover, Gotham was also home to the highest concentration of gangs, with various factions exerting control over nearly every district dominated by supercriminals. Viewed through this lens, the citizens of Gotham truly endured a life rife with turmoil. At that moment, a gang opened fire from a vehicle, recklessly navigating through the city, endangering innocent lives. Emblazoned with the insignia of the Street Demons gang, the vehicle was clearly in a state of utter madness. Having faced relentless targeting by the Penguin's henchmen and the Falcone family, they had reached a desperate impasse. Such reckless gunfire was bound to attract the attention of the Gotham police. Indeed, the sirens of police cars soon filled the air behind them. The Gotham Police Department was not far from the Diamond District, with patrol cars routinely traversing the streets. The response was swift. The vehicle of the Street Demons sped away in a frenzy, momentarily eluding pursuit. Leon, however, was not inclined to concern himself with this chaos. His focus was on shielding a young girl from the errant bullets. In such dire circumstances, stray bullets posed the greatest threat, arriving unpredictably from any direction. As the vehicle roared past, Leon urged, "Hurry home, do not linger outside." The little girl's gaze was fixated on a nearby bakery, momentarily rendering her speechless. "Do you wish for cake?" Leon inquired. "It's my sister's birthday," the girl responded, appearing somewhat disheveled and lacking a school uniform. "Sister? We reside in a tent, and she is younger than I." Observing the untidy little girl, Leon was reminded of a term unique to this place, the homeless. In Gotham, the number of homeless individuals was overwhelming. Even Selina Kyle, in her childhood, was once known as the little cat. It was this very circumstance that instilled in her the habit of thievery, a means of survival. Leon found himself powerless to alter this reality. A feat unattainable even by Wayne Enterprises. Perhaps it was a matter of their unwillingness. All he could do was extend his assistance to the little girl before him. "Go on, choose one," Leon encouraged as he led the young girl into the bakery. The proprietor was preparing to close for the day, and upon seeing Leon enter with the dirt-streaked child, his brow furrowed in disapproval. No one harbors affection for the homeless, yet to turn away business would be folly. Thus, the shopkeeper forced a smile and urged, "Which one will it be? Hurry up." Sensing the proprietor's impatience, the girl timidly glanced at Leon, contemplating whether to forego the treat. Leon, radiating warmth, smiled reassuringly. "Choose whatever you like, go ahead." His gentle demeanor instilled confidence in the girl, and she managed to calm herself. "Thank you, big brother," she whispered, causing Leon's heart to melt. This cake must be purchased, simply for her calling him big brother. Despite his youth, he was merely 31. He found himself charmed, especially since Rachel, influenced by Kara and Shiri, referred to him as uncle, leaving Leon somewhat bemused. Now, however, he felt elated. He observed the girl fixate on a rather expensive cake for a moment before settling on a more modest option. "Let us buy the pricier one. It will taste better," Leon declared, glancing at the price tag. Over $100. Quite steep indeed. He increasingly felt that earning a living through labor was futile. After a month of hard work, one might not even afford a lavish cake. No wonder those with a modicum of ability in Gotham turned to a life of crime. It was evident why only Bruce Wayne could don a mantle of Batman. Were it not for his immense wealth, he too would likely be entangled in the underworld. Reflecting on it, how many superheroes in Gotham were devoid of riches? The Bat family, all affluent. Even Harley's companions, Black Canary and Huntress, didn't he appear to be financially struggling? It seemed that the threshold for becoming a superhero in Gotham was wealth. The shopkeeper, now smiling broadly, hastily packaged the expensive cake. The little girl, somewhat bewildered, expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, big brother." "Not at all," Leon replied as he paid for the cake and handed it over to her. "You should hurry back. Don't linger outside." "Okay." She nodded and hurriedly departed. Leon, wishing to safeguard her, followed at a distance. Witnessing her arrive at a homeless encampment and slip into a tent, she displayed remarkable intelligence by sharing the large cake with others rather than indulging alone, thus avoiding drawing attention to herself. Satisfied with her safety, Leon took his leave. He could not change the environment of Gotham, but he could at least extend a small act of kindness. On the road, he could still see the vehicles of the Street Demons gang speeding by. However, this time, not only the Gotham Police Department was involved, the vigilantes of Gotham had also mobilized. At that moment, as the vehicles roared past, an arrow pierced through the driver's side window, striking the driver precisely in the neck. The vehicle lost control instantly, crashing into a newspaper stand on the sidewalk. Officers swiftly exited their cars and surrounded the scene. Yet, the members of the Street Demons gang did not surrender. Instead, they continued to resist, igniting a fierce gunfight. This was the true dream of a gun battle for 300 million people. Occasionally, arrows soared from above, targeting the concealed members of the Street Demons gang, and soon the officers gained the upper hand. It was only then that the gang considered surrendering, and the remaining members were apprehended. Liang looked up to see a tall, elegant huntress standing on a balcony, her long legs perched on the railing as she assumed a shooting stance. However, what she wielded was a crossbow. She caught Liang's gaze and exchanged a brief look with him, her curiosity about him evident. She had observed the events in the warehouse clearly. His actions had been almost inhuman. Yet, Harley Quinn was fiercely protective of him, revealing nothing. Both she and Black Canary could sense that Harley Quinn feared they might steal her man. After all, he was the only love she openly acknowledged. Without further communication, they heard the distant sound of a siren, prompting the huntress to spring into action, weaving through the high-rise buildings. With a leap, her long legs seemed to transcend mountains and rivers, a staggering sight. Chapter 83. In Gotham, one must start young at the Iceberg Club on the second floor. Previously, the second floor of the Iceberg Club had remained unused until now when Penguin Cobblepot realized that with an increasing clientele, the first floor alone was insufficient. Thus, he commissioned renovations for the second floor, intending to relocate the bar there for a more spacious environment. Moreover, he thoughtfully installed an elevator directly to the second floor. "This place is splendid, Penguin," one of his esteemed guests remarked after being shown around. Although the guest addressed him as Penguin, he remained unfazed. "Mr. Freeze, as you can see, I am quite wealthy," Penguin Cobblepot declared. "As long as you assist me in my endeavors, I shall grant you what you desire." Mr. Freeze, clad in high-tech cryogenic armor, his head encased within, exuded a chilling aura. He was the ally Penguin had sought to help him unify Gotham's underworld. "I am not a criminal. I merely seek to make a profit," Mr. Freeze stated. In response, Penguin chuckled heartily, tapping his umbrella against the ground. "In Gotham, how do you intend to make money? Do not tell me you plan to do so through research." Without hesitation, Mr. Freeze replied, "By profiting from organized crime." "Well, there it is then. Batman will not spare you." The Penguin chuckled, remarking, "This fellow is lenient towards capitalists, yet imposes strict limitations upon us. Thus, your actions hold no distinction in his eyes." Upon hearing this, Mr. Freeze became agitated, exclaiming, "I do not seek wealth for mere enjoyment. My sole desire is to secure funds for the treatment of my ailing wife. I require money for my experiments." Understanding his plight, the Penguin retrieved a cigar to savor, exhaling a ring of smoke as he continued. "However, Batman will not grasp your intentions. He will merely apprehend you and confine you within Arkham Asylum." Mr. Freeze fell silent at this revelation. His true name was Victor Fries, a cryogenic scientist whose beloved wife, Nora, suffered from a terminal illness. In a desperate bid to preserve her life, he employed advanced technology to encase her in ice, pausing her biological functions while he sought a cure. Yet, one fateful day, the corporation funding his research chose to withdraw its support due to profit concerns, halting his experiments. Naturally, a defiant Victor was unwilling to accept this outcome, leading to a confrontation in the laboratory that resulted in a catastrophic leak from the cryogenic equipment. This incident altered his cellular structure, rendering him a being of cold-blooded nature. He could only survive if his body temperature remained below 0 degrees. Thus, his necessity for low-temperature armor became evident. Like many others, he merely aspired to earn money in Gotham to continue his experiments and revive his wife. Yet, it was evident that Batman would not acquiesce, for such obscure research was beneath the notice of major corporations. Consequently, the prospect of generating income through his experiments seemed insurmountable. Much like Poison Ivy, a botanist, who struggles to find a lucrative path, Mr. Freeze found himself compelled to resort to organized crime to secure financial means. This served as a poignant reminder of the significance of selecting a suitable field of study during one's university years. Otherwise, individuals like Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy might obtain their diplomas, yet remain unable to find employment. Convinced by the Penguin's words, Mr. Freeze inquired, "What would you have me do?" The Penguin's smile widened as he took a drag from his cigar. "The old city is now firmly within our grasp. The street thugs have been subdued. The Upper East Side is currently overseen by 2 women, We must take them down, but do not resort to murder, he advised, mindful that Leon still worked there. Intentions would be ill-advised, despite his disdain for Harley Quinn, whom he regarded merely as the Joker's sidekick. He found it intolerable that she had now ventured into her own criminal pursuits. I shall not kill them, Mr. Freeze nodded, arming himself with his laser freeze gun before departing. Frank, have you ever considered leaving the gang life behind? Leon asked while sharing drinks with Frank in the bar on the first floor. His current position was rather leisurely. He spent his time at the Iceberg Lounge, where few dared to cause trouble, thus sparing him the need to intervene as the manager. This was precisely why Leon chose to remain. Even though newfound wealth brought him into contact with affluent individuals like Kate Kane. However, Leon does not consider himself merely a parasite. No, the burly man shook his head, somewhat earnestly. What else can a Gothamite do if not engage in organized crime? Well, do you possess any skills? Indeed, Frank replied proudly. I can fight. A child raised in Gotham must learn to battle from a young age. It sounds akin to a hell on earth. Then your future is indeed bright, Leon remarked with resignation. Mr. Cobblepot is calling for you. At that moment, a server approached. Leon finished his beer, urged Frank to continue drinking, and then followed the server to the elevator. As he entered, he encountered Victor Zsasz, who cast a cold glance at Leon. Leon took the elevator directly to the second floor. Leon, the Penguin, Cobblepot, sat in the newly decorated hall. A stage had been specially constructed for performances. The Penguin harbored a profound obsession with the arts. Mr. Cobblepot, Leon approached him. Please have a seat. The Penguin began. Is Harley Quinn still with you? Yes. Leon sat down, focusing intently. Why the sudden mention of Harley Quinn? If she relinquishes the Upper East Side to me, I am willing to agree to all your terms. The Penguin had prepared for two scenarios. In his view, persuading Harley Quinn to abandon her territory was crucial for Leon as well. Upon hearing this, Leon felt no inclination to budge. He simply stated, I cannot make decisions on her behalf. He would not allow an outsider to disrupt his family's harmony. No matter how eloquently the Penguin spoke, it could never surpass Harley Quinn's happiness. She had bestowed upon him all that was beautiful, and Leon naturally could not bear to hurt her feelings. Can you not even win over a woman? The Penguin jested. Leon chuckled lightly in response, and then said, That is a matter of respect, Mr. Cobblepot, just as he had never referred to him as the Penguin. Respect. The Penguin nodded. Very well. I shall take my leave then. There are many matters to attend to. Leon did not linger, bidding farewell promptly. The Penguin cast a shadowed gaze at his retreating figure, wrestling with the urge to act, but ultimately restraining himself. Sophia Falcone held Leon in high regard and had requested individuals from him on multiple occasions. Although he was uncertain how Leon had captivated Sophia, he dared not take direct action. To antagonize Sophia would not only be unwise, but might also drive her closer to Leon. While they were currently collaborators, complete trust remained elusive. Was it his handsome appearance? Or his prowess? The Penguin pondered, utterly baffled, as if Sophia were singularly devoted to Leon. Chapter 84. Carla's special concern. This is neither April Fool's Day nor Halloween. What are you up to? Harley Quinn gazed at the unexpected intruder before her, gripping a baseball bat as she inquired with a hint of mockery. The frosty man, wielding a laser freezing gun, remained unfazed by her taunts. You are Harley Quinn? Damn. Is there still someone who doesn't recognize me? This inquiry irked Harley Quinn immensely. Tossing her twin pigtails, she rose from her seat, steeling herself to confront the frosty man. I've heard of you. You're merely the clown-esque lackey. This remark thoroughly incensed Harley Quinn. With her eyes wide, she exclaimed, Have you frozen your brain? Or are you suffocating under that mask? The Joker isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Besides, I've long since struck out on my own. The frosty man nodded at her words. So, it is you. Hand over the Upper East Side. Ha! Harley Quinn laughed. So, you're just a lunatic. Put him down. Since seizing control of the Upper East Side, she had faced numerous provocations. Thus, the Joker's girl was not truly angered. She merely felt an uncontrollable urge to wreak havoc. Raising her baseball bat, she prepared to strike the frosty man. However, she watched in astonishment as he lifted his laser freezing gun, instantly encasing her minions in ice. Sizzle. The weapon conjured ice, transforming her followers into frozen statues. My goodness. Harley Quinn was taken aback. Where did this freak come from? In just a few shots, her entire crew was encased in ice. Once more, vacate the Upper East Side. The frosty man regarded Harley Quinn with indifference. He was a true cold-blooded creature, not devoid of emotion, but rather as tranquil and stable as ice itself. Yet, taken to the extreme, this tranquility bordered on a disregard for life. Thus, he repeatedly urged the clown princess to leave, unhesitatingly transforming others into ice sculptures. To him, life held no significance. Only the act of freezing could render things eternal. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth, undeterred and brimming with determination. As long as she could evade his peculiar weapon, she would prevail. Therefore, she initiated her parkour antics right then and there. Dream on. The frosty man wasted no time and fired at her swiftly moving figure. Bang! Anything struck by his shots would become an ice statue. Harley Quinn's heart raced. Spotting a shot from the freezing gun, she promptly dropped to the ground. The billiard table shielded her, but it too was swiftly transformed into an ice sculpture. Then, the frosty man directed another shot at the floor. Bang! The entire ground froze instantly. Yet, this inadvertently played into Harley Quinn's favor. Fool! Don't you know I'm a master ice skater? On the ice, her speed surged, allowing her to whirl around the frosty man. She deftly dodged 3 consecutive shots aimed at her. Upon witnessing the scene, Harley Quinn's confidence surged, propelling her into the air as she swung her baseball bat down with fervor, exclaiming, "Die, you bastard!" Her laughter echoed, brimming with exuberance, as though she envisioned shattering the frostbite man with her strike. However, in a swift turn of events, he fired a shot at her midair, instantly transforming her into a block of ice, crashing down to the ground. Harley maintained her pose, bat held high, an absurd sight with an array of animated expressions. While an ordinary person might be tempted to seize the moment upon seeing such a beautiful woman encased in ice, the frostbite man merely cast a glance her way. For his heart had long been claimed by another, and he departed without a second thought. His mission was complete. He had discerned that Harley Quinn was the sole woman in Upper East Side, as the one known as Black Canary had willingly relinquished her territory to her. Encased in ice, Harley felt her consciousness waning, her eyes unable to even flutter. Am I truly to perish? A wave of inexplicable dread washed over her. Life was far from over. She still wished to continue her escapades with Leon. Leon, save me. In her heart, he was the first to come to mind, his shadow eclipsing all others. Next were Kara and Suri, figures who had become paramount in her existence. As for the Joker, his visage had faded from her memory, a remnant of the past that had cost her the career of a psychologist, leaving her unable to return to an ordinary life. Kara, I can no longer be your godmother. In her room, Kara was dimming the lights in preparation for sleep, adorned in charming Barbie pajamas, exuding cuteness. The corners of her bed and desk were littered with Barbie dolls, the spoils of a recent shopping trip shared among her 3 mints. The bookshelf bore no serious literature, only an array of comic books. There was little recourse, as Kate Kane seemed to regard money with disdain, leaving them no choice but to accept the bounty. Kara had ample reading material, having spent the evening engrossed in comics, which had led to her tardiness. Fortunately, being a Kryptonian, sleep was not imperative. It was merely a matter of habit. As she reclined against her pillow, a voice suddenly penetrated her thoughts. Kara, eyes that sparkled even in darkness, flew open, unimpeded by the shadows surrounding her. Who is it? The voice felt as though it emanated from the depths of her being, prompting her to activate her super hearing. Kryptonians possess a unique sensitivity. When those they hold dear encounter peril, they instinctively sense it. For instance, Lois Lane, Superman's wife, had been tossed from rooftops countless times, all to summon the Man of Steel. Whenever danger arises, Superman possesses an innate ability to sense it, regardless of his location. This moment is no exception. Harley Quinn? She is in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara sprang into action. Though she had never been particularly fond of her mentor, she could not simply turn a blind eye to Harley's plight. Deep down, her feelings were not as negative as she often pretended. Moreover, humans are creatures of habit, and through their daily interactions, she had grown accustomed to the eccentricity of this whimsical woman. Kara opened the window, only to realize something was amiss. She was still clad in her pajamas. Fortunately, she had long prepared her battle attire, unlike the version she had previously shown to her godfather. This one incorporated all the necessary elements. In an instant, Kara transformed into a whirlwind. Her pajamas were replaced by the unmistakable costume of Supergirl. The emblem gleamed prominently on her chest. In the blink of an eye, she soared out of the window, mindful not to forget to close it behind her. A commendable habit. With a resounding boom, akin to a sonic explosion, Kara soared through the night sky of Gotham. Ascending to great heights, she activated her supervision, scanning the world below. No structure could obstruct her gaze. It was as if she were playing a game with X-ray vision, revealing a transparent realm. Her super hearing kicked in, flooding her mind with a cacophony of sounds. In the past, this would have overwhelmed her, but now, her extraordinary brain adeptly categorized the myriad of noises, isolating those she sought. This ability allowed the Kryptonian to pinpoint her target amidst the bustling crowd. Particularly urgent concerns acted as unavoidable alerts, which she could not ignore. As it was her first endeavor in searching for someone, it took her a mere 2 seconds to locate Harley Quinn. Upon spotting her, Kara sped toward the Upper East Side, pushing her speed to its limits. In a city as compact as Gotham, she arrived in an instant. She burst through the window, only to find the interior transformed into a frozen realm. Kara gasped, then quickly closed her mouth. Another breath of frost would render any rescue futile. She soon discovered Harley, encased in ice in a most peculiar position, appearing rather comical. Sensing Harley's continued vitality, Kara relaxed. She first took a photograph for posterity before lifting the frozen figure. The freeze inflicted by Mr. Freeze would not claim Harley's life. It merely slowed her biological functions, allowing her to survive indefinitely in this icy state. But what difference was there between that and death? Kara was cautious in her approach. Tapping the ice revealed its solid nature. Thus, she resorted to her heat vision, controlling the temperature, her eyes glowing a vibrant red. With a decisive sizzle, she set to work. The intense heat of the infrared rays instantaneously began to thaw the ice. Before long, Harley Quinn's head emerged. She gasped, taking a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming chill permeate her entire being. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a familiar little face staring back at her. The very gaze that had once chilled her to the bone. "Ah, Kara, you monstrous fiend!" Harley Quinn shrieked in terror. The memory of that fateful night when the black mask had been scorched was still vivid in her mind. "Shut up." Kara halted abruptly, exasperated. This woman, not content merely being a mentor, aspired to play the role of a mother. Realizing that Kara was, in fact, rescuing her, Harley weakly implored, "Could you please free my arm first?" Fortunately, Kara was not genuinely angry. She hastened her efforts, melting away the ice encasing Harley entirely. The resulting water radiated warmth, swiftly raising the room's temperature and prompting other ice blocks to begin their gradual thaw. Harley swung her baseball bat, exclaiming, "Where's that bastard?" "No idea," responded Kara. "Let's teach him a lesson together. With you by my side, nothing can go awry." Harley, a woman with a penchant for vengeance, was immediately consumed by thoughts of retribution. "This is your affair. I shall take my leave." Kara recalled her father's words and was disinclined to engage in mob matters with Harley. She could hardly contain her disdain. "Hey!" Harley, with no other recourse, could only watch as she took flight. "When will I be able to fly too?" She mused enviously, gazing at her ice-encased henchman. With a sigh, she flicked her bangs and felt an urge to smash something. Having missed the chance to strike the frozen henchman earlier, her restraint was beginning to wane. Bang! Bang! She raised her baseball bat and struck the frozen henchman, the ice shattering upon impact. Thankfully, the freezing had not lasted long, as her henchman remained intact and unbroken. "Ah, this feels much better," she said, finally relieved after a flurry of blows. "That reckless fool, just wait." She pulled out her phone and quickly contacted her sisters. The birds of prey would be essential. "Ladies, I've been wronged." As time passed, Leon noticed that Harley had not ventured out at night for quite some time, muttering about how the enemy was in the light while she remained in the shadows. She expressed her fury, declaring that in such a brief absence, all her henchmen had betrayed her. Indeed, there was no loyalty in Gotham. Leon soon deduced that the Penguin was behind it. The territory Harley had painstakingly claimed was now under the control of Penguin Cobblepot. "What is your plan?" he inquired, recognizing that Harley was not one to surrender easily. Indeed, Harley Quinn confidently proclaimed, "I shall extract the canine fangs of the Penguin." Cursed Mr. Freeze had encased her in ice, prompting her to adopt a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement. "I have discovered the lair of that madman. Once I procure my belongings, I shall deal with him decisively." A fierce determination radiated from Harley, for if it weren't for Kara's timely rescue that fateful night, she might still be a mere ice sculpture. Surprisingly, Leon found himself quite intrigued by the prospect of seeing a Harley Quinn eye sculpture. And what of the Penguin? Leon inquired. Though the Penguin had offered them employment during their most desperate times, should a confrontation arise between Harley and the Penguin, Leon would certainly stand by his beloved. Fear not. He is doomed, Harley assured him, her mind clearly brimming with cunning plans. Darling, how about I present you with a gift later? She added, her excitement palpable. Little Harley, I have yet to gift you anything, Leon confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. You are the finest gift of all, Harley exclaimed with sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Naturally, Leon intended to offer himself to her, and he did not forget to procure a token of affection for her during this outing, a rather conventional bouquet of roses. Thereafter, he prepared for the upcoming summer vacation, as Kara and Siri were set to embark on their break. American middle schoolers enjoyed a luxurious 3-month reprieve, spanning nearly 10 to 11 weeks. Kara and her companions would be off from early June to early September. Like many fathers, Leon pondered how his daughter seemed to have scarcely attended school before the onset of vacation. Meanwhile, Kara and Siri were bubbling with excitement, for they had long planned to escape Gotham and venture to Metropolis for some fun. Despite the proximity of Metropolis to Gotham, it bore a resemblance to the relationship between New Jersey and New York. Though mere bridges separated them, New Yorkers often regarded New Jerseyans as country folk. Gotham and Metropolis exhibited a similar dynamic, with Gotham's notorious reputation for crime. Darling, I adore it, Harley exclaimed, her enthusiasm for the mere flowers evident as she pulled Leon inside, shutting the door behind them. According to her, it was a sentiment they could never tire of. Chapter 86, A Great Event, the Asylum Uprising. Nightfall enveloped Arkham Asylum. Commissioner Gordon illuminated the bat signal, and it wasn't long before he heard the familiar sound of footsteps behind him. Without turning, he knew Batman had arrived. What brings you here? Batman inquired in his low, gravelly tone. Amanda Waller is here. She intends to take Bane, James Gordon replied, his expression reflecting the weight of the situation. After all, Amanda Waller was a high-ranking member of the Suicide Squad, a spokesperson for the upper echelons of the American government, tasked with overseeing metahuman affairs. It was evident that she had set her sights on Bane this time. Should she declare Bane a metahuman, even the Gotham Police Department would be powerless to intervene. After all, the two parties are not of the same caliber. Batman is well aware of Amanda Waller, who has always regarded him with suspicion. A staunch patriot, Waller perceives superheroes as potential threats to the nation. Even someone as heroic as Batman elicits her distrust. In fact, the Gotham Police Department initially harbored reservations about Batman, viewing the vigilante as one who abused his power. It was only after they recognized his no-kill principle that they accepted him, with Commissioner Gordon leading the charge in collaboration. I will see her, Batman intoned, following Commissioner Gordon into Arkham Asylum. Officially known as the Elizabeth Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, it is situated in the waters between Covent Street and Burleigh, on the outskirts of Gotham City, serving as a center for the study of abnormal psychology. Those exhibiting signs of mental illness are typically sent here, including notorious figures like the Joker and Bane. Initially, Bane was slated for Blackgate Penitentiary, but Batman utilized his authority to have him confined in Arkham instead. The asylum's name reveals its origins. It was established by Dr. Amadeus Arkham in honor of his mother. Following a tragic medical incident, where his wife and daughter were brutally murdered by the inmates, the facility became increasingly grim and heavily guarded. It resembles a true prison, with all criminals secured behind iron gates, and the guards are fully armed. Before becoming Harley Quinn, Harleen Quinzel served as a psychologist within these walls. Batman accompanied Commissioner Gordon to the surveillance room, where a somewhat portly African-American woman awaited them. He entered alone, leaving Gordon outside. Amanda Waller, he stated. Waller did not turn around. The heavy footsteps indicated Batman's armored presence. Naturally, he made no effort to disguise his voice. Why do you want to take Bane? He demanded. I have a plan that requires a strong, albeit dim-witted, individual, Waller replied nonchalantly. Batman, uninterested in her scheme, retorted, give me a reason to allow you to take him. At this, Waller chuckled. I'm under no obligation to provide you with a reason. You have one. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to handle Bane, Batman remarked cryptically. Waller finally turned to regard him, noticing the changes in his armor. Who is wealthy enough to afford such upgrades? She inquired, recognizing that Batman was not one to feign. The alien girl. I can disregard her in exchange for Bane, she proposed. This revelation momentarily silenced Batman. Indeed, the omniscient, I had always been aware of Kara Zor-El, but had refrained from intervening while in Gotham. On the surface, the Wayne Group takes action, while behind the scenes, Batman operates covertly. Just as it stands now, Amanda Waller must secure Batman's consent to take Bane. Otherwise, her agents would be unable to transport him. I agree, Batman stated. It is preferable for Kara to remain in Gotham than to be taken by the Justice League. His distrust of these high-ranking officials was profound. With the conclusion of this transaction, Kara would be safe. No one would concern themselves with her extraterrestrial origins. Of course, those in the know were aware, but as long as she remained inconspicuous, no one would apprehend her. As the deal was struck, Amanda Waller inquired, "What are your concerns regarding Bane?" The previous dosage was ineffective. He has resorted to a new drug, Batman replied with unwavering confidence. As if on cue, following his statement, the surveillance footage revealed Bane suddenly stirring. With a resounding crash, he forcibly broke free from the iron shackles binding him, sending two armed guards flying with mere punches. Despite being unarmed and the guards fully equipped, they were no match for him. Amanda Waller's composure faltered. "Batman, we require your assistance." Unfazed, Batman promptly took action. This was typical. They only sought him when they had use for him, which fueled his disdain for such individuals. He safeguarded Gotham in his own manner. Before long, Batman stood face to face with Bane. "Batman," Bane growled, relying solely on his raw strength, devoid of any enhancing substances, making it clear he was no match for Batman. Yet, he remained unperturbed. "Bane, surrender," Batman commanded, sensing something amiss. Bane chuckled darkly. The game has begun. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated through the Arkham Asylum intercom. "Batman, you have finally arrived." The incarcerated criminals perked up at the sound, erupting into frenzied shouts. "Batman, greet your admirers." The convicts rushed to their cages, their voices echoing even from afar. Batman's brow furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. In Arkham Asylum, he was undoubtedly the most celebrated figure. The administration welcomed him. For without Batman, the asylum would face overwhelming vacancies and potential losses. It must be noted that the facilities here were privately owned. Thus, profit was paramount. Batman was akin to their golden goose. For the criminals, their enthusiasm for Batman was even greater. Were it not for him, most would not have found themselves subjected to the torments of this place. Consequently, they were ardent fans of Batman, yearning for friendly, close interactions and exchanges with him. Every individual harbors the desire to sever Batman's head and utilize it as a ball for kicking. Thus, upon Batman's arrival, a revelry ensued. Batman swiftly deduced the identity of the voice's owner. "Sophia Falcone, what brings you here?" Moreover, not only had Sophia manifested within Arkham Asylum, but it appeared she had also commandeered a significant portion of the establishment, all without the Gotham Police's awareness. "Ha ha ha ha." Sophia laughed. "Batman, have you forgotten who orchestrated the construction of Arkham Asylum?" Chapter 87. Batman, I hope you relish this game. Who indeed was behind Arkham Asylum's construction? As Batman contemplated this statement, he was struck with astonishment. In Gotham, every building is a project, every parcel of land a development endeavor. And since it is a project, it must yield profit. At that moment, Batman recalled that the Arkham Asylum project had been contracted by the Falcone family. Arkham Asylum had been reconstructed during his childhood. The timing coincided precisely with the tragic incident involving Thomas and Martha Wayne. Prior to that event, the land had belonged to Wayne Enterprises. However, following the misfortune befalling the Waynes, Wayne Enterprises inexplicably sold the land to Carmine Falcone. Young Bruce Wayne had sensed something amiss, questioning how they could sell land to a crime family like the Falcones. Yet, the board disregarded the concerns of the still young Bruce Wayne. In retrospect, Batman felt there was something profoundly troubling about it. Nonetheless, that concern paled in comparison to the present threat. Indeed, the Falcone family had laid a trap within Arkham Asylum. "Sophia, what are your intentions?" Batman inquired in a grave tone. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to let your fans join in on the game." Sophia Falcone replied with a chuckle, subsequently pressing a button. Buzz buzz. Beep beep. An alarm echoed throughout Arkham Asylum, as all the iron doors holding the inmates were successively unlocked, unleashing a riot among the most dangerous criminals confined within. If all were to escape, Gotham would be doomed. Consequently, Batman swiftly engaged Bane, then contacted Commissioner Gordon. Without new enhancements, Bane was no match for Batman. The moment they clashed, Bane found himself at a disadvantage, merely on the receiving end of blows. Batman, this is unfair. You're clad in armor. Like a man, give me my equipment. Bane bellowed. Yet Batman paid him no heed, quickly overpowering him. Meanwhile, the monitoring room descended into chaos. Amanda Waller had not anticipated such a surprising turn of events upon her arrival in Gotham. Commissioner Gordon, in exasperation, lamented, "Batman, what do we do now? First, seal off Arkham Asylum. You all find a way to escape and gather reinforcements," Batman stated with unparalleled calmness. On the surveillance feed, a large fan meeting had already commenced. His admirers greeted him with fervent enthusiasm, rushing towards him in droves. The scene resembled that of a celestial superstar, where even the presence of bodyguards could not deter the throngs of admirers, let alone the absence of security. The guards at Arkham Asylum were few in number and utterly no match for the frenzied criminals, who were already gaining the upper hand. Batman could only manage the chaos while communicating with Commissioner Gordon. "What will you do?" Gordon inquired with evident concern. "Do not worry about me. They are no match for my abilities," Batman replied, maintaining his composure. He swiftly parted the crowd and utilized his grappling hook to ascend into the ventilation shaft, vanishing from the surveillance footage. Upon witnessing this, Commissioner Gordon breathed a sigh of relief. He truly feared that Batman might be captured, which would spell doom for Gotham. Arkham Asylum was more terrifying than any other place, as the criminals throughout Gotham were dispersed, while here they were concentrated. Moreover, due to Batman's previous efforts, notorious figures such as the Joker and Scarecrow were imprisoned within. As Batman disappeared, the fans gradually regained their composure and began liberating the criminals, with their leader among them. The criminals became even more formidable. "All right, I will exit immediately." In truth, Amanda Waller, standing nearby, was already preparing to make her escape without needing Batman's urging. "Take me with you," Commissioner Gordon said, somewhat irked by Amanda Waller's demeanor. To which she replied, "This is a matter for Gotham alone. The Eye of Heaven's influence is not in play here." Essentially, she was disinterested in intervening. This infuriated Commissioner Gordon, yet he recognized the situation's normalcy and refrained from retorting. The group hastily fled to the rooftop of Arkham Asylum, where an armed helicopter was poised for departure, a manifestation of the Eye of Heaven's power. However, amidst such turmoil, even an armed helicopter would prove ineffective, which was why Amanda Waller was quick to retreat. Fortunately, the chaos within the asylum had not yet spiraled completely out of control, allowing them to board the helicopter without incident. Once inside, Commissioner Gordon immediately attempted to contact the Gotham Police Department. "Damn it, the signal is down," he realized, sensing that the plan was intricately devised. The adversaries may have plotted this for some time, merely awaiting Batman's arrival. "We must leave at once," Amanda Waller urged. "We can take you to the Gotham Police Department." "Very well," Commissioner Gordon conceded, recognizing that Amanda Waller was not foolish. Ignoring him could result in Gotham's imminent downfall. As the frenzied criminals burst forth from Arkham Asylum, they raced across the Three Gates Bridge, heading into the outside world. Should these miscreants return to Gotham, it would undoubtedly herald the onset of a catastrophic gunfight involving millions. Regrettably, he should have taken control of the police department to secure Arkham, yet communications had been severed. On the ground, Sophia Falcone observed the helicopter ascending into the sky, halting her frantic subordinates from attempting to bring it down. It belonged to the military. Though Sophia was unaware of the eye in the sky, the helicopter's presence alone signified something formidable. They sought profit, not madness. It was permissible to provoke the police, but one must never antagonize the military. Let them pass. What is the situation inside the asylum? She inquired casually. Nearby stood the kidnapped head of the asylum and his entourage. The Arkham Asylum, constructed by the Falcone family, had naturally retained its pathways. The Joker and Scarecrow had been unleashed. Members of the family whispered amongst themselves. Sophia Falcone chuckled lightly, then let them have their fun with Batman. Ensure they do not escape. Once the chaos subsided, she ordered the isolation of Arkham, instructing that explosives be placed on the bridge to deter any approach. Yes, the family members gazed at Sophia Falcone with admiration. Not only was she beautiful and ruthless, but she also possessed remarkable cunning. She had decisively quelled any dissent within the family. Sophia Falcone now resembled her predecessor, Carmine Falcone, as she held the entire Falcone dynasty firmly in her grasp. Her brothers and siblings obeyed her commands, and the elder members of the family had all been dealt with. Batman, I hope you relish this game. Chapter 88, Gotham. How have you changed? The armed helicopter finally reached the Gotham Police Department, located in the southern part of the city. Before the helicopter had even come to a complete stop, Commissioner Gordon leapt from it and dashed into the precinct. The police station was in utter disarray. Officer Judy rushed over, exclaiming, "Commissioner, you've finally returned. Gotham is in chaos. What is happening?" Gordon took a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure as he inquired. "What's going on? Reports are flooding in from all directions. Our forces are overwhelmed. Those who can respond have already been dispatched. It's all Penguin's henchmen and members of the Falcone family, along with the situation at the asylum," Judy hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Commissioner Gordon suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly pieced together the sinister plot of the Falcone family. They intended to ensnare Batman within Arkham Asylum while sowing chaos to divert the police's attention. In this manner, Gotham would fall completely under the control of the Penguin and the Falcone family. They sought to upend the very foundations of the city. Forget about them for now. Rally all available forces. We must head to Arkham Asylum. Commissioner Gordon resolved to first rescue Arkham Asylum, as the multitude of criminals there posed an imminent threat. Should they all escape, Gotham would be irretrievably lost. Moreover, Batman must be preserved. Judy, upon hearing this, confirmed, "Commissioner, are we truly going to proceed with this? Forget the complaint hotline. Our priority is Arkham Asylum," Commissioner Gordon declared with commendable resolve. Thus, the Gotham Police Department gained a clear direction. All available officers began to assemble, and Commissioner Gordon himself led a team to Arkham Asylum. As for Amanda Waller, her helicopter departed in haste. She needed to mobilize the military to prevent Gotham's criminals from escaping into the outside world. Arkham Asylum serves as Gotham's prison. To the outside world, Gotham itself resembles a vast penitentiary. This is why some assert that Gotham is a city from which one cannot escape. Within Gotham, every criminal's record is meticulously documented. They may survive within its confines, but once they step outside, arrest awaits them in short order. For reasons unknown, the Iceberg Lounge was unusually sparse today, with not a soul from Penguin's entourage in sight. Leon sat idly, sipping his drink while observing the revelers still indulging in merriment. He had arranged for a dancer to perform on stage. Was this not a far superior spectacle than the retro shows favored by Penguin? Regardless of the time, allure remains the primary currency. The waitresses, clad in bunny costumes, navigated through the crowd, occasionally subject to unwelcome advances or discreetly receiving tips tucked away in their outfits, which brought smiles to their faces. The service industry thrives on gratuities. Their base wages are meager, yet at the Iceberg Lounge, tips can be substantial. On a fortunate night, one could earn hundreds in tips alone. Buzz. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Kate Kane calling. The mere thought of the red-haired enchantress ignited a fire within him. Since Harley Quinn was at home, he could only meet Kate outside. "Hey, where are you?" Leon inquired, assuming she wished to meet. There's been an incident. However, he had misjudged. Kate was racing on her motorcycle, embodying Batwoman, with no time for a rendezvous. "What has happened?" Leon asked, surprised. The saying goes, in the simple-hearted Gotham City, talent abounds at Arkham. This illustrates Arkham's significance within Gotham. It is indeed a place teeming with gifted individuals, eloquent and skilled in combat, who can contain a riot at Arkham Asylum. "Come out and see for yourself," Kate replied. Upon hearing this, Leon quickly pushed open the doors of the Iceberg Lounge. One cannot help but remark on the exceptional soundproofing of the Iceberg Club, as if the world outside had been partitioned into two distinct realms. The streets beyond were ablaze with light, and within, the ambience mirrored that brilliance. Leon gazed into the distance, realizing that a genuine conflagration had ignited. Someone was setting fires in Gotham. In mere moments, the air was saturated with the cacophony of gunfire. Boom! Who is wielding such weaponry? Has everyone lost their senses? What Batman? Is he not going to intervene? Leon promptly inquired over the phone. "Batman is ensnared in Arkham Asylum," Kate Kane lamented. "He can only be trapped when he is needed." "Batman is truly unreliable," Leon scoffed. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Be cautious, Kate." Just as Kate Kane wished to voice a retort, the line went dead with a beep. "Men." This infuriated her to no end as she furiously pressed the accelerator, sending a raucous criminal flying. Batman never takes a life, but Batwoman certainly does. As she collided, she muttered, "Men are utterly unreliable. It is women who truly understand each other." She had intended to enlist Leon's assistance, yet to her dismay, that insufferable man hung up before she could finish her plea. As Leon ended the call, he swiftly dialed his prod G. What bond could surpass that of a mentor and his charge? After enduring so much together, they were akin to family. The phone rang for a considerable duration before Kara finally answered. "Kara, what are you doing?" Leon queried, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice upon realizing how long it had taken her to respond. "Godfather, I just stepped out of the shower," came Kara's reply. "Is that so? I could have sworn I heard a gust of wind, quite forceful at that." "Oh, I'm on the balcony enjoying the breeze." In the sky, Kara floated, her cape billowing dramatically in the tempest. Hearing her godfather's words, she hastily covered the phone with one hand. Women, by nature, are adept at deception. As the old adage goes, the more beautiful a woman, the more skilled she is in the art of trickery. Kara, resembling a golden-haired doll, had certainly learned this lesson well. Leon had not anticipated that his prodigy would attempt to deceive him. However, he was reassured by the knowledge that Kara was not in danger. Therefore, he stated, "Gotham is in turmoil. As an elder sister, you must ensure the safety of Shiri. Do you understand?" "I understand, but what about Rachel, Godfather?" Kara thought of her dear friend. In response, Leon declared, "I will go protect Rachel. You must keep a close watch on Shiri." "But, Godfather," Kara wished to express that she, too, could contribute to Gotham's safety. "There are no buts. Shiri is of utmost importance." Leon interjected without hesitation. He was no saint. In his heart, there were distinctions between those he held dear. To him, Kara and Shiri remained the two most significant individuals, followed by others in the hierarchy of importance. Very well. Kara hung up the phone with a sense of melancholy, her heart enveloped in turmoil. She stood high above, gazing down upon a city that had succumbed entirely to vice. How did Gotham transform into this? Chapter 89. This is family. No. Shiri was jolted awake from a nightmare, the thunderous sound of an explosion ringing in her ears. Trembling, she pulled back the covers and stepped away from her bed, witnessing the chaos that engulfed Gotham. Though it was night, flames blazed upon the streets, casting a harsh glow. Absent were Batman and the police. Gotham was mired in wickedness. The harrowing memories of her own escape resurfaced vividly. The Gotham steeped in sin mirrored the war-torn Sintra of her past. Murder, arson, destruction, flight. Malevolent grins loomed before her, as if every person had lost their sanity, consumed by madness. Sintra had once been just as chaotic. Shiri felt herself transported back in time, fragmented memories rising to the surface, morphing into nightmares. Her young body trembled uncontrollably, chilled to the bone, ensnared in darkness. Desperately, she turned on the light and crawled beneath the covers. Yet, the once warm cocoon of comfort, which had never been used in Sintra, now offered no solace. Shiri felt herself on the brink of collapse, reminiscent of her harrowing escape. An inexplicable force stirred within her, though she remained oblivious, ensnared by fear. After all, she was merely a child in her teens, her composure fraying. "Godfather, you promised you wouldn't leave me." "Boo-hoo." The teary-eyed girl cried out. "Godfather, where are you, sister?" "Sister," Shiri shouted into the room, yet there was no response from Kara. In the air, the conflicted Kara heard Shiri's cries. Without hesitation, she flew homeward. Nothing was more important than Shiri in that moment. She felt a clarity within her heart. Much like Spider-Man, a superhero must choose between family and criminals. At that moment, Kara faced her first true choice, and soon, she found her resolution. Under Leon's guidance, family held immeasurable significance, naturally placed above all else. Thus, despite the inner turmoil, Kara returned. "Shiri." She tapped gently at the window. "Don't come near." Shiri buried her head beneath the covers, evoking a pang of heartache and helplessness within Kara. "Shiri." All she could do was project her voice inside. Hearing Kara's voice, Shiri paused, her tear-streaked face emerging from the warmth of her cocoon. "Sister." Little Shiri beamed with joy. As I gazed outside the window, Kara soared through the air, her figure illuminated by the flickering flames, exuding an aura of grandeur. Her golden locks and gentle smile radiated warmth and reassurance. "Sister." "Woo-woo." Shiri urgently flung open the window, and Kara fluttered in, the two little ones embracing, their weeping echoing in unison. Observing Shiri's tears, Kara too succumbed to her emotions. "I shall never leave you," Kara murmured softly, comprehending her godfather's profound intentions. After ending the call, Leon signaled to the henchmen of the Penguin to secure the Iceberg Lounge, encircling it with a protective barrier. The Iceberg Lounge held a prestigious reputation. Even the most reckless individuals would think twice before challenging it. Over time, Leon had developed a sense of attachment to the establishment. Furthermore, the Iceberg Lounge was renowned throughout Gotham, making it a significant locale. Contemplating Kara's request, he also held high hopes for Rachel, naturally feeling compelled to keep a watchful eye. With his phone in hand, he dialed a number and hastened his pace. The streets were rife with frenzied criminals, yet not a soul was visible. Only a fierce gust of wind betrayed their presence. The line connected with a beep, followed by maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! Harley Quinn appeared to be in high spirits. Her inherently chaotic nature thrived in such a scenario. "Harley, what are you up to?" Leon barked into the phone. "I'm preparing to join a party, darling," came Harley's voice after a brief pause, as Leon sensed she was speeding. "Don't be reckless. Where's your bird of prey?" he exclaimed. "Not here," Harley promptly replied. "Darling, don't you think this is exhilarating? No one to oversee us. This is the democracy and freedom they crave." "Crazy woman," Leon retorted. "Just be careful." "Understood, darling, I'm off to a party," Harley quickly responded. After ending the call, she glanced at Black Canary and Huntress in the car, both visibly troubled by the chaos outside. "Shouldn't we save Gotham first?" one of them questioned. "We've planned this party for so long. We can't just abandon it. Besides, now is the perfect moment." Harley immediately reassured them. "Fear not, Gotham has Batman." Upon hearing this, both women felt a measure of relief. With a sly smile, Harley declared, "Let that lunatic experience our wrath. And as for the Penguin, once we deal with the madman, we'll seek him out." The three bridges formed a connection to Arkham Asylum from three directions. Situated on the outskirts of Gotham, Arkham resembled a solitary island. Due to its architectural layout, should a crisis arise at Arkham, Gotham could swiftly sever the bridges, preventing any escape of the asylum's inmates. All forces of the Gotham Police Department had been mobilized by Commissioner Gordon. After a fierce confrontation, the Gotham Police Department, armed with superior firepower and advanced weaponry, succeeded in repelling the criminals attempting to escape. However, they arrived too late. Several offenders had already infiltrated the Gotham cityscape, wreaking havoc. This left Commissioner Gordon under immense pressure. Only after reclaiming the bridge did he dare to disperse his forces to address the flood of reports. It was evident that the night in Gotham would be one of sleeplessness for many. Meanwhile, the Gotham police stood their ground, hesitating to advance into Arkham Asylum. The commissioner had detected that explosives had indeed been planted on the bridge. A police officer quickly reported this alarming news to Commissioner Gordon, who was filled with exasperation. Who had the audacity to place explosives on the bridge? "Jim, what's the situation?" "I'm not misleading you, am I?" The Joker's voice crackled through the radio. "If your people take even a single step closer, I'll send everyone sky high. No one can approach Arkham Asylum now. I want to have some quality time with Batman." Hearing the Joker's brazen words, Commissioner Gordon's expression darkened. He could only place his hopes on Batman to confront and perhaps overcome these supervillains alone. In a one-on-one scenario, Gordon had no doubt that Batman would prevail. After all, most of these criminals had been incarcerated by him. Yet now, the inmates of Arkham Asylum were reveling in chaos. Chapter 90. Immerse yourself in fear inside Arkham Asylum. Batman faced numerous adversaries without resorting to force. Instead, he wisely chose to evade confrontation. He had gleaned information about the outside situation from Alfred, and the communication lines remained intact. The Wayne Enterprises had launched its own rockets, ensuring that no one could sever his connection in Gotham. "Master Wayne, the situation in Gotham is dire. Batgirl, Nightwing, and Robin have all been deployed." At that moment, Batman was concealed within the ventilation ducts, peering through the small openings to observe below. While some criminals had escaped Arkham, many more had been coerced back inside. These inmates were celebrating wildly. Batman found this scene distressing, yet as the asylum superstar, he resolved to first address his fans. This chaos was intricately linked to the Falcone family and the Penguin. He would teach them a lesson once he emerged. Batman was incensed. The Penguin must be imprisoned in Arkham Asylum. "Alfred, send me a map of the asylum." "Of course, Master Wayne." Alfred quickly complied. Upon receiving the map, Batman made a decisive choice. Like Spider-Man, he navigated the air ducts with ease, showing no signs of discomfort. The strong never complain about their environment. Batman's stealth techniques are formidable. He leaps from the vent, swiftly incapacitating foes before utilizing his grappling hook to vanish into the duct. Time and again, he instills a sense of urgency among criminals, compelling them to band together. Yet, this very unity hampers Batman's ability to strike. Moreover, he discerns that these miscreants are subtly under the influence of the Joker. The Joker possesses an uncanny knack for manipulating minds, coaxing individuals to charge into danger with but a few words. The once naive Harley Quinn fell victim to his machinations, transforming into the Joker's accomplice and forfeiting her normalcy. Consequently, Batman resorts to recklessly dismantling the electrical box. With a hum, as he wreaks havoc, the brightly lit Arkham Asylum plunges into darkness in multiple areas. The criminals cower in fear of the shadows, while Batman thrives in them, wielding terror to his advantage. This prompts the Joker to realize the necessity of dispatching henchmen to safeguard the remaining circuits. His plans cannot unfold without power. As Batman continues his customary destruction of the electrical boxes, he finds himself ambushed by over a dozen criminals. However, he had anticipated this. After such prolonged combat, he feels no fatigue, instead reveling in the thrill of the fight. His combat prowess has reached its zenith, effortlessly dispatching ordinary criminals with mere punches. Yet at that moment, a figure leaps onto his back, ensnaring him in a grip. Batman instinctively prepares to execute a throw, but his nose is swiftly covered. Batman, you always rely on my fear toxin. Now, savor my new concoction. I assure you it will be quite pleasant. Batman inhales the gas. Its effects do not manifest immediately. He yanks the assailant into view, revealing a tall figure adorned with a terrifying scarecrow mask. It is Scarecrow, previously confined within these walls. This encounter grants Batman an inexhaustible supply of fear toxin. However, Scarecrow, being astute, has clandestinely developed a new variant of the fear gas. Now unleashed upon Batman, it is essential to note that even Batman is not immune to fear toxin. Within the confines of Arkham Asylum, only one individual possesses immunity to such terror: the Joker. Hence, Scarecrow heeds the Joker's commands. His true identity is Jonathan Crane, once a university psychology professor. This background is precisely what the Joker revels in. He excels at psychological manipulation, placing Scarecrow at a disadvantage. Embrace your fears, Batman. Scarecrow exults, only to be met with Batman's iron fist. Batman delivers a series of punishing blows, yet soon feels a wave of dizziness. Scarecrow, nearly vanquished by those strikes, collapses to the ground, realizing the fear toxin is indeed taking effect. Meanwhile, from the adjacent corridor, dozens of Batman's admirers surge forward. Batman's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and within them, the throngs of fans morphed into nothing more than a legion of skeletons. Gotham's Old Town, once the territory of street demons, had now fallen under the dominion of the Penguin's henchmen. The Penguin had extended his grasp over the Old Town, Diamond District, Fashion District, and the Upper East Side, firmly establishing a significant stronghold in Gotham. Were it not for Batman, one might speculate that he could eventually ascend to become the underground godfather of Gotham. Rachel and her foster mother resided in the Old Town. Unlike Leon, who had the fortune of working at the Iceberg Lounge, her foster mother was relegated to a mundane job that barely provided a living. Even with the sponsorship from Wayne Enterprises, they could only afford a modest dwelling in the Old Town, an aging independent house. Leon had previously come to pick up Rachel, so he was familiar with the surroundings. Although this independent house was larger than Leon's current residence, it was considerably more affordable. In Gotham, the rental price was predominantly determined by location rather than size. Much like the tales of $1 mansions in Detroit, few were willing to invest, for in the end, one's life outweighed the value of property. In Gotham, the more perilous the area, the more susceptible it was to criminal activities. This was precisely why Leon opted to dwell in the opulent Diamond District. Even amidst gangs, there existed a semblance of order. A mere $20 or $50 could ensure one's safety. However, the Old Town, though under the Penguin's rule, had descended into chaos. The Penguin himself seemed to have vanished, leaving the territory to its own devices. The turmoil was not solely instigated by the escaped inmates of Arkham Asylum, but also by those who had always roamed free. much like the phenomenon of $0 purchases. Many opportunists eagerly followed suit. Not all evildoers were confined within prison walls. Gotham was a testament to this. As Gotham spiraled into chaos, numerous onlookers joined the fray, engaging in looting and vandalism. Those with a modicum of talent directly aligned themselves with the $0 purchase movement, as the law explicitly stated that anything under $800 was not deemed a crime. Leon was taken aback upon learning of this regulation. Thus, not only outside Rachel's home, but throughout all of Gotham, pandemonium reigned supreme. Vehicles parked along the streets were set ablaze, igniting fierce flames with the potential for explosions. Outside Rachel's residence, a corpulent white woman lay sprawled on the ground, her blood staining the lawn, yet no one dared to intervene. This was Rachel's foster mother. Chapter 91. Superman's five senses. Leon rushed over, and as he approached, he discerned that she had already succumbed to death. However, the body still bore warmth, indicating that she had not been deceased for long. Without lingering, Leon hastened into the house. The dilapidated standalone structure emitted a creaking sound, as if it were on the verge of collapse. This was among the oldest buildings in Gotham. Leon, without the need to search, instinctively knew that the house was long abandoned. Rachel had been kidnapped. Arriving a moment too late, Leon's expression turned grim. He rushed outside and, though not Batman, endeavored to recreate the scene of the crime. At the entrance lay a substantial pool of blood, accompanied by a revolver that had fallen to the ground, alongside spent shell casings. This weapon likely belonged to Rachel's adoptive mother. In the rustic heart of Gotham, it was commonplace for households to possess firearms. Such preparedness ensured that one would not be caught unawares when the moment for gunfire arrived. A trail of blood led to the corpse of Rachel's adoptive mother, who had been shot at the door and had crawled out in a desperate attempt to escape, ultimately succumbing to her wounds. It appeared that Rachel's abduction had compelled her to venture out despite her grave injuries. Leon took note of the direction in which she had crawled and soon discovered another trace of blood amidst the underbrush. While an ordinary person might overlook it, his enhanced senses allowed him to perceive not only the bloodstains, but also the unmistakable scent of iron in the air. She had fired her weapon and struck an adversary. He resolved to pursue. At that moment, Leon was acutely aware that Gotham had been sealed off from the outside world. No one could escape. News reports had confirmed that military forces were stationed at the bridges leading out of Gotham, blocking all exits. The Brown Bridge, the Sandman Bridge, and the Moonlight Bridge were all effectively barricaded. Initially, upon seeing the news, Leon had found it hard to believe. However, recognizing Gotham's peculiar nature rendered it entirely plausible. In fact, this could be seen as fortuitous. Those who had abducted Rachel were, at the very least, unable to flee the city. Furthermore, vehicles were temporarily immobilized, with all intersections congested. Who would dare drive? That would be tantamount to becoming a target. Street criminals would either fire indiscriminately or, worse yet, unleash artillery. After all, what did it mean to be a part of the rustic Gotham? If one could kill, why bother with excessive chatter? Thus, Leon resolutely followed the trail of blood. At that moment, he felt as though he had instinctively acquired the senses of a monster hunter. This was, in fact, a form of heightened perception. Those familiar with The Witcher would understand that within a monster hunter's senses, every footstep and breath was rendered exquisitely clear. Yet, Leon's abilities transcended those of a mere witcher. All of his senses could be deemed superhuman. After all, Geralt had perished countless times. The notion of a monster hunter meeting his end was rather comical, akin to a super scion suffering from heart attack. Didn't he know how to roll upon landing? Leon's conjecture proved correct. The abductors of Rachel had not ventured far. As he pursued, the metallic scent of blood intensified. He had arrived. In the outskirts of Gotham City, an old Ford came to a halt after a wild drift. Harley Quinn leaped from the vehicle, followed resolutely by Black Canary and Huntress, their minds set on swift resolution. Only by acting decisively could they hope to save Gotham. They bore no ill will. After all, the formation of the Birds of Prey was meant for mutual support. Furthermore, Harley had mentioned that this individual known as Mr. Freeze was one of Penguin's henchmen, a principal instigator of the chaos. If he was working for Penguin, then surely he must bear the consequences of the havoc unleashed. They had come to realize that tonight's revelry was orchestrated by Penguin and the Falcone family. For Harley, confronting Mr. Freeze now meant they need not worry about any interference from Penguin. This was a matter of picking off their foes one by one. "Harley, is this the place?" Black Canary inquired, gazing upon the frozen landscape before them. What was once a grand estate now lay completely encased in ice, a massive wall of frost obstructing their path. No wonder he was called Mr. Freeze. How do we get in? Huntress wondered, eyeing the imposing ice block. Such solid ice would likely render ordinary bullets ineffective, and they had no way of knowing its thickness, perhaps over 10 meters. Do not panic, Harley Quinn reassured them, revealing that she had prepared for this moment. Having awaited the arrival of her acquired goods, she opened the trunk and produced a long, cylindrical weapon. This is a marvelous contraption I procured from Metropolis, costing me a pretty penny. If my dear were to find out, she would surely scold me. Harley rambled. Let us see if it performs as expected. As the two women watched Harley approach the icy barrier, she began to charge the weapon. A low hum filled the air, culminating in a resounding blast. To their astonishment, this energy weapon created a narrow passage through the ice. Black Canary burst into laughter. Harley, what on earth is this? That passage looks peculiar, and there are butterflies outside. Can't you see? It's obviously a passage. Harley retorted, indignant. Others draw men. This is gender discrimination. Goodness, Huntress remarked, struggling to comprehend their thought processes as she stepped through the opening. This energy weapon proved remarkably effective, carving a path on both sides. Harley and Black Canary exchanged glances before following her inside. Upon traversing the narrow corridor, they were greeted by a breathtaking realm of ice and snow. The old estate, cloaked in frost, resembled a grand castle, as if the entire world had been transformed into a winter wonderland. Is this the domain of Princess Elsa? Black Canary's heart swelled with whimsy. The scene was so enchanting that she wished she could reside there. If only it weren't inhabited by a deranged man instead of princess. Harley Quinn promptly expressed her disdain. The group glanced upward and beheld Mr. Freeze, clad in his chilling armor and donning an isolation helmet, awaiting their arrival on the staircase of the manor. He coldly declared, "This is not a place for you." Without hesitation, Harley Quinn stepped forward, embodying the grace of a figure skater. While the outside world revels in celebration, how can we not join in? We are here to throw a party. Is that so? Then let us host a frost party, Mr. Freeze retorted, brandishing his laser freeze gun and aiming it directly at the trio. However, they were no ordinary individuals and swiftly evaded his assault. The freeze gun struck the ice beneath them, instantly crafting a block of ice. Having experienced such a fate before, Harley warned, "Sisters, avoid being hit. The sensation is far from pleasant." Rest assured, Black Canary reassured, unleashing a sonic wave towards Mr. Freeze. Caught off guard, he felt a wave of dizziness despite his helmet. Seizing the moment, Harley Quinn glided forward, closing the distance between them. Chapter 92. Best friends are meant to be devious. Harley Quinn resembled an exceptional figure skater, gliding effortlessly across the ice, executing movements with remarkable fluidity. As she accelerated, she leaped twice on the staircase, landing right before Mr. Freeze. Momentarily startled, he raised his laser freeze gun, preparing to fire at her as she soared through the air. The sight of the freeze gun triggered a haunting memory of a night spent as an ice sculpture. Panic surged within Harley. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Huntress, with her crossbow at the ready, unleashed a rapid barrage of arrows. Her first two shots aimed at Mr. Freeze, but the armor he wore, an indomitable material, proved impervious even to Batman's might. Thus, the Huntress redirected her third arrow, targeting the freeze gun in Mr. Freeze's grasp. Thud! While the arrow failed to destroy the weapon, it was enough to disrupt his aim, causing the gun to misfire. The icy blast narrowly missed Harley, grazing her hair. Ignoring her frozen locks, Harley raised her baseball bat and swung down fiercely. Thud! Mr. Freeze, however, effortlessly caught the blow with his other hand, showcasing the immense strength bestowed upon him by his armor. Yet, facing Harley Quinn proved to be a challenge, compounded by the presence of the other members of the Birds of Prey. Overwhelmed, he flung Harley away and retreated into the manor. The Birds of Prey, undeterred, pursued him inside, but as they crossed the threshold, the grand door closed behind them. Inside, there lay a living room where the Frosty Man stood, turning the buttons on his armor. The Huntress immediately raised her crossbow, aiming it at him. "If you all wish to perish, then let us die together," he stated impassively. As he twisted a knob, a beeping sound echoed throughout the manor. Harley Quinn and her companions exchanged glances, bewildered. What madness was this? Setting bombs in one's own residence. Do not act rashly. Harley Quinn quickly lowered her baseball bat, With an awkward smile, she inquired, "We merely wish to understand why you are working for the Penguin." "I am not working for him. I am simply in pursuit of profit," the frosty man replied, his reasoning peculiar. "Very well, but why do you seek wealth?" Harley pressed on. "Such a foolish question," he retorted, yet continued, "I aim to save my wife. She suffers from a degenerative disease, and I must earn money to continue researching how to cure her. Now drop your weapons." He maintained his grip on the button of his armor to avoid mutual destruction. Harley and her companions reluctantly set down their arms. Death was not on their agenda. Like a Frenchman, Harley raised her hands in surrender and asked, "If you could save your wife, would you then allow us to leave?" The frosty man's demeanor shifted at her words. "Can you truly save Nora?" "I cannot." Harley shook her head. Upon hearing this, the frosty man coldly aimed his freeze gun at her. Alarmed, Harley quickly responded, "But someone can, my dear friend, Poison Ivy. You've heard of her. She can undoubtedly save your wife." To avoid becoming a frozen statue, Harley had no choice but to drag her friend into the situation. After all, weren't friends meant to be exploited? "I have heard of her, but she will not assist me," the frosty man said, wavering slightly. "She may not help you, but she will help me. She's my dear friend," Harley exclaimed, a smile breaking across her face. The living room fell into silence. Black Canary and the Huntress exchanged glances, contemplating their own escape, for the silent frosty man's thoughts were inscrutable. Then, the frosty man's expression shifted. "Very well, have her come. I will retrieve Nora." He instructed the three women to sit, then shot 3 rounds, freezing their legs. Harley, who had initially considered some mischief, promptly complied. She obediently took out her phone and dialed Poison Ivy. 1 call. No answer. The second, the third, she dialed 10 times, but Poison Ivy remained unresponsive. Panic set in for Harley as sweat began to bead on her brow. Unbeknownst to her, Poison Ivy had deliberately chosen not to answer, nursing a grudge over the money Harley had previously swindled from her. However, it was not long before Harley Quinn called again for the 11th time. If it were not for something of great importance, little Ivy would certainly not have made such repeated calls. After all, they were best friends, and the Poison Ivy's heart softened instantly, leading her to decide to forgive her. "Little Ivy, what is it?" She finally chose to answer the call. Harley Quinn sighed in relief and, with a nonchalant tone, said, "Ivy, I'm throwing a party here, mostly all female attendees. Will you come?" "A party?" Poison Ivy glanced at the chaotic nightscape of Gotham, which resembled a tumultuous mess. "Do you not realize that everyone is celebrating right now?" "Yes, they have their revelry. And we have our gathering. I'll send you the address. Ivy, you must come quickly." Harley Quinn provided the address and urged her insistently. She genuinely feared that Poison Ivy might not show up. That would be disastrous. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Poison Ivy was also intrigued and realized she hadn't seen Harley Quinn for quite some time, which made her feel a pang of nostalgia. The skeletons were remarkably fragile. This was Batman's initial impression. With just a light punch, the skeletons crumbled into pieces. Yet, this was merely his perception. In truth, he had exerted considerable force, targeting vital points, causing these criminals to lose their ability to move almost immediately. However, through the haze of fear-inducing gas, Batman's perspective shifted entirely. He was merely striking skeletons, not humans, so he naturally held nothing back. These criminals were unfortunate enough to encounter a Batman who showed no mercy. Soon after, Batman noticed that his surroundings had transformed. It felt as though he had returned to Wayne Manor, compelled to run along the path before him. Before long, he had dispatched all the skeletons along the way and arrived inside Wayne Manor. However, the Grand Wayne Manor had vanished, replaced by a colossal figure of Scarecrow, the embodiment of fear. At that moment, Batman's consciousness awakened amidst his terror. Yet, he had not yet escaped his fear. He had to defeat the looming manifestation of dread before he could fully awaken. "Nothing can instill fear in me, Scarecrow," Batman declared in a low, resolute voice. Chapter 93. Gotham is a game after the demise of the Waynes. Bruce Wayne fell into the depths of fear. In an effort to conquer and even master this fear, the young Bruce Wayne undertook numerous trials. For instance, he would place his palm upon a lit candle, enduring the pain while striving to overcome his trepidation. Even though he feared the burn, he did not shy away. He would stand at the edge of rooftops, allowing the wind and rain to batter him, as if poised to leap in a moment of faith to transcend his fears. Despite the deep-seated anxiety within him, he never retreated even a single step. He experimented with many methods until he discovered the Batcave. From that moment onward, Bruce Wayne resolved that he would no longer be a victim of fear. Instead, he would transform into the Bat, instilling fear in others. Batman does not embody the essence of a vigilante. Rather, he embodies terror. The moment he comprehended that it was Scarecrow's fear toxin, the game was effectively over. Utilizing his profound understanding of the layout of Wayne Manor, Batman effortlessly vanquished the enormous creature of fear. When he brought down a boulder upon the fearsome beast, he abruptly opened his eyes. He found himself still standing in place, surrounded by a multitude of criminals, all rendered unconscious. Only Scarecrow remained. How could this be? Scarecrow was utterly dumbfounded. Was Batman human or a specter? The fear toxin he had modified had been so swiftly countered. This was an immeasurable blow to him. Thus, he allowed Batman to capture him, and he received a thorough beating. Pray tell, what schemes is the Joker concocting? Frustrated, Scarecrow divulged that he was developing a serum that would empower everyone, after which Gotham would no longer belong to Batman. Upon hearing this, Batman retorted, "Gotham does not belong to me. It belongs to all its citizens." A faint smirk crossed his lips. Although he could not discern Scarecrow's expression, he knew that Scarecrow was undoubtedly skeptical. Skepticism mattered not. He possessed the righteous fist of justice. Bang! After receiving a punch, Scarecrow began to believe. "What is this serum?" Batman inquired in a low tone. "Titan's serum," Scarecrow cackled. "You brought Bane to his feet. This is all you're doing." Suddenly, Batman had an epiphany. With another righteous blow, he knocked Scarecrow unconscious and confined him to a cell. The advantage of Arkham Asylum is that criminals can be secured immediately. His countenance darkened, for he realized this was a grand conspiracy. The Joker was harnessing Bane's new serum and intended to amplify it. Moreover, it was not solely the Joker. He had the assistance of Sophia Falcone, and they had likely been in clandestine communication for quite some time. Perhaps others had joined their ranks, for these criminals shared a common objective: to defeat Batman. Until this shared goal was achieved, their collaboration remained steadfast. Contemplating this, Batman experienced a surge of frustration. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he must thwart the Joker. For Penguin and Sophia Falcone, it was an exhilarating day. They felt as if they had returned to the days of turf wars, driving their cars and parading their henchmen throughout Gotham, asserting dominion wherever they roamed. As for those who dared to resist, they were swiftly eliminated by the united forces of the two factions. However, even in collaboration, discord occasionally arose. "Tell your men not to kill Gotham's officers. We still require them to maintain order." Penguin bellowed at Sophia Falcone. "When the time comes, we shall replace them with our own." Sophia Falcone remains indifferent. During the era when the Falcone family ruled Gotham, even the Gotham City Police Department was largely comprised of their affiliates. Only the Major Crimes Unit remained untainted. This, however, is not a sustainable situation. The Penguin categorically rejected the notion. The primary reason being that his sole trusted friend is James Gordon. Should anything happen to Gordon, he would find himself without allies in Gotham. Sophia Falcone is reluctant to sever ties with him, at least for the time being. She concedes slightly. They must come to terms with the fact that Gotham has undergone a transformation. The Penguin, however, is not so optimistic. As long as Batman is alive, the change is not complete. He is doomed. Sophia Falcone, with an air of excitement, remarked that he sent Bane to Arkham, which presents us with an opportunity. Once the Titan formula is perfected, even an abundance of Batmans would be inconsequential. The Penguin shares her enthusiasm. Their sole apprehension regarding Gotham is Batman. For it was the renowned Carmine Falcone who was ultimately brought down by him, leading Gotham into a chaotic power struggle. Now, with Carmine's daughter Sophia returning and allying with the Penguin, they have rekindled a force rivaling that of the Falcone family. Eliminating Batman is merely a matter of time, and yet they fail to consider that Gotham harbors other superheroes besides Batman. Once Batman is dispatched, they must ascertain his true identity, Sophia Falcone proposed. The Penguin chuckled at her words. Many have speculated, yet hesitated to affirm. In truth, Batman's identity is relatively easy to deduce. His advanced technology signifies wealth. In Gotham, who possesses the most wealth? That name is readily apparent. However, until confirmed, such suspicions ought not to be taken too seriously. Otherwise, should Batman shed his armor, he could easily obliterate you with his financial might. Presently, he chooses to don the suit, treating it as a mere game. Hence, Clever individuals like the Joker and the Riddler truly cannot fathom Batman's identity. Joker, how perplexing. Riddler, utterly confounding. They simply prefer to leave that layer undisclosed. For if they unveil his identity, they must confront Batman. Should they reveal it, then death awaits. The Penguin, too, is no fool. Thus, he refrained from responding to Sophia's inquiry. Is Batman's identity truly significant? What matters is that Batman will no longer appear. That is the crux of the matter. As the saying goes, life is a game, albeit one played by the affluent beyond the imagination of the ordinary. For Batman, the game in Gotham unfolds in this manner. No one dares to unveil their identities. It is a mutual understanding. When Batman dons his mask, he sends a clear message to Gotham's villains. Do not harm those close to him. The villains of Gotham, understanding the gravity of the situation, never target Alfred or others. Otherwise, Batman might very well succumb to darkness. Once tonight concludes, let's enjoy a drink in my iceberg lounge. The Penguin chuckled. I have prepared exquisite champagne. Chapter 94. Leon is a magical Superman in a dimly lit room. Rachel was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. To her horror, she discovered herself bound to a chair. Before her stood several unfamiliar strangers, each armed and clad in bulletproof vests. Among them was a clear physician, attired in a white coat, attending to an injured individual. That lunatic had fired a shot before dying, striking the leg just outside the bulletproof vest. Rachel quickly recalled the events leading up to this moment. She and her adoptive mother had been hiding in a room, having just reassured Kara of their safety. A knock echoed at the door. Her adoptive mother, ever cautious, retrieved a handgun before opening the door. However, in that fleeting moment of opening, the assailants showed no hesitation, firing at her mother and storming in. Rachel was engulfed in terror, on the verge of unleashing her fury. Yet, it seemed these intruders were all too familiar with her. Before her energy could erupt, she was rendered unconscious. Who are you? Rachel cried out in anguish, the thought of her adoptive mother's murder piercing her heart. Do not worry. We mean you no harm. The doctor rushed to restrain Rachel as she felt her eyes darken, startled by her transformation. Would you not wish to see your biological mother? Did she send you? Indeed, Rachel's demeanor shifted as she inquired with heightened emotion. Abandoned since childhood, the yearning for her biological parents weighed heavily on her. She sought answers. Why had they forsaken her? No, the doctor replied, shaking his head. She, like you, suffers from severe mental illness and requires treatment from us. Rest assured, we will heal you. Upon hearing this, Rachel erupted in a torrent of curses. You are the one with a mental illness, you freak. In an instant, her eyes darkened once more. A surge of dark energy erupted from within her, sending the doctor hurtling backward. The mercenaries, startled, immediately aimed their weapons at her and pulled the trigger. Do not shoot, the doctor shrieked in terror, for she was of utmost importance. Alas, these mercenaries were not of their own training. They were merely hired hands. Sensing Rachel's immense danger, they fired, but refrained from delivering lethal blows. After all, this was a target designated by their employer. Thus, they aimed only at her feet. After all, the employer merely stated the need for a living being, not one unscathed. Bullets surged forth, and in Rachel's eyes, time seemed to slow. Yet even as she discerned the trajectory of the bullets, she found herself utterly powerless. Her strength was insufficient, and she was bound to a chair. Even a magical energy coursing through her veins could not save her. She had received no training. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a figure materialized before her. The bullet struck Leon, yet all were deflected, ricocheting off him, with stray shots even hitting some of the mercenaries. One among them fell to the ground, howling in agony. It was over now. Seeing that Rachel was unharmed, Leon offered her reassurance. It was fortunate that he had arrived in time. Locating Rachel had proven quite a challenge. These individuals were professionals, possessing a formidable awareness of counter-surveillance. Had it not been for his heightened instincts, Leon would have struggled to find her. However, Rachel did not respond. A glance revealed that her eyes had transformed into a pitch-black void, surrounded by a dark ring resembling eyeliner. An unsettling sight indeed. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted within her. Leon dared not hesitate. He recognized the gravity of the situation, realizing that the doctor was of utmost importance, while the others were merely mercenaries. With a flick of his hand, the mercenary spontaneously ignited. It was but magic. The air was thick with various elements. and a mage could manipulate these forces. Yet, this hardly constituted true magic, for Leon was unaware of any incantations, merely a rudimentary application of the elements. The magnitude of the effect stemmed from the fact that they were merely ordinary humans. The mercenaries shrieked in terror as flames erupted upon them, causing them to roll frantically on the ground. But this was no ordinary fire. Despite their desperate writhing, the flames did not extinguish until they were reduced to ashes. "You are a demon." The old doctor was already paralyzed with fear, convinced that Leon was also a devil. The earlier demon, of course, was Rachel. Leon paid him no heed, swiftly approaching and striking him, rendering him unconscious. Then there was Rachel. Rachel's bindings had shattered, and as she opened her mouth, an endless stream of black mist poured forth. This mist coalesced into ghostly apparitions, gathering before her. Astonishingly, the black mist took the form of a creature. A gargoyle? Leon gazed in astonishment at this being before him. With wings akin to a platypus, it appeared as though sculpted from stone. It was one of the lowest demons from the depths of hell. Roar! The gargoyle emitted a sound towards Leon and lunged directly at him. Upon its emergence, it exuded no magical aura. Clearly, Rachel possessed a lineage akin to that of a demon lord, enabling her to summon the denizens of hell with ease. No wonder there are devotees willing to slay her. A mere gargoyle, Leon naturally regarded it with disdain. With a single effortless punch, the approaching gargoyle shattered like a moth drawn to a flame. Yet, the gargoyle was of little consequence. Rachel was the true threat. An endless tide of black mist surged forth from within Rachel, a manifestation of magical power imbued with a potent infernal essence. She appeared utterly unhinged. Her eyes encircled in darkness, her lips turned black, as if overshadowed by an immense force. Her violet hair swayed without a breeze. Power! Rachel's voice resonated, steeped in a profound connection to overwhelming strength. She needed to be roused from this state. Rachel, in such a perilous condition, was akin to a ticking time bomb. For someone like her, it was essential to regain mastery over her own energy and magic to ensure safety. Leon needed not to intervene. The deranged Rachel perceived him as her primary adversary. Her instincts were solely fixated on destruction, intent on annihilating everything in her path. A formidable dark magic surged toward Leon, swiftly ensnaring him, seemingly attempting to dominate his will. It is well known that superheroes possess low resistance to magic. However, Leon was no ordinary superhero. He was a magical superhero. Thus, he directly summoned his own affinity for magic to counteract the onslaught. As his father once said, only magic can vanquish magic. How profoundly true. Within the dilapidated room, the two magical forces immediately entwined. Rachel unleashed dark magic, radiating an aura of terror. Leon, conversely, invoked the power of light, appearing as though bathed in divine luminescence. Light subdues darkness, an eternal truth. Chapter 95. The holy light deceives you. Leon was astonished by Rachel's magical aptitude. It was crucial to note that this was not a conscious manifestation of her will. She had lost control. The chaos stemmed solely from the innate magical power within her, relying entirely on her raw talent. In essence, it was devoid of technique and solely a matter of natural gift. Coincidentally, Leon too lacked technique, relying on the magical aptitude bestowed upon him by Shiri. Any seasoned mage witnessing the spectacle would perceive the two as mere children playing pretend. How could magic be wielded so clumsily? Yet at this moment, Rachel's magical talent could rival that of Leon. This signified that her aptitude was on par with Shiri's level. Shiri, the daughter of time and space, bore ancient blood and possessed astonishing magical talent. The fact that Rachel's magical aptitude matched that of Shiri indicated her remarkable lineage. Leon found himself wishing fervently to traverse to other realms, eager to immerse himself in the knowledge of the universe. At this moment, he could only focus on enhancing his own abilities, the entire being radiated like a miniature sun bathed in divine light. Leon was inexplicably reminded of this phrase. As he intensified his power, Rachel let out a blood-curdling scream. Indeed, light triumphs over darkness. The dark magic within her seemed to evaporate, wisps of black mist dissipating into the air. As the magical energy waned, she gradually returned to her normal state. It became evident that she was not possessed by a demon. she merely struggled to control her own powers. This is the essence of magical instability. Siri, too, could experience such turmoil. They were unable to harness the forces within them, and once their emotions spiraled out of control, these magical energies would manifest uncontrollably, wreaking havoc. Rachel had just experienced a clear emotional breakdown. Believing she was on the brink of death, she lost her composure. As the magical energy dissipated, Rachel's eyes returned to normal, her azure gaze locking on Leon. "Uncle," she exclaimed joyfully, a sense of relief washing over her as if she had narrowly escaped death. "It's all right, Rachel," Leon reassured her, sensing the tremor in her form, and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. This only intensified Rachel's emotional turmoil. She wept upon Leon's shoulder, her tears instantly soaking into his garment. Leon could do nothing but pat her shoulder gently to help her regain her composure. "Uncle, my adoptive mother has passed away," Rachel cried, her heart shattered. In this world, she had few kin, and now, with her adoptive mother gone, she found herself utterly homeless. Understanding her despair, Leon said, "Come with me. You still have Kara and Siri." Upon hearing their names, Rachel felt a flicker of reassurance. Only her Uncle Leon, along with her dear friends Kara and Siri, could provide her with a semblance of safety. "Now, let's first assess your condition." Leon released her, and Rachel wiped her tears. Then, she cast a venomous glare at the unconscious doctor before her. Leon roused the doctor, who immediately began to plead for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything." He was so frightened that he nearly lost control, which actually made things easier for Leon. "I ask you answer," Leon instructed. "Yes, yes," the old doctor nodded vigorously, akin to a hen pecking at the ground. In his eyes, both of them were demons from hell, a male demon and a female demon. "Where do you come from?" Leon inquired promptly. "I hail from Salt Lake City, St. Joan Hospital." Salt Lake City, located in Utah, was perhaps most renowned to Leon for its basketball team, the Jazz, and for what he had learned in his past life, that Mormons could take multiple wives. He had often pondered that, should circumstances lead him there, he too might embrace the Mormon faith. As for St. Joan, wasn't T. Joan of Arc the savior of the French? It seemed a place where only women and the diminutive could bring salvation. "What kind of hospital is this?" "In the psychiatric hospital." The doctor cautiously glanced at Leon and Rachel. Rachel inquired, "Are they treating her as mentally ill?" The true number of patients genuinely suffering from mental disorders in such institutions is difficult to ascertain. Ultimately, whether a patient believes they're mentally ill is subject to the doctor's judgment. If you claim you're not mentally ill, remember, the mentally ill often assert they are sane. If you admit to being mentally ill, then it is indeed you who is confined. At that moment, Rachel asked, "Did you truly say my biological mother is here?" A hint of uncertainty and confusion washed over her. The doctor quickly nodded, stating, "The director has affirmed that you are her daughter. I merely wish to reunite you." Upon hearing this, Rachel displayed signs of anxiety. A child, in such circumstances, is incapable of making decisions independently. Thus she turned her gaze towards Leon. Without hesitation, Leon replied, "We will go together when the time comes." Rachel felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words. Subsequently, the doctor found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, Leon made a phone call and departed with Rachel. After a considerable pause, the doctor finally regained the strength to leave, shaken by fear. Just then, a gang burst in. Who were these outsiders? Coming to Gotham without paying protection fees? Frank, with a cruel smile, seized him without mercy. Gotham is a city from which one cannot simply depart. As for Leon, it appeared to be his first experience with taking a life, yet he felt no disquiet. There was no emotional turmoil, not even a hint of numbness. It was as if he had merely crushed a few ants by accident. Perhaps it was the nature of Gotham that had desensitized him to life and death. Leon, accompanied by Rachel, disregarded the chaotic gang conflict, only resorting to violence should anyone inadvertently obstruct their path, igniting their bodies in flames. At such times, ordinary citizens in Gotham had long since hidden away. Those wandering outside were, without exception, criminals. Leon naturally did not hold back. Moreover, he witnessed notorious villains, such as Harvey Dent, the dual-faced man who, amidst the chaos, led his henchmen to rob a bank. Harvey, once the local prosecutor of Gotham, was known for his integrity. Yet, in a city capable of turning individuals into specters, After his transformation into the dual-faced man, his former righteousness had morphed into profound malevolence. There was also Firefly, a figure who maliciously set fires. Once a firefighter, he suffered severe burns covering 70% of his body during a mission, leading to a twisted psyche obsessed with arson. To facilitate his incendiary pursuits, he even devised various pieces of equipment. The firefighters at the Liberty Lighthouse have long been deprived of their human rights. When the Twin Towers fell, countless firefighters were deceived into undertaking missions, misled into believing that the dust they inhaled posed no harm, and were inadequately supplied with masks. Even more outrageous, when these firefighters subsequently fell ill, they received no support, left to wither away. It is evident that capitalists possess no humanity whatsoever. Chapter 96, A Tale of True Love. I Should Never Have Come Here. Poison Ivy, Pamela, gazed at the tightly locked door and the ominous glow of the bomb, her complexion turning an alarming shade of green as her internal chlorophyll threatened to overwhelm her. "Harley, is this the party you spoke of?" she asked, casting an annoyed glance at Harley Quinn beside her. Harley, aware of her fault, whispered, "Ivy, I'm sorry. Only you can save me now." Where's your true love?" Poison Ivy retorted sarcastically. "Isn't it amusing how just yesterday you claimed you'd never trust a man again, only to announce you found true love the very next day?" Her feelings towards Harley Quinn were a complex mix of affection and resentment. "Ivy, don't you believe in true love?" Harley asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "I do not. Men are all liars," Poison Ivy replied emphatically. Yet, Harley continued to gaze at her, causing Ivy to relent slightly. "Fine, I believe. But if you found yours, what of me?" This uncertainty weighed heavily on her mind. "Little Harley, do you remember? You are the only one who has ever treated me well. No one has ever gifted me anything except you, and it was a green leaf," Poison Ivy remarked, her tone shifting. This revelation caught the attention of Black Canary and Huntress, who exchanged intrigued glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of surprise and curiosity. "I thought we would always be together, that I could open my eyes and see you, sharing in moments of pure joy. But then I realized you were someone who flits from one interest to another, never lingering long." Harley felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this truth. She recognized that Poison Ivy spoke with insight. "No wonder you're my dear friend," she thought. Feigning indifference, Harley wrapped her arms around Poison Ivy, saying, "But that is not the case anymore, Ivy. Leon has given me a different sensation, fulfillment, exhilaration, and mystery. Ivy, we shall always remain good friends. That will never change." Observing Harley's blissful countenance, Poison Ivy felt a pang of envy and resentment. She envied Leon for winning Harley's affection and resented him for taking Harley away from her. This only deepened Poison Ivy's confusion. With her best friend discovering true love, what of her own fate? She had never experienced genuine affection for anyone. Black Canary and Huntress exchanged wide-eyed glances, their minds racing. Could it be that these two not only share a friendship, but a history as well? They were both exhilarated, caught in the whirlwind of this astonishing revelation. "Dr. Pamela, you truly have arrived." At that moment, the Frost King emerged, pushing a block of ice. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy immediately distanced themselves, wishing to conceal their activities from outsiders. The women gasped in astonishment as they beheld what the Frost King had brought forth. Encased within a massive ice block was a woman clad in a blue dress, her skin pallid and reminiscent of a vampire, a state indicative of prolonged exposure to darkness. "You are truly disturbed," Harley Quinn exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. "How could you transform her into an ice sculpture? Is this merely to satiate your grotesque desire for collection?" "Not all," the Frost King hastily clarified. "This is my wife, Nora. She is ill, and the only way to preserve her life is to freeze her, ensuring she does not perish." Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn's fury dissipated, replaced by sympathy. "Is that so? You seem to be a good man. This is undeniably true love, Ivy." Poison Ivy sighed in resignation. "This is merely your current belief in love. Trust me, if you did not believe in true love, you would continue to brand him a pervert." Harley Quinn felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You know me well, Ivy." Presently, Harley found herself enveloped in the embrace of true love, which rendered her moved by such an extraordinary tale of affection. Were she not a believer in true love? The Frost King's eloquent words would hold no weight. To put it plainly, she was a person who acted solely on her whims. "I shall take a look," Poison Ivy proposed, proceeding to examine Nora's condition. The others watched anxiously, for their lives depended on Ivy's expertise. If she failed to rescue Nora, the Frost King would likely not release them easily. Of course, the Frost King would not readily resort to self-destruction. Yet, who among them would not be intrigued by such a bizarre romance? After all, they were all women, and women are inherently emotional beings. They pondered. If one day they found themselves in Nora's predicament, would there be a man willing to go to any lengths to save them? The empathy was palpable. As they observed Poison Ivy diligently examining the situation, their emotions surged. Harley Quinn even dialed Leon, sobbing as she recounted this poignant love story. Leon had never witnessed such a side of Harley. He could only offer comfort. In that moment, he realized that Harley Quinn was, indeed, a normal woman. After a considerable time, Poison Ivy finally spoke. There is a way, but it requires flowers that I must cultivate myself. She looked up at the Frost King. The Frost King immediately replied, "Then let us procure them." He pressed a button, and the door swung open once more. "Only one may go. You shall go, Ivy." Harley Quinn, having ended the call, felt deeply moved. Very well, do so swiftly. Though Poison Ivy harbored concerns about potential complications, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. After all, neither Black Canary nor Huntress had ever ventured into her territory. Should they dare to enter, the likelihood of their escape would be exceedingly slim. To ordinary individuals, Poison Ivy's domain was fraught with lethal toxins. Thus, Harley Quinn drove away with reckless abandon, eventually arriving at Poison Ivy's realm. She promptly placed a call, inquiring, "What flowers do you require?" "Pink flowers. Do not disturb the others," Poison Ivy responded. "I am fully aware. I am not a fool," Harley Quinn retorted, having previously suffered the consequences of meddling. The flora within Poison Ivy's domain possessed extraordinary powers, and any unwarranted interference could result in a swift and mysterious demise. Moreover, the more exquisite the flower, the greater the peril. Much like women, she plucked a pink blossom and hurried towards Mr. Freeze's estate. "Very well. I now require the equipment to concoct the potion." Poison Ivy swiftly gathered her apparatus and commenced her work. The process unfolded with remarkable speed, yielding results in less than half an hour. Gotham remained cloaked in the depths of night. "How is it to be used?" Mr. Freeze inquired, his excitement palpable. Poison Ivy brandished a syringe filled with the pink liquid, explaining, "Administering this potion will transform your blood to resemble Nora's. We shall then transfuse your blood to her, thereby reviving your wife. However, this transfusion will cost you your life." At this revelation, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 97. Creating a world without the weak, a life for a life. This was the essence of the potion crafted by Poison Ivy. "Must it be me, Mr. Freeze questioned. "No, any individual may suffice," Poison Ivy replied candidly. "Cough, cough." Black Canary suddenly cleared her throat. "Must you be so forthright? What if he compels us to inject?" Yet, it was evident that Mr. Freeze would not resort to such measures. Harley Quinn, ever the quick-witted, suggested, "The streets are teeming with criminals. Simply capture one." However, Mr. Freeze shook his head resolutely, beginning to unfasten his armor. "Hey, you need not go that far," Harley exclaimed. Taken aback, those present did not adhere to Batman's no-kill code. Even capturing a random individual as a substitute would only cause Black Canary mild discomfort, considering her self-image as a superhero. As for Huntress, she had taken many lives. "No, this is a necessity for me," Mr. Freeze stated with unwavering calm, exuding a spirit of self-sacrifice. "I never aspired to a life of crime, but for Nora, I have traversed this irreversible path. Many have perished because of me. Now, must I again allow another to pay the ultimate price? Thus, I must atone, offering my life to save Nora." He was originally merely a researcher in a laboratory, never contemplating the life of a criminal. Yet Gotham shows no mercy, transforming individuals into specters of despair. Fortunately, he has awakened to the reality of his situation, realizing there remains a chance for redemption. His heart, long encased in ice, begins to thaw only for the sake of his beloved wife at this moment. "There is no need for this," others implored. In that instant, they truly recognized that this is a tale of profound love. Tears glistened in the eyes of several empathetic women. "You do not understand." The frozen man spoke. "I can only exist within this armor. But what is the purpose of such a life? I cannot even consume food, for it would alter my internal temperature. I cannot remove this armor, for I cannot endure the warmth of the world. Please. The frozen man, now utterly resigned to his fate, felt unworthy of Nora's love. Upon hearing his lament, the women felt a deep sense of pity for him. Indeed, his existence had become a torment worse than death. He was not a deranged criminal. All he had done was for the sake of his wife. In essence, he was merely a tragic figure in the pursuit of love. He removed his gloves, revealing his frost-bitten hands, which bore a hue akin to Nora's. This was the result of years spent in a frigid state. Without hesitation, he injected the serum into his own body. Observing this, Harley Quinn could only use a freeze gun to thaw the ice encasing Nora. Gently, she laid the unconscious Nora upon another bed. Shortly thereafter, the transfusion of blood commenced. The frozen man felt his mental state deteriorating, yearning to succumb to unconsciousness. In his final moments, he gazed at Harley Quinn and the others, imploring, "Please tell Nora that I love her." Even as death approached, he remained remarkably composed. Harley Quinn and her companions pressed their lips together, striving to suppress their sorrow. Though their initial intention had been to confront the frozen man, the unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn. They had assumed he was a remorseless villain, yet now it appeared he was a good man. The birds of prey found themselves at a loss, unable to discern the lines between good and evil in Gotham, where such distinctions are often blurred. As blood flowed slowly from the frozen man into Nora, he finally closed his eyes, and she began to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, Nora felt utterly weak. Years of being frozen had rendered her incapable of functioning. "You're awake?" Harley Quinn exclaimed with delight. Nora inquired, "Did you save me?" "No," Harley Quinn replied solemnly. "It was your husband." "What, Victor? What has happened to him?" "I'm sorry. Please accept my condolences." The skies over Gotham were shrouded in ominous clouds. That night, countless events transpired, leaving countless families shattered and capitalists trembling in fear. For everyone, this night felt interminable, and for Batman, it was no different. He accomplished a myriad of tasks. After deciphering the Scarecrow's latest fear toxin, he unraveled the riddles and obstacles set by the Riddler. He relished the thrill. Each time solving the Riddler's enigmas brought the villain to the brink of exasperation, while he basked in a sense of intellectual superiority. Following this, Batman subdued Bane, who had been re-injected with the Joker's venom. After vanquishing Bane, Batman felt utterly drained, necessitating a retreat to the Batcave outside Arkham Asylum for replenishment. The asylum was a critical location. Batman had long anticipated the potential for chaos there and had constructed the Batcave nearby in preparation. As the night wore on, Batman returned, finally encountering the Joker at the heart of Arkham Asylum. This battle was exhilarating for Batman. The Visitors' Consultation Center had been transformed by the Joker into something resembling a laboratory, filled with computers and various experimental apparatuses. The Joker held a gun to an elderly professor, coercing him to continue his research on the serum. "Batman, you arrived far too late. I've been waiting for you all night," the Joker taunted as Batman entered. Advancing towards him, the Joker threatened, "Get any closer, and I shall execute him." "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The terrified professor trembled. To prevent harm to the innocent, Batman was compelled to halt his advance. "Calm down. What do you intend to do?" Batman inquired in a low voice. "I am engaged in a most magnificent endeavor," the Joker replied. "Alas, that wretched Poison Ivy refuses to cooperate. She ignores my calls. Or else it would be even more perfected by now." Poison Ivy, a true master of pharmaceuticals, had not aided him due to the influence of Harley Quinn. Without Harley, Poison Ivy regarded the Joker as insignificant, thus offering him no assistance. "What endeavor?" Batman pressed. "It's complete," the professor murmured, only to be violently shoved aside by the Joker. The Joker glanced at the progress displayed on the screen, 90% completed. He nonchalantly removed a vial containing a peculiar colored serum and powered down the computer. "This is it, Batman. I call it the Titan Serum." The Joker grinned at Batman. "With this, not only Bane will possess superhuman strength, but everyone in Gotham shall have the opportunity. We will forge a world devoid of weakness, Batman. Let us together realize this grand vision," the Joker declared, raising the Titan formula and injecting it into his own neck. Chapter 98, Batman, I have triumphed again. The Joker acted with determination, administering the Titan serum into his body without hesitation, while Batman could not intervene in time. Witnessing the Joker's self-injection, he became cautiously alert, yet the anticipated outcome did not unfold. This so-called Titan serum proved as ineffective as a placebo. No, it was indeed effective. The Joker cried out in agony, his flamboyant suit contrasting sharply with his suffering as he writhed on the ground. "What is happening?" Batman inquired, furrowing his brow. The old professor, clearly allied with the Joker, quickly replied, "This serum is flawed. It not only fails to grant strength but may very well be fatal. Damn it, Batman. Save him." Hearing this, Batman realized he had been deceived. He harbored a desire to let the Joker perish. Thus, he retorted, "Do you believe I would concern myself with your fate? No, I shall watch you die. Once you are gone, Gotham shall know peace." The Joker, who had previously exuded confidence, now found himself in a state of panic upon hearing Batman's words. No one is immune to the fear of death, and the Joker was no exception. In fact, he was more desperate to survive. For as long as Batman lived, their rivalry would persist. Consequently, the Joker cried out in terror, "Batman, without me, Gotham will be a lonely place." Then, as if sensing something, he lamented, I truly am going to die, Batman. Do not let me perish." Observing the Joker's evident distress, a flicker of compassion crossed Batman's eyes, which the psychologically astute Joker promptly detected. Indeed, Batman could not bear the thought of his demise. Their contest was far from over. The Joker felt a sense of relief, knowing that Batman's reluctance to kill him had prompted his reckless self-injection. "What must I do?" Batman inquired after a moment of silence. "Ha ha ha." The Joker erupted into maniacal laughter. "Everything is under control. It is quite simple. The serum merely requires completion. It lacks a crucial genetically modified plant. Only one person in all of Gotham possesses it. Batman, I beg you, save me." Batman, tempted to deliver a crushing blow to the Joker's face, restrained himself. Approaching his computer, he gathered all available information on the Titan serum into his back computer and swiftly confirmed the Joker's claims. A vital component was indeed missing. Only Poison Ivy, Pamela, harbored the genetically modified flora. Without further hesitation, Batman set off on his quest. As he vanished from sight, the Joker's laughter intensified, his suffering now mingled with maniacal glee. "I have triumphed once more. I have emerged victorious again. Batman, he is indeed a virtuous soul. Yet why must the virtuous endure such suffering?" In an old Ford, Harley Quinn murmured to herself. However, she was the one behind the wheel, instilling a sense of trepidation in the other women. After reviving Nora, they were unceremoniously dismissed by her. Ultimately, their act of salvation was merely a life exchanged for another. No amount of consolation would suffice. They could only allow Nora to weep and come to terms with her emotions. Poison Ivy, Pamela, attempted to comfort Harley, asserting, "This is not your fault, Harley." Indeed, it was Nora's own aversion to witnessing him live in such a state. Black Canary, seated in the back, also chimed in, acknowledging their understanding. The sole desire of Mr. Freeze's existence was to restore Nora's health. Now that he could achieve this, he bore no regrets. As a creature of icy disposition, he had always held an indifference towards life. Furthermore, Mr. Freeze harbored a deep fear that Nora would reject him post-transformation. He could not engage in any activities that would generate body heat, surviving only within his armor. How could Nora possibly acclimate to this altered version of him? I know, Harley exclaimed. "So I wonder, is he truly a good person?" Perhaps in a way. The others were uncertain. To label him a good person would imply that he sacrificed everything to save Nora. Yet he had also committed numerous crimes. Upon hearing her friend's musings, Harley retorted, "Is this the fate that befalls a good person? This is Gotham. Good deeds go unrewarded." Thus, Harley announced, "I shall no longer strive to be a good person. I shall become exceedingly wicked." The declarations of Harley elicited no surprise from Poison Ivy and the other two women in the back, for they had come to understand Harley's whimsical nature. She was unburdened by her identity, driven instead by her love for storytelling and the allure of the unknown. This was evident to the members of the Birds of Prey. Nevertheless, they harbored no intentions of disbanding the team, for they found Harley to be rather endearing. At that moment, the tall and leggy huntress inquired, "What constitutes being exceedingly wicked?" "Well," Harley pondered before responding, "I wish to do whatever I please, eat whatever I desire, and kiss whomever I choose." "How dreadfully wicked!" the three women exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Harley was anything but conventional. In essence, her statement translated to a desire to be unshackled by moral constraints. "The Iceberg Lounge has arrived." Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt. Harley proclaimed, "Sisters, let us wreak havoc here." However, as she stepped out, she quickly amended her statement. Wait, we cannot destroy this place. This is indeed her cherished domain. Gazing upon the Grand Iceberg Club, Harley Quinn was suddenly struck by an idea. So, what exactly should be done? The other women appeared somewhat bewildered. We shall only deal with the Penguin, Harley Quinn declared emphatically. If the Penguin dared to encroach upon her territory, he must be prepared for her to reclaim it. Thus, the four women audaciously infiltrated the establishment. Given the numerous henchmen at the Penguin's disposal, a direct assault could easily lead to detection. Therefore, apart from Harley Quinn, the other three women donned elegant gowns and entered the Iceberg Club through the main entrance. At that moment, the Iceberg Club was ablaze with light, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. In fact, the number of affluent patrons inside had increased. The more tumultuous the outside became, the safer the Iceberg Club appeared. Moreover, as the night wore on, with the involvement of Batgirl, Nightwing, and others, Gotham had quieted significantly. At least the streets were passable. Nightwing, maneuvering the Batmobile, bulldozed through the streets, sending any who dared obstruct his path flying. Have you entered, sisters? Harley Quinn inquired from above the Iceberg Club. Of course. I have located the Penguin. He is on the second floor, came the response through her earpiece. Chapter 99. Like a shrew in a quarrel, cheers. On the second floor of the Iceberg Club, the Penguin raised his glass, clinking it with Sophia Falcone's, before downing the champagne within. Although it was still somewhat premature for such a toast, Batman was confined in Arkham Asylum, and the Joker was handling him. They were well aware of the existence of the Titan formula. According to their scheme, should the formula fail to be developed successfully, it would be injected into Batman's system. Conversely, if it succeeded, the Joker would inject it into his own henchmen. At that point, a legion of superpowered Bane-like figures would render Batman utterly powerless. To them, this plan seemed infallible, for they could hardly fathom that the Joker would inject himself. Beautiful Ms. Sophia, let us celebrate our victory, the Penguin proposed, pouring more for the two of them and attempting to grasp Sophia's hand. However, she deftly evaded him, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. The Penguin ought to take a good look in the mirror. How could I possibly be interested? Sophia Falcone stated. Next, we must discuss the delineation of our territories. This elicited a flicker of intrigue in the Penguin's eyes as he replied, no problem. Sophia continued, the area south of the stream and Miller's Port shall belong to you, while the Northern Territory will be under the Falcone family's dominion. In truth, Sophia felt somewhat reluctant. She had contemplated the possibility of eliminating the Penguin as well. However, the Penguin was exceedingly cautious, avoiding dangerous locales and insisting on conducting business solely within the confines of the Iceberg Club. This left Sophia without the opportunity for any underhanded dealings. As for the Penguin, his power paled in comparison to that of the Falcone family. So this fleeting thought of rebellion lasted but a mere second. Upon hearing Sophia's words, the Penguin fell into contemplation. No problem, he mused. Although it appeared that the Falcone family had claimed 2/3 of Gotham, the Penguin's territory was far more prosperous. The Diamond District, the Fashion District, the Financial District, and the Municipal District, these lucrative areas all belonged to him. That night, they were on the verge of seizing nearly every corner of Gotham, with only a few formidable areas remaining unconquered, alongside some rather troublesome supercriminals. Yet, neither of them felt intimidated. Moreover, Sophia swirled her wine glass and declared, Leon is meant for me. He has no desire to leave the Iceberg Club. The Penguin paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a chuckle. I offer him a far superior salary and an exceedingly legitimate position. Sophia believed she now understood Leon's desires. At that moment, Harley Quinn, who had been listening, could no longer restrain herself. This wretched harlot is trying to steal my man. Harley's destructive impulses took over as she smashed through the skylight and leaped down. You think you can compete with me for a man? Leon would never stoop to your level. Who are you? Sophia Falcone seethed with fury, turning to confront the intruder, only to find the Joker's accomplice descending. Harley Quinn, baseball bat slung over her shoulder, continued her tirade. It's me, Harley Quinn. Look at you. With a nose so large and age so advanced. I suggest you take a long look in the mirror. You're utterly unworthy of Leon. Sophia found herself taken aback by such brazen comments. Seething with anger, she retorted, and you think you are worthy? Is it your ridiculous pigtails or your ghastly makeup that make you deserving? The Penguin stood in shock. Were these two women truly engaging in such a public quarrel? Although he had witnessed similar altercations before, he recognized the gravity of their identities. While Harley Quinn was somewhat a nuisance, Sophia Falcone was no ordinary adversary. She was the matriarch of the Falcone family. Yet here she was, reduced to a common brawler. "Ah, I shall crush you." Harley, unable to contain her fury, charged forth with her bat raised. Sophia ducked to evade the blow, and chaos erupted on the second floor of the Iceberg Club. The Penguin promptly shouted, "Someone, stop this madwoman." What was supposed to be a celebration has turned into utter mayhem. The onlookers below quickly rallied together. The birds of prey and poison ivy sensed that something was amiss and immediately inquired through their earpieces, "Harley? What is happening?" Then, the commotion within continued to unfold. "I shall crush you, you vile wretch. If you possess any courage, do not flee. If you have the audacity, do not strike." Chaotic sounds emanated from within. They were well aware that Harley Quinn had taken the initiative. Fortunately, they had anticipated such an occurrence. If she were to refrain from causing mayhem, would she still be Harley Quinn? Engage. Thus, they did not hesitate. Poison ivy immediately commanded the plants. In an instant, colossal vegetation filled the Iceberg Club. However, she adhered to Harley Quinn's instructions, causing no destruction. Instead, the branches ensnared everyone present. "Ah, what is this abomination? It's a plant, utterly disgusting." Instantly, the entire Iceberg Club descended into turmoil. All the ordinary patrons were subdued, including the Penguin's henchmen. The remaining minions of the Penguin were then targeted by Huntress and Black Canary. They ascended the staircase, confronting the obstructive henchmen of the Penguin with determination. Both women wielded clubs, having exchanged martial arts insights during this time, and their synergy had gradually developed into a seamless partnership. They moved as if dancing, adorned in elegant gowns, their tall figures exuding a sense of beauty. Amidst this aesthetic, the Penguin's henchmen were systematically defeated. The Penguin soon became aware of the disorder plaguing his club. This realization sparked his fury. This was his domain, and to witness such chaos was an embarrassment. "Frank, swiftly subdue that deranged woman." The Penguin shouted at Frank, who was the first to charge forward. Frank, accompanied by a few of his subordinates, spotted the Joker's daughter, Harley Quinn, relentlessly pursuing Sophia Falcone. Frank's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not the beloved of his dear friend? Now, the Penguin demanded he act. What was he to do? Caught in a dilemma, Frank hesitated, torn between his employer and his friend as beloved. "What are you doing? Move swiftly." The Penguin glared at him. With no other choice, Frank charged ahead, calling out loudly, thus capturing Harley Quinn's attention. The Joker's daughter immediately recognized him. Without hesitation, she swung her baseball bat. Ouch! The burly Frank was sent flying by her swing. Even Harley Quinn was momentarily taken aback. Such directness? Realizing the situation, she showed no mercy towards his subordinates. While she may struggle against formidable foes, she excelled in taking down the weak. Chapter 100. Do you not find this rather romantic? Report the referee. Someone is rigging the match. The Penguin, in a fit of rage, jabbed his umbrella into the ground, nearly finding it laughable. He contemplated reporting his subordinates for their incompetence. Harley Quinn, with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly dispatched her foes, leaving him feeling as though he had nourished a cadre of ineptitude. Sophia Falcone chimed in, "Penguin, is this truly the best you can muster?" This remark left Penguin utterly humiliated. What a disgrace. Yet, he had no time to rectify the situation with Frank and could only shout, "Victor, where the hell are you, you fool?" Harley Quinn laughed heartily. "You didn't think I was the only one, did you?" The Penguin's expression darkened ominously. "Beware that I might just eliminate your little darling." "You dare." Harley Quinn loathed threats. Retorting, "I'll deal with you, Penguin, first." With that, she charged toward him. At that moment, Victor Zez found himself unable to assist Penguin, as he faced the onslaught of three formidable women. Black Canary and Huntress joined forces, their relentless assault blocking his every escape, while Poison Ivy lurked nearby, watching intently. As Poison Ivy observed the fierce combat between the two women, she couldn't help but admire their long legs and striking appearances. It was evident that both men and women alike could appreciate such beauty. Black Canary, with her golden locks, donned high-heeled boots and shorts, her tight top accentuating her allure. Huntress, even more arresting, stood tall at 6 feet, clad in a black gown that danced around her as she fought. All those who wished to behold this spectacle were ensnared by Poison Ivy, leaving her the sole spectator. Regrettably, Leon was absent. leaving her to wonder whether he would have enjoyed the scene. Soon, Victor's has found himself in dire straits. Both women possessed exceptional combat skills. Facing one was already a challenge, let alone two. Before long, he was pinned to the ground by their combined prowess. Black Canary pulled up his sleeve, exposing his arm, which bore numerous tally marks. Each mark represented 5 lives taken. "You truly are scum," Black Canary spat in disgust. It was rumored that Victor would carve a line into his skin for each person he killed, a grim testament to his transgressions. Upon seeing these marks, one could only conclude he was irredeemably vile. Huntress, unable to contain her rage, was ready to strike him down, but Black Canary quickly intervened. "Call the police." Huntress took a deep breath. "All right." They promptly dialed the Gotham Police Department. "First, let us restrain him swiftly. Go assist Harley." Poison Ivy, Pamela, immediately ensnared Victor's ass, binding his hands and feet with tendrils of plant life, then hoisted him aloft. With the presence of greenery, she could exert her will without restraint. Yet, her vulnerability was glaringly apparent. She harbored a profound fear of fire. Any plant that encountered flames would swiftly perish. Harley Quinn soon found herself face to face with the Penguin. She brandished her baseball bat, bringing it down with great force upon him. In response to this onslaught, the Penguin merely raised his umbrella. Though devoid of superhuman abilities, he possessed a unique talent akin to Bruce Wayne's financial prowess. However, his wealth was somewhat less than reputable compared to Wayne's, and his technical skills paled in comparison, lacking the support of the entire Wayne enterprise. Thus, his ingenuity was largely concentrated in the umbrella he wielded. With a resounding thud, the umbrella unfurled, enveloping the Penguin's form. In that moment, it resembled a shield rather than a mere rain cover. However, Harley was undeterred, striking down with fervor. The impact would have obliterated an ordinary umbrella, yet the Penguin's remained unscathed, leaving Harley's arm tingling from the force. Suddenly, countless blades emerged from the umbrella's surface. Harley gasped as the sharp edges effortlessly shredded her bat into splinters. After all, her bat was merely that, a simple, unadulterated piece of sporting equipment, devoid of any technological enhancements. In an instant, only a fragment of her bat remained in her grasp, rendering it harmless. "Splendid work, Penguin. Quickly eliminate that harlot." Sophia, lurking nearby, shouted in exasperation. "Harlot, I shall tear your mouth to shreds." Harley retorted, hastily seeking refuge. She was no fool. She recognized the Penguin's unusual prowess. This seemingly bumbling figure possessed such skill. With a flick of his wrist, the Penguin maneuvered the handle of his umbrella, transforming it into a weapon as bullets erupted towards Harley. This startled her, prompting her to leap and dodge in wild abandon. "Without your bat, you're nothing but a gymnast." The Penguin jeered, his disdain for Harley evident. After all, she was merely a subordinate of the Joker. "Oh dear, Harley." At that moment, the other 3 women rushed onto the scene, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. The Penguin, sensing the shift, grew anxious. "Where are my henchmen? Surrender your weapons, Penguin." "Never." The Penguin was acutely aware that he was outnumbered. He swiftly turned and fled toward the window. However, he moved with exasperating slowness. Even when he tried to run, his gait resembled that of a limping penguin. Black Canary and Huntress promptly obstructed his path, wielding their clubs with intent. Despite using an umbrella for protection, he was soon unceremoniously knocked to the ground. "Penguin, your time is up." Harley Quinn erupted in laughter, bounding over to deliver a sharp blow to the Penguin. "What do you desire?" The Penguin, regaining his composure, prepared to negotiate with Harley. Unfazed, Harley asserted that in Gotham, nothing was beyond discussion. "I want the Iceberg Lounge." "Impossible." The Penguin retorted immediately upon hearing her demand. "Nothing is impossible," Harley replied with a smirk. "Even if you are apprehended, I can still acquire the Iceberg Lounge, and your territory is now mine." The Penguin recognized the truth in her words. At that moment, Harley merely sought his acquiescence, hoping he would refrain from causing further disturbances. "Why do you want the Iceberg Lounge?" The Penguin queried, perplexed. Harley's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "I wish to gift it to my beloved." "Don't you think such a present is romantic?" Chapter 101. Harley Quinn. Gotham's most notorious femme fatale. Regardless of the Penguin's agreement, he found himself powerless. All certificates pertaining to the Iceberg Lounge had been placed in Harley's hands. The Penguin could hardly fathom that the establishment he had meticulously cultivated was now in another's possession. Yet, To refuse her would invite the uncertainty of Harley's unpredictable antics. Gotham was well aware that Harley Quinn was a woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Soon, reinforcements arrived to address the turmoil. The roar of motorcycles ceased outside, and Batwoman strode in, instantly grasping the situation at hand. The instigators of the night's chaos, Penguin and Sophia Falcone, had been apprehended. However, their captors were rather fantastical. Harley Quinn and her so-called birds of prey. Consequently, Batwoman turned to Harley and remarked, "I knew I was right. You're indeed a good person." Having spent considerable time with the Leon family, Kate had come to view Harley in a new light. At least in Leon's presence, Harley had adopted a ladylike demeanor. Unexpectedly, this compliment ignited Harley's indignation. "I'm not a good person," she retorted, unable to bear Batwoman's words. "I am exceedingly wicked, a quintessential villain." She was suddenly reminded of Mr. Freeze's fate, and the thought of meeting a similarly dismal end was intolerable. Batwoman then stated, "You have protected Gotham. You have brought Penguin and Sophia to justice, preventing his henchmen from further wrongdoing. This is the hallmark of a superhero." Kane naturally desires for Harley Quinn to improve. After all, she has always been concerned that Harley might lead Leon astray. Although Leon still appears rather lackadaisical, there have been some changes. He has become more playful. Indeed, Batwoman truly understands. Black Canary and Huntress echoed her sentiments, considering themselves superheroes as well. Since Harley is part of their team, if she is deemed a supervillain, what does that make them? Harley looked bewilderedly at her companions, wondering why her sisters would betray her. Suddenly, she recalled the tragic fate of Mr. Freeze. What a horrific end. No way. Summoning her courage, she approached Batwoman. "I am Gotham's most wicked harlot. I am Harley Quinn. I am impulsive, and I kiss whomever I please." She embraced Batwoman and planted a kiss on her, then promptly pushed her away, declaring, "Tell Gotham, I am a supervillain." What on earth? Batwoman was momentarily stunned by the kiss. Leon's partner had just kissed her. What did that make her? As they pushed open the door of the Iceberg Lounge and stepped outside, they found Gotham's officers had already arrived. Officer Judy immediately approached and inquired, "Harley Quinn, how does it feel to be a superhero for the first time?" Goodness, Harley had lost her mind. Despite her claims of being a supervillain, no one believed her, especially since the Penguin and Sophia Falcone had been apprehended. With these two crime lords captured, it seemed the entire city of Gotham was settling into a calmness. Subsequently, Black Canary and Huntress hurriedly made their exit. They did not wish to face the same fate as Harley, who was now being interviewed by the press. Poison Ivy intended to support Harley, being her close friend, but she was intercepted by Batman. "I need your assistance, Poison Ivy," he said in a grave tone. "For what purpose?" "Help me refine an antidote to save the Joker's life." "Are you insane? Harley despises him." Poison Ivy unequivocally refused. She found Batman to be utterly mad. Was it not a good thing if the Joker were to die? Why was he so fixated on saving him? Yet Batman offered no explanation. "If you refuse, I shall incinerate all the plants in Gotham." "You." Poison Ivy, Pamela, was infuriated but had no choice but to acquiesce. Why was everyone allowed to threaten her? Who taught them that? "I am Gotham's most wicked harlot." In an apartment, Leon and several young women stared at the news on television, somewhat dumbfounded. "Boss, why is Harley calling herself a harlot?" The young women exclaimed in astonishment. It was already rare to hear someone insult themselves in such a manner, let alone on television. Now, who would still believe that Harley Quinn was a good person? Ahem. Leon cleared his throat a couple of times and promptly turned off the television. "All right, it is getting late. You should all rest well." Yet, the girls replied in unison, "But we are not tired." They turned their gazes towards him. Not long ago, Leon had returned home with Rachel, only to find Kara and Siri nestled together in the room, whispering secrets. Upon seeing Rachel, the two girls joyfully approached, chattering excitedly. However, Leon could discern that their enthusiasm was somewhat muted. Rachel had just lost her home. Although she was raised by her adoptive mother, emotional ties remained. Siri, on the other hand, bore traces of tears on her cheeks and appeared utterly exhausted, yet sleep eluded her. Leon could easily tell that she had cried quite a bit. This was precisely what he had feared. Fortunately, Kara had been sensible and did not leave Siri alone at home. Siri was in dire need of companionship. She was deeply afraid of abandonment. Liang's heart softened. "Are you all hungry?" he inquired. "A little," came their immediate response in unison. Thus, Liang set about preparing noodles for them, hoping that once they had eaten and regained their energy, sleep would naturally follow. After he finished cooking and they had eaten, it was evident that they were beginning to feel weary. Subsequently, the three girls huddled together in one room, seemingly intent on remaining together for the night. Before long, Harley Quinn returned, her demeanor decidedly subdued. "What's wrong?" Liang asked as he linked arms with her. With utmost seriousness, Harley Quinn questioned, "Darling, I a supervillain?" "Of course not," Liang replied, bewildered by her thoughts. "Oh my gosh," Harley Quinn exclaimed in despair. Liang wrapped his arms around her and sat her down on the sofa. "Harley, is it so bad to be a good person?" "Yes," she retorted, immediately recounting the events of the evening to him. When Liang learned that Mr. Freeze was willing to sacrifice his own life to save his wife rather than randomly capture a criminal, he felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. Could such occurrences truly happen in Gotham? At that moment, his understanding of the fantastical nature of Gotham deepened. The astonishment rivaling the shock he had felt upon discovering that America recognized over 100 genders. It was evident that this version of reality was far ahead, leaving other places struggling to keep pace. Naturally, he had little time to ponder these thoughts, for like most women, Harley Quinn presented him with a soul-searching inquiry. "Darling, if I were to be in a situation like Nora's, would you be willing to sacrifice your life to save me, just like Mr. Freeze?" Chapter 102. A ray of hope. This was indeed a profound question. Most would choose to temporarily deceive a woman, reasoning that such a moment might never arrive. However, Liang perceived that Harley Quinn's thought process was distinct. Furthermore, it was evident that she was shaken and had abandoned the notion of being a good person. Thus, Liang remarked, "No." "Why?" Harley Quinn responded with surprise. "Don't you wish to save me?" "Boo-hoo." She began to sob openly. Yet, from Liang's perspective, even acting should not be overly genuine. Therefore, he replied, "Of course I will save you, but we must be together. I will exhaust all means to rescue you." "Indeed." Harley Quinn's smile returned as she exclaimed, "Even if you aim to save me, you must not forsake your own life." The Freeze is utterly foolish. She truly feared that Liang harbored thoughts of self-sacrifice. In her eyes, the Freeze's demise would be a mere end to his suffering. But the resurrected Nora would be left heartbroken. When Nora laid eyes upon the Freeze's corpse, her wails were heart-wrenching, evoking profound empathy within Harley. Hence, she declared herself the villain. She did not wish for Liang to transform into such a paragon. Being a good person often entailed sacrificing one's life, which she deemed exceedingly foolish. "Dear, let us rest." Harley Quinn promptly pulled Liang into a room. Riding in the Batmobile was far from pleasant, Poison Ivy mused, especially since that cursed Batman refused to allow her to sit in the front seat, relegating her instead to the trunk. Heaven knows why the Batmobile had a space designed for the abduction of individuals. Upon the vehicle coming to a halt, she was astonished to discover that they had arrived at Arkham Asylum. At that moment, most of the crises at Arkham had been resolved. Gotham's police had exerted considerable effort and finally defused the bomb. "Let us go," Batman intoned gravely. This prompted Poison Ivy to immediately retort, "Batman, I haven't done anything. You can't imprison me." She was a long-standing patron of Arkham Asylum. When Harley Quinn first began her tenure, she had been locked up there, leading to the development of their remarkable friendship. Harley Quinn could not abide the asylum staff setting fire to her plants, and she had secretly gifted Ivy a single leaf. In all the world, only Harley Quinn had ever bestowed a gift upon her. Once, Pamela was an unremarkable university student, a bookworm who was also a victim of bullying. After becoming Poison Ivy, although she had turned the tables on her tormentors, she still found herself devoid of friends. Thus, her only true companion was Harley Quinn. "I won't imprison you," Batman stated. "I merely wish for you to refine the potion." He had already provided her with the potion's data. When Poison Ivy learned that her plants were needed, she exhaled in relief. "I can provide the plants." "Then that will suffice," Batman replied somberly. Upon their return, they discovered the Joker still writhing on the ground in agony. "Batman, I am nearing death," the Joker lamented, experiencing a level of suffering he had never anticipated from an incomplete potion. Were it not for the injection being administered to oneself but rather to the Joker, it is likely that even he would have succumbed. "I shall save you," Batman declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the Joker erupted with an astonishing will to survive. "Hurry, save me." The Joker, it seems, harbors a profound fear of death, for once he perishes, he can no longer engage in his playful rivalry with Batman. Without hesitation, Batman commenced the refinement of the serum. In no time, the complete Titan formula was successfully synthesized. With the genetic plant matter from poison ivy, the process proved to be remarkably straightforward. Without a moment's delay, Batman injected the serum into the Joker. The Joker cried out, his body instantaneously swelling. The agony etched on his face morphed into a broad smile. Power. I can feel the power. With a tremendous force, the Joker grew to over 2 meters in height, his massive form being flung across the room by Batman. He resembled a miniature Bane. The implications of such potency in the Joker's hands were daunting. One could only imagine the havoc Bane could wreak. However, Batman remained unflappable, fully aware that the Joker would inevitably turn against him. If the cured Joker did not strike at him, that would indeed be the true anomaly. Thus, while concocting the serum, Batman had simultaneously prepared the antidote. The two soon engaged in a fierce struggle, with Batman seizing the opportunity to inject the antidote into the Joker's system. Once the skirmish concluded, the Joker found himself bested yet again. Nevertheless, he relished the experience. Ha ha! The Joker laughed maniacally, his objective accomplished. He merely sought the complete Titan serum. As for killing Batman, that was not his intention at all. At this juncture, Arkham Asylum had finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. The majority of criminals had been apprehended, and those who managed the asylum were released. Commissioner Gordon approached, stating, "Batman, while Arkham is at peace, Gotham remains in turmoil. Leave it to me." Batman nodded, reflecting on the myriad events of the night. Yet, despite the chaos, he remained invigorated. This is the essence of Batman's prowess. By day, he plays the debonair, mingling with various women, and by night, he possesses the stamina to don the cape and cowl. With merely a cup of black coffee, sleep becomes an afterthought. As for Poison Ivy, she had departed, unwilling to linger a moment longer. Who could predict what eccentricity Batman might unleash next? As the night wore on, the sounds of vandalism and theft in Gotham diminished, giving way to the cacophony of fierce gunfire. With Batman's assistance, the Gotham City Police Department methodically regained control of the city. In the absence of the Penguin and Sophia Falcone, the two formidable factions had effectively lost their combat efficacy. Those who sought to take advantage of the chaos were swiftly vanquished, their feeble strength leaving them no match for the resolute defenders. After a night had passed, while the remnants of the disorder still lingered in the streets, the situation had notably improved. Uncharacteristically, Gotham was graced with the sun's warm embrace. The clouds that had once shrouded the sky seemed to have vanished, allowing sunlight to illuminate the city. On television, Commissioner Gordon of the Gotham Police Department delivered a solemn address, vowing to show no mercy towards criminals and to strive for the betterment of Gotham. Soon after, Gotham was abuzz with significant news. Wayne Enterprises announced a new initiative for the city's revitalization, undertaking major projects such as urban renovation, road maintenance, and post-war reconstruction. To ensure the smooth implementation of this plan, Wayne Enterprises secured a new project from the mayor, with banks extending loans exceeding $100 billion. Wayne Enterprises pledged to create over 10,000 job opportunities, promising a brighter future for the citizens of Gotham upon the city's restoration. Chapter 103. Harley Quinn surprised it was now the second day following the riot at Arkham Asylum, and Gotham was rapidly regaining its order. "Darling, how do I look?" Harley Quinn stood before a full-length mirror, loosening her twin ponytails, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, the red and blue tips exuding an oddly enchanting beauty. She wore a striking black and red slick gown and crystal high heels. Even without foundation, her skin appeared far fairer than those who excessively applied makeup, a result of her enhanced physique. In this world, none could rival her pallor, not even the legendary Snow White. However, as the new century dawned, Snow White had transformed into a more diverse interpretation, with purity of heart taking precedence over mere appearance, a phenomenon dubbed wokeness by Hollywood. After all, if mermaids could become black, what else was impossible? Leon stood behind Harley, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and inquired, "Why have you let your ponytails down?" "I simply think it looks better this way," Harley replied dismissively, concealing the fact that she had been ridiculed by Sophia. Moreover, wearing a gown warranted a departure from twin ponytails. "Stunning," Leon exclaimed, admiring Harley's exquisite figure. Standing at approximately 5'7" and weighing around 132 pounds. Her physique was delightfully curvaceous, with a slender waist and ample hips that nearly rivaled her shoulders. A truly divine experience. "Let us depart for the party," Harley said, taking Leon's hand, who was now clad in a suit. "We won't go too." At that moment, 3 little ones dashed out from the room, intrigued by Harley's intention to surprise Leon. "This party is not for children." In response, Harley Quinn immediately remarked. Upon hearing her words, Leon felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it possibly be a silver party? Having lived in this area for quite some time, Leon had previously attended such gatherings, especially in more backward places where entertainment options were scarce. Ohio had often hosted such parties in the past. Alcohol, certain substances, women, and a carefree atmosphere where one could revel as desired. It was only after the arrival of Carla that Leon had settled down, avoiding such venues for fear of corrupting the youth. "Why?" The 3 young ladies were naturally perplexed. "Aren't you all adults? What are you doing there?" Harley Quinn quickly pulled Leon away, denying them the opportunity to inquire further. She intended to surprise Leon, not to share it with others. Thus, she chose to disregard the curses of the 3 girls behind the door. She would deal with them later, those little rascals. Though lacking any superpowers, the Joker's girl had a way of keeping them in line. The 2 arrived at the parking lot and got into an old Ford. "I'll drive," Harley Quinn declared as she gracefully stepped into the driver's seat, her heels clicking against the floor. "I didn't want to drive anyway," Leon replied casually. Of course, he possessed a driver's license. In many respects, a driver's license was akin to an identity card or household registration. Consequently, most people here obtained their licenses by the age of 16. Furthermore, there was no need to attend a dedicated driving school. Family members could provide instruction, and passing the exam was sufficient. This is why the nation was often referred to as the land of automobiles, with nearly every individual owning a car. Once young people reached adulthood, they typically purchased their own vehicle, although most opted for second-hand ones, as new cars were prohibitively expensive. Despite wearing high heels, Harley Quinn drove with remarkable steadiness. As Leon engaged her in conversation, he felt an undeniable familiarity with the roads. After all, his life in Gotham revolved around a 3-point routine: school, work, and home. Perhaps this was the essence of a mundane existence. Had it not been for Carla's arrival, Leon would still be meandering through that small town in Ohio, pondering how to woo women. "Here we are." Harley Quinn deftly maneuvered the car into the parking lot. "Isn't this the Iceberg Lounge?" Leon inquired with intrigue. He had seen the news the previous day, noting that the Penguin had been apprehended. Thus, he harbored some concerns regarding the future of the Iceberg Lounge. With the owner gone, would it continue to operate? Indeed, Harley Quinn nodded. "Come on. The party is about to commence." She refrained from revealing the surprise just yet, pulling Leon into the club. Although Gotham had stirred considerable commotion, the Iceberg Lounge had suffered minimal damage and was swiftly restored. After all, the Penguin would never permit havoc on his territory. This turn of events had inadvertently benefited Harley and her companions. The gathering was comprised solely of familiar faces. Kate Kane, with her striking short red hair, donned a fitted long gown with intricate cutouts at the back. However, she was not the only one commanding attention. Many others were equally captivating, all adorned in elegant attire. Among them were Black Canary, Dinah Lance, and the Huntress, Helena Bertinelli. This was the first occasion for Leon to witness the 2 of them in dresses rather than uniforms, and they exuded an air of nobility, particularly the Huntress, whose long legs were quite mesmerizing. The Iceberg Lounge was populated exclusively by Caucasians, a detail that pleased Leon immensely. Aside from these acquaintances, the staff, including maids and bodyguards, remained unchanged. To them, the identity of the club's owner was of little consequence, as long as the establishment continued to thrive. Loyal followers of Penguin had largely been apprehended, and unfortunate Frank was among them, given his steadfast allegiance. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between Harley Quinn and Penguin, he had opted for neither and simply collapsed. Upon learning this news, Leon found it amusing and decided to secure Frank's release today, utilizing Kate Kane's connections. "Oh, I'm late," came the voice of Poison Ivy from behind Leon and Harley. Turning to look, he noticed Ivy had dressed beautifully, accentuating her red lips and clad in a green mini-skirt and thigh-high boots. "Ivy, where were you yesterday?" Harley Quinn embraced her close friend, immediately engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Leon took the opportunity to chat with Kate. "Kate, you look stunning," he remarked, which brought a satisfied smile to her face. "Thank you. You look quite handsome yourself," she replied. "Have you prepared for your itinerary?" she inquired. We're all set to head to Metropolis. Aren't you joining us? Leon had never been to Metropolis and felt a sense of anticipation, especially since he had come from the impoverished regions of Ohio. Gotham is in turmoil and requires my presence. Kate expressed her desire to join them evident, though she was compelled to whisper her reluctance. With the chaos at the asylum, how could she possibly leave? Anything that transpires outside can be addressed through Wayne Enterprises, she assured him, effectively providing a sense of security. Chapter 104. From bartender to boss, this journey would only involve Leon accompanied by the three young women, a source of considerable pressure. Fortunately, none of them were ordinary girls, significantly diminishing the likelihood of complications. Otherwise, Leon would have had to worry about them getting lost. After speaking with Kate, he exchanged a few words of praise with Black Canary and the Huntress, complimenting their beauty. Having spent ample time in this setting, Leon no longer felt the need for restraint, unlike before his arrival in this world, where he would have hesitated to voice such admiration for beautiful women. He now found it effortless to express his thoughts. They were all quite pleased, their faces adorned with smiles. No one dislikes receiving compliments, just as Leon relished being called handsome. However, he chose to remain reticent, especially with Harley Quinn present. Otherwise, Leon would have been quite confident in winning them over. In this era, if the chemistry is right, all preliminary steps can be completed in a mere 2 hours, swiftly ushering in the revelry. Sisters, the party has commenced. Harley Quinn leapt onto the stage on the first floor, dancing with wild abandon. Accompanied by pulsating music, the entire club plunged into a frenzy of celebration. Fortunately, Harley restrained her desires. Otherwise, she might have wreaked havoc upon the club, particularly with those unsightly machines around. Leon was accustomed to such parties, and he joined in the dancing, seizing the waist of a nearby woman. To his surprise, it was Poison Ivy. "Why aren't you playing with Harley?" Pamela, the Poison Ivy, inquired, her hand resting comfortably on Leon's shoulder. "It's the same wherever you are," Leon replied with a smile. "Your best friend? She won't mind." "Aquaman," Poison Ivy retorted playfully, though she was not offended. She had once fantasized about being with Harley Quinn forever, only to realize it was but a fleeting dream. Harley might momentarily adore someone, yet her affections were ever-changing. However, this seemed to be an opportunity. If Harley and Leon were together, and she joined in, would it not equate to being with Harley forever? After finishing the dance with Poison Ivy, Leon switched partners. Under the fervent music, it was easy to become swept away. Suffice it to say, those in the know understood. Luckily, Harley's friends were without men. When Harley noticed this scene, she promptly pulled Leon away, covering his eyes and leading him to the elevator. "Darling, keep your eyes shut. No peeking." "What is happening?" Even without opening his eyes, Leon, relying on his other senses, managed to navigate as if he were Daredevil. "I promise you surprise." "Isn't the party the surprise? That was merely the appetizer." Harley Quinn hosted the party for her own enjoyment, never anticipating it would also bring joy to Leon. Fortunately, they were all her close friends, so she didn't mind overly much. Leon, since they had entered the elevator. The Iceberg Club had only this one floor. "Ding! We've arrived," Harley announced. "Don't open your eyes just yet." She guided Leon a short distance before asking, "Are you ready?" "Of course," Leon replied, filled with curiosity about this surprise. "It wouldn't be a scare, would it?" Bang! 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 Harley Quinn immediately released her grip and exclaimed, "Surprise!" Leon opened his eyes to find a number of club members before him, led by Frank. "Good day, boss," they shouted in unison upon noticing Leon's gaze upon them. "Huh?" Leon was momentarily bewildered. Harley Quinn, embracing him, declared, "Darling, the Iceberg Club now belongs to you." To her, it was evident that Leon had an emotional connection to the establishment. Lon, taken aback, could hardly believe that his surprise was of this nature. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. Who could have imagined that he had transitioned from a mere bartender at the Iceberg Club to its proprietor? "What on earth is happening?" Leon asked, his throat dry. Without hesitation, Harley summoned a waitress to bring 2 glasses of wine. After they had a drink, she reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear. The Penguin has transferred ownership of the club to us, and he will no longer be involved. Even if he were to escape from Arkham Asylum, this establishment is now ours." Leon nodded in acknowledgement, clearly understanding that Harley had employed certain methods. He held no fear of the Penguin, feeling only a slight sense of discomfort, but it was negligible. After all, the business world is akin to a battlefield. It was merely unfortunate for the Penguin, whose lifelong efforts had now culminated in Leon's ownership. How lucrative could the Iceberg Club be? It was not uncommon to earn hundreds of thousands in a single night. Coupled with the Penguin's previous clandestine money laundering, it was no surprise that he had amassed wealth rivaling that of nations. As he gazed at the familiar faces around him, Leon smiled. "Darling, why not share a few words?" Harley winked at him. Leon nodded and began to speak. "We are all acquaintances here. The club will not dismiss anyone." After his speech, the crowd exhaled in relief, fearing they might have offended Leon in the past, and thus risked losing their jobs. Finding work in Gotham superior to the Iceberg Club was no easy task, particularly for the waitresses, whose primary earnings came from tips rather than base salaries. "All right, Frank, come here for a moment," Leon called. Frank regarded Leon with a mixture of respect and disbelief, unable to fathom that not long ago Leon had been a struggling companion seeking rides in his car, and now he had ascended to the role of the Iceberg Club's owner. A remarkable transformation indeed, and all of this was thanks to the woman beside him, Harley Quinn. Now, everyone had to acknowledge her. Despite her seemingly eccentric demeanor, she was exceptionally astute. She simply enjoyed revelry and mischief. "Frank, I will be leaving Gotham for a while. If anything arises, please consult Harley," Leon instructed him. He had previously been contemplating what excuse to use in order to leave for a month or two without being dismissed by the club. Now, however, he has become the owner and no longer needs to concern himself with such matters. Frank nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, Leon, I will manage everything meticulously. By the way, those previous projects are no longer necessary." Leon shook his head. His sole focus was on the Iceberg Club, and he had no interest in the Penguin's other ventures. After all, if he were to engage in criminal activities or money laundering, what would distinguish him from the Penguin? He cherished wealth, yet he valued other things even more. His pursuit of riches was merely to ensure the comfort of those around him. For instance, perhaps acquiring a quaint villa? Once arrangements were made, Leon and Harley Quinn resumed their revelry, truly elated. Tomorrow marks the reopening of the Iceberg Club, though, for the outside world, the change of ownership holds little significance. Chapter 105. The argument begins. Kara, keep an eye on your two sisters and make sure they have their belongings. At the end of May, Leon called out from home. They were all set to go out for some fun. Although Kara had followed Leon from Ohio to Gotham, the distance was not far, and the journey had been one of escape rather than leisure. Ohio, located in the Midwest, is merely a state or two away. With a population of just over 10 million, it is rather sparse. Besides being underpopulated, it is also impoverished. There is a lack of entertainment. Otherwise, Leon wouldn't be preoccupied with chasing women daily. For the average person, China is far superior to America, at least in terms of entertainment. One must understand that tourism is underdeveloped here, with most reliant on personal vehicles. Moreover, the internet service is appalling. There is no connectivity even on the subway, let alone in the great outdoors. Walking down the street, one must also be wary of robbery, and parks are adorned with graffiti. Leon found himself at a loss after making a casual comparison. "All right," Kara's voice chimed in. She had brought only a single bag containing clothes. Siri and Rachel were similarly equipped. Since Rachel had lost her home, she had been living with Leon and the others, with 4 people already in the household. Accommodating one more was of little concern. Furthermore, Rachel had expressed her desire to become his goddaughter. Goddaughter, Rachel Ross, the Raven. Affinity, 45, 50 required for summons. Abilities, magical affinity, soul release, healing, mind control, mental realm, interdimensional teleportation. Leon was taken aback upon observing Rachel's abilities. She was not merely on par with Siri. In fact, she was even more formidable. The only area in which Siri might surpass Rachel could be interdimensional travel, as Rachel could only traverse dimensions but not other worlds. Moreover, the most unfortunate aspect for Siri is that Rachel is her senior in age. Thus, if the household were to be arranged by age, Siri would be the youngest. The other 2 girls under her tutelage have also seen changes. Tuti, Karazael, Supergirl. Affinity, 78, 80 allows for extraction. Tuti, Siriafiona, Alenlian, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 77, 80 allows for extraction. With a stroke of luck, one could extract 3 times in succession. Leon felt a surge of delight. "Come out quickly," he exclaimed. These 3 young maidens, barely in their teens, had already mastered the art of procrastination. One could only imagine how long it would take them when they matured. Surely, even the application of makeup would require at least an hour. "Here we come." The trio promptly opened the door and emerged. The sight of these three adolescents commenced their makeup application, albeit with a charming naivety and clumsy technique that nearly elicited laughter from Leon. "Father, do I look good?" Carla bounded over first. "You look splendid," Leon replied, suppressing his mirth. After all, he was a connoisseur in this realm. Compared to the beauty gurus, the makeup on Carla's face resembled a child's scribbles. The other two girls gathered around Leon, inquiring about their appearances, and Leon, ever fair-minded, complimented them all profusely. As expected, their spirits soared with joy, and they eagerly gathered their belongings to accompany Leon downstairs. "We're off. Darling, have fun." Harley Quinn waved goodbye with a hint of reluctance. With Leon gone, she would have to seek Ivy for amusement. Fortunately, Ivy had forgiven her. In the underground garage, Leon borrowed Kate's Maybach, opening the trunk for them to stow their belongings. With sufficient funds, one could travel light, yet they all insisted on bringing along some clothing, Leon included. Once everything was securely loaded, for comfort's sake, Carla took the front passenger seat while Leon took the wheel. The Maybach was exceedingly spacious, with plush seating. However, in this region, people typically preferred larger vehicles, akin to Fords. In recent years, due to rising fuel prices, only cars with lower fuel consumption had captured public attention. "We're off to the metropolis," Leon announced with a smile as he started the engine. The young ladies were brimming with excitement. Metropolis, in essence, referred to New York, merely a specific nomenclature in this world. While Siri had heard of New York's immense development, she had seldom ventured beyond her own city, rendering her incapable of imagining it. In her eyes, Gotham was the epitome of urban splendor, a stark contrast to the backwardness of Sintra. Thus, she eagerly anticipated their journey to New York. Given that Metropolis was not far from Gotham, they opted against flying. Gotham, indeed, boasted an airport, situated in the northwest suburbs, known as Arcaguin Airport. Leon drove onto the three-way bridge. Not long ago, this bridge was nearly destroyed, and soon after, they passed by the Gotham Power Station. Upon crossing the bridge, the distant skyline of Metropolis came into view. It is no wonder that the military acted swiftly to seal off the area, preventing the citizens of Gotham from escaping. The destruction of Gotham was inconsequential, but Metropolis was an entirely different matter. In any realm, New York stands as a beacon of finance, commerce, and culture. It is the most advanced and affluent city in America, indeed the largest city overall. Upon crossing the bridge, they enter Metropolis, first arriving in Brooklyn. Naturally, the first order of business when visiting a city is to check into a hotel. Leon had already made arrangements at a hotel owned by Wayne Enterprises. Hotels under the Wayne banner are synonymous with unparalleled luxury. Even in Metropolis, standard hotels do not provide amenities such as disposable slippers or toothbrushes. Only establishments with star ratings offer such comforts. Leon had booked a suite featuring a master bedroom, 2 additional bedrooms, and a children's room, furnished with everything one could desire. The sole drawback was the cost. Staying a single night would set one back several $1,000s. However, for Leon, this was no longer a concern, as he bore the label of Kate Kane, granting him discounts. Once inside the room, before they could even unpack, the 3 young ladies began to bicker. "Siri, you are still quite young, perfectly suited for the children's room. I am not little. I have grown up. But what shall we do? There isn't enough space. Can't you stay there?" Leon listened and quickly grasped the situation. None of them wished to occupy the children's room. After all, for these 3 self-proclaimed young women, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Soon enough, their quarrel reached Leon. "Godfather, they are all picking on me." Leon had not anticipated such discord arising so swiftly. Siri leaped into his arms, turning into a weeping child once more. "Ahem," Leon began. "Didn't you all sleep together at home?" Carla immediately lowered her gaze. "I will share with Siri," Rachel chimed in. "Carla can take the smaller room, and you two can have a larger one." "Very well," Carla acquiesced. It wasn't that she disliked Siri. Rather, as she grew older, she yearned for her own space. Chapter 106. Farewell. Wonder Woman, is this truly Metropolis? "Ugh," Carla remarked, hastily shielding her senses. For someone with her heightened sensitivity, Metropolis was nothing short of torment. The streets were littered with remnants of chewing gum, and the alleys reeked of unsavory odors. Most daunting of all was the subway. Upon approaching the entrance, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, and she was reluctant to descend. No wonder the affluent avoid such public amenities. Leon and the others felt the same way. They initially believed that Gotham was the only city rife with eccentricities. only to discover that Metropolis was equally peculiar. Is this truly the largest city in the United States? Is this it? With no alternative, they decided to turn back. Driving felt decidedly safer. At least they wouldn't have to worry about an inexplicable odor infiltrating their nostrils. Arriving in the grand city, their intent was to behold the towering skyscrapers. While Leon and Carla remained indifferent, Ciri and Rachel were eager to witness them. In Ciri's hometown, the tallest structure she had ever seen was a castle. Nothing compared to the beauty of the skyscrapers. Although Rachel was born here, she had previously resided in Detroit, a city long past its prime, where vast numbers of $1 homes now stood abandoned, transforming it into a veritable urban wasteland. Those with any means had fled, leaving behind a stark contrast to the opulence of Metropolis. Leon drove them into Manhattan, the smallest borough, yet the most densely populated. It is hailed as the economic epicenter of the world and the wealthiest part of Metropolis. A significant portion of the Fortune 500 companies has their branches or headquarters here. Thus, after traversing the over 1,000 meters of the Brooklyn Bridge, they were greeted by a stunning array of skyscrapers, towering and concentrated, nearly enveloping the entire sky. For those witnessing the spectacle for the first time, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Humanity has a profound affinity for height and grandeur. This is the essence of Metropolis. As Carla remarked, moreover, upon entering Manhattan, the environment markedly improved, at least devoid of the previous foul stench. Regrettably, the precious real estate of Manhattan is not affordable for everyone. Look, the Wayne Corporation, Rachel exclaimed shortly thereafter. They both harbored a certain fondness for Wayne Enterprises, as their education had been facilitated by the organization. Without it, they would have had no opportunity to study. The headquarters of Wayne Enterprises was a colossal landmark in Manhattan. In addition to Wayne Enterprises, they spotted the likes of LexCorp among the corporate giants. In this relatively small expanse of Manhattan, most of the area was occupied by the edifices of these corporations. They also noted the illustrious Empire State Building on Fifth Avenue. Alas, despite its height, it lacked a giant gorilla top. As evening fell, hunger struck Leon and his companions, prompting them to seek out a rather upscale restaurant. Thus, their first day in the Metropolis was deemed a success. At that moment, Leon received a message. "Are you in Gotham?" Upon closer inspection, it was from Wonder Woman Diana. Reflecting on their last exchange, a warm surge of excitement coursed through him. Noticing the exuberant revelry of his companions, he promptly replied, "I am in Metropolis." Just then, Wonder Woman's swift response arrived. "Perfect, I am here as well. Shall we meet?" Acquaintances had arranged a meeting, and naturally, Leon would not decline the invitation. "No problem," he replied. The other party quickly sent the time and location, which happened to be the same hotel where Wonder Woman was staying, the Hilton. Leon glanced at the time and felt no urgency. First, he would drop off a few of the girls. After dinner, Leon remarked, "Make sure to rest well tonight. The Godfather has to meet an old friend." Hearing this from Leon, who wore a self-satisfied expression, both Ciri and Rachel nodded in agreement, while Kara looked on with bewilderment. "Godfather, you've never been to Metropolis. How could you have an old friend?" Kara was quite aware of Leon's whereabouts. Noticing her teasing demeanor, Leon cleared his throat softly. This young lady was the most cognizant of his character flaws. Yet, Leon was unfazed. Life's joys were few and far between. Couldn't he, an old friend from elsewhere, visit Metropolis? Hurry and get in the car. Rest well, so we can enjoy tomorrow without tiring ourselves out. Upon hearing Leon's words, they hastily climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, the three girls chattered excitedly, speculating about the new arrival. Was a stunning figure or a beautiful face? Golden hair, black hair, or perhaps red? Or was it a matter of height and build? The discussions were fervent. Ultimately, Kara confidently asserted, "It must be Big Thunder." This caused Leon to stifle a laugh. This child didn't tease she wanted all. He quickly stopped the car and purchased several new comics, tossing them to Kara and the others. While girls their age were still playing with Barbie dolls, these ones were anything but ordinary. Yay! Upon receiving the comics, the girls fell silent, engrossed in their reading. Leon then cautioned, "Reading in the car isn't good for your eyes. Save it for later." "Godfather, our eyes are perfectly fine," Kara replied, blinking playfully. Her supervision was no joke. Leon coughed slightly, concerned they might finish too quickly and then grow bored. Upon returning to Brooklyn, Leon escorted them to their hotel suite. "Be good and don't go out. If I come back and find no one here, there will be trouble," he instructed the girls. They nodded obediently, indicating their intention to behave. As for the godfather going out without them, they had long since grown accustomed to this heartless rogue. At a tropical-themed bar, Diana Prince had turned down numerous average men. Yet, they seemed relentless. As another approached shortly thereafter. As footsteps drew near, Diana's relaxed demeanor swiftly transformed into one of cold composure. She had to maintain her aloofness. The other unsuccessful suitors observed from a distance, unable to suppress their ridicule. Though they could not possess her, they still wished to behold her brilliance. Indeed, Diana was dazzling, not only in beauty but also in physique, rivaling even the top supermodels. "Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink?" Upon hearing the voice behind her, Diana instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Of course," she replied, summoning the bartender. Seizing the moment, Leon presented a bouquet of flowers. "Thank you." Diana accepted them with a hint of delight. "You're welcome," Leon smiled, ordering a drink from the bartender. He had purchased the flowers earlier, unable to bear the sight of a young girl selling them late at night. As Leon settled down effortlessly, the onlookers, who had previously failed in their attempts, were struck with astonishment. It was over. The goddess had been whisked away. Moreover, they wondered what means this man had employed. Merely sharing a drink, and he had already escorted her out of the bar. One could easily surmise that they were off to revel in the night. Countless hearts wished to take Leon's place. Chapter 107. The intensive training awaits. With the experience from their previous encounter, Leon and Diana felt liberated. After sharing a drink, they could hardly contain themselves and promptly returned to the hotel where Diana was staying. Their passions ignited fervently, yet misfortune soon followed. With a sudden crash, perhaps due to their exuberance, the bed collapsed beneath them. Fortunately, neither sustained any injuries, but their enthusiasm waned. Leon remarked, "This is nothing compared to the hotels in Gotham. Last time, everything remained intact." "Indeed, I shall lodge a complaint," Diana replied, her expression one of indignation. Thankfully, they were not ordinary folk. Otherwise, Leon would have faced dire consequences. Then, laughter erupted between them. They sat by the window, and Diana retrieved a bottle of wine from the fridge. "I heard there has been unrest in Gotham?" she inquired. "Just Batman's antics," Leon replied casually. This elicited a chuckle from Wonder Woman, and their conversation flowed seamlessly. Leon found himself intrigued by her work. When he asked, she explained, "I visited the Louvre to examine some artifacts. As an antiquities expert, her extensive lifespan had afforded her the ability to discern genuine articles from forgeries with ease." This prompted Leon to engage her further, appealing to her interests. After some time, Diana gently smiled and asked, "You mentioned your prot.gs possess certain abilities?" "Indeed," Leon replied with a grin. "Would you like to meet one?" "Certainly, but let us choose a secluded location," Diana suggested. "I could perhaps serve as her mentor." "Ahem, I have 3 prot.gs," Leon interjected. Diana gazed at him, momentarily speechless. 2 of them possess magical talents. Upon hearing this, Diana shook her head, saying, "Magic is beyond my grasp. I am an Amazon." She then shared her origins with Leon, having felt it only fair since he had revealed such a secret to her. After exchanging some secrets, the bond between the two individuals deepened. It turned out she was a princess, which explained the name Prince. Leon expressed his astonishment at once, remarking on the remarkable revelation. Diana cast him a sideways glance, not doubting that he had already been aware of her true identity, especially since she had long ceased to operate under the guise of Wonder Woman. Leon then glanced at the time and remarked, "I must return to keep an eye on them. Shall we meet tomorrow?" Diana proposed. "Certainly, but I shall take them out for some fun tomorrow." "Then let us all go together," Diana replied nonchalantly. "Agreed." The following day, as Leon awoke, he was greeted by sounds from outside. It turned out the 3 young ladies had risen early and were engaged in the art of makeup. Women do possess a remarkable talent in this regard, and they were merely applying a touch of eyeliner. He ordered breakfast from the hotel and said, "Let us tidy up and head out." "All right," they replied. After returning the previous night, the 3 girls had indeed been obedient and refrained from venturing outside, as it was their first visit to Metropolis, and they feared it might be as chaotic as Gotham. In truth, the difference was negligible. The sounds of gunfire could be heard at any moment in Metropolis. After all, how else could it be dubbed the battleground for 300 million people? Although they were not afraid, they lacked the enthusiasm to explore. In the evening, they remained indoors. Before long, they had finished their makeup, each resembling a vision ready to dance the night away. After consuming the hotel's breakfast, they expressed some discomfort. Chinese cuisine is far superior, Kara remarked, to which the other two nodded in agreement. They simply could not stomach the Western fare. Regardless of the quality of the hotel's breakfast, it still lacked flavor. Today, I will take you to meet someone. Leon hesitated, unsure whether to refer to her as aunt or elderly lady. If one were to consider age, Wonder Woman would indeed be quite formidable. He settled on, I will take you to meet a beautiful sister. Oh, the three young ladies exchanged glances, acknowledging the implication. Moreover, they mused on the Godfather's audacity, unbothered by the potential knowledge of Harley Quinn. Leon drove directly to the hotel where Diana was staying, and to his surprise, she was already waiting for him. In contrast to yesterday's flowing gown, she donned fitted white trousers today, accentuating her long legs. Upon seeing Diana, the three young ladies fell into silence simultaneously. So beautiful, they whispered, even more so than Harley Quinn. Although Harley Quinn had her quirks, they could not deny her beauty. Diana, Leon said, somewhat taken aback by the girl's silence. Promptly ushered Diana into the passenger seat and introduced her. This is Kara, this is Siri and Rachel. Hello, Diana greeted with a smile, extending her hand. Hello, sister. The three young ladies responded, suddenly feeling a surge of nervousness. Diana appeared remarkably youthful, her age not differing much from theirs. Upon hearing this form of address, Diana could not help but smile warmly. While being called sister felt endearing, referring to Leon as Godfather struck an odd note. Leon ignited the car, allowing them to become acquainted on their own. Initially, he had presumed that Kara and the others might exhibit some reluctance. However, it appeared he had overthought the matter. It is an undeniable truth that both men and women alike are drawn to beautiful women. With Diana's striking beauty and amiable disposition, their initial apprehensions quickly dissipated. Their animosity towards Harley Quinn stemmed from her notorious reputation and her penchant for tormenting them. In terms of cunning and guile, they were no match for Harley Quinn. Even when united, the destination Leon intended to visit was not far afield. The aquarium was located at Coney Island in Brooklyn, the southernmost tip of the borough, renowned for its beaches, ocean views, and as one of America's earliest amusement parks. It has been in existence for over 120 years. Coney Island boasts a children's amusement park, the Metropolitan Aquarium, a racetrack, and various other establishments, making it a veritable resort destination. Shall we first visit the aquarium? They inquired eagerly. Certainly. All three young women responded enthusiastically, with Diana being indifferent. She was merely there to accompany them. Thus, the trio ventured ahead, while Leon and Diana trailed behind. Is Kara the girl you mentioned? Diana whispered to Leon. Indeed, he nodded. Siri and Rachel are exceptional as well. But I lack magical prowess, Diana admitted, shaking her head. With her extensive experience in observing people, she could discern that Kara was indeed extraordinary. Beyond her impressive gear, Diana herself possessed divine powers. The 12 Olympian gods had bestowed upon her various gifts, including superhuman strength, remarkable intelligence, breathtaking beauty, sincerity, flight, and extraordinary speed. Naturally, her enhanced senses allowed her to perceive Kara's remarkable nature, primarily due to Leon's prior disclosures enabling her to scrutinize closely. Together, they explored the aquarium, an enchanting experience for Kara and the other young women, as it was their first visit to such a place. The myriad of wondrous marine creatures filled them with excitement. After their aquarium excursion, they proceeded to the amusement park, reveling in the joy of play, as their intensive training was set to commence soon. Chapter 108. Rachel's Time-Stopping Ability Disciple. Rachel Ross, Raven. Affinity, 51, eligible for extraction. Abilities, Magical Affinity, Soul Release, Healing Arts, Mind Control, Mental Realm. Interdimensional Transportation. Having arrived at the metropolis just a few days prior, Rachel's affinity had already surpassed 50. This was a result of Leon's unwavering attention and equitable treatment towards her, coupled with his extra care. This development also granted Leon an opportunity for extraction. Excitedly, Leon urged the young women to prepare swiftly, for today he would lead them in honing their abilities. This had long been agreed upon, and they were quite eager. After all, possessing immense abilities without mastering or utilizing them is profoundly tormenting for them. It is akin to having 100 billion in a bank account, yet being unable to spend it. Leon sat in the master bedroom of the suite, silently uttering a prayer. May the heavens bless me. May the Jade Emperor bless me. May the Buddha bless me. Having invoked the protection of all celestial deities, Leon finally began the extraction. Extraction target, Rachel Ross, Raven. Ability. Before Liang's eyes appeared all of Rachel's capabilities, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. In comparison to Kara and Ciri, he realized that Rachel possessed the most extensive array of abilities. Just gazing at this multitude of powers revealed her extraordinary potential. However, abilities do not equate to strength. The ability to fully harness that potential is equally crucial. Extraction successful. Acquired time manipulation. Time manipulation ability. The capacity to temporarily halt time or control the flow of time. Upon reading this, Leon was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. In the cosmos, the most formidable forces are none other than time and space. Indeed, it can be said that time reigns supreme, even for certain powerful entities. Other forces may prove ineffective in their annihilation, but time holds the power to do so. It serves as a fair arbiter within the universe, silently accumulating and transforming all. Not even the universe itself can escape the judgment of time. Yet, just how brief is this temporary? Leon examined the description, doubtful. He immediately put it to the test. In an instant, he felt time come to a complete standstill. At that moment, time seemed to lose all significance. Everything was frozen in place, devoid of sound. However, this state lasted but a fleeting moment. Damn it, where did my magic go? Leon rarely resorted to profanity. Had his magical energy truly been depleted in that single moment? Were it not for his exceptional physical constitution, an ordinary mage would have collapsed from exhaustion. This ability was terrifying, he mused. It made him acutely aware of the necessity to enhance his magical prowess. Otherwise, possessing such formidable power without the means to wield it would be akin to having a bank card with 100 billion in savings but being oblivious to the password. Tragically futile. Kara, Ciri, have you sensed anything? Rachel inquired from outside. Not all. Kara shook her head. Only Ciri felt the change most distinctly. It seemed as though time paused for a moment. This revelation left Rachel astonished, for Ciri, as the daughter of time and space, was naturally attuned to such shifts. Father, we are prepared. Kara, unburdened by deeper thoughts, embraced her innate magical affinity. Moreover, Kryptonians could manipulate time, even reversing it, albeit with considerable difficulty. Then, let us proceed. Leon regained his composure, gradually feeling the surge of magical energy within him before stepping out. On a deserted beach, he walked alongside 3 young maidens. I have found you a mentor, Leon announced. You must show her the utmost respect. Mentor? The 3 girls exchanged glances. Is she male or female? Godfather? Female. Is she beautiful? Does she have long legs? The trio immediately erupted into a flurry of chatter, confirming their expectations that the mentor was indeed a woman. Silence. Leon interjected, his brow furrowing. Change into your battle attire. If he allowed them to continue, would he not lose his authority as their godfather? Noticing his rare seriousness, Kara and the others promptly obeyed and hurried to the vehicle to don their combat gear. Leon had already seen Kara's outfit, but as he turned his gaze towards Ciri and Rachel, he noticed a stark contrast. Their costumes were peculiar and shrouded in large robes. Why is that? Leon could not help but chuckle. We are not Kara. We lack her abilities. What if our identities are revealed? They argued confidently. They were well aware that Kara could confuse others' perceptions, making it impossible for anyone to discern her true identity, even without a mask. However, they did not possess Kara's powers, and should they reveal their true selves, it would indeed be troublesome. If even Batman donned a mask, they certainly had no choice but to do the same. Leon considered their reasoning and replied, but how can you fight in those robes? Have you thought about that? The girls fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Whoosh! Boom! A figure descended from above, adorned in a dazzling array of magical artifacts, with a starry crown and protective silver bracelets. A true lasso of truth hung at her waist, exuding an extraordinary presence. Her entrance immediately highlighted the disparity between them. Gotham did not seem to boast such individuals. Then they beheld her visage. Sister Diana, they exclaimed with delight. Having spent several days with Diana previously, they found her both beautiful and kind-hearted, treating them to delightful meals and exciting adventures. They had not anticipated that Diana would be the mentor Leon had sought. Even Leon's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a wondrous Wonder Woman. This enchanting Amazonian woman brought a unique charm to the occasion. During their earlier interactions, Diana had been clad in the modern attire of human society. Now, it was evident that the garments of the Amazons held their own allure. "Very well," Diana remarked, glancing at the three maidens, finding their battle outfits amusing. "You're still quite young." Yet, she noted their rapid growth. Kara was nearly 1.7 meters tall. Of course, in comparison to Diana, they still had a considerable distance to cover. Diana, with her towering height exceeding 1.80 meters, appeared even more statuesque when adorned with her divine boots. "I specifically sought out Diana to impart knowledge to you all," Leon began. "Diana is the princess of Themyscira, the daughter of the god King Zeus," as he elaborated on her illustrious lineage. A smile graced Diana's face, underscoring the necessity of her presence. Much like in ancient times when one sought a master of renown, so too must a mentor for young prodigies possess a prestigious identity and formidable prowess, ensuring compliance through respect for her noble status. However, Kara and Ciri seemed somewhat bewildered, though they grasped that Diana's stature was indeed regal, as their interest in the tales of Greek mythology was rather scant. Rachel, on the other hand, expressed her excitement. "Is teacher Diana also a deity?" Chapter 109. Resilience to Platitudes. Is teacher Diana also a deity? Rachel's quick alteration of address was notable. Ciri, too, began to regard her with newfound respect. Deities. In the wild and primitive land of Cintra, numerous legends of gods abound. As a princess of Cintra, Ciri had been educated in such lore from a young age and held it in high esteem. Thus, her gaze upon Diana shifted dramatically. The Wonder Woman chuckled softly. "I can only be regarded as a demigod. That is still impressive." The three young women were instantly invigorated. "Now, today we are here to instruct you on how to harness your abilities," Diana continued, casting a glance at Leon. He nodded in affirmation and stepped aside. The three prot-GS stood together, brimming with confidence in their own powers. "Kara, you shall go first," Diana declared. "Show me your abilities." Having heard much about Kara's prowess from Leon, she was eager to witness it firsthand. If indeed she possessed great potential, Diana was willing to nurture it. Ciri and Rachel promptly stepped back, as Rachel had gradually come to understand the extent of Kara's capabilities. "Me?" Kara said, enthusiasm bubbling within her. "Should I go all out? I won't hurt you, will I?" Upon hearing Kara's confident words, Diana tilted her head and smiled. "You are quite self-assured. Come forth. You won't harm me. After all, she was a demigod. Here I come." Without hesitation, Kara launched herself toward Diana. Whoosh! She levitated, swiftly arriving before Diana. After days of basking in the sun, Kara had fully developed her abilities. The next step was merely to enhance her accumulation of strength, rendering her powers even more formidable. Yet, while her abilities had manifested, they remained undeveloped. This did not intimidate Diana. Rather, it elicited a slight surprise as she gracefully sidestepped the oncoming strike. Moreover, Kara's speed proved to be of little consequence. Wonder Woman Diana was bestowed with the blessings of the messenger god Hermes, granting her incredible speed and the ability to fly. This swiftness encompassed not only her thought processes, but also her movement and reaction times. After deftly evading Kara's attack, she discerned numerous vulnerabilities in her opponent. Kara had never learned the art of combat. With a resounding crash, Kara was sent hurtling backward, landing in a deep pit on the beach. However, in that moment, Diana realized that Kara was as resilient as her godfather. Kara promptly leaped out of the pit. Diana remarked, "Your combat skills are woefully inadequate. Your approach is utterly haphazard." Kara felt a flush of embarrassment, acutely aware that her lineage was not that of warriors. The elf family was rooted in science, devoid of any genetic predisposition for battle. Had her name been Kara Zor-El, the narrative might have unfolded differently. Even with such formidable strength, one must still master the techniques of combat, Diana continued. Martial skills enable you to harness your power with finesse and discipline. As she spoke, she began to instruct Kara in the most straightforward manner, by striking. Given Kara's impressive durability and resistance to injury, it was imperative for her to experience the intensity of the training. Diana's combat prowess was formidable, honed over many years of rigorous practice. Moreover, Amazonian warriors were trained in martial arts from a young age, accumulating experience that Kara could not hope to match. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, resembling an adult decisively overpowering a child, as Diana showcased her dominance. Indeed, before Diana, Kara appeared as a mere child. Kara soon realized that despite her extraordinary strength and speed, she was no match for Wonder Woman, struggling even to land a blow. After an hour of relentless sparring, Kara's spirit began to falter. Her character was not particularly resilient. Though she had initially persisted despite repeated defeats, she now found herself on the brink of despair. Leon watched from the sidelines, concern etching his features. This is disastrous. The disgrace of Krypton is beginning to surface. Noticing that Kara remained in the pit for an extended period, he rushed over. There she lay, not significantly injured, but profoundly shaken in confidence. She gazed vacantly at the azure sky, a rare sight in Gotham, yet it failed to uplift her spirits. Kara, Leon called softly, embracing her. She instinctively nestled into his arms, allowing herself a moment of vulnerability, for she was still but a child. Godfather, why do I possess such power yet still struggle so? She longed to express her frustration at her perceived inadequacy. Leon interrupted her with a question. Did not Spider-Man endure numerous challenges as well? This caused Kara to pause momentarily, yet she understood the disparity. What was Spider-Man in comparison to her? With a mere thought, she could easily dispatch 100 Spider-Men. Godfather, Kara called out once more, though her tone was less plaintive this time. Despite her wavering resolve, she had endured much and stood up on her own. Leon released her, saying, "No, I want to be held by my godfather." She playfully pouted at him. Yet Leon, smiling, responded, "Do we understand why we are brought down? It is because we must learn how to rise again. Em sore, butler hero." Upon hearing his words, Kara paused momentarily before obediently standing up by herself. The youth, often resistant to platitudes, found themselves surprised as Wonder Woman Diana watched Leon, astonished that he could rekindle Kara's confidence with but a few words. No wonder he could be her godfather. It revealed the profound trust Kara had in him. However, Diana refrained from striking her again and instead called over Siri and Rachel. Siri and Rachel were already bewildered by the spectacle, yet they were acutely aware that they could not possess such prowess. One was a demigod, and the other a Kryptonian. Neither were ordinary beings. Thus, they felt a tinge of despondency, uncertain of what they could learn. Nevertheless, Leon and Diana did not show favoritism. Leon was even eager to learn himself. Wonder Woman then began instructing them in basic techniques, emphasizing the importance of combat skills. Striking techniques and footwork will enhance your sensitivity and timing in battle, she earnestly taught. The exertion was considerable, but fortunately, Leon had prepared provisions. When they paused for rest, Diana remarked, "Indeed, Paradise Island is the ideal place for their training, as it remains undiscovered by outsiders, and there are sparring partners available." Upon hearing this, Leon was naturally intrigued. The Amazons were born warriors, making them perfect for honing his skills. Thus, he inquired, "May I accompany you?" Wonder Woman Diana hesitated, expressing, "Paradise Island is not very welcoming to men. In fact, it is not welcoming at all." Chapter 110. Vengeance is a Virtue. Paradise Island is truly a realm of women. From the Amazon Queen Hippolyta to the warriors beneath her, there are no men to be found. How do the Amazons nurture new life? It is not by miraculous means, nor do they possess any other peculiar methods. They must bear children in the same manner as others. Rumor has it that the Amazons venture into the sea in search of fortunate men who father their children, returning to Paradise Island to give birth. If a boy is born, he is cast aside, while only girls are retained. This is undeniably cruel, far more terrifying than mere female supremacy. Leon feared that if his goddaughter were to adopt any of these ideologies, calamity would ensue. Thus, he shook his head and said, "It's quite fine here. Paradise Island is too distant, and they may not adapt well." "Very well," Diana replied, choosing not to elaborate further. She merely made a suggestion. Leon gazed at Diana beside him. Under the sunlight, her figure radiated a sun-kissed hue, showcasing her exquisite musculature. The enchanting attire of Wonder Woman was indeed striking. After practicing for a while longer in the afternoon, noticing that the three young ladies appeared quite fatigued, she spoke up. "I have made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us dine. There is ample time ahead, indeed." Upon hearing this, the three girls cheered, feeling liberated at last. They promptly dashed into the car to change their outfits, while Diana remarked to Leon, "I shall await you at the restaurant." With a playful wink, she soared into the sky. "How do you feel?" Leon inquired as he waited for the girls to finish changing. Not too bad, they replied, though it was evident they were somewhat drained. They had realized that training was far from enjoyable. Leon smiled and said, "If you aspire to become superheroes, you must endeavor to grow stronger. Otherwise, you might as well lead a mundane existence." At this, they pursed their lips. "I seek revenge, Godfather," Shiri declared. "Then you must work even harder," Leon nodded in response. He found no fault in her intense desire for vengeance. It is in the nature of the Chinese to seek retribution. The notion of not avenging a grievance is unworthy, and even a grudge from 9 lifetimes may warrant retribution. To retaliate against one's enemies is indeed the right course of action. Shiri felt a surge of joy from Leon's support. Their worldviews were in harmony. Upon arriving at the restaurant, situated on the 66th floor of the skyscraper, they found it to be an aerial dining establishment. Diana had already donned a beautiful gown, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Diana, the girls visibly recoiled, having been thoroughly exhausted by her rigorous training. Kara fared relatively well, being a Kryptonian, for the intensity posed little challenge to her. However, Shiri and Rachel, despite their high magical potential, lacked physical resilience. This training served to address their shortcomings. "Order whatever you wish," Leon encouraged them, as he settled down to converse with Diana. "Will we still be able to fight tonight?" Diana asked softly. "Of course," Leon replied. Although he had also trained for a bit, it hardly affected him at all. Diana's face lit up with a smile. "I've switched to a different hotel. It should offer better quality." Subsequently, Wonder Woman Diana dedicated an entire week to their specialized training. Leon played the role of the benevolent figure, while Diana assumed the more formidable stance. This duality proved remarkably effective for the teenage girls, who were naturally inclined to fear authority, particularly figures akin to teachers. Leon, on the other hand, offered them comfort after the training sessions. The results were quite remarkable. Kara exhibited the fastest growth as she transformed from a reckless brawler into a more skilled fighter, learning to apply thought to her actions. For once, she understood that mindless aggression would lead to a stern reprimand from Diana. After enduring a fair share of punishment, she inevitably adapted. Even Kryptonians do not wish to endure constant hardship. In Leon's eyes, Kara is at least no longer a mere brute. Meanwhile, Shiri and Rachel have established a foundation, having acquired some basic combat skills. The path ahead remains challenging. However, during this brief period, Diana had to depart due to pressing matters, returning to Paradise Island. It is no wonder she previously spoke to Leon about it. Reluctantly, Leon bid farewell, not daring to allow his disciple to accompany her. The blissful days vanished. Over the past few days, he trained during the day and practiced more at night, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Indeed, there are also delightful developments. Disciple, Kara Zor-El Supergirl. Affinity, 80, can be extracted. Abilities, flight, super hearing, super healing. Heat vision, super breath. Disciple, Shiri Afiona Alaninluan, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 81, can be extracted. Abilities, time travel, future sight, magical affinity, hunter, adaptation. Accelerated learning. Under Leon's soothing presence, the young ladies grew increasingly affectionate towards him, leading to a significant rise in their affinity levels, surpassing 80 points. Elated, Leon continued to engage in playful activities with them, allowing them the freedom to indulge in whatever they desired. He was quite lenient with the 3 girls in matters of play, as long as they did not cause chaos. As for the traditional Chinese concept of education through entertainment, Leon was rather indifferent. If even playtime must carry educational significance, it would be a lamentable state for children. Play is play, devoid of excessive meaning. Its sole purpose is to bring them joy. In this manner, half of their summer vacation slipped away. Summer is the most joyous time here, as the winter break lasts only 3 weeks to a month. Only in summer can one truly revel in leisure. Their frolic continued until July. This evening marked a day of rest before their return to Gotham the following day. Leon addressed the 3 exuberant girls, prompting them to gather their thoughts. Although reluctant, they had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. While they could continue playing, moderation was essential to avoid fatigue. "Godfather, let us dine at a French restaurant tonight," they suggested, eager to make the most of their final night in Metropolis. As the economic hub, Metropolis offers a diverse array of culinary delights from around the globe, albeit mostly in modified forms, such as General Tso's chicken in Chinese cuisine. Nevertheless, It must be acknowledged that French cuisine surpasses that of Big Y. It is well known that Big Y lacks gourmet offerings. Seeing the girls in agreement, Leon had no objections. "Yay, I want to eat escargot," one exclaimed, while another expressed her hesitance. The three girls chattered excitedly. By evening, Leon had secured a reservation and led them to the restaurant for their meal. Their ensemble is undeniably striking wherever they go. Each of the three young ladies possesses her own charm, and their youth is apparent, leading many to cast suspicion upon Leon. Even officers from Metropolis have questioned him. Leon has grown accustomed to this scrutiny. For instance, when he entered the restaurant with the three young women, numerous gazes were drawn towards them, though primarily directed at the girls, which irked Leon greatly. "Mr. Leon?" Upon entering the restaurant, he was taken aback by someone calling his name, and to his surprise, it was a man. Leon thought it rather odd for a man to be so familiar. Turning around, he raised an eyebrow in recognition. Clark? The one calling him was none other than Clark Kent. "Hello." Accompanying Clark was a lovely woman, exuding grace in her flowing dress. They were evidently on a date. "This is Lois Lane, my colleague," Clark introduced somewhat bashfully. At this point, he had yet to assume the mantle of Superman, and Leon had not been privy to the news from Metropolis. Thus he failed to recognize Kara. Leon deliberately paused, realizing he truly did not know Kara. This was hardly surprising, as he had arrived on Earth before his memories had formed, and for the first several decades of his life, he was unaware of his foreign origins. It would be strange for him to recognize Kara. As for Kara, she too did not recognize Clark. She had come to Earth in search of her cousin and had no conception of what a brother entailed. Kal-El was over a decade her junior. She could never have imagined that after being trapped in the Phantom Zone for a mere while, her cousin would have grown so significantly. Unless both were to utilize their supervision, it was unlikely they would discern each other's Kryptonian heritage. However, having lived in human society for so long, they refrained from using their abilities in everyday situations. Leon introduced, "This is Kara, this is Siri, and this is Rachel. My goddaughters." Lois Lane regarded him with a curious look. What is the situation here? As a journalist, she instinctively sensed something amiss. "Are you here for a meal?" "Indeed. Why not join us?" Clark glanced at Lois, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the group consolidated. After ordering their meals, Lois inquired further, "Mr. Leon, are you from Metropolis?" "No. We reside in Gotham." "Oh, I have heard Gotham is quite unsafe." "Metropolis is no different," Clark interjected after listening for a while, apologizing. "Lois is a journalist. She's accustomed to this." "Not a problem," Leon smiled, while the three young ladies found Lois Lane somewhat bothersome. Too loud. They held little interest in journalists. Thus, the meal was consumed in haste. Their favorite French escargots and foie gras were devoured without the luxury of savoring each bite. Upon finishing, they turned their gazes towards Leon, who felt compelled to quicken his pace as well. Once done, he remarked, "I must take them along now. We return to Gotham tomorrow. Until we meet again." "Very well. Farewell," Clark responded, appearing quite earnest with his upright demeanor. He possessed a face that exuded propriety. That woman was truly detestable. Upon exiting, the three girls began to voice their grievances. Leon himself could not fathom what was admirable about the reporter. The following day, Leon embarked on the journey back to Gotham with them. Their experience in Metropolis was far from pleasant. The moment they stepped onto the street, they were accosted by officers. In Gotham, however, they felt a sense of freedom. Yet, Leon also noticed that no one was trailing them anymore. Previously, during their escape from Ohio to Gotham, both he and Carla had felt an overwhelming urgency, as if they could be apprehended at any moment. But now, that sensation had dissipated. Perhaps the financial influence of Wayne Enterprises was finally taking effect. The car's audio system was filled with music, and the girls, brimming with energy, engaged in spirited discussions. Though their vacation was far from over, they had already begun to contemplate their next adventure. "Godfather, we have yet to visit Los Angeles. It is the city of angels, home to Hollywood and the Walk of Fame. I want to be a star," the girls exclaimed in unison, settling on their next destination. Leon, of course, had no objections. "Very well, but you must be diligent and focus on your studies," he negotiated with them. He sought to bring them joy while ensuring they also achieved personal satisfaction. After this outing, Rachel had noticeably brightened. She had previously been preoccupied with her own concerns, but now, such thoughts had receded. Yet, inevitably, matters would need to be resolved someday. Crossing the bridge, they returned directly to Gotham. Despite the brief distance, it felt as though they had traversed two distinct worlds. Metropolis was radiant and beautiful, while Gotham appeared rather grim, perpetually on the brink of torrential rain. Upon entering Gotham, one could immediately observe vehicles involved in blood sales. For the ordinary citizens of Gotham, selling blood to make ends meet was a commonplace occurrence. With only 5% of the global population, America dominated 70% of the world's blood market. Those at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder often found themselves compelled to sell blood monthly, as without doing so, they could not afford to eat. The situation in Gotham was particularly dire. Wayne Blood Company monopolized the entire market, with all those in need at the bottom serving as its blood supply. Leon was acutely aware of this grim reality, as during his time working in a Chinese restaurant, someone had suggested he consider selling blood. Given his education, he naturally rejected such an idea, yet he had gained profound insight into the darkness that plagued the underprivileged. He also profoundly realized that financial capability outweighs superhuman abilities. Without financial acumen, various loans could crush you. A university student's myriad loans could take a lifetime to repay, often not settling until retirement. Even basic sustenance could necessitate a lunch loan. Poison Ivy had once lamented that she only managed to settle her loans after becoming Poison Ivy and engaging in a few lucrative ventures. Reflecting on this, Leon glanced at his protégés and felt a sense of happiness. At the very least, he would not burden them with loans while pursuing their education. The Iceberg Club had become paramount. Upon returning home to the Diamond District, Leon drove into the underground parking garage. Subsequently, the three young women began to unload their various packages. There was a customary practice here of bringing gifts, especially after outings, where it was common to return with presents for friends and family. Lacking many friends, they naturally bought gifts for Harley Quinn and Kate Kane. "Harley," Leon called as he opened the door. Harley Quinn instantly leaped from her room, hurriedly closing the door behind her. She was clad only in a towel, evidently just awakened. "Darling, you're back," Harley Quinn exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she embraced them. "Here, that's your gift." The girls presented her with their offerings, but soon retreated to the room, unable to endure her affectionate exuberance. "Really? Thank you." Harley Quinn beamed, attempting to chase after them for another hug. She then tore open the gift box and discovered a doll inside. "I love it," she called toward the closed door. Turning around, she found Leon watching her. "Did you enjoy yourselves?" she inquired. "Of course, and you?" Leon casually responded. However, Harley Quinn fell silent, her cheeks flushed. "Harley?" he called again, noticing her expression. I'm fine, really. I've been visiting the Iceberg Club every day, and I absolutely did not sleep with Ivy. I wake up without seeing her," Harley Quinn confessed, inadvertently revealing more than intended. A moment of silence enveloped the room, and Leon heard some commotion from within. Upon opening the door, he found Poison Ivy, Pamela, trying on her boots. Leon turned back to Harley Quinn, unsure of what to say. "I'm just friends with Ivy," Harley Quinn whispered. It seemed he had returned at an inopportune moment. Leon felt a tangle of emotions. "No, your timing is perfect," Poison Ivy interjected, unexpectedly pulling both Leon and Harley inside. The door shut tightly behind them. Indeed, it was an opportune moment for his return. More than an hour later, Leon found clarity. If it were just Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, he would have felt a twinge of discontent. However, now that he had joined their ranks, he felt elated. "I am a good person. I cannot bear to disrupt your friendship," Leon proclaimed earnestly. Yet, the two promptly dismissed him with a swift rebuke. Leon cautiously rinsed himself off and began to pray fervently. After invoking every deity he could think of, he decided to draw his first card. Let's start with Kara. Kara, his esteemed mentor and a Kryptonian, filled him with anticipation. Drawing target, Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Draw successful, biotic field. Biotic field. The biotic field is the material extension of living organisms, capable of transmitting sensations or interactions between living beings or between living beings and other objects. It is a form of informational substance belonging to life and serves as the foundational material for biological evolution. The existence of the biotic field endowed Leon with certain abilities such as flight and sensory perception. Now, the only skills he lacked compared to Kara were heat vision and freeze breath. However, his magical prowess could easily compensate for these manifestations. It could be said that Leon was now, indeed, a legitimate Superman. His physical prowess equaled that of Kryptonians, and he had acquired the biotic field, along with enhanced vision. With this realization, Leon felt an exhilarating rush. He needed to find a magic instructor. Not only did they require one, but he did too. He was growing impatient with his magical abilities, akin to cradling a treasure, yet lacking the means to seize it. How could one possess a fortune and not exploit it? Thus, he resolved to draw from the next target, Ciri. Leon sensed a stroke of good fortune and pressed on with fervor. Drawing target. Cirilla Fiona Elin Rhiannon, daughter of the Elder Blood. Draw successful. Gained the ability to traverse time and space. Traverse time and space. The daughter of the Elder Blood, Ciri, can traverse countless worlds, and her ancient blood grants her dominion over time, rendering her immune to its effects. In The Witcher 3, the Wild Hunt pursued Ciri to gain control over her world-traversing abilities. While the Wild Hunt could also navigate time and space, they lacked her formidable strength. Furthermore, Ciri's ability to traverse timelines made her exceptionally powerful, prompting the relentless pursuit by the Wild Hunt. With a click, Leon turned off the faucet, feeling invigorated at last. Indeed, fortune favored him. His prayers had borne fruit. Once he donned his attire and entered the room, he discovered only Harley Quinn present. "Where's Ivy?" he inquired. "Isn't it you who scared her off?" Harley replied. Leon's frenzy had startled them both. Poison Ivy had never encountered such behavior and had fled in fright. "Cough, cough. One gets used to it," he said. "What? You wish to continue this next time? Isn't it true that such matters exist only in the realm of either zero occurrences or countless instances?" In the afternoon, Leon arranged to meet Kate Kane. He did not bring along the 3 accompanying friends. Instead, he carried the gifts they had purchased for Kate. Clad in stylish, form-fitting leather and donning sunglasses, Kate was once again astride her motorcycle, relishing the liberating sensation it afforded her. "How was your day?" she inquired as they settled into a CF, removing her sunglasses. Leon noted her weariness. It was evident that the past few days had been quite taxing for her. After all, she was merely Batwoman, not Batman. Batman could forego sleep, relying solely on coffee for sustenance, rendering him almost inhuman in that regard. It was quite enjoyable. "Metropolis truly lives up to its reputation as a grand city," Leon replied. "Kara and the others bought you some gifts. They're in the car," Kate promptly suggested. "Then please help me take them home later." Leon understood her implication, grateful for his resilience. "No problem." They then engaged in a conversation about Gotham. In truth, despite many being incarcerated in Arkham Asylum, Gotham had not become any safer. It remained as perilous as ever. Just as the Falcone family fell, numerous others emerged to take their place. With the Penguin and Sophia apprehended, new figures had also surfaced, individuals of considerable capability, along with many outsiders. Additionally, ninjas from the island had arrived, and Batwoman had been preoccupied dealing with them, which was wearing her down. Leon, playing the role of a silent listener, reassured her. "You need to rest more." "Indeed, then let us take a break," Kate replied obediently, adept at accepting constructive criticism. However, she questioned, "Why must we add more to rest?" Leon chuckled to himself, finished his coffee, and rose to settle the bill, leaving a generous tip. Subsequently, Kate mounted her motorcycle while Leon followed in his Maybach, and they journeyed back to the Kane family estate. At that moment, Leon yearned for his own grand villa. After all, having come this far, how could he not experience life in a splendid residence? Thus, he inquired of Kate, "What are the current property prices in Gotham?" "They have dropped significantly," Kate replied. "Since the recent asylum incident, many wealthy individuals have sought to leave Gotham. If you desire a villa, I can assist you." Leon asked, "How would you help?" Kate explained casually, "Gotham Bank possesses numerous properties acquired from those bankrupt elites." Leon grasped her point. Indeed, in Gotham, it was all too easy to be thoroughly exploited. Just as he found himself at Kate's home, it seemed he could hardly escape. It was not until evening, when Kate Kane prepared to don her Batwoman persona, that she finally released Leon. He discovered, to his astonishment, that she possessed her own Batcave, filled with an array of Batwoman suits that appeared to have undergone numerous upgrades. One can only remark on the sheer delight of the affluent. This is undoubtedly not a game for the impoverished. By the way, Zatanna has been contacted, yet she is unwilling to come to Gotham. "No matter," Leon casually remarked, "with more options now available, there is no necessity to seek a magic instructor here." Chapter 113. The Dean becomes the mayor of the Iceberg Club. Compared to its initial state, the Iceberg Club has now expanded to 2 floors. After renovations, the first floor has transformed into a pure entertainment venue, while the second floor has become a bar. Elegant dealers and bustling waitresses, each adorned in their respective uniforms, encourage patrons to lavishly spend their money. On the second floor, however, the atmosphere is entirely different. Star-like dancers sway their exquisite forms on stage, while below, revelers engage in spirited toasts, a gathering of individuals clad in suits, presenting themselves as the elite, indulging in socializing. Who are these people? In the corner, Leon admired his club, inquiring of Frank, who was drinking beside him. The individuals remain the same, yet their statuses have changed. Frank felt a twinge of sentimentality. No one expected Leon's transformation to be so profound. It is rumored that Cobblepot, the penguin, has gone mad in the asylum. After all, the club he toiled to establish has finally gained prominence, only to be usurped by another, his former subordinate. Given the Iceberg Club's reputation, Leon is naturally cautious in his operations. Maintaining the status quo is the best course of action. After all, there is no need to meddle with a golden goose. Frank's respect for Leon has grown, a transformation brought about by status. These individuals are the loyal confidants of the newly appointed mayor, all recently arrived in Gotham. Upon hearing Frank's words, Leon expressed surprise. New mayor? Isn't it still a non-election year? It's the result of a recall election, Frank explained, elucidating what a recall election entails. Essentially, it is a special voting procedure to remove an elected official from office. If the vote passes, the initiator becomes the successor. In simpler terms, it is a method of power struggle. Leon paid little heed to such matters, his interests lying elsewhere. In his 2 lifetimes, he had merely been an ordinary citizen. Who is the new mayor? He casually inquired. To be candid, after all these years, he was unaware of who the mayor was, let alone having met them. Dean Sharp, Frank replied. The dean? Leon echoed. Indeed, the former head of the asylum. Following these events, he attributed the blame to the former mayor and thus dragged him down. Upon hearing this, Leon felt Gotham was quite fantastical. Yet, this is quintessentially Gotham. Nevertheless, there seems to be the influence of capital behind the scenes. Without such backing, how could a mere asylum director ascend to the position of mayor? Mr. Leon, are you the proprietor of this club? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged, balding man approached. Indeed. And you are? Leon inquired. I am Smith, an aide to Mayor Sharp. I had presumed you were Agent Smith, Leon mused internally. The man continued directly. We are embarking on a grand scheme, which, once enacted, shall render Gotham entirely secure. What brings you to me? Leon exchanged a glance with Frank. We require financial backing. Upon the success of our plan, substantial returns await. Smith smiled. The Iceberg Club is akin to a treasure trove. Who wouldn't he be enticed? Thus, they have come directly to solicit funds. Leon inquired nonchalantly. May I inquire about the nature of this plan? Certainly. The man responded with a smile. Mayor Sharp intends to acquire the city's impoverished districts to establish a vast open prison, subsequently relocating all crime within Gotham to that facility. Under conditions forbidding escape, they would be permitted to move freely, thus posing no threat to us. Leon frowned at this revelation. Then why not simply send them to Australia? Upon seeing the man's confusion, Leon elucidated. After all, it is populated by the descendants of convicts. Recognizing Leon's clear rejection, the man departed without anger. Frank spoke up. What are they trying to accomplish? Surely, it won't affect us? The Diamond District is hardly a slum. Leon shook his head, expressing concern. However, this group is prone to chaos, which could easily lead to trouble. It is akin to nurturing a viper. What if these criminals were to unite? Furthermore, who defines a criminal? How can such authority rest in their hands? Batman would undoubtedly disapprove. What is the club's profitability like? Leon then inquired of Frank. The accounts are with Harley Quinn. Frank replied. There is a net income of at least several $100,000 daily. Upon hearing this, Leon was not overly surprised. The Iceberg Club's popularity in Gotham is such that it would be remarkable if it did not yield profits. Even the myriad activities downstairs could generate explosive revenue, not to mention the VIP lounge. Previously, the Penguin's earnings were even greater, as he was also engaged in money laundering. Reflecting on this, it is no wonder they say the Penguin is as wealthy as a nation. Had he been more content with his wealth, his status as a millionaire would not have been in question. Yet the Penguin is discontent with mediocrity. He seeks not only profit, but also stature. He once aspired to cleanse his reputation, even running for mayor a few years prior, though he was unsuccessful. The following day, Leon awoke, awaiting Harley Quinn's return home. Now that he was the owner of the Iceberg Club, he naturally refrained from late nights. Does one not understand that sleeplessness is detrimental to health? As dawn broke outside, Harley Quinn returned punctually. In Gotham, whether they be superheroes or villains, nocturnal tendencies prevailed. Few ventured out by day. At this moment, Harley Quinn entered alongside Poison Ivy. Leon, initially filled with joy, was soon taken aback. "Harley, Ivy, who has done this to you?" he exclaimed, noticing Harley's tattered attire, her fishnet stockings riddled with holes, and her body covered in dust. Poison Ivy appeared no better off, equally disheveled. "My dear, we have encountered trouble." Harley Quinn gritted her teeth. "Gotham has brought forth formidable adversaries." Just then, the three girls awoke and emerged from their quarters, stifling giggles at the sight of their battered appearances, particularly Harley Quinn, who often teased them, yet was now the subject of their amusement. "What happened?" Leon inquired. "A multitude of newcomers has arrived in Gotham," Harley explained. "With the Penguin and Sophia Falcone apprehended, Ivy and I lacked the manpower to maintain control over such extensive territories, so we chose to disregard the situation. Little did we anticipate that, in the interim, others would seize the opportunity." "Where did this group come from?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "From Metropolis. I believe they call themselves the International Gang," Harley replied with disdain. "Are they formidable?" Leon questioned, prompting a shared glance between Harley and Poison Ivy. Eventually, it was Poison Ivy who spoke, somewhat sheepishly. "They possess Titan's serum." Chapter 114. The Elliott Family Manor. Leon looked at Poison Ivy, puzzled. "What is Titan's serum?" Reluctantly, Poison Ivy recounted the events of that fateful night at Arkham Asylum. It turned out that she had witnessed Batman perfecting the Titan serum and had subsequently stolen the formula. Moreover, in pursuit of profit, she had sold the serum. Upon hearing this, Leon felt an ominous sense of dread regarding Gotham's treachery. "Why would you sell it?" he mused, a wry smile forming. "Isn't that akin to shooting oneself in the foot?" Poison Ivy replied, "Because it is flawed. If injected without addressing the defect, it can lead to fatal mutations. To counteract these mutations, a perfect antidote must be developed, but it requires a restorative enzyme, which I have no means of procuring. Thus, I sold it. Those who use the Titan serum will ultimately perish, yet we are currently outmatched." Hearing her candid admission, Leon marveled at the cunning nature of women. Yet, for Poison Ivy, such actions were merely routine. Her concern lay solely with plants, not humanity. If anyone were to matter to her, it would undoubtedly be Harley Quinn. Beyond that, Leon scarcely registered as a concern, at best a half-hearted one. Consequently, the prospect of earning a profit while ensnaring others was an opportunity Poison Ivy readily embraced. Unexpectedly, their adversaries resorted to direct confrontation against them. Moreover, these foes hailed from the Metropolis. While Metropolis is not far from Gotham, this indeed signifies an incursion of gang activity. Are they truly that malevolent? Kara inquired at that moment. "Absolutely," Harley Quinn replied, her voice laced with indignation. "These despicable scoundrels have the audacity to traffic arms in Gotham. You have no idea how much more perilous the gangs in Gotham have become." She expressed her frustration to Leon, clearly infuriated. The weapons she had previously sought from Mr. Freeze were procured from the International Syndicate, utilizing remarkably advanced technology. Little did she know that the International Gang had now set their sights on her territory. Upon hearing this, Kara eagerly proposed, "Godfather, allow me to deal with them." Leon hesitated. He was reluctant to let such a young girl assume the role of a superhero. However, Kara presented a compelling argument. "Diana insists we must engage in practical combat." "Diana?" Harley Quinn narrowed her eyes upon hearing the evidently feminine name, fearing that Kara might continue. Leon quickly acquiesced. "All right, but you must exercise caution." This little girl had a penchant for speaking without a filter. Subsequently, he turned to Harley Quinn and suggested, "Harley, let us purchase a villa." Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn promptly disregarded any concerns regarding Diana. "Sounds splendid," she exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "We certainly need a villa. Otherwise, it's far too cramped for all of us." Harley Quinn gazed at her extended family, Poison Ivy, the trio of little ones, and Leon. A grand villa was indeed essential. Thus, she cast aside her worries and immediately whisked Poison Ivy away for a refreshing wash. Kara and the others followed suit, albeit with some curiosity regarding the duo's shared bathing. Once they were prepared, Leon took them out for breakfast. Soon after, he directly contacted a real estate agent recommended by Kate. This agent was affiliated with a bank. The group then proceeded to the affluent district. Even in Gotham, the safest locales are found within the wealthy enclave. Wealthier citizens contribute more taxes, resulting in a greater number of police officers patrolling continuously, 24 hours a day. Even Gotham's notorious supervillains generally refrain from seeking trouble in such areas. As Leon and his companions drove through, they felt a sense of security. In Gotham, the mere sight of a police car brings reassurance. Moreover, none among them had particularly dark skin, alleviating concerns of being unjustly targeted. Before long, they arrived at a grand estate. Even the ordinary villas boasted fences and manicured lawns. The estate was no exception, featuring pools and gardens aplenty, all presented in a classical style. The estate spanned over 1,000 square meters, comprising 20 rooms and 10 bathrooms. The agent proceeded with the introduction. Leon and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of satisfaction, primarily due to its size. Moreover, the property is equipped with all the essential amenities, including a bar, a gym, and a recreational room. It also boasts both indoor and outdoor swimming pools, as well as an indoor cinema. Many of these features had only existed in Leon's imagination, and now he was witnessing them in reality. He inquired, "What is the reason for selling this house?" The manager smiled and replied, "Because the owner has gone bankrupt. This was once the estate of the Elliot family." Leon and his companions exchanged amused glances. Thomas Elliot. How fortuitous. Leon and Harley Quinn shared a knowing look, both having experienced the tumultuous history. It was said that Thomas Elliot had lost his sanity, and the company had been acquired by Wayne Enterprises. Furthermore, with the Elliot family now devoid of any surviving members, and Thomas having tragically taken the lives of his own parents, the estate had become ownerless. Just the thought of such matters sent a chill down Leon's spine. It was no wonder that ancient societies valued large families, ensuring the prosperity of their lineage. A solitary individual is indeed vulnerable to exploitation. Had Thomas Elliot had any relatives, the Elliot Group and the estate might not have met such a dismal fate. Yet now, in his madness, he had lost everything. Leon held no strong opinions on the matter, merely thinking, "Very well, I shall take this place." He glanced at Harley Quinn, signaling her to provide the funds. Even he was uncertain of how much money she possessed, but acquiring this property was undoubtedly feasible. Harley Quinn was equally pleased and accompanied the manager to negotiate the purchase. With Kate Kane's endorsement, the necessary documentation would be expedited. However, purchasing a house differs significantly from renting one. Once a person owns property, a myriad of taxes comes into play. Annual property taxes, amounting to approximately 2% of the property's value, vary by state. Gotham's rates are quite substantial. In addition to property taxes, there are also home insurance costs to consider. For a mansion of this caliber, valued at tens of millions, the annual property tax alone could take an ordinary person decades to earn. It is during such moments that the stark disparity between wealth and poverty becomes painfully apparent. For the affluent, property taxes are mere trifles. For the impoverished, they represent an insurmountable burden. This explains why, despite the existence of so-called $1 villas, no one is inclined to purchase them. Owning a home entails shouldering property taxes, regardless of occupancy. How could the less fortunate possibly afford such expenses? Once all the paperwork was finalized, Harley Quinn remained unconcerned, having secured a favorable deal. This was akin to acquiring everything belonging to Wayne Enterprises, with the selling price entirely at their discretion. "Let's divide the rooms," she declared exuberantly. "Leon and I will take the master bedroom. The rest is up to you all," Harley Quinn announced, already having arranged for the transfer of belongings from the apartment. After all, with a younger brother around, why would they need to take action themselves? "Ivy, which room do you desire?" Harley Quinn, upon noticing Poison Ivy Pamela's intention to leave, immediately pulled her back and inquired, "What, there's mine too?" The expression on Poison Ivy's face became a tapestry of complexities, an amalgamation of concern, excitement, and anticipation. She discreetly cast a glance at Leon, who remained silent, neither extending an invitation nor rejecting Harley's proposition. It was as though he was oblivious to Poison Ivy's gaze. Harley Quinn promptly declared, "Ivy, we are best friends, and we promise to always be together. Isn't it wonderful that we are now a family?" She began to influence Poison Ivy's thoughts, holding Leon's hand in one and Poison Ivy's in the other. "Let's build a family together. We are family." In that moment, She seemed to embody the spirit of familial bonds, which holds significant importance to these individuals. After all, the popularity of family-oriented films would not be so pronounced if they were not valued. Poison Ivy was evidently swayed, her cheeks flushed. At that juncture, Leon interjected, "Ivy, I recognize how good you are to Harley. Do you mind?" Poison Ivy looked at him and asked. Leon, inwardly amused, maintained a serious facade. "Of course not." Poison Ivy appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and replied, "Very well then." As the three resolved their familial matters, another issue arose. The three young women began to quarrel. Although the manor boasted 20 rooms, each was distinctly adorned, with noticeable variations. Each of them coveted the better accommodations, and even Kara, the elder sister, remained undeterred. Although Leon was an only child, he would not allow his sister to be at a disadvantage. Age should not dictate fairness. "I want this room. I adore it." "So do I." "Me too." The three young women were unwilling to yield to one another. Fixating on a room adjacent to the master suite, Leon assessed the room. It was well appointed, featuring an in-suite bathroom and expansive windows offering a view of Gotham's nightscape. Perhaps one among them was not particularly keen, yet the other two were intent on claiming it, prompting her to stake her claim as well. Leon had long recognized the rivalry among the young women. However, he found himself without a viable solution. Since they all desired it, they might as well turn it into a game. Harley Quinn, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, her eyes darting as an idea took shape. "Never mind." Then, the three young women chorused, "Why? Do you not want this room?" Harley Quinn's demeanor darkened. The three quickly shook their heads. "In that case, I shall divide it." Harley Quinn allocated rooms for the three individuals, not according to her own preference, but rather by allowing them to draw lots. She inscribed their names, and each approached the 3 rooms adjacent to the master suite to select their accommodations. Ultimately, it was Kara who drew the winning lot. Though there were suspicions of foul play on Kara's part, neither Siri nor Rachel could substantiate their doubts. After all, when Kara employed her supervision, her eyes did not change color, unlike heat vision, which was unmistakably evident with its telltale red hue. Once the rooms were assigned, Leon opted not to prepare a meal himself. Instead, the group ventured out to dine. Ordering takeout in this region proved to be a torturous endeavor. Even when the distance was scant, deliveries took an eternity. Despite the delivery personnel being in vehicles, Gotham's treacherous nature often meant they would not reach their destination unscathed. Thus, it was far more prudent to eat at a restaurant. They were not particularly concerned about robbery, unless, of course, the assailants were reckless. Leon found it incomprehensible how Thomas and Martha Wayne dared to escort young Bruce Wayne through shadowy alleys. As billionaires, did they not even employ bodyguards? Even those entrenched in the underworld understood the necessity of bringing along a few associates when venturing out. As night fell, Kara donned her self-crafted combat attire and soared above, surveying the ground below. Utilizing her supervision, she found she could nearly penetrate all barriers. However, she soon discovered that there was a certain location she could not see through. At that moment, she realized that her supervision was not omnipotent. Was it lead? Kara discerned the substance through her acquired knowledge. This was due to the fact that her X-ray vision was reliant on rays, electromagnetic waves capable of penetrating matter. Only lead exhibited a profound absorptive quality against rays, rendering Kara's supervision ineffective when confronted with it. Once this understanding dawned upon her, Kara refrained from voicing her revelation. She averted her gaze from the lead, for it was situated in a factory. She had found her target. Following Harley Quinn's clues, she swiftly located the international gang. These individuals were at the docks of Miller Bay, busily unloading containers. As Kara approached, she was horrified to discover that the containers obscured her sight not in the slightest. They were filled entirely with weapons, strange and unfamiliar armaments. Was there to be a war waged in Gotham? A wave of trepidation washed over Kara, leaving her momentarily flustered. She took a deep breath, as if the ominous clouds in the sky had begun to disperse. Cough, cough. Kara, this is a trial you must endure. Be strong, she reminded herself, patting her cheek, her resolve reflecting a maturity far beyond her teenage years. Now, her imperative was clear. She must thwart their plans. With determination etched upon her face, she spotted Batman lurking behind a distant lamppost. Even he was cautious in his approach. Yet, Kara felt no fear in the face of such challenges. Keller is a member of the international gang's outpost in Gotham, an organization established by Bruno Mannheim. Mannheim, a notorious crime lord in Metropolis, has long dominated the underworld and engaged in arms trafficking across the globe. As his influence in Metropolis grew increasingly formidable, his ambitions expanded beyond its borders. He sought to seize control of the world. His sights were set first on Gotham, a peculiar enclave of America. The unique status of Gotham is well known. At times, it has been regarded as a mere afterthought by the United States. In the comics, Gotham was once outright abandoned by the nation, its status as territory denied until Commissioner Gordon's desperate pleas led to its eventual reintegration. Thus, Gotham is indeed a true enclave, with the Wayne Group holding unparalleled significance. Keller's mission was to lay the foundation. Once he established a foothold in Gotham, reinforcements from the international gang would arrive in droves. For them, this was hardly a daunting task, as they possessed extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 116, The Red Tornado? In Keller's view, Gotham was currently in disarray, a veritable leaderless chaos. This scenario echoed the time when Carmine Falcone fell from power. With both Penguin and Sophia Falcone confined to Arkham Asylum, and the Joker, Scarecrow, and others unable to escape, Gotham's criminal hierarchy was left in a vacuum. He surmised that under such a power void, the emergence of a leader would take considerable time. As for Harley Quinn and her ilk, this is not France. Can a woman truly rule the world? They ought to move faster, although they were unafraid of Batman. Attracting his attention would undoubtedly spell trouble. Keller shouted to the members of the international gang, prompting laughter among them. Batman, let us see if he can withstand our firepower. They were equipped with alien technology, and though their boss Bruno had not acknowledged it, they all sensed that their weaponry was far beyond earthly standards. Which earthly weapon is so advanced? They chuckled. However, a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught their attention. Why is the wind picking up? They wondered, as the night breeze grew colder. Just as Keller prepared to tighten his coat, an alarming realization struck him. Chet, why are you floating? He exclaimed. My God, is it a tornado? To the others, it appeared as though Keller was levitating midair. Most crucially, they had no idea what was transpiring. They only beheld a red vortex swirling around Keller. Then, as if caught in a tornado, he was lifted into the air. The red tornado. They gasped in horror. And moments later, Keller plummeted from the sky. Crack! No one reacted in time, and naturally, no one went to help. Keller fell to the ground, feeling as though his pelvis had shattered. It was only then that the others realized it was not a crimson tornado, but merely a girl. A maiden with golden hair and a sweet smile, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, Keller's anguished cries formed a stark contrast in that moment. Chet, are you a human or a monster? Regardless, they shouted, open fire. These individuals were the elite of the international gang, and once they comprehended the situation, they disregarded whether Kara was a mere child, swiftly drawing their weapons. Astonishingly, the arms they wielded were energy weapons, each distinct from any arms dealer's inventory. Buzz! A powerful beam of laser energy shot directly toward Kara. In the past, she would have been too arrogant to even consider evading. However, after rigorous training under Wonder Woman, she had become more prudent. She certainly did not wish to endure pain. In a flash, she evaded the attack, even managing to jest, You dare to come Gotham? Did you ask for my consent? Kill her, that wretched girl. Keller screamed in agony. The members of the international gang wasted no time, continuing to fire at Kara. In an instant, lasers filled the sky, as if the dark clouds over Gotham had been shattered. Kara began her counteroffensive. She swiftly flew to one assailant, effortlessly crushing the weapon in his hand into a mere lump. Terrified, the man attempted to flee, only to be seized by Kara by the collar. Like a child catching a chick, she spun him around. Whoosh! After several rotations, she hurled him towards the other members of the international gang, knocking several of them to the ground. Next, Kara commenced a dazzling display of her abilities. She unleashed her heat vision and freezing breath, rendering the weapons of the gang members utterly incapable of withstanding her heat vision, which melted them into pools of molten metal. As for the gang members themselves, her freezing breath was even more formidable than the cryogenic guns wielded by the Freeze. With a mere breath, they were encased in ice. Had she not been inclined to toy with them, she could have dispatched them all in a remarkably short span of time. Enough, do not kill. Before long, Batman emerged to intervene. Had he not discerned Kara's intention to spare lives, he would have acted sooner. Batman gazed deeply at Kara, already aware of her exceptional talents. However, he had not anticipated that she would grow to such an extent in such a brief period. The question arose, what was her weakness? In Batman's dossier, Kara appeared virtually invincible. With physical attributes surpassing those of ordinary humans, the ability to fly, eyes that could emit laser beams, and breath that could freeze anything, she was nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, he remained eager to uncover Kara's vulnerabilities and prepare accordingly. If there comes a day when he must confront Kara, he will be adequately prepared. Unbeknownst to her, she remains oblivious to his intentions, her mind not inclined to employ her super hearing. In fact, she has no desire to use her X-ray vision to unveil Batman's identity, opting instead for a more straightforward revelation. Thus, she paused and declared with a touch of gravity, "I leave it to you, Batman." Batman merely smirked. What was the matter with this girl? Did she truly believe that without her mask, she could remain unrecognized? In truth, had he not formed preconceived notions, he might not have identified Kara at all. However, Kara was unconcerned with his internal musings. She was simply enjoying herself and took to the skies. Left with no alternative, Batman called Commissioner Gordon to apprehend the criminal. He then opened a weapon cache, contemplating the advanced technology within. Surely, such innovations were not available to Wayne Enterprises? If only he could harness it for himself. With that thought, he decided to procure a piece for himself from the Elliott Manor. Leon had yet to devise a suitable name, leaving him uncertain about what to change it to. This evening, Leon refrained from visiting the Iceberg Lounge, wary of potential mishaps involving Kara. Similarly, Shiri and Rachel occasionally glanced out the window, their anxiety palpable. It was only when Kara's silhouette gracefully descended from the heavens that they could finally breathe easy. However, Leon sensed an unmistakable envy in the eyes of his two wards. Who would T wish to soar through the skies? Leon himself felt a stir of desire, but reminded himself of his adult responsibilities. He must maintain composure in front of his wards. Upon entering, Kara excitedly recounted her recent escapades. When Shiri and Rachel heard how Kara effortlessly whisked someone away with her speed, their envy intensified. They too wished to emulate her feats. Yet it was evident that their talents lay elsewhere. This realization left them feeling that their godfather was favoring one over the other. Thus, they cast glances of lament toward Leon as they listened to Kara's tales. A shiver ran down Leon's spine, understanding the wistful gazes of his wards. He felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he could do little. After all, he had yet to locate a suitable mage. These mages were notoriously proud, and even when Wayne Enterprises sought them out, Zatanna remained indifferent. Leon was well aware of the demeanor of these mages, each one more haughty than the last, making it difficult for them to match the warmth of Wonder Woman. Moreover, his knowledge of the local mages was limited. His most comprehensive understanding was of Batman, simply because the others were not as renowned. Chapter 117. Recklessness in Leon's past life. The most celebrated figures in the realm of American comics were undoubtedly Batman and Spider-Man. Other characters barely registered on his radar, as he had never devoted himself to their stories, leaving him at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the advent of cinematic adaptations, Marvel had taken an entirely divergent path. Leon's understanding was that Warner and Zack Snyder had been overly eager for success, which ultimately led to their downfall. This led to a situation where he was either restarting or on the path to a restart. Even the deity of the mortal realm must be transformed into a cheerful and sunny young man. Leon contemplated that he needed to seek a magic teacher elsewhere. He undoubtedly had a greater understanding of the neighboring realm due to the presence of Kamartaj. As long as he made his appearance, it was highly probable that the Supreme Sorcerer would seek him out. Another option was the world of the Witcher, where numerous sorcerers resided. The likes of the formidable Yennefer, with her captivating wine-red hair, and Triss both possessed considerable magical prowess. Particularly noteworthy was Triss, who, during the great battle against the Wild Hunt, summoned a fireball from the sky that led many to believe it could annihilate the world. However, considering the memories of Ciri, Leon decided to first explore the neighboring realm. After all, he possessed Ciri's ability to traverse time and space, allowing him to return at any moment. Thus, he did not disclose his departure to many, merely mentioning it in passing. He then glanced at his status panel. Name, Leon. Undisciples, Karazordel, Supergil. Ciri Ari Fiona Allen Lienlin, daughter of time and space. Rachel Rose, the Raven. Abilities, super physique, Kara. Biological force field, Kara. Magical affinity, Ciri. time-space traversal, Siri. Time control, Rachel. As time passed, Liang's abilities had indeed grown significantly, rendering him quite formidable. Consequently, he instructed a few of his disciples to rest while he ventured forth into the unknown. He intended to assess the situation first and, once a discussion with the Supreme Sorcerer was concluded, summon his disciples thereafter. He also planned to enhance Kara's abilities, gauging her potential for magical comprehension. Kryptonians were not entirely resistant to magic. Rather, they were more vulnerable to it compared to their robust physical defenses. If Kara could grasp some principles of magic, it would be easier for her to evade its detrimental effects. Time-space traversal. Liang activated this ability, and indeed, a considerable amount of magical energy was consumed within him. A cerulean vortex materialized before him, and he stepped straight into it. An endless, shadowy dimension unfolded before him. In the realms of physics and philosophy, a dimension refers to the number of independent space-time coordinates. Upon emerging from the portal, Liang had expected to arrive at another Earth, but it became apparent that something was amiss. This might be a distortion caused by the temporal energy activated during his traversal. Primarily, it stemmed from Liang lacking the coordinates of Earth. Once visited, it would be easier to return. This dimension appeared devoid of anything, a realm of utter silence, with not even a hint of life on the soil. Yet, Liang remained unperturbed. If necessary, he could traverse once more. Moreover, this place presented an opportunity to experiment with his abilities. Biological force field. He focused intently, attuning himself to the energies around him. A remarkable force field seemed to envelop him, drawing the particles of sand around him, which began to swirl in a mesmerizing dance. He then took control of his body and leaped into the air. With a resounding crash, akin to Kara's initial attempts at flight, he miscalculated his strength, creating a significant crater upon landing. This was the first time Leon unleashed his powers without restraint. Back in Gotham, he had never dared to be so audacious. In human society, he was always bound by an invisible sense of morality. Yet in this uncharted dimension, he felt liberated. Unfortunately, the sky offered no breathtaking vistas. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, let us fly. Utilizing the biological force field to sustain himself, he endeavored to prevent his descent. However, being a novice, he gradually found himself returning to the ground. Like an athlete performing a long jump, he landed and immediately soared once more. This time, the biological force field shielded him, leaving him untouched by dust. His garments remained pristine. With each leap, he ascended higher and began to glide gracefully through the air. His physical prowess had evolved to match that of Kryptonians, and the biological force field endowed him with extraordinary abilities. After several attempts, Leon gradually mastered the art of flying. The Kryptonian concept of flight stemmed from the capabilities bestowed by the biological force field, enabling him to change direction and accelerate while remaining aloft. Once he had learned to navigate the skies, Leon began to test his speed, eager to discover just how fast he could propel himself. As he accelerated, the surroundings became a blur, indistinguishable in the uniformity of this dimension. He began to revel in his newfound freedom. Suddenly, a sharp blade whizzed through the air from an unknown origin. Leon reacted instinctively, but there was no time to evade it. With a thud, the force of the sword sent him hurtling backward, yet he remained unscathed. Even this enigmatic weapon, composed of an unfamiliar material, could not harm him. To his astonishment, he realized there was someone else present. Hovering in the sky, he spotted a woman standing on the ground. Her hair was unkempt, and her tattered clothing resembled battle-worn attire, riddled with holes that revealed her pale skin. She waved her hand, causing the sword in Leon's grasp to return to her. He followed suit. "Who are you?" he inquired, feeling a strange familiarity. Her disheveled black hair concealed her features. "Shouldn't it be I asking you?" She replied slowly. "How did you get here?" "Just like this," Leon responded, his gaze drawn to her battle attire, astonished as the sky seemed to rip open a tear. Before they could exchange further words, Leon felt a sudden pull. Subsequently, the woman before him began to scream frantically. Odin. Leon only caught this name before a beam of light descended upon him. It was a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the fabled Bifrost. In an instant, Leon vanished from his location, leaving behind only a rune. He could feel himself being summoned and made no effort to resist. Odin? Is she the goddess of death, Hela? This must be the Bifrost, taking me to Asgard, Leon deduced promptly. He had not anticipated intruding upon another's domain. His original intention was to arrive on Earth, where the Supreme Sorcerer would discover him and approach for a conversation. He had even prepared his dialogue, yet the unfolding events were entirely contrary to his script. Chapter 118. Let the goddess become a teacher, Asgard, Bifrost. The Bifrost was distanced from the celestial palace, and at that moment Heimdall was absent. Not long ago, King Odin sensed an unfamiliar presence within his realm. He hurried to the Bifrost, sending Heimdall away. However, despite his swiftness, the presence had already encountered Hela. Fortunately, their interaction was brief, interrupted by Odin. It was evident that the newcomer bore no hostility. Otherwise, he could have easily rejected the Bifrost. Even Odin could not freely enter and exit the dimension he had sealed. This was precisely why the goddess of death, Hela, could not escape. Thankfully, Asgard possessed the Bifrost. With a hum, as the Bifrost slowly closed, Hela wisely chose not to pursue. Following would be futile. Having distanced herself from Asgard, her powers had greatly waned, and Odin could effortlessly banish her back. Leon surveyed the Bifrost, which resembled a circular palace, with a central structure for observing the 9 realms and activating the Bifrost. I am Leon, and I have met King Odin, he greeted the sole occupant of the palace. He felt no trepidation towards the so-called king. For having acquired such power, he understood that a deity was merely a person of greater strength. In terms of power, even Karla could be considered a god. King Odin, as legendary accounts described, possessed only one eye, adorned with a flowing white beard. He appeared exceedingly grave, wearing an eagle helmet, draped in golden armor, and wielding the eternal spear Gungnir. How did you arrive at the sealed dimension? Odin was not astonished by Leon's recognition of him. Leon did not conceal his intentions. I have crossed dimensions, and due to the lack of Earth's coordinates, some discrepancies occurred. Upon hearing this, Odin's hand trembled slightly. He had not anticipated Leon's significant origins. He pursed his lips and inquired, I would like to know your purpose for coming here. He sought to ascertain Leon's intentions, determining whether he was friend or foe. In the cosmos, vigilance among the various celestial bodies is paramount, especially when it concerns one like Leon, who has traversed realms. I have come to learn the art of magic, Leon proclaimed. I have heard that Earth harbors supreme sorcerers. My 2 daughters possess innate magical talents, yet they lack proper guidance, which weighs heavily upon my heart. Earth? In your parlance, it would be referred to as Midgard. Leon's words elicited a subtle smirk from Odin, the All-Father, who was poised and attentive. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts coursed through his mind. Perhaps another universe is in peril and in dire need of assistance. Or maybe it is a resource-deficient realm facing an apocalyptic scenario requiring evacuation. To his surprise, Leon's aspirations were refreshingly simple. In Odin's estimation, such simplicity was almost naive. Moreover, he discerned that Leon spoke the truth, a realization bolstered by the resonance of magic. Then, an idea struck Odin. The supreme sorceress of Midgard? Indeed, she is formidable. Yet those with magical potential ought not to be sent there. The magical system of Camartage derives from borrowed power, which imposes significant side effects on the caster, Odin articulated. This is not mere deception. Dr. Strange himself later found sleep elusive, and his internal organs suffered as a consequence. Such is the price of wielding magic in Camartage. Reflecting on this, Leon recognized the validity of Odin's point. To send his 2 daughters to learn such magic would be an act of folly. It seemed prudent to seek the realm of sorcerers instead. While their magic may not be as potent, the side effects will be considerably less severe. At that moment, Odin smiled and suggested, why not study magic in Asgard? Leon responded, somewhat taken aback. You ought to be aware that Queen Frigga is the foremost sorceress among the 9 realms, Odin remarked, his words laden with significance. Leon, pleasantly surprised by Odin's overture, readily acquiesced. Had it been a youthful Odin, Leon might have declined. However, the elder Odin had shed much of his former aggression. His singular desire was to nurture a successor. Moreover, the prophecy of Ragnarok weighed heavily upon him, filling him with trepidation. In the face of someone like Leon, Odin sought both to cultivate an alliance and to exercise vigilance. Should Leon venture to Earth, it would be beyond Odin's purview. The Asgardians regarded the 9 realms as their dominion, a sentiment even more pronounced in the All-Father, who would not tolerate unwarranted disruptions. At the very least, he wished to ascertain Leon's character. "It is my utmost honor," Leon replied with a smile. "Then let us journey to the celestial palace together." Asgard, also known as the realm of the Aesir, is predominantly inhabited by the Aesir gods, with a lesser number of Vanir gods who accompanied Queen Frigga. In days of yore, Asgard waged war across the Nine Realms, facing staunch resistance in Vanaheim, where the ancient and supremely wise Vanir wielded formidable magical powers. Ultimately, Odin chose to wed Frigg of the Vanir gods, elevating her to the status of queen, thereby ensuring that the Vanir would not obstruct Asgard's conquest of the Nine Realms. The celestial palace of Asgard is situated on the plains of Ida, which lies at the very heart of Asgard. However, like any realm, Asgard possesses both its core and its peripheries, and not all Asgardians enjoy a life of prosperity. As one traverses the Rainbow Bridge, they soon behold the resplendent classical architecture of Asgard. These edifices exude a grandiosity, imbued with age and cultural significance. After a moment of contemplation, Leon witnessed Odin wave his hand, and the scene transformed, transporting them into a grand palace. Magic. Odin's sorcery is indeed formidable. "This is the Golden Palace," Odin proclaimed. True to its name, it shimmers with opulence, entirely crafted from gold, which explains its designation. Even Leon found himself momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Not even Bruce Wayne could rival such extravagance. Gazing upon this palace, one could surmise the immense wealth Asgard had plundered from the Nine Realms. Truly astonishing. Nevertheless, for Asgard, the Golden Palace holds paramount importance, serving as the venue for the assembly of the gods. It is a fitting place to honor Leon, indicating the significance of his presence. Soon, a retinue of maidens entered. The physical density of an ordinary Asgardian is approximately thrice that of a typical Earthling, and their lifespans are considerably extended. Even a common Aesir can live for millennia. Among the maidens stood a woman of remarkable grace, exuding an aura of maternal authority. "This must be Frigg. This is my wife," Odin remarked with a smile, having enjoyed a harmonious relationship with her for many years. "It is an honor to meet the queen," Leon said respectfully. Odin then shared details regarding Leon's circumstances. Frigg appeared somewhat taken aback, regarding Leon earnestly before stating, "Asgard welcomes your arrival, as well as that of your daughter. They will be delighted." Leon promptly acknowledged her words. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from outside. "Father, what summons us? We are in the midst of preparations for the feast." Chapter 119. Destiny cannot be altered. Anyone who encounters Thor, the god of thunder, cannot help but perceive him as somewhat simple-minded. His face bears a foolish grin, and his demeanor is notably rugged, perhaps a testament to his recent revelries, appearing rather unkempt. As expected, Odin shook his head in exasperation upon seeing him. Loki, lurking behind Thor, bore a shadowy countenance, suggesting he was ever ready to betray. Both were curious about Leon, casting glances in his direction. Odin, the All-Father, offered no further commentary, merely introducing, "This is Leon, a guest from afar. You too shall attend to him." They were, of course, tasked with familiarizing Leon with Asgard, for he might otherwise hesitate to bring his daughter into their midst. Certainly, this is also to showcase the might of Asgard. Upon hearing Odin's words, Thor and Loki naturally felt compelled to acquiesce. "I am Thor Odinson, and this is my brother, Loki Odinson. You have arrived just in time. We are hosting a grand feast today," Thor declared, erupting in a hearty laughter at the prospect of the forthcoming celebration. The Nine Realms had enjoyed an unusually long period of peace, causing the Asgardians to lose some of their former ferocity, particularly those remaining in Asgard. Otherwise, they would not have been overrun by the remnants of the Dark Elves, nor would their forces have been decimated by Hela alone. For the Asgardians of the present, the era of warfare had passed. Life stretches infinitely ahead, prompting the question, what else is there to pursue? Indulgence, perhaps. A small feast every 3 days and a grand one every 5. Stepping out of the Golden Palace, Thor immediately draped his arm around Leon's shoulder and began to inquire. Loki observed from the side, eavesdropping. "Leon, where do you hail from? What brings you to Asgard? And how long do you intend to stay?" Leon responded with impeccable discretion, revealing little but nothing significant to conceal. The revelation that Leon's daughter wished to learn magic astonished both Thor and Loki. Most surprising of all was that Frigga had consented. Loki stared at Leon in sheer astonishment. Unbeknownst to Leon, they were acutely aware that, in Asgard, even the ordinary Aesir were prohibited from studying magic. Many Asgardians deemed magic a pursuit unbefitting a warrior. A true man should embrace the path of battle. This prohibition was primarily enforced by Odin, who had previously faced incidents of clandestine learning. The renowned queen of Norns, Karnila, had once surreptitiously studied magic in the realm of the elves. Thus, when they learned that Odin had indeed permitted Leon's goddaughter to study the arcane arts, they were taken aback, though not for long, as members of the royal family were free to pursue magic. Thor, however, preferred the thrill of combat, while Loki had inherited the mantle of magical prowess. Come, allow me to introduce you to my friends, Thor said, leading Leon to a bustling square filled with Asgardians. Upon their arrival, many turned their gaze toward Leon. Asgard was notoriously insular, showing little fondness for outsiders. Consequently, other races from the Nine Realms seldom lingered in Asgard. Thor, unabashedly, introduced Leon as his friend, presenting him to the valiant trio from the realm of the elves, Vostag, Fandral, and Hogun. And, of course, the valiant goddess Sif, who harbored a long-standing admiration for him. Vostag, in his boisterous manner, directly asked Leon, what skills do you possess to earn the honor of being a guest of the God King? At the forthrightness of the Asgardians, Leon merely smiled wryly. Do not take offense, my brother, Thor whispered in his ear. We Asgardians revere the strong. If you possess might, you shall earn their respect. Leon cast a surprised glance at Thor, who claimed he was a fool. Though his schemes were rather lackluster, he at least possessed a modicum of intellect, albeit not much. Leon pondered that perhaps Odin too was eager to ascertain his capabilities. Moreover, in a realm that glorifies strength, yielding without resistance would only invite disdain. Thus, Leon smiled and declared, "It is nothing, merely great strength." Oh, the Asgardians perked up, curiosity igniting among them. They then began to cheer. Let's have a contest. Not only the men, but the women were even more exhilarated. Asgardians revered muscle. The raw, untamed power thrilled them more than cunning minds like Loki's, which they regarded with contempt. One could conquer all with sheer might. What need was there for schemes? In an instant, Vostag stripped off his shirt, revealing his robust physique, his wild hair and beard rendering him akin to a barbarian. Come, let me witness your strength. Vostag appeared eager to grapple with Leon. Leon, however, replied with a smile, there is no need for such trouble. What do you mean? Do you look down upon me? Vostag's anger flared, his eyes wide as saucers. He could easily portray a lion in a play. Observing this, Leon swiftly reached out to him. Vostag saw it coming, but could not react in time. In the next moment, he felt the world spin. He was airborne, tossed effortlessly by Leon. The remaining Asgardians were astonished by the spectacle. These were the heroes of the Celestial Palace. Consequently, more challengers surged forth to test Leon. Unfazed, he dispatched them all with ease. No one dared to underestimate him now. Through this brazen display, Leon swiftly earned the acknowledgement of the Asgardians. Only through strength could one attain recognition. What do you think? Odin inquired of Frigga, who was massaging his shoulders to ease his tension. Though they resided within the palace, they were acutely aware of the events beyond its walls. Frigga smiled and replied, Leon possesses formidable magical talent. One can only imagine the potential of his daughter. Odin responded, I find myself quite intrigued. The twilight of the gods approaches. Should we gain his assistance, perhaps the Aesir might find a path forward. Hearing Odin's words, Frigga fell silent for a moment. It is merely a prophecy, my king, she remarked. Yet, the previous prophecies have all come to pass. Odin shook his head at her words. Upon reaching their level, they became acutely aware of the formidable nature of the prophecy. What is termed as prophecy is, in essence, an inexorable fate, one that cannot be altered. Even with knowledge of the prophecy's intricacies, they remain powerless to intervene. Should one attempt to alter the course, the inevitable will still resurface. The Asgardian pantheon is tragically burdened, for from the moment of their inception, they have been haunted by the prophecy of their impending demise. Their struggles, no matter how valiant, ultimately lead to an unchangeable conclusion. This leaves Odin and Frigga in a state of uncertainty, questioning whether their resistance holds any merit, as destiny remains immutable. Chapter 120. Though on holiday, why must one study? As night descended, Asgard shimmered with brilliant lights. Within a palace crafted from gold and silver, a multitude of Asgardians, both men and women, gathered. They raised their goblets, engaging in jubilant revelry, where fine wine flowed endlessly and sumptuous feasts abounded, allowing them to indulge in unrestrained pleasure. Among them stood Leon, the one under siege. The reality had proven that the pride of the Asgardians, their strength, paled in comparison to his own. As strength proved insufficient, they resorted to a contest of endurance in drink, determined to intoxicate Leon. Yet, his physical constitution seemed impervious to inebriation. His metabolism was remarkably robust, neutralizing the effects of alcohol almost instantaneously. To intoxicate one with Kryptonian resilience who had basked in the sun was indeed a formidable challenge. Thor, standing nearby, felt a sense of defeat. Initially, he had intended to engage himself, but upon realizing that his might could not match Leon's, and with Loki fanning the flames of mischief, he relinquished the idea. This foolish brother sought merely to witness his humiliation. Now, Thor too joined in the effort to drown Leon in drink, yet Leon appeared immune to the effects. Instead, the other Asgardians, once inebriated, began to exhibit wild behavior, dancing exuberantly and partaking in antics familiar to Leon from the Iceberg Club. It became apparent that aside from their longevity, Asgardians were not so different from humans. Where was the so-called divinity? The only distinction lay in their seemingly endless consumption of alcohol. Eventually, having never encountered such a scene, Leon declared his inability to continue and sought to leave. Receiving permission from the Asgardians, it seemed they intended to celebrate for days and nights on end. The goddess who escorted Leon noticed him with interest, suggesting, "If you wish, you may come to my abode. My bed is quite spacious. What difference does that make for my cat performing backflips?" He thought, finding her overture lacking in allure. Uninterested in the identity of this unknown goddess, Leon promptly replied, "I must meet the All-Father, perhaps another time." "Very well, I shall await your return. My name is Leon." Uninterested in her introduction, hurried away. The Asgardians were simply too exuberant. Soon after, Leon arrived at the Celestial Palace, where he was smoothly granted an audience with the god king Odin and the goddess Frigga. "Leon, how fare the realms of Asgard?" Odin inquired. "Asgard is splendid, and the people are exceedingly warm-hearted," Leon replied. "However, I must return shortly, lest my daughters grow anxious." "Not a problem. When shall you visit us again?" Frigga asked curiously. "Very soon," Leon responded. "I shall trouble the goddess then." "Not at all. I relish imparting the knowledge of magic to others," Frigga smiled. In that moment, Leon conjured a portal before them and stepped through. The magical energy resonated, perceptible to both Odin and Frigga. Yet it was neither a teleportation within the cosmos nor a traversal between dimensions, both of which they could accomplish. This was a transdimensional journey. Gotham. Leon materialized in his estate, lamentably unnoticed by anyone upon his departure. As he emerged, his three prot-GS had ordered takeout and were savoring Chinese cuisine. "Godfather, you're awake," they exclaimed, assuming Leon had merely been in slumber. Leon smirked faintly, unfazed, yet found no appetite for the meal before him, having indulged in ample wine and meat. Asgard truly lacked for nothing. "How much longer is the holiday?" Leon inquired. "Just over a month," they replied in unison. "Perfect. I shall take you to a delightful place shortly." Their curiosity piqued at his words. Where to? Naturally, they were eager for an outing, given the holiday's ample duration. "To Los Angeles?" Leon observed their enthusiasm and chuckled. "No, we're going to Asgard." "Ah." The three prot-GS were momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a myth? Diana, being the daughter of Zeus, was indeed a figure of myth, yet Leon gently corrected their misconceptions. "Oh, we see," they responded, their acceptance of Asgard bolstered by Diana's presence. Leon chose to withhold the fact that they were venturing into an alternate universe. Before escorting them, Leon placed a call to Harley Quinn and her companions. Upon learning that Leon was embarking on another adventure, Harley expressed her envy. "Darling, you haven't yet taken me on a honeymoon. Perhaps next time we could go with Ivy?" Leon felt a twinge of guilt towards Harley. Thus he acquiesced. "Of course. You may choose the destination." "Wonderful," Harley exclaimed, though her mind was preoccupied with Gotham's turmoil as they were embroiled in the struggle for supremacy. She and Poison Ivy were actively participating in the factional disputes and thus could not afford to leave. After ending the call, Leon informed Kate Kane not to worry. "Where are you headed?" Kate Kane inquired. "Let me check if there's a Wayne Enterprises branch." "Well, evidently there isn't," she noted. "Why?" "Because we are bound for Asgard." Kane nearly expressed her exasperation, but attributed his reticence to Leon's unwillingness to share and thus refrained from pressing further. After addressing these matters, Leon entrusted Frank with overseeing the Iceberg Club while he observed the three acolytes. The trio hastily finished their meals, tidied up the boxes, and disposed of them. In truth, such an expansive estate necessitated the service of others. This phenomenon is not uncommon in America. For instance, the illustrious presence of housemaids is well known, and at the very least, one might expect a butler akin to that of Wayne Manor. However, individuals like Leon found it impossible to place trust in outsiders and thus opted to manage affairs themselves. Much like Bruce Wayne with his singular old butler. If one were a typical affluent individual, they would certainly be surrounded by countless maids. Loyalty remains the paramount consideration. Let us depart. Leon instructed the three acolytes, ensuring they gathered their garments, including their battle attire. "Father, how shall we travel?" "Teleportation," Leon replied, snapping his fingers as a portal materialized before them. Ciri and Kara instantly recognized it. This was the very portal that had appeared upon Ciri's arrival. Moreover, how did their patron come to possess such mastery? The young women gazed at Leon with wide-eyed wonder, akin to Columbus discovering a new world. "Father," they exclaimed in unison. "This is magic," Leon declared. "Come, I have arranged for a magic instructor." Upon hearing this, the young women were deeply touched. Their patron was truly benevolent, not only enlisting Wonder Woman as their combat mentor, but also seeking a magic teacher. Yet, a thought struck them. Wasn't this supposed to be a vacation? Why then were they to learn so much? Chapter 121. Kara's deliberate provocation. Asgard. The three young women found themselves directly within the palace. They were momentarily dazzled by the golden splendor, feeling as though they had been blinded by ostentation. Indeed, Asgard had once embodied the essence of nouveau riche, having conquered the 9 realms and enslaving their denizens to construct its opulent palace. Perhaps the Asgardians themselves had come to recognize this truth. Yet shedding the image of the nouveau riche would prove a formidable challenge. "This is King Odin. This is Queen Frigga," Leon introduced to his acolytes, who were scanning their surroundings with wide eyes. The trio quickly regained their composure and nervously greeted, "We pay our respects to the king and queen." Following this, Leon encouraged them to introduce themselves. Afterward, they appeared significantly more relaxed, akin to students in a classroom. Their courage surged as they realized they were indeed in the presence of the king and queen of the gods. They lifted their gazes, confirming their suspicions without doubt. Odin is missing an eye, true to the myth. The Queen Frigg is equally poised, elegant, and gracious, qualities that evoke envy. However, few can aspire to embody Frigg's essence. Kara and Ciri are warriors at heart, while Rachel tends to be somewhat timid. "Do not be anxious," Frigg reassured with a smile as she approached, adorned in a gown of ethereal elegance that accentuated her grace. She surveyed the trio of maidens and noted that aside from Kara, the most statuesque among them, the white-haired and purple-haired girls both exhibited remarkable magical aptitude, naturally endowed with magic. Ciri, imbued with ancient blood, is a sorceress. However, Frigg considered this a modest talent, given the vast disparities in power across the realm. In her eyes, Ciri merely possessed a slight gift. Conversely, Rachel was rather astonishing. Frigg sensed a formidable demonic power within her. If Rachel wished to avoid being overtaken by this power, she would need to suppress it and refrain from revealing her full potential. Nevertheless, Rachel's magical talent was exceptional. She had yet to undergo formal training, relying solely on her instinctive restraint. Should Rachel unleash her full strength, she would undoubtedly command respect throughout the 9 realms. The supreme mage from Earth would likely be overjoyed upon witnessing her prowess. Frigg gently inquired, "Do you wish to learn magic?" "Yes," the 3 maidens exclaimed in unison. Frigg, treating them equally, replied, "Very well, I shall teach you magic. Take a tour of Asgard while I prepare." Leon promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Queen. There is no need for such formalities. You shall forever be friends of the Celestial Palace." Odin chuckled heartily. He had discerned that these 3 maidens were extraordinary. The girl named Kara, although devoid of magical power, was perpetually absorbing energy, and Odin could sense the tremendous strength she possessed. The other 2 maidens were equally remarkable. With even a modest study of magic, they would transcend the ordinary. Thus, Leon guided his prot.gs on a brief tour of Asgard. limited to the expanse of the Ida Valley. Asgard, while a diminutive celestial body compared to Earth, barely a quarter of its size, still held numerous locales, such as Nornheim, all of which revered Odin as their sovereign. However, this was not a realm Leon and his companions could fully explore in a single visit. Following the battle of the previous night, Leon had gained considerable renown in Asgard, and many of its inhabitants recognized him, greeting him warmly while expressing astonishment at the sight of his daughters. "You have fathered 3 daughters?" Leon found it difficult to explain, nor did he see the necessity. Soon, they encountered Thor and Loki. Thor appeared visibly intoxicated, and upon spotting Leon, he exclaimed, "Leon, let us continue our revelry." The 3 female students, observing his demeanor, felt an odd sense of familiarity. Had they encountered him before? "Father, who are these 2? Karla inquired. "These are Thor and Loki," Leon replied. They were familiar with Marvel Comics. While they might not have favored the standalone issues, they had certainly watched the Avengers. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. In traditional mythology, Loki and the thunder god Thor were not siblings, yet the current display suggested otherwise. With enthusiasm, Karla called out, "Hey big guy, are you the god of thunder?" Thor, already somewhat inebriated, retorted angrily, "What do you mean, god of thunder? I am the god of thunder." However, Karla recalled that Thor wielded a hammer. Hence, she promptly asked, "Where is your hammer? Who meets someone and doesn't show their hammer?" If Thor had been sober, he would have gladly shown Karla his hammer, but in his drunken state, coupled with Loki's provocation, he found himself more irate. "If someone wishes to see the hammer, let her see it. Without the hammer, you are nothing," Loki taunted, further aggravating Thor. In a moment of bravado, Thor challenged Karla, "Only if you can defeat me will I show it to you." He was not facing Leon, and he doubted Leon's daughter's strength could surpass his own. "That is what you said," Karla replied with a slight smile, then swiftly launched an attack. In an instant, she flew at Thor and seized the cloak draped across his back. Thor barely had time to react before Karla spun him around. "Ah!" Karla exclaimed, reminiscent of a shot-put throw, deliberately spinning a few times before releasing Thor. As he soared through the air, Thor called upon his mighty hammer to stabilize himself. "Must we grapple by the cloak?" He grumbled, now somewhat sober, feeling embarrassed to have been flung by a young girl in front of an audience. It was undeniably a rather undignified display. "Who grapples by the cloak? Should I claw at your face instead?" Karla eagerly urged. "Quickly, show me your hammer." "You cannot lift it," Thor replied pridefully. "Moreover, you must defeat me first to see it." "Then I shall not hold back," Karla declared, smirking as she removed her outer garment to reveal her battle attire beneath. This was intentional. After undergoing training with Diana, Leon noticed that she had become somewhat combative. Shiri and Rachel were similarly inclined. Had they been able to compete, they too would have been eager to engage in battle. They were all keen to join in the fray. This was reminiscent of Diana, who thrived in combat, relishing the challenge. Particularly after being bested, she would invariably flash a mischievous smile before charging back into the fray. Thor had not anticipated that the little girl was serious. Without uttering a word, she transformed and soared before him. The Asgardians below erupted in cheers, reveling in the prospect of an impending battle. Chapter 122. The essence of magic. Thor felt invigorated, no longer perceiving Kara as merely a child. In his eyes, once the clash commenced, all else faded away. The sole focus became defeating the opponent or facing defeat. Thus, Thor raised Mjolnir, summoning a crackling bolt of lightning that enveloped the hammer. With a resounding boom, Mjolnir was instantly surrounded by electricity and hurled towards Kara. ZZZZT. Kara's eyes flared crimson, unleashing an uncontrollable stream of heat vision. The collision of her laser and the electric waves created an extraordinary standoff, neither side yielding. However, as Kara exerted her power, the energy surrounding Thor's hammer began to wane. Boom! Thor was once again sent hurtling away. Although he escaped injury from the heat vision, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could this be? Suspended in midair, Thor glanced at Mjolnir, noticing a faint red hue where it had withstood the heat vision. Yet before he could react, Kara flew towards him, grasping at his cape. She had previously been tossed around by Diana in a similar manner. However, Wonder Woman bore no cape to retaliate with. Now, she finally encountered someone adorned with a cape. "Do not seize my cape," Thor bellowed, but his words fell on deaf ears. He was like a kite, flailing helplessly in Kara's grasp. The onlookers below could hardly contain their joy. Although Thor was their esteemed prince, witnessing his humiliation at the hands of a mere girl was quite delightful. Loki observed in astonishment, pondering how she could be so formidable. Despite his disdain for Thor, he remained wary of his brother's brute strength. Yet, how old could Kara be? She appeared to be in her adolescent years, clearly not yet at her peak. Of course, he also understood that Thor was not fully committed to the battle. Nevertheless, in that moment, a furious Thor resolved to unleash his true power. After all, it was somewhat unacceptable to be schooled by a girl. Do not blame your uncle for being ruthless. Thor's eyes sparked with electricity. Just then, the voice of Odin, the All-Father, resonated through the air. Enough, this is where it ends. Father. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling that Odin had interrupted him deliberately. How could a son be poised to unleash his strength, only to be halted by his father? Thor, are you not embarrassed enough? Odin's voice dripped with disappointment. Regardless of the circumstances, Thor had already lost face. There was no need for him to reclaim his honor. Defeating a girl was hardly an accomplishment to take pride in. Very well, Thor dared not defy Odin's will. Though somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. At that moment, Kara was also called back by Leon. Kara, return. Who permitted you to act so impulsively? Leon admonished, to which Kara merely stuck out her tongue, indicating her willingness to act similarly again in the future. Fortunately, Thor was not angered. Instead, he swooped down with a hearty laugh. Little girl, you possess remarkable strength. Let us battle again next time. He found Kara impressive, 100 times more formidable than his brother, who only knew how to stab others in the back. Kutta, hiding behind Leon, chuckled, appreciating his good nature. Having given him a thrashing, he still wore a playful grin. If the roles were reversed, she would surely feel quite embarrassed. The magic of Asgard is the orthodox magic of the Nine Realms, differing significantly from that of Midgard. Across the universe, magic can be fundamentally categorized into 3 types: individual energy, cosmic energy, and dimensional energy. Within Asgard's magnificent Vangelf temple, the goddess Frigga was imparting magical teachings to Leon and 3 of her acolytes. Leon and his companions listened intently, having long sought the path of magic in vain. The 2 acolytes were equally anxious, observing Kara's burgeoning strength while fearing to be left behind. Yet, there was little they could do. Even Wonder Woman Diana possessed no magical prowess. Now that they finally had someone to teach them authentic magic, they were too elated to slacken their efforts. Frigga nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to demonstrate her magical abilities. Asgardian magic is rooted in individual energy, where all might is derived from within oneself. In contrast to Midgard, where magic often draws upon external dimensions, often incurring significant side effects, Frigga showcased her formidable magical power. If one were to discuss the mightiest sorcerer in the 9 realms, Frigga would undoubtedly be a contender. Even Odin's magic is not to be underestimated. The Queen of the Norns, Karnila, has remarked that Odin's magic is the foremost in the 9 realms, with hers only a notch below his. While such statements may contain an element of self-praise, they nonetheless illustrate Odin's immense magical prowess. As the goddess, Frigga's magical strength is also considerable, having reached a level where she can foresee the future, even predicting her own demise with remarkable composure. What type of magic is the most superior? Hiri inquired immediately. Undoubtedly, one's own energy is the finest. Frigga replied with a gentle smile, asserting that Asgardian magic is the true orthodoxy. Cosmic energy becomes utterly useless once it transcends its own universe. Even the mightiest sorcerers, when removed from their own cosmos, become no different from ordinary mortals. Some objects share this characteristic as well. Leon, upon hearing this, realized the truth, such as with the Infinity Stones. Within each universe, the power of the Infinity Stones is indeed formidable. Yet when transported to other universes, they become mere stones. Just as a drawer full of infinite gems in the Time Management Bureau transforms into common commodities that no one desires. Dimensional energy refers to the power that a spellcaster draws from alternate dimensions of the multiverse. However, such magic comes with its own set of repercussions. Absorbing the strength of others necessitates a price to be paid. The advantage lies in the expedited mastery of profound magic, provided one possesses sufficient talent. Frigga continued, asserting that whether one labels it magic or science, at its core, It is an application of energy. The differing perspectives lead to varying interpretations. To put succinctly, magic is merely the manipulation of energy, which could also be referred to as the primal force. The magic of Asgard is scientific in nature, rooted in individual energy. Although one may also harness cosmic energy, individual energy, regardless of its destination, remains inherently yours. It does not stagnate, even when traversing to another universe. The term science is quite niche, surprising Leon and his companions to encounter it within the realm of magic. Yet, the Asgardians find it entirely natural. For Frigga, magic is not an elusive concept, but rather a scientific force that is readily accessible. The Asgardians apply it across various domains, with the Rainbow Bridge standing as a testament to the fusion of magic and science. Understanding the source of energy is paramount to mastering its use. The techniques employed are what one might refer to as spells. Frigga commenced her detailed and profound instruction, addressing every aspect with care. For the gifted, this was not a challenging endeavor. Moreover, the individuals present already possessed magical abilities, being masters of individual energy. Shiri, as a sorceress, possessed formidable magic and could effortlessly cast spells with a modicum of study. Rachel, due to her unique status, inherently wielded immense power, yet had to allocate a portion of her magical energy to suppress the darkness within her. Her energy, too, belonged to the individual realm. Liang's magical aptitude originated from Shiri. Among them, Rachel was the first to grasp her magical prowess, employing Frigga's teachings to manipulate her magic with finesse. She could also sense the dark energy residing within her. "My queen, what is the nature of the power within me?" Rachel inquired, somewhat anxious. "Do not fret. It stems from the strength of others, likely from your kin," Frigga replied with a reassuring smile. "As long as you refrain from wielding this power, it shall not adversely affect you." After a moment of contemplation, Rachel asked, "But what if I do use it? It would influence your psyche, leading to a state of agitation," Frigga cautioned. Although this power is formidable, it is prudent for Rachel to avoid its use, lest she succumb to darkness. Upon hearing this, Leon instantly felt that his protege resembled Jean Grey, the Phoenix from the ranks of the X-Men. The Phoenix Force is not something Jean can fully master, and her subsequent dark transformation is a testament to that. Rachel harbors a deep trepidation regarding her own power. Shortly thereafter, Ciri also sensed the emergence of magic within her. Previously, she had been unable to wield any form of magic. It was only during her fateful journey that, confronted with the brink of despair, her ancient bloodline activated its protective mechanism. It is entirely normal for one's magical energy to surge in moments of crisis. Ciri is precisely the type of woman whose potential for destruction is astounding once she reaches her breaking point. Even the Wild Hunt must regard her with caution. This was before she even delved into the study of magic. Now, however, under the tutelage of Freya, she has begun to learn the sacred arts of the elven realms and cultivate her own formidable strength. "I possess magical powers," Ciri exclaimed joyfully, finally feeling as though she was no longer a burden. It is important to note that befriending Kara and Rachel could easily lead to feelings of inadequacy. Kara, with her immense power, often made Ciri feel invisible, while Rachel also wielded magic, leaving Ciri feeling utterly devoid of skills amidst her own deep-seated grievances. Consequently, her burden had been substantial. Now, however, she felt significantly lighter. Meanwhile, Kara appeared utterly perplexed. "I can't sense anything." "Please, Kara, you're already formidable. If you could wield magic as well, what hope would we have?" The other two girls began to jest. Yet Freya interjected with a smile, "In truth, the energy within you is merely a form of personal vitality. In a sense, it is not unlike magic. Magic allows you to better harness your innate energy, and that is sufficient." "Indeed, kara no ditoi." Leon smiled with satisfaction, and thus the group commenced their training in Asgard. As time passed, within a week, they each began to master their magical energies, and Freya prepared to instruct them in spells. The Asgardians displayed a rather unpretentious approach to the application of magic. They excelled in enchantments and illusions, among other skills. During this period, Leon and his companions thoroughly enjoyed themselves, reveling in the warmth and hospitality of the Asgardians, indulging in abundant feasts. They also discovered that Asgard is divided into 9 regions, including Nornheim, Delsheim, and Vallenheim, among others. You have all grasped the fundamentals of spellcasting, Freya stated with a smile. Once they had mastered their magical abilities, Ciri and her companions were able to unleash simple spells, such as fireballs and light spells, all without formal instruction. This is the strength of personal energy. However, for more advanced magic, formal study is essential. Asgardian magic does not require intricate steps or incantations, and Freya began to teach them some Asgardian spells, including the illusion manipulation for which Loki is renowned, as well as several other incantations. For Ciri and her companions, a considerable amount of time is required for practice. This reflects the temporal cost associated with individual energy. Traditional magic tends to be arduous to master and necessitates a formidable talent. Both Ciri and Rachel are not mere mortals. They possess inherent magical abilities that facilitate their swift initiation. Otherwise, it would be akin to Kara, who, despite her intelligence, finds herself at an impasse. Following their initiation, further time is essential for learning. It cannot be achieved merely by perusing a few tomes of magic. This sets them apart from the sorcerers of Camartage. Otherwise, why would one be so eager to borrow power? The borrowed strength is not only effective but also quickly assimilated. The only drawback is the price one must pay. In the eyes of Camartage sorcerers, this exchange of gain and loss is quite commonplace. Eventually, Kara ceased to be preoccupied with magic. She realized that she did not require it at all. Nonetheless, spells remained beneficial to her. Ultimately, it is merely a manipulation of energy, and as long as she can master her own energy, that suffices. Thus, she no longer sought to learn magic from Freya, opting instead to engage in daily battles with Thor. Thor, over time, became somewhat desensitized. Leon then conceived a new plan. Why not reconcile the goddess of death, Hela, with Asgard? Having spent some time in Asgard, he too felt the allure of the celestial palace. The thought of it being destined for destruction in the prophecy of Ragnar stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Upon hearing Leon's proposition, Freya merely smirked. She deemed it improbable. Hela was not her child, yet she was acutely aware of Hela's cruel nature. Moreover, after being confined for so many years, having been alone for millennia, one could only imagine the extent of her madness. Could one simply forgive and forget? How could that be possible? Leon, however, remained unfazed, suggesting that Kara confront her instead. He was not concerned about Kara's potential injuries. Should Hela be at her peak, the current Kara would indeed stand no chance. After all, the goddess of death had recently escaped confinement and could effortlessly crush Thor's most cherished hammer. Yet now, Hela, the goddess of death, finds herself in exile, her powers having waned over thousands of years to the point where even her garments are tattered and worn. This brings us to the unique nature of the Asgardian royal family. The reason ordinary Asgardians cannot replace the royals lies here. Besides the so-called Odin force possessed by Odin's family, there is another reason. The longer they live, the stronger they become, continually absorbing the energies of Asgard. As long as they reside in Asgard, their power can increase indefinitely, with no upper limit. This explains why the goddess of death grows increasingly powerful upon her return to Asgard. Chapter 124. The greatest change is the absence of change in the twilight of the gods. Hela valiantly resisted the flame giant Surtur, for her strength is derived from Asgard. Should Asgard be destroyed, her power would plummet dramatically. This is the hallmark of the royal lineage of Asgard. The longer one lives, the stronger one becomes. The more time spent in Asgard, the greater the strength. This explains why Odin, in his final days, was the mightiest of all. He engaged in the Odin sleep each year to harness the increasingly potent and tumultuous Odin force within him. Failing to do so would jeopardize his power. In contrast, the current goddess of death, Hela, lacks this secondary trait. Exiled by Odin from Asgard, she is unable to absorb its energy. Faced with such an adversary, Kara is certainly not a concern. Upon realizing this, Odin, perhaps sensing Hela's boredom and her need for companionship, consented to allow Kara to serve as her sparring partner, an indestructible one at that. Despite her weakened state, Hela can still match Kara evenly. Kara revels in the daily challenges, as she too is growing stronger. The Kryptonians possess an inherent advantage. The longer they absorb solar energy, the more formidable they become. Asgard, perched above the 9 realms, is closer to the sun, thus providing a richer source of solar energy compared to the perpetual gloom of Gotham. The trio of female warriors hones their abilities in Asgard. while Leon occasionally returns to Gotham. The changes in Gotham are minimal. Under the stewardship of Wayne Enterprises, it remains largely unchanged. Much like the ancient feudal dynasties, the absence of change is perceived as the greatest transformation. Consequently, Wayne Enterprises generally disapproves of various proposals. However, the momentum behind the current initiative is too substantial to be thwarted, even by Wayne Enterprises. Arkham City? Leon, seated at the Iceberg Lounge, listened to Frank's words with a sense of astonishment. Indeed, the plan to incarcerate all criminals in the impoverished districts is known as the Arkham City Initiative. This reminded Leon of a game he once played. Frank chuckled, sipping his drink. In any case, this doesn't concern us. The Diamond District is hardly a slum. It's Batman who will have the headache. It is evident that this scheme is directed at Batman, whose actions have displeased many of Gotham's affluent citizens, prompting their support for the Arkham City Initiative. The criminal activities in Gotham have severely impacted the wealth of the elite, particularly in banks, which are frequently targeted. During the night of the last Asylum riot, virtually every bank in Gotham suffered damage. They believe that Batman's presence has attracted a multitude of supercriminals to Gotham. Before the emergence of Batman, Gotham was primarily dominated by figures like Carmine Falcone. Although Falcone was arrogant, he at least adhered to a semblance of order. Life in Gotham was desolate for the underprivileged, yet relatively pleasant for the affluent, who thrived together in a shared pursuit of wealth. However, with Batman's arrival, everything transformed. Falcone fell from grace, only to be replaced by a host of far more ruthless and malevolent entities than he ever was. While Falcone wielded a typewriter, the current villains threatened to plunge Gotham into chaos, intent on annihilating the entire city. Who can withstand such turmoil? Moreover, when has the populace of Gotham ever been devoid of despair? Leon shook his head and inquired about other matters from Frank, such as the current state of affairs in Gotham. Frank, a man skilled only in combat, was well-versed in the underworld but lacked insight into broader issues. Thus, he recounted the underground dynamics, including the rise of Alberto Falcone, who succeeded Sofia Falcone, and the return of Salvatore Romano, who has brought the Romano family back to Gotham. The Romano family, once a formidable crime syndicate second only to the Falcone family, has returned with a vengeance. It is even rumored that Harvey Dent's transformation into Two-Face was orchestrated by Salvatore Romano's acid attack. Reflecting on the past, Harvey Dent was once a righteous district attorney, collaborating with Commissioner Gordon to combat crime in Gotham. However, all that changed upon his metamorphosis into Two-Face, a shift that turned his once noble character into something profoundly malevolent, leading to a fractured psyche, a lamentable fate for Gotham. Leon listened with keen interest, though regrettably lacking sunflower seeds to accompany his thoughts, opting instead for champagne as a substitute. Such as Gotham. For every group of villains vanquished, another emerges. And as soon as the Penguin and his ilk are released, the circumstances seem poised for yet another shift. Unless Wayne Enterprises decisively resolves to implement change, discontent remains. Yet herein lies the conundrum. Bruce Wayne's will does not encapsulate that of the entire Wayne Enterprises. The ownership structure is intricate, involving numerous directors and shareholders beyond Bruce himself. Furthermore, the company's power had long been usurped. When Thomas Wayne passed, Bruce was but a child, much like the young emperors of ancient China, titled as sovereign yet devoid of true power. It was only after returning to Gotham as an adult that Bruce regained authority, albeit with the assistance of Lucius. Gotham seems to be in a state of utter decay. Leon mused. What are the international syndicates? Upon hearing Leon's words, Frank could only smile bitterly. As a Gothamite, he harbored a deep affection for his city, but it seemed futile. Who would care for ordinary people like them? The international syndicates have sent their operatives, intent on reclaiming their weaponry. Frank began. Everyone claims that batch of weapons is of extraterrestrial origin, suggesting that the international syndicate has made contact with aliens, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Oh, this was the first time Leon had heard such a notion. Could there truly be alien weaponry? He pulled out his phone to investigate, discovering that aside from Gotham's news featuring Batman, he had few familiar faces to reference. Green Arrow was indeed present, treating Star City as his personal amusement park, akin to Batman's Gotham in its peculiar charm. These affluent individuals seemed to relish in transforming entire cities into their playgrounds. Beyond that, there were no further developments. Clark had yet to discover his life's purpose, and Wonder Woman had not embraced her role as the leading heroine for many years. Where then could these aliens possibly be? Frank confessed ignorance, explaining that this was merely the prevailing gossip. The weapons had already infiltrated the market, fetching exorbitant prices that he could not afford, especially since Harley Quinn had appropriated all the funds from the Iceberg Lounge. It was certain that Harley would make a purchase. Leon was well acquainted with her. Perhaps during her opposition to the international syndicate, she had taken an interest. Initially, Harley had mentioned the syndicate possessing Titan serum. However, when Kara intervened, it seemed this group had not injected themselves. Of course, they might have simply been unable to do so before Kara subdued them. Chapter 125 eloquently articulated insights. The Titan serum was merely a variant of the substance utilized by Bane. Even Bane himself would fall short against a single punch from Kara, let alone an ordinary individual. In her presence, they likely stood no chance of administering the serum. Yet, Kara had stated that Batman had taken control of the items. How then could they have circulated? Leon felt a twinge of confusion. Frank promptly clarified it must have been leaked from the precinct. Although Commissioner Gordon is a good man, not everyone shares his integrity. He can only strive to improve the Gotham Police Department, but cannot entirely eradicate such occurrences. If it is unmanageable elsewhere, it is even more so in a place like Gotham. The cleanliness of the Gotham precinct ranks among the finest across America. There was once a Los Angeles officer who remarked that the LAPD is the largest violent entity in Los Angeles. Any gangs pale in comparison. They too seek profit and engage in ruthless practices, employing exceedingly violent means. Thus, the notion that some within the Gotham police might engage in corrupt practices is merely a traditional American virtue. After all, how much does one truly earn as a legitimate officer? The fact that the Gotham precinct has not participated in the trafficking of such items is already commendable. Leon chuckled. The reality of America's decay was no mere exaggeration. Only through profound understanding does one grasp the depth of its corruption. Unlike before, Leon did not spend the night awake. Instead, he made a call to Harley Quinn before departing. Harley had now claimed Penguin's former territory, effortlessly overseeing the Iceberg Lounge. The current predicament is that once Arkham City commences construction, she too faces the risk of being ensnared within its confines. Thus, after meeting with Leon alongside Ivy, she remarked, "Darling, we ought to maintain a low profile. How about we embark on a journey?" Both women gazed at Leon, and in such a moment, he naturally could not refuse. Particularly, the look in their eyes assured him that this excursion would be exceedingly pleasurable. After all, certain experiences, once encountered, tend to recur infinitely. Although Ivy had been somewhat evasive lately, her greater discomfort stemmed from confronting Harley Quinn, who had repeatedly asserted that Leon was her true love. Yet, she found herself entangled with the true love of her dear friend, prompting her to avoid their meetings. "Not a problem," Leon inquired. "Where would you like to go? Let us plan, but we must wait for Kara and the others to return to school." He certainly could not abandon Kara and her companions in Asgard while he and Harley and Ivy frolicked on a honeymoon. Despite their favorable relations with Asgard, he could not afford to be so carefree. It was safer to have them return to Gotham, where no harm could befall them. Asgard, however, was different. The trio was not invincible. Harley Quinn then suggested, "How about we visit Paradise Island?" "That sounds good." Leon instinctively nodded, then smirked. "I haven't heard of this place." "Really? Yet you nodded so quickly," Harley quipped. "I too am curious about what makes that Diana so special that you would journey to Metropolis for her." Upon hearing this, Leon felt a cold sweat trickle down. Who had let the cat out of the bag? Was it Kara? Or perhaps Shiri or Rachel? "I was merely finding a teacher for Kara." Leon would not concede his true intentions. The Joker's girl laughed heartily. "Do not be anxious, darling. I merely wish to see her, I assure you." Leon could only chuckle nervously, well aware that men were generally prohibited from setting foot on Paradise Island, despite its reputation as a haven for men. As for the mischievous Harley Quinn, she would behave once they returned home, as would the usually silent Poison Ivy. Leon took it upon himself to restore order. As time passed, Leon traversed between Asgard and Gotham, deepening his mastery of magic. However, it was disheartening that his pace of learning magic lagged behind that of his students. After all, his abilities were mere copies of Shiri's prowess. While his two students possessed genuine talent and were at the pinnacle of their learning capabilities. During their academic years, individuals often reach their zenith of learning. Their minds were untainted by complexities, unlike Leon, who frequently found himself in Gotham on various rendezvous. He had even arranged several meetings with Kate Kane. Batwoman's absence on multiple nights had granted criminals a brief respite. Nevertheless, Leon's mastery of magic can be considered commendable. After a month of diligent practice, the magical energy within him flows like a spring, distinctly perceptible, and he can now perform numerous grand spells. According to Frigga, the method of cultivating such magic involves an incessant accumulation of magical power within oneself, making one's own essence the very source of magic. Eventually, one becomes an ocean of magic, with an inexhaustible supply of energy. This is why she regards Asgardian magic as authentic. Leon and his companions also sense that while this form of magic may not be the most potent and cannot be hastily learned, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for them. One's own strength is the most fitting. However, the time has come for them to depart. The reason is simple. The three young women must return to school. Nearly 11 weeks of summer vacation are drawing to a close. They are still in middle school. High school would offer even less time. They have grown quite fond of Asgard. At this moment, King Odin, Queen Frigga, and the two princes have arrived. Kutta, with remarkable emotional intelligence, expressed her sentiments. Upon hearing her words, the Asgardians felt a sense of comfort. Once she concluded her speech, it was time for farewells. Although they are leaving Asgard, they do not intend to return to Gotham immediately. They have intentionally set aside a few days to explore Earth. Ever since discovering that this realm resembles the comic world they had read about, Kara and her friends have yearned to visit. However, their studies in Asgard have prevented them from doing so, as activating the Bifrost consumes energy, and it would not be prudent to keep Asgard's gateway constantly open. Therefore, now that they are preparing to depart, they wish to take a brief glance at Earth. Thus, King Odin personally escorted them to the Bifrost, where they were teleported. Leon and his companions have also mastered teleportation magic, which is far more convenient than that of Camartage, as it does not require the opening of a portal but allows for direct transfer. In comparison, Asgardian magic proves to be more practical than that of Camartage, although it may lack in visual grandeur. For Leon, magic must indeed possess a certain flair. He still holds regard for the principles of Camartage. It seems reasonable to learn the spells of Camartage without necessarily adopting its entire magical framework, does it not? The magic of Camartage is not solely reliant on external forces. It encompasses spells that can be wielded independently, such as the creation of portals. Each apprentice of Camartage begins with the study of teleportation, not merely relying on external power. Chapter 126, Spectral Spider-Man, We Are Leaving. Farewell. Leon and his companions bid their farewells as they stand upon the Bifrost. Odin directly plunged Heimdall's sword into the Bifrost, serving as its key. With a hum, as the Bifrost activated, Leon and the three young women suddenly vanished from Asgard. Upon confirming their arrival, Odin swiftly drew his sword. The Rainbow Bridge served not merely as a means of transportation, but also as a cataclysmic weapon capable of annihilating an entire realm. In his pursuit of the fire giant Surtur, Odin, the All-Father, was compelled to construct the Rainbow Bridge. Its teleportation magic surpassed even his own abilities, enabling instantaneous travel to every corner of the 9 realms and beyond, into the vastness of the universe. It was indeed through the power of the Rainbow Bridge that Odin managed to keep pace with Surtur and ultimately vanquished him. Surtur's teleportation capabilities, it seemed, were inferior to Odin's. This marks a promising beginning, Frigga remarked with a smile, hoping they could aid Asgard. Odin concurred, though he harbored little hope. Ragnarok was an unavoidable fate. On Earth, in an unknown locale, Leon and his companions found themselves in a sprawling meadow. Leon utilized his magic to sense their surroundings and deduced they were likely in Norway, indeed Odin's favored land. Having departed from Asgard, the 3 daughters of the church visibly relaxed. Father, the goddess of death seems quite pitiable, Kara remarked, her demeanor unfettered outside Asgard. Indeed, Leon nodded in agreement. It is precisely due to the ongoing war that she has been oppressed by Odin for millennia. It echoes the adage, when the birds are gone, the fine bough is stored. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Without the goddess of death, Hela, unifying the 9 realms would be far more arduous for Asgard. Yet Odin did not hesitate to suppress her, despite her being his own daughter. It is no wonder Hela has such a tumultuous disposition, nor that Kara feels sympathy for her. During this period, Kara had been seeking Hela for training. explicitly instructed not to disclose this to Thor and Loki. Clearly, the two brothers were oblivious to the existence of an elder sister, and should they learn of her, their hearts would surely be filled with trepidation. Initially, Hela had exhibited erratic behavior, resembling a madwoman to Kara. However, as their interactions increased, Hela's emotions stabilized somewhat, allowing for few exchanges. Kara informed her of the circumstances beyond, which diminished Hela's hostility towards her, though her resentment towards Asgard remained unchanged. Hela still aspired to reign over Asgard. For Kara, a girl lacking in experience, the resolution of such matters felt daunting. Noticing Kara's melancholic demeanor, Leon gently patted her head. Realizing she had grown taller, now reaching a height of 7 meters, she had blossomed into a more exquisite young woman, embodying the archetype of an American sweetheart with her golden locks. He felt a twinge of nostalgia and said, "Enough of these musings for now. Where'd you like to go?" "New York." "Queens." They exclaimed in unison, their destination aligned. They wished to see Spider-Man. In that moment, they felt an exhilarating sense of fandom. After immersing themselves in comics for so long, the prospect of meeting the real Peter Parker filled them with anticipation. "Then let us go to New York," Leon suggested with a smile, casting a spell. A portion of his magical energy waned, and they found themselves transported to New York. In an instant, they traversed half the globe, such is the power of magic. The sorcery of Asgard requires no incantation. Its release is swift, and everything is remarkably practical, albeit lacking in flair. For Leon, practicality is fleeting, while style is everlasting. "We are in Queens," Leon announced. The young ladies observed their surroundings and noted the resemblance to Metropolis. However, unlike the latter, this place lacked Wayne Enterprises, yet was home to other corporations, such as Stark Industries. "Godfather, let us seek out Peter Parker," Hillary exclaimed, feeling as if her dreams were manifesting into reality. They had no ulterior motives, only excitement. Meanwhile, Kara, utilizing her superhuman vision, discerned something. "I have located Spider-Man," she declared, promptly darting away. "Wait for me." Leon and the remaining two young ladies exchanged glances, realizing that Spider-Man might be in trouble. "Damn Spider-Man, always thwarting my plans," Leon thought. The address for 39 West 38th Street marked a notably tall building in New York, the Fist Tower. On the surface, it appeared to be a legitimate business, yet beneath, it harbored nefarious criminal schemes. Wilson Fisk was infuriated. He had been preparing to cleanse his reputation and run for mayor, yet this accursed Spider-Man relentlessly pursued him like a rabid dog, uncovering his operations at Fist Tower. What was the intention behind this? Was Spider-Man intent on nullifying all his efforts? In his fury, Fisk ordered his henchmen to encircle the Spider-Woman, trapping her with no means of escape. Although her mask remained intact, her petite physique revealed her identity as a woman. The presence of such strength in a female form surprised Fisk. "I despise those who lurk in the shadows. Is it not better to be forthright like me?" he mocked, observing the black and white clad Spider-Woman evade in a confined space like a dancer. The media had dubbed her Ghost Spider. "Bah," she retorted while dodging. "What do you know of villainy? The NYPD has yet to accuse me. So who are you?" Fisk, imposing and grave, could not mask his disdain. At his level, he had adeptly managed connections throughout the hierarchy. "Do you understand the meaning of playing both sides, little girl?" From this point, one can discern the sheer naivety of this so-called Spider-Man. Does one truly believe that being a vigilante is such an easy endeavor? Has he indulged too much in Batman comics? The esteemed Batman is Bruce Wayne, who commands the entirety of Gotham. What is he? Penniless, merely emulating others in their pursuit of heroism? If he were Tony Stark, dabbling in such games would be inconsequential, for Stark possesses the means. This illustrates the profound reasonableness of Bruce Wayne's identity as Batman. Were an ordinary individual to undertake such a venture, they would have long been dispatched. If Batman were a mere nobody, then so be it. He would likely resemble the young girl before him, clad in makeshift rags that offer no protection whatsoever. As Kingpin contemplated this, he observed Spider-Man cornered, compelling him to take action. Through years of rigorous training, Kingpin's strength was formidable, capable of shattering a wall with his bare hands. He could even deliver a fatal blow to Spider-Man. Chapter 127, Kara's Marvelous Journey, Fist Tower. Ghost Spider was swiftly overpowered by Kingpin, who struck her abdomen, rendering her combat effectiveness null. Merely a young girl, trying to emulate others by stepping into the role of a superhero? Kingpin felt no inclination to remove her mask. After all, she was just a girl. Despite the trouble she had caused him, they paled in comparison to the chaos brought by that individual from Hell's Kitchen. Consequently, he seized Ghost Spider by the head, observing her limp form, which appeared utterly defeated. Kingpin's blow had been no trifling matter. Even Spider-Man's robust physique required a moment to recover. At that moment, Kingpin felt as though he were merely handling cargo. He noted her modest stature. At most, she stood 165 meters tall, rendering her diminutive in comparison to his towering frame of over 2 meters. Thus, expecting her to contend with him was indeed an overestimation. In your next life, do not impede me, Kingpin declared as he opened the window and unceremoniously tossed Ghost Spider out. Fist Tower was lofty, situated at least several stories high. Even Spider-Man would face a fatal fall. As she plummeted, Ghost Spider struggled to regain control of her body. However, the intense pain and fatigue hindered her ability to utilize her powers. She shot several strands of webbing, but none found their mark. Attempting to cling to the glass with her hands and feet, she found herself growing ever more distant. Kingpin was aware of her capabilities and had intentionally thrown her far away. Gradually, Ghost Spider succumbed to despair as the ground approached with alarming speed. Just then, she felt a sudden halt and looked up to discover she had been caught by someone. Caught? How could this be? Ghost Spider was momentarily bewildered. To excel as Spider-Man, one must achieve academically, particularly in mathematics and physics. Otherwise, how could she possibly know that a parabolic trajectory would enhance her speed? Furthermore, the sheer act of being caught mid-air from such a height, dozens of meters, is indeed unscientific. The individual attempting to catch her would most likely have their arms shattered upon impact. Even if a surge of cosmic energy allowed them to grasp her, her spine would be unable to withstand the force, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Kara's voice resonated in her ear. This is a biological force field. It was only then that Ghost Spider regained her composure. Her mouth agape beneath the mask as she beheld the figure cradling her. A cascade of golden hair framed a sweet smile. Most significantly, the suit she donned bore a striking resemblance to that of Supergirl. Supergirl. Upon recognizing this, Ghost Spider exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I am Gwen Stacy, I know you." Kara smiled and replied, "What does Supergirl mean?" Gwen, somewhat bewildered, pondered how Supergirl could possibly know of her existence. This was perplexing. Where exactly was she? A glance downward confirmed her location, still in New York, adjacent to Fist Tower. She had briefly entertained the notion that she had traversed dimensions, and nobody had informed her that Kryptonians truly existed in this world. Hadn't she believed such things to be confined to comic books? Noticing Gwen's silence and the hint of panic etched across her face, Kara refrained from further inquiries and suggested, "Let us first deal with Kingpin." One need not question how she recognized Gwen's visage. After all, possessing supervision is a gift not to be squandered. She had anticipated encountering Spider-Man, Peter Parker, yet unexpectedly found herself in the presence of Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy. Nevertheless, they were both spider heroes, and thus it mattered little. Kara was familiar with the comics featuring Ghost Spider, granting her a modicum of understanding regarding Gwen Stacy. Very well, Gwen resolved to steady her nerves. Addressing Kingpin took precedence. Kingpin, on his part, had not anticipated this turn of events. He had initially hoped to hear the poetic sound of flesh meeting the ground, a symphony of impact. Instead, he witnessed a figure clad in a uniform lifting Ghost Spider and soaring out of the window. Dumbfounded, he questioned the nature of this situation. The uniform sparked a realization within him, though he was reluctant to accept the truth. This world was indeed populated with comic book heroes, with Batman and Superman reigning as the most celebrated. One, a billionaire who operates as a vigilante safeguarding Gotham. The other, an invincible extraterrestrial who has become Earth champion. The personas of these characters captivated the public's admiration. Tony Stark had contemplated engaging in such theatrics, though his combat prowess left much to be desired. While he could handle a drink and manage relationships with women, confronting criminals was an entirely different matter. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although the blonde girl wore Superman's attire, she appeared remarkably youthful. While it is true that Caucasian girls often mature quickly, looking 20 at the tender age of 15 or 16, Kara had yet to reach that stage, rendering her appearance quite juvenile. However, before Kingpin could dwell further on this, he found himself lifted from the ground. Heard you have a penchant for high-altitude object tossing? Kara revealed a charming smile. It is truly delightful to tease those characters seen within the pages of comics. Naturally, Kingpin's henchmen would not remain idle. Though somewhat bewildered, their aim directed a dart toward Kara. Clang! It rebounded as if it had struck metal. Hard to practice? I shall deal with you later, Kara remarked as she released her grip. The 200-plus kilogram American strongman plummeted swiftly to the ground. Don't kill him, Spider-Gwen exclaimed, having regained her composure as she leaned against the window. Fear not, Kara assured, for she had no intention of harming Kingpin, merely intending to frighten him. Thus, just as Kingpin was about to meet the ground, Kara caught him in midair. Her appearance stirred a ripple of astonishment among the citizens of New York. Supergirl? What? There truly are Kryptonians. Kara sensed something amiss. How did these people know of her Kryptonian heritage? Moreover, why were they calling her Supergirl? A vague realization dawned upon her, prompting her to ascend once more with Kingpin in tow. Initially, she believed herself unrecognized in this alternate world, allowing her to let her guard down. However, it appeared that the situation was far from right. With newfound clarity, she returned to Fisk Tower, bringing Kingpin along. At that moment, both he and his henchmen were rendered compliant. The towering figure of Kingpin, weighing over 200 kilograms, resembled a misbehaving student. If the person before them was indeed the omnipotent Supergirl from the comics, what was there left to resist? It was best to surrender gracefully. What is Supergirl? Kara, now devoid of her playful spirit, summoned Gwen Stacy to inquire directly. Gwen spoke up. Are you Kara Zor-El? Indeed, Kara replied, her expression unreadable. Then it is true. Gwen continued, not entirely grasping the situation, yet sharing all she knew. We have comics depicting heroes from your world: Superman, Supergirl, Batman. Chapter 128. The Revelation of Truth for Kara. What transpires when one learns they are but a character from comics or films? There have been instances when individuals, upon realizing they were mere creations of another's imagination, succumbed to madness. Kara felt a twinge of disarray. Nevertheless, her capacity for acceptance remained high. To her, the beings conversing with her were also characters from comics. For both parties, they were merely figures drawn from imagination. It made sense why they had alluded to this matter during their time in Asgard, although the gods paid it no heed. To them, the universe was multifaceted. Every universe could exist in myriad forms within others. Films and comics served as excellent vessels for such narratives, as long as they themselves understood the essence of reality. Kara internally reconciled herself to the notion that the realm of the God King was indeed superior. Once she regained her composure, she inquired, "May I take a look?" Of course, Jean Bing replied, his mind wandering to how this comic character had transcended into reality. A Supergirl, perhaps there were others as well, Superman, Batman? He hastily dispatched someone to procure comics. His subordinates wasted no time, swiftly acquiring a comic store and transporting all the comics back to the mansion. For Jean Bing, who wielded control over the underground empire, this was but a trifling expense. Within the confines of the office, Kara was treated with the utmost reverence by Jean Bing's subordinates, akin to a cherished elder. She engaged in prolonged discourse with Gwen Stacy. Soon enough, she laid eyes on the comics. Upon encountering the issue featuring Supergirl, her hands trembled slightly. Yet, she refrained from delving further, for the narrative bore little resemblance to her own journey. Aside from the shared reason for arriving on Earth, everything diverged. Notably, there was no Godfather in the comics. Kara harbored suspicions, though she dismissed them quickly. She then picked up a Superman comic. As Supergirl, was not Superman her long-sought cousin? Upon seeing Superman's name, she was momentarily taken aback. Clark Kent? The image of a bespectacled man flashed before her eyes. But the question loomed, how could he be older than her? Tears threatened to spill. Her cousin was supposed to be over a decade younger. The revelation that her cousin had transformed into the very figure she idolized was beyond her comprehension. Setting it aside, she turned her attention to Batman. Batman is Bruce Wayne? She exclaimed. They had speculated privately about Batman's identity and considered Bruce Wayne among other names. Yet the likelihood of him being Bruce Wayne seemed slim. After all, Bruce Wayne's disguise was remarkably effective. By day, he frolicked as a playboy in Gotham, and by night, donned the cape of Batman. Was it humanly possible to sustain such vigor? Many had pondered this, only to abandon the thought. For it was inconceivable that someone could survive solely on black coffee, without succumbing to exhaustion. Indeed, Gwen Stacy interjected, engaging her in conversation, as these were her passions. Being merely a high school student who had recently embraced the mantle of Spider-Man, her pastimes were few. "Boss, what shall we do next?" Hawkeye inquired of Jean Bing. Shaking his head, Jean Bing replied, "We wait." He dared not engage in conversation near Supergirl. It was folly to believe that a mere wall could provide any barrier. Yet, he was already formulating a plan in his mind. This was Supergirl, after all. If she could claim the entirety of America for her own, where is Kara? Leon, along with the two girls, Hiri and Rachel, wandered down the street, their eyes scanning for distinctions. They soon spotted a comic book store adorned with posters of Batman and Superman. Hiri exclaimed in surprise. The vibrant displays made it nearly impossible to overlook. Leon was unfazed, thinking to himself that they could explore it later. Are we characters in a comic book, Godfather? Rachel, sharp-witted, pondered this notion, perhaps due to her youth. She found the idea exhilarating rather than perplexing. Perhaps. Leon dismissed the thought, as his perspective differed. He belonged to neither of the worlds. To him, he was merely a transient. Had it not been for his three goddaughters, his sense of belonging would have been even more tenuous. Thus, the notion of reality held little significance for him. He had longed to find the world in his mind. The two girls, still too young to contemplate profound questions, found no concern in the authenticity of their surroundings. After all, they had not pondered as deeply as Kara. In unison, they declared, "Cool. If we were characters in a comic, that would be amazing." Leon chuckled, undeterred, and suggested, "Let us move on. We've arrived." Yet Kara was still absent. Leon contemplated whether to search for her. However, the two goddaughters sensed the moment and eagerly urged, "No one can rival Kara. Let us head inside." They had arrived at a church located on Brick Street. To outsiders, this was merely a church. But legend spoke of its origins as a site where a Native American shaman once sealed demons, later becoming a burial ground and a hub for cultist murders. Eventually, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj appeared and erected a temple here. The sorcerers referred to it as the Sanctum, but it was more commonly known as the New York Sanctum. Kamar-Taj boasts 3 sanctuaries worldwide, situated in New York, London, and Hong Kong, each overseen by a managing sorcerer. For ordinary individuals, access to this place was futile, unless sought by a sorcerer. Otherwise, it remained elusive. However, Leon and his companions were no ordinary individuals. They practiced the true magic of Asgard and immediately sensed powerful magical currents upon their arrival. The two goddaughters, having perused comics, felt an undeniable allure towards this magical haven of Asgard. The pursuit of magic was a profoundly addictive endeavor, especially as they felt their innate magical powers intensifying, enhancing their own strength, a joy surpassing any other experience. Even gaming paled in comparison to the thrill of honing their magical abilities. Thus, they yearned to venture to the sanctum. Not even the presence of Kara could deter them. Leon found their sisterly bond amusing. Yet he believed there was no cause for concern regarding Kara, who could truly inflict harm upon her. After all, she had battled the goddess of death, Hela, for an extended period. Indeed, no one could pose a threat to Kara, as this universe lacked kryptonite. What difference was there between Kryptonians without kryptonite and invincibility? Kara merely indulged in a state of blissful ignorance, having forgotten about her godfather and sister, consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Chapter 129. The Supreme Sorcerer's Instruction. Leon stood outside the New York Sanctum with 2 sorceresses. He summoned his magical energy and gently pushed against the door. A magical portal swung open, revealing an interior that starkly contrasted with the scenes familiar to ordinary mortals. Inside lay an array of magical artifacts, resembling an exhibition. However, the space felt somewhat sparse, as only a single individual occupied the sanctum, a somewhat portly middle-aged Asian man, who gazed at the trio with astonishment. What is the meaning of this? He mused, sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from them. It was evident they were also sorcerers. "I am Wong, the librarian of Kamar-Taj." At that moment, Wong was not yet the head of the New York Sanctum. He was merely there to retrieve some items. Leon smiled and introduced himself. "I am Leon, and we wish to meet the Supreme Sorcerer." Desiring an audience with the Supreme Sorcerer, "You may proceed directly to Kamar-Taj," Wong replied. "However, whether she wishes to meet you is another matter." Before he could finish, a golden portal materialized within the sanctum, gradually expanding to form a passageway for traversal. Siri and Rachel gazed at the portal, sensing the magical energy. This was unlike the teleportation magic they had learned in Asgard, though less convenient. It certainly possessed an air of grandeur. A figure clad in simple sorcerer's robes emerged from within. Leon mused about the smoothness of the bald head before him. The supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, slightly curled her lips in response to his intrusive gaze, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ahem, Supreme Sorcerer, Leon promptly addressed her. The two sorceresses quickly followed suit, recognizing the gravity of the situation. In the realm of sorcery, power reigned supreme. This individual was the Supreme Sorcerer, her strength undoubtedly eclipsing theirs. Yet, was not the Supreme Sorcerer a male figure? In both the comics and the cinematic universe, Ancient One and Strange were portrayed as men. I am the Ancient One, she smiled, addressing her guests. I was aware of your arrival the moment you set foot on Earth. Indeed, there is nothing on this planet that escapes my knowledge. As one who has lived for such an extensive period, glimpsing the future through the Time Stone is merely a mundane affair for me. Moreover, Leong and his companions made their entrance with great confidence. The Bifrost Bridge of Asgard had not graced the Earth for quite some time. Thus, when a powerful surge of magical energy manifested, the Ancient One was immediately aware. She observed quietly, curious about the unfolding events. After all, these visitors hailed from Asgard, and she refrained from intervening, as long as they posed no threat to Earth. Regardless, Asgard held a position of authority among the Nine Realms. However, their voluntary arrival at the Sanctum of New York warranted her presence as the Sorcerer Supreme. Esteemed Ancient One, Leong spoke with profound respect. We have come to engage in a discussion regarding the arcane arts. The goddess Frigga conveyed to us that the pursuit of magic is an endless journey, and with the Sanctum's esteemed presence and your wisdom, we wish to exchange insights on the subject. I hope our visit does not come across as intrusive. In just a few sentences, Leong revealed both his affiliations and intentions. Had an ordinary individual made such an approach, the Ancient One would likely have declined. Sorcerers are typically protective of their arcane knowledge, reluctant to share it freely. Those wishing to learn could always join Camartage through contributions. Acquiring the desired knowledge would not be impossible. However, Leong and his companions were no ordinary individuals, having come with the backing of the goddess. Frigga, renowned for her wisdom throughout the Nine Realms, commanded respect, even from someone as formidable as the Ancient One. Of course, this is not the appropriate venue for our discourse. Please follow me to Camartage, the Ancient One said with a smile. With a mere gesture, she opened a portal, leading Leong and his two companions to Camartage. She had no particular attachment to New York and preferred not to linger there. Upon arriving at Camartage, Leong immediately sensed the thin air, a natural consequence of their location. The two accompanying sorceresses even felt a slight chill. Numerous sorcerers within Camartage greeted the Ancient One with reverence, addressing her as the Sorcerer Supreme. They cast glances at Leong and his group, though none recognized them. They proceeded into a rather modest chamber, devoid of extravagance. Even the reception area for guests featured only cushions and a table. Mr. Leong, what would you like to discuss? The Ancient One inquired. She recognized that the three before her possessed a certain level of magical proficiency, though it was not particularly advanced. In response, Li Wei spoke up. We have come to understand the magical system from the goddess, practicing the Asgardian path, yet we wish to exchange insights with you, Ancient One. That is only natural, the Ancient One nodded. You wish to learn spells, I presume? Indeed, Leong admitted somewhat sheepishly. Approaching directly to learn spells could provoke ire from someone with a more volatile temperament. Yet, it was evident that the Ancient One was not of such disposition. The primary reason lies in the fact that Ancient One is acutely aware of their unique identities. Naturally, she does not indulge in comics. Yet the fact that Leon and his companions are esteemed guests of Asgard indicates their distinctiveness. Most crucially, she has never encountered the presence of Leon and the others throughout the continuum of time. In this timeline, their appearance represents an anomalous juncture. With the unfolding of this event, the future appears to be in disarray, as if anything could transpire. Ironically, the Time Stone has ceased to function, which perplexes Ancient One, although she does not dwell on it. This is not particularly concerning. After all, she has merely grown accustomed to utilizing the Time Stone to foresee the future without altering it. Thus, let's engage in a discourse on the understanding of magic. Subsequently, they exchanged insights regarding magical knowledge. Having a supreme sorcerer imparting wisdom is undoubtedly an unparalleled resource. After absorbing the magical interpretations from Leon and his companions, Ancient One nodded approvingly. In truth, aside from harnessing the power of the dimensional demon, Kamar-Taj possesses an ancient method of spellcasting. This is known as spiritual sorcery. She remarked nonchalantly. Spiritual sorcery? Leon and his companion's eyes widened in astonishment. The magnificent realm of magic unfolded before them page by page. How could they possibly remain disinterested? Witnessing the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, join her hands in prayer, she then unveiled her power. An invisible magical force emanated from her vicinity, and the entire world seemed to invert like a mirror, as if they were seated upon the ceiling. All physical laws were altered in that instant. The world transformed into a golden expanse, easily destructible, yet imbued with formidable laws of power. Rather than feeling fear, Leon and his companions gazed intently at the supreme sorcerer, while Rachel's eyes widened in awe. This supreme sorcerer exuded an aura reminiscent of a demon, as the daughter of a demon lord. She was all too familiar with such a presence. Chapter 130. Who is the Godfather? This is the mirror dimension, a realm that does not belong to the powers of other deities, but is instead manifested through spiritual sorcery. The supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, smiled as she explained. This spell possesses the power to alter reality. No matter the extent of destruction within, it bears no effect on the external world. The mirror dimension is undoubtedly one of the most coveted magics of Kamar-Taj for Leon, primarily because every battle becomes a home turf advantage. How exhilarating is that? Space-time, mind, soul, in reality, represent the most potent forces within the universe. However, what do you believe is the most perilous power? Ancient One inquired of them. Leon remained silent, observing his two disciples. Encouraged by him, both disciples eagerly responded, space. Reality. Shiri spoke of space, as she is capable of traversing it. Rachel, reflecting on the earlier power, expressed her desire to master the mirror dimension. Incorrect, it is time. Master Gu-Yi spoke softly. Time has the power to erase all things. Under its influence, ultimately, everything will fade away. The art of mysticism is the method of employing these principles. It does not belong to any particular system. It is the profound understanding of mysticism attained by the supreme master of Kamar-Taj, Master Agamotto. Subsequently, Master Gu-Yi generously imparted the secrets of mysticism to them. In New York, at Fisk Tower, Kara, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge, began to focus on those around her. She yearned to foresee the future, believing it would safeguard her family from peril. Soon, she uncovered the entirety of Shiri's existence, only to realize that Shiri's future had long since altered, having departed from that dismal medieval time. Next came Rachel, the Raven, who turned out to be the daughter of a multiversal sorcerer, the Triumvirate. Upon learning of the formidable nature of the Triumvirate, Kara felt a shiver run down her spine. If such an entity were to invade Earth, who could withstand it? Yet, time was of the essence, and Kara did not linger on such thoughts. She began to think of her godfather and her sisters, recognizing that she could not navigate these matters alone. However, Kara was taken aback to find that she could not uncover any information about her godfather. Was he truly so obscure? Discovering that her godfather was an inconspicuous figure left her feelings somewhat conflicted. Yet if he were truly ordinary, how could he have facilitated their journeys through time? Kara found herself utterly perplexed. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Kingpin's subordinate appeared. Kingpin was contemplating how to manipulate Supergirl. Though she was young, he could not underestimate her intellect. What is it? He inquired as he opened the door to reveal a striking woman holding a badge from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. The woman identified herself and stated, "We are here to see Supergirl." "I do not know you," Kingpin replied curtly, realizing their intent was to take her. Yet, how could he allow them to succeed? "You will soon get to know her," the woman retorted, unperturbed, as she engaged Kingpin in a brief discussion of business matters, which sent him into a fit of rage. By the time the woman entered, Kara had finished a reading and was conversing with Gwen Stacy. Having interacted with so many, only Gwen had been deemed a friend by Kara, and Gwen was equally eager to forge a friendship with Kara. Having a Kryptonian friend was undeniably exciting. In essence, Gwen was also a trouble girl. Kara turned to the woman who had entered. "Are you Black Widow? Natasha Romanoff?" This elicited a smile from her, followed by the question, "Do you know me?" "I'm aware of you," Kara nodded. I represent the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, and I invite you to visit us. Natasha's words vexed Kara. She disliked being sought out in such a manner, as it often felt like others sought to exploit her. Now, she comprehends why the Godfather forbade her from revealing her identity. Clearly, it is beyond her capacity to manage at this tender age. Thus, Kara stated plainly, I apologize, but I must take my leave. What do you mean by leave? Where are you going? I'm going to seek someone. Kara provided a brief explanation and then soared out of the window. Do not come looking for me, she called back, casting one last glance at Gwen before she departed. Who are you seeking? Natasha, though somewhat perplexed, hurried to report the situation. She then turned to Gwen Stacy and inquired, Is it the ghost Spider-Man? Would you be interested in joining us? Huh? Gwen was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Being the only one who had interacted with Kara for an extended period, she naturally became a target for recruitment. We are the good ones, and by joining us, you could better combat crime. Am I allowed to refuse? Gwen Stacy probed cautiously. Natasha merely smiled, remaining silent. What is the situation with Supergirl? Well, she claims to be from Asgard. Is she alone? She has the Godfather, but I have never encountered her in any comic. Gwen had discussed extensively with Kara, her curiosity about Kara leading her to ask numerous questions. As friends, Kara did not conceal some non-essential details from her. Gwen deliberated for a moment, choosing not to disclose everything. Friends should protect each other's secrets, after all. For instance, she had agreed with Kara to keep the circumstances of their arrival here private, expressing her desire to visit if the opportunity arose. Supergirl had left America. In the SHIELD director's office, Maria Hill addressed Nick Fury. Where's she gone? Nick Fury immediately inquired, his desk cluttered with comics. It was evident he had not perused these before, but was now trying to catch up. Although the comics portrayed Supergirl as someone who considered herself an American and protected the Earth, that was merely fiction. It was enough to read about it. If a Superman were to truly appear, reality would send everyone into a state of panic, especially for high-profile individuals. None would relish the presence of a genuine deity soaring through the skies. That would be profoundly unsettling. Just like Captain America, Steve Rogers, why was no one heralding him as a god while he was alive? It was only after his disappearance that America began to fervently construct his golden image. They simply did not wish for a living god to exist. Deities may exist, but they must be deceased, serving as mere symbols. If a true god were to exist, it would cause them great unease. She has gone east, Maria Hill remarked as she glanced at the monitor in her hand, flipping her short hair. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened further. Although SHIELD ostensibly operates as a conglomerate of 5 rogues, it is deeply intertwined with the fabric of America. Otherwise, the headquarters would not be located in New York. Nick Fury picked up a comic and remarked, Isn't she embracing our culture? According to the intelligence relayed by Agent Natasha, her godfather hails from the East. Where did this godfather come from? Chapter 131. The end of the holiday at Kamar-Taj. Having had exposure to magic, Kara swiftly located this place. She descended from a sky and landed directly in the courtyard. Just then, a dark boundary enveloped her, casting the world into shadow and altering the colors of all the structures. Kara found it difficult to distinguish between the sky and the ground. However, she paid little heed, presuming that she was met with hostility from Kamar-Taj. I am here to find someone. She shouted into the void, but her cries were in vain. Instead, magic was unleashed against her. Though the force was negligible, it inflicted genuine pain upon Kara, as ordinary physical attacks could not harm her. Only magic could inflict normal damage. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sting. Clearly not inclined to endure such assault passively, she retaliated with a resounding crash. Once she had reduced everything to rubble, Leon and the others bore witness to the catastrophic power of a Kryptonian. If she truly intended to obliterate a city with her current capabilities, it would take less than half an hour. Subsequently, Kara noticed that the space before her had returned to normal. What was happening? Kara inquired in astonishment. Rachel gradually retracted her power, declaring, This is a spell I just learned. She lifted her small face with pride. The other sorcerers of Kamar-Taj sensed the disturbance as well. Initially, they suspected that a dimensional demon had invaded, for such a dark magical force could not be anything other than that. Ultimately, it was the Supreme Sorcerer who advised against rash actions. thereby calming the situation. Undoubtedly, Rachel possessed remarkable talent. Yet, the most astounding aspect was the power that had resided within her from the very beginning. The goddess Frigga could discern it, and naturally, so could the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One, moreover, Ancient One not only recognized it, but also guided Rachel in harnessing that power, rather than merely suppressing it. This illustrates that the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, is a person of unconventional methods, having absorbed Dormammu's power from the Dark Dimension and often reneging on agreements, much to Dormammu's frustration, yet he was left powerless. Thus, Ancient One taught Rachel how to wield that power, and the results were astonishing. While Leon and Ciri had yet to master the mirror dimension, Rachel had already grasped it. However, Rachel's version was evidently the dark variant. While others' mirror dimensions appeared ethereal, Rachel's manifestation resembled a descent into hell. Nonetheless, the efficacy of the spell remains undeniable. Even amidst Kara's chaotic attempts to dismantle it, the enchantment remained intact. This is the essence of the mystical arts of crime-ridden. The mystical arts, akin to incantations, draw upon the practitioner's own potential, and their potency is entirely contingent upon the mage's skill. Whether it derives from personal mastery of magical energies or the absorption of powers from dimensional deities, it can be wielded to perform these mystical arts. Thus, Leon and his companions are also capable of learning. However, spells such as the Sword of Ashanti or the Crimson Chains, which are sourced from the dimensional gods, remain beyond their reach. Unless they seek to borrow that power, they can at best mimic the workings of such magic, yet the essence will inevitably elude them. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for them. Leon and his companions resolved to spend their final days in crime-ridden dedicated to the study of magic. Rachel was exhilarated by her grasp of the mystical arts, while Ciri aspired to master them as well. Kara shared her experiences from New York with them. When she nervously revealed that they were all comic book characters, Ciri and Rachel were not taken aback. They had already encountered Batman in comics. Ciri remarked, "I just haven't read the content. Who is Batman?" Their curiosity was piqued. This relieved Kara, who had feared her family would struggle to accept this revelation. Even she had taken considerable time to come to terms with it. With a smile, Kara exclaimed, "You would never guess. It's Bruce Wayne." The three girls instantly erupted into playful banter. "Oh, we had our suspicions, but we didn't expect it to be true. This playboy. Everyone knows Bruce Wayne is a notorious flirt." The ensuing days marked the conclusion of their vacation in crime-ridden. Leon and his friends also delved into various other mystical arts, including those related to the soul and the perception of time. Even the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, cannot command time without the eye of Agamotto, underscoring the difficulty of mastering time independently. As the final day approached, they prepared to return, collect themselves, and ready themselves for school. Kara approached Leon, saying, "Godfather, I mentioned to Gwen that I would take her out to play." They had come to understand that the individual Kara had encountered was not Peter Parker, but rather Gwen Stacy. Yet, being girls allowed the other two goddaughters to accept one another seamlessly. "Isn't she a high school student?" Leon inquired. "She said her father could arrange for her to take a leave," Kara replied with a smile. "George Stacy is the sheriff of New York. Securing a leave for his daughter is quite manageable." "Then let us go find her." Leon nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they bid farewell to the supreme sorceress, who was already aware of their origins from another world and had shown them constant care. Having bid farewell to Ancient One and Wong, Leon and his companions opened the portal and arrived in New York, materializing directly at the temple. Kara promptly reached out to Gwen Stacy. "Gwen, where are you?" "I'm in class," came the reply, tinged with the lament of a high school student. The disparity between private and public schools had grown increasingly pronounced upon entering high school, and Gwen found herself ensconced in an elite institution, burdened with a workload that rivaled any across the ocean. Naturally, her holidays were scant. Juggling academic responsibilities with the pursuit of justice against criminals was no easy feat for Gwen, especially as the daughter of Sheriff George Stacy, who would never endorse a carefree educational approach. If it were indeed a joyful education, Gwen would not be enduring such hardships. Yet it was evident that ignorance was not a path to becoming Spider-Man, for one must possess a grasp of physics. "We're heading back," Kara announced. "Are you coming?" "Oh," Gwen exclaimed, drawing the attention of her teacher and classmates. She quickly raised her hand, declaring, "Teacher, I have an urgent matter." Without delay, she exited the classroom and spoke into her phone, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she called her father, George Stacy. Dad, I need to take a leave of absence from school. George, of course, was perplexed. What could possibly be more important than your studies? In the eyes of parents, nothing could surpass the significance of their child's education. Gwen had anticipated this and quickly concocted an excuse. Chapter 132. Gwen's worldview crumbles on the rooftop of the temple. The structure was not particularly tall, but surrounding it loomed skyscrapers. Within the confines of the temple, they remained unseen by others. I've arrived. Where are you? Gwen inquired, calling Kara, who had already spotted her. Dressed in her ghost spider suit, Gwen humorously carried a backpack filled with her essentials. Right here, Kara replied, as Leon cast a spell, allowing Gwen to see them. After exchanging pleasantries, Gwen finally caught sight of them. At this moment, Kara had changed into casual attire. Yet Gwen was certain this was indeed Supergirl, as she matched Kara's description. With a swift leap, Gwen swung over on her webbing, landing gracefully. So cool. Can you take us for a ride? Exclaimed Siri and Rachel, their eyes filled with envy. They had often fantasized about what it would be like to swing through the city like Spider-Man while reading comics, and now it seemed their wish could become a reality. Of course, Gwen responded. Following this, they began introductions, and Gwen removed her hood, for in her eyes, they were now like family. Gwen Stacy, with her golden short hair and striking features adorned with a hint of embellishment, exuded a trendy aura. Hi, Shiri. Hello, Rachel. She greeted them, her heart swelling with surprise as she recognized these familiar figures. She found it undeniably cool, for her somewhat introverted nature had left her with few friends at school. She had formed a band with a handful of sisters, yet the dynamics were far from harmonious. Thus, the notion of befriending Supergirls filled her with exhilaration. Uncle, she called out to Leon, who appeared only slightly older than her, yet held a higher familial standing. Are you ready? Let's return, Leon nodded. I'm ready. I also wish to explore Gotham, Gwen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In a manner, Harley Quinn awakened, feeling parched and stretching languidly. Leon had been absent for several days, leaving her feeling unsettled. Although her dear friend Ivy had moved in, it was not quite the same without the genuine article. Darling, you're back, she exclaimed upon entering the living room, where she spotted Leon and the others returning and immediately leaped toward them. Leon twirled her around, only to notice Gwen looking somewhat bewildered. The other girls felt a tinge of embarrassment. They were acutely aware that the Joker's girlfriend was a villain. How was one to explain the presence of a villain living among them? Who is this? Gwen inquired. Harley Quinn, my godfather's girlfriend, Kara replied, resolutely denying Harley's true identity. Unfazed, Harley grinned at Kara and chimed, Kara, it's been ages. Your godmother has missed you dearly. She released Leon, eagerly pinching Kara's cheek. Kara protested helplessly as Harley playfully teased her, leaving Gwen feeling utterly disoriented. Everything seemed so different from what she had anticipated. Not only was Kara residing in Gotham, but she was also living with the Joker's girlfriend. What was happening? Gwen Stacy felt her mind overwhelmed. After a considerable pause, they all settled back onto the sofa, and Poison Ivy made her entrance. Dressed in a rather revealing manner, with only a few leaves for modesty, she seemed unbothered, as Leon was the only man present. Is this Poison Ivy? Gwen Stacy thought, utterly astonished. She had never imagined that upon arriving in Gotham, she would encounter so many comic book characters, and villains at that. The sight left her in awe, pondering how these nefarious figures coexisted with superheroes. And a newcomer, Ivy assessed with a glance, finding little cause for concern. This little girl posed no threat, primarily due to her lack of striking physicality. In comparison to Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, Gwen Stacy appears almost juvenile, akin to someone suffering from malnutrition. This is Gwen Stacy, our friend, Kara promptly explained. All right, Gwen, welcome to Gotham. Ivy expressed little enthusiasm in response. However, Harley Quinn was different. She was eager to learn about another world. Thus, she seized Rachel and began to inquire. Yet, they did not linger at home for long, as school was approaching, and the girls naturally wished to revel in their leisure. Having finally arrived in Gotham, Gwen was keen to explore. Consequently, Shiri took Gwen out for a web-swinging adventure, with plans to switch to Rachel later. Kara, however, had no need for such activities, as she could soar through the skies. Whoosh! Shiri exclaimed in midair, feeling a thrill that surpassed even Kara's flight. Kara's aerial experience lacked sensation, enveloped as she was in a bioforce field that dulled the wind's touch. But the experience was markedly different now. Swinging like Spider-Man did not come with a bioforce field. She instantly felt the resistance and the stinging breeze against her face, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. The sudden accelerations and decelerations created exhilarating arcs, and Gwen swung continuously as if on a giant pendulum, occasionally whisking Shiri between buildings, her hands and feet adhering to glass and walls, enabling such astonishing maneuvers. However, their audacity in broad daylight did not go unnoticed in Gotham, where even Batman refrained from appearing. When onlookers captured images of Gwen in her costume, excitement ensued. Isn't that a character from the comics? Soon enough, even Bruce Wayne became aware of the news. Alfred, what is going on? Master Wayne, as you can see. Alfred replied with a smile. Perhaps you can inquire with Leon, as the other girl is his protégée, the one named Shiri. Though Shiri also donned a costume, she was quite familiar to those who had long been prepared for such encounters. He had been absent for quite some time. Bruce Wayne felt a twinge of surprise. Leon had been exceedingly discreet in Gotham, appearing only sporadically. He had harbored fears that Leon might become a supervillain akin to the former Penguin, wreaking havoc in Gotham. However, it was evident now that Leon harbored no such grand ambitions. He merely sought to earn a living. Moreover, the Iceberg Lounge had ceased its money-laundering activities, transforming into a legitimate establishment. After all, casinos were legal in America, and not everyone could venture to Las Vegas for wild escapades. Every locale deserved its own share of entertainment. Unlike other states, Gotham did not have preserves for indigenous peoples. In the past, the United States relegated the indigenous people to barren reservations, forcing them to rely on operating casinos for their survival, an unfortunate necessity. Chapter 133. Carl. I Am Your Sister. Gwen Stacy made quite a splash in Gotham, inevitably capturing headlines. That evening, Batman sought her out. Upon noticing the bat signal illuminating the sky, Gwen felt a surge of curiosity and approached. At that moment, she was accompanied by Rachel, who was experiencing the thrill of swinging through the air. However, upon arriving at the designated spot, Batman was nowhere to be seen. With a deft turn, Gwen scanned the area again, yet he remained absent. Wasn't he, it said, that Batman always appeared from behind? Gwen pondered, puzzled. Rachel queried, how do you know? It's in the comics. He disappears when you're facing away from him. Oh, Batman, perched above, could only cough discreetly. In the enveloping darkness, his cape rustled audibly in the wind. From their brief exchange, he gleaned significant insights. The suspicion surrounding his identity was no longer a secret. Sure enough, upon witnessing the glint in Rachel's eyes, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was troubling. The revelation that Batman was Bruce Wayne had spread. Irritated, Batman inquired, "Where'd you come from?" "Another world," Gwen Stacy replied, promptly removing her mask, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Batman, may I join you in fighting crime?" It was commonplace for Kara and others to idolize Spider-Man, just as Ghost Spider admired Batman. After all, who could resist the allure of the most renowned heroes like Batman and Superman? "And you are?" Batman asked, exasperated. "I am Ghost Spider." Gwen Stacy, she smiled, fully aware of her own comic persona and finding it exhilarating. "Haven't you read my comics?" "I've only perused those of Peter Parker," Batman replied, though he refrained from revealing that he had already gathered information prior to their meeting. Upon hearing Gwen's declaration, he remarked in a somber tone, "Very well. But you must divulge certain details." Now, not only was there a potential alien invasion looming, but another world could also pose a threat. For someone like Bruce Wayne, who harbored extreme paranoia, this news was deeply unsettling. If there existed a means for communication between the two universes or a potential passage, it could undoubtedly herald a catastrophic conflict. After all, one world signifies access to the resources of another, and any ruler would revel in such an opportunity. Moreover, even if they approached each other with goodwill, how could they be certain of the other's intentions? As suspicion took root in Bruce Wayne's mind, he began to view the situation through the lens of a criminal. The two young girls were no match for him and remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Under the influence of Batman, Gwen expressed everything she had to say, both what was appropriate and what was not. This revelation granted Batman a deeper understanding of the situation. He did not perceive it as merely a comic book narrative, but instead as an entirely new realm. As night enveloped the world, and with the dawn of a new school day approaching, Kara found herself wide awake. She stood upon the balcony of the manor, gazing intently in one direction. This journey to Earth had overwhelmed her with countless revelations, and there remained many tasks yet to be undertaken. With this in mind, she extinguished the lights in her room and swiftly donned her battle attire. Her fingers gently traced the fabric of the suit, a creation taught to her by her mentor, remarkably akin to those depicted in comics. Though a flicker of intuition stirred within her, thanks to her super intellect, she chose to disregard it, content as long as her mentor treated her with kindness. With a swift motion akin to a sonic boom, Kara soared into the sky. After all, her mentor and Harley Quinn were not home. In mere moments, she arrived in Metropolis, suspended in midair for a brief pause. Her keen eyes scanned the cityscape until they landed upon Clark Kent, still laboring away at work. Poor soul, she mused with a fleeting smile that quickly vanished as thoughts of family crossed her mind. Her brother, older than herself, who could truly understand her plight. She had initially believed her time in the Phantom Zone to be but a fleeting moment, only to discover that years had slipped away. The Phantom Zone, often referred to as the Ghost Zone or the Fringe, exists beyond the constructs of space and time, a realm that transcends dimensions, an eternal domain. In this ethereal expanse, time ceases to exist. One does not age, nor does one require sustenance, and death is but a distant concept, for it is an almost infinite void. Due to the absence of capital punishment on Krypton, when Kryptonians discovered the Phantom Zone, they imprisoned their criminals within its confines, ensuring they would never escape. Within the Phantom Zone, they could even observe the cosmos, yet the sole torment was the inability to communicate in physical form. At most, they could engage in telepathic exchanges. This condition was destined to persist indefinitely. However, Kara's spacecraft arrived, creating a breach in the Phantom Zone, although she lost many precious years in the process. She inadvertently liberated Kryptonian criminals, including the infamous General Zod himself, who emerged alongside her. Meanwhile, at the Daily Planet, journalists toiled late into the night in preparation for the next day as headlines. The events unfolding in Gotham had finally reached their ears, and they were poised to feature the Ghost Spider on the front page. After all, whether true or not, the resemblance was uncanny. Even the webbing seemed to be an invention of its own, rivaling the original. Clark Kent was just about to invite Lois Lane for a late-night snack when a voice pierced the stillness of the night. "Clark, come to the rooftop." Clark initially thought he was imagining things, but soon came to a realization. From a young age, he had recognized his uniqueness, a stark contrast to Kara's far more sheltered upbringing. He frequently changed schools and, upon growing up, switched jobs just as often. The Kent family, who adopted him, were merely rural farmers with limited resources to offer. His current position at the Daily Planet was solely the result of his own relentless efforts. It was only when his father revealed the alien spacecraft that he understood the source of his distinctiveness. He was, in fact, an extraterrestrial. This revelation perpetually enveloped Clark in a profound sense of solitude, until this very moment. The symbol on the ship he was aboard was identical to that which he had seen before. Every line and curve mirrored precisely. When he looked up, he beheld a familiar figure, his extraordinary vision effortlessly piercing through her disguise. Kara? It was none other than Leon's goddaughter, someone he had met before. Kara gazed at him with a complex expression. She had contemplated not approaching him, yet her purpose in coming to Earth was to protect her cousin, Kal-El. "Are you referring to me?" Clark inquired, suddenly aware. "What is your connection to me?" He recognized that he was no longer alone on Earth. Although he had grown up here, considering himself an Earthling, he was undeniably different. "Kal-El, I am your sister. Call me sister." Chapter 134. The goddaughter has grown up as someone accustomed to taking on the role of an older sister. Kara spoke with conviction. However, Clark Kent could hardly contain himself. If Kara had reached adulthood, he might not have found it so disconcerting. Yet, she seemed far too youthful, one might even say childlike. Though she had grown rapidly to a height of 5'7", a hint of baby fat still lingered on her face. Anyone would perceive her as adorable rather than imposing. "You're clearly younger than I am," Clark Kent remarked, exasperated. "But I am older," Kara retorted, clearly agitated. She then explained to him about the Phantom Zone and Krypton, leaving Clark momentarily bewildered. So, this was the essence of his origin. Both he and Kara hailed from Krypton. However, Kara refrained from elaborating further. A thought struck her, and she asked, "Cal, do you know how to fly?" "Can I do it too?" Clark Kent was in a rather unfortunate predicament, having never unleashed his full potential. Thus, Witnessing Kara floating effortlessly in the air stirred a deep yearning within him. "You can certainly do it, just like I can," he reassured her. Without hesitation, Kara grasped his hand and soared into the sky. One cannot expect Clark to undertake such an endeavor alone. After all, the Daily Planet would be trampled underfoot. At the Iceberg Lounge, Leon and Frank sat on the second floor, observing the dancers above as they sang and danced, regrettably devoid of basketball. "This dancer is quite impressive," Leon remarked, his seasoned eye discerning the nuances of beauty. Given his previous infatuation with a 3, let alone a 32, he found the current spectacle somewhat dizzying. Frank chuckled. "I realized that people are naturally drawn to larger forms, which is why I sought her out. She hails from another city, now settled in Gotham. Aesthetics aside, at the very least, she captures attention. Only those in the modeling industry might eschew such allure, a notion that defies human nature. It speaks to her talent that she chose to establish herself in Gotham." Leon sipped his champagne and added, "Most who come to Gotham are typically evading something." Frank shrugged, yet they remained unbothered. The Iceberg Lounge was well protected, not merely by Harley Quinn, but also through connections inherited from the Penguin, ensuring substantial influence throughout the establishment. The dichotomy of Gotham's underworld was intricately interwoven with its legitimate circles. Otherwise, how could those who entered Arkham Asylum so quickly regain their stature upon release? "With you here, I feel quite at ease," Leon began. "How is your mother faring?" "She is well. She mentioned wanting to meet you to express her gratitude. When might you have time to join us for dinner?" Frank replied, overflowing with appreciation. Previously a mere subordinate to the Penguin, aligning himself with Leon had swiftly elevated his status. It was no wonder so many sought to bask in the dragon's glory. "I have time," Leon responded, "though I am quite busy and must soon depart Gotham again." "Depart again?" Frank's composure faltered. Whose Iceberg Lounge was this, after all? If he were akin to the Penguin, he would have long since cast Leon aside. Yet, it was precisely because Leon recognized he was not that he was retained. Of course, even the Penguin held little significance in the face of absolute power. Reflecting on his initial arrival in Gotham, when he had to humble himself before the Penguin, all these changes were merely a testament to strength. Indeed, it seemed only a villain like Harley Quinn could administer justice to her kind. "Frank, I am placing my trust in you," Leon said, patting him on the shoulder. He had no desire to squander time on the pursuit of wealth. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to embark on a honeymoon instead? In all his years, he had yet to experience such a reprieve. To his surprise, upon returning home, he found himself caught off guard by Kara's sudden appearance. "What have you been up to?" Liang's expression darkened instantly, as if he were a father whose daughter had ventured out into the night to consort with strangers. Though he understood that Kara had set out with noble intentions, he could not help but ponder her tender age. To be embroiled in violence at such a young stage of life was worrisome indeed. Kara, feeling the weight of his gaze, lowered her head in embarrassment, her hands clasped behind her back. "Speak quickly," Leon urged as he ushered her indoors. "I have gone to find Kal-El," Kara confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "You informed him?" Leon nearly voiced a retort, but restrained himself. Kara nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Godfather, I came to Earth to protect him. Yet it seems he must now protect you," Leon replied with a wry smile. Kara felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Despite being the elder, she was now reduced to this predicament. How could she accept it? All of it was the fault of the Phantom Zone. Perhaps it would have been better to inform him earlier. "What else did you convey?" "I told him to seek out the spacecraft and explore his heritage," Kara explained. "Of course, before that, he must learn to wield his powers. Only in doing so can he avoid suffering the blows of General Zod." Kara herself was not particularly well versed in the lore of Krypton, possessing only a smattering of basic knowledge. It would be wiser for Clark to embark on the journey of discovery himself. The House of El had long ago identified Earth and had dispatched a spacecraft during the zenith of the Kryptonian Empire, a time when they were the most formidable force in the universe. At the height of their power, Krypton maintained over 100,000 outposts across the cosmos, with countless planets bowing to their dominion. Even the illustrious Green Lantern Corps had been taught a lesson by the Kryptonian Empire. However, as time passed, the Empire grew increasingly insular, its influence dwindling until it was ultimately confined to its home planet. Then came the cataclysm that destroyed Krypton. Perhaps the House of El foresaw this fate, which is why they concealed the location of Earth from the Empire, allowing it to remain their sanctuary. It was only after Krypton's demise that the members of the elf family found refuge on this primitive, underdeveloped planet where they could ascend to godhood. Since you have your own thoughts, that as well, Liang nodded, refraining from reproaching Kara. He recognized that his protege had matured and begun to forge her own path, which was indeed a positive development. Yet, a sense of emptiness lingered within him, as she had once confided in him about everything. He pondered this internally, not allowing it to surface, and gently patted Kara on the head, saying, "You should retire for the night. School begins tomorrow. By the way, have Rachel and Gwen not returned yet?" "No. When I came back, I saw them with Batman." Chapter 135. Gwen's observations. Gwen had not anticipated that after dining with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy during the day, she would soon find herself in pursuit of them by night. This is what Batman aims to apprehend, for he has discovered that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy are trafficking the Titan formula in Gotham. This revelation has driven Batman to a frenzy. He should never have sought out Poison Ivy, allowing her to obtain the entire formula. Now, Gotham boasts a dedicated production facility. Upon seeing the newcomers, Harley Quinn bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Batman, are you unwell? You've brought my people to capture me. Rachel, come here." She waved her hand, causing Rachel, adorned with a hat, to lose her composure. What sort of person behaves like this? Batman, exasperated, interjects, "Harley Quinn, why are you selling the Titan formula?" "Because it's fun," Harley Quinn retorts, playfully sticking her tongue out at Batman. "What are you going to do about it?" Gwen and Rachel observe from the sidelines, reflecting on the quintessential nature of the Joker's accomplice. Gwen feels an unexpected sense of involvement. Subconsciously, she perceives this as a comic book world, devoid of any real-world implications. Thus, she does not exhibit the same urgency she would when confronting the supercriminals of New York, wishing only to witness Batman up close. Moreover, they were allies during the day. Even Rachel refrains from intervening, let alone Gwen, the outsider. Batman, uninterested in Harley Quinn's frivolities, promptly deploys a smoke bomb. Boom! His homemade smoke bomb envelopes a vast area. However, Poison Ivy springs into action, harnessing her control over plants to absorb the smoke. Damn it, Batman thinks, seething with frustration. Yet he hears Harley Quinn call out, "Sisters, come help me." Instantly, several figures emerge. It's the Birds of Prey. Huntress and Black Canary have forged a strong bond with Harley Quinn, primarily because they have never been aligned with Batman. He refrains from killing, a principle they cannot uphold, as they embrace a philosophy of violence. "Do not err again," Batman curses under his breath. "Fear not, Batman, we are preparing for war." Harley Quinn finally adopts a more serious tone. "You must join us." "What war?" Batman inquires, bewildered. "The Gotham Defense War." Harley Quinn proclaims loudly. "Gotham is leaderless, and the damn international gangs have seized the opportunity. They are preparing to wage war. We intend to distribute the Titan formula to confront this impending conflict." Batman listens gravely, yet he does not immediately concede. "We have other options." "None remain." Poison Ivy interjects. "Batman, let me inform you of something. The Titan formula has side effects." "What side effects?" Batman inquires, taken aback. "It still lacks a crucial restorative enzyme, which is the complete antidote. Without it, those injected with the Titan serum will perish." Poison Ivy had Batman at her mercy. If you wish to prevent their demise, it would be prudent to swiftly seek out the restorative enzyme. Her voice was cold and detached, a stark contrast to Harley Quinn's madness. She embodied the archetype of the sophisticated woman. Leon had a penchant for such figures. "What?" Batman immediately felt a surge of urgency. The Joker had already injected himself with the Titan serum, were it not for the multitude of onlookers. He might have resorted to violence against Poison Ivy. "Why did you not speak up then?" Batman inquired, casting a dangerous glance at her. Startled by his menacing gaze, Ivy quickly regained her composure and retorted, "You never asked." At that moment, Batman had been preoccupied with his playful engagement with the Joker, entirely disregarding her. Poison Ivy smirked derisively. "Oomph." With a disdainful snort, Batman employed his grappling hook and departed. This time, Gwen Stacy did not follow. After their previous encounter, it was evident that in the realm of parkour, Batman was no match for her. After all, he relied on his grappling hook to traverse, whereas she swung effortlessly using her webs. Moreover, the chaotic nature of Gotham was far from what she had anticipated. Why are there so many allies for Harley Quinn? She pondered. "Hey, are you Huntress?" As Batman exited, Gwen approached curiously. "Indeed, you must be Spider-Man." "That is correct. Gwen smiled. But I am not Peter Parker. I'm Gwen Stacy. I know you're not Peter Parker. Huntress chuckled lightly. Shortly thereafter, Black Canary approached, her eyes filled with intrigue as she regarded Gwen. They were immensely curious about the sudden appearance of Spider-Man. Naturally, they inquired whether Gwen hailed from Gotham, and upon discovering she did not, they questioned how she arrived. Gwen refrained from elaborating, as she found herself laughing with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. They shot her a warning glance, urging her to remain discreet. From them, Gwen learned that they were the Birds of Prey, which astonished her even further. How could Harley Quinn be part of the Birds of Prey and even lead them? Furthermore, she was in direct opposition to Batman. This Gotham was a far cry from her previous impressions. In the following days, Gwen remained in Gotham. Fortunately, aside from the interpersonal dynamics, the city was not significantly different from her recollections. However, with her friends returning to school the next day, Gwen soon found herself feeling a sense of ennui. After exploring Gotham, the Gothic architecture no longer captivated her interest. Besides occasionally engaging in acts of heroism and embodying the friendly neighbor to the citizens of Gotham, she found little else to occupy her time. Additionally, being a newcomer and having never been away from home for such an extended period, Gwen had begun to feel a pang of nostalgia. Thus, on this particular day, she yearned to return. As evening descended, farewells were exchanged. Gwen, see you during the holidays. Perhaps we shall meet again over the weekend. We can keep in touch more frequently. The young ladies, whose ages were not vastly different, found themselves engaging in delightful conversation. Naturally, had they been ordinary individuals, one might perceive Shiri and her companions as rather childish. Yet, they were anything but ordinary. Uncle Leon, Gwen smiled at him. Be careful. Being Spider-Man can be quite perilous. I am aware, Leon replied, refraining from further commentary, knowing that Gwen had immersed herself in numerous comics in recent days. He activated the portal, and Gwen promptly leaped through. To her surprise, upon returning home, she discovered someone waiting for her, a shadowy figure resembling a dark egg. Go, Spider, we need to talk. In the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., Gwen's identity was certainly no secret. Previously, it had been disregarded as that of merely a young girl. However, the circumstances had changed. She was now associated with a Supergirl. Chapter 136. The Invisible Plane to Paradise Island, my dear. Are you ready? In the estate, Harley Quinn inquired, holding a large suitcase. We've been waiting for you, Harley. Leon and Ivy had already settled in the living room, with a slight blush gracing Ivy's cheeks. Rather than feeling disheartened, Harley found the situation exhilarating. She eagerly bounded over, sniffing at her companions, and exclaimed, How could you not invite me to join the fun? Even Ivy felt a hint of embarrassment, responding, Well, you were simply too slow. What can I say? I had too much to bring, Harley replied. I not only packed clothes, but also safety supplies. What if Leon isn't accustomed to other brands? Both Leon and Ivy expressed their exasperation. In truth, he preferred not to use any. Yet, being prepared for critical moments was paramount, and they did not wish to miss anything due to a lack of precaution. Are you certain it's fine to leave Kara and the others at home? Leon inquired with concern. Ever since learning about their honeymoon, he had been unable to relax. In Asgard, at least there were caretakers. However, in Gotham, with everyone gone, what would they do? They are not children anymore. Harley Quinn promptly responded, Moreover, I have arranged for someone to look after them. She then urged them to depart. Ironically, she had been the most indecisive just moments earlier. Nevertheless, they had already communicated with Kara and the others in the previous nights. Leon and his companions would not be away for too long, at most half a month, for they too were reluctant to part with their endeavors in Gotham. Ivy remained perplexed. In this pivotal moment for Gotham, Harley Quinn finds herself reluctant to stay, instead eager to venture out. The reasons behind her thoughts elude even her. Once in the vehicle, they head towards the airport. Where exactly is our destination? Leon inquired. Seated in the back while Harley drove, with Poison Ivy occupying the passenger seat. Ivy turned back to say, I'm not privy to the details. It is all orchestrated by Harley. Harley, you will discover it upon arrival. Harley Quinn chimed in with a playful laugh, resolute in her silence, impervious to any pressure to divulge her plans. Soon, they arrived at the Archibald Wynne International Airport, located in the northwest of Gotham. In America, travel predominantly occurs by car or plane, as high-speed rail remains a dream unfulfilled. Although there were aspirations to develop such a system, the endeavor faltered, leaving hundreds of thousands employed and funding dissipated without further progress. After all, for airlines, the existence of high-speed rail would diminish the allure of air travel. The vast network of interests surrounding this industry has led to considerable opposition against the venture. Thus, even in contemporary times, America clings to its green trains, steadfast in its origins. Indeed, with a population inclined toward traditional modes of travel, the aviation sector flourishes, boasting over 190,000 airports nationwide, including more than 5,000 public airports, and a remainder being private. Consequently, charter flights are commonplace. This time, Harley Quinn had arranged for a private flight, although they were not alone. Others were present as well. Leon thought to himself, this hardly resembles a honeymoon. It feels more like a team-building exercise. The remaining 2 members of the Birds of Prey were also in attendance. Black Canary, Dinah Lance, donned leather and fishnet stockings, exuding a vibrant confidence. Huntress, Helena, sported high-heeled rubber boots, her towering stature and glimmering long legs captivating under the sunlight. Leon found himself fully supportive of this team outing. Furthermore, among the group was a familiar face. Kate Kane, her striking red hair adorned with sunglasses, appeared every bit the cool girl. Alas, it seemed her inclinations leaned towards the unconventional. The final individual caught Leon's attention, a strikingly beautiful woman with white hair, whom he had never encountered before. This naturally called for Harley to introduce her. This is Nora, the wife of Mr. Freeze, Harley announced. Leon understood immediately, recognizing the sorrowful demeanor of Nora, who seemed to carry the weight of her love for her husband. As the saying goes, the living can never compete with the dead. Leon, however, refrained from lingering too long, merely exchanging pleasantries before stepping aside. Harley, where's the plane? They all queried, directing their curiosity towards Harley Quinn. Isn't the aircraft right here? As Harley Quinn snapped her fingers, an aircraft suddenly materialized in front of them. This was not mere sorcery, but a genuine invisible plane. What? This revelation left everyone astounded. After all, they were well-versed individuals, and current technology could hardly achieve such a feat. Could it? Or the plane? Yet, Harley Quinn merely proclaimed with a sense of pride. Neglecting to elaborate further, a number of flight attendants descended to assist with their luggage before boarding the aircraft. However, Leon found it peculiar. The attendants were gazing intently at him, as if they intended to make him their first target, given that he was the sole man present. Was this a journey to a land of women? Leon smirked slightly. Upon hearing his remark, Harley Quinn chuckled and said, "Darling, you're quite astute. We're headed to Paradise Island." Apart from Poison Ivy, the other women appeared somewhat bewildered, while Leon was even more confounded. What? They were simply going to Paradise Island on a whim? Harley Quinn cast a triumphant glance at Leon before continuing. To my knowledge, Paradise Island is the dwelling place of the Amazons, renowned for its breathtaking scenery, and it remains largely inaccessible to the general populace. The most crucial aspect is the unique culture of the Amazons. It is an all-female society, devoid of men. She glanced at Leon and added ominously, "Any man who dares approach Paradise Island will meet with dire consequences." Upon hearing Harley Quinn's words, the other women did not appear frightened. Rather, they looked at Leon with a sense of triumph. "What? Have you done something to offend them again, Leon? Again?" Leon felt a surge of indignation. He had been quite virtuous in Asgard. Countless goddesses had sought his affection, yet he had rebuffed them all. In a certain sense, could one not consider his actions a form of pure love? Leon declared, "I am innocent." "Innocent? Harley has divulged your escapades to us," retorted Black Canary and Huntress, both eager to assist Harley, grinning mischievously at him, their eyes glimmering with a certain insinuation. Kate Kane observed from the sidelines with an amused expression. Yet Harley Quinn wrapped her arm around her and asked, "Kate, what's your take?" "Yes, not my man." Kate Kane, caught off guard, shrugged her shoulders. After all, her life did not intertwine with Leon S. Surely Harley Quinn wouldn't he mind, right? That's splendid," Harley Quinn remarked, pulling her closer. "We shall indulge in a couple more drinks later." Chapter 137. Grant me a daughter. Once the plane ascended, it once again cloaked itself in invisibility. This was a reflection-based technology, a divine power bestowed by Paradise Island, not mere science. It turned out that ever since Wonder Woman Diana had entered human society, Paradise Island had begun to adopt a different perspective regarding the outside world. After witnessing the rapidly evolving world and the swift advancements in technology, Diana realized that Paradise Island could no longer remain insular. Long ago, During ancient times, the Amazons were no match for humanity, having been driven to seclusion on Paradise Island. In those days, humanity wielded primarily cold weapons, with iron implements being scarce. The current era, however, is markedly different as humanity has embraced the use of firearms. Even Diana harbored doubts about her ability to escape unscathed if targeted by humans. Thus, she endeavored to integrate the Amazons into human society. Consequently, the Amazons began sending elders to the human realm, establishing a company that has since blossomed into a multinational enterprise. This explains why Diana, ostensibly an antiquities expert, possesses considerable wealth. Harley Quinn gathered information about the Amazons from several of her protégés and subsequently initiated contact. To her surprise, the Amazons were receptive to her investment proposal. Through various means, Harley Quinn secured the opportunity to visit Paradise Island. For the Amazons, access to their sanctuary is not granted to just anyone. Only those who have made exceptional contributions and are not ordinary individuals may receive a medal from the Amazon Queen, permitting them to remain. Harley Quinn and her companions were among the first visitors. Upon hearing Harley's account, Leon and the others were taken aback. They had assumed Harley would only cause chaos, yet she exhibited such remarkable social skills. "Harley, you're truly impressive," they remarked. "Of course," she replied, "but we can only stay on Paradise Island for 3 days." Harley Quinn declared with pride, "It is my dear Leon who suffers, as he cannot roam freely." Leon smirked. Unless Diana came to escort him, he would undoubtedly fail to qualify. The Amazon's inherent disdain for men was palpable, leading Leon to ponder the peculiarities of Zeus. It seemed as though he treated the Amazons as if they were his own daughters. After all, as the male counterpart of the Amazon Queen, the Amazons could not refuse him, allowing him to exert his whims. Fortunately, that old relic had vanished. Whether he was dead or alive remained uncertain, especially since the god of war, Ares, had been resurrected, only to be slain by Diana once more. It must be said that the Amazon's aircraft was remarkably swift. Perhaps it was indeed blessed with divine power, for it wasn't long before they reached the ocean. Eventually, the scenery outside the window began to transform. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Paradise Island," announced the flight attendant, reappearing. No wonder their service was lacking, devoid of any semblance of training. No wonder they had been staring at him. Leon mused, finally piecing it all together. The Amazons certainly did not welcome him. Even if he has an affair with the Amazon princess, it matters not. Comparatively, the excitement among the women is palpable. They are not men, and their time on Paradise Island is free from hardship. Moreover, Paradise Island is filled with sisterhood. The mere thought of it brings them joy. Although society is preoccupied with the notion of all-female enterprises, most struggle to survive. This serves as evidence that such enterprises can only thrive through a singular focus. Paradise Island, however, possesses its own unique ecosystem, rendering the need for profit unnecessary. Yet, upon entering human society, even the Amazons are required to employ male staff. As the plane came to a halt, Harley Quinn exclaimed with exuberance, "Sisters, let the festivities begin." The women disembarked, and Harley tossed a playful kiss toward Leon before following suit. She genuinely wished to engage the Amazons in business, aiming to draw them into Gotham. Leon intended to exit the aircraft as well, but was immediately halted. "Sir, you cannot enter Paradise Island." Leon smirked and replied, "I am a friend of your Princess Diana." "Oh." The Amazon flight attendant's eyes sparkled with interest. "If Princess Diana has taken a liking to you, you must indeed be remarkable." Leon was slightly taken aback by her shift in demeanor, but responded with pride, "Of course." He shared a profound friendship with Diana, fully understanding her essence. This revelation greatly pleased the Amazon attendant, who then, in a serious tone, implored, "Sir, please grant me a daughter." "How am I to do that?" Leon was suddenly aware of the implications. "You need only remain still." She smiled subtly, revealing a fierce side, despite being regarded as attractive among the Amazons. Naturally, Leon could not acquiesce, primarily due to his aversion to illegitimate offspring. He hastily declined, yet the Amazon, accustomed to dominance, sought to assert control over him. However, within the realm of Paradise Island, no one possessed greater strength than he did. Diana may not even be present. Thus, he countered her advances, prompting the Amazon to declare, "Do not resist, or I shall inform the other sisters, and you will owe us all a daughter." Such a proposition was intriguing. If it weren't for the daughter request, Leon might have considered compliance. After all, he had long been unaware of his own limits, and Paradise Island could very well reveal them. Sisters, come assist me. Not receiving a response from Leon, she quickly began to call for help. Startled, Leon restrained her while dialing Diana's number. The phone rang through promptly, and Diana, occupied with work, stood before a statue to answer. Leon, have you been missing me? Diana mused, recalling the time since they last met, feeling a twinge of longing. After all, it is rare to find someone in this world who can truly challenge her. Only with Leon does she experience genuine joy. Indeed, Leon spoke up, but did not dwell on the past. Diana, I am on Paradise Island, and I need your assistance. Huh? Diana was momentarily taken aback. How did you reach Paradise Island? I came with friends, but that is not your concern. The Amazon women are fierce. It feels as though they wish to devour me. Leon replied promptly. Upon hearing his words, Diana chuckled. She could almost immediately grasp the situation. It had been a long time since a man had set foot on Paradise Island, and the fate of those who did not end well was well known. Moreover, a man of Leon's formidable strength would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the Amazon women. Everyone desired offspring that were stronger, and the Amazon's powerful lineage was contingent upon their parents. They were naturally disinclined to seek a weakling. Thus, the stronger the man, the more coveted he became. Chapter 138. A hefty price for offspring. Diana. Leon exclaimed into the phone. You must help me. Upon hearing his plea, Diana regained her composure. I'm not on Paradise Island, so I cannot assist you, she responded with a teasing tone. To resolve this matter, you must rely on yourself. What should I do? Leon asked, pulling at the corners of his mouth in frustration. Diana simply stated, conquer them, in any aspect you can. Leon gazed at the Amazon warrior he had subdued. Her back turned to him as if welcoming guests. He felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Was this truly an Amazon princess? Yet for Diana, this was normal. She too hoped for many newborns among the Amazons, endowed with great talents. Her wild encounters with Leon were not without purpose. After all, for the Amazons, procreation had always been a challenge. Paradise Island was inhabited solely by women, devoid of men. Furthermore, the island's isolation from other continents made it difficult to find individuals at sea. This necessity had driven them to engage with human society and established companies. The times had changed. The old ways were no longer applicable in this new era. Modern warships were beyond their capabilities. Hence, when a quality man like Leon appeared, the Amazons went into a frenzy. Leon ended the call, only to find that the airplane outside had been encircled by the Amazon warriors. They still appeared quite primitive, riding horses and wielding bows and arrows as their weapons. Harley Quinn and the others were bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. As their aircraft became enveloped by the Amazon forces, the pressing concern was that Leon was still aboard. General Antiope, who had just arrived to greet them, inquired, What have you done? Nothing at all, Harley Quinn replied, exasperated. My boyfriend is still up there. You brought a man here? General Antiope raised an eyebrow, seemingly unaware that men were not permitted on Paradise Island. I intended for him to remain on the plane. Harley Quinn deliberately sought to entice Leon. With a plethora of beautiful women unable to join in the revelry, one could only feel vexed. Little did she anticipate that this group of Amazons would descend into madness. However, trouble had already been stirred. General Antiope responded, What shall we do now? To which Harley Quinn remained unperturbed, confident that this assembly could not possibly rival Leon's strength. Let them resolve their own affairs, she thought. General Antiope chuckled. Understanding the cause of the warriors' frenzy, they had undoubtedly encountered a formidable opponent, leading to their instinctual desire for procreation. After all, what would become of the Amazons if they failed to reproduce? Thus, they settled in to enjoy the spectacle, particularly Poison Ivy and her companions, who arrived with beverages in hand, donning sunglasses, prepared to witness the scoundrel receive his due punishment. Although both Poison Ivy and Kate had previously interacted with Leon, it did not deter them from considering him a rogue. It was only due to his daughter's influence that he had exhibited some restraint. What chaos would ensue had he not been tempered by her presence? Come out, you scoundrel. Clean yourself up, and we shall spare you. The Amazonian warriors bellowed in crude unison. Leon found himself confronted with a display of female bravado. These women were utterly unrestrained, intent on pursuing their desires unabashedly. At that moment, with the Amazon princess offering no assistance, who could possibly come to his aid? Thus, He resolved to follow Diana's counsel, to conquer them, albeit through force. After all, depending solely on his Kryptonian resilience might not suffice. As Leon emerged, escorting a fellow tribeswoman, the Amazonian warriors outside were instantly invigorated. A glance revealed at least several hundred of them. To conquer by primitive means would surely exhaust him. It became clear that an abundance of women did not equate to an advantage. Quality surpassed quantity. Charge! Subdue him! A horde of female warriors surged forward, led by several mounted Amazons wielding lassos, which they twirled before hurling towards Leon. He nimbly dodged, clearly averse to confinement. Seizing a lasso, he yanked several warriors from their steeds, binding them together in one swift motion. Upon closer inspection, each Amazonian warrior stood around 6 feet tall, their physiques elegant and legs elongated, though somewhat lacking in ample proportions. Leon, typically indifferent to the modestly endowed, found himself increasingly surrounded by the advancing warriors, who appeared determined to subdue him without hesitation. Moreover, the more formidable he proved, the more exhilarated they became. After all, a semblance of resistance only heightened the thrill of the chase. In light of this predicament, Leon recalled the spells he had previously studied. First, he would secure them. With hands pressed together, he thrust outward. A hum resonated as the world began to invert around him. The mirror space can be deemed an immensely powerful spell, encompassing the forces of space and the ability to alter reality. The notion of altering reality entails the arbitrary rearrangement of elements, molecules, and atoms of all things. In essence, it allows for the transformation of objects at will, such as transmuting flowers into gold or rendering an opponent's energy attacks harmless. The mirror space possesses a fragment of such power. Once within this realm, Leon did not hold back. After all, he feared that a battle outside might obliterate Paradise Island. Yet here, even if the world were to crumble, there would be no repercussions outside. The entire Paradise Island appeared to shimmer in golden hues. The Amazonian warriors, too, suffered relentless assaults. Leon tossed them aside as if they were mere toys, knocking them down one by one. However, with each strike he delivered, the Amazonian warriors became increasingly fervent. "Give me a daughter. You are formidable, and if we bear offspring, they will be even more powerful. We shall beseech the Queen to allow you to remain on Paradise Island, granting you the freedom to do as you wish. I will provide you with anything you desire." Faced with this group of fervent women seeking progeny, Leon was compelled to strike with even greater intensity. He needed to instill fear in them. Are they all right? Upon witnessing Leon conjuring spells, Harley Quinn blinked in surprise. What is this? I've never seen anything like it. They began to realize that Leon seemed to have grown stronger. No longer the brute, relying solely on his physical prowess. Rest assured, he is merely being taught a lesson, General Antiope remarked, confident that her warriors would emerge unscathed. Conversely, she believed that Leon would soon be exhausted. However, it had been a long time since such potent genes had been encountered. The next generation of Amazons would surely be more formidable. Yet, to her astonishment, the skirmish concluded in less than 10 minutes. The previously vanished combatants reappeared, with Leon unscathed, while her warriors lay defeated on the ground. Clearly, their attempts at progeny had failed. Harley Quinn clapped her hands and laughed. "It seems my man has triumphed." Yet, General Antiope did not express anger. Instead, she gazed at Leon with intense interest. "Why not bear one yourself? My sister has a daughter, but I do not." Chapter 139. Now, each must speak for themselves. On Paradise Island, within a large modern edifice, the structure boasted living quarters, an expansive indoor swimming pool, a sizable bar, and a myriad of other facilities. This instantly provided Leon and his companions with a sensation of not having departed from human society. Paradise Island has also embraced modernity. The Amazons, having earned wealth, returned to construct their homeland. Leon had anticipated experiencing the local lifestyle of the Amazons, especially since they had glimpsed ancient castles and weathered fortresses upon their arrival. However, it was evident that those sites had yet to be developed into tourist attractions by the Amazons, rendering them inaccessible. Queen Hippolyta, adorned in golden armor, personally received them. Had it not been for Leon's tumultuous entrance, she may not have emerged. However, she was now intent on meeting him. General Antiope sat beside her. Yet the Amazons appeared lacking in experience, as the handmaidens had not changed their garments. Were they at the Iceberg Club? The throngs of bunny girls would have already made their appearance. "Leon, is it not?" Queen Hippolyta inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Despite the indeterminate age of both her and her sister, General Antiope, they retained an undeniable allure, seemingly akin to that of humans in their 30s or 40s. Their prolonged tenure in positions of power had only enhanced their poise. Indeed, Your Majesty, you are the first man to freely tread upon Paradise Island, Hippolyta observed with curiosity, her astonishment evident upon learning of Leon's exploits. Thank you for your graciousness, my queen, Leon expressed his gratitude. I trust you will enjoy Paradise Island. After all, they were here for leisure. Following a taste of the island's barbecue delicacies, they ventured to the bar. Within the confines of this establishment, Paradise Island resembled a meticulously crafted tourist destination, provided one refrained from exploring beyond its bounds. This was a genuine all-female bar. In truth, Leon was the sole man on the island. Nevertheless, the bar pulsated with exuberance and fervor, particularly with Harley Quinn in attendance, and everyone seemed to be in high spirits. For Kate and her companions, it was an entirely novel experience. Leon accompanied them closely, hesitant to stray. The gazes of the Amazons were intimidating, akin to being amidst a pack of ravenous wolves. He was the delectable morsel, coveted by all. How does it feel? Are you not pleased? Kate inquired, raising her glass. Beside her stood a tall and leggy huntress, though she found herself lacking any advantage on Paradise Island. The Amazons were remarkably gifted, each a paragon of long limbs. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy consoled Mrs. Nora, the only one mourning the loss of her partner, enveloped in sorrow. Prolonged entrapment in ice had rendered her complexion an unhealthy, icy hue, devoid of vitality. No, I would prefer to visit the bar. Leon clinked glasses with Kate. Is that not more daunting? No, they favor broad, round faces with beards, Leon replied earnestly, eliciting laughter from Kane, who instinctively wrapped an arm around his waist. What are you doing? The huntress beside them queried. Realizing an error had been made in the gesture, Leon quickly retracted his hand. It had already caught Helena's attention, who regarded the two with a peculiar expression. Aren't you two the same? Helena asked Kate, a playful smile gracing her lips. What are you staring at? Leon interjected. What if Harley finds out? Helena seemed to have grasped Leon's weakness, yet he remained unfazed. Ivy is also mine, and you and Dana cannot escape. All of Harley's confidants belong to me. He deliberately uttered these words, and indeed, they rendered Helena flushed. Kate Kane pinched him, exclaiming, You have quite the imagination. I do not possess companions as beautiful as they. Kate had already set her sights on Black Canary and the Huntress, precisely the type she adored. You cannot vie with me, she warned Leon. If you can win them over, then by all means pursue your desires. Leon, not one to take the initiative, certainly would not decline. Perhaps he could even let Kate pave the way. Thus, Kate swiftly bypassed Leon, seating herself between Black Canary and the Huntress, engaging in lively conversation with each. It soon became evident that women were far more adept at charming one another. Before long, they were engrossed in animated discussion, occasionally glancing at Leon, seemingly gossiping about him. This made Leon uncomfortable, compelling him to raise his glass in acknowledgement. Being the subject of such feminine discourse was truly an ordeal. On the other side, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were reveling far more joyfully, pulling Nora to drink excessively. Within the bar, time appeared to lose all significance. Moreover, it was clear that Paradise Island had little need for electricity, as one could observe numerous torches illuminating the surroundings instead. The sky outside was engulfed in profound darkness, leaving no inclination to venture out. After an indeterminate period, Nora became inebriated. After all, she was merely a mortal, and having just emerged from the ice, she decided to take her leave. Harley and her companions returned, urging everyone to drink and dance. As the night deepened, all succumbed to intoxication. Leon made a trip to the restroom, only to return and find himself alone. He had no choice but to seek out his room. However, he had not wandered far when he was called to a halt, as the Amazons escorted him to meet Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope. Could you enlighten us about human society? They inquired. Leon felt honored and naturally did not refuse. Little did he know that this dialogue would ensnare him. Not only did the ordinary Amazons fixate on him, but these two royal figures did as well. Their intention was to intoxicate Leon, yet they were taken aback to find that he could not be easily inebriated. Rather, it was they who soon found themselves tipsy. The liquor on Paradise Island was specially brewed, and given the Amazons' constitution, which rendered them resistant to drunkenness, the concoctions they produced were designed to affect them. Consequently, they endeavored to intoxicate Leon, only to find themselves overcome instead. With no other option, Leon had to arrange for the Queen and General to be escorted back to their quarters, but they insisted that he carry them. Upon reaching the room, Leon found himself unable to leave. After all, one could deduce from the animated series Big Head Son and Small Head Dad that the small head is indeed the father. Leon never anticipated that he would find himself in such company as Zeus. "Your Majesty, I am friends with Diana," Leon later remarked, leaving Queen Hippolyta somewhat embarrassed. "Why didn't you mention earlier? This is disastrous. She is competing for him with her daughter," Leon commented with a sigh. General Antiope, however, was considerably more enlightened, stating, "We are merely acting for the sake of our descendants. Diana will not hold it against us. Indeed, you must not reveal this to Diana," Queen Hippolyta remarked calmly as she donned her golden armor. General Antiope mirrored her demeanor, exhibiting a tendency to evade responsibility. Yet, Leon found himself at an impasse. Naturally, he could not divulge anything to Diana, as he was utterly at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? After much contemplation, he finally managed to utter, "Diana, call father." Chapter 140. Do you wish to fish for mermaids? Harley Quinn opened her eyes to find Ivy beside her. The poison ivy had just awakened as well, and both women instinctively covered themselves. However, they soon recalled something and let go, having grown accustomed to such moments. Yet, why did it always evoke a sense of thrilling secrecy? "Ivy, where's Leon?" Harley Quinn inquired, holding her head. They had partaken in too much revelry the previous night, both under the influence of joyous beings. Now, it seemed, they had lost the man. "I thought you brought him back," Poison Ivy remarked as they hurriedly dressed. Fortunately, they were in dresses and quickly slipped on their knee-high boots. "We must search for him. We cannot let those vixens steal him away." They instinctively worried about being taken by the likes of Black Canary, Dinah, and Huntress Helena. Kate Kane felt reassured. Knowing her unconventional inclinations, they had never considered being outmaneuvered by a fellow thief. They arrived outside Dinah and Helena's door and listened intently. There was silence within. Leon was absent. Otherwise, he would surely have visited by morning. If he were to come, there'd be no stealth involved. Harley Quinn was well aware of Li Ang's boundless energy. Sure enough, moments later, the door swung open, revealing Dinah and Helena. "What is happening?" they asked, observing Harley and Ivy standing outside. "Leon is missing." Upon hearing this, Helena pondered, could he be with Kate? Just then, Kate Kane emerged, appearing as if suffering from a hangover. "Leon is missing? He hasn't been taken by the Amazons, has he?" Impossible, they shook their heads. They had witnessed Li Ang's prowess the previous day. Unless he desired it, there was no way the Amazons could force him. Thus, they set off to search urgently. They found no trace of him throughout the hotel. "He must be outside," someone called out. Harley Quinn and Ivy hurried outside, filled with concern for Leon. Soon, they spotted him seated by the sea. "Darling, what are you doing?" Harley Quinn exclaimed with relief as she rushed toward him. "I am fishing," Leon replied with a serious expression. On Paradise Island, he gradually began to appreciate the joys of fishing. This was not due to any other reason but the Amazonian women's directness and fervent gazes. Furthermore, Leon found it difficult to admit he was a queen's companion. Admittedly, confessing this might incite even more excitement among them. He sought the room of Harley Quinn, but each time, he was led by the Amazonian women into a small, dark chamber. Leon could only fight his way out, yet he found himself lost once more. Thus, he resorted to hiding amidst the fishing activities. Do you wish to catch a mermaid?" Harley Quinn suddenly burst into laughter, while Leon and his companions were vacationing on Paradise Island, simultaneously negotiating collaboration with the Amazons. Kara seized the opportunity to fly to the Arctic with Clark, unencumbered by supervision. Clark, having spent more time on Earth than Kara, had absorbed more solar energy and swiftly mastered the art of flight. Consequently, they ventured directly to the Arctic in search of the spacecraft that the elf family had used to arrive on Earth years ago. Clark had come to believe Kara's claims. Yet he found it perplexing to refer to someone who appeared so much younger than himself as sister. Kara, however, was resolute in this matter. She could never allow herself to transition from sister to mere younger sibling. Upon reaching the skies above the Arctic, they felt a compelling pull emanating from the bloodline. They quickly sensed the location of the spacecraft. Alas, they had been discovered. Their eyes fell upon an Arctic search party excavating the ice. where the L Family's spacecraft lay concealed. Let us wait until they take a break to act, Kara mused. Clark had no alternative but to nod in agreement. He glanced at the time and remarked, "We must hurry. You have class to attend." Seeing the smile on Clark's face, Kara bit her lip in frustration. She longed to chastise her foolish brother. Now she understood why the goddess of death, Hela, had been infuriated upon learning she had a brother. Hela had been in prison long before Odin fathered Thor. It seemed that brothers were inherently bothersome. "Don't get too smug. You have work as well. Be careful not to incur your boss's wrath," Kara retorted. The boss of the Daily Planet was no pushover, as evidenced by Clark's frequent overtime. Clark's expression darkened. In America, studying was far more enjoyable than working. Most importantly, employment came with the burden of repaying loans. Coming from a modest background, Clark had taken out significant loans during college, and relying solely on his meager salary as a reporter, he estimated it would take decades to repay them. Kara, on the other hand, was in a much better position, as her godfather was earning well. If Leon were also working, by the time Kara entered college, she would have to rely on loans herself. The cost of education was exorbitant. The two patiently hovered in the air for a while, observing the research team take a break before diving down. Boom! Before long, the resting expedition team was roused from their slumber. An avalanche! Flee at once! They beheld the soaring white snow in the distance and dared not linger any longer. Accompanying the snow was a tremor, as the very ground they had previously excavated collapsed before their eyes. Regardless of what lay beneath, they could no longer remain. Fortunately, they all escaped unharmed, with no casualties. Upon witnessing their departure, Kara and Clark hastened to enter, soon laying eyes upon the Kryptonian spacecraft. This was the Fortress of Solitude. Kara spoke. "It arrived on Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. This is our family's vessel." Clark, already aware of his heritage from the House of El, recognized that his name was indeed Kal-El. "How do we awaken it?" Clark inquired, a surge of excitement coursing through him. After all, to him, a spacecraft from hundreds of thousands of years ago was a source of great exhilaration. "The key is with you," Kara remarked, gazing at him. Understanding dawned upon Clark as he produced a distinctive pyramidal key adorned with an emblem. They soared into the ship, activating numerous Kryptonian robots along the way. Kara halted his destructive tendencies and guided him inside. Everything felt familiar and heartwarming to Kara. It had been ages since she had seen anything from Krypton. As Clark inserted the key, the identity verification was completed. Kara also possessed a key from the House of El, but Clark's bore a unique technology. It contained the consciousness of his biological father, Jor-El. While consciousness might not be entirely accurate, it was a product of Krypton's advanced technology. Nevertheless, Jor-El's projection indeed manifested, complete with his memories and personality. "Cal and Kara," Jor-El expressed his delight, surprised to see both of his descendants at once. "It seems you have adapted to life on this planet. Come, I have left something for you." Shortly thereafter, Jor-El imparted the knowledge of Krypton to Clark. Though Kara was also informed, she lacked the intricate details that Jor-El possessed. After all, Jor-El was a direct participant in Kryptonian history, whereas Kara, even now, remained a child. The realms of experience between Kara and Jor-El were entirely distinct. Thus, after absorbing such extensive knowledge about Krypton, Kara fell into a contemplative silence. "All that is past. What you must do now is test your limits," Jor-El stated with a smile. "The gravity of this planet is weak for you, and the young sun will serve as your source of energy, your strength and speed. Indeed, the cosmos itself is your limit." Even Jor-El, a scientist of Krypton, could not fathom the true extent of their potential. After all, the environment of Earth is fundamentally distinct from that of Krypton. Their circumstances could only be fully understood during the era of the Kryptonian Empire's fervent expansion. Long before, however, the Empire had contracted and returned to Krypton, leading to the disappearance of Superman's powers, which could only be inferred through technology. As they traversed the spacecraft, they encountered numerous dormant chambers, though the Kryptonians within had perished. One chamber was ajar, its occupant unknown. Certainly, Jor-El guided them to the wardrobe, which housed battlesuits crafted from Kryptonian materials superior to the one Kara wore. With a smile, Jor-El remarked to Kara that it would not be easily damaged, could be mass-produced, and was convenient to clean. After listing numerous advantages, the cabinets opened, revealing several suits, including those for Clark and Kara. Jor-El had to scan their data and produce these suits on the spot. This spacecraft, named the Fortress of Solitude, boasted many functionalities and numerous rooms, leaving Kara somewhat envious. Yet, it was evidently intended for Jor-El's son. Kara was merely his niece. After all, her father had not considered such foresight. Initially, they had not chosen Earth. It was only after Jor-El sent Kal-El to Earth that they followed suit with Kara. So the siblings would have each other for companionship. Clark immediately selected a battle suit, and Kara, feeling no hesitation, chose a fitted one, stowing away her self-made black long boots. As she changed, it was undeniable that Kryptonian materials were far more comfortable. The form-fitting suit accentuated her figure. Although she felt she lacked any significant curves except for her height, other aspects of her development had evidently yet to commence. However, Clark appeared transformed in his suit. As Kara gazed at her cousin, she saw him resembling a sculpture from ancient Greece, especially as the cabin opened and sunlight illuminated him, making him resemble a bronze statue. This sight made her eager to mature quickly. "Kara, I entrust the guidance of your cousin to you," Jor-El said to her, recognizing that, regardless of the circumstances, Kara was the elder sister, despite having lost some time. Jor-El understood that this was due to her inadvertent entrapment in the Phantom Zone. "Rest assured, I shall educate this foolish brother of mine well," Kara replied with a smile, determined to give Clark a thorough lesson. At that moment, Clark could no longer resist the urge to soar. Although he had mastered flight with Kara's assistance, he had never experienced such exhilaration. He realized he no longer needed to conceal his powers, allowing him to embrace another way of life, a shift in mindset. Then, a sudden boom echoed through the air. Kara launched a sudden assault. Clark was utterly unprepared, and she struck him down into the snow. Fortunately, he was unharmed and quickly soared back in the air, bewildered, inquiring, "Why did you suddenly hit me? Did you think I came here for your amusement?" Kara replied with utmost seriousness, "When you activated the Fortress of Solitude, it transmitted Earth's coordinates into the cosmos. Any surviving Kryptonians will follow it to Earth." Clark, taken aback by Kara's revelation, asked, "Are there other Kryptonians alive besides us?" "Indeed," Kara affirmed, "and they are our adversaries." She then recounted the history of Krypton. It turned out that the El family and the Zod family were enemies long before Krypton's destruction, primarily due to their differing ideologies. The El family, as a lineage of scientists, advocated for peace, while the Zod family leaned towards conquest and expansion. Beyond this ideological clash, there existed a deep-seated animosity between the two families. Val-El, a member of the El family, was executed as a heretic for foreseeing Krypton's demise. General Zod, on the eve of Krypton's destruction, instigated a rebellion and was subsequently exiled to the Phantom Zone by Jor-El. To my knowledge, General Zod escaped from the Phantom Zone and commanded a considerable number of soldiers. Should they arrive on Earth, they would gain powers akin to ours, and only we could thwart them. Kara, fully aware of the impending future, knew she could not allow Clark to grow unchecked. Military discipline was imperative. Clark's expression turned grave as he asked, "How did General Zod escape?" Kara hesitated momentarily, then confessed, "I do not know." Fortunately, Clark did not press further. "What does he intend to do?" "You possess the genetic codex of all Kryptonian DNA," she explained, "and he undoubtedly seeks it, as he has always aspired to establish a new Krypton." Kara's knowledge of the future gave her an extraordinary advantage. The Kryptonian method of reproduction had evolved into artificial gestation, which allowed for the replication of Kryptonian civilization with sufficient incubation chambers, eliminating the need for a traditional 10-month pregnancy. However, this came at a cost. Each Kryptonian newborn's future was predetermined from birth. The adage like begets like held true. A general's offspring would inevitably be a general, and a soldier's progeny, regardless of effort, would remain a soldier. This rigidity solidified the class structure on Krypton, breeding numerous conflicts. For instance, Kara, being of the El lineage, lacked combat prowess but excelled in learning. Conversely, the Zod family, imbued with the general's genes, were naturally gifted in warfare and command. Among the recent Kryptonians, only Clark Kent was different. For Jor-El had forsaken artificial breeding in favor of the most primitive method of procreation, succumbing to the allure of pleasure and the pursuit of fleeting gratification. This also bestowed upon Clark an infinite array of possibilities, as he could aspire to any profession he desired. Naturally, Clark had no intention of facing death. So upon hearing this, he implored Kara to strike him. This was a request Kara had never encountered before. Chapter 142. My favorite challenge is dealing with the unhinged in terms of combat skills alone. It was evident that Clark was no match for Kara. After all, she had been trained alongside two formidable goddesses, with the most significant influence coming from the goddess of death, Hela. Hela had once conquered the Nine Realms, and her combat prowess was unparalleled. Kara had greatly benefited from their encounters. Thus, solely relying on technique, she could easily outmaneuver Clark. However, should Clark harness his energy to suppress Kara, the tide would turn, for he had absorbed an immense amount of solar energy over the years. 3 days swiftly passed. The sojourn of Leon and his companions on Paradise Island was drawing to a close. Beyond their time in the hotel, they had indulged in numerous activities on the island, such as horseback riding and archery, as well as participating in various trials alongside the Amazons. Despite being seasoned superheroes, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the Amazon warriors, who relied on their physical prowess to combat humanity. Ultimately, the disparity in numbers forced them to retreat to Paradise Island. During these days, Harley Quinn had successfully negotiated with Queen Hippolyta, inviting her people to Gotham. In recent years, the Amazons had begun to contemplate revealing Paradise Island to the world. Thus, they were not averse to collaboration. Soon, it was time for Leon and his companions to part ways. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had other matters to attend to and would not be returning to Gotham, insisting that Leon accompany them. However, the other women were eager to return to Gotham. "Gotham cannot do without me," Kate Kane declared, a sentiment echoed by Black Canary and Huntress. In Leon's eyes, they had become addicted to the life of superheroes. Gotham would continue to turn regardless of who was absent, yet they were determined to combat crime, and no one would hinder their resolve. Thus, Leon and the three watched as they boarded their plane, taking Nora with them. Waving goodbye, Leon inquired of Harley Quinn, "Where do we go next?" "We still have the most crucial matters to attend to," Harley Quinn replied. "Surely, you did not believe we came merely for leisure?" She continued to tease Leon, then turned to Queen Hippolyta with utmost grace, asking, "Your Majesty, could you assist us in arranging a plane?" "Certainly," Queen Hippolyta responded, personally seeing them off with a measured glance at Leon. "You are welcome to visit again." She and General Antiope had worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. Yet the uncertainty of conception lingered. Leon felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that upon their next visit, he might unexpectedly find himself a father. However, others cannot discern this at all. The Amazons feel no embarrassment in this regard. Rather, they consider it a matter of course. After all, their motives are not rooted in the pursuit of pleasure, but rather in the propagation of their race, a justification that holds considerable weight. It is likely that even Diana would find herself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Thus, as a fellow adherent of Zeus, Leon comfortably took his seat aboard Queen Hippolyta's private jet. This aircraft proved to be even more luxurious than the one he had previously taken to Paradise Island, primarily due to its more spacious interior. The Amazons, too, desire to indulge in the finer aspects of life and are eager to earn their keep. Before long, the private jet arrived on the North American continent, but instead of heading towards the East Coast, it began to traverse the landmass. If the plane had descended a bit lower, one could observe just how vast and sparsely populated America truly is. Aside from major cities like New York and Los Angeles, there exist few towering edifices. The central region of America is even more pronounced in its lack of urban development, being generally poorer than the coastal metropolises, a pattern seemingly echoed across nations. Consequently, many elite individuals frequently travel by air between the East and West coasts, while the central region is derogatorily referred to as the flyover zone, implying that it is only traversed by air and seldom visited otherwise. They perceive the inhabitants of the central region as mere rednecks, a clear reflection of class disparity. This was Leon's first experience crossing the North American continent, yet he felt no particular sense of wonder. It was merely a flight, after all. His curiosity lay instead in the destination. "Where are we going?" As the aircraft began its descent, he could see the ground below, devoid of skyscrapers and sparsely populated. Salt Lake City. Harley Quinn finally unveiled the mystery. Leon felt a flicker of recognition, recalling the doctor associated with it. He immediately turned his gaze towards Harley Quinn, who, sensing his understanding, straightened her posture and declared, "ISNT Rachel S. birth mother from here?" "Perfect. I, as her godmother, wish to ascertain why she abandoned Rachel." "Don't tell me she is insane. I thrive on dealing with the insane." A cruel smile graced her lips. No one could rival her in madness. Leon, naturally, did not refuse, especially since he had already arrived. He too was keen to uncover the situation. During his time in Camartage, he had taken the opportunity to learn about Rachel's background, discovering her lineage, which also included the moniker Raven. As for how he came to know this, Camartage is not out of touch with the world. Mobile phones can connect to the internet, after all. The sorcerers, without stepping outside, can still be informed of global happenings. Were they to truly isolate themselves, they would remain oblivious to the monumental events unfolding outside. Furthermore, regarding the tale of the Raven, his understanding diverged entirely from what he had learned. He had no idea which incarnation of the Raven this was, and thus could not anticipate the developments that lay ahead. As the aircraft descended, Leon and his companions disembarked from the stealth plane. Here, it was a rarity to find any enterprises associated with the Wayne Group. After all, this place was far removed from Gotham and rather underdeveloped. Salt Lake City, situated in Utah, lies in the Midwest of North America, bordered to the left by Nevada and adjacent to California. However, despite its proximity to California, it does not share the same affluence, as it is not coastal. How can an inland state compare to one by the sea? Although Salt Lake City is the capital and largest city of Utah, it derives its name from its close proximity to the Great Salt Lake. Among inland cities, it ranks as the third largest, following Denver and Phoenix. Even players are reluctant to visit Denver, while Phoenix is considered a relatively decent city. So what is the population of Salt Lake City? The answer is just over 200,000. With an area close to 300 square kilometers, it boasts a mere 200,000 residents. In the east, one could easily find a small county with a larger population. Thus, it is quite a waste for such a vast expanse of land in America to remain underutilized. Salt Lake City is indeed a fine place. In years gone by, their founder, Brigham Young, had 19 wives and fathered 56 children. Consequently, this doctrine has persisted to this day. Leon mused that joining such a community was not entirely out of the question. Chapter 143. Otherwise, a quick marriage. Upon arriving in Salt Lake City, Leon and his companions did not head straight to their destination, but instead indulged in some leisurely exploration. After all, no one was aware of their arrival, and Harley Quinn was entirely unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized. They first booked a hotel and then ventured to visit the sacred sites of the Mormon Church. The most renowned among them is the Lion House, where the Mormon patriarch once resided with his family. However, upon their arrival, Leon and his companions quickly discovered that there was little of interest. It was merely an office that doubled as a residence, albeit a slightly larger one. Next, they visited the Mormon Temple, also known as the Temple of the Latter-day Saints, which bore some architectural resemblance to Gotham's buildings, owing to its Gothic style. This structure is quite emblematic, and Harley Quinn lamented, "If only this place were like Las Vegas. We could marry right here without any legal issues." Las Vegas is deemed the wedding capital of the world, primarily for its efficient and convenient wedding ceremonies. Often, all the marriage procedures can be completed in under 24 hours and are entirely legal. For just a few dozen dollars, one can tie the knot, making it a true quick marriage. For many, the idea of a spontaneous wedding in Las Vegas is profoundly romantic. Of course, there are numerous places that do not recognize such unions. Regarding Harley Quinn's wistful remarks, Leon chose not to respond, allowing her to remain lost in her daydreams. There are limited attractions in Salt Lake City. After exploring a national park and similar locales, they found themselves at a loss for further activities. Fortunately, they were not there for leisure, nor did they harbor any interest in the competition. Thus, after casually consuming some food, they awaited the arrival of evening. During the day, they had rented a car, and now, with a map in hand, they set out for a drive. Here it was. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at a suburban hospital, St. Moses Hospital. A quick online search revealed it to be a psychiatric facility. Harley Quinn remarked, "I wonder how it compares to Arkham Asylum. Surely, it cannot rival Arkham, unless Batman happens to be here as well." Poison Ivy interjected, "Unfortunately, they only have Iron Fist Marlin, a guy who fights and plays ball at the same time." Harley continued, their banter reminiscent of a comedic duo. "There was no need for reconnaissance. Poison Ivy declared, 'My dear, I took a glance, and the security here is quite formidable, rivaling that of Arkham Asylum. Unless they house supervillains, why would they require such a heavy presence?' The guards were fully armed, brandishing firearms, unmistakably indicating that this was no ordinary mental institution. Oh, how I detest psychiatric hospitals. Harley Quinn expressed her annoyance. These individuals always transform the sane into the insane to fulfill their inexplicable agendas. What shall we do then? Leon inquired, observing Harley Quinn, curious about her next move. We charge indirectly, Harley exclaimed, brandishing her newly acquired baseball bat. It was the only weapon with which she felt comfortable. Anything else felt foreign to her. Indeed, Leon shook his head, realizing that Harley remained as direct and impulsive as ever, devoid of any strategy. Poison Ivy felt somewhat helpless, yet with Leon present, there was little to worry about. Thus, they boldly strode inside. However, Poison Ivy took the initiative first. She manipulated the plants and vines, ensnaring and incapacitating the patrolling guards, allowing the trio to venture deeper into the psychiatric facility before being detected, as the interior lacked any foliage. Halt! Who are you? The guards demanded, promptly triggering the alarm. We're here to find someone. Harley Quinn sprang into action like a fierce leopard, swiftly darting forward, but not to seek you. The guards reacted immediately, opening fire on Harley. Yet a thick branch suddenly materialized before her, blocking all the bullets. Poison Ivy could effortlessly manipulate even a single leaf. This was the essence of nature's verdancy. To confront her, one would need to be equipped with flamethrowers in advance. Unperturbed by the gunfire, Harley charged forward, her baseball bat swinging down decisively. With a couple of swift strikes, she incapacitated two of them. Oh, I forgot to ask where they are. She realized only after the fact. Nevertheless, the alarm had already sounded. In order to prevent any potential escape, Leon decisively activated the mirror space, enveloping the entire psychiatric hospital within its confines. The doors of the institution were inverted, rendering them utterly dissimilar to those in the real world. The location of any exit was entirely at Leon's discretion. With a mere thought, not even a fly could escape. The guards, hastening towards the scene, soon realized something was amiss. They found themselves lost in a familiar place. Consequently, they were unable to locate Leon and his companions, scurrying about like headless flies, only to be dealt with individually by Harley Quinn. This time, she refrained from rendering them all unconscious, leaving one conscious for interrogation. Where is Angela? Who is Angela? The guard retorted immediately. Then you may as well die, Harley Quinn replied, exasperated as she raised her baseball bat high and brought it crashing down upon his head, wishing to obliterate him utterly. The dead could not die again. The Joker's girl had no qualms about taking lives. She flicked her bangs aside as Poison Ivy cautiously passed by, remarking, "Could you refrain from being so gruesome? We still intend to have a late-night snack." "I can't help it. The urge to smash has taken hold," Harley Quinn casually responded, leaving Poison Ivy somewhat exasperated. Whenever Harley's urge to destroy emerged, even antique artifacts were not spared. It was only when her craving was satisfied that she would cease her rampage. Soon, Harley Quinn adopted a different approach to questioning. "Where's your director?" At last, the guards comprehended. When Leon unveiled the mirror space, they hastily pointed in a direction. Harley Quinn beamed with satisfaction, politely stating, "Thank you. Sleep tight, dear." With a resounding thud, she struck again, eliciting a gasp. Now, they could no longer afford to linger, proceeding directly to the director's office. With the seamless collaboration of Harley and Poison Ivy, coupled with Leon's resolution of an unforeseen complication, they swiftly arrived at the director's office. "Be cautious," Leon cautioned, pulling Harley Quinn back just as she prepared to rush in recklessly. The door creaked open on its own, and a gargoyle burst forth. Startled, Harley instinctively swung her bat, but the gargoyle remained unscathed while her weapon was sent flying. Observing this, Leon retaliated with a powerful punch, channeling all his strength, and shattered the gargoyle into pieces. Witnessing this, Harley Quinn kicked the door open and stepped inside. Behind a desk sat an elderly doctor clad in a white coat and spectacles, exuding an aura of respectability. However, a glance at the room's decor revealed a stark contrast. It was adorned with portraits of devils. Chapter 144. Such pretentious acting. Leon surveyed the office's decor and thought of a phrase: "The gentleman who loves dragons." The difference here was that the office was filled with items associated with demons, satanic runes, gargoyle sculptures, and devilish portraits. Yet, unlike the gentleman, who ultimately feared the dragon, this office only served to amplify the sinister atmosphere. However, the director before them appeared unperturbed, seemingly harnessing the power of the devil. "What do you desire?" he inquired. The director, looking to be in his 50s with graying facial hair and spectacles, bore no semblance of a demon enthusiast. He sat composed behind his desk, hands resting calmly, gazing at the trio. He had recognized Leon and his companions. After all, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were renowned figures, even to those beyond Gotham's borders. Harley had a multitude of admirers worldwide, as not only Leon was captivated by the allure of a madwoman. Leon's affection stemmed from his feelings for Rachel. "Where is Angela?" Leon asked. "You have indeed come for Angela. Why is Rachel absent?" The director did not conceal his inquiries but posed them directly. "As her godfather, it is my duty to safeguard her," Leon replied. "Reveal her whereabouts, or face death." Harley Quinn, lacking patience, brandished a revolver at him. This evoked a palpable sense of dread within the director. "Do not rush," he urged. "Do you not wish to know why I lured Rachel here using Angela?" "Why?" Leon pressed, suppressing Harley's eagerness as it concerned his goddaughter. The director explained, "Because she harbors a demon within her, and I must eliminate this threat, or the entire earth shall be in peril." Hearing his righteous declaration, Leon scrutinized the layout of the office. "Do you presume I would believe you?" He released Harley Quinn from his restraint. Without hesitation, Harley Quinn resorted to severe interrogation. As she shattered the director's hands with her baseball bat, he could no longer withhold the information. "You cannot take her," he shouted. With that, a demon materialized at his command. The delay had been a ruse to summon this fiend. It was a yellow-eyed demon, its eyes a pale hue, emblematic of a high-ranking demon from hell. Leon chuckled, unfazed by the demon's presence, and struck it with a swift palm. The yellow-eyed demon, preparing to utter further words, found its soul forcibly expelled from its corporeal form by Leon's blow. Demons possess souls, albeit stronger than those of humans, yet they too have vulnerabilities. This was the spiritual technique of camartage. With its soul dislodged, it became an easy captive for Leon. He conjured magical chains that ensnared the yellow-eyed demon's essence, seemingly intent on shattering its very being. Terrified, the demon promptly opened a portal to flee. "Human, I shall remember you," it declared, abandoning its body in a bid for escape. Yet, Leon would not allow it to retain such recollection. He yanked the chains, reeling the soul back. With a resounding thud, the chains ignited in flames, commencing the incineration of the soul. Accompanied by anguished wails, the soul of the demon ignited in a blaze. The magical flames were no ordinary fire, inflicting profound torment upon the demon. In a short time, it completely dissipated. With the annihilation of the soul, Leon received a revelation. This was a high-ranking demon under the dominion of Lucifer, the king of hell, who roamed the earthly realm. "Demons are not particularly formidable," Leon remarked. Of course, the principal reason was the severe suppression of the demon's powers. According to the pact between God and Satan, both angels and demons were forbidden from traversing to the human world freely, facing immense constraints. Otherwise, Constantine would not have been able to exorcise so effortlessly. If they had encountered each other in hell, Leon would not have been able to vanquish his foe so readily. It can only be said that this was Leon's arena. He resolved to avoid descending into hell recklessly. Turning to the dean, Leon found him utterly terrified. He had not anticipated that the demon he had summoned with such difficulty would be so easily dispatched by this man. When Leon's gaze fell upon him, he immediately began to plead, "God forgive me, God forgive me." A man who had long cherished the notion of demons now sought God's mercy in that fleeting moment. Did he realize that God was more powerful? Leon lifted him up, stating, "Forgiveness is a matter for God, and I doubt he would grant it to you. Thus, it is best to send you to hell." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared in the dean's head. Harley Quinn coolly blew on the slightly heated barrel of her revolver, declaring, "Darling, murder is my forte." Leon raised an eyebrow, appreciating her good intentions. Leaving the dean's corpse behind, Leon thoughtfully conjured a fireball, for in these resource-constrained times, cremation had become the norm. Moreover, given the dean's allegiance to demons, one could never be certain he wouldn't conjure some new trickery. With the information gleaned from the dean, Leon and his companions located the map of the asylum. The layout of the asylum was exceedingly convoluted. An unknowing observer might mistake it for a military fortress. Now, with no resistance left in the asylum, they swiftly found their destination. In a dimly lit chamber, they encountered an absence of patience. Even Harley Quinn refrained from liberating the mentally ill individuals, fully aware that their erratic thought processes could pose a danger if released. Rachel's mother, a woman named Angela, occupied a solitary room. Although the room contained several beds, she was the sole occupant. Harley Quinn narrowed her eyes. Angela, clad in a hospital gown, stared blankly at the wall, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "Angela?" Leon inquired. At that moment, Harley Quinn tugged at Poison Ivy, prompting her to pull Leon down. Just a moment ago, Leon called out, yet Angela remained unmoved. It was then that Poison Ivy approached, gently inquiring, "Are you Rachel's mother?" "Rachel has arrived." Upon hearing Rachel's name, Angela immediately turned around, her complexion an unhealthy pallor, a testament to years spent away from sunlight. Though her expression was dazed, she could hardly conceal her excitement as she asked, "Where is Rachel? Where is she?" She endeavored to create an illusion that Rachel was her obsession, but Harley Quinn, the astute psychologist, saw through her faade. Such theatrics were utterly transparent. Only a naive young girl like Rachel could be deceived. Thus, Harley quipped playfully, "I am Rachel." Indeed, Angela's expression faltered. She hastily feigned madness, shaking her head and mumbling, "You're not Rachel, you are not." Harley Quinn responded, "After all these years without seeing Rachel, how would you know that I am not?" Chapter 145. How could there be such a foolish woman? The atmosphere in the ward became awkward, heavy with tension. Leon observed silently, fully aware that something was amiss. As Harley Quinn's demeanor shifted, Angela began to act even more deranged, lamenting, "Rachel, where is my Rachel?" Fortunately, Harley Quinn had lost interest in playing games, and she had no desire to assume the role of a daughter, only doing so in front of Leon. Therefore, she delivered a sharp slap to the woman. The crisp sound left Angela momentarily stunned. Who is this person? She gazed at Leon with deep sorrow, for he was the only one she recognized, having adopted Rachel. "Don't feign ignorance. I am Gotham's finest psychologist," Harley Quinn declared with fierce determination. "If you continue to act mad, I shall ensure you truly become one." This left Angela bewildered, prompting her to fall silent. Harley Quinn nodded in satisfaction. Since the charade had been unveiled, there was no need to treat her as a fool. As Gotham's premier psychologist, it was imperative to assess her mental state. With a playful smile, Harley Quinn asked, "Are you a mental patient?" At that moment, Angela was entirely oblivious to Harley Quinn's intentions. After a prolonged pause, she finally shook her head, responding no. Realizing that the three had seen through her, her heart sank. No one knew what might happen next. Harley Quinn instantly retorted with a smile, "Mental patients always deny it, so you must be one. And I am as well." Angela quickly changed her response. "Then it must be true. You are indeed a mental patient." Harley Quinn exclaimed, "Welcome to Arkham Asylum, the finest institution for the mentally ill, where every resident is a gem, and their words are ever so charming." Angela was well aware of Arkham Asylum's notorious reputation. She was not truly imprisoned here. It was all merely a ruse devised to deceive Rachel. Yet, unexpectedly, Rachel did not arrive. Instead, 3 demons appeared. In her eyes, Leon and his companions were undoubtedly fiends. "I will not go. I will not go," Angela stammered in terror. But it was futile. No one could rescue her. The poison ivy ensnared her with branches, efficiently carrying Angela away. "Harley, what are you planning?" Leon inquired in a low voice. In his mind, the best solution was simply to ensure Angela would never see Rachel again. Although this would be somewhat cruel to Rachel, it was undoubtedly the most effective course of action. However, if Rachel were to uncover the truth, she would surely harbor resentment towards him. Yet at that moment, Harley Quinn clearly had her own intentions. With a smile, Harley remarked, "She has gone to such lengths. What with the asylum and her feigned madness, she certainly doesn't conform to the director's narrative. She must have ulterior motives. If we do not clarify this, I will be restless." Leon nodded, recognizing the merit in her argument. After departing the asylum, they returned to the hotel and booked another room. Harley Quinn insisted on keeping watch over the wicked Angela. The malevolent Angela glared at her, resolute in her silence. Consequently, the previous room was designated for Leon and Poison Ivy. Upon entering their room, Poison Ivy stated, "You cannot touch me. No one knows if Harley is acting intentionally." "So what if she is?" Leon dismissed her concerns, utterly unfazed by her trepidation. "I will make a call. You prepare yourself." Poison Ivy's cheeks flushed red. Damn it, Leon is so domineering. However, prior to encountering Leon, she had never truly experienced the essence of genuine love. She felt somewhat guilty towards Harley Quinn, as she could easily discern that Harley was merely feigning nonchalance, not wishing to appear easily jealous in Leon's eyes. With regards to Leon, Harley Quinn was evidently exceedingly forgiving. At that moment, Leon dialed Kate Kane's number. "Hello, what's the matter?" Kate Kane's voice was hurried, evidently racing on her beloved motorcycle in pursuit of a criminal. For Batwoman, this was more thrilling than anything else, pure exhilaration. "Please arrange for us to have a plane," Leon requested. Without questioning the reason, Kate responded directly, "Where are you?" "Salt Lake City." "All right." She decisively concluded the conversation and hung up. Leon shook his head. Kate was evidently gearing up for a night operation. He too was preparing for a significant confrontation. Turning back, he noticed that the leaves on poison ivy had vanished. As a botanist, he mused, one must not waste water resources. He then effortlessly scooped up poison ivy into his arms and headed towards the bathroom. In another room, the atmosphere was far less cordial. It appeared a fierce confrontation was imminent. Had it not been for Angela's inability to contend with Harley Quinn, she would have readily engaged in a fierce altercation. Vigilantly, she observed Harley, who pressed herself against the wall, listening intently to the commotion next door. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Harley's expression became a tumult of emotions. "Those wretched harlots, how dare they conspire behind my back?" Harley seethed. Angela remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon her. Harley's countenance fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. "I must exact revenge upon them." Angela scrutinized her, oblivious to any underlying issues. After all, she had never encountered a woman like the Joker's accomplice, which struck her as peculiar. As Harley grasped a baseball bat, intent on confronting them, Angela remained unmoved. With a resounding bang, Harley slammed the door and proceeded to batter the door on the other side. Angela listened intently, soon followed by a cacophony of arguments. Poison Ivy was undeniably enraged, perplexed by Harley's antics. Was it a critical moment? Then, Harley returned in a fit of rage. That pair of scoundrels, those despicable creatures. In her fury, she berated not only her own man, but also her best friend. Angela couldn't help but laugh. How could one be so foolish? You placed your man and your best friend together. Is that not evident? Angela began to mock. The most unreliable beings in this world are men. It seemed Harley only then remembered her, and she swiftly bounded over. Did not also bear Rachel? Is that not the reason you loathe men? Not all. Angela retorted. My other half is not human. What? Harley was momentarily taken aback. Can you endure that? Angela wished to avoid this topic. She was evidently conquered. But how could she confide in Harley? Upon scrutinizing Harley, she perceived that the latter's anger was genuine. Thus, an idea struck Angela. She sought to ally with Harley. After all, her current predicament was perilous. If she were truly confined to Arkham Asylum, it would spell her doom. Naturally, she was aware of Harley's unreliability. Chapter 146. The psychiatric diagnosis of Dr. Harley. Angela found herself in a precarious situation. Having never encountered a lunatic like Harley Quinn before, she now felt compelled to explore the possibility of an alliance. Therefore, Angela spoke up. Do you not desire to retaliate against them? I possess a strategy. What strategy? Harley inquired with curiosity. I will ensure their suffering is unparalleled. She appeared exceedingly furious. Angela could readily empathize. Had her own partner entangled with her closest friend, her fury would surpass even Harley's. After all, women understand women. Angela did not state directly, but rather posed a rhetorical question. Do you know why I sought out Rachel? Harley Quinn responded with a naive simplicity. You want to see her, your daughter. A chuckle escaped Angela's lips. I did not raise her. How could I possibly have any feelings? Puzzled, Harley inquired, then why seek her out? Because she is the medium. As his daughter, only Rachel can summon him to Earth. Angela paused at this juncture, leaving Harley's curiosity piqued for further secrets. Yet Angela remained reticent, only revealing, if you assist me, you shall witness this miserable pair suffer greatly. Harley immediately pressed. How does one summon? Is there a ritual involved, perhaps a sacrifice? Her excitement was palpable, for such mysteries were enough to ignite her inquisitiveness. Understanding dawned upon her. If you allow me to meet Rachel, you shall find out. However, Angela, with a mischievous intent, deliberately stoked Harley's curiosity without divulging the essential details. With no recourse, Harley resolved to deepen their bond, and thus they began to converse on intimate matters. The long night stretched on, leaving them both restless. The following day, Harley, did you not sleep well? Leon and Poison Ivy regarded Harley Quinn with vibrant energy. Poison Ivy, her complexion flushed, appeared even more radiant. Recalling the previous night's events, Harley shot them a glare. They had enjoyed themselves. What of her? Angela, having observed this, felt a sense of relief. Their extensive conversation had revealed the palpable animosity within Harley. If such emotions could be portrayed, then surely an Oscar would be owed to Harley Quinn. Leon, feeling a twinge of guilt, embraced Harley Quinn. Let us return to Gotham. With a soft hum, Harley promptly led Angela, and the quartet made their way to the airport. The private jet of Wayne Enterprises awaited them. The luxury of wealth afforded them the freedom to act as they pleased, a delightful feeling indeed. Leon refrained from inquiring about Harley's affairs, instead allowing her to spend time with Angela. Meanwhile, he and Poison Ivy were inseparable. Poison Ivy had grown more reserved. Previously, she would flaunt her figure, clad only in leaves before others. Now, she donned a coat, concealing herself. This pleased Leon. He did not wish for his woman to be seen by others. He preferred to enjoy her in private. Throughout the journey, Harley Quinn attempted to probe Angela. Yet Angela's lips remained sealed regarding the summoning, which left Harley feeling anxious. They will not spare you. Once in Gotham, they will confine you to Arkham Asylum, and you shall never see Rachel again. Angela replied, You must find a way for me to meet Rachel. That is all I require. I am unable to do so. Harley Quinn would certainly not act in such a manner. After all, she is the biological mother of Rachel. It is inconceivable for her to allow Rachel to meet her. Among the three prodigies, only Rachel has her birth mother still alive. Is this appropriate? Not in the slightest. A family should certainly be unified. Upon hearing this, Angela felt a twinge of anxiety. She is not truly insane. Even if she were, it would be unjust to confine her within Arkham Asylum. Even true lunatics would deem Arkham excessively deranged. Share with me the method, and I shall find a way to summon her, Harley Quinn stated. However, Angela harbored doubts, hesitating. No. Harley, exasperated, declared that Angela would have to bear the consequences. Within mere hours, they returned to Gotham. How'd it go? Leon inquired, observing Harley Quinn, who shook her head in discontent. Although she had grasped Angela's intentions, it was not without its imperfections, which troubled Harley deeply. After all, she is a perfectionist. Thus, she resolved to employ more cunning means. Upon disembarking from the plane, she promptly took Angela directly to Arkham Asylum, while Leon and Poison Ivy returned home. The situation in Gotham had deteriorated significantly during their absence. However, this had little impact on the three prodigies, as they were no longer ordinary individuals. Among them, even Shiri had developed the ability to fend for herself. Despite her tender age, she had already acquired fundamental combat skills and awakened her magical talents. Having received magical instruction in Asgard and Kamar-Taj, Shiri was no longer an ordinary girl. Her reservoir of magical energy likely surpassed that of the sorcerers in the wizard realm. Upon seeing Leon, Shiri excitedly rushed towards him. Godfather, hold me. Leon naturally lifted her up, spinning her around twice. Once he set her down, Shiri immediately began to showcase her magical prowess. Godfather, look at what I just learned. In an instant, Shiri vanished from sight like a specter, reappearing several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. This was a manifestation of Shiri's innate talent, activated by her mastery of magic. If she were to abandon the study of magic for her entire life, she would never be able to unlock this potential. Besides this skill, Shiri had other spells at her disposal, and she was steadily mastering the magic she had learned from Asgard and Kamar-Taj. Once she had perfected her abilities, she would be ready to return and exact her vengeance, ruthlessly dispatching her foes. As for how many she intended to kill, that was beyond Leon's knowledge. Nevertheless, Shiri's thirst for retribution was considerable. Yet Leon would not dissuade her from seeking revenge. After all, her loved ones and everything she held dear had been obliterated. Having never endured such anguish himself, he felt he lacked the authority to advise Shiri to let go. Rachel appeared to be quite content, oblivious to the fact that her mother had arrived in Gotham, only to be promptly confined to Arkham Asylum. Recognized as mentally unstable by Dr. Harley Quinn, her situation seemed unequivocal. As for Kara, she had been diligently mentoring her younger brother. As the sole naturally conceived child from Krypton in recent years, Clark possessed boundless potential. This meant that he could pursue any profession he desired, unconfined by genetic limitations. Initially, he struggled against Kara, but as he honed his skills, she found herself at a loss. Chapter 147, Rachel's heritage in Gotham. Within Arkham Asylum, Angela twisted anxiously in her bindings, confined to a solitary room. From the moment she entered, fear enveloped her. Although she had encountered genuine mental illness before, the patients at Arkham were far more exaggerated than any she had previously witnessed. Hallucinations and individuals banging their heads against bars were mere trifles in this institution, which housed numerous supervillains. Just a glance at them sent shivers down her spine. Whether they were truly deranged was uncertain, yet they certainly possessed the capacity to drive others to madness. Consequently, as Angela lay restrained in that room, her fear escalated, her mind teetering on the edge of panic. Moreover, Harley Quinn had abandoned her in this disconcerting place. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Harley Quinn observed the surveillance monitors. Beside her stood Kate Kane, the only reason the staff at Arkham heeded her commands, despite her previous role as an employee there. One of Harley's greatest grievances against the Joker was that he had cost her this career as a psychologist, depriving her of the opportunity to encounter fascinating individuals. Kate Kane nodded towards the side, prompting a doctor clad in a white coat to step forward. "I need a reason, or Leon will not spare me," Kate expressed to Harley Quinn. Harley raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Why do you fear Leon so?" After a brief silence, Kate replied, "I simply require a rationale." Thus, Harley spoke. She could bring about the destruction of the world. Harley divulged Rachel's circumstances to Kate, which invoked thoughts of the charming girl, albeit one resembling a ticking time bomb. "Then let her never come into contact with Rachel," Kate stated gravely. "Of course, to protect our own," she added, "as long as she remains oblivious." Harley Quinn, however, was not so ruthless. Kate smirked slightly. Were it not for their shared origins, she might not have allowed Harley such latitude. Nevertheless, since aligning with Leon, Harley had exhibited a marked improvement in her demeanor. This serves to demonstrate that many of her previous actions were compelled by the jester. At her core, she is not malevolent. Harley Quinn remains oblivious to Kate Kane's internal efforts to exonerate her. She merely gazes at the screen. At this moment, the appointed physician has entered the room and restrained the agitated Angela. "What are you doing? What is this?" Angela desperately struggles, yet to no avail. The doctor nods and glances at the surveillance. The nurse behind him dutifully approaches to hold Angela down, rendering her immobile. He then begins to administer an injection to Angela. Unaware of the substance being injected, she is overtaken by fear. She has witnessed such events before. Many individuals once seemingly normal have succumbed to madness after relentless drug administration. No mental illness? Then let us manufacture one. How else would the hospital profit? Thus, the upper echelons of Arkham Asylum express gratitude towards Batman. Without him, Arkham would hardly be filled, let alone profitable. Since the dawn of the century, many prisons in America have become privatized. When anything is privatized, the primary goal becomes profit, and prisons are no exception. No, no. Angela writhes in desperation, but her resistance is futile as she is forcibly injected with an unknown substance. As the syringe pierces her skin, she feels a disorienting haze. It seems the drug takes effect even before it is fully administered. Humans possess an unsettling penchant for self-terror. Harley Quinn chuckles. This isn't even the real drug yet. Just a little scare. After some time, Angela feels her heartbeat quickening. Sensing the moment has arrived, Harley Quinn declares, "It's my turn." Bang! The iron door to Angela's room swings open as Harley Quinn bursts in. "Angela, I try my best. They intend to transform you into a genuine lunatic." Upon hearing Harley's words, Angela stares at her in confusion. "What is wrong? Speak." In this moment, Angela realizes that Harley is merely curious for more information. She also discerns that Harley does not truly seek the method of summoning. She simply desires to hear the tale unfold. This is the essence of true madness. She should be confined within Arkham Asylum. "Harley, do you wish to know my story?" Angela finally speaks. As anticipated, a flicker of interest dances across Harley Quinn's face, revealing her intrigue. Some individuals are obsessively driven to uncover the truth, not in the name of justice, but for their own reasons. Of course, if you wish to share, Harley Quinn responds with a poised demeanor. Kate Kane, watching from behind the surveillance, gestures for others to leave. Angela appears to have come to a realization, yet she also fears the possibility of truly forgetting. Thus, she begins to speak slowly. "My name is not actually Angela. It is Arella." Upon hearing her words, Harley Quinn could not resist interjecting. "If you wish to conceal your identity, there must be a reason." It would not be her if she did not speak up. Indeed, Angela did not seem troubled, nodding as she continued. I was once an ordinary person, but in my youthful ignorance, I joined an evil cult. It made me a saintess, and we performed many ancient rituals, though most proved ineffective. Harley Quinn nearly spoke again, yet the voice of Kate in her earpiece urged her not to interrupt. Thus, Angela was allowed to continue, until one fateful occasion, when an ancient summoning ritual succeeded. Fear was evident upon Angela's face. We performed the summoning, and from a swirling mist emerged an extraordinarily handsome man. He beguiled me, revealing his true form only in that moment. He was a demon, grotesque, malevolent, and intent on destruction. Angela became lost in painful memories. At that moment, I regretted my choices, but I could not escape him. He forcibly possessed me. Wait a moment. Harley Quinn finally could not restrain herself. Are you saying that you directly engaged with a being that emerged from smoke? This prompted an embarrassed nod from Angela. Harley Quinn was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind overwhelmed with amusement. Curiosity then compelled her to ask, could he truly? Angela's face flushed crimson. Is that truly the crux of the matter? For heaven's sake. In the background, Kate Kane could no longer contain herself, angrily chastising Harley Quinn for interrupting Angela. Harley Quinn stuck out her tongue. My apologies, please continue. Angela paid little mind to the interruption. At this point, what was there left to be concerned about? Chapter 148. Could this be a superhero configuration? After that, Rachel was born. Angela resumed her narrative. Harley Quinn was genuinely astonished that it had all transpired in one instance. Unable to help herself, she inquired, why would he treat you in such a manner? Angela chuckled softly. Because he is the destroyer of worlds, a dimensional demon, intent on ceaselessly annihilating existence. So, Harley Quinn still struggled to comprehend. I later learned that he could not directly arrive on Earth. He relied on his bloodline, his progeny, as a conduit to open a portal for his descent upon the planet. This is the very reason for Rachel's existence, Angela declared. Yet upon discovering his true nature, I regretted my choices. How could I have born a devil? I attempted to take my own life, but failed. Harley Quinn remained indifferent, uncertain whether to believe her. In her view, the most foolish individuals in this world were those who could not even succeed in ending their own lives. Thus, after giving birth to Rachel, I departed from that cult. Angela continued. I fled with Rachel to another dimension known as Azarath. However, he cannot come to Earth, yet he can travel to Azarath. To safeguard Azarath, I had to seal Rachel's memories, and then we returned to Earth. Upon hearing her recount this tale, Harley Quinn burst into laughter. You present yourself so well, yet why confess to me your intentions to annihilate the world? Angela, with a serene demeanor, replied, if I did not articulate it thus, how could I entice a lunatic such as yourself? Harley Quinn laughed heartily. Indeed, you understand madness even better than I do. So, how does one summon Satan? At this, Angela smirked coldly. He is not Satan. He is the triumvirate. Beneath the ocean on Earth lies a sanctum. As long as we locate it, Rachel can unlock it alone. Harley Quinn gazed intently at her, realizing she was not deceiving her. There truly existed a sanctum. Very well, do not divulge this to others, Harley Quinn declared. I will do my utmost to assist you. With that, she exited the room. In the monitoring chamber, Kate Kane deleted all backups, leaving no trace. This knowledge must remain confined to a select few. Soon, the two women reconvened outside Arkham Asylum. Kate Kane mounted her motorcycle and inquired, do you believe what she said? Do you think a cultist, after a dalliance with a so-called demon, would experience a change of heart? Harley Quinn retorted. Whether Angela sought to save the world or destroy, it was inconsequential. What mattered was her transformation into a true madwoman. Harley Quinn wore a cold expression. Whatever her intentions, they must not interfere with her plans. Hearing this, Kate Kane donned her helmet, and the two parted ways. At the very least, this secret should be known to only a few, so it would be prudent to ensure Angela remained silent. Upon returning to the manor, the three acolytes were present, enjoying their day off. How'd it go? Leon asked Harley Quinn. She gave him a look, indicating they should converse privately. Very well. Leon instructed the three acolytes to entertain themselves while he followed Harley Quinn upstairs, with Poison Ivy trailing behind. This sparked curiosity among Kara and the others. Sensing there was something amiss, they seemed different after their outing. What happened? Shiri chimed in. Rachel remained silent, her expression somewhat dazed. as she felt certain buried memories gradually resurfacing with her mastery of magic. "What's going on?" Leon questioned Harley Quinn, with excitement radiating from her. Harley Quinn revealed the truths she had gleaned from Angela. Of course, this was merely Angela's perspective. "What are you so exuberant about?" Leon asked Harley. "I find myself pondering the idea of summoning that triad and giving him a thorough beating." Harley Quinn fervently exclaimed, "That wretched scoundrel dares to take our daughter, and then, shall we let him obliterate the world?" Leon inquired. He was already familiar with the triad. However, one cannot place complete trust in comics. After all, this tale either resets or reboots, and Leon was unable to find a corresponding timeline. Thus, knowing about the triad was hardly surprising. The real challenge lay in how to confront him. He was, after all, a dimensional demon, incessantly annihilating other dimensions. In the Marvel Universe, he would be at least on par with Dormammu. While Dormammu was ultimately negotiated with by Doctor Strange, it was merely a result of the insidious time loop. The two were not of the same caliber. Doctor Strange initiated the time loop, as he himself had not transcended time and remained unaware of how many times he had perished. Yet, Dormammu had surpassed time, fully cognizant of his actions within the loop. Having slain Doctor Strange countless times, and he was weary of it, the triad belonged to this echelon of dimensional demons. I haven't quite figured it out yet," Harley Quinn admitted sheepishly. "Moreover, a demon of such magnitude could extinguish you with the mere tip of a toe." Leon felt compelled to emphasize the seriousness of the matter, ensuring Harley understood the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, although impulsive, Harley was not foolish. She raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, "Well then, let's move on. What we must do now is locate that sanctuary and see if it can be destroyed." "And what of Angela?" Leon pondered aloud. "Give it a little more time, and Rachel will be able to meet her," Harley Quinn replied. "Are you certain there won't be any issues?" "Rest assured, you know the methods employed by Arkham Asylum," Harley Quinn assured him. Leon felt somewhat relieved as the three descended the stairs. "Rachel," Leon smiled as he approached, sitting between the three daughters. He reached over and snatched some chips from Ciri's hands, then looked at the bewildered Rachel and said, "We have found your mother." "What?" Rachel gasped in astonishment. She had intended to search for her herself. Kara and Ciri also felt a mix of surprise and other emotions. After all, who could blame them? Their true families had all been lost. Kara's parents perished the moment Krypton was destroyed. Ciri's situation was even more tragic. Her biological parents had both met their demise when she was still very young. She had been raised by her grandmother, the Lioness of Sintra, who had also passed away. Thus, apart from a father who desired to marry her, Ciri was devoid of family. And this last relative was someone Ciri wished to slay with her own hands. Hearing that Rachel still had a mother filled them with envy. Could this truly be the Lotta's superhero? "Godfather, where is she? May I see her?" Rachel exclaimed, her excitement causing her to grasp Leon's arm fervently. Chapter 149. The Star and the Harlequin. Leon savored a crisp potato chip, only to have it snatched away by Ciri. He gently patted Rachel's head and spoke, "Of course, but her condition is rather dire at the moment. We must wait a few days. You see, she was previously captured by a rather nefarious group and confined to a mental institution." Upon hearing this, Rachel's anxiety was palpable, yet she harbored no doubts about Leon. After all, the affection the Godfather showed her was evident to all. "Thank you, Godfather," she replied, to which Leon felt no remorse. Although he was deceiving Rachel, it was for her own benefit. If suffering were to be endured, let it be he who bears the burden. "Rachel, your memories are sealed, and I shall seek assistance to unlock them." Leon's magic resonated within Rachel, yet yielded no discoveries. However, Angela's assertion suggested that the so-called Azarath possessed formidable magic. This could elucidate why Rachel had an affinity for magic since childhood, not as an innate talent, but rather as knowledge acquired in her early years, enabling her to wield both magic and dark energy. "Godfather, I feel it too," Rachel confessed. "I've been experiencing dizziness lately, accompanied by fragmented memories." "Fear not. We shall visit Kamar Taj," Leon declared. Not being a professor, he would not impose memory blocks upon her. After all, they were family, and Rachel's plight was their collective concern. "We should also go. Let's seek out Gwen for some fun." The other two daughters chimed in, inspiring Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy to join the expedition. Thus, the entire family set forth for Kamar Taj, hopeful that the Supreme Sorcerer would be amenable to their presence. At Kamar Taj, the sorcerers were already acquainted with Leon and his companions. Therefore, upon their arrival, there was no astonishment, only cordial greetings. Supreme Sorcerer, they called as they made their way to find the esteemed figure. There, they discovered Ancient One leisurely sipping tea, having prepared numerous cups, clearly anticipating their visit. Harley Quinn observed with curiosity as they respectfully addressed the Supreme Sorcerer. This bald figure is the Supreme Sorcerer? Sounds rather formidable. Though Ancient One was not particularly perturbed by the attention to her baldness, she did sense a slight lack of respect. Clearing her throat, she invited them to sit. As they settled down and enjoyed their tea, Ancient One inquired, "You all appear quite anxious. Have you encountered some troubles?" Rachel's memories have been sealed. Can the Supreme Sorcerer unlock them? Leon interjected. Upon hearing this, Ancient One raised an eyebrow in surprise and beckoned Rachel closer. After a brief examination, she confirmed the presence of a seal. "This is a type of magic I have not encountered before. It is quite intricate," she praised before smiling. "I can certainly unravel it." She elevated her own standards. Leon naturally expressed his delight, saying, "Then I must trouble the Supreme Mage." "Is no trouble at all," replied Master Gu-E, shaking his head before gesturing for Rachel to approach. Placing her hand upon Rachel's forehead, a tremor coursed through Rachel's body as a cascade of long-buried memories surfaced, bringing forth recollections from her early childhood. She had once resided on a beautiful planet, known as Azeroth, where she had also studied its magic. However, one fateful day, the triumvirate emerged, an enormous entity, entirely crimson, with 4 terrifying scarlet eyes. Rachel gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. Azeroth had ceased to exist. The moment the triumvirate appeared, it was utterly annihilated. That once beautiful planet had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. A lifeless husk. This is not a seal, but a safeguard. No. Kara and Shiri immediately rushed to comfort her, and the 3 young women embraced, weeping together. Perhaps Kara and Shiri did not fully comprehend why they cried, but seeing Rachel in tears was enough to evoke their own sorrow. After a prolonged period of weeping, Rachel finally steadied herself, her eyes burning with hatred as she declared, "I must slay the triumvirate." Her gaze was fixed upon Master Gu-E, who remained remarkably composed. "The dimensional deities are not easily vanquished," Master Gu-E stated calmly. "If they were so simple to kill, the supreme mages throughout history would not have merely protected the earth. They would have brought about chaos and devastation. Alas, the dimensional deities are exceedingly formidable and nearly impossible to eliminate. In their own dimensions, they are virtually invincible. Take Dormammu, for instance. If one were to confront him in the dark dimension, he would face no equal. Thus, the supreme mages are at an impasse. What then shall we do?" Rachel inquired. Her expression clouded with confusion. Rather than slay the dimensional deities, it would be far more merciless to seal them away. Master Gu-E smiled. "The dimensional deities are nearly immortal, possessing an extensive lifespan. Therefore, sealing them away is the solution. Even they cannot endure the loneliness of isolation, especially for an indeterminate duration. Has not the goddess of death, Hela, grown increasingly mad?" "I understand now." Rachel nodded in response to Gu-Ye's words. The Supreme Mage continued to encourage her. "If you wish to seal the dimensional deities, you must become more powerful. I will strive to cultivate my strength." Rachel clenched her fists. At the moment the seal is broken, she would wield a greater power, the magic of Azeroth. Furthermore, she bore another facet. She was only half human, the other half possessing the bloodline of the triumvirate. Yet, she refrained from revealing this, fearing it would frighten her sisters. Rachel harbored a deep resentment towards her lineage. Why is she the daughter of the demon god? She harbors little affection for her mother. She has come to understand why she was abandoned. Her mother regrets having consorted with the demon god and perceives her as a cursed, impure offspring. Yet, much like Angela's failed suicide attempt, she lacks the courage to take Rachel's life. Moreover, Angela regrets giving birth to Rachel, not for falling in love with Mikado. Indeed, Rachel believes her biological mother loves Mikado. Perhaps it is due to Mikado's extraordinary beauty or his ability to penetrate the depths of the heart. They did not linger long in Kamatakich. After enjoying a cup of tea, they prepared to seek out Gwen for a brief conversation before returning. Rachel's presence dampened any desire for revelry. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy were, however, intrigued by the differences this world held. Upon arriving in New York, they found themselves surrounded, primarily for the purpose of photographs. Their distinctive appearances made them instantly recognizable as the Joker's accomplice and the seductive villainess. Consequently, the enthusiastic New Yorkers clamored to take selfies with them. Initially, Harley Quinn relished the attention, boldly declaring herself a superstar, asserting that no Hollywood diva could rival her. Yet, her enjoyment swiftly waned as the crowd grew overwhelming, rendering it impossible to capture a moment. In a fit of frustration, Harley Quinn exclaimed, "Get away from me, you rotten radish." Damn it! Surprisingly, the crowd did not react with anger. Instead, they grew even more exhilarated. "This is just like the real Harley Quinn." One fan screamed. "What do you mean, like the real? I'm the real deal." Harley Quinn shouted back. "Yes, yes, you are. Can we take a picture?" "Absolutely not," she retorted, infuriated. She found herself unable to prove her authenticity. Unlike Kara, who could soar through the skies, Harley Quinn lacked such capabilities. Thus, when Kara donned her Supergirl attire and took flight, everyone accepted her as the genuine superheroine. The Joker's accomplice, on the other hand, faced skepticism. Ultimately, it was Poison Ivy who salvaged the situation. Although her fans were not as fervent, she noticed someone attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Enraged, she commanded the plants to ensnare the fool on the spot. In that moment, the crowd realized that this was indeed a reality, not a mere illusion. Yet, just as the frenzy escalated, S.H.I.L.D. arrived. A cadre of agents swiftly dispersed the throng, and someone descended from above. "We are from S.H.I.L.D. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly relocate for your discussions." Since Gwen's return, they had rebranded as S.H.I.E.L.D. for easier recollection. The seemingly earnest Coulson remarked, "We have already contacted Gwen." His gaze was fixed upon the sole male figure, the authoritative Leong. It was evident to everyone that Leong was the focal point. He turned his attention to his prot G, and they exchanged thoughts. They would merely meet Gwen and then depart. They were not fond of the weighty atmosphere surrounding them, despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s apparent reverence for them. They were well aware of the true nature of this organization. In the comics they had perused, S.H.I.L.D. was depicted as a sieve through which Hydra operatives infiltrated. In some narratives, the organization was even compromised by Skrulls. It was no wonder they harbored no affection for such an entity. Coulson was oblivious to these revelations. In fact, it had only become clear to them that S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored issues following Gwen's return. However, they could only act discreetly, for the implications were too daunting. A mere inquiry by Nick Fury unveiled that it was not Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.L.D., but rather S.H.I.L.D. Agent had burrowed into Hydra and risen to the position of director, a pure form of reverse infiltration. This indicated the formidable nature of Nick Fury amidst a Hydra-infested organization. He not only ascended to leadership, but also mentored several loyal acolytes. Hence, even with the knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s troubles, Nick Fury was compelled to proceed with caution. It was akin to a concealed bomb. Once detonated, everything would be irrevocably lost. "We merely wish to meet Gwen, with no ulterior motives." "Understood," Coulson affirmed, his expression grave. He glanced back at the agents behind him, uncertain of how many bore unusual expressions. Not only did they seek the assistance of a Supergirl, but Hydra was also eager for her aid, for the strength of a Kryptonian was universally acknowledged. Whoever could gain her support could wield dominion over the world. Particularly in the Marvel Universe, where they lacked kryptonite, Kara was invincible. Thus, Leong and his companions entered the vehicle, with Coulson seated in the front passenger seat, contemplating in silence. No one knew whether the driver could be trusted. It was exceedingly challenging. Consequently, Coulson was brimming with thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words, akin to a teapot struggling to pour out dumplings. At S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Kara inquired softly, "How many Hydra agents do you think there are?" "At least half," shouted Shiri and Rachel in unison. Coulson in front couldn't help but smirk. Was this truly common knowledge? They had long received answers from Gwen. Another realm possessed comics detailing their world's events. That was why, upon her initial arrival at S.H.I.L.D., she had been so guarded, confiding only in Nick Fury. Had it been the more carefree Peter Parker, the entire world would likely be aware by now. "Please wait in the reception area," he instructed. Upon arriving at a more prestigious lounge via the elevator, Coulson spoke first. "We shall not meet anyone," Leon responded. "Very well, we will assign one person to attend to your needs. You may communicate with her regarding any matters." Coulson nodded, indicating the difficulty of making contact. It was evident that Leon and his companions displayed little interest in the affairs of this world. Yet, this indifference was perhaps a virtue. After all, they possessed the Supergirl. If Supergirl were to intervene, who could stand against her? This attitude conveyed by Leon and his companions suggested that they were not inclined to conquer the world. Their intentions were straightforward. They were here for leisure, merely to reunite with an old friend. Let us not complicate matters. Coulson soon exited, and in his stead, a female agent entered. "Greetings, I am Natasha Romanoff. Feel free to call upon me for any assistance." The strikingly attractive Natasha captivated their attention immediately. Leon admired her, while the other female companions expressed a sense of envy. Humanity often harbors a certain fascination with beauty. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy regarded Natasha with trepidation, with only Leon present. What was the purpose of sending such a stunning woman? The intent was all too clear. Consequently, both women gravitated toward Leon's side. All right, they nodded in agreement. Although the female companions recognized Black Widow, they displayed little emotional response. They had grown accustomed to such encounters. Moreover, their favorite character was Spider-Man, which left them unfazed by Natasha's presence. Natasha smiled. "Gwen is currently occupied. You may take a look." She turned on the television, just in time to witness Gwen engaged in a fierce battle with Rhino. The beast rampaged through the streets, and Gwen struggled to manage the situation. Observing this, Kara inquired, "Shall I lend my assistance?" Confronting Rhino was akin to dealing with a child for her. Furthermore, driven by her inherent sense of justice, she felt unrestrained in this world, ready to showcase her powers at any moment. Natasha reported upward and nodded. "That would be acceptable. We wish to prevent significant damage caused by Rhino." For SHIELD, this presented an opportunity to gauge the might of Supergirl. Was her strength truly as formidable as depicted in the comics? If such power existed, resistance would be futile. No sooner had Natasha finished speaking than Kara vanished from the room. Whoosh! Like a sonic boom, Kara left no trace behind, soaring skyward. This left Natasha Romanoff in a state of admiration. She then began conversing with Leon and his companions. "Mr. Leon," she initiated, only to be interrupted by Harley Quinn's blunt inquiry. "What are you up to? Trying to seduce my man?" Chapter 151. A world in ruins. Harley Quinn's candor was something Leon and his companions had grown accustomed to, though Natasha felt a twinge of discomfort. Merely managing a slight smirk. Though she harbored such thoughts in her heart, she would certainly refrain from voicing them. For agents, employing their own bodies is a commonplace affair. After all, such is the essence of their weaponry. "No, we merely wish to comprehend the situation," Natasha articulated. "Humph, there's nothing to comprehend. You had better pray that Batman does not decide to come over, or you shall find yourselves in quite the predicament," Harley Quinn observed with keen clarity. Should that paranoid fellow, Batman, perceive a threat from another realm, he would most likely take the initiative to confront it. Thus, Harley Quinn was in essence safeguarding them. Natasha found herself at a loss, unable to reach Leon. She had perused the comics previously and gleaned some understanding. Were not Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy villains? How could they possibly associate with superheroes? She cast a glance at Leon, who could only return a helpless gaze. Harley Quinn was indeed a woman of considerable jealousy. However, she exhibited remarkable leniency towards her close friend. Suddenly, the television erupted with the astonished exclamations of a live reporter. "Someone is flying over here. Oh, it's Supergirl. My goodness, it truly is Supergirl." Since her last disappearance, this marked her first reappearance. The camera frantically endeavored to keep pace with Supergirl. Yet it was evident that this was their inaugural attempt at such a feat, lacking experience. Just as the lens shifted, Kara vanished from sight. Ultimately, she deliberately paused in the sky for a moment, allowing them to capture her image. Kara discovered she relished this sensation, the exhilaration of being revered by the masses. This was precisely why she embraced the mantle of Supergirl. Below, the Rhino charged towards Gwen. Having just endured a jolt, Gwen found herself momentarily immobilized. As the Rhino bore down upon her, she could only raise her hand in defense. A colossal crash reverberated through the air. Gwen felt not the slightest tremor. When she lifted her gaze, she beheld a figure standing before her, their cape billowing in the wake of the impact. The crimson cloak was unmistakable. Kara, have you changed your costume? Gwen inquired immediately. Indeed, Kara's attire had undergone a transformation. The previous ensemble was handcrafted, whereas this new suit was forged by Kryptonian technology. Your points of focus are rather peculiar, Kara replied, glancing back. With one hand pressed firmly upon the rhino's head, she rendered him akin to a treadmill, pathetically flailing in place, yet to no avail. This scene was captured on film, further affirming her identity as Supergirl. The rhino had once undergone perilous chemical experimentation, resulting in a robust polymer layer affixed to his skin. Consequently, this armor rendered him impervious to blades and bullets, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Furthermore, his strength was formidable. That very head but had once collapsed an entire building in an instant. Thus, whether it be Spider-Man or his admirers, there exists a unanimous consensus. The rhino is not to be confronted with brute force, but rather outwitted. However, the present circumstances are entirely different. Kara effortlessly subdued the rhino, rendering his supposed tons of strength utterly insignificant in her presence. After conversing with Gwen, she turned and inquired, "Are you tired?" "Huh?" The rhino's mind was somewhat befuddled. Then, in a whirlwind of motion, he found himself lifted by Kara and repeatedly slammed to the ground. "Do not let me catch you causing trouble again, or I shall cast you into the sun," Kara declared with fierce intensity. "I am keen to see if your armor can withstand solar temperatures. Oh, that reminds me. I should conduct an experiment." At this, Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze swiftly transformed to a crimson hue, and her heat vision shot directly towards the rhino. "Ah!" he screamed, as his once proud armor melted away. This indicated that Kara's heat vision had exceeded a temperature of 1,000 degrees. Consequently, the rhino quickly ceased to pose any threat. Before long, police officers arrived, led by George Stacy. "Sheriff Stacy, I leave this to you," Kara stated. Ahem. Gwen gestured for her to refrain from further comments. Realizing, Kara understood that George was still oblivious to the fact that his daughter was, in fact, Ghost Spider. After all, not all father-daughter relationships are akin to hers with her godfather. The more Kara interacted, the more she appreciated the greatness of her mentor. Soon, reporters arrived, clamoring for attention. "Supergirl, may we interview you? Are you truly a Kryptonian? How did you come to this world? Have you always existed, quietly observing humanity? Will you conquer the world? Do you advocate for peace? Do you enjoy eating pickles? You are one of us South Koreans, aren't you?" The reporters glared at a South Korean who had intruded into their midst. "Are you trying to steal the spotlight from a Kryptonian? We must depart swiftly," Gwen advised. "Very well," Kara replied, scooping her up and soaring into the sky. The reporters could only lament as they snapped photographs of her ascent. Alas, they were left with nothing but a singular image, the narrative entirely fabricated. Curse that intruder. "Gwen, your gear has been upgraded." "Yes, it was crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D. I enlisted Iron Man's assistance to create an advanced suit of armor for you. It is undoubtedly more formidable than your current one." The four young women, upon meeting, began chattering animatedly. Natasha Romanoff felt assured that Leon and his companions harbored no ill intentions. It was merely a bond of friendship among several girls. She felt a touch of envy, having never experienced such camaraderie. After some time of discussion, the girls established a secure meeting place, for it would be rather inconvenient to be ambushed every time they appeared. Now Rachel and her companions have embarked on their own magical journey, mastering the art of teleportation with remarkable finesse. Thus it poses no issue. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Natasha hurried out to investigate. "Brock Rumlow, what brings you here?" she inquired, her brow furrowing as she observed the throng behind him. "Alexander Pierce wishes to meet the guests," Brock responded, seemingly intent on barging in. "Has Hydra abandoned all pretense?" Natasha retorted, engaging in a heated exchange. "Alexander is not the director. I can only permit you entry with a directive from the director." The atmosphere grew tense among Hydra's ranks. Just then, Gwen stepped forward. "They have already departed." Clearly, Leon and his companions harbored no interest in Hydra, not even wishing to meet them. After all, to Leon, both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. were akin to two sides of the same coin, neither being virtuous. One cannot assume that among two wretched entities, one is commendable simply because the world is rife with decay. Given Nick Fury's penchant for creating chaos, the world would certainly be safer in his absence. Chapter 152. The Elder of Amazon has arrived in Gotham. Leon and his companions return to the manor. The purpose of their visit was to unravel Rachel's memories. Now, it seems that the objective has been achieved, albeit not in a delightful manner. Rachel was visibly less vivacious than before, becoming somewhat taciturn. Though she had always been shy and reserved, she now appeared rather withdrawn. Therefore, the professor's approach held some merit. It was evident that a child could not bear such a heavy burden. However, Leon believed that just because they could not endure it, one should not compel them to forget. Avoidance is not the solution. He exchanged glances with Kara and Siri, signaling them to engage Rachel in play. Fortunately, Rachel had two companions, which quickly lightened her mood. Time flew by. A week passed. Gotham appeared remarkably tranquil during this period, so much so that it felt unsettling, as if a storm were brewing. The lurking crisis could manifest at any moment, a sentiment keenly felt by Leon and his companions. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy had grown increasingly occupied. Yet, for Rachel, today held promise. She was to meet her birth mother, although she had regained all her memories. This was still her mother, who had once shared her life with her as a child. However, no one knew how the Triad came to Azarath and wrought its destruction. The family sat in the car, with Leon at the wheel. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy led the way ahead. Seated beside Leon was Kate Kane. Rachel felt a sense of peculiarity. Why such a grand occasion for merely visiting one's biological mother? Soon, the vehicle arrived at Arkham Asylum. At that moment, the Arkham City plan had been approved, but was still under construction, leaving the patients confined within the asylum. Upon disembarking, several adults affectionately ruffled Rachel's hair, reassuring her not to think too much. Rachel was already aware that her mother had succumbed to madness. Thus, she merely nodded and followed the group into a room where she beheld her mother. Angela sat there, her expression vacant as she gazed ahead. Harley Quinn sighed, lamenting. Those people have gone too far, tormenting her for a decade, injecting her with untold amounts of medication. No one could withstand such cruelty. Rachel pressed her lips together, but realized she felt little sorrow. Mother, she ventured closer, but Angela remained utterly unresponsive. This realization fulfilled Rachel's desire, yet left her somewhat disheartened. We tried to help her. I'm sorry, Harley Quinn consoled her, without a hint of remorse. No one could fathom Angela's sinister motives. She sought to nip Angela's schemes in the bud. Embracing Rachel, she observed Angela and playfully made a face. Those in the know accepted Harley's actions. They were no saints, unwilling to wager on Angela's benevolence. If they bet wrong, the world could be in peril. They departed swiftly, and Rachel felt no attachment, for the emotional ties had long since frayed. It was only after their exit that Angela's hand stirred, and a shadowy figure appeared in her room. The dark silhouette bore 4 crimson eyes before it slipped into Angela's body. Later that evening, at the Iceberg Lounge, Leon made it a point to visit every night while in Gotham, for this was his enterprise, and naturally, he had to care for it. Besides, he had little else to occupy his time, and he found himself feeling rather bored. He pondered the emergence of such sentiments. Was life merely a burden? These philosophical musings eluded Leon. After a brief contemplation, he decided it would be better to indulge in music and dance, to sip some wine, and to watch the dancers. Was that not more delightful? As he savored the scene, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Harley Quinn calling. Dear Harley, what is the matter? Leon inquired cheerfully, as the sight of beautiful women always lifted his spirits. After all, who could argue that the secret to longevity was to admire beauty? However, Harley Quinn's mood was the polar opposite. There's been an incident, she exclaimed. What happened? Leon asked, his demeanor instantly turning serious. Harley Quinn exclaimed, Darling, the envoy from Paradise Island is about to arrive. Don't you think that's a significant event? Her tone lightened, and Leon recognized he had been playfully deceived. Such was Harley's nature, capricious and unpredictable. Yet Leon had grown accustomed to her antics. Instead of chiding her, he replied with a grin, That's splendid. Shall we send someone to greet them? Of course. Harley responded with a smile. I heard it's an elder from the Amazons, someone of considerable stature. We ought to treat this matter with due seriousness. Leon remarked, The Amazons are also keen on profit. After all, no one ever turns down an abundance of wealth. Should I go? No need, Harley replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I fear they might devour you. The thought of the Amazons filled her with unease. Although she was not averse to sharing, she certainly did not wish to share with such a multitude. Were it not for Leon's prowess, he would have been reduced to a mere plaything on Paradise Island. A stealth aircraft descended upon Gotham's Archibald Goodwin Airport. It was evening, and the airport was nearly deserted. Harley and the birds of prey gathered to welcome the Amazonian elder. Soon, the aircraft's door swung open, and Harley's face brightened with a smile. She envisioned the potential of deepening cooperation, transforming Paradise Island into a lucrative tourist destination. How much wealth could that generate? As figures emerged from the aircraft, it was evident that the Amazons had seamlessly integrated into human society, adorned not in their traditional garb, but as fashionable ladies. Among them stood an older woman, whose appearance suggested she was at least in her 50s or 60s. This must be the elder, Harley thought, promptly advancing to greet her. At that moment, the huntress suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" A dull thud echoed through the air as a sniper's bullet pierced the elder's heart. "There's a sniper," Helena cried out, yanking Harley to safety. Poison ivy swiftly commanded her plants to grow, creating a large umbrella that shielded them. The Amazons reacted with remarkable swiftness, encircling the elder before dragging her back into the aircraft. "Damn it," Harley seethed, her fury igniting. "Which wretched scoundrel did this? If I catch him, I shall flay him alive, skin him, and chop him into pieces to feed to the dogs." To Harley, this was an affront to her financial prospects. The outrage was palpable among everyone present. Chapter 153. Donna Troy. The entire airport was soon enveloped in chaos. Despite the Amazons' robust physiques, a sniper's bullet had caused catastrophic injury, leaving survival in grave doubt. This fueled the collective fury of all present, who began their frantic search for the perpetrator. It is evident that the perpetrator had meticulously prepared, fleeing immediately after discharging the firearm. The Raptor squad responded swiftly, with individuals hastening in pursuit of the direction from whence the shot had come. Although the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, it could not entirely muffle the sound produced by such a weapon. The Black Canary arrived on the scene, catching sight of a retreating figure. "He has escaped," she declared coldly. "Who was it? Did you see him?" Harley Quinn inquired vehemently. "It was Clock King," Black Canary replied. This prompted a disdainful huff from Harley Quinn. Damn him. In former times, she might have regarded Clock King with a modicum of trepidation. However, considering the formidable strength of her allies, Harley Quinn felt emboldened to act with impunity. Upon confirming the assailant's escape, Harley Quinn and her companions hastened to board their aircraft. "What of the elder?" The Amazon warrior glared at them. "Had we not come to Gotham, we would not be embroiled in this predicament." From the shadows, a striking woman emerged, asserting that the matter did not concern them, for their enemy was not these women. This woman, with her lustrous black hair and resolute demeanor, appeared distinct from ordinary Amazons. "I am Donna Troy. We must report this incident to the Queen." Harley Quinn felt a pang of alarm. Even an Amazon might not withstand such a shot. Their heart could very well be lost. Gritting her teeth, she stated, "Inform the Queen that I will find the perpetrator." "We already know who it is," Donna interjected. "We will handle this ourselves." This elicited a forced smile from Harley Quinn. "Dear, this situation has escalated." Harley Quinn made another call, leaving Leon uncertain if her intentions were deliberate. It felt akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Yet Leon maintained a mindset of cautious belief. What transpired? The Amazon elder had been attacked, struck in the heart by a sniper's bullet. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth. Leon felt darkness descend before his eyes. What? How can anyone be aware of the Amazon's arrival and harbor a grudge? I do not know, but it was Clock King. He must have been hired. Harley Quinn spat vehemently. Clock King was merely a mercenary, driven solely by monetary gain. Thus, the true instigator behind the attempt on the Amazon elder's life remained at large. Leon had never found the denizens of Gotham so repugnant. "Find him," he commanded tersely. "I have already dispatched individuals." "He cannot escape Gotham if he remains here," Leon asserted. "I merely wish to ascertain his true identity," Harley Quinn declared with lethal intent. Although the code of not harming family typically prevailed, such rules held no sway for assassins. Moreover, Harley Quinn had never been one to adhere to regulations. If she disregarded her own, what hope was there that she would honor those of others? In comparison to the enchanting fairy, even she perceives herself as the more ethereal being. Leon, without hesitation, recognized the gravity of the situation, acknowledging the potential ramifications it could have on his relationship with Paradise Island. He stated plainly, "His name is Slade Wilson. That is all I recall." This recollection was prompted by a fleeting glance earlier, or else it would have evaded his memory entirely. That will suffice, Harley Quinn remarked with a dismissive hum. After concluding the call, Leon chose not to linger at the Iceberg Club. "Frank, I leave this to you," he said, picking up the phone and dialing as he made his way outside. Given the unfolding events, it was imperative that he inform Wonder Woman, Diana, without delay. "Diana, what is it?" came her voice from the other end, where it was still daylight, and she had yet to rest. After a moment's silence, Leon replied, "An incident has occurred in Gotham. Your people have come under attack." At this revelation, Diana's breath hitched slightly. "Is there trouble? We owe Paradise Island an explanation," she inquired. Leon responded directly, "With the situation in Gotham, it is their responsibility to address it. It would be redundant to summon Wonder Woman for assistance. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know," Diana offered. "By the way, my sister accompanied them. Allow her to join you." "Very well. Who is your sister?" Leon asked. "Donna Troy," she replied. After hanging up, Leon made his way home, aware that he must tread cautiously amidst the potential machinations at play, particularly concerning his family. Although his 3 wards possessed considerable abilities, they lacked the requisite vigilance and had much to learn. At the Arch Goodwin Airport, the scene had been secured, but tragically, the Amazonian elder was beyond rescue. The force of the recent attack was such that even as Guardians would have succumbed, it was unlikely that the Amazons could withstand it either. This incited fury among all present. Donna Troy had already notified Paradise Island. Although Queen Hippolyta was furious, she did not call them back. Instead, she instructed them to identify the assailants and continue their collaborative efforts. Soon, reinforcements from Paradise Island would arrive, and this time, Queen Hippolyta would not send mere elders. Once the call concluded, Donna Troy donned her battle attire. Standing an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, her Amazonian physique weighed in at 200 pounds. Without superhuman attributes, it would be a challenge for anyone to subdue an Amazon. Yet, she did not appear corpulent. Rather, she exuded strength, her muscular lines evident. Especially once she adorned her gear. She wore the Troya uniform, a divine gift from the Titans, which included the Kronos amulet, the magical nets of Oceanus and Thetis, the golden armor of Hebe and Asia, Themis's earrings of justice, the bracelets of Phobos, and the starry uniform of Chris and Amosine. Moreover, she possessed a matching silver lasso at her waist. This was the persuasive lasso, paired with the veritable lasso of truth. Its effects were similarly potent. Anyone whose willpower paled in comparison to Donna's would find themselves under her control. Thus, when Donna Troy reappeared before Harley Quinn and the others, they were instantly dazzled. Were the warriors of Paradise Island so affluent? According to the 3 teaching daughters, even the deities of Asgard were not so wealthy. Particularly that simpleton known as Thor, who merely wielded a hammer to which he was excessively devoted. Should he stand before Donna, Thor might well feel like a false god. The disparity in divine artifacts was stark. The pretender god's offspring carried a mere hammer, while the true god's offspring donned an entire ensemble of divine attire. And this was just Donna Troy. The equipment worn by Wonder Woman, Diana, was even more formidable, effortlessly overshadowing hers. Chapter 154. A family must be neatly assembled. Harley Quinn. "Why didn't I see you on Paradise Island before?" she greeted. "I've been in the human world," Donna replied, her expression somewhat stern. Anyone witnessing their elder being targeted would be consumed by fury. Harley, discerning the gravity of the moment, recognized that now was not the time for idle conversation. Donna was evidently not in the mood for lengthy discourse. Furthermore, her imposing presence was palpable. Standing a towering 6 feet 3 inches, she instilled pressure even upon the statuesque Helena, who herself stood at 6 feet. Harley felt diminutive by comparison. Thus, Harley proposed, "Donna, let us depart to Gotham. I've already sent someone to locate his family. Shall we approach his family gradually?" Donna nodded, her demeanor softening slightly. "Approach? Why not simply apprehend him?" Harley inquired, puzzled. Donna wished to question whether they were part of a gang, but deemed it unnecessary upon observing their attire, especially that of Black Canary and the Huntress, accompanied by numerous underlings. If Dinah and Helena were aware of her thoughts, they would surely feel exasperated. They had not intended to find themselves in such a position initially. Yet, they discovered that Gotham's malevolence was inescapable and had been persistently pursued by Harley. Someone must exert control over Gotham. Why not them? In truth, they were merely misled. Moreover, They did not engage in wrongdoing. Rather, they had improved the security of Gotham. Only they could wield violence. Any others attempting it would be swiftly dealt with by them. It was a flawless arrangement. Before long, they all boarded their vehicle. Donna sat with the birds of prey, while the other Amazonian warriors entered their assigned transport. The underlings remained vigilant, guarding the surroundings. No further incidents transpired. As soon as the car returned to Gotham, Harley Quinn received the news she had longed for. Slade Joseph Wilson, known as Deathstroke, was the subject of her interest. Harley remarked, he was once a soldier who later transformed into a mercenary. It is said that his prowess rivals that of Batman, excelling in combat and assassination. Upon hearing the word assassination, a wave of indignation swept through the group. They felt as though they had been slapped in the face, utterly unprepared for this unforeseen circumstance. That damned Deathstroke had ambushed them, and now they sought retribution. This wretched man, divorced from his ex-wife who bore him 2 sons and a daughter, truly had a knack for procreation. In a fit of rage, Harley declared, "This is an act of uncleanliness, a blatant discrimination against women. How could one bear so many children? She must be apprehended." Initially, her companion struggled to follow her train of thought, but soon grasped her meaning. After all, they were not a gang. They needed justification for capturing anyone. They could not allow others to label them as a gang and act accordingly, for that would lead them down a treacherous path. Poison Ivy pondered for a moment before asking, now that they are divorced, might they not care anymore? Harley found this reasoning compelling and glanced at the files, stating, "One of his sons exhibits violent tendencies. He must be captured. The other is mute. What misfortune! We shall take him for some loving education. And as for the daughter, oh my goodness, that poor girl has endured discrimination from Deathstroke. She needs to appear in court to set the record straight. A family must be kept intact. They all must be apprehended." Suddenly, a ringing phone startled Deathstroke Slade awake. At that moment, he was in a safe house. For money, he had assassinated that elderly woman and sensed something was amiss. The lunatics of Gotham were all gathered there, particularly the madwoman Harley Quinn and her so-called birds of prey. Initially, no one regarded Harley with any respect, viewing her merely as the Joker-esque sidekick. Little did they expect that after the Joker-esque incarceration, she would thrive. Seizing control of Black Mask's and Penguin's territories, bolstered by the assistance of the birds of prey, and subtly gaining momentum to become Gotham's most formidable gang. Thus, after committing murder, Slade hid cautiously. He had no desire to provoke Harley and her associates. No one was paying him to kill. From the moment he became a mercenary, he feared not the act of killing, but rather the prospect of killing without reward. Was that not a senseless waste? Checking his phone, he discovered a call from his ex-wife. Upon becoming a mercenary, he had divorced her to prevent any harm from befalling them. He had refrained from visiting his family, creating an illusion of estrangement, so that his enemies would not seek vengeance upon his loved ones. Even after acquiring wealth, he scarcely contributed financially, offering only minimal support to sustain their lives, preventing his family from living with dignity. However, at this moment, Slade felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily answered the phone, remaining silent as his ex-wife, Adeline Wilson, began to lament. "I'm about to be taken away, along with our son and daughter." Slade's hand trembled as he could no longer restrain himself from asking, "What is happening?" "I don't know. It's South people from the court. They claim I discriminate against women, objectify them." "Oh my God," Adeline exclaimed, her voice laden with despair. In this era, such accusations were utterly grave. Once labeled as a discriminator of women and an objectifier, her fate would be sealed. Feminist organizations would be relentless in their pursuit, wishing to tear her apart. "What about the children?" Slade inquired in a low voice. "Grant has been accused of violent tendencies. Many former classmates have come forward, alleging he used to assault them and teachers. He is going to be locked away in Blackgate Prison. Joseph was taken from me. They say I've abused him for years, silencing him. Goodness, Joseph has vocal issues. How could he speak? Rose is willing to testify against you for long-term abuse, aiming to have you committed to Arkham Asylum." Adeline cried, her voice breaking. Slade's anger intensified with each word. Those damn Gotham officials. Such absurd justifications they concocted. Where was the sense of justice? Yet, amidst his fury, he felt a profound helplessness. He was merely a mercenary, possessing nothing but money. Could he truly eliminate all the corrupt officials in Gotham? "What is your current situation?" he asked calmly. "The judge is waiting outside for me. I'm in the restroom." Adeline Wilson replied immediately. Do not resist, comply with them. I will find a way to rescue you, Slade stated with composure. He had always sought to shield his family from harm, but now, unexpected chaos had ensued. Regardless of any ties, they had been seized without warning. This left Slade feeling utterly powerless. He had no choice but to dial a number. Chapter 155. The Joker's Maneuver, each with their own agenda. Beep, beep. The call connected, but silence reigned. Both Slade and the person on the other end remained mute. My family has been taken, Slade finally exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Even as a cold-blooded killer, he could not stand idly by while his family was imprisoned, possibly incarcerated. For the affluent, it was alarmingly simple to target ordinary individuals. Yet, his interlocutor remained silent, and Slade understood their intent. They were merely paying for his services, with no concern for the rest. Thus, Slade spoke again. You must tell me who is responsible for these actions. I require a list. The response came swiftly. Wayne Enterprises. This is indeed quite intriguing. Is it not? Of course. It bears no relation to Bruce Wayne. This is Kate Kane's greeting, and she acts upon it with immediacy. Kate Kane has also ventured to Paradise Island, only to find the Amazonian elder assassinated upon arriving in Gotham, which incited her ire. Although she does not wholly endorse Harley Quinn's methods, she acquiesces nonetheless. There is simply no denying it. She realizes she has been compromising her values. This is due to the bond she shares with Harley, coupled with a tinge of guilt. Were it not for Leon's influence, their personalities would have clashed long ago. Harley Quinn acts with reckless abandon, often executing her whims, which leaves one feeling as though she is descending into madness. Only Poison Ivy can truly accept her, becoming her genuine confidant. Their friendship blossomed long before Harley transformed into the Joker's accomplice. Moreover, Poison Ivy has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Joker, for it was he who turned Harley into her current self. Yet, Kate sometimes cannot help but marvel at the effectiveness of Harley's approach. The frantic Adeline indeed made a call. They swiftly employed technology to track the number's location and proceeded to investigate. However, Slade was exceedingly cautious. He abandoned the safe house, vanishing by the time the birds of prey arrived. Nonetheless, they acquired Slade's contact information, intentionally left behind by him. Harley, be careful. Poison Ivy warned as she saw Harley reach for the phone. Do not worry. Should he dare to act against us, I will eliminate his family without hesitation. Harley Quinn jested while uttering her venomous threats. Indeed, the phone bore no issues, displaying only a single number. Without delay, Harley dialed it. Once the call connected, she boldly stated, Slade, do you wish for your family's demise? Slade, holding a remote control, ultimately refrained from pressing the button. I know what you intend to do. This tactic has grown stale to someone like me, he replied. Harley erupted into laughter. If I come to harm, your family will perish instantly. What do you plan to do? Slade had never encountered such a blatant disregard for decorum. In this line of work, do you not fear threats against your loved ones? Now, in Gotham, it is well known that Harley Quinn is involved with an Eastern gentleman and has 3 daughters. Rest assured, I shall not deliver you on a silver platter. That would be rather dull, Harley remarked, eliciting discontent from Donna Troy, who merely wished to eliminate Slade outright. However, Harley silenced her with a gesture. She continued, I wish to know who contracted you, yet I am aware you shall not betray your employer. Mercenaries possess a certain code of ethics in their profession. Therefore, I could offer you a sum to eliminate him. I am indifferent to his identity. I simply desire his demise. Harley Quinn chuckled. As long as you can accomplish this, not only will your family remain unscathed, but you shall also receive a handsome reward, all while adhering to your professional ethics. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion. You are now in my employ. Slade Wilson, known as Deathstroke, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A moment of silence enveloped him. He could only marvel at the madness of this woman. Yet, Harley's analysis was astute. Their previous partnership had indeed dissolved, eliminating any semblance of a contractual obligation. Mercenaries, after all, are merely tasked with taking lives for payment, irrespective of the targets. With an opportunity to profit from a life, he saw no reason to refuse. Coupled with the threat to his family, he conceded. $100 million. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any concept of the magnitude of $100 million? Harley exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Incorrect. It is you who underestimates his status. I'm being shortchanged. Slade retorted with a chilling laugh. This prompted Harley to reconsider, her eyes gleaming with calculation. 10 million. There's no room for haggling like that. 90 million. 30 million. 70 million. 50 million. It's a deal. Both parties, each harboring ulterior motives, concluded their transaction. I shall await your good news, Harley stated with anticipation. You must keep an eye on the news, Slade replied, handing her a bank account number. This transaction pained Harley deeply. They departed from the safe house and returned to their vehicle. Harley, what is the purpose of this? The other women finally voiced their concerns, especially Donna Troy, whose confusion was palpable. In her view, it would have sufficed to coerce Deathstroke directly through his family, eliminating the need for such convoluted tactics. Deathstroke is insignificant. It is the puppeteer behind him that matters. You do not intend to let him go, do you? Donna inquired, harboring a deep-seated disdain for both Deathstroke and his employer. Of course not. Harley snapped, visibly incensed. That scoundrel has taken 50 million from me. 50 million. Furthermore, I refuse to believe he will simply acquiesce. Once he completes his task, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. We must eliminate him first. She was resolutely prepared. Children make choices. Adults eliminate all threats. Meanwhile, Slade shared a similar mindset. His professional integrity dictated that he fulfill his obligations as a mercenary, with reputation being paramount. Once tarnished, it would be arduous to restore. Thus, he resolved to complete the contract before returning to Gotham. After a brief inquiry, he discerned the architect behind this scheme, Kate Kane, the red-haired woman. Additionally, he had set his sights on Harley Quinn's family as well. Isn't it true that he often resorts to threatening his family? He will retaliate. The three lovely daughters, Slade gazed at their photographs as if selecting a target. However, before that, he was driving toward the nearby metropolis. Despite the high status of the opponent, there was no one that Deathstroke would hesitate to eliminate. Even Bruce Wayne, if the price were right, he would take the job. Deathstroke exists to strike fear into such individuals. Chapter 156. Lex Luthor, are they truly Deathstroke's family? Leon gazed curiously at the individuals confined before him. He had assumed Harley Quinn would personally lead a team to capture them, never anticipating such a method. Observing the charges against them, Leon realized this would utterly tarnish their reputations. One must admit, she is indeed a lunatic. Beside him, Kate Kane remarked to Leon, indeed, she always acts recklessly. Leon nodded in agreement. Thank you, Kate. Kate huffed with feigned aloofness. You would help me if I needed it. After all, Leon had assisted her on numerous occasions, smoothing out her troubles. Leon gently embraced her, saying, be cautious. Deathstroke is not to be trifled with. This made Kate serious. Rest assured, I will be careful. Are they all quite cooperative? Remarkably so, except for his ex-wife. The children bear considerable resentment toward him. This statement put Leon on alert. Children require ample companionship. Otherwise, their relationships may grow distant, especially as they mature and develop their own thoughts. However, it was evident that these children bore signs of having been trained. Kate continued, would you like to see them? Let us go. Leon glanced around and nodded. One cannot deny that Deathstroke's family is far from ordinary. His eldest son, Grant Wilson, is known for his violent temperament, having committed countless misdeeds since childhood. The second son, Joseph Wilson, became mute due to an accident in his youth, which damaged his vocal cords, yet he possesses a decent character. The daughter's situation is even graver. She has lost one of her eyes and harbors the most resentment toward Deathstroke. The entire family has been separated, and Leon went to see Rose Wilson, Deathstroke's daughter. Do you wish to testify against him? Leon inquired. Rose, who had only her right eye, glanced at him through a technological eye patch. In truth, her vision wasn't completely gone, but it was evidently difficult for her to face others. He turned me into this and inflicted countless wounds upon me. Rose spat bitterly. What about the wounds? They healed. Due to genetic modifications, Slade Wilson possesses a certain degree of regenerative abilities. However, lost organs cannot be restored, which explains why Deathstroke also bears the mark of a single eye. Although he shares similarities with Deadpool, his regenerative capacity pales in comparison. This is attributed to genetic factors. Thus, as his daughter, Rose has inherited this remarkable self-healing ability. From a young age, she underwent rigorous training under the guidance of the Clock Tower, a harsh regimen that left her with numerous injuries. It is uncertain whether it was intentional, but the Clock Tower nearly rendered one of her eyes useless. Although she is not completely blind, she must wear an eye patch to conceal it. Naturally, this does not enhance her appearance, and beauty is of utmost importance. Leon chose not to elaborate further. He felt it was essential to allow some leniency. If one were to train their daughter in such a manner as the clock tower, neglecting to provide paternal affection, it would likely breed resentment. Leon considered himself astute. He never imposed his teachings upon Kara and the others, preferring instead to dispense vague aphorisms and leave the more contentious matters for others to address. Moreover, the instruction in magic was far less severe. Both the goddess Frigga and the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, were known for their benevolence. Kate, how could you act in such a manner? Leon returned to hear Harley Quinn's voice. He retorted, Kate is merely concerned about your reckless behavior. I wouldn't act recklessly, Harley Quinn responded, her face lighting up at the sight of Leon, which elicited a sense of subservience from those around them. They silently mused that her behavior was indeed not reckless. Rather, it was a calculated chaos. Leon greeted the others, and then turned his gaze towards the striking Donna. Is the Amazonian gene truly that exceptional? Donna, y hay million. He introduced himself, shaking her hand. Donna regarded him with a challenging gleam in her eyes. Diana has spoken of you. I am curious to see what you are capable of. Leon was taken aback that Diana would share such information with her sister. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin and nodded in response. There will be opportunities. Subsequently, the group commenced discussions regarding their future plans. Afterward, Leon visited Kate's residence to exchange insights on the current strategy. Upon returning home, Leon cautioned his 3-GS to exercise caution and refrain from lingering outdoors. Of course, even without his admonition, Kara and the others would have adhered to this advice. Gotham was far from enjoyable and posed significant dangers. They would have no reason to remain outside without purpose. They paid little mind to the clock tower's affairs, as there had been no developments for several days. Harley Quinn had also dismissed the matter entirely, focusing instead on receiving a new arrival for Paradise Island. The newcomer was none other than General Antiope, sister to Queen Hippolyta. This time, Harley Quinn had taken precautions, ensuring the airport was secured and all hazardous areas were eliminated, thus avoiding any further incidents. However, she felt somewhat ill-equipped to host guests, as her tendency was to offend rather than to entertain. Consequently, she delegated this task to Leon and Kate Kane while she attended to matters concerning the international gang. This gang had already established a foothold in Gotham and was actively preparing for conflict, with even Batman keeping a watchful eye on their movements. They had uncovered troubling signs indicating that the international gang had external support for their arms supply, and potentially for other illicit activities as well. Harley Quinn spoke to Leon over the phone, saying in other words, they are merely lapdogs for someone else. Who is behind them? Leon inquired. I don't know, but it is undoubtedly someone from Metropolis, Harley Quinn casually remarked. We are still investigating. The situation in Metropolis is far more intricate than that of Gotham. After all, Metropolis is the most developed city in the world, a far cry from the isolated Gotham. Even Wayne Enterprises, which holds sway over Gotham, cannot exert the same control over Metropolis. It is a realm that cannot be entirely governed by any single corporation. There are numerous colossal companies, akin to Wayne Enterprises, operating within Metropolis. Moreover, a myriad of businesses thrives there, including those dealing in arms. Hence, we must proceed with caution and thorough investigation. Naturally, we have had our suspicions about several individuals, considering the multitude of gangs in Metropolis. The international syndicate is merely one among many. However, every matter requires substantiation, and even Harley Quinn cannot act recklessly. Ending the call, Leon turned his attention to General Antiope and Kate Kane, who were seated together, sipping coffee. Noticing Leon's gaze, General Antiope smiled at him, then gently rubbed her belly and shook her head. Leon immediately understood. She was not expecting a child and would have to endure further trials. Yet, it must be said that, despite their unknown ages, both Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope retained the appearance of women in their 30s or 40s, exuding an air of maturity and allure. How could Leon withstand such temptations? General Antiope and Kate were discussing investment matters, a topic Leon was unfamiliar with. So he turned his eyes to the television in the CAF, which was broadcasting the news. Suddenly, Leon's focus sharpened. Lex Luthor, Chapter 157. He is called Superman. Lex Luthor was the target of an assassination attempt outside LexCorp. The moment he stepped out of Lex Tower, he was shot, sustaining a gunshot wound to the abdomen, and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. His life remained in jeopardy. Under normal circumstances, Leon would merely consider this a stroke of bad luck for the man. However, given the current precarious situation, Coinciding with the time when the death knell was set to strike, Leon could deduce that the true mastermind was indeed Lex Luthor. General, Leon interjected, interrupting the two women. Do you harbor animosity towards Lex Luthor? Lex Luthor? Are you referring to LexCorp? General Antiope pondered for a moment before asking. Indeed, Leon nodded. The mere mention of LexCorp indicated that there was something amiss. Given Leon's status as an ally, General Antiope did not conceal the information. So, it is them? The modern structure on Paradise Island was constructed with the assistance of LexCorp. Leon and Kate listened intently, aware that there was more to the story. At that time, we discovered that some of their people attempted to infiltrate our fortress during the construction. Although unaware of their intentions, we decisively abandoned the partnership and sent them away. Lacking magic, they were unable to locate Paradise Island. Initially, we thought little of it, but this prompted a shared glance between Leon and Kate Kane. Despite their words, they both understood that General Antiope surely knew what LexCorp intended to steal. Otherwise, such a strong reaction would be unwarranted. Leon pondered for a moment. Could it be the fabled mother box? That must be it. He spoke, and, at that moment, the news shifted to a new story. According to numerous anonymous sources, during this period, they had been rescued by a man clad in red and blue, adorned with a symbol, whom Lois Lane of the Daily Planet dubbed Superman. She had even captured a frontal photograph and conducted an exclusive interview. Superman? Kane expressed her surprise. What's wrong? Leon inquired. Although they had anticipated this moment, they had not expected it to arrive so abruptly. With Superman's emergence, it seemed the Earth was on the brink of entering an entirely new era, the Age of Superheroes. It's nothing. I just find that title rather peculiar. Hearing Kate's words, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. If Lois Lane hadn't coined it, Clark likely wouldn't have embraced it either. General, just call me Antiope, the general stated directly. Very well, ma'am. Now that we have confirmed it is Lex Luthor, we should take our leave, Leon remarked. Antiope shot him a glance. In that case, why not join us for a celebration? This left Kate somewhat perplexed. Leon could only nod in agreement. All right then. Celebrate what? Celebrate Lex Luthor's misfortune. He doesn't even know if he will live or die. The group got in the car, and just then, Harley Quinn's call came through. Darling, did you see? It's Lex Luthor. Of course. Shall we proceed to the next step? Leon asked. The next step is, of course, to wait for the Clock King to walk into the trap. Harley Quinn paused for a moment. Darling, you need to hurry over. Things are getting a bit out of control. What is happening? Leon's inquiry received no response. Harley had intended to call Kara, but the three girls were currently in class. Even with their audacity, they wouldn't dare to play on their phones during lessons. Not all students are like Peter Parker, who not only answers calls but also skips class. Thus, Harley had no choice but to reach out to Leon. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, chaos ensued. The Amazon was far too temperamental. Donna Troy barely had the chance to say 2 words before she charged in, intent on killing the Clock King. As for how the Clock King arrived, Harley Quinn gazed at the figure floating in the sky, clad in attire identical to Kara's. The identity was unmistakable. It was indeed the individual referred to as Superman on television moments ago. At that time, Deathstroke had completed his assassination mission. Yet before he could ascertain Lex Luthor's fate, he was apprehended by Superman descending from above. His combat prowess, which he took great pride in, proved utterly ineffective before the Man of Steel. Despite exerting all his strength to land a punch, it was rendered futile as his opponent did not even attempt to evade, resulting in a near fracture of his own hand. Subsequently, Deathstroke cunningly shifted the blame. He informed Superman that it was Harley Quinn and her associates who had commissioned him to eliminate Lex Luthor, exhibiting no hesitation in betraying his employer. After all, Harley had threatened his family, and in his eyes, this was merely retribution. Thereafter, Superman escorted Deathstroke to Gotham. Given Harley Quinn's notorious reputation as a supervillain, Kara refrained from disclosing her identity as the Joker's accomplice, leading to immediate conflict between the two parties. Moreover, Donna Troy was indifferent to Superman's presence and engaged in battle without hesitation. As Superman had only recently emerged on the scene, no one, aside from Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, was aware of the true strength of Kryptonians. Thus, a fierce confrontation ensued. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. Harley discerned that Superman was holding back. However, Donna Troy was tossed aside like a mere plaything. Witnessing Donna's involvement, the rest of the sisters naturally followed suit. The outcome was clear. The sisters charged in, only to be swiftly subdued. Superman had evidently shown restraint, perhaps reluctant to harm women. Consequently, they appeared battered but were not genuinely injured. Clark merely dispatched them without inflicting harm. "Are you here to defend Deathstroke?" Black Canary demanded sharply. "No, I merely seek to uncover the truth," Superman replied, shaking his head. "He is a killer, and his fate lies in prison." No. He should be confined to Arkham Asylum." Harley Quinn provocatively interjected, stepping forward. "As for you, Superman, we have no quarrel. He claims you sent him to kill Lex Luthor." Clark responded, exuding an air of righteousness akin to a statue from ancient Greece. "That is because Lex Luthor sent him to eliminate our people first." Harley shouted, "That accursed Lex Luthor is the true mastermind. I merely sought revenge. What is the issue?" This prompted Superman to furrow his brow and glance at Deathstroke. The latter remarked, "The Joker's accomplice is a criminal in Gotham, and Batman would relish bringing her to justice. It suffices for him to establish her as a criminal." Harley scoffed, "This one-eyed gentleman, while I may be Gotham's most notorious, Batman has no intention of capturing me." Chapter 158. The infatuated, foolish brother Slade Wilson had lost an eye. Yet the taunts from Harley Quinn still managed to ignite a smoldering anger within him. At that moment, a car sped towards them. Leon exited the vehicle and, upon surveying the scene, began to grasp the situation. What transpired here? Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and approached Harley Quinn with a question. Upon seeing Leon, Clark paused momentarily but quickly masked his recognition. "Darling, this fellow known as Superman brought Slade back to us," Harley Quinn exclaimed gleefully before leaning in a whisper. "What is his situation? Why is he like Kara?" "He is Kara's cousin," Leon replied, their whispers inadvertently audible to Clark. Superman felt an immediate wave of discomfort. A brother indeed. Harley Quinn, taken aback, found herself perplexed. After all, she had never inquired about such matters, and Kara would never divulge them willingly. The identity of Superman was, after all, best kept to a select few. At that juncture, Clark could no longer remain aloof. He floated over and declared, "Leon is an upstanding individual. Since he is here, there is no cause for concern." This drew the attention of everyone towards Leon. Clark then added, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He could not afford to linger for even a moment longer. Previously, encounters with Leon had not felt awkward, but now the dynamics had shifted. Leon was the godfather to his cousin. What was he to do? He could only lament that Kara had been ensnared in the Phantom Zone for so long. Had she not been detained, she would have already descended upon Earth, surpassing him in age, and would not have become Leon's goddaughter. Everything seemed fated. As Superman took flight, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. "Is your reputation truly that formidable?" The Black Canary, Dinah, inquired curiously. The women regarded him with astonishment, causing Leon to feel somewhat elated. He would never disclose that it was not merely his renown, but rather his lineage that commanded respect. "Ahem, let's first secure Slade," Leon stated with an air of authority. Initially, he had intended to devise a strategy to lure Slade out, but now, Superman had efficiently apprehended him. It was evident that in the face of absolute power, all else was rendered insignificant. "Allow me," Donna Troy exclaimed, her frustration palpable. The Amazons inherently held biases against men. Unless one could conquer them, their attitudes would not shift. Thus, to be vanquished so easily left her feeling dissatisfied. Now was the perfect opportunity to unleash her ire upon Slade. "Should we assist her?" The Black Canary and others exchanged glances. General Antiope interjected, "No need. Donna is no ordinary Amazon warrior. Clad in a flowing gown with her hair elegantly coiffed, she resembled a classical noblewoman. Indeed, Donna did not require assistance. As Diana's sister, she possesses most of Diana's divine powers, including superhuman strength, extraordinary speed, and the ability to fly. The formidable combat skills of Slade Wilson pale in comparison before her. It becomes evident that only a select few can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in mortal form, and yet they remain merely human. Moreover, Donna's combat prowess is equally commendable. Having grown up on Themyscira, she has been honing her skills since childhood. Slade soon finds himself treated like a mere toy, tossed about and ultimately ensnared by her lasso of persuasion. Despite his formidable willpower, Donna finds herself unable to control him, which surprises her. This might indeed be the true strength of Slade Wilson, emerging from the blood-soaked battlegrounds with an astonishing will. "Look at me," calls Harley Quinn, bouncing over. "One eye. Give me back my money. Slade, unable to restrain himself, retorts, that was payment for hire. There's no returning it. Truly, she is a madwoman, utterly unruly. I don't care, Harley exclaims. As a man, how can you take a woman's money? And he's just Lex Luthor. Is he worth that much? With that, Harley unleashes her fighting techniques upon Slade, accusing him of misogyny and objectification. At that moment, Slade curses his own identity, wishing he were a person of color, as he could retaliate with magic. Alas, as an older white male, he finds himself at a disadvantage in this era. Ultimately, Slade has no choice but to return Harley's money. What? Only $50 million? I kept my money with you. Isn't there any interest? It would double in the bank. Huh? Slade erupts in anger. What bank offers such interest? The Bank of Heaven, Harley boldly asserts. You're about to end up in Arkham Asylum. What uses money to you now? Leon and the others feel a sense of embarrassment, especially with outsiders present. General Antiope smirks, feeling enlightened by the exchange. However, the inevitable conclusion is that Slade Wilson must be handed over to the Gotham Police Department. Given the multitude of lies he has taken and the countless crimes he has committed in Gotham, he certainly deserves severe punishment. Yet, Leon finds it somewhat troubling that Arkham Asylum is currently teeming with individuals of questionable sanity. If another riot were to erupt, would Batman be able to handle it? In the end, all is well. Harley Quinn books a hotel from Wayne Enterprises to celebrate the occasion. Leon goes to fetch his 3 goddaughters, bringing them to the gathering. Fortunately, the party comprises only women, granting Leon a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of Themyscira. After all, Harley Quinn has very few close female friends, let alone male companions. Therefore, Leon need not worry about the safety of his 3 prot-gs. What transpired between Kara and Clark? Leon inquired of his ward. Kara stuck out her tongue and recounted the previous events. Upon learning that it was Kara who had taken Clark to seek out the spaceship, Leon sensed a shift in circumstances. Indeed, everything was beginning to transform. Notably, Clark mentioned that Lois Lane remained unaware of his identity as Superman. Kara exclaimed with enthusiasm. It's quite amusing that he meets Lois under his dual identity. However, Leon perceived this as a necessity to safeguard Lois Lane. Is it truly beneficial for an ordinary person like Lois Lane to know the identity of a superhero? Although often jestingly referred to as the reporter hero, she primarily relies on Superman for rescue. Leon subsequently asked, did Lois Lane truly bestow the name Superman? Kara took a bite of her ice cream and nodded, indeed. I previously suggested he choose another name. I find being called Supergirl rather foolish. Yet, after meeting Lois, he expressed his fondness for the name Superman, as it was Lois who coined it. What a lovesick fool he is. Chapter 159, A New Era for Humanity, General Antiope. These 3 are my prot-gs. Leon introduced his wards to the Amazons, who had gathered in Gotham. There were not many Amazons present, but those who were gazed at Leon with keen interest. A couple had encountered him previously on Paradise Island, while the others were evidently intrigued by his exploits. The Amazons have an unparalleled admiration for strength. They ought to undergo training on Paradise Island. General Antiope, perceiving the potential in the 3, spoke, particularly singling out Kara, who exuded a formidable power within her youthful form, more fearsome than Diana. Well, Diana has trained them, Leon countered. They still need to attend classes. One cannot forsake education for combat training, lest they become mere brutes. Very well, General Antiope conceded. Leon then continued, this is Rachel Roth. There exists a temple beneath the sea connected to her. Might the Amazons be able to locate it? The matter of the triumvirate weighed heavily upon them, and they would not relent. General Antiope shook her head in response. We Amazons are unable to assist, but there exists a certain ethnicity that may. Who might that be? Leon inquired eagerly, having specifically sought out the Atlanteans. However, regrettably, humanity now shares no ties with the Atlanteans. They have retreated to their underwater realm, living in isolation. The Atlanteans and Amazons bear some resemblance, both being rather insular. As 2 ancient races, there exists a certain intersection between them, particularly since they both possess mother boxes. The Atlanteans, indeed, General Antiope remarked. I can assist you in contacting them. They dwell beneath the sea. If they cannot be found, then we are truly at an impasse. Thank you. Leon expressed his gratitude on behalf of his prot-gs. General Antiope continued, there is no need for such formality. You know what steps to take. Leon smirked slightly, Yet for the sake of his protégés, he was resolute. Subsequently, he released his hold over the three young women, who erupted in cheers and dispersed to enjoy themselves. Previously, they had been manipulated like puppets in his hands. Soon, the entire party was filled with merriment, while Leon and General Antiope discreetly slipped away. It was not until 2 hours later that they returned, and the festivities remained unabated. Few noticed their absence, and even if they did, it was of little consequence. Then, inebriated, Kate pulled Leon away, and the revelry continued until the early hours of the morning. When the party finally concluded, such a formal gathering lacked genuine excitement. However, with the company of women, the atmosphere remained lively, and the consumption of alcohol was considerable. Yet, other vices that Harley Quinn vehemently despised were absent. Even after taking over her territory, she had diminished those nefarious activities and instead opted to smuggle other goods. During her tenure as a psychologist, she had always held a disdain for addicts, a sentiment that had only intensified. Besides, how much profit could be garnered from smuggling such items? She soon discovered an alternative source of income: avocados. In the market, fresh avocados could fetch as much as $80 per pound, while in Mexico, the price was a mere $2. A staggering 40-fold disparity. Such is the allure of marketing. As early as the last century, America began promoting avocados, branding them as a luxury among fruits. This was undeniably a commercial maneuver. Whether they were palatable or not remains uncertain, yet they undeniably became a symbol of luxury in America, a true boon. Just a spoonful of avocado could elevate the price of any dish. Consequently, the value of avocados surged, much to the delight of the American populace. Thus, Harley Quinn recognized that selling avocados was far more lucrative than dealing in illicit goods, prompting her to pursue this profitable venture. "Sir, news has arrived from Master Grayson. We have traced the source of the weapons." At that moment, Leon and his companions were still in celebration. Meanwhile, Batman surveyed his domain from the night sky. The voice of Alfred reached his ears, prompting Batman to inquire, "So, whose weapons are they?" "LexCorp," Alfred replied solemnly. "That is not surprising," Batman acknowledged. The LexCorp Group has now evolved into a colossal enterprise, transitioning from its origins in aerospace engineering to encompass a myriad of industries, including aviation, oil, software, and hardware development, weaponry, pharmaceuticals, and real estate. Lex Luthor's personal fortune is estimated to exceed $750 billion. However, this pales in comparison to Wayne Enterprises, which has transcended mere financial metrics. Wayne Enterprises has undertaken 2 significant renovations of Gotham City and has contracted the construction of Seaside City from the remnants of desolation. For such an empire, wealth has become a mere figure. Lex Luthor's condition is also precarious. Although he has escaped the clutches of death, it is evident that he will remain bedridden for a considerable time. Alfred remarked, "Moreover, upon his recovery, he shall face Superman." "Superman?" Batman sighed. "I have an aversion to that designation." As Leon articulated, extraterrestrials are on the verge of becoming their deities. As someone acutely aware of the perils of existence, Bruce Wayne harbors a profound distrust of aliens. Furthermore, in many respects, Superman bears a resemblance to Kara Zor-El, especially in the display of his abilities. Yet, the most striking similarity lies in his attire, which is a clear imitation of Kara's. He can tolerate the existence of a Kara, as she is still young and can be guided toward the proper worldview. However, Superman is different. He possesses a firmly established worldview and a clear understanding of reality. Although he currently appears just and aspires to be a friend to the people of Metropolis, one must remember that human nature is mutable. Who can say whether Superman might one day seek to conquer the world, to become a god among humanity? I am not fond of individuals soaring through the skies. Humanity does not require such so-called deities, Batman lamented. Yet, this has become an undeniable reality. "Master Bruce," Alfred stated nonchalantly, as if to say that there is nothing new under the sun. As an old hand, he remained unfazed. The evidence has shown that humanity has entered a new epoch, an era of superhumans. Alfred sent over several videos showcasing astonishing events occurring across the nation. Some captured individuals conversing with fish and controlling marine creatures, while others depicted individuals sprinting at extraordinary speeds. Oh, and many employed their abilities for theft. Upon hearing Alfred's words and viewing the videos, Batman felt a pang of frustration. In this age of the internet, concealing one's tracks has become exceedingly arduous. Moreover, these individuals lack the experience. As Alfred aptly noted, we are indeed in a new age. Chapter 160. Observing the Little Mermaids, filming the following day. The world remained unchanged. Everyone continued with their respective pursuits. In the grand scheme of the world, humanity is inconceivably minute. The so-called era of humanity rests upon the earth like a mere speck of dust. Leon escorted his student to class before arriving at the Wayne Group Hotel. Suddenly, with a roar, Kate Kane sped in, executing a stylish drift before halting gracefully before Leon. She removed her helmet, tossing her vibrant red hair. With her alluring figure, she embraced Leon and planted a kiss on his lips. "I've got good news," she proclaimed. "What news?" Leon, standing outside the hotel, felt hesitant to be so audacious, especially since he was a married man. He could only marvel at Kate Kane's audacity. "One kiss, and I'll tell you," she teased. The more Leon hesitated, the more Kate, with her mischievous spirit, was inclined to provoke him. After all, she was unafraid of Harley Quinn discovering their antics. With no other option, Leon acquiesced to her playful whims, knowing they were in plain sight. Thus, he took her hand and led her into the hotel. Satisfied, Kate ushered Leon into the elevator, stating, "The financial backers of the international gang are the Lex Corporation. They supply arms to them." "So, those weapons are all products of the Lex Corporation?" Leon inquired. Pressing the elevator button, Kate nodded. "At the very least, they process them." This revelation left Leon feeling as though everything revolved around Lex Corporation. It was evident that even without Superman, Lex Luthor was a harbinger of trouble. Such capitalists care only for their own interests, devoid of any conscience. After all, lacking a conscience allows for greater profit. "What are your thoughts?" Leon asked Kate. Kate replied, "While he is hospitalized, we must sever Gotham's tentacles. Gotham is not a place he can manipulate at will. I will inform Harley." Just then, the elevator reached its destination. They approached the door of the Amazonian residence and knocked. "You're here? Come in," Donna said, clad only in a towel, as she welcomed them inside. General Antiope, equally bold, was present as well. Having grown accustomed to the scene, Leon heard Kate curiously inquire, "How do you maintain such firm skin?" "Our physiology is different. Amazons are a long-lived species," General Antiope responded with a smile. "Are we ready to depart?" "I am ready," Donna replied. "Then let us go to the seaside." After finishing breakfast, the four of them set off together. However, due to previous events, Donna was somewhat on edge. Although she had changed into casual attire, she still donned some equipment, such as the yielding bracelets, which could deflect bullets in critical moments. Naturally, they traveled in a bulletproof vehicle, as none could be certain if there were still those who sought the lives of Amazons. "There's no need to be so tense," General Antiope reassured Donna with a smile. Donna merely returned a faint smile. Though she bore little resemblance to Diana, she was equally striking and remarkably tall. Thus, General Antiope addressed Leon, stating that Donna had a penchant for photography, having previously studied the art at a school in Metropolis, and was even contemplating the establishment of a photography studio. Leon chuckled at this revelation, responding, "Is that so? I too have a fondness for photography, particularly admiring a certain teacher Chun, whose artistic creations were once my aspiration." This was not a fabrication. Leon had genuinely harbored such dreams. However, he later realized the risks involved, as these endeavors could easily lead to exposure. Unless one employed film photography, refraining from internet connectivity after capturing images, and storing them directly in a safe, the complexity of such operations ultimately deterred him. Should he express such a desire, it was certain that Harley Quinn would eagerly step into the role of his actress, as there was nothing she was unwilling to attempt. It was an opportunity for discourse. Donna Troy spoke to Leon with utmost politeness, mindful that he was her brother-in-law. Diana had made a point to call her, sharing details about Leon and urging her to look after the three young women. Naturally, as their conversation flowed, Kate began to introduce some of Gotham's architectural marvels. Soon, the armored vehicle traversed the wire bridge, arriving at Robinstown. In the Bob Kane Strait, nestled in a corner of Robinstown, lay a place known as Crimson Cove. This secluded area saw scant human presence, with even tourists seldom gracing its shores. The vehicle halted by the roadside, and the group disembarked, making their way to the sandy beach. There, General Antiope held a conch-like horn, blowing into it as she faced the sea. The sound resonated, sending forth an invisible force towards the ocean. After several notes, she ceased her efforts. This is a horn bestowed upon us by the Atlanteans. As long as it is sounded, they shall appear. However, it has been quite some time since we last communicated, General Antiope remarked. She and Queen Hippolyta had lived for an extensive duration, almost attaining immortality. Having survived from the mythological era to the present, they retained their youthful beauty. Yet, the disadvantage of their prolonged existence was the difficulty in conceiving children. Do Atlanteans truly exist? Kate, previously unaware of their purpose, now inquired with great curiosity. Indeed, they were originally a terrestrial race, General Antiope explained. However, following a catastrophic event, their city sank beneath the waves, and they have since resided in the depths of the ocean. Nowadays, many Atlanteans consider themselves denizens of the sea, harboring some animosity towards terrestrial humans. Upon hearing this, Kate Kane furrowed her brow, but refrained from further comment. Had Bruce Wayne been aware, he would likely have already been devising strategies for defense or even an offensive against Atlantis. The group continued their discussion, but General Antiope had limited knowledge regarding the Atlanteans. In her earlier days on land, she had been acquainted with figures such as the King of Atlantis. However, after the sinking of Atlantis into the depths of the ocean, communication gradually diminished. After all, the oceans encompass 70% of the Earth's surface, while land constitutes merely 30%. Moreover, the species residing in the ocean are scarce, and intelligent beings even more so. Thus, the Atlanteans were increasingly disinclined to return to the land. It was only with the advancement of human technology that mankind began to venture into the ocean in search of additional resources, which instilled a sense of urgency among the Atlanteans. In essence, it was a conflict of interests. At that moment, they sensed a change in the seawater. From a distance, waves surged towards them, and soon after, a figure emerged from the depths, a mermaid. Adorned in a snug outfit of green scales, her long, fiery red hair crowned her strikingly beautiful visage, exuding a hint of nobility. One could hardly help but think that Disney should be consulted on how to portray the Little Mermaid. No matter how humanity evolves, it ought not to be depicted as the Little Black Mermaid. Chapter 161, The Queen of Timeless Elegance, an Amazon. The mermaid swept her gaze over the four individuals before settling on Leon and Kate. Land dwellers? At that moment, General Antiope spoke, introducing himself as the Amazonian General Antiope. The mermaid responded respectfully. I am Mira from Atlantis, ever in service to the Queen. You have sounded the horn of friendship. I presume you bear some message. The woman before them was none other than Mira, the future Queen of the Sea. No wonder she was so enchanting, though she bore little resemblance to Leon's memories. Queen, is Atlantis not ruled by a king? General Antiope inquired, perplexed. Mira's countenance turned sorrowful as she replied, the king perished due to an unfortunate incident, leading many Atlanteans to blame the land dwellers. However, the volcanic eruption was purely an act of nature, and humanity suffered as well. Her words were eloquent, revealing some insights into the internal affairs of Atlantis. Fortunately, Queen Atlanta ascended to the throne, guiding her people through their grief. Hearing this, the others were taken aback by the circumstances surrounding Atlantis. The king had died, and the throne was inherited by his queen. Naturally, Atlanta became a queen. Does the queen not have a son? Leon asked. Mira cast a glance at him before responding. Of course, but ORM is far too foolish to lead the Atlanteans. Clearly, the Sea King had yet to return to Atlantis. Leon refrained from further questioning, recognizing that this was a matter of their own. Do you have any business with us? Mira inquired, shifting the focus. Indeed, General Antiope stated. We seek an underwater temple, but our people are unable to navigate the depths freely. Hence we wish to enlist your assistance. Upon hearing this, Mira furrowed her brow and remarked, there are countless palaces beneath the sea. How am I to discern which one you seek? Through the countless epochs of transformation, the continent has become an ocean. Thus the seabed is adorned with numerous structures. Leon and his companions had long anticipated this, so he recounted what Rachel had described, an altar akin to a stargate, stone columns, and statues of demonic deities. Mira listened intently and nodded, stating, this is a testament to the friendship between the Atlanteans and the Amazons, and indeed, it is also for the camaraderie of humanity. We aspire to forge a bond with Atlantis. Leon promptly affirmed this sentiment. Kate Kane also nodded in agreement. What immense benefits this could yield. Fortunately, Leon was astute enough. I shall relay your words to the queen, Mira acknowledged. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Farewell. The group bid her goodbye, and thus Mira arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. She dove into the water, her tail undulating like that of a mermaid, vanishing into the depths. This was a true embodiment of a mermaid. Kate Kane rested her arm on Leon's shoulder. And so what? Leon shrugged. Donatella Troy found it curious that Leon and Kate appear to share a close bond. Did Diana know of this? Subsequently, Kate approached her, embracing her, darling. You are quite tall, yet not my type. Nevertheless, let us be friends. Donatella instantly understood. This was a kindred spirit, close to the continent. It is referred to as the sea, yet in the central expanse it is called the ocean. Deep within the ocean, Mira's speed was astonishing, akin to a propeller engine, gliding freely along the seabed. Before long, a submerged city came into view. Atlantis was safeguarded by a magical shield, thus remaining undiscovered by humanity for ages. However, since the invention of the so-called submarines, they have drawn increasingly closer to their city. This has stirred a sense of urgency among the Atlanteans, who fear that discovery is inevitable. It is reminiscent of a dark forest, giving rise to a chain of suspicion. What would humanity do if they discovered them? Even a slim chance of war would instill fear within the hearts of the Atlanteans. To avert such a scenario, an alternative voice emerged within Atlantis to initiate conflict and strike the land. Yet, Queen Atlanta evidently rejected this notion, believing in the necessity of peaceful coexistence with humanity. After all, she had once borne a son with a human, and thus considered herself to possess a deeper understanding of their kind. Mira returned to the city, where numerous submersibles traversed the waters, and a diverse array of Atlanteans celebrated joyously. Having adapted to life beneath the sea, the Atlanteans had undergone various forms of evolution. A notable evolution has occurred, granting them the ability to breathe underwater through the development of gills. Mira, undeterred, made her way directly to the palace. Inside, Queen Atlanta sat regally upon her throne, brandishing a golden trident, the emblem of the Atlantean monarchy, wielded solely by those of royal blood. This formidable trident had been seized by Queen Atlanta after the death of the Atlantean king, never to leave her grasp. It was this very weapon that fortified her reign and garnered the acceptance of her kin as their sovereign. Beneath Queen Atlanta were two individuals, one of whom wore a mask reminiscent of a fly, marking him as an outsider to Atlantis. Yet, the foolish ORM placed unwavering trust in him. No need for further discussion. You may leave, commanded Queen Atlanta with a wave of her hand, sending ORM and the manta ray-like figure away with the trident's power. Mira swiftly approached. Your Majesty, ORM lacks independent thought and is far too gullible. Indeed, Queen Atlanta replied, rubbing her forehead. He is obsessively intent on launching an attack on land, disregarding the safety of Atlantis. Mira felt a sense of resignation upon hearing this. He truly was a fool. The weaponry of humanity had advanced considerably. Despite the might of the Atlanteans, should their adversaries harbor a desire for mutual destruction, they would be powerless. I hope you bring good news, Queen Atlanta said, gazing at Mira. Though she was a mother of two, the Atlantean royal lineage was known for its longevity. She appeared no older than her 30s, exuding a mature grace that remained captivating. In contrast, Mira seemed like an unripe peach beside her. Your Majesty, I encountered the surface dwellers, and they proposed a harmonious and friendly initiative. Is that so? Queen Atlanta nodded. What is their status? Mira recalled. They are allied with the Amazons, who seem to have collaborated with them. This revelation sparked the interest of Queen Atlanta. Familiarize yourself further with them. If their status is sufficient, arrange a meeting for me. We shall assist them in whatever endeavors they pursue. Chapter 162. Batman, desiring a wife, avoids sour radishes. Harlequin slammed her hands on the table in frustration. Does Lex Luthor have a personal vendetta against me? He not only jeopardized my plans, but also has ties to the international syndicate. Enraged, she contemplated dashing to Lex Luthor's hospital room to smother him with a mound of excrement. Calm down, Harley, urged Leon and Ivy, preventing her from succumbing to impulse. Today, the Joker's girlfriend donned her classic red and blue shorts paired with a white shirt, her hair styled in nostalgic twin tails, a charming throwback indeed. Let us first eliminate the international syndicate before anything else. Poison Ivy addressed her, noting the escalating power of the international gang in Gotham. Previously, when Kara intervened, it merely resulted in the confiscation of a few of their weapons. Little did they know that the international gang had no intention of relinquishing Gotham. In fact, their activities had intensified. The reason behind this was now clear. They were emboldened by the backing of LexCorp. As a major conglomerate in a metropolis, they believed their entry into Gotham posed no challenge, for Gotham belonged to no one in particular. Indeed, Harley Quinn scoffed, these wretches must be dealt with. Yet, the international gang was no longer acting independently. Poison Ivy expressed her concerns. What's the situation? At that moment, Leon reveled in the company of both women, embracing them on the sofa. Best friends should remain together for a lifetime. There was no argument against that. The international gang had allied with the League of Assassins, which explained their brazen behavior in Gotham. Not long ago, Ivy and I were targeted for assassination by the League, Harley Quinn recounted. Fortunately, we managed to outsmart them. What? Why didn't you inform me? Leon exclaimed in fury. Upon witnessing his anger, the two women exchanged knowing smiles. His concern for them was evident. We didn't want to worry you, they replied defensively. Moreover, they failed to succeed. That doesn't matter. They lurk in the shadows while you are in plain sight. It is perilous, Leon admonished. If they persist in their attempts, who knows when trouble might arise. Fear not, Harley Quinn said, leaving a lipstick mark on his cheek. I will call Kara. This was her source of confidence. Ever since the last time she successfully summoned Kara while encased in ice, she is safeguard. In these situations, calling upon Kara was a reliable option. Surely, Kara would not feign ignorance. With her speed, Kara could arrive in an instant to rescue her. Thus, we must take the initiative. The League of Assassins is difficult to deal with, Poison Ivy remarked. As the host of the Green, she felt unafraid. Yet Harley Quinn was merely an ordinary human. A person killed would surely perish. There was no escaping that reality. The League of Assassins was dedicated to training killers and warriors, specializing in assassination. Their leader, Ra's al Ghul, known as the Master of Ninjas, was regarded as the embodiment of evil. Centuries ago, he stumbled upon the Lazarus Pit, immersing himself within it and attaining immortality. His lofty ideals for establishing the League of Assassins centered on one singular goal: to eradicate all of humanity and create an ideal world, more radical than even Thanos. However, his ambition to annihilate humanity solely through assassins was somewhat naive. It would be far more practical to control a superpower and unleash devastation upon the world. Leon pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a revelation struck him. He patted the two women on his body and said, "You continue your preparations. I shall make a phone call." Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy promptly dismounted from him and resumed their scheming. Meanwhile, Leon strolled into the courtyard adjacent to the garden, which he had scarcely visited. The flowers merely served as a visual delight. He held no particular affection for them. According to Eastern traditions, one might as well cultivate vegetables. However, in America, even raising chickens is deemed illegal, let alone gardening. The law dictates that one may not keep more than 4 chickens privately. Otherwise, it is a violation. Such regulations are utterly incomprehensible to the average person. Yet, from a capitalist perspective, the rationale becomes clear. Chickens lay eggs. If everyone were to keep chickens and sell eggs privately, who would then purchase eggs from supermarkets? Thus, raising chickens must be outlawed. In America, eggs have transformed into a luxury, their prices soaring. It follows a logic akin to that of high-speed rail, with airplanes and highways in existence. What need is there for high-speed trains? Capitalists are indifferent to technological necessities. They only concern themselves with their coffers. Leon found a bench to sit upon and dialed Kate Kane's number. "Hey Kate," Leon began, "are you asking Batman if you want a wife or not?" Kate Kane paused for a moment before retorting. "Speak plainly. The League of Assassins is in Gotham. Why have we not seen Batman intervene?" Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, Kate replied, "How do you know he hasn't intervened?" Being Batwoman, she possessed greater insight. It was not that Batman had ignored the situation. Rather, the members of the League had not made their presence known, making them elusive. Consequently, Batman had spent these past few days tracking the League's members. By shadowing them, he could unearth the whereabouts of the Master Ninja. Leon discerned this and stated, "The League of Assassins has entangled itself with the International Syndicate. Batman shall deal with the League, while we confront the Syndicate." After a moment of contemplation, Kate responded, "Very well, Batwoman shall assist you." "Can Batman manage on his own?" Leon inquired. He doubted he would wish for others to interfere. Kate Kane shrugged as she spoke into the phone. Batman prefers not to have assistants, especially when it comes to the League of Assassins. His ambiguous connection, or rather, ex-wife, is the daughter of the Master Ninja, Talia al Ghul. Moreover, Talia cunningly bore him a son, Damian Wayne. Though Bruce Wayne has never favored this son, he also dislikes outside interference. Thus, the matter of the League of Assassins is a family affair for Bruce Wayne. After all, the Master Ninja has long desired Bruce Wayne to inherit the League. Yet Bruce refuses to comply. Batman holds no regard for the League of Assassins, nor does he harbor intentions of world destruction. Hence, the Master Ninja can only train Bruce Wayne's son to take the mantle. This maneuver could be likened to undermining the very foundation, rendering even Batman powerless. One can only blame the fleeting indulgence of the past, which overshadowed the necessity of prudent protective measures. After concluding the call, Leon beheld the approach of three young women. "Godfather, I heard it," Kara remarked with a smile. "Not that I possess super hearing." Whether Leon believed her was inconsequential. What mattered was her declaration. Thus, he responded, "This is exceedingly perilous. We must engage in practical training." Shiri immediately chimed in. Chapter 163. The moment to act the night was dark and tempestuous. Gotham's weather had perpetually been unfavorable. If one sought the most atrocious conditions, they would find themselves in Gotham. Ultimately, Leon could not withstand the charms of the three young women and acquiesced to their participation. However, he established three cardinal rules. They must remain with the group at all times and never stray from the ranks. There was little choice, for once intimacy reached 80, progress slowed considerably. Only Rachel's affinity was advancing at a relatively brisk pace. Kara and Shiri had yet to surpass 85. Nonetheless, Rachel had attained 70. The international gang now occupied Wangjiang Ridge and Audisburg, territories previously devoid of any factions, thus facilitating their seamless takeover. Even under the cover of night, the international gang maintained a formidable presence. Following the mishap with their last shipment, they had deployed additional personnel, driven by their ambition to establish a foothold in Gotham. The timing was opportune, as Gotham's overlords were presently confined within Arkham Asylum. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds churned in the sky. It appeared that this was not an auspicious moment. Leon glanced upward, contemplating the heavens. "No, it could serve to obliterate our tracks," interjected the Batwoman, adorned with a striking red wig that rendered her somewhat flamboyant and, indeed, slightly comical. "What are you staring at?" Kate inquired softly. "Is that wig authentic?" Leon questioned. "You want to talk?" Kate lamented her vibrant red locks. Once, her hair had been resplendent, in a bid to avoid being easily recognized by others, like Leon. She had endured the heartache of a severe haircut. Was this not a poignant sacrifice? "Godfather, they are approaching." Kara's voice reached Leon's ears, prompting him to cease his conversation with Kate. At that moment, Kara was soaring through the skies, temporarily serving as a scout. Creak. As expected, a multitude of vehicles sped toward them from the distance. "Caution, enemies are near." "It's the Joker's henchmen." The international gang reacted swiftly, immediately seeking cover. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Before Harley Quinn's minions even arrived, the bullets had already begun to rain down, the gunfire echoing like a typewriter. Viewed from above, it resembled a flurry of fiery dragons illuminating the night. "Quickly, arm yourselves and retaliate." The members of the international gang suddenly shouted, creating a resonating hum that echoed within. This was the international gang's formidable reliance: energy weapons. This time, they did not hold back, directly administering the Titan serum. The serum caused their bodies to swell rapidly, while the energy weapons wreaked havoc. With a resounding explosion, a blast from the energy gun obliterated an SUV, sending Harley Quinn's minions scrambling for cover. In an instant, they found themselves at a disadvantage. It is said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, yet the international gang, a malevolent dragon, was overwhelmingly powerful. Unfortunately, due to the incomplete nature of the Titan serum and a flicker of conscience, Harley Quinn refrained from supplying her subordinates with it. Even in the midst of a surprise attack, her crew could only manage to breach a small gap. However, that was sufficient. "It's our turn. Let us move," Kate Kane declared. She leaped from above, her bat cape unfurling behind her, creating a thunderous sound as she glided toward the ground. With a single strike from Batwoman, she incapacitated a member of the international gang. Others soon followed suit. From the shadows, arrows flew forth. The huntress had found an ideal vantage point to launch her surprise attack. Poison ivy commanded her vines to grow, ushering Black Canary and her allies into the fray. The members of the international gang found themselves under siege, which was a privilege in itself, for their attackers were no ordinary foes. Yet they held their ground. After administering the Titan's serum, even ordinary individuals possessed extraordinary strength, compelling the birds of prey to exercise caution. Nevertheless, the assault was far from over. Suddenly, two radiant figures emerged from their ranks, one clad in white, the other shrouded in darkness. The two figures materialized before them, Ciri with her white hair and Rachel with her purple locks, each cloaked to obscure their appearances. Their sudden arrival stirred the international gang, prompting immediate confrontations. Ciri darted through the crowd like an elusive eel, evading capture and disrupting the formation of the international gang. Meanwhile, Rachel began to chant softly, "Mother Azarath, grant me strength." She invoked the magic of Azarath, channeling the dark energy within her, and instantly, the world descended into deeper shadows, giving rise to an indescribable blackbird. Nearby members of the international gang were swept away in the chaos. As their formation unraveled, others rushed in to join the fray, especially with Kara descending from the heavens. The tide of battle had decidedly turned. However, Kara remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on Ciri and Rachel. This was the Godfather's mission, and she could not allow them to come to harm. However, the two sisters appeared oblivious to their peril, reveling in their playful antics. Ciri incessantly flickered, launching surprise attacks while casually casting spells. Rachel was engrossed in experimenting with the magic of Azarath, which differed somewhat from the sorcery of Asgard and Camartage. Although the incantations required drawing power from the Mother of Azarath, she was not a dimensional deity, but merely a planet that had already met its demise. Yet, Rachel could still sense the lingering energy, as if Azarath had not been obliterated and those who once inhabited it had not perished. The members of the Birds of Prey, including Batwoman, felt a twinge of embarrassment. They realized that their powers paled in comparison to those of the three young girls, leaving them with a sense of defeat. Black Canary unleashed a sonic wave, sending a ninja-clad woman flying. Just as she prepared to pursue, Leon's voice reached her ears. "Diana, let her go, be more natural." Black Canary hesitated momentarily before resuming her assault on the female ninja, who was quickly overwhelmed, her katana merely a tool of defense. However, in an unexpected turn, Black Canary exposed a vulnerability, igniting a fierce glimmer in the ninja's eyes. With a swift stroke, the katana sliced through Black Canary's battle attire, leaving a crimson gash across her abdomen. Black Canary cried out in anguish, while the ninja, sensing the shift in momentum, chose to flee rather than pursue. With the international gang dismantled, she could not afford to remain for a fatal confrontation. Thus, she swiftly made her escape. Unbeknownst to her, someone had been watching her for quite some time from the night sky. As she departed, the sound of a cloak rustling echoed, vanishing into the darkness. Leon approached Black Canary. "Why push yourself so hard? Didn't you say to be more natural?" Black Canary, Diana, pressed her hand against her abdomen, blood seeping through her fingers. "Do not worry. The wound is not deep," she insisted, attempting to maintain her composure. "Don't move." Leon quickly wrapped his arms around her, urging, "Let's step aside to rest." "I'll take a look." "You're not a doctor," Black Canary protested weakly, her resistance feeble, more of a reluctant acceptance. "But I can heal," Leon reassured her as he guided her to lean against a shipping container. "Let me see," he said, gently pulling away her bloodied hand. Although the wound was not severe, improper treatment could lead to scarring. A scar in such a crucial area could spell the end of her ability to wear crop tops. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. "A little," Black Canary replied, gazing at Leon. "What will you do?" "Soon," Leon responded, channeling his magical energy to cast a healing spell. Black Canary felt a tingling sensation at her wound, the pain gradually dissipating. Bending down, she observed that the flesh on her abdomen had begun to regenerate, and it appeared even more pristine than before. Were it not for the traces of blood, she might have doubted her own senses. "Thank you." As she gazed at Leon, her expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that he was the partner of her dear friend. "So, you were here." At that moment, the female hunter approached. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Leon assisted with my treatment. "Does treatment require touching the abdomen?" The female hunter jested. "In truth, She had noticed the bloodstains but sensed a certain ambiguity in their interaction. The Black Canary hastily withdrew Leon's hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was truly a treatment, she exclaimed, shaking off the blood on her hands. The ordeal had concluded. The international gang was utterly defeated. Helena, the female hunter, shifted the topic and glanced at Leon. Had it not been for Leon's 3-GS, the situation might not have been so manageable. It must be said that Leon's family was indeed a treasure. Were it not for Harley Quinn seizing the initiative, even with Leon accompanied by 3 children, he would have been overwhelmed. Who wouldn't he desire such formidable GS? This was not a flaw, but rather a virtue. Everyone wished to take on Leon. As the trio emerged, they beheld the members of the international gang sprawled on the ground. Those who had used Titan's serum still possessed immense size, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Kara. This was unlike the serum administered by Bane, which would become ineffective once disrupted. The Titan serum was time-sensitive, unlike Bane's previous significant weakness. Of course, this was also due to the fact that no one but Bane could endure the constant injections. Bane was a walking pharmacy, truly a product of America. The international gang was indeed inferior. At that moment, Harley Quinn began rummaging through the contents within, which contained an array of weapons and pharmaceuticals. After all, LexCorp was among the arms dealers, boasting the largest arsenal. Remove the weapons. Leave the rest to Director Gordon for disposal, Harley Quinn declared. The items from the international gang had essentially been a sponsorship for her. With these weapons in her possession, she felt invincible in Gotham. Kate Kane observed this scene with a sense of unease. After all, she was Batwoman. Shouldn't she intervene? At that moment, Leon whispered in her ear, "Is this the collusion of black and white?" Kate found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the law and order of Gotham had indeed improved. At least Harley Quinn would restrain her subordinates, albeit while indulging in her own madness. In a certain light, could this not be considered a form of superheroism? Hurry, let's wrap this up, Harley Quinn exclaimed loudly, the air thick with the exhilaration of triumph. We do this for Gotham, Kate rationalized to herself. After all, Batman had not intervened. She utilized her grappling hook to make a swift escape. Leon returned with his 3 apprentices, leaving the matter behind them. Thunder rumbled. As they finished moving their belongings and called the authorities, the long-anticipated dark clouds in the sky finally unleashed a torrential downpour. The female ninja fled, and as the rain fell from above, she no longer traversed the ground. Instead, she approached a sewer entrance and slipped inside. They scurried like mice, preferring to navigate the underground. Batman did not pursue her directly. Instead, he remarked, "Alfred, it seems the League of Assassins has strayed into berserk territory." After waiting for a moment without any disturbances, Batman entered. With his advanced technology, he could clearly discern the footprints left behind. He followed the trail through a series of twists and turns until he finally reached the subterranean chamber. Gotham's underground system was intricate and had evidently been modified at some point. At that moment, the female ninja was reporting on something. However, the ninja master waved her off, saying, "Depart, you have led him here." The female ninja, taken aback, soon found herself facing Batman as he stepped into the chamber. She nodded and retreated. "Batman, it has been a long time," the ninja master greeted, his dark hair giving him an invigorated appearance. He had lived for centuries, sustained by the Lazarus Pit, retaining a youthful visage and the promise of eternal life. Of course, this was his belief. Not long ago, a voice had emerged from the Lazarus Pit, querying, "Lars, what do you intend this time?" Batman spoke in a low tone. "My purpose has remained unchanged. You wish for me to inherit the League of Assassins," the ninja master declared. In the past, Batman would have outright refused, and this time was no different. "That is impossible," Batman replied. "What of Talia?" The ninja master retorted with derision. "Do you still dare inquire about her? She has embarked on endeavors of greater significance." This statement unsettled Batman slightly. What meaningful pursuits could exist in Gotham? "What do you desire?" Yet the ninja master would not allow him to ponder further, stating, "I know you. Just as you know me, you surely seek something." With that, Batman did not conceal his intentions, responding, "I require your blood." The ninja master's blood contained restorative enzymes, which was the true aim of Batman's quest. He had never forgotten the shortcomings of the Titan serum, but had struggled to find the essential component. Only upon discovering that the ninja master had arrived in Gotham did he realize that the solution was closer than he had imagined. The ninja master laughed heartily. "Very well, but you must complete my trials. Batman sensed an underlying unease. The ninja master seemed deliberately delaying him. However, as long as he could obtain the blood, he chose not to voice his concerns. Nothing was more crucial than producing an antidote. Otherwise, the Joker would perish. Uncertain of the reasons, Batman felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought of the Joker's demise. Nevertheless, disregarding Alfred's objections, he spoke in a low voice. "Let us not delay. Let us commence." The ninja master smiled as he replied. In an instant, Batman found himself ensnared in an illusion, and a pair of eyes manifested upon his forehead, making him appear as though he possessed for crimson eyes. Chapter 165, Batman's Anxiety Arkham Asylum. Outside, torrential rain battered against the windows, while Angela lay in a daze upon her hospital bed. During this time, she had been subjected to daily injections of a neurotoxic agent, rendering her unresponsive, as if she were trapped in a world of her own. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat and mask entered, followed by a nurse. Even in her stupor, Angela instinctively felt a flicker of fear. The door closed, and the doctor glanced at the surveillance monitor, promptly disabling it before swiftly incapacitating the nurse. As the doctor removed her mask, a strikingly beautiful young woman with dark hair and crimson lips emerged. "Elira, it is time to go home," she said, approaching Angela. Angela suddenly gasped, yet her gaze remained vacant. It was not until a shadow possessed her that she sprouted an additional pair of eyes, all four glowing a vivid scarlet. "Who are you?" Angela inquired, staring at the woman before her. "I am Talia, here to rescue you," Talia responded. "The daughter of God has spiraled out of control. We must seek an alternative." "There is another way," Angela murmured. "Let's exit first." Talia helped Angela don the nurse's attire, allowing them to assume new identities. Moments later, the door opened, and the two, masquerading as doctor and nurse, strode confidently out of Arkham Asylum. Due to the plans for Arkham City, the asylum resembled a sieve. Before long, Batman had successfully navigated all the trials set by the ninja master within the illusion. Upon awakening, Batman lunged forward without hesitation. The ninja master, quick to respond, unsheathed his katana to block the attack. Clang! "All your techniques were taught by me," the ninja master remarked. "Yet the student has surpassed the master," Batman retorted, launching a ferocious assault. The ninja master feigned defeat and was swiftly bested by Batman. "And what if you kill me? I am immortal. Farewell," he declared, choosing to end his own life with decisive resolve, knowing he would soon resurrect from the Lazarus pit. Batman, undeterred, proceeded to collect his blood. After collecting the blood, Batman immediately contacted Alfred. "Alfred, has anything significant occurred outside?" He was aware that the ninja master was merely trying to delay him, so he was prepared to resolve matters at once. "Significant?" Alfred glanced at the information. "The Gotham Police Department has seized a shipment from the international gang and apprehended all its members in Gotham. Does that qualify as significant?" "Indeed, but that is already known to me." As Batman stepped outside, a sudden insight struck him. "What about Talia's whereabouts? Your romantic interest?" Alfred teased it. "Regrettably, there has been no trace of her." "This is not right," Batman said gravely. Anything that transpired in Gotham, of which he was unaware, instilled a sense of anxiety within him. "What?" Harley Quinn received a call early this morning, waking both Leon and Poison Ivy. "She escaped? Is Arkham Asylum an open-air facility?" she remarked incredulously. "What's happening, Harley?" Leon sat up, embracing Harley, who had lightened his shoulder. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth. "That wretched woman has fled. It was indeed a problem. I should have killed her." Leon and Poison Ivy pondered for a moment before responding. "Angela, who else could it be?" Harley Quinn's complexion was as pale as ever, yet it was evident that she was irked. She should have been dealt with decisively. And what of Rachel's mother? Next time, just eliminate her. Moreover, this woman is undeniably up to no good. If she did not intend to bring about the world's destruction, why could she not simply remain in Arkham Asylum? How did she escape? Leon inquired. "The surveillance was compromised, but we have deduced that someone disguised as a doctor incapacitated the nurse, exchanged identities with Angela, and then absconded with that wretched woman. That vile creature has accomplices." Harley Quinn seethed. Upon hearing this, Leon and Poison Ivy felt that Arkham Asylum was utterly riddled with flaws. After all, impersonating a doctor was far too trivial a matter. How could the nurse not recognize it? Could it be that the nurse is in collusion with them? Although Poison Ivy lacked detective instincts, she voiced her thoughts. "I suspect the entire Arkham Asylum is compromised," Harley Quinn asserted vehemently. That old fool Sharp managed to transition from the head of the asylum to the mayor of Gotham. It's astonishing that there are no issues. He is utterly corrupt, profiting from criminals without an ounce of mercy. And worst of all, he forced me to relinquish my position as the best psychologist. The fact that such a villain can become Gotham's mayor reflects the city's profound darkness. Listening to Harley's grievances, Leon could only remind her, the most crucial matter now is to locate her. Indeed, but I doubt we can find her again. Harley Quinn stamped her foot, insisting they must search for Kara as well. Kara? Leon expressed his surprise. Indeed, Rachel's mother has disappeared. Shouldn't we look for her? Harley Quinn asserted with conviction. Poison Ivy nodded in agreement. They subsequently divided their tasks. Harley Quinn went to rally her associates, while Poison Ivy ventured off on her own. With her ability to manipulate flora, every plant became her vigilant ally. Leon, on the other hand, could only await Kara's dismissal from class to relay the news. Unsurprisingly, Kara readily agreed to assist. Although she had never met Rachel's mother, helping to locate someone was a simple endeavor. Seizing her free time, she soared into the skies, surveying Gotham in its entirety. "Father, I have scoured Gotham, but found nothing," she reported. "That indicates she is no longer in Gotham," Leon replied, having taken to the skies himself in search. What if a villain has abducted Rachel's mother? Of course, that is the most favorable scenario. Kara, now mature enough, comprehended his implication. They must avoid casting suspicion on Rachel's mother. Otherwise, it would be devastating for Rachel. "Let us not inform Rachel," she acquiesced, nodding, and resumed her flight back to class. If even Kara could not locate her, it was likely others would fare no better. After all, the adversary had an entire night to flee. If preparations had been made in advance, one could escape quite far overnight, especially by airplane, potentially reaching the West Coast. As anticipated, after a full day of searching, Harley Quinn and her companions had yet to find the elusive Angela. Chapter 166. Someone's defense has cracked in Metropolis. Outside a concealed hospital room under LexCorp, Bruno Mannheim, the founder of the international gang and a notorious crime lord of Metropolis, made his appearance. Shortly thereafter, the room's door swung open, revealing a striking woman with shoulder-length black hair. Miss Graves, Bruno Mannheim, usually commanding in the outside world, now appeared quite apprehensive as he gazed at her. Mercy Graves, the personal assistant and bodyguard to Lex Luthor, as well as the security chief of LexCorp, exuded an air of cold detachment. Her naturally aloof demeanor intensified, rendering her even more unapproachable. "Mr. Luthor is quite upset. He wishes for you to enter," she interjected, cutting off Bruno's impending inquiries. With that, the frosty Mercy departed, her high heels echoing down the corridor. Bruno Mannheim's expression darkened behind her retreating figure. "This wretched woman will eventually bring about your downfall," he seethed internally, though he dared not show his fury, instead adopting a respectful demeanor as he entered the hospital room. Inside, Lex Luthor's once luxuriant hair was now entirely shaved, leaving him bald. He appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, far from the severity reported by the outside world. Lex Luthor, leaning against the headboard, did not cast a glance in his direction, but instead focused on the Metropolis news on the television. Superman, a title embraced by the masses, was initially thought to be a new type of aircraft, but it soon became clear he was a man. We remain uncertain whether he is an extraterrestrial or a deity. Such distinctions are trivial. Yet his presence, soaring through the skies of Metropolis, instills a sense of security within us, contributing to a notable decline in the city's crime rate. Lex Luthor switched off the television, closed his eyes, and fell into contemplation. A god? Humanity does not require a deity soaring above. Such a notion would render mankind fragile, stripping away our potential. Luthor spoke with a chilling indifference. This prompted Bruno Mannheim to mistakenly believe he was addressing him, nodding in agreement. "Mr. Luthor is right. We must find a way to deal with him." "How shall we do that?" Luthor replied with a mocking expression. "We know nothing of who he is, where he hails from, his vulnerabilities, or his intentions. We are utterly in the dark about him. However, this also implies that once we unveil the mystery surrounding Superman, we shall discover a means to confront him. Every being possesses a weakness, unless he is a god. Yet even a god, should he bleed, can be brought down from his pedestal." Luthor's disdain for Superman stemmed from the deepest recesses of his being. He inherently despised the superhuman. Even the so-called Batman was not exempt from his contempt. How much more so for one who soars through the heavens, venerated by ordinary folk as a divine figure. Mr. Luther, Bruno began tentatively. Silence. Luther interjected, pointing accusatorily at him. Would I grant you permission to speak? This remark left Bruno's face pale. Yet he dared not raise his gaze, bowing his head in submission. A formidable figure among criminals, he resembled a dog before the capitalists. Seeing him cowed brought a modicum of satisfaction to Luther. Training a dog necessitates constant discipline. If it guards its master's food, it deserves punishment. Speak. I hope for good news. Upon hearing this, Bruno's expression turned grim. Mr. Luther, our operation in Gotham has failed. Our operation? Luther scoffed. It is your incompetence that has led to this. I provided you with weaponry and funding, yet you cannot even breach Gotham? Bruno Mannheim felt utterly humiliated. Their endeavors in Metropolis had flourished effortlessly, but they were unexpectedly met with devastating defeat upon leaving the city. Mr. Luther, they had Superman's assistance. Bruno could only shift the blame. Yet this was not entirely untrue. Power Girl was indeed a form of Superman. His men reported sightings of individuals clad in battle armor. Hearing this, Luther's irritation intensified. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Bruno to exit immediately. The entire ward was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Batman. I am in great agony, the Joker lamented, curled up in his bed at Arkham Asylum. His physique had undergone a significant transformation since then. His veins were conspicuously visible, and at intervals, a stream of green blood coursed through them. This sight was profoundly unsettling. Standing beside him, Batman held a vial of serum, contemplating the scene before him. Had it not been for Poison Ivy's warning, the Joker might very well have perished. Yet, despite his apparent suffering, the Joker was keenly observing Batman. He had devised a plan. Should Batman fail to save him, he would inject his own blood into Batman, forcing him into a desperate struggle for survival. No one could have anticipated the severe side effects of the Titan serum. It was no wonder that only Bane had managed to survive the experiment. You shall not die, Batman said in a somber tone. Even though you are steeped in malevolence, I will still save you. A chuckle escaped the Joker's lips at these words, a glimmer of solace washing over him. He had never wished to extinguish Batman's life. He merely delighted in their rivalry. Now, he felt he had triumphed once more. With a sudden movement, Batman seized his arm and plunged a needle into it. As the perfect antidote coursed through his veins, the Joker felt a significant alleviation of his pain, the green blood within him gradually normalizing. The times have changed, Batman remarked. I sense that the world is undergoing a tremendous transformation. The partially restored Joker gazed at Batman and chuckled. I can feel it. You are afraid. Indeed, you are so fragile. The Joker mercilessly taunted. If I were you, I would embrace death now, for it would spare countless lives. I fear nothing, Batman replied, his voice deep and resolute. Nor do I dread death. In truth, I have long forgotten the sensation of dying. My only concern is the potential destruction of this world. Then why do you hesitate to die? The Joker retorted. Trust me, if you were to perish, the world would be a better place. This realm has never needed a Batman. Let us ponder across the infinite multiverses how many lives have been lost due to your weakness. At this, Batman seized him, declaring, the multiverse does not exist. You and I know that this is the reality we inhabit. The Joker erupted in laughter. Perhaps every iteration of Batman in every timeline is as weak and ineffectual as you, too afraid to make the ultimate sacrifice. Is that so? Batman countered. I am not like you, content to watch Harley Quinn beg for affection in another's embrace, too timid to act, only to be toyed with by others. Perhaps that is what you deem sacrifice, Joker. The Joker trembled, visions of Harley Quinn reveling in another's company flooding his mind. He felt utterly defenseless. Chapter 167. Sisters in Opposition. It had been 2 weeks since the incident involving the International Gang. During this period, the International Help Group has ceased its attempts to enter Gotham. Naturally, Angela remains elusive, leaving Leon and the others with no choice but to abandon their search. However, Rachel, upon learning of this, has become increasingly anxious, to the point of suffering from sleepless nights, often murmuring about the 3 palaces in her dreams. Given the weight of her stress, Leon decided to take them out for some leisure over the weekend, believing that relaxation is the most effective remedy for tension. Coincidentally, Wonder Woman, Diana, has returned to Gotham. Thus, Leon drove the three young ladies to pick up their mentor. Before long, Diana's flight arrived, having journeyed directly from Paris for 8 or 9 hours. Such long-haul flights can be quite taxing, yet Diana's remarkable physical condition makes it seem effortless. As she emerged from the terminal, Diana immediately drew many admiring glances, her height and long legs being a rare sight in Gotham. Not to mention her fashionable attire that accentuated her striking figure. In essence, she is well aware of her allure and adept at showcasing it. She waved to the group, approaching amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Removing her sunglasses, she embraced the three girls warmly. Not only Kara, but also Shiri and Rachel gazed at her with envy, wishing to embody Diana's independence, grace, and vibrant lifestyle. Many young women express their hobbies as a love for food and travel, which translates to a fondness for enjoyment and leisure. Who doesn't relish in such pleasures? Leon, it's been a while, Diana said as she embraced him. Whispering in his ear, I've heard your little girlfriend is searching for me everywhere. Leon felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing her words. Harley Quinn's primary motive for venturing to Paradise Island was indeed to find Diana. The collaboration was merely secondary. No one truly knows Harley's intentions. And even Leon fears that this could ignite a global conflict. Don't worry about her, Leon responded. This reflects Diana's unique perspective. She is unconcerned about whether Leon has other romantic interests, as long as her own needs are met. Their relationship is fundamentally pure. Perhaps it didn't start with romantic feelings, but as time passed, she found herself unable to detach from him. After all, she seeks quality over quantity. Thus, who could argue that this isn't a form of genuine love? I'll have a word with her, Diana whispered before releasing him, mindful of the three young ladies observing them. At their age, they're on the brink of exploration, requiring proper guidance rather than mere suppression or evasion. It is essential for them to understand the nature of impulses and discern what is permissible and what is not. Leon took Diana's luggage with a sense of unease. Diana is not evading. She wishes to confront Harley Quinn directly. Could it truly escalate into a global conflict? Leon harbors no doubts that half of Gotham would be obliterated. If Harley were to lose her sanity, the entire world might descend into chaos. The women, oblivious to the cataclysm brewing in Leon's mind, boarded the vehicle and inquired, "Shall we drive?" "Oh, to where?" Leon snapped back to reality. "First, let us drop off the luggage." "Have you booked a hotel?" "No." "Do you have any rooms available at your place?" Diana remarked playfully. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words. "Just teasing. There's a hotel with exceptionally good beds." Upon witnessing his reaction, Diana burst into laughter. She then gazed out the window, feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that men are drawn to women with a touch of madness? The three young ladies in the back seat sensed an eerie atmosphere, hesitant to utter a word, as none wished to incur the wrath of the moment. Soon, the Maybach arrived at the hotel. Kate Kane's Maybach had been commandeered by Leon. Though Leon had a fondness for sports cars, after all, what man does not revel in speed and thrill? It was impractical for his large family. How he wished for an autonomous vehicle. A sudden idea sparked in Leon's mind. "I shall assist you with the luggage." He instructed the young ladies to remain in the car as he descended to help Diana with the bags. Once they both exited, Kara and the other girls breathed a sigh of relief. Their godfather certainly knows how to attract attention. As for their feelings regarding his romantic history, they found themselves at a loss for words. People often exhibit double standards. Had he been a stranger, they would have condemned him outright. Yet what could they do? He was their godfather, after all. Inside the hotel, as Leon carried the suitcase into the room, he was immediately embraced from behind by Diana, who pressed her lips against his. They still awaited downstairs. After a moment, Leon said to Diana, "You must not leave tonight." Agreed, Leon nodded solemnly, considering that Harley Quinn would not be present that evening. Thus, the two tidied their attire and hurried downstairs. "You finally made it. I thought it would take at least another half hour," Kara remarked upon seeing them return to the vehicle. They were utterly bored. Leon sighed. "I had to organize the bags." "Oh," the three girls chimed in teasingly. "Where next?" Ignoring their banter, Leon turned to Diana and inquired, "Where to?" "West City. There's an exhibition," she replied. Soon, they discovered the nature of the exhibition, a photography showcase. "Do you have an interest in photography?" Leon asked. "It's just casual for me, but this is Donna's exhibition," Diana smiled. Kara and her companions, filled with curiosity, trailed closely behind. In such an environment, they felt an undeniable sense of artistry. Upon entering, Even their voices softened slightly. However, their acquaintance with Donna was but a fleeting one, having exchanged little more than pleasantries. They held a deep yearning for Paradise Island, yet lacked the opportunity to visit. Leon and his group observed that the exhibition attracted quite a crowd. The walls were adorned with Donna's photographic works, exuding a remarkable artistic flair. Donna had a penchant for capturing landscapes and sunsets, yet there were no self-portraits to be found. One could hardly expect even the most narcissistic of women to feature their selfies in an exhibition. As they meandered through the gallery, they took their time to appreciate the displays. In the center of the exhibition, they spotted Donna Troy, surrounded by admirers. A radiant smile graced her face, suggesting she relished the attention akin to that of star. Many women crave the spotlight, which explains why so many aspire to be stars or models. However, the arrival of Diana swiftly overshadowed the limelight. Diana's beauty, alongside her captivating presence, drew numerous gazes, leaving Donna Troy feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Diana, what brings you here?" she inquired with a hint of stiffness. "I simply had to attend my sister's first exhibition," Diana replied with a light chuckle. Leon discerned the subtle tension between the sisters, though it was not uncommon for siblings to have minor disagreements. As long as their bond remained intact, such conflicts were insignificant. Donna's initial discomfort quickly dissipated. Acknowledging that Diana's presence was inevitable, Donna greeted Leon and his companions warmly, and he reciprocated with a handshake, while the three young ladies displayed commendable politeness. The sudden influx of beautiful women, despite a few being mere girls, enlivened the exhibition. The reality was evident. The audience for beautiful photographs paled in comparison to those drawn to the allure of beautiful women. It appeared that many attendees were indeed captivated by the enchanting photographer herself. The exhibition continued until noon, after which Donna joined Leon and the others for lunch. Though the afternoon session would resume, she felt no desire to return, having already fulfilled her aspirations. Gotham proved to be a place of exceptional talent, with so many appreciating her unique photographic style. "Diana, what about the two of you?" Donna quietly inquired, glancing at Leon, who was accompanied by the three young ladies. "What is it? You can't possibly be falling for him, can you? He has 3 daughters," she remarked. "They are his pupils," Diana reminded her, and quite charming at that. "Girls are only adorable during their childhood," Donna Troy retorted. "Are you referring to yourself?" Diana replied with a smile. "Akka mi piacca, donna scolvo delightly." In their youth, the bond between the two sisters had been far stronger than it was now. However, the passage of time had transformed their relationship. The more one understands, the more the bond between Donna and Diana gradually wanes. It is inevitable. Diana's excellence is overwhelming, to the point where it sometimes breeds a tinge of jealousy, and thus their relationship shifts. The same applies to Leon's protege. Kara's remarkable prowess tends to incite alternative sentiments in the other two. Setting this aside, do you know if he has other women? Donna whispered, recalling the chaotic demeanor of the Harlequin. "I came here to see her," Diana replied. "I can no longer comprehend you," Donna said with a hint of helplessness. "A man of exceptional caliber will not be confined to a single woman." Diana, however, was rather unperturbed. "Just look at Zeus." Upon hearing this, Donna turned her gaze towards Leon. At least Zeus is a king among gods. After lunch, the group sauntered along the beach. Gotham offers an abundance of entertainment, leaving no room for concern over a lack of diversions. However, the Atlanteans had yet to seek them out, suggesting that matters were still unresolved. In the evening, after dining at an Italian restaurant, Leon escorted Kara and the other 3 young ladies back. Following this, Leon accompanied Diana and Donna to meet General Antiope, who was preparing to return to Themyscira. After all, for her, home is always preferable to the outside world. The only source of her anxiety was that, despite the passage of time, there had been no signs of life within her womb. Yet, with Diana's arrival, she felt it inappropriate to vie for attention. She could only wait for future opportunities. After meeting General Antiope, Leon returned to the hotel with Diana. The bed in the hotel was about to undergo another trial. In the dead of night, within the manor, Rachel rose tossed and turned in her sleep, her forehead beating with sweat. "Daughter, let me in." In her dream, Rachel found herself back in Azarath, confronted by a towering crimson giant of indeterminate height. The giant's skin appeared as though seared by the flames of perdition, exuding an unsettling aura. For deep crimson eyes fixated upon Rachel, and a crown-like black horned carapace gradually spread from its head. This was Sanjiao. No, this cannot be. Rachel declared resolutely. I will not let you in. Abandon any hope of that. You and I are one. You're Sanjiao. Sanjiao addressed Rachel. Join me, and together we shall obliterate this universe, and you shall grow even more powerful. I do not desire greater power. Rachel cried, shaking her head. I only wish for you to stay away. It is impossible. Let me in. Enraged, Sanjiao shook Azarath to its core. Rachel jolted awake from the nightmare, uncertain whether it was merely a dream or the influence of Sanjiao's power. In the next moment, Kara rushed in, gazing at Rachel and asking, What happened? I do not know. Rachel cradled her head, reassured that all was well. Kara quickly enveloped her in an embrace before turning to the approaching Ciri, urging her to summon the Godfather. Ciri, somewhat bewildered, nodded briskly and dashed to the room to retrieve her phone, dialing Leon. A weary voice emerged as he was in the midst of a break, preparing for the second round. Ciri? Godfather, please return swiftly. What is the matter? Leon exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet. Diana, from behind, also embraced him, her expression laden with concern. Rachel, what has happened to Rachel? Leon hastily donned his attire, eager to rush back. Ciri hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the specifics, merely relaying that Kara had instructed her to contact Leon. Yet Leon dismissed the details, asserting, Clear the way. I'll be back shortly. Understood, Ciri replied, promptly heading to the living room. Meanwhile, Diana declared, I shall accompany you. She had not donned her daytime attire, instead opting for a battle garb. Subsequently, Leon snapped his fingers, and with a flourish of magic, they were transported back to the manor. After a brief wait, Ciri witnessed their arrival. Godfather, Rachel is in the room, she announced directly. The trio hurried to Rachel's chamber, where Kara was soothing her, her emotions finally stabilizing. Leon approached, wrapping an arm around Rachel's shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. Rachel, what transpired? I encountered the Triad, Rachel confessed, clutching him tightly. His power is affecting me. He is drawing closer to Earth. Damn. The gravity of her words struck Leon and the others with trepidation, particularly Kara, who understood the formidable nature of the Triad. The more she learned, the more acutely aware she became of the world's perils. She yearned to grow stronger, yet felt overwhelmed by the insurmountable challenges. If only the Justice League were formed. Where did you see him? Leon inquired immediately. In Azarath, Rachel replied, though it was in a dream state. He wishes for my assistance in opening the portal to Earth. This revelation furrowed the brows of Leon and the others, a sense of foreboding settling in, as prolonged influence could yield unpredictable consequences. Diana interjected, Who is the Triad? Is he truly powerful? Without a doubt, Leon affirmed, elaborating on the essence of the Triad. Upon discovering that Rachel was the daughter of such a malevolent entity, Diana could only smirk incredulously. What a lineage you possess. Chapter 169, Queen Carnila. After considerable effort, Leon finally lulled Rachel to sleep, encouraging Kara and the others to rest as well. It became increasingly apparent that as long as Rachel remained, the Triad would perpetually pose a threat. Yet, even the fiercest of beasts abstained from harming their young. Thus, Elon would naturally not entertain any thoughts of causing harm to Rachel. It was imperative to safeguard and assist her. After escorting Diana back to the hotel, their previous intentions had faded. I must step out for a moment, Elon announced. Do you require my company? No need, he replied with a shake of his head. He intended to journey to Asgard, which would be somewhat inappropriate with Diana in tow, considering their disparate divine realms. Diana nodded in understanding, donned her nightwear, and bestowed a kiss upon Elon, saying, Be cautious. I will, Elon assured her with a nod. With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized before him. Asgard had remained unchanged for millennia. Since Elon and his companions' departure, it had reverted to its former state. Gatherings occurred every 3 days, with grander assemblies every 5. Upon Elon's arrival, the denizens of Asgard were immersed in jubilant festivities. The goddesses danced, selecting their favored companions, and Elon found himself unnoticed until the scenery around him suddenly shifted. Initially, he presumed it to be the work of Odin or Frigg's magic, thus offered no resistance. However, he soon realized that this royal palace was rather meager, lacking the opulence of Odin's golden halls. Who are you? Elonanquayod. Gazing at the woman seated upon the throne, With her long legs crossed before him, she regarded him with a serious expression, her striking black hair cascading about her. She wore a deep brown, form-fitting attire, most notably adorned with a crown. In Asgard, it was audacious for anyone to wear a crown. "Do you not know who I am?" she retorted. "Karnila?" On recalled the name. In other parts of Asgard, she was deemed a traitor, the leader of a rebellion. The stark reality was that, despite Asgard's nominal dominion over the 9 realms, internal dissenters persisted, Nornheim being a prime example. Karnila was the ruler of Nornheim. "Address me as queen," Karnila commanded sternly. She once lamented that only Odin's magical prowess surpassed her own in all of Asgard. "So, elle replied nonchalantly, what business does the queen have with me? It is merely a title, after all. We are still within Asgard. Considering your repeated assistance to Odin, you have violated the laws of Nornheim." Elon interjected, "But Nornheim is also part of Asgard." "No," Queen Karnila erupted in fury. "Nornheim is independent. We do not require Odin's leadership." "Very well, you are correct, but I did not aid King Odin. Rather, he assisted me," Elon asserted with a nod. "Thus, you consider me your enemy." Queen Karnila spoke with remarkable composure, stating that one cannot engage in logic with a fairy, especially not with the queen among them. "Thus," Leon boldly declared, "we can become friends, provided you teach me a spell." This left Karnila momentarily perplexed. She fixed her gaze upon Leon and inquired, "Why should we become friends? Have you not realized that your inability to escape Asgard is due to your lack of friends?" Leon mused. The essence of truth lies in cultivating numerous friendships while minimizing enmities. With those words, Karnila was swayed. Rising from her throne, she inadvertently added to Leon's pressure. Her long legs, a striking sight, suggested a height of at least 2 meters. The physique of Asgardians is indeed formidable, and she was not slender but robust, exuding strength. Those with experience understand that such a physique is truly exceptional. "What magic do you seek?" Upon hearing this, Leon's spirits lifted as he recounted Rachel's predicament. Karnila claimed her magical prowess was second only to Odin's in all of Asgard. Surely not a mere boast. After listening, she replied, "It is quite simple. A barrier spell will suffice. This will prevent the dimensional demon's power from easily reaching your daughter, thus shielding her from harm. As her magic grows stronger, she will be safe." In essence, Rachel was still too young and her magic insufficiently potent, rendering her susceptible to the influences of the 3 palaces. Though she spoke thus, Leon harbored concerns about the time constraints. "What if we seek to eradicate the dimensional demon altogether?" Karnila retorted, "The dimensional demon is nearly impossible to kill." Leon was not surprised by this answer. The Ancient One had conveyed similar sentiments. However, they were not of the same caliber as the dimensional demon. Thus, Leon urged, "Then teach me the spell." "No problem, as long as you remember we are friends," Karnila generously replied. After all, she possessed little else besides her magic. Under her leadership, Nornheim was the poorest locale in Asgard, a situation that persisted even in her absence. Nornheim, situated in a remote corner of Asgard, often went unnoticed by the fairy court, fostering a sense of neglect among its inhabitants, which ultimately led to rebellion. "Indeed, we are friends," Leon affirmed as he acquired the barrier spell from her. He had no intention of lingering, for Karnila had little to offer in terms of hospitality, unless she were to personally host him. It was evident that their relationship was one of friendship rather than anything more intimate. Leon was transported back to the realm of the Celestial Palace. Having arrived, he naturally intended to pay a visit to Odin and Frigga. However, at that moment, a golden portal materialized beside him, revealing unexpected guests. They emanated an aura of ordinary humanity, untainted by magic or other forces, exuding a certain purity. Clad in advanced technological attire, they appeared fully equipped, wielding not firearms, but rather simple rod. "Who are you?" Leon inquired, encountering 2 groups of individuals before even meeting the main figures of Asgard. The leader, concealed beneath a mask, responded, "Your casual traversing of the cosmos has significantly altered this timeline, and you must be subjected to recalibration." The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, Leon deduced. Recognizing the acronym, to his surprise, they had set their sights on him. How unfortunate, he mused, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it was they who were unfortunate. Leon harbored no fear of the so-called Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Chapter 170. The Advent of the Failures. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau is an organization dedicated to overseeing, adjusting, and ultimately balancing the numerous timelines within the infinite variables of the multiverse. However, in their pursuit of convenience, they had established a so-called sacred timeline. Anything that deviated from this timeline was subject to elimination. Leon questioned, "Am I altering the sacred timeline?" The response left the individuals bewildered. The sacred timeline ceased to exist long ago. This prompted Leon to reassess his circumstances. This revelation implied that the god of stories, Loki, had long since taken his place, and that this universe was not the primary universe, but rather one among many in the multiverse. Leon felt little sentiment regarding this discovery. After all, the uncertainty of traversing universes was inherently vast. He should have recognized this sooner, especially since, if this were indeed the primary universe of Marvel, known as Universe 616, there would be no Spider-Gwen. "Submit quietly, and we shall judge you," one of the agents remarked, perceiving Leon as amenable. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau typically turned a blind eye to time travelers. Yet the commotion Leon and his companions had caused was too significant to ignore, even attracting the attention of beings like Supergirl, who did not belong to any established timeline. "No," Leon shook his head. "I am merely a traveler. You lack the authority to judge me." With a wave of his hand, chains suddenly emerged around the agents, binding them. Rather than resorting to violence, he seized a device capable of traversing timelines. "Enjoy yourselves," he said, dismissing them. He snapped his fingers, and those individuals were instantly transported to an unknown destination. Leon, equally oblivious to his whereabouts, simply sought refuge in a random place, hoping to be left undisturbed. It bewildered him that these ordinary individuals dared to provoke a sorcerer, and not just any sorcerer, but one far more adept than a mere novice like Loki. Notably, even in the absence of magic, Leon possessed a modicum of martial prowess. He decided against lingering in that place any longer and hastily made his way to meet Odin and Frigga, leaving before they could pursue him. Let them chase him to Gotham, if they could. Morning arrived, and Rachel awakened from her slumber, feeling a warmth radiating from her forehead. Upon opening her eyes, she was comforted to see Leon vigilantly standing by her bedside. His hand rested gently on her forehead, emanating a soothing warmth, as though he were casting a spell. "Do you feel any better?" Leon inquired as soon as he noticed Rachel was awake. "Yes, it feels very warm," she replied, instinctively leaning her face against his hand while he tenderly caressed her cheek. It must be said that a girl in her teens possesses a youthful radiance, her face brimming with collagen. "I have cast a protective spell. The influence of the three palaces shall no longer affect you," Leon assured her. "Thank you, Godfather," Rachel responded cheerfully. "However, I sense the three palaces drawing nearer." "Do not worry. We shall find a solution," Leon replied, resolute. Before his ward, he could not betray a flicker of fear. If he were unable to maintain his composure, it would only instill greater trepidation in them, which was far from ideal. Only by projecting calmness could he inspire confidence that a resolution was at hand. Leon firmly believed that a solution existed. It simply required proactive pursuit. "All right." Rachel felt enveloped in a sense of security. "Get up. It's time for class." Alas, even superheroes must attend school and fulfill their responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Rachel's spirits dampened. It is human nature to favor play over study. Few relish the prospect of learning. Once one develops a penchant for reading in childhood, it tends to linger throughout life. Soon after, Kara and Shiri were also roused by Leon. Who would have thought that Supergirl enjoyed indulging in sleep? Thankfully, there was no sign of morning grouchiness. Otherwise, she might have blown the roof off in frustration. "By the way, Godfather, the Fortress of Solitude has detected a Kryptonian spacecraft approaching Earth." While brushing her teeth, Kara recalled something urgent and quickly informed Leon. "Zod?" Leon queried. "Most likely, but if not him, it could be my aunt," Kara replied solemnly. The aunt she referred to was Astra, her mother Allura's sister, with whom she shared a strained relationship. Thus, should she arrive on Earth, it was highly probable that she would emerge as an adversary to Kara. Kara differs significantly from Clark. She harbors numerous memories of Krypton and her aunt alike. While Clark can effortlessly deliver a beating to General Zod without any moral qualms, she finds herself unable to do the same. Leon gently patted Kara's head and inquired, "Let us assume it is Zod. Have you decided on a course of action?" If it pertains to Kara's so-called aunt, Leon felt compelled to engage in a discussion with her. From what he had heard, Kara's aunt was a woman of elegance and maturity. Leon, embodying the aspirations of a prime minister, had little else on his mind. Kara, unaware of Leon's thoughts, would undoubtedly feel elated if she did. The last thing she wished was to confront her aunt. I have discussed this with Clark, Kara stated, having grown accustomed to calling him Clark, especially since he himself did not acknowledge the name Kal-El. He typically identified as Clark Kent. Only Kara, in her straightforwardness, refrained from adopting Leon's surname. Otherwise, she would be known as Kara Lee. She was already aware that in alternate realities, she had been adopted by unfamiliar Danvers. She held no particular sentiment regarding this. Experience is vari. The current population of Kryptonians is dwindling, and we aspire to unite them, allowing them to coexist with us, Kara articulated. Since preparations were underway, she certainly did not wish for the self-destructive conflicts of the past to repeat. As a Kryptonian, she naturally desired to live among her kin, as solitude was a heavy burden. Moreover, as a Kryptonian, how could one not harbor ambitions of rebuilding their home? However, such aspirations would undoubtedly burden Batman immensely. Can you persuade General Zod? Leon expressed his skepticism. We do not need to persuade him, Kara replied with enthusiasm. We will defeat him in combat. There exists an ancient tradition on Krypton, wherein Clark would challenge Zod to a life-or-death battle, the victor of which would lead the remaining Kryptonians. In Kara's view, Zod stood no chance against Clark. He had always been outmatched, and now, with Clark having undergone rigorous training, he was more akin to a warrior than a mere farmer. Thus, to Kara, victory seemed assured. Only Leon found her optimism somewhat naive. For a group of individuals cast out from Krypton, they were, by all accounts, the vanquished. Would the defeated adhere to such traditions? If traditions were effective, why resort to brute force? Nevertheless, Leon refrained from dampening her spirits, allowing Kara to mature through adversity. Chapter 171. Mara's fishing plan. Well then, how long until we reach Earth? Leon asked, eager to prepare a surprise for the remaining Kryptonians. Kara responded, a few months, I believe. Leon nodded. In that case, we should hasten to school. He patted Kara's head, likening her to Astro Boy, her head as solid as iron. It is said that relying solely on instinct can lead to foolishness. Kara expressed her discontent. I merely fear that your mind may become rusty, relying on brute force rather than intellect, Leon casually remarked, beckoning a few young women to board the vehicle, intending to procure sustenance at school. Deep within the Atlantic, a Russian submarine cautiously navigated, concealing its whereabouts. Following the dissolution of the Red Empire, the great nation was willing to sell anything for profit. This submarine, belonging to the Assassin Alliance, was acquired in such a manner. Inside the vessel, members of the Assassin Alliance were present. One must admit, this relic from decades past was remarkably resilient, still operational after all these years. Amidst such profound depths, how could there be such an abundance of subaquatic vessels? Moreover, we had never encountered this particular model, which appeared entirely distinct from human technology. Talia, the ambiguous companion of Batman, was conversing with a ninja master regarding this matter. Since their descent to the ocean floor, they had encountered countless peculiar aquatic devices. Some resembled living creatures, while others were entirely high-tech. It was evident that they had been noticed by the others. Had it not been for the absence of hostility from the opposing side, they would have surely met their demise. After all, the current queen of Atlantis sought peaceful coexistence with humanity and would naturally refrain from aggression. I have heard tales of Atlantis. Someone once told me they had witnessed Atlanteans with their own eyes, the ninja master stated. Talia, taken aback, inquired, are there truly Atlanteans? If Amazons exist, the existence of Atlanteans is hardly surprising, the ninja master replied. The longer one lives and encounters the myriad supernatural forces of this world, the less one finds anything truly astonishing. There is nothing new under the sun. Fortunately, they have not attacked us, Talia expressed her concern. However, as we venture deeper into the ocean, there is no guarantee they will remain passive. Once we locate the temple, we need not worry about them, the ninja master replied solemnly. Talia dared not meet his gaze, for since the ninja master had taken his own life and resurrected from the Lazarus pit, he had become somewhat different. Even Talia, his daughter, found him somewhat unfamiliar. At that moment, Angela, who had been silently attuned to something, suddenly opened her eyes. Instantly, her gaze transformed into all of vivid crimson. Angela harbored an intense resentment towards Harley Quinn. No matter how she pleaded, Harley remained skeptical. subjecting her to relentless injections of medication. Devoid of power, she could no longer return to her former self. I sensed it. The king has finally responded to me, Angela proclaimed. Just moments ago, she had perceived the guidance of the Triad, leading her to the location of the temple. Little did she know, she was merely a backup to the Triad. Upon realizing that San Gongjian could not influence Rachel, he promptly shifted his focus to Angela. Consequently, the once nebulous location of the temple became vividly clear. Where is it? Talia immediately inquired. Talia had always maintained a close relationship with the ninja master, Lars, earning his utmost trust. However, her disposition was even more ruthless than that of the ninja master. Although she was the ambiguous partner of Batman, she consistently regarded the ninja master's desire for collaboration with Batman as utterly foolish. The ninja master had long wished for her and Batman to unite in governing the League of Assassins, a notion Talia dismissed with disdain. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. This was her opportunity. Angela promptly pointed in a direction, and Talia, alongside the ninja master, resolved to hasten their advance. Under the watchful surveillance of the Atlanteans, the submarine began to accelerate. Not far away, Mara observed the vessel intently. Upon discovering the submarine, she commenced her own form of enforcement. Despite the advancements in human technology that had enabled various deep-sea explorations in recent years, few would venture to such depths, as they held no strategic value. Furthermore, given their current circumstances, it appeared as though they were searching for something. This immediately reminded Mara of the temple that Leon had instructed the Atlanteans to seek. Instinctively, she sensed a potential connection. Of course, even if there were none, there was no harm in investigating. Where are they headed? Mara inquired as she noticed the submarine's acceleration. Your Highness, that area belongs to the trench, replied an individual clad in a mask and Atlantean battle attire. The trench, as the name suggests, dwelled in the deeper oceanic trenches. The environment there was exceedingly harsh, making survival difficult. Coupled with the existence of the ruthless trench dwellers, it had become a veritable forbidden zone for the Atlanteans. Upon hearing this, Mara furrowed her brow. Maintain vigilance and avoid any conflict with the trench. Queen Atlanta was exceedingly keen on the request from humanity. During this period, the Atlanteans had thoroughly scoured their territory but found no trace of the temple. Thus, Mara began to ponder whether the temple might lie within the trench's domain. After all, it was the only area they had yet to explore. If the temple truly existed, its likelihood of being situated within trench territory was substantial. However, the Atlanteans and the trench had long ago established a peace treaty, thereby prohibiting mutual aggression and mandating respect for territorial boundaries. Consequently, Mara felt constrained in her remarks. Mara, how can you allow surface dwellers to roam freely in our territory? A voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Without needing to turn, Mara recognized it was the foolish ORM. Omerius, the son of Queen Atlanta and King Atlant, is also the brother of King Arthur of the Sea. By lineage, he is the progeny of King Atlant, possessing a purer Atlantean royal blood than that of King Arthur, who is but half human and half Atlantean. However, Queen Atlanta deems him too foolish to ascend as the next ruler of Atlantis, favoring her eldest son for the throne. Such is the circumstance, for her union with King Atlant was devoid of true love, leaving her indifferent towards Omerius. The queen prepares to converse with the surface dwellers. What other purpose could she have? Mira remarked lightly to Omerius. He harbors an affection for Mira, as she possesses an exquisite beauty rivaling that of Queen Atlanta, and has gained the queen's trust. Should he win Mira's hand, he would naturally emerge as the next king. Alas, Mira does not regard him with favor. What? Omerius exclaimed in fury. The surface dwellers will only encroach upon our living space. Should they discover our existence, they will surely invade us. He staunchly opposes any collaboration between Atlantis and the surface. Their noble lineage as Atlanteans fuels a nearly foolish arrogance that earns the disdain of both Queen Atlanta and Mira. That is merely your conjecture. As long as we harbor no hostility, the surface dweller shall not attack us, Mira replied nonchalantly. Upon noticing that Omerius wished to retort, Mira impatiently interjected, "This is the Queen's command. Do you dare question it?" Queen Atlanta wields the royal trident, granting her dominion over the lives and deaths of the Atlanteans. No one could defy her. This incited a furious countenance in Omerius, yet he dared not speak further. He could only watch as Mira glided away like a beautiful mermaid. Clad in a form-fitting, dark green scaled attire, she moved with the grace of a siren, her legs undulating like a fish's tail. After her departure, the manta ray addressed Omerius. The Queen's actions will plunge Atlantis into an abyss. Once humanity learns of our existence, war will inevitably follow. In just over a century, humanity has ignited countless conflicts. With the manta ray's persuasive rhetoric, Omerius's resolve solidified. The Atlanteans and surface dwellers cannot coexist peacefully. War is unavoidable. We must deploy watchers to keep an eye on that submarine. Humanity must be taught a lesson. The ocean is the domain of Atlantis, not the surface dwellers. Ever since news of superhumans emerged on television, humanity seems to have truly entered a new era. Many great cities have witnessed the rise of superpowered criminals and heroes, prompting Batman to realize that Gotham is no longer the only place of significance. In the midst of this global proliferation of supervillains, Gotham has succumbed to a state of despondency. Perhaps the criminals have come to realize that their game has lost its allure. Batman, too, appears somewhat disheartened. Conversely, Leon has grown more proactive than ever. He never harbored aspirations of becoming a superhero. When he first arrived in America, his desires were exceedingly simple. He merely wished to engage in merriment with the ladies, prioritizing quantity over quality in his pursuits. Being an ordinary man, he lacked grand ambitions and had no intention of putting on airs. It was not until he encountered Kara that he recognized his capacity for responsibility, albeit with the singular aim of ensuring her healthy and joyful upbringing. The subsequent inclusion of Shiri and Rachel merely expanded his circle without altering his intentions. Leon is not Clark. He does not entertain thoughts of saving the world. Thus, he has always shunned interactions with the S-H-I-E-L-D from another realm, considering them an inconvenience. However, he now understands that if he does not take the initiative, a crisis may soon befall his family. After spending considerable time together, both Kara and Shiri, along with Rachel, have become his family. Of course, this extends to Harley Quinn and others as well. Although Leon has no desire to save the world, he is unwilling to see his loved ones come to harm. Should the annihilation of the world pose a threat to his family, he must indeed be more assertive. Presently, the specter of impending doom looms overhead like the sword of Damocles, seemingly ready to descend at any moment. Naturally, Leon is determined to find a solution to this dilemma. One cannot simply remain passive, can one? At times, one must take the initiative. As such, he has relinquished the affairs of the Iceberg Club to Frank. For every transaction invariably finds its way into Harley Quinn's coffers. This arrangement has led Leon to increasingly lose his grasp on the concept of money. When in need, he turns to either Harley Quinn or Kate Kane, both of whom are affluent women. In the Marvel Universe, within Camartage, Leon concealed his presence to elude detection by the Time Variance Authority. Previously, he had been rather reckless, and faced with such a bold time traveler, the Authority could hardly pretend to be oblivious. Now, he was determined to remain undetected, and, consequently, they would not discover him. After a considerable absence, he encountered the Ancient One, who feigned calmness but was secretly exasperated. Leon's appearance was imperceptible within the fabric of time, rendering her somewhat disoriented by this loss of foresight. Supreme Sorcerer, Leon addressed with respect, I have urgent matters to discuss. Speak, the Ancient One replied promptly. Is it true that the dimensional demon cannot be killed? Leon inquired. Upon hearing his words, the Ancient One asked, why are you so fixated on this? She had never witnessed Leon in such a state, singularly determined to eliminate the dimensional demon. Even as the Supreme Sorceress, she dared not entertain such thoughts. Rachel's predicament was conveyed to her by Leon. Upon learning that Rachel, the gifted maiden, had attracted the attention of a demon god, Ancient One felt a grave weight in her heart, despite having anticipated this day. You can take her to Camartage. There, the three sanctums will be unable to locate her. After all, having departed from their original realm, unless the sanctums can breach the fourth wall, Rachel will remain elusive to them. However, this was not the primary goal for Leon and Rachel. It could only serve as a last resort. If all else fails, they might have to allow Rachel to inhabit another world, which would leave her in solitude. Thus, Leon shook his head. The Ancient One smiled and remarked, at times, one must learn to relinquish certain significant things. Of course, to confront a dimensional demon god, one must first comprehend what a dimensional demon god truly is. Dimensional demon gods are merely a collective term, with a hierarchy among them. Based on your description, the three sanctums represent an exceedingly formidable demon god. As the supreme sorceress spoke, she suddenly extended her hand and traced a circle in the air. With a surge of magical energy, a golden circle swiftly opened, forming a portal. Yet, the other side of the portal was engulfed in utter darkness, as if it were an abyss that threatened to consume anyone who dared to gaze upon it, leaving them forever bereft of light. It was a terrifying sight. The Ancient One declared, "This is a portal to the dark dimension. Follow me." With that, she stepped through. After a moment's hesitation, Leon followed suit. There was nothing to fear. Although the supreme sorceress had absorbed the powers of the dark dimension and risked being assimilated by Dormammu, Leon knew he could always make a swift exit. Moreover, the foremost consideration was that the supreme sorceress had formidable backing. She was already a chosen of the living tribunal, and even Dormammu could not contend with her. In this realm, it is the magnitude of one's connections that determines one's standing. The living tribunal, as one of the 5 great entities, is an abstract being born from the moment of the universe's inception. It embodies the temporal manifestation of the entire multiverse and serves as the collective consciousness of all life within the cosmos, far beyond what Dormammu could ever aspire to rival. Chapter 173. The hierarchical classification of dimensional demon gods in a broader sense. Dimensions signify the abstract quantities of interconnected concepts, encompassing time, space, and content. The dimensions capable of harboring demon gods are invariably multidimensional and high-dimensional. Simply put, these dimensions represent authentic realms of existence. However, each dimension has its sovereign, known as a dimensional demon god. Dimensional demon gods wield the power of their entire realm, and their strength correlates with the overall dimension they govern. This leads to a classification of power among the dimensional demon gods. The larger the dimension, the greater the strength. Consequently, many dimensional demon gods resort to voraciously consuming other dimensions in their quest for power. Just as Dormammu yearns to engulf the earth, so too does the Triune aspire to annihilate it. This desire is not born from mere gluttony or idleness, but rather stems from a pure ambition for greater power. Similar to Dormammu, who is not a native of the Dark Dimension, but rather an exile from his kin, he cunningly seized control of the Dark Dimension through devious machinations, transforming himself into a dimensional deity, even forsaking his corporeal form in pursuit of unparalleled strength. Dimensional deities are often addicted to power, relentlessly seeking to attain greater might. The Dark Dimension, as its name implies, is engulfed in profound darkness, devoid of any semblance of light. Yet, it is not entirely shrouded from sight, for dark energy pervades every corner. The presence of this dark energy allows Leon to discern his surroundings. This dark energy is immensely potent and nearly imperishable. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, secretly absorbs this power, thereby achieving longevity. However, wielding such power comes at a cost, especially when it is pilfered. Dimensional deities do not turn a blind eye to petty thievery occurring under their noses. They merely choose to overlook it. Dormammu bides his time, waiting for the day when Ancient One can no longer maintain her control. Within their own dominions, dimensional deities are invincible. They cannot be slain, even if they are stripped of their control over the dimension. It is rather comical to witness Ancient One discussing matters so openly within Dormammu's realm, while Leon listens intently. The more he learns about these dimensional deities, the more daunting the situation appears. From the perspective of life's hierarchy, dimensional deities represent a higher form of existence, a true evolutionary advancement. They possess the capacity for true immortality and invulnerability within their territories. In the Dark Dimension, even the arrival of other deities pales in comparison to Dormammu's might. Consequently, dimensional deities strive to avoid venturing into unfamiliar realms, akin to the concept of domains. Is there truly no way? Leon furrowed his brow. While we cannot slay dimensional deities, we can seal them away or banish them to other dimensions. To leave their own dimension is akin to a death sentence for them, Ancient One stated. This is the only feasible method, as perceived by the Ancient One, to seal the Triune. However, the execution of this plan rests solely upon Leon and his companions. Subsequently, she led Leon to meet the natives of the Dark Dimension. The Dark Dimension does indeed have its indigenous inhabitants, humanoid in nature. albeit with darker skin and features that do not conform to Earth's aesthetic standards. After all, they are merely humanoid beings, not humans. "We have come to see Uma," Ancient One called out to the group of natives. Then, addressing Leon, she added, "Uma is Dormammu's sister." Not only does Dormammu have a sister, but she has also borne a daughter with one of the natives. A mysterious sorceress with flowing white hair, Clea, stood alongside her mother, Uma, who appeared humanoid yet was, in essence, an entity of pure energy. Leon could sense the immense power pulsating within her. After their initial meeting, Master Wong spoke. Uma has long sought a method to usurp Dormammu. In truth, a solution has already been devised. Uma's voice bore the weight of ages. The dark dimension is rife with natural distortion portals leading into numerous pocket universes. If we can seal Dormammu within a pocket universe and then seize control of the dark dimension, we could dethrone him and become its sovereign. At that juncture, the power of the dark dimension would belong to us. Supreme Sorcerer, you must aid us. Clea gazed eagerly at Master Wong, hoping for his support. How ironic it was that, in Dormammu's eyes, his own sister and niece were traitors. They longed to see him toppled. Yet, from Uma and Clea's perspective, it was clear that Dormammu had forsaken familial bonds in his relentless pursuit of power, extinguishing his humanity. Thus, seizing his power became a necessity. Master Wong responded, "As long as I wield power in the dark dimension, Dormammu will sense my presence. Even if we unite our strengths, we lack the capacity to banish Dormammu into a pocket universe." A pocket universe is, by definition, a finite cosmos, typically contained within the larger universe, which encompasses it. The dark dimension serves as the vast universe, containing countless pocket dimensions. By exiling Dormammu into one of these pocket universes and sealing the door, he would remain trapped, akin to banishment. However, Dormammu is not a fool. He would not passively await his exile. Therefore, Master Wong's presence here offered Leon an alternative. He could choose to follow Uma and Clea's path, but the feasibility of such an endeavor rested solely upon his own capabilities. Uma and Clea persisted, urging the Supreme Sorcerer's assistance. "Would you care to witness Dormammu's might?" Master Wong suddenly inquired of Leon. "You want me to confront Dormammu?" A sudden image of Doctor Strange, mercilessly vanquished by Dormammu, flashed in Leon's mind. It had been an absolute massacre, with Strange meeting his end countless times. "What is the matter?" Master Wong chuckled. "If you think this is absurd, consider the Thunderbolts facing off against the Sentinel. The Thunderbolts are merely ordinary individuals, devoid of superhuman abilities. Meanwhile, the Sentinel is said to possess energy equivalent to 1,000,000 exploding suns, a veritable Marvel superhero. The disparity between the two is colossal, making it utterly ludicrous to pit the Thunderbolts against the Sentinel. It's more outrageous than a Suicide Squad." This clearly pertained to events transpiring in the so-called primary universe, and Leon was taken aback by Master Wong's unexpectedly humorous side. Certainly, no matter how humorous, it pales in comparison to the present moment, for Dormammu has indeed arrived. The dark energy of the entire dimension begins to surge, swiftly coalescing into an immense entity without discernible boundaries. This colossal being is purely an aggregation of energy, its form indistinguishable, save for the faint outline of eyes and other facial features. This is the visage Dormammu favors in the dark dimension, in other realms. He retains a humanoid shape. Ancient One, once you arrive, do not depart. Chapter 174. Are we truly confronting Dormammu? A decayed voice emanates from the dark energy. Subsequently, the dark energy erupts into flames, rendering Dormammu's figure increasingly visible. At that moment, Dormammu resembles a monstrous apparition. It is evident that, to humanity, his humanoid form is far more palatable, just as humans would not find it so appealing, unless driven by extreme hunger. Dormammu, the Ancient One, and Leon have since relocated, refraining from influencing the natives. After all, when deities clash, mortals invariably suffer. Uma and Clea dare not show themselves, opting instead to observe from a distance. This time, your adversary is not I. The Ancient One then addressed Leon, stating, "Go forth. I shall watch over you." To contend with a dimensional demon, one must comprehend the magnitude of its power. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is essential for preparation. Much like Batman, who must ascertain his opponent's strength and vulnerabilities prior to a confrontation. Given the circumstances, Leon, embracing the notion of having ventured this far, levitated into the air. He had yet to engage a true powerhouse in battle. At this juncture, what Leon lacked was a battlesuit. Dormammu's gaze locked onto Leon, his eyes radiating an oppressive force that instilled a sense of mortal peril within Leon. To be unable to vanquish Dormammu could indeed result in death. What manner of sorcerer is this, so feeble? Dormammu scoffed disdainfully. Were it not for the involvement of the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, he might have deemed it beneath him to even speak. For Dormammu, the magical fluctuations within Leon's being mirrored his own youthful state, there remained much growth ahead. To the current Dormammu, Leon appeared as insignificant as a mere insect. Thus, with a casual motion, Dormammu unleashed a colossal hand formed of dark energy, which surged toward Leon with overwhelming force. In that instant, Leon felt akin to a solitary vessel amidst a tempest, perilously close to capsizing. One misstep could spell his doom. Yet, instead of retreating, Leon charged forward, colliding directly with the gigantic hand. Though this hand dwarfed him exponentially, he shattered it through sheer force. Enlargement is but the most fundamental ability of a dimensional demon. They possess the capacity to expand to any magnitude they desire. Dormammu, unfazed, was merely perplexed. Is this individual not a sorcerer? Which sorcerer possesses such extraordinary physical strength? Has Kamartaj trained him incorrectly? Unexpectedly for Dormammu, Leon did not relent, continuing to charge towards him. Dark energy instantly transformed into a vast net, enveloping Leon. Dormammu had to concede that Leon was mightier than a mere insect. Waves of dark energy surged towards Leon. He felt a drowsiness wash over him. This was not mere hypnosis, but a potent sleep spell, and if ensnared, Leon would plunge into an endless slumber, never to awaken. Realizing this, Leon instantly employed a soul spell to maintain his alertness. He stubbornly resisted death, inciting great ire in Dormammu. Thus, the onslaught commenced. Elemental energy, reality manipulation, and a torrent of immense dark energy rained down upon Leon. In that moment, Leon grasped the formidable might of the Dimension Demon. No wonder the Ancient One proclaimed that the Dimension Demon is impossible to vanquish. Not only is killing them futile, but even resisting them within their dimension is unattainable. After a considerable duration, the Dark Dimension finally regained its tranquility. Yet, Leon remained steadfast in his position. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained significant harm. He was eager to demonstrate that no one dared to claim Kryptonians possessed negative magical resistance. Despite having utilized a magical shield to withstand Dormammu's energy assault, the shield was soon torn asunder, leaving him to endure the remaining attacks through sheer resilience. Nevertheless, he emerged with minimal injuries, and a brief exposure to sunlight would allow for rapid recovery. It became evident that Superman's magical resistance was merely slightly inferior to his physical defenses. The distinction lies in the fact that physical attacks, without the presence of kryptonite, struggled to inflict damage upon him, while magical assaults, devoid of kryptonite, could still harm Superman, albeit to a lesser extent. It can be asserted that, were it not for kryptonite, his significant vulnerability, Kryptonians would undoubtedly be invincible. Much like Leon now, he may not be able to defeat Dormammu, but Dormammu finds it equally challenging to eliminate him. It is impossible for him to eliminate Leon repeatedly, as he did with Doctor Strange. Furthermore, Leon occasionally retaliated with spells of his own, such as illuminating spells to brighten the dark dimension. While this could not harm Dormammu, it certainly vexed him. Damn insect! This provoked Dormammu, who surged closer in an instant. Like an enraged giant, he shattered the firmament and strode from the depths of the dark dimension directly before Leon and the Ancient One. He had been lingering infinitely far away. Such is the power of the Dimension Demon. At last, the Ancient One spoke. Enough, Dormammu. You too are an insect, daring to command me. Naturally, Dormammu would not heed the Ancient One, even though she is the supreme sorceress of Earth. Yet alas, this insect was not one he could easily subdue. The Ancient One was enveloped in a protective array, empowered by the might of the Sanctums, rendering even Dormammu incapable of breaching it, thus safeguarding Earth from his insidious influence. Leon hastened to the side of the Ancient One, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two formidable entities. He was aware of the Ancient One's strength, yet he was astonished by her remarkable prowess. as she managed to withstand Dormammu's onslaught within the dark dimension. However, she was not merely relying on her own strength. It was indeed the power of the sanctums that fortified her defenses. The three sanctums served to protect Earth from corruption, their power immensely formidable. It was precisely through this support that the supreme sorceress could contend with the dimensional demon. "Let us depart. He has gone mad," the Ancient One cautioned, unwilling to linger, and promptly took Leon away. "Do not attempt to engage in battle with a madman, especially on his own turf." As the portal opened, Leon and the Ancient One were instantly transported back to Kamar-Taj. Dormammu's power was completely severed by the three sanctums, unable to transgress across dimensions. Though Dormammu could potentially pursue them through dimensional travel, he evidently chose not to do so. How do you find it? Back in Kamar-Taj, the supreme sorceress relaxed her demeanor. Leon sat cross-legged opposite her, sipping freshly brewed tea. "Is it truly feasible to withstand such a dimensional demon on Earth?" he inquired, increasingly wary of the sanctums. While he was unsure of whether the sanctums were superior to Dormammu, they certainly warranted equal regard. The Ancient One chuckled. "Once a dimensional demon departs from its own realm, its power diminishes significantly. Within the dark dimension, Dormammu could harness dark energy infinitely, but upon arriving on Earth, the circumstances change. This is why Dormammu refrains from recklessly pursuing us. Unless he is confident in his ability to completely engulf Earth into his dark dimension, he will exercise utmost caution. For these dimensional demons, the longer they exist, the more prudent they become." Chapter 175. Gwen's affection. I have come to a realization. Through this battle, Leon dispelled his fear of the dimensional demons. Although formidable, they were not invincible. Furthermore, even Dormammu could not easily snuff out his life. The resilience of Kryptonians remained substantial, and that was sufficient. This understanding illuminated the first step in his approach to contend with the sanctums. He must lure them to Earth, ensuring that the battlefield was not his own infernal domain. Subsequently, Leon connected to Kamar-Taj's network, seeking further information regarding the sanctums. Technically speaking, the sanctums were not true dimensional demons. They resembled malevolent entities from an alternate dimension, residing in a hell that differed from Earth's. Nevertheless, Leon did not underestimate them, for their power was comparable to that of the dimensional demons, and their characteristics were strikingly similar. It was imperative to draw the sanctums out of their hell. Coincidentally, they sought to invade Earth. However, such actions are fraught with peril. Should the three palaces be unleashed, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. One must be thoroughly prepared. Leon pondered, wishing he could enlist Batman's assistance, for Batman had never faced defeat in a duel. Yet, he feared that Batman might opt for a more straightforward solution, eliminating Rachel. After all, Batman had no familial ties to Rachel and might not risk the annihilation of Earth for her sake. Leon, however, was different. Rachel had called him Godfather, and even a single utterance of that title bore a lifetime of significance. Therefore, Leon could not afford to take such a risk. It would be absurd to guard against both the three palaces and Batman simultaneously. At that moment, Leon's phone in this world rang. He was puzzled. This number was known only to Gwen Stacy. Yet the caller was not Gwen. Could it be a scam? He contemplated, but ultimately answered the call. "Mr. Leon?" A gentle female voice resonated through the line. "Who is this?" "I am Barbara from SHIELD. We urgently need to contact you regarding an important matter," the voice replied promptly. Leon hastily inquired, "What is it? What has gone missing? Can you be more specific?" "She seems to have vanished without a trace, neither returning to SHIELD nor to her home, and we cannot reach her through any of her contacts. We are uncertain if she is still on Earth," the woman named Barbara explained. "I will find her," Leon replied, furrowing his brow. Gwen was a dear friend of Kara and the others. Her sudden disappearance could not be overlooked. Consequently, Leon bid farewell to the Supreme Mage and soared into the sky. Here, he need not worry excessively. He could wield his powers as he pleased. Subsequently, Leon employed magic to locate Gwen. However, the magical energy traversed the Earth without yielding any response. Was Gwen truly no longer on Earth? Instinctively, Leon felt she might have been captured by the Time Variance Authority. He swiftly retrieved the tablet he had seized from there previously. With this device, he could traverse the timelines at will. Although the agents of the Time Variance Authority were merely ordinary individuals, they wielded the power of time and applied it technologically. After some study, He understood how to utilize it for time travel. Yet, the pressing question remained, how to find Gwen. Just then, Leon's phone rang again. Mr. Leon, Gwen has returned. Leon suspected that S-H-I-E-L-D was toying with him. He immediately used magic to probe and discovered Gwen's presence had re-emerged in New York. I understand, Leon said, ending the call before teleporting directly to New York. Although flight possesses its own allure, the art of teleportation is far swifter. Gwen. He called out to Gwen, who was swinging through the streets of New York. Upon noticing him, Gwen immediately halted. Uncle Leon, how are Kara and the others? She inquired, realizing Kara was absent. Leon responded, they are well. S-E-L-D. Inform me of your disappearance, so I came to check on you. He pondered whether Gwen had been captured by the Temporal Anomaly Management Agency. Upon hearing this, Gwen felt a pang of embarrassment and clarified, I am not missing. I ventured into another universe. Oh, how did you manage that? Leon asked, intrigued. With excitement, Gwen exclaimed, I encountered other Spider-Man. It's astonishing. Every universe has its own Spider-Man, and most are variants of Peter Parker. This thought led Gwen to reflect on her own world's Peter Parker. Given her transformation into Spider-Woman, it was naturally not Peter's turn. Yet, perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of his name, Peter Parker had developed a serum to acquire immense power, transforming into the Lizard. The stark contrast between the Spider-Man of other worlds and the Lizard of her own left Gwen Stacy unable to contain her amusement. Leon, surprised by her revelation, soon relaxed, relieved that she was not ensnared by the Temporal Anomaly Management Agency. Otherwise, if Gwen were lost to the fabric of time, where would he seek her? He chose to listen rather than dismiss her feelings, recognizing that young girls often harbor their burdens in silence, with few to confide in. Now that she was willing to share, he would certainly lend an ear. This was essential to prevent her from becoming extreme. Moreover, the experience of traversing time and space was something she could only share with him and his companions. With Kara absent, Leon was an apt confidant. Gwen then ascended to the rooftop, perched at the edge, and removed her mask. Your hairstyle? Leon remarked, observing her hair, which appeared as if half had been chewed off by a dog, eliciting laughter. Enough, Gwen replied, exasperated, before recounting her recent adventures. It turned out she had unexpectedly found herself in other universes, where she encountered numerous Spider-Man variants. Among them was a young boy named Miles, who was the Spider-Man of that realm. Together, they thwarted the schemes of the Green Goblin before returning to their respective universes. Gwen had just returned and found the experience of this novel journey captivating. After listening, Leon chuckled. What a remarkable experience. Thank you, Gwen said shyly. Ever since I visited your world, I've yearned to explore other universes. Well, perhaps you will have the opportunity, Leon replied. Are you leaving, Leon? Gwen observed him rise and, feeling a pang of reluctance, inquired softly. She had few friends and seldom had anyone to confide in. It was the first time someone had treated her with such patience, fostering a sense of attachment within her. I have been away too long. I must return. Leon noticed her sentiment, but refrained from expressing it. Chapter 176. Could you hold me? For Leon, Gwen Stacy was merely a friend of his students, and he could not reciprocate her feelings of affection. To him, it seemed nothing more than a fleeting infatuation characteristic of adolescent girls. Although Gwen was already an adult, Leon felt it inappropriate to embrace her sentiments. Kara, Shiri. And Rachel regarded Gwen as a friend, yet she yearned to be a maternal figure to them. Upon hearing Leon's words, Gwen stood up, placing her hands on her hips, and said, Then could you hold me? I feel quite scared. Clearly, this journey was not as effortless as Gwen had portrayed. After all, it was a predicament orchestrated by the Goblin, rather than a conventional crossing. Should they fail to thwart the Goblin, returning would be impossible. Thus, Leon did not decline her request and gently embraced Gwen. She buried her head in his neck, and he could sense her labored breathing. They both maintained a degree of restraint, and Leon gently urged, You should return now. George must be missing you. Perhaps, Gwen replied, evidently discontent with her father. She did not release Leon, but tightened her grip, asking, Could you fly me back? It has been so long since I experienced the sensation of flight. Leon could not bear to refuse her, just this once. Yes, yes, Gwen exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Subsequently, Leon lifted her, soaring into the air. They flew directly to Queens, landing on Gwen's balcony. He is home. I shall enter first, Gwen said upon arriving home, her demeanor shifting, particularly upon discovering George Stacy was present. Leon released her and departed. It seemed that the adage held true. Not every Gwen Stacy would fall for Spider-Man, especially when she herself was Spider-Man. Recently, LexCorp partnered with American Steel, Dante Foods, Dupli Chemicals, and Ferris Aerospace to jointly fund the establishment of a global research laboratory group, unconnected to any political or commercial interests. Led by the renowned scientist Garrison Lister, the research facility was named the Star Laboratory, with Professor Garrison intending to set up branches worldwide. Currently, Bruce Wayne, representing Wayne Enterprises, declined the sponsorship, stating that the company had no intention of conducting experiments. In other news, Lex Luthor has been discharged from the hospital, and in his first speech post-release, he proclaimed that humanity does not require the so-called Superman, nor does it need him soaring through the skies. He argued that the existence of Superman has stifled human potential, preventing the emergence of even greater powers. Thus, he chose to sponsor the Star Lab. It has been a week since Leon returned from Camartage. Upon his return, he commenced his magical training, striving to amplify his arcane powers. Harley Quinn expressed her astonishment, noting she had never witnessed him exert such effort before. This period had been relatively uneventful until the emergence of today's news. With the proliferation of superheroes, Star Lab was born in response. The project's initiator was evidently Professor Garrison. However, every endeavor requires funding, particularly when it involves the study of superhumans. Consequently, he sought financial backing from major corporations. LexCorp promptly agreed. For Lex Luthor genuinely desired to enhance humanity's capabilities. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wayne Enterprises declined to provide sponsorship. Perhaps it was because Bruce Wayne did not wish for Earth to be populated with so-called superhumans. Did you know? Star Lab is recruiting globally. Yet they did not extend an invitation to us. Harley Quinn remarked indignantly, glancing at the news. Invite you for what? Do you possess any superpowers? Leon inquired. Of course. I could obliterate his wretched laboratory. Harley Quinn retorted. I could also elevate you to unprecedented heights. That indeed qualifies as a superpower, Leon acknowledged earnestly. He looks down upon us Gothamites. We must resist their establishment of a branch in Gotham, Harley Quinn proclaimed. Gotham does not require an influx of these so-called superheroes. The more superheroes there are, the more difficult life becomes for them. The birds of prey cannot truly be classified as traditional superheroes. Black Canary and Huntress are hardly paragons of virtue. Even Batman finds their extremities excessive. Previously, Batman had cautioned them to temper their actions against adversaries, as they truly dealt devastating blows to those who oppose them. They have mastered the art of quelling dissent. Leon perceived this as Harley Quinn's underlying motive. Having grown accustomed to wielding power in Gotham, she certainly disdained the concept of Star Lab. Do they have a designated location for their base? Leon promptly inquired. Indeed, Harley Quinn replied, having already anticipated the question. She revealed Metropolis, Central City, San Francisco, and Seattle. Star Lab has chosen only major cities. They also selected Gotham, but Wayne Enterprises rejected them. Upon hearing Harley Quinn's words, Leon was not surprised. Everyone knows whose territory Gotham is. For Bruce Wayne, although he has recognized the arrival of a new era, it does not imply that he must acquiesce. After all, who is not a stubborn old fool? Coast City, home to Star Lab located in California, it boasts one of the busiest ports on the West Coast, and the entire city thrives. Ms. Ferris, thank you for your sponsorship. Professor Garrison expressed his profound gratitude to the woman before him. Carol Ferris, a young prodigy, had deftly taken the helm of a colossal airline, the Ferris Group, one of the esteemed sponsors of the Star Labs. You should not thank me. It is, in fact, the Wayne Group that prompted me to provide this sponsorship. Carol Ferris replied, shaking her head. The Wayne Group? Professor Garrison exclaimed, taken aback. Did they not refuse to allow Star Lab's entry into Gotham? Indeed, but not everyone within the Wayne Group shares the same sentiments as Bruce Wayne. Carol Ferris responded with a smile. The individual who encouraged her was none other than Kate Kane. Their acquaintance had deeper roots. The establishment of Coast City had been orchestrated by the Wayne Group. Naturally, the Wayne Group maintained a significant presence and influence in a city they had a hand in founding. While it had not entirely become a fiefdom like Gotham, it was nonetheless impossible to disregard. Ferris Aviation, as a local enterprise, had to engage with the Wayne Group, thus leading Carol Ferris to meet Kate Kane. Although they were not exactly bosom friends, their relationship was amicable. After a brief conversation, Carol Ferris bid farewell to Professor Garrison and returned to Ferris Aviation, where she encountered a pilot preparing for a test flight. "Which fool dares to take off like that?" she exclaimed, her anger palpable upon seeing the scene. "It's a new recruit, Hal Jordan," she learned. It was he, an audacious pilot she had personally hired. Chapter 177. Superman joins the laboratory metropolis. Star Labs had been established in the heart of the city, generously sponsored by the Lex Group, which had even adorned a building with the Star Labs insignia. According to Professor Garrison, it was the emergence of Superman that inspired him, thus making Metropolis, the city of Superman, the ideal location for the inception of Star Labs. Fortunately, Lex Luthor was highly supportive of this venture. Even though Professor Garrison was currently on the West Coast, Star Labs continued to flourish. Moreover, the Lex Group contributed numerous incomplete research projects, ostensibly to enhance Star Labs' expertise, but in reality, it was an opportunity to attract the laboratory's esteemed scientists. As a renowned scientist, Professor Garrison's reputation held more weight than mere financial resources. Following the establishment of Star Labs, numerous distinguished scientists joined its ranks, including Professor Silas Stone of Gotham City and his wife, Eleanor Stone, who both relocated to Metropolis to become part of the Star Labs team. Additionally, scientists from various disciplines joined, facilitating the smooth progression of Star Labs initiatives. Now, they awaited the arrival of a pivotal piece of information. In one of the company's offices, everyone was anxiously anticipating news. Professor Emil Hamilton personally visited Superman and extended an invitation for him to join the Stellar Laboratory. Just then, the phone in the office rang, prompting them to answer urgently. They heard Professor Hamilton's voice on the line. Superman has agreed to join the Stellar Laboratory. Cheers erupted, invigorating all the scientists present, who clenched their fists and waved them in excitement. After all, no scientist could resist the allure of studying this divine being. His capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, Superman's announcement of his involvement would undoubtedly inspire others, as many emerging superheroes have confessed that it was Superman who motivated them. "Superman will be joining me shortly, so prepare yourselves," Professor Hamilton remarked with a smile. For Clark, joining the Stellar Laboratory was essential for exploring his own limits. While the Fortress of Solitude boasted some machinery, it paled in comparison to the resources available externally. Most importantly, Clark found himself financially constrained, unable to afford the sophisticated, high-end equipment, making his decision to join the Stellar Laboratory a prudent one. Who would have guessed that, despite being Superman, he was financially destitute and burdened with numerous loans? In the land of the free, even Superman had debts to repay. As Superman announced his affiliation with the Stellar Laboratory, many who were previously indecisive chose to join as well, including the Flash, transforming the laboratory into a hub of exceptional talent. A month later, in the Atlantic, within the territory of the Trench, the Ninja Master and his group were bewildered. Ever since entering the Trench's domain, something felt amiss. The technologically advanced Atlanteans had vanished, replaced by monstrous creatures resembling sea beasts. These entities, driven by madness, exhibited extreme aggression, attacking upon detection. Thus, they had to tread even more cautiously. Yet, despite their vigilance, they were discovered by the Trench inhabitants. The Trench had long since lost their sanity, rendering even the Atlanteans incapable of communication. Any encounter would result in annihilation. "Accelerate. We must reach the temple before the submarine is destroyed," the Ninja Master declared decisively. In truth, there was no alternative. With limited personnel and being submerged, they found themselves in a precarious situation. The radar detected a multitude of red dots, all indicative of these terrifying creatures. They dared not linger for a moment, needing to break through the opening ahead before being surrounded. In that instant, they set aside all else and unleashed every weapon aboard the submarine. The resounding explosions echoed, even in the depths of the ocean, as torpedoes and other munitions stirred up colossal waves. This only incited further frenzy among the Trench, who charged towards the submarine. Fortunately, just then, the scene ahead suddenly shifted. Buzz, as if stepping into a shimmering veil, the surroundings transformed entirely. All of the Trench dwellers were barred from entry, unable to surge forth. Meanwhile, the Ninja Masters hastily knelt in reverence. They had discovered the temple. After such an arduous time in the depths of the sea, shrouded in darkness, they had finally found the sanctuary. The temple loomed grandly, predominantly constructed of stone, encircled by numerous columns that embraced its form. However, The roof had long since collapsed, rendering it a mere shadow of its former glory. Upon disembarking from their submarine, the presence of seawater was undeniable, yet it posed no hindrance to them. They moved as if upon solid ground. Doubts arose among some regarding the temple's viability despite its dilapidated state. Angela's countenance was grave, exuding an aura of sanctity. Though merely a priestess of the cult, she was indeed a holy figure. "I sense that the teleportation array is operational," Angela proclaimed, soothing certain apprehensive ninja assassins. Not all were versed in the intricacies of the triad. Many harbored uncertainties about this expedition. Had it not been for the ninja master's authoritative presence, compelling compliance, rebellion would have surely erupted. "Let us proceed." With the ninja master's command, the group ventured into the temple. Within, ancient murals came into view, though the passage of time had rendered them indistinct. Faintly, one could discern the veneration of deities by an ancient civilization. This was not a tribute to the triad. Not far along, they encountered stone steps ascending into obscurity. At that moment, Angela, devoid of any apparent power, began to levitate, soaring upwards towards the staircase. "Father?" Talia inquired instantly, prompting them to follow. Despite their swift pace, it paled in comparison to flight. Angela reached the summit with remarkable speed, revealing a teleportation array formed by two crescent shapes, with a circular passage nestled between them. Yet, Angela lacked the strength to activate the portal. She could merely sense the triad's power. The triad was too far from Earth, and due to specific constraints, it cannot descend directly. This was a decree established between the supreme deity and Satan, forbidding both angels and demons from arbitrarily manifesting on Earth. Though formidable, the triad was but an insignificant creature in the presence of the almighty creator and Satan, who shaped this world. Nevertheless, sensing the triad's power was sufficient to transform Angela. As she approached the teleportation array, a dark mist emanated from within, infiltrating her being. When she lifted her gaze again, her skin had turned a profound crimson, and her four eyes gleamed with malevolence. The triad's influence upon Earth had intensified. Chapter 178. A call for help from Atlantis. Ding, ding, ding. On this day, Leon had just completed his morning exercises. He embraced Harley Quinn while answering the phone. To his surprise, it was General Antiope calling. This made Leon's heart tighten, fearing it might be yet another request for a loan. After all, General Antiope had proven to be rather unreliable, and despite numerous attempts, there had been no signs of progress. Leon found himself questioning whether she was being deliberately obstinate. The joy of success, after all, cannot be feigned. "Hello, what brings you to call?" Leon inquired nonchalantly, keenly aware of Harley Quinn's presence and the sensitivity of the moment. At that moment, she was like a playful kitten, her claws gently scratching at him. "Leon, where are you?" General Antiope's voice was filled with urgency. Leon felt a headache coming on, but replied, "I'm at home in Gotham. Are you coming over?" "I'll be arriving shortly in Gotham." Antiope responded without a hint of fluctuation in her tone. "The Atlanteans wish to meet you." "Oh, that's wonderful," Leon exclaimed. "I'll be there at once." It was a relief that it was not General Antiope who wished to meet him personally. After all, such matters had to be handled discreetly, and he dared not mention them to Diana. After hanging up, Leon intended to share a few more words with Harley Quinn when a knock interrupted them. "Godfather." Rachel called from outside. "What is it?" Leon sighed, reluctantly parting from Harley Quinn. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn, annoyed, was preparing to prank Rachel, who remained blissfully unaware of the ire she had stirred. "Godfather, I sense the power of the Trinity. Its force has arrived on Earth," Rachel announced. During this time, Leon had been urging Rachel to train, and her strength had grown exponentially. She was an entirely different person compared to before, as were Kara and Siri. The trio often lamented their rigorous training, yet they refrained from complaints, encouraging one another. Perhaps the influence of watching Spider-Man had instilled in them the understanding that with great power comes great responsibility. Although Leon found this phrase to be a moral imposition, it served as a motivation for them. Leon quickly dressed and stepped outside. "Is that so?" "Just in time, as the Atlanteans are seeking me." Sensing a connection between the two matters, he addressed Rachel, "Skip class today and come with me." "What about us?" Upon hearing that Rachel would not have to attend class, Kara and Siri chimed in from downstairs. "This does not concern you. Focus on your studies," Leon replied, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Even superheroes, it seemed, had a disdain for academics in their youth. Was it truly the case that education stifled one's innate nature? Why? Kara and Ciri protested, believing they too could be of assistance. However, Leon remained resolute, asserting that nothing was more important than education. Even if the sky were to fall, one must prioritize learning. Kara and Ciri had no choice but to be sent away by Harley Quinn. Harley was quite displeased, as she had intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Leon, only to be interrupted. Alas, such is the life of a night owl, with her erratic lifestyle. On her way, she also picked up poison ivy, and the two friends were prepared to stir up some trouble. Meanwhile, Leon was driving to the seaside with Rachel, heading towards their usual spot, the Crimson Cove in Robinstown. Before long, a stealth aircraft appeared in the sky, descending vertically like a Quinjet. The hatch opened, and General Antiope emerged. Clad in traditional Amazonian attire, she resembled a warrior goddess, exuding an air of valiant grace. Had Leon been more accustomed to this test of character, he would not have felt so apprehensive. The presence of the Amazonian warriors surrounding Antiope, coupled with her serious demeanor, was a stark contrast to their previous light-hearted encounters. "There seems to be significant trouble beneath the sea," General Antiope stated. "We may require your assistance." Leon nodded, his curiosity piqued. He exchanged a glance with Rachel, now blossoming into young adulthood at nearly 1.70 meters tall, appeared somewhat anxious. Dressed in battle attire, her youthful age was cleverly disguised. Thus, General Antiope did not perceive her as Leon's protege. She merely regarded Leon, finding him as captivating as ever. Upon reaching the shore, she sounded a horn, and soon the sea began to stir. As waves surged forth, Mara stood atop the crests, as if the ocean itself was paying homage to her. The women of Atlantis indeed exuded an astonishing allure. Leon, General Antiope, Mara, they greeted one another, and Leon inquired, "I hear you seek our assistance?" "Indeed," Mara affirmed. "A month ago, we detected a human submarine in the deep sea, which subsequently ventured into the territory of the Trench. I suspected they were also searching for the temple." Leon was not overly surprised by Mara's revelation. The fact that Angela had escaped from Arkham Asylum indicated she had help. Thus, he acknowledged Mara's statement. "I had them monitored to see if they could locate the temple before informing you. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the Trench," Mara lamented, her damp, crimson hair appearing strikingly vibrant. The Trench was one of the 7 great sea tribes, known for their madness and penchant for slaughter, having long severed ties with Atlantis. Even our own kind cannot easily infiltrate the territory of the Abyssal Tribe, for they would annihilate everything in their path. The Abyssal Tribe launched an assault on that submarine, only to vanish thereafter. The tale could have concluded here. However, it is evident that new developments have emerged. Indeed, Mira spoke up, revealing that not long ago, the submarine reappeared. This time, the Abyssal Tribe attacked once more, yet astonishingly, all the assailants were vanquished, sending shockwaves through the ocean depths. Currently, the submarine is en route to Atlantis, and Queen Atlanta has dispatched her forces to establish a defensive line. She believes that relying solely on the strength of Atlantis may not suffice to withstand this impending calamity, which is likely connected to the so-called temple. After all, even the notoriously brutal Abyssal Tribe fell victim to the indiscriminate slaughter of countless of their kin, making it reasonable for the more civilized Atlanteans to feel overwhelmed. Furthermore, Queen Atlantis suspects a relation to the aforementioned temple, prompting her to decisively summon Mira for assistance. This also serves as a test. If humanity proves capable of aiding them in fending off disaster, the potential for future collaboration may arise. Fortunately, they encountered Leon. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have turned a blind eye. Yet, there is no alternative. Leon rescuing them is tantamount to saving himself. Rachel? Leon cast his gaze upon Rachel.